A huge banquet was held in a villa with guests coming in an endless stream. The guests smiled and congratulated a middle-aged man in a gorgeous tuxedo. In the main hall, a young man stood. He was about 16 years old, with a handsome face, black hair, and black eyes, and he looked quite different from the people around him. What is strange is that the eyes of this young man are full of stupidity. Even though he is surrounded by the dignitaries of the empire, he doesn't even glance at them. He stared intently at the mechanical component in his hand, as if it were the only thing in the entire hall that interested him. This young man was the protagonist of today's banquet, Kalun Su-ming. 16 years old is the right age to unlock the gene lock. In this world, the gene energy level represents a person's combat power. When the gene lock is unlocked for the first time, a normal person with an energy level of around 5 to 8 points can be called a genius. Su-ming's father and brother are both top-notch geniuses, so Su-ming's father, Clarence, the head of the Colon family, came back directly from the battlefield to witness his son's rise. Seeing that the time was almost up, Clarence smiled and said to the old man in front of him, "Mr. Isaac, let's start." Isaac nodded and took out a syringe filled with dark green liquid. Then he injected it into Su-ming's arm. This was the original genetic fluid, a product of the development of science and technology to the extreme, gradually opening up the development of human combat power. Isaac then placed a device on Su-ming's arm. 2 numbers quickly appeared on the device. Everyone quickly looked over, curiously examining the numbers. After seeing the 2 numbers appear on the instrument, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 and -3 meant that Su-ming's genetic energy level was only 1 point, and his brain area was even lower than that of a normal person. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at each other, and they all saw the strange expressions in each other's eyes. Kalun Clarence's second son, Kalun Su-ming, the second son of the Kalun family, was a useless person. Seeing this, Su-rue's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He winked at someone in the guest seats. Immediately, the person stood up and spoke to Colin Clarence. "Sir Clarence, according to imperial law, during wartime, citizens age 16 or over who do not have a talent for cultivation are required to work on the front lines logistics planets for 5 years." Colin Clarence looked at the man, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This man was a bureaucrat from his enemy's political party. He had never expected that he would directly attack him at this time. Clarence's eyes flashed with deep anger. "Forget it. My Corin family doesn't need this mentally handicapped young master. He'd be useless if he stayed. Let him go to the logistics planet to work for 5 years. Clarence's eyes flashed with deep disappointment, and then he waved his hand and said to the servant beside him, "Since he wants to play with mechanical parts, send him to the mechanical maintenance department and let him play as much as he wants. The Colin family doesn't need useless people. From today on, Su-ming's surname Colin will be deprived." "Okay, take Su-ming away," Clarence said slowly, without even looking at Su-ming again. A servant stood up, supported Su-ming, and walked towards the door. Just as he was about to leave, Su-ming successfully separated the mechanical component in his hand, turning it into 2 independent parts. The last piece is finally completed." Su-ming's silly voice came from outside the door, making everyone in the hall burst into laughter again, and Clarence's face became even more gloomy. However, unknown to everyone, a strange electronic sound suddenly echoed in Su-ming's mind. Beep. Achievement achieved in analyzing 1 million mechanical components. Activating the Mecha Martial Honor System. Beep. Activating the system, the sealed consciousness is returning. Beep. Changing genes, transforming carbon-based organisms into astral bodies, obtaining the physical constitution of the 9 shining stars saint body. Beep. Obtaining the skill Star Infinite Heavenly Art. After leaving the hall, Su-ming was put into a car. As the car drove off into the distance, no one noticed that Su-ming's eyes gradually changed from confused and stupid to clear. Su-ming is not from this world. He is a time traveler from China on Earth. Due to a car accident, he accidentally traveled to this world and possessed the body of this young master. However, what makes Su-ming different from other time travelers is that as soon as he came here, his consciousness was imprisoned in an independent space by a system called Mecha Martial Master. For the past 16 years, his consciousness had been forced to practice a technique called Star Infinite Heavenly Art. He had to disassemble 1 million mechanical parts before his mission was complete and his consciousness could be released from his system. However, a cold glint flashed in Su-ming's eyes. Kalun Su-rue, right? And some of his supporters behind him. although Su Ming's consciousness had been unable to return to his body during this period. However, Su Ming could clearly see everything that happened in his body from his independent space. Kaluan Su Rue, Su Ming's so-called brother in this life, used all kinds of methods to secretly target Su Ming. For 16 years, Su Ming hadn't practiced much. On the one hand, his body was indeed dull. On the other hand, this guy named Su Rue secretly instructed his servants not to give Su Ming the opportunity to practice. Even the news that Su Ming hadn't practiced was suppressed by Su Rue, who didn't want to let his father in this life, Clarence, know. Just wait until I come back, and I'll tear your stinky face apart, Su Ming thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, Su Ming felt a strange energy coming from the system, instantly flowing into every part of his body. Under the influence of this energy, Su Ming's body was undergoing a series of changes. A huge change had occurred at the deepest level of his genes. Originally, he was a carbon-based creature, but with the influx of this energy, Su Ming's body gradually transformed into a strange half-energy, half-flesh body. Ding! The gene modification was successful. The host has obtained a 9-glory star holy body. Physique matched, activating the starlight point function. Ding! Every time the host disassembles a mechanical component, he will automatically gain +1 starlight point. Starlight points can be used for cultivation, repairing injured muscles, transforming into attacks, and strengthening the body. If someone stood next to Su Ming at this time, they would definitely find that the energy level generated by Su Ming was increasing crazily. Originally, his body's energy level was only 1 point, but with the system's automatic transformation, his body's energy level soared directly to 21 points. After so many years of practice, Su Ming's consciousness had long been forged to be extremely powerful. His brain energy level instantly increased to 25 points. This is a terrifying energy level. As the Empire's top genius in the past 10 years, Su Rue's energy level was only 13 or 15 points when he first unlocked his gene lock. Ding! The following is the Host Attribute Panel. Host, Su Ming, Body Energy Level, 21, Brain Energy Level, 25, Gene Lock Activation Level, Level 1 Medium, Body Activity, 100, Body Forging Level, Level 1, Star Points, 0. In the midst of these changes, Su Ming felt the vehicle carrying him stop. Then the door opened, and a servant stood at the door, looking at him with a hint of contempt and disapproval. "You're such a loser, wasting such a good resource. If my background was half as good as yours, you'd probably be licking my toes right now. Get out of here. Do you still think you're the second young master?" The servant cursed. In fact, in the Kaluan family, when no one was around, the maids and servants around Su Ming all had a disapproving attitude towards Su Ming. There were even some servants and maids who were extremely hostile to the sons of wealthy families and would inflict the grievances they had suffered from other masters on Su Ming twice as much. After all, Su Ming was a fool who knew nothing but analyzing mechanical parts. This fool allowed himself to be beaten and bullied without any reaction. Su Ming's eyes were cold. He remembered the terrible things these servants had done to him when he was still conscious. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Su Ming got out of the car, looked at the servant facing him, and spoke with indifferent eyes. The servant was stunned to see that the second young master of the Colon family, who had never reacted when being beaten or scolded and could only smile foolishly, actually took the initiative to speak at this moment. Moreover, there was no longer the stupidity in his eyes, but only deep indifference. "What's going on? The idiot is talking," the attendant muttered to himself, then flew into a rage. "What the hell? Do you really think you're still the second young master?" The waiter sneered at Su Ming and then stretched out his hand, ready to slap him. He knew clearly that Su Ming's physical energy level was only 1 point, not even the energy level of an ordinary person. His energy level was 3 points. Even though he hadn't even unlocked the genetic lock, it was still enough to slap Su Ming into a pig's head. But just as he was about to slap out, Su Ming reached out and grabbed his wrist. Then Su Ming applied a little force, and suddenly there was a crack sound on the attendant's wrist. The next moment, the attendant's wrist was actually shattered by Su Ming. Even if he went directly to the hospital, it would probably be impossible to reattach it. "Ah!" The servant screamed in pain, looking at Su Ming with disbelief and fear. Wasn't it said that the second young master of the Su family only had a 1-point energy level? How could he have such a huge power just now? But before he could think about it, Su Ming stretched out his hand and slapped him back, turning his head into a pig's. His eyes went dark, and he fainted. If you hadn't been sentenced for killing someone on the main star, you wouldn't have ended up with your hand bones shattered today. Su Ming said coldly, then bent down and took the servant's star coin card and passed from his arms. Su Ming then stood up and walked towards the space teleport station ahead. Imperial law required that any 16-year-old without a talent for cultivation must unconditionally work on a frontline logistics planet for 5 years. Since it had already been decided, Su Ming couldn't disobey. Otherwise, he would be going against the laws of the entire empire. Since the Kaluan family had already expelled him, Su Ming could just go to other planets and carve out a world of his own. Where are you going, Su Ming? This is my ID card. I'm going to work on the planet NOP for 5 years. Su Ming looked at the staff of the space transfer station and spoke in a calm voice. Su Ming. After the staff at the space transfer station took the ID card, he saw Su Ming's resume on the ID card. Then he looked at Su Ming with a strange look, and without saying much, he handed a card to Su Ming. Insert the card into the instrument at the teleportation station, and you will be transported to the planet NOP, the staff member said to Su Ming. Su Ming chuckled and walked towards the space teleportation station in front. But just as Su Ming passed through the testing area, 2 conspicuous numbers suddenly appeared on the energy level test instrument. 21 and 25 were the values of Su Ming's body energy level and brain energy level. Upon seeing this amount, the staff at the space transfer station's eyes widened. They muttered to themselves, "Am I seeing this right? He just unlocked his gene lock today and already possesses this level of energy. This is a genius you only see once in a million years, right? Why would such a genius be stripped of his surname? Why send him to work on a border planet for 5 years? Does the Koran family realize they've lost a once-in-a-millennium genius?" But before he could come to his senses, the space transmission channel was already in operation. The next moment, Su Ming's figure disappeared outside the space transmission channel. Swish! Science and technology have developed to the extreme, and space transmission technology has become extremely mature. Su Ming's country is one of the 5 cosmic overlord-level countries in the human world, called the Mongol Empire. In terms of space teleportation technology, it is at the top level in the universe. With almost no discomfort, Su Ming was transported to a planet with an unusually strong industrial atmosphere. Planet NOP. A rather sturdy-looking man walked towards him. He looked at Su Ming, who had just been teleported down, and grinned. "Boy, are you here to work?" Su Ming nodded and handed the work permit in his hand to the big man. In fact, Su Ming could have simply ignored the Kaluan family's arrangements and found a place to live happily. However, when he heard that his workplace was a logistics machinery repair shop, Su Ming immediately became interested. Every time Su Ming disassembled a mechanical part, he would earn a few star points. Where else could he find mechanical parts waiting to be disassembled better than at the logistics machinery repair shop? For many years, Su Ming had been disassembling various mechanical parts. Even the most obscure mechanical parts could be obtained by the Kaluan family. 16 years of disassembly, over 1 million parts, had been spent disassembling them. This extensive disassembly of mechanical parts had given Su Ming a wealth of experience and knowledge. Su Ming looked toward the nearby logistics base, brimming with industrial atmosphere. An inexplicable glint flashed in his eyes. A mecha was every genetic warrior's dream. In the future, perhaps he could assemble his own mecha. Are you one of those so-called descendants of a big family who came here to gild your reputation? Let me tell you, ahead of this logistics line is the battlefield, a place where you will fight to the death. The big man looked at Su Ming with a bad expression. Su Ming smiled, then said in a calm voice, "I have practiced mechanical disassembly and assembly at home, so I can do this kind of work." Mechanical disassembly and assembly? The big man looked Su Ming up and down, then sneered. The big man said to Su Ming, "Okay, whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. I'll give you some mechanical parts. If you can disassemble them and reassemble them, I'll let you work in the mechanical department." Su Ming smiled and said, "No problem. Follow me." The big man took Su Ming directly to a huge mechanical production room. Newcomer? Monte. In the mechanical room, many people were disassembling and assembling machinery. These were machines damaged in the battle on the front lines and were sent to the logistics machinery repair shop for repair. When the people who were repairing these machines saw the big man bringing Su Ming in, they couldn't help but tease him one after another. What a bullshit newbie. Judging from the appearance of this pretty boy, he must be a disciple sent by a big family to get gilded. Wang, bring some mechanical parts over so I can test the waters for this kid. The man named Wan Ku was a skinny mechanic. After hearing what the big man said, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out a few ordinary-looking mechanical parts from the damaged mechanical parts in front of him. Newbie, take these simpler ones and test them first. Ding! Mechanical parts were thrown in front of Su Ming one by one. The mechanics around them usually had very boring jobs, but seeing a newcomer being tested, they couldn't help but become interested and turn their eyes to Su Ming's workbench. Okay, Su Ming, right? Let's start disassembling and assembling. Looking at the mechanical parts in front of him, Su Ming was suddenly stunned. It wasn't that he didn't recognize these mechanical parts, but at this moment, after his vision was enhanced by the system panel, he could actually see some of the internal conditions of the mechanical parts. It was as if his eyes had become X-ray vision, allowing him to see through the internal damage at a glance. Various numerical values instantly appeared before Su Ming's eyes: torsional strength, degree of damage, hardness, and so on. It was as if a pair of glasses that could see through the surface marks of objects appeared before Su Ming's eyes, allowing him to easily see through the mechanical structure in front of him. Su Ming could not help but be overjoyed. You should know that the reason why mechanical parts are difficult to analyze is that, on the one hand, you need to be familiar with the structure and corresponding functions of mechanical parts, so that when disassembling them, you can avoid some key positions that are easy to damage. After all, technology has advanced to an astonishing level. The circuits on many components are measured in micrometers and nanometers. They are small and densely packed. If you're not careful, it is very likely that all your efforts will be wasted and the entire component will be damaged. Now with this function, the disassembly has become very easy. He looked at Su Ming and sneered. How about it, boy? If you can't do it, don't try to be stubborn and waste our time. Go to the mechanical cleaning room and get a job yourself. Su Ming slowly said, just watch carefully. Chapter 4 Repair. Su Ming, full of confidence, picked up a piece of mechanical component that looked a little damaged from the workbench. He reached out, without hesitation, to disassemble the mechanical component. The mechanics nearby were immediately surprised when they saw this scene. Don't you plan to use a scanner to check before disassembly? In case there is hidden damage inside, directly disassembling it may aggravate the damage or even make the entire component scrapped. A mechanic saw Su Ming acting like this and couldn't help but warn him. However, Su Ming ignored him, remaining immersed in his own work, intently dismantling the machine. Seeing this, another mechanic shook his head. Without the assistance of the robotic arm, it's difficult to evenly distribute the force, and disassembly could easily damage the micronized circuits. He doesn't even understand this basic common sense. It seems this guy is just pretending to know. Hearing these words, the dissatisfaction in Monty's eyes became more apparent. He thought to himself that if Su Ming broke this component, he would not let him go easily. At this moment, the component in Su Ming's hand made a slight sound. Click! Everyone immediately turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the component in Su Ming's hand. Soon, shock crossed their faces. Su Ming had already perfectly disassembled the mechanical component into two separate parts, placing them steadily on the workbench. How is that possible? He was able to disassemble it perfectly. This guy didn't even use a scanner, a mechanic said in surprise. However, Su Ming ignored him and focused on the mechanical parts on the workbench again, preparing to continue disassembling. Another soft click sound echoed, and everyone was once again shocked to see that the parts Su Ming had disassembled showed no signs of secondary damage. Secondary damage refers to the further damage that can occur to mechanical parts after they've been damaged in battle, possibly due to improper handling when they're sent to the repair station. These damages are often more recent than the original damage, making them easier to identify. Normally, a mechanic would be considered qualified if they could keep the damage rate below 40%. But now, everyone saw the second component Su Ming had disassembled. It was flawless, without even a trace of secondary damage. Next, Su Ming continued to disassemble other mechanical parts. With each soft click, the atmosphere in the workshop gradually changed from initial shock to disbelief, then numbness, and finally to admiration. At this point, Su Ming had already disassembled 9 components, and none of them had any secondary damage. Shockingly, no scanners were used during the disassembly process, which meant that Su Ming had a thorough understanding of the structure of each mechanical component and could control the power with extreme precision. That's horrible. Gasps echoed through the workshop. Experienced mechanics might be able to disassemble a machine without a scanner, but disassembling it manually like Su Ming without damaging the components was nearly impossible. Yet, this young man had managed it. Has this guy been dismantling machines since he was in the womb? A mechanic muttered to himself. No, just since he was in the womb. I'm guessing he must have practiced at least 10 hours a day with single-minded focus to achieve this level. Another mechanic immediately denied the previous statement. In his eyes, this was almost impossible. Who would focus on disassembling machinery from a young age and practice every day? But they could never imagine that Su Ming was indeed like this. Since childhood, Su Ming had hardly been away from mechanical parts. Except for eating and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time disassembling mechanical parts. This accumulation of experience has given him an intimate familiarity with the structure of every component, allowing him to practically sense problems with just a touch. Click! Finally, the last mechanical component was successfully disassembled, and the workbench was filled with individual parts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the workshop was silent, as if the very air itself had frozen. Seeing this, Monty was about to speak, but then froze. However, Su Ming didn't stop. He casually picked up the engraving machine beside him and continued with a more detailed repair work. He wants to repair the parts. A mechanic saw this and couldn't help but say, "He's so skilled at disassembly. Could he possibly repair it?" Another mechanic stared at Su Ming's hands in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Repairing mechanical parts involves multiple steps, starting with cleaning, followed by disassembly, repair, and reassembly. Cleaning is the simplest step, requiring almost no skill, but disassembly, repair, and reassembly are each extremely difficult. Generally speaking, mechanics usually specialize in one area, with the final reassembly being completed by the most experienced. However, the young man before them, not only could he perfectly disassemble it, but he could also personally repair it, which simply shocked everyone. No one disturbed Su Ming. His disassembly performance had already impressed some of the mechanics present, and now, seeing him preparing to repair it, they were even more excited. "He has such a steady hand," one of the mechanics whispered. "Monty, what's his brain energy level? His hand is so steady, it must be quite high," another mechanic asked curiously. Hand stability is controlled by the brain. While muscle strength and explosiveness are important, brain control and technique are the key. Monty looked at Su Ming's work ID and was stunned when he saw the column for brain energy level. His brain energy level is -3? Is this a mistake? Monty couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, an engraver noticed that the part Su Ming was repairing was very different from the original. He stood up and said in a serious tone, "No, the engraved circuits on this circuit board don't match the original. In fact, many circuits are in great conflict with the original design." Chapter 5. Everyone in the machine shop was shocked upon hearing the engraver's words. "He engraved it incorrectly?" a dismantler asked with a frown. Although he didn't understand engraving, he knew that if there was a discrepancy in the engraving of a circuit board, it could cause the circuit board to explode. This kind of mistake is a major taboo in mechanical repair and even manufacturing. Once it happens, the consequences are disastrous. "Should we stop him?" Monty asked with a frown. The engraver carefully observed Su Ming's technique, staring at him as he re-engraved the circuit board on the damaged circuit board, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Strange. Although his carving paths contradict each other, they ultimately connect harmoniously, he muttered. "Is there any danger?" Monty pressed on. The sculptor shook his head. "I don't understand. Once he finishes carving, we'll reinstall it and test the result." Everyone turned their attention back to Su Ming, who had already begun repairing the second part, carefully carving it with the precision engraving machine. However, in Su Ming's mind, the system's prompts kept ringing. Ding! Disassembly successful. Star point +1 obtained. Ding! Disassembly successful. Star point +1 obtained. Ding! Repair successful. Get Starlight point +1. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that successfully repairing parts could also earn Starlight points. This meant that as long as he successfully repaired the weapon, he would probably be able to earn even more Starlight points. This repair shop is my paradise. Su Ming was in a good mood. His hands moved without slowing down. He quickly repaired several parts and earned 20 star points. Looking at the repaired parts in his hand, Su Ming started to assemble them without hesitation. The surrounding mechanics were numb, staring blankly at Su Ming as he finished his repairs and prepared to reassemble. Reassembly was the most difficult step in the repair process. Not only did he have to perfectly align each micron-level circuit, but he also had to ensure the gap between the two parts was less than a micron. This was a huge challenge for any mechanic. Even Su Ming had to concentrate fully during assembly, taking every step carefully. After much effort, Su Ming finally successfully assembled more than 10 parts into a complete mechanical component. When the last part fell into place, the atmosphere in the workshop relaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Success! The circuit system of the N265 electric rifle has been repaired. Su Ming looked at the mechanical component in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. At that moment, he deeply felt the charm of mechanical repair, restoring a discarded component to normal condition and restoring its value. How what's wrong? Su Ming only then noticed that he was surrounded by people, and everyone's eyes were focused on the mechanical component in his hand. Su Ming, right, why is your circuit carving different from the original? The engraver couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with confusion. Su Ming's operation had already shocked him, but even so, he still couldn't be sure whether the component had been truly repaired successfully. Oh, Su Ming answered lightly. I thought there was something wrong with the original circuit design, so I made a random change. A random change, the engraver smiled bitterly in his heart. Su Ming said this easily, but in fact, this was an innovation based on the original design, which most people could not do. Do you have a test gun for the N265 electric rifle? I'll install this circuit system and give it a try. Su Ming suddenly asked. Everyone was suddenly awakened, realizing that the best way to test it was to install the repaired parts back into the original weapon. As long as the new part can achieve at least 75 of the original's performance, the repair is considered acceptable. At least 90 is considered a perfect repair. Several mechanics immediately found a test gun from the warehouse and handed it to Su Ming. He took the gun and replaced the repaired part. Immediately, Su Ming walked to the testing area, pulled the trigger, and fired at the test target. Sizzle. Intense electrical energy instantly gathered and shot out from the gun. Bang! With a loud bang, the test target was struck, shaking violently but remaining intact. Soon, the test results came in. Beep. In 265 electric rifle test results are: power increased to 130% of original value. Shooting charge time reduced by 20%. Ballistic speed increased by 20%. Overall assessment: repaired components are 130% of their original effectiveness. Component quality, excellent. Everyone was shocked and even horrified when they saw this data. Mechanical repairs usually meant a decrease in component performance, but Su Ming's repaired electric rifle was surprisingly more powerful than before. This wasn't just a repair, it was an innovation. He had created a completely new circuit for this electric rifle. The mechanics present couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Su Ming, their eyes filled with admiration and amazement. Anyone who could achieve this level of skill, whether in mechanical repair or creation, was a top-tier master. How could this seemingly ordinary boy possess such exquisite mechanical skills? Monty's breathing began to quicken, and he realized that his repair shop might have found a great treasure. Chapter 6: Starlight Spots. Master Su Ming, this is where you will live, Monty said to Su Ming with a smile on his face. Monty, who originally disapproved of Su Ming, now arranged the best dormitory for him because of Su Ming's strength and value. Su Ming looked around. Although the environment here couldn't compare to the luxury of the Koran family, it was still quite good for a logistical planet like NOP. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked, Captain Monty, what kind of work do I need to do on a daily basis? Monty continued smiling as he spoke. The work is simple. Disassembling 20 parts a day is considered completing the mission. You'll earn 1 star coin for each part, and any excess will still be paid per piece. Of course, there are also rewards for repairing and reassembling. Repairing a part earns 2 star coins, and reassembling it is 3 star coins. Monty paused, then whispered, for someone like Master Su, completing tasks is easy. So, if you want to earn more star coins, consider taking on outside work. I can help you with the work, and we can split the profits 50-50. Hearing Monty's suggestion, Su Ming smiled slightly and responded, If I need you in the future, I will find Mr. Monty, but now I want to settle down first. Monty smiled and nodded. That's right, adapt to the environment here first, and we'll talk after you get used to it. I'll leave today, and feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Monty. Su Ming said goodbye and watched Monty leave. Then, Su Ming's eyes turned to the system interface. He now had 32 star points. This was the first time he had obtained star points, and he couldn't wait to learn about their use. The system's instructions mentioned that starlight points could be used for various purposes, including training, attacking, repairing the body, and strengthening the physique. Considering his current situation, training and strengthening were the most suitable. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to practice. Starry Sky Infinite Art was a technique Su Ming had cultivated within the system for years, and he had already mastered it thoroughly. At this moment, he effortlessly began to activate the Starry Sky Infinite Art. Instantly, a few strands of starlight descended from the sky, entering Su Ming's room and merging into his body. Regardless of day or night, starlight was everywhere. Even the sun's rays were considered part of the starlight. After being absorbed, these starlights began to flow through Su Ming's body along a specific path, as if with some strange rhythm, making his body increasingly resilient and powerful. Su Ming opened his eyes, a thought flashing in his eyes. At his current training speed, it would take him approximately 2 weeks to advance to the rank of a level 1 superior gene warrior. Genetic warriors are divided into 10 levels. Each time a genetic lock is unlocked, the warrior's power increases. Each time a new genetic lock is unlocked, a large amount of energy must be accumulated within the body. Once a critical point is reached, the genetic lock is unlocked. Currently, Su Ming was a mid-level Geno warrior of the first level. To advance to the second level, he needed to accumulate more energy and reach the superior standard before unlocking the next genetic lock. Su Rue, 2 years older than Su Ming, had already advanced from a first-level Geno warrior to a fourth. This speed was terrifying, rare even within the Empire. If Su Ming continued to practice like this, he might not be able to catch up with Su Rue in the future. Su Rue not only had an ordinary person's practice speed, but also had the resources and support of the Kaluan family, which made his practice speed much faster than Su Ming. Although Su Ming had excellent qualifications, it was almost impossible for him to surpass Su Rue through his own practice without the support of external resources. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel angry. He couldn't accept this disparity. After all, Su Rue had done something evil to him since childhood, and he would definitely get back at him in the future. So, Su Ming decided to use 5 starlight points for cultivation. As 5 starlight points were consumed, 5 strands of extremely pure starlight poured into his body, rapidly penetrating every muscle and cell. This starlight energy had a strong supplementary effect on Su Ming's 9 glory star saint body. The combination of starlight and flesh and blood allowed his inner strength to reach a new level. During the practice, every cell in Su Ming's body was getting stronger, and he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Opening his eyes, Su Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. The energy of each starlight point was equivalent to 1 hour of starlight absorption, and 24 starlight points were equivalent to 1 day of cultivation. Su Ming silently memorized the characteristics of the starlight points and continued to convert the remaining starlight points into starlight energy, slowly absorbing it into his body. With the continuous infusion of starlight, Su Ming's physique became more resilient, and the effect of his cultivation was significantly improved. The next morning, Su Ming woke up early, washed up, and went to the mechanical repair workshop. Master Su Ming, good morning. Master Su Ming, your performance yesterday was truly amazing. The masters in the mechanical workshop greeted Su Ming when they saw him, all with smiles on their faces. Su Ming smiled slightly, nodded, walked to his workbench, skillfully picked up a basket of mechanical parts, and began to disassemble them. Chapter 7 Marketplace. Click, click, click. Su Ming concentrated his mind and expertly disassembled the mechanical parts in his hands. For him, disassembling mechanical parts had long been a part of his daily life, a habit that had almost become part of his life for over a decade. He felt uncomfortable without disassembling or carving circuits. As his hand speed increased, Su Ming could easily identify every detail on the mechanical components and quickly find the problem. This process never frustrates him, but instead becomes an opportunity to improve his concentration and focus. With each disassembly, Su Ming's brain power level quietly improved. Improving brain power doesn't rely on shortcuts or the help of star points. It can only be gradually improved through long-term accumulation and practice. Su Ming understood that while what he was doing was just basic work, these trivial steps would ultimately transform him into the person capable of controlling the most powerful mechanical equipment, a mecha. In less than an hour, he had disassembled 20 mechanical components into their parts. Seeing Su Ming's efficient operation, the dismantling technicians nearby couldn't help but show admiration. Master Su Ming, are you ready to repair and reassemble next? Monty asked with a smile after watching Su Ming finish dismantling. In just 1 hour, Su Ming disassembled 20 mechanical parts, far exceeding the efficiency of other dismantling divisions. Monty knew that if his workshop could continue to produce such high-quality parts, the soldiers on the front line would soon notice it, and this would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future promotion. However, Su Ming shook his head unexpectedly, put down the parts in his hand, and said to Monty, "Captain Monty, my mission today has been completed. After receiving my wages, I plan to go shopping in the nearby shops." Although the logistics planet is very different from the residential planet, the residents here also need life, entertainment, and consumption. Shops, taverns, and even internet cafes are all available. Since his rebirth, Su Ming has barely had the chance to explore this world, aside from living in the Kaluan family mansion. Now that he finally has the chance, he naturally wants to explore and experience the differences of this world. After receiving his wages, plus the remaining money from yesterday, Su Ming had over 40 star coins on hand. Star coins are a widely circulated currency, accepted in different countries around the world. While 40 star coins might not seem like a lot, Su Ming had far more on hand. The 200,000 star coins he'd received from his servants were enough to support an average family's expenses for 2 or 3 years. Su Ming took his wages, left the workshop, and headed towards the commercial district. Although this planet was primarily focused on mechanical repair, 60% of the area was still used for commercial and residential purposes. Recruiting mechanical apprentices, free food and accommodation, 50 star coins per month. Nock Technology Company, Limited's new firearms. Don't miss them if you pass by. The vendors' cries echoed in the shops. Most of the shops dealt with machinery or weapons, and the air was filled with a strong sense of technology. Just then, Su Ming heard a call from a nearby shop. Zex, 30 Leopard robotic arm. Today's special offer, buy 1 and get 3 free energy bars. Su Ming was intrigued and immediately walked into the shop. "Boss, can you show me the robotic arm?" Su Ming asked directly. The boss, a blue-skinned human who didn't appear to be from the area, lit up at Su Ming's words and smiled as he pulled out a robotic arm. This is a ZX 30 Leopard-shaped robotic arm, equipped with an anti-gravity system. It's practically weightless and incredibly flexible, the boss explained. Su Ming took the robotic arm and, relying on the system's penetrating vision, quickly scanned each component. These parts were clearly produced on an assembly line. While they looked relatively ordinary, some of the craftsmanship was unique. To Su Ming, this robotic arm, while somewhat ordinary, offered some valuable lessons in its craftsmanship. Su Ming raised his brows slightly and inquired again, "What is the energy range of this robotic arm? Can it be modified?" The boss was obviously surprised by Su Ming's professional question and gave him a thumbs up. "You are really an expert. It seems that you are planning to modify this arm. This arm supports modification, and the energy level range is about 20 to 80. The boss replied. Su Ming gazed at the arm, liking it more and more. He decided to inquire further. "How much is this mechanical arm?" "One price, 13,000 star coins," the boss replied. 13,000 star coins. Su Ming was slightly stunned and sighed. The price was indeed not cheap, but it was considered normal for mechanical weapons. He knew that mechanical weapons were usually priced like this, not inflated. After a moment's consideration, Su Ming looked at the mechanical parts on the counter and suggested, "If I buy this arm, can you give me a brain amplification component as a gift?" "Brain amplification component? You're a genetic warrior?" the boss asked in surprise. The brain amplification component is designed specifically for genetic warriors and can improve the performance of mechanical equipment. Through this component, Su Ming's brain energy level can be increased, further enhancing the effectiveness of the robotic arm. The boss hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed. "Okay, although I won't make much money this way, but since it's a good relationship with you, I'll sell it to you for 13,000 star coins." Chapter 8 Danger Strikes. After buying the robotic arm, Su Ming did not continue shopping, but directly carried the heavy robotic arm back to the workshop. He did not go directly back to the dormitory, but brought the robotic arm to his workbench. It was already late, and most of the mechanics had already left their shifts, with only a few still working overtime. Su Ming quietly walked to the workbench. A young man nearby couldn't help but glance at the robotic arm in Su Ming's hands. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and then he put down his work, completely attracted by Su Ming. Su Ming ignored the boy, lowered the robotic arm, took out the brain amplification component, and began to disassemble it intently. Although these components were relatively complete products, Su Ming was not interested in mechanical parts produced on the assembly line. Although they were mature in shape, they were still not perfect for him. He quickly disassembled the brain amplification component into its individual parts. As advanced mechanical components, these parts were more complex than ordinary ones. However, these difficulties were easy for Su Ming. He could easily disassemble any more complex component. The young man beside him became increasingly captivated. Su Ming's movements were as fluid as a work of art. Each act of disassembly, carving, and reassembly consumed a great deal of energy, and maintaining focus was Su Ming's way of training his mind. Improving brain power levels doesn't happen overnight. It requires continuous practice and accumulation. After nearly 3 hours of carving, Su Ming finally finished carving all the parts. Feeling a little tired, he decided not to assemble them today. He put the parts away and prepared to leave the workshop. Just as he stood up, Su Ming noticed that the boy next to him was still standing there, his eyes full of admiration. "Aren't you getting off work yet? It's so late," Su Ming asked in surprise. When the boy heard this, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. After a long while, he whispered, "Your disassembly and carving skills are so amazing. I can't help but watch." Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Okay, it's getting late. I also need a rest. You should rest early." As he was about to leave, the young man suddenly summoned up the courage to speak. "Su Ming, can you teach me mechanical skills?" His voice became lower and lower, as if he had gathered all his courage, and finally it was almost inaudible. Su Ming turned around, slightly surprised. "You want to learn mechanical technology?" Seeing that Su Ming did not refuse immediately, the young man was delighted and nodded quickly. "I want to learn. I can help you with the disassembly work, be your assistant, and help you handle the mechanical parts." After a moment's thought, Su Ming nodded and agreed. "Okay, you can watch me while I work, and ask me if you don't understand anything." The young man was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. Seeing him like this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. "Don't be so polite, it's just a small favor. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Warren," the boy replied quickly. "Warren," Su Ming repeated it and said with a smile, "I've got it. Take a break today. If you have any questions, you can ask me tomorrow." Su Ming walked out of the workshop, leaving Warren standing there alone, his face full of surprise. Warren watched Su Ming leave, but didn't follow him. Instead, he walked to his workbench and took a discarded mechanical part from the scrap box. He carefully wiped away the circuitry on it, his mind constantly recalling Su Ming's disassembly and carving movements. Then, he began to imitate Su Ming's technique, carving the circuits. Since it was his first time carving, Warren's attempts all failed. But he didn't give up. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, he continued to work hard. In the workshop, the lights of the circuits kept turning on and off until late at night. Perhaps Warren didn't know that his question today and subsequent efforts would eventually make him a legendary figure in the universe known as Mechanical God Warren. That's a story for later, so let's not discuss it for now. Su Ming had no qualms about taking Warren as his apprentice. Warren was very tactful and only asked questions when Su Ming was resting, so as not to disturb Su Ming's work. With Warren's help, Su Ming could delegate some basic disassembly work to him. For Su Ming, these tasks could no longer improve his skills, and it wouldn't be a waste of time to let Warren do them. Su Ming gradually began to trust Warren and became more attentive when teaching him. As the days passed, Su Bai Bai remained focused on repairing and rebuilding machinery, earning numerous star points. After get off work, he began modifying his robotic arm, adapting it to a familiar circuit pattern and installing a brain-amplifying component. His life was fulfilling and regular. However, Su Ming was unaware that far away on Claire, one of the 5 main planets of the Mongolia Empire, a young man with a similar face was smiling smugly. "Great! Father is finally gone. I can quietly clean up the family mess." Chapter 9. The robotic arm is complete. Claire, a planet renowned for its luxury and hedonism, is one of the 5 principal planets of the Mongolia Empire. Its status within the empire cannot be underestimated. While Claire's technological and military capabilities cannot rival those of the other principal planets, its level of extravagance is unparalleled. The entertainment and enjoyment here reached near perfect levels. Precisely for this reason, The Empire's prominent and powerful families chose to establish their headquarters on planet Claire. While its military might wasn't strong, it was home to a wealth of powerful individuals, including imperial politicians, family founders, and talented individuals. The Kellen family is a large clan on the planet Claire. Its head, Kellen Clarence, is an invincible apocalypse-class warrior, one of the Empire's 99 apocalypses. In such a vast universe, the Empire's population is in the trillions, yet there are only 99 apocalypse-class warriors. This rare existence means that the deterrent power of the apocalypse strongman is evident. At this time, in the Korin family's mansion, the family's eldest son, Su Rue, was sitting on a chair, looking at the plainclothes man in front of him with a smile on his face. After the matter is done, the star coins will be directly deposited into your account. Genetic modification, plastic surgery, and identity card are also prepared for you. As long as you hide your identity, no one can trace you. Su Rue said easily while playing with the cup in his hand. The man in plain clothes nodded slightly and responded expressionlessly. Don't worry, Master Su Rue. Su Ming will die. Su Rue looked at the man in front of him. Although this man was a third-level low-grade genetic warrior and had not opened his brain energy level, his body energy level had reached more than 400 points. Killing an ordinary person is a piece of cake. Go ahead, Su Rue smiled, a hint of relief in his tone. The man nodded and quickly left the Korin family, heading towards the space transport station. Please show me your pass. Which planet are you heading to? The station attendant asked. The man chuckled and said, Planet NOP. Meanwhile, Su Ming was busy in the machine shop. He had spent a week modifying the robotic arm, and it was now very different from before. It was more solid and looked more menacing. Most importantly, it could increase its power through the energy level of its brain. What does the amplification of brain energy levels mean? For example, if an ordinary person uses this robotic arm, its power is only 5 points. However, if a developer with a brain energy level of 5 points uses it, the amplification system can increase the power of the robotic arm to around 10 points. Brain energy levels are actually a kind of combat power bonus, which can greatly enhance the power of mechanical weapons. However, this increase is not 100% and is limited by energy loss and upper limits. For example, if a robotic arm with an energy level cap of 100 points were used by a person with a brain power of 10,000 points, the robotic arm would burst. Su Ming looked at the modified robotic arm, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Warren, who was standing nearby, also came over and fondly touched the robotic arm, as if admiring a work of art. Su Ming, what is the energy level of this robotic arm? Let's test it, Warren asked eagerly. Su Ming shook his head and responded with a smile. Let's not test it here. Let's go out and test it. Follow me. Warren showed confusion in his eyes. Not test it here? There's a measurement system in the workshop. Why not test it directly? Although Warren had doubts in his mind, he did not ask more questions and walked out of the workshop with Su Ming. The two walked for a long time before finally arriving at a desolate, empty field. With no buildings around, it was eerily quiet and deserted. Su Ming looked at the wasteland, clearly pleased. He stopped and began adjusting the robotic arm. Warren became increasingly confused and finally couldn't help asking, Su Ming, what are we doing here? There's only an empty space here. Where's the tester? Su Ming simply smiled and didn't answer directly. While Warren was still puzzled, Su Ming equipped the robotic arm on his right hand. Before Warren could react, the robotic arm unleashed a powerful burst of energy. Boom! With a loud bang, Warren was thrown back by the aftermath and fell to the ground. He climbed up and was speechless at the sight before him. A huge, deep pit appeared before him, and in the center, the rocks had been shattered. The tremor had been caused by Su Ming's attack. Warren immediately understood, his eyes widening as he looked at Su Ming. Are you a gene warrior? The word gene warrior made Warren feel both distant and yearning. He had never thought that he would actually meet a gene warrior. Su Ming smiled and nodded, whispering, the energy level of this robotic arm has reached 130 points. The power of the attack just now should be around 350 points. Warren was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, 130, 350 points? Are you a brain developer? Chapter 10, Danger Strike. The original energy level of the robotic arm is 130 points, but it hits with a power of 350 points. There's only one explanation for all this. Su Ming in front of him is obviously a brain developer. His brain energy level exceeded 120 points, which allowed this mechanical arm, which originally had an energy level of only 130 points, to burst out with 350 points of energy. Warren looked at Su Ming, completely speechless. At this moment, he only felt that Su Ming's existence was full of mystery. Not only does he have an incredibly solid foundation, he also possesses the ability to develop his brain and has become a genetic warrior. This is simply unimaginable. Moreover, Su Ming's brain energy level has reached the standard of a second-level genetic warrior. Does this mean that he is already a second-level genetic warrior? Even if he starts training from a young age, it is extremely difficult to reach this level at the same time. Warren felt a little confused. After all, genetic warriors are divided into two categories. One has undergone brain development, allowing them to control mechas and significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. The other has not undergone brain development. While they still possess formidable physical strength, the difference in combat effectiveness compared to those with developed brains is obvious. Do you find it strange? Su Ming asked with a slight smile, noticing Warren's expression. Warren nodded and replied seriously, "It's truly strange. You're a genetic warrior, so you shouldn't have to follow the law and still be able to fight on the front lines. So why did you come here and waste 5 years?" Hearing this question, Su Ming was silent for a while and shook his head. "I'm not here to waste time." Warren was stunned for a moment, as if he had sensed some secret hidden by Su Ming. Then he smiled and tried to change the subject. "You are so lucky. I also want to be a genetic warrior, but unfortunately..." Su Ming looked at Warren curiously. "What's wrong?" Warren smiled bitterly and said, "My family has no money and can't afford the medicine to unlock the gene lock. Besides, we have missed the best time to unlock it. This is the only way." There was a hint of loss in Warren's eyes. Su Ming quickly shook his head. "The gene lock is just a lock. It doesn't matter when it's unlocked. As long as you keep practicing, the genes in your body will continue to accumulate energy. When it's unlocked, the power will burst out all at once." Warren was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Really? Su Ming nadidernistri?" This was completely different from the mainstream view of genetic locks in interstellar society. Interstellar society believed that cultivation would only be effective after the genetic lock was unlocked, and that previous cultivation only laid the foundation for the body. However, Su Ming practiced a different method from the mainstream, and therefore had a different understanding of genetic cultivation. That means, starting today, I can resume my genetic training. A glimmer of hope flashed in Warren's eyes. He looked at Su Ming with eyes full of desire. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "That's right. Let's go back," Su Ming said. "Okay." Back in the dormitory, Su Ming set the robotic arm aside, a satisfied smile on his face. He really liked it. After all, on a planet like this, having a piece of self-defense equipment really gave him peace of mind. Then, Su Ming immersed himself in his body, feeling the changes in it. Warren's guess was correct. After a week of training, Su Ming had already broken through to the level of a level 2 gene warrior. With the help of the Starlight Points, Su Ming's training speed was much faster than before. What used to take several months now reached the level of a level 2 gene warrior in just a week. At this point, Su Ming's physical energy level had reached 131, and his brain energy level was 124. Although Su Ming's mechanical skills were exceptional, helping him increase his speed, his brain's progress was still relatively slow. In comparison, the astral point's accelerating effect on his physical energy level was even more pronounced. Su Ming shook his head and began to enter the state of cultivation for the day. Through disassembly, carving, and reassembly, Su Ming gained more than 40 Starlight Points, enough to support him for a night of cultivation. However, at this moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of alertness flashed in his eyes. Something's happening. He sensed a dangerous aura approaching quietly. As someone who had cultivated the Starry Sky Infinite art, Su Ming was extremely sensitive to auras. At this moment, he sensed an uneasy aura gradually approaching him. Su Ming decided not to continue practicing. He quickly picked up his modified robotic arm and looked out the door warily. He sensed a dangerous aura coming from outside the door. Although he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, his inner unease grew stronger. Suddenly, a subtle sound like a trigger being pulled could be heard from outside the door. The sound was so faint that if it weren't for the silence, Su Ming probably wouldn't have heard it. Almost instantly, a strong sense of danger washed over Su Ming. Without hesitation, he dodged. The next second, the bed exploded, and flames quickly engulfed the entire room. Ding! Su Ming unhesitatingly deployed his robotic arm, rushed to the window, smashed it open, and leaped out. He rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, a sea of fire had already spread. If he had been even a little slower, he might have been blown to death, leaving no trace of his body. Su Ming felt a wave of fear in his heart, but he didn't stop and immediately ran towards the machine shop. At this moment, Su Ming heard a slight huss sound. Then, a man in plain clothes walked out from the darkness. He looked at the fleeing Su Ming with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Didn't they say Su Ming is a fool? Could it be that the young master was deceived by him? The man muttered to himself with a cold look in his eyes. Fortunately, the young master asked me to deal with him. Before he finished speaking, the man moved and disappeared into the night. Chapter 11. Pursuit and the robotic arm. Su Ming ran at full speed, trying to escape the pursuing killer. He never considered asking for help from the mechanics in the workshop. After all, most of these people had no cultivation experience and were only proficient in mechanical repairs. If they had any cultivation experience, they would not have been forced by imperial law to work in such a place. These mechanics couldn't help, so the only person he could rely on was himself. At this moment, Su Ming's mind was unusually clear, and his eyes quickly glanced behind him. Although it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything, he knew that there was a presence behind him that was firmly locked on him. It was a killer, still following closely behind. Almost instantly, Su Ming understood that this must be someone sent by Su Rue to assassinate him. After all, he had no grudges against anyone over the years. The only one who wanted to get rid of him was his ruthless brother, Su Rue. A chill flashed in his eyes. He had originally thought that perhaps he could reconcile with Su Rue in the future, but it seemed that Su Rue had no intention of giving him a chance and was determined to get rid of him now. If that was the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Find an opportunity and make sure Su Rue dies by his own hands. Bang! Swish! Another soft gunshot rang out from behind him, the sound of bullets piercing the air reaching Su Ming's ears. His body reacted quickly, his steps becoming even more swift, and he easily dodged the fatal blow from behind. Windbreaker explosive pistol, range 300 meters, 6 rounds. Almost the moment the bullet sliced through the air, Su Ming accurately determined the model and range of the firearm behind him based on the sound and the reverberation of the explosion. For more rounds, the killer only had 4 bullets left. He hadn't realized how accurately Su Ming had estimated the number of bullets in his pistol. Like a ghost, he coldly followed Su Ming, his eyes blank, and he aimed again. As a professional killer, he was confident in his marksmanship, anticipating Su Ming's movements with every shot, minimizing his escape space. However, to the killer's shock, Su Ming dodged his attack again. If the first 2 shots were just luck, then dodging the third was clearly more than a fluke. The killer narrowed his eyes, beginning to suspect that this idiot, second young master was no simple being. His dodging movements, as if precisely finding a gap in the aura blockade, evaded all attacks. This second young master is no simple being. The killer thought to himself. Though it seemed like a simple dodge, Su Ming's reaction and evasive skills were extraordinary. He realized that this seemingly insignificant young man was actually a master. However, he didn't know that Su Ming's evasion wasn't deliberate, but an unconscious reaction, a product of muscle memory. For 16 years, Su Ming's consciousness was sealed in a secret room, forcing him to train continuously. In addition to practicing martial arts, he also learned various dodging techniques, and even his shooting reflexes gradually improved during training. Especially in the later stages, the training became even more brutal. In just 5 minutes, Su Ming successfully dodged tens of thousands of attacks from all directions. This made him a top-tier warrior who could easily dodge enemy attacks and quickly escape even on a cosmic battlefield. Su Ming's brain and body had developed a terrifying muscle memory. Even against a top-notch shooter, hitting him would be nearly impossible. A flicker of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes, but the mechanical arm in his right hand remained motionless. He continued to run frantically, dodging the threat from behind. But he was also waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. When a hunter chases the prey, how can a prey not fight back? Finally, after a few gunshots, the killer stopped firing. He knew that no matter how many bullets he fired, Su Ming could easily dodge them. Unless he used large, ranged weapons, these guns posed no threat to Su Ming. Shaking his head, the killer sheathed his pistol, instantly accelerating and lunged at Su Ming. Since long-range firearms were ineffective, he'd resort to close combat. As a level 3 gene warrior, The killer's physical energy level reached 400 points, while Su Ming's was around 100. With a 300-point gap between the two, he could easily crush the other. However, the killer didn't know that Su Ming was already prepared. Su Ming quickly determined that the killer was approaching, and he stopped abruptly, turned around to face the killer, and the mechanical arm in his hand began to work frantically, the circuit flashing with strong electric light. Seeing this, the killer's pupils suddenly constricted, sensing the death threat posed by the robotic arm. However, due to inertia, he couldn't stop his charge, so he could only use all his strength to pound the robotic arm. A level 3 Gene Warrior and a level 2 Gene Warrior exchanged punches in the open field. Chapter 12 Space Watch. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and then two figures flew backwards at the same time. Su Ming fell to the ground, feeling a burning pain in his body. He knew in his heart that he was probably seriously injured in this fight. However, the killer on the opposite side was in a much worse situation than Su Ming at this moment. He also flew backwards, and when he stood up, one of his arms was hanging on his shoulder, limp and powerless. His arm was actually broken during this fight. The killer looked at Su Ming with shock, and then stared at the mechanical arm in Su Ming's hand. Isn't your brain energy level -3? How come now? You can unleash such powerful attack power. A look of deep confusion flashed in the killer's eyes. He never thought that Su Ming could actually improve his brain energy level and become a genetic warrior with developed brain. It is really unbelievable that a level 2 warrior fought head-on with a level 3 warrior, and the result was that the level 3 genetic warrior's arm was broken. But actually, this is the era. Although personal strength also occupies a very important position, the combination of technology and brain can also burst out brilliant light. A second-level genetic warrior, with the help of a robotic arm with an energy level of 130, can actually fight against a third-level genetic warrior. Physical strength is no longer the only factor. Machinery, mechanical materials, mechanical technology, brain energy levels, and many other factors gradually play a crucial role in battle. A third-level genetic warrior, even if his body is strong, but he lacks brain power and cannot communicate with machines, will ultimately end up in a tie with a second-level genetic warrior who has already developed his brain. This result caused a huge shock to the mind of this third-level, low-level killer. At this moment, Su Ming frowned and suddenly let out a wow and spat out a pool of blood from his mouth. After seeing this scene, the killer's expression suddenly changed, and then he realized something. All right, I thought you outdid me. You only used the material of the robotic arm to prevent your arm from being broken, but the huge recoil force still caused great damage to your body. I'm afraid your internal organs are ruptured and your arms are gradually losing strength. The killer was overjoyed, but with a cold expression, he attacked Su Ming again. Even though I only have one arm, so what? As long as you kill the opponent with modern medical technology, regenerating your broken limbs is not a big problem. Why would you care about a broken arm? Su Ming looked at the killer with a serious expression. He was right. Although Su Ming's body was intact, his internal organs had already been shattered. Although a second-level genetic warrior can rely on his robotic arm to fight against a third-level genetic warrior, there is still a huge level gap between them. Even if Su Ming had not modified the robotic arm to 130 energy levels, with the original robotic arm's energy level of 80, it is estimated that this blow would have directly broken bones. You've run out of options. Even if you try to use your robotic arm, you can't pose much of a threat to me. You'll eventually die at my hands. The killer was very confident. He had killed countless people. Seeing Su Ming's current state, you can tell that he doesn't have much ability to resist. He rushed to Su Ming and prepared to launch a fatal attack on him. However, at this moment, brilliant starlight suddenly burst out from Su Ming's body. Under the shining starlight, Su Ming's injuries recovered instantly. Damn, my body's activity is at 45%. Full recovery requires 30 starlight points. Do I need to use them? Consume. An unknown conversation was quietly taking place in Su Ming's mind. After the starlight, Su Ming's physical condition returned to its peak state. He looked at the killer rushing towards him with a cold expression, a hint of disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. The robotic arm started up again, and the electricity flowed wildly. The next moment, Su Ming raised the mechanical arm in his hand and, in front of the killer's extremely terrified eyes, punched the killer fiercely. Boom! One punch. The killer, who only had one arm left, was beaten to pieces by the mechanical arm. His body was torn into pieces by the huge force, his eyes wide open, and he looked deader than dead. Su Ming removed the robotic arm and breathed slightly. The last blow also had a strong recoil force, but fortunately most of it was blocked by the robotic arm. When it was transmitted to Su Ming, there was not much left. So Su Ming didn't vomit blood like he did just now. Su Ming dragged his robotic arm and walked up to the killer, then squatted down and began searching his body. A space watch. After searching for a while, Su Ming found nothing. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly saw a watch on the killer's arm that had been severely damaged. Then Su Ming raised his arm. This is a space watch, one of the most outstanding inventions since the new cosmic era. Although it is just a small watch, it has a built-in independent space system. A watch probably has more than 10 cubic meters of space, which can store a lot of things. It is also easy to carry, very suitable for murder and robbery. But Su Ming took a look at the watch in his hand. No matter how he adjusted it, the watch did not move at all. Su Ming smiled bitterly. The watch must have been broken during the fight, just now, and now it cannot be used normally. But it doesn't matter. As long as the space core inside is still there, the things inside will not be lost. Well, I have repaired the watch myself. I can check the items inside. Su Ming took a look at the killer's body, thought about it, and decided to use a robotic arm to dig a huge hole and bury the body in it. As for whether it will be discovered or whether there will be trouble after being discovered, it doesn't really matter. Planet NOP is a planet very close to the front line. This type of planet is a non-inhabitable planet and is very chaotic on a daily basis. Moreover, because it is very close to the front line, the public security can only be guaranteed in normal commercial areas, factories, and workshops. As for this desolate wilderness, it is very normal for several people to die every day. Who has the time to care about you? Even as long as you don't kill others for no reason in front of everyone, you won't get into trouble. If Su Ming hadn't been worried that Su Rue would find evidence and do something weird to harm him, he wouldn't even bother to bury the body. Chapter 13 Promise. The next day, Su Ming moved to a new dormitory under Monty's arrangement. Your dormitory was attacked by an unknown attacker yesterday, but you were lucky enough to be all right. Monty grinned and spoke to Su Ming. Then he took Su Ming to another dormitory and let Su Ming live there temporarily. Su Ming naturally didn't have too many opinions. He took a look at the dormitory environment. Well, it's not much worse than the original one. Monty does a good job. What happened yesterday? Is anyone investigating? I was just strolling outside when I came back and saw the dormitory like this. Su Ming was glad that the dormitory area did not install surveillance cameras in order to ensure the privacy of employees. If we were in the workshop area, where there are surveillance cameras everywhere, everyone would probably find out that I am a genetic warrior. Although this incident did not have much impact, it was better to keep a low profile on the logistics planet. After all, Su Ming had heard of a case where a genetic warrior was discovered on a logistics planet and was dragged onto the battlefield and died in battle. Although Su Ming thought he was much stronger than ordinary people, on the battlefield, his personal ability was not as useful as luck. He doesn't want to go to the battlefield now. Monty scratched his head, then shook his head with a wry smile. Who can really say for sure about this kind of thing? While the logistics planet isn't as dangerous as the front lines, it's still quite chaotic and accidents aren't impossible. Su Ming nodded to show his understanding. Monty glanced at Su Ming, then lowered his voice and said to Su Ming, Master Su Ming, what have you thought about what I said before? Su Ming was stunned. Then Monty continued. To be honest, those mechanical parts you repaired earlier were noticed by some soldiers after they were deployed to the battlefield. Now everyone knows that there's an extremely skilled mechanic in the workshop I manage. Recently, many people have asked me if I would take private jobs. After hearing what Monty said, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, It's not impossible, but you have to agree to my 3 conditions. Monty's face lit up with joy. You tell me. Su Ming smiled and said, First, I want a private dormitory with a separate workbench. After all, I can't do these things in public areas when I'm helping you with private work. It won't be good for you if others find out. Su Ming had long wanted a dormitory with an independent workbench. Otherwise, he would have to work with ordinary mechanics in the production workshop. Although it was not a big deal when he was working, it would be inconvenient once Su Ming wanted to do something of his own, such as assembling a robotic arm. After hearing Su Ming's words, Monty grinned and said, That's no problem. With my authority, it's easy to arrange such a dormitory. Su Ming nodded and then continued, Second, try to hide my identity. I don't want too many people to know my skills. Monty nodded. That's no problem. Third, I want half of the profits from the private work. Monty pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll give you half." After hearing Monty's assurance, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction and said to Monty, "Okay, it's settled. If you have any private work in the future, just tell me directly." Monty's face lit up with joy as he nodded quickly. Master Su Ming is a straightforward person. If you want to do anything on planet NOP in the future, you can tell me. I do have some abilities here. If nothing goes wrong with the private dormitory, we'll be able to get it tonight. You can stay here for now. Montelafd et Artidi. Su Ming nodded and said no more. During the day, Su Ming went to work as usual, constantly repairing and reinstalling machinery on the workbench. In the evening, Monty helped Su Ming apply for the private dormitory that he promised. Now, Su Ming has his own private studio. Except for going to the workshop during work hours, you can make your own mechanical weapons in your own private studio at other times. That night, Su Ming took out the space watch he got from the killer, put it on the workbench, and carefully repaired it. After a while, Su Ming separated the space core from the space watch. Then Su Ming took out an inconspicuous little pendant from the side, hollowed out the middle, and placed the space core into an open circuit he had already made. Soon, the original space watch turned into a pendant around Su Ming's neck. Looking at the pendant, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then the energy levels in his brain were connected, and he opened the pendant directly under the control of his thoughts. There were a lot of things in the pendant, including cards from various banks, a brand new ID card, a single-line mobile phone, and some miscellaneous mechanical weapons. Su Ming suddenly found an independent star coin card among these bank cards, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He cannot use other bank cards, and only the killer himself can withdraw the money stored in them. However, independent star coin cards are bearer-named, and anyone can withdraw the star coins from the star coin card. Su Ming's expression changed, and then he took out the single-line mobile phone from the core of the space. When Su Ming opened his phone, he saw a message in it. "How's it going?" This message is anonymous, but this phone is a single-line phone, which means that this phone can only contact the person who sent this message. After seeing this message, Su Ming's face flashed with a strange color. He then took out his phone and replied directly, "The target is dead. Don't contact me anymore." Su Ming, who was a Chinese in his previous life, was already familiar with all kinds of undercover and police and gangster movies. Now, seeing a single-line mobile phone and a new ID card, combined with text messages, the killer's identity, etc., it was obvious to him that this phone was probably the one used by the killer to communicate with the employer. After sending the text message, Su Ming destroyed the phone on the spot. He then carefully checked the parts of the phone to see if there were any trackers or anything like that. Finally, he put the destroyed phone shell into the waste bin. After doing all this, Su Ming could only breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, Su Rue probably thinks that he is dead now. Even if he has doubts, it will probably take a long time for him to reinvestigate and find out that he is not dead. By that time, I guess I will have a certain ability to protect myself. Chapter 14, Planetary Mechanical Components. The killer's arrival seemed to be just a small episode in Su Ming's normal work in life. Su Ming seemed to be completely unaffected. He continued to work in the workshop during the day, and at night he would go home and either study machinery, read books, or do the private work that Monty gave him. After confirming Su Ming's attitude, Monty began to introduce various private jobs to Su Ming. Repair robotic arms, sniper rifles, and more. Compared with his daytime job, these private jobs are more challenging and can help Su Ming improve his mechanic skills. After all, daytime work usually involves repairing some standard mechanical parts for frontline soldiers. These standard mechanical parts have many repeated modules. If they're used too much, it will just be repetitive work and will bring little improvement to people. And there are so many mechanical modifications brought about by private work. The various strange weapons still opened Su Ming's eyes. The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Su Ming's life returned to normal, and his cultivation was constantly improving, from a second-level lower-class gene warrior when he met the killer to a second-level upper-class gene warrior. Only one step away from becoming a level 3 genetic warrior. Su Ming's body energy level and brain energy level also increased to 260 and 225 respectively, almost double what it was 2 weeks ago. Faced with such rapid improvement, Su Ming was filled with joy. What Su Ming didn't know was, although he didn't want to be too famous, as Monty continued to take on various private jobs for Su Ming and made very satisfactory modifications, his fame gradually increased. Now everyone knows that there is a highly skilled mechanic in the workshop managed by Mani, and these reputations did bring some good or bad influences to Su Ming later. At this moment, in a star field near the planet NOP, a spaceship is moving rapidly in the void of the universe. It is said to be moving, but it seems a bit panic-stricken. It seems that this spaceship is being followed by some danger. Inside the spaceship, several high-ranking officials with powerful auras were sitting solemnly at a huge round table, discussing something. I didn't expect the aquamarine people to be so difficult to deal with. We made a mistake this time. A middle-aged man sighed and spoke. They are a cosmic mercenary force that specializes in doing things for money. This time, they also needed to carry out a mission to seize some kind of energy crystal, but they underestimated the combat power of the aquamarine people and were beaten and fled. Have you shaken them off now? Someone next to him asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. The detection system on the spacecraft is damaged. We can't tell whether they are still chasing us, but judging by the situation over the past 2 days, we should have gotten rid of them. At this time, the man next to the middle-aged man frowned and said, the problem now is the spaceship is seriously damaged, and many of the mechanical weapons on board were severely damaged in the last war. We have to find a place to repair it quickly, otherwise we can't go on like this. After hearing this person's words, the people sitting nearby nodded subconsciously. The situation this person described is exactly the embarrassing situation faced by everyone. If it continues to fly, not only may it encounter danger in space, but the spacecraft may also disintegrate due to damage. At that time, everyone on the spacecraft will face the threat of death. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Harriet, search for nearby logistics and maintenance planets. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the man named Harriet nodded, immediately turned on the electronic device in his hand, and then frowned. Captain, there are 2 relatively close planets for logistics and maintenance. Planet NOP, a first-level repair planet, and Planet Zhonghai, a third-level repair planet. After hearing what Harriet said, everyone's expression relaxed. There's actually a level 3 repair planet nearby, which is good news for everyone. Logistics repair planets are also divided into levels, which will be based on the planet's technical level, mechanics capabilities, equipment, and other conditions. Level 1 is the worst, and Level 5 is the best. With the level of the spacecraft, it is more than enough to go to the third-level logistics repair planet. However, Harriet's expression was not very clear. He gave a wry smile and then said, although Zhonghai is a nearby planet, it's still about 2 light years away from us. The space jump function in the spacecraft is damaged, so we can't use space jumps to travel further. On the contrary, the planet called NOP is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from us. You can even see the star of NOP from here. After hearing what Harriet said, everyone was shocked and their faces turned ugly. The captain pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, in that case, let's go to NOP planet and try our luck. Maybe there's a mechanic there who can fix the space jump function. Once the space jump function is repaired, we can space jump to Zhonghai star. After hearing the captain's words, everyone looked at each other and then nodded slowly. This is the only possible situation at the moment. With the captain's order, the spacecraft immediately changed its direction and flew towards the planet NOP. However, neither the captain nor the other spaceship members noticed that soon after they left, a spaceship broke through the air and appeared where they had just passed. The enemy has been detected turning here. Do you want to change direction? An electronic sound rang out in the spacecraft, and then another low voice soon sounded in the spacecraft. Catch up. Call out. The spaceship cut through the sky and soon landed on the planet NOP. Then, under the command of the staff on the planet NOP, the spacecraft gradually docked in an industrial area. As soon as the captain got off the spaceship, he found the person in charge of the planet NOP. Sir, is there any mechanic on the planet NOP who can repair the planetary space jump system? The captain asked politely, then added, don't worry, we will pay the corresponding repair costs to planet NOP and the mechanic himself. Planetary level. The staff of planet NOP were shocked when they heard the captain's request. Planetary level mechanical parts are difficult to find mechanics on a level 1 logistics repair planet. How about you order one from somewhere else and send it to planet NOP, so we can replace it for you? The staff member said with a wry smile. Just as genetic warriors are divided into different levels, mechanical parts and weapons are also divided into different levels. Most of the mechanical parts repaired by Su Ming and others before were of the lowest weapon grade, called surface grade. This means that it is suitable for wars on the surface, and its functions and performance are at an ordinary level. The planetary level is the name for mechanical parts and weapons above the surface level, meaning that they are suitable for wars between planets. Mechanical components of this level are countless times more complex and sophisticated than those on the surface. The requirements for the skills of mechanics are also very high. Ordinary mechanics have little ability to repair planetary-level mechanical parts. After hearing what the staff said, the captain's expression showed disappointment. He shook his head and said, "We don't have much to wait for. It's probably too late." After hearing the captain's words, the staff member looked a little embarrassed and said to the captain, "How about you go find Monty and give it a try? I heard there's a very skilled mechanic in Monty's workshop recently. Maybe he can help you repair planetary-level mechanical parts." Chapter 15, Assembling a Sniper Rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Monty knocked on Su Ming's dormitory door. "Captain Monty, what's wrong?" Su Ming asked curiously. Monty smiled and said to Su Ming, "Come on, brother." During this period, Monty worked with Su Ming many times, and the two became quite familiar with each other and would joke with each other while talking. "Are you here for work?" Su Ming looked curious, because under normal circumstances, Monty would not come directly to the door, but would just place the mechanical weapons that needed to be modified at the door of Su Ming's dormitory. But today, Monty came to him on his own initiative, which made Su Ming feel that this job was not an easy one. "Planetary level, are you confident?" Monty asked mysteriously. "Planetary level?" Su Ming was startled. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Monty, "Sure. What part needs repairing?" Monty's face lit up with joy. "I knew you were capable. Come with me. A spaceship's space jump system is broken, and we need someone to fix it." After hearing what Monty said, Su Ming showed a strange look on his face. He then put down the work in his hands and walked outside with Monty. About 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the spaceship. Everyone on the spaceship looked at the two with curiosity. Especially Su Ming. When they saw that Su Ming looked very young, only 16 or 17 years old, a hint of suspicion flashed in everyone's eyes. "He's so young, can he really do it?" Harriet said to the crew member next to him in a low voice with a look of doubt on his face. The person next to him looked Su Ming up and down, then shook his head. Too young. Even if he had been practicing since the womb, he might not be able to repair planetary-level machinery at this age. Even the captain frowned at this moment, and then said to Monty uncertainly, "Mr. Monty, is this the mechanic you mentioned?" Monty grinned and nodded smugly. Seeing Monty's expression, the captain hesitated for a second before speaking. "Mr. Monty, it's not that I don't trust you, but this mechanical component is very critical. If this young master accidentally damages it beyond repair, I'm afraid." The captain didn't say anything else, but the questioning tone was evident in his voice. After hearing the captain's words, Su Ming shook his head and then said calmly, "If you're worried, you can first give me a planetary-level weapon to repair it. You can decide whether to repair it later." Su Ming actually didn't care much about the so-called compensation. He had already saved a lot of money and had no place to spend it, so the compensation was just symbolic. If it weren't for the planetary-level mechanical component that made Su Ming excited, he wouldn't have bothered to leave the dormitory to help others repair the mechanical components. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone in the spaceship looked at each other, and then the captain smiled and said, "Don't be angry, young master. After all, we have never worked together before, so it's normal to have concerns. However, there happens to be a planetary-class sniper rifle in the spaceship that is damaged and needs repair. Little master, why don't you help repair the sniper rifle first? Of course, the cost will be high." Then the captain took out a sniper rifle from the built-in storage space of the spacecraft and placed it on the central workbench. When Su Ming saw the sniper rifle, his eyes lit up and he immediately focused his attention on the sniper rifle. Star Sniper, a planetary-class sniper rifle with an effective shooting range exceeding 100 kilometers and a power level of 2,000 points. He had an obsession with machinery, and when he saw the planetary-level sniper rifle, he was immediately excited. He had long forgotten everyone's previous doubts about him and looked at the sniper rifle in his hand with a focused expression. Without hesitation, he started to disassemble the sniper rifle in his hand. Disassembling planetary-level mechanical weapons also requires certain skills and techniques. After all, the sophistication of the mechanical parts inside is simply incomparable to surface-level weapons. If you're not careful, the parts inside will be damaged. However, Su Ming possessed the system's perspective function. At this moment, With the help of the system's perspective function, he could see the structure of the sniper rifle clearly. He didn't use any equipment and started dismantling it with his bare hands. Seeing that Su Ming didn't even use a scanner to observe first, he started to disassemble it directly. Everyone on the spaceship couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. After all, as a genetic warrior, he also has some knowledge of machinery. Naturally, he knew how risky it was for Su Ming not to use the scanner. In the eyes of everyone, Su Ming at this moment was a bit amateurish and sloppy. Su Ming ignored the expressions of the crowd. He continued to focus on the sniper rifle, slowly disassembling the parts bit by bit. This sniper rifle had obviously been severely damaged before, with its energy power system damaged by more than 80% and could no longer be used normally. Su Ming saw it clearly and gradually formed a corresponding repair plan for the sniper rifle in his mind. He disassembled each part perfectly. As Su Ming dismantled the spaceship, the expressions on the faces of the people changed from dissatisfaction at the beginning to surprise. Finally, everyone held their breath, fearing that they would accidentally make a sound that would affect Su Ming's dismantling. Even the captain opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. He was knowledgeable and experienced, but he had never seen such a shocking scene. Someone actually disassembled a planetary sniper rifle completely without using a scanner. Nothing wrong at all. The young man's technique is like dancing on the piano, with a strong sense of artistry that is shocking. After the disassembly was completed, Su Ming did not sit idle. He reached out and dissolved the original circuits and energy systems of each component. A crew member saw this scene and spoke subconsciously. If the circuits and energy systems in these parts were dissolved, not only would the workload for repairs increase, but even the sniper rifle might not be able to maintain its planetary-level weapon strength. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the captain immediately stopped him with his eyes. The captain looked at Su Ming with a strange look in his eyes, and an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. He had seen some powerful mechanical masters who, when repairing machinery, would erase all the marks, circuits, and energy systems, and finally recarve their own marks. This is because the master has his own unique understanding of marks, circuits, etc. The marks he carved are unique, and others cannot even imitate them. And once it needs to be repaired, all of it must be dissolved so that the newly carved marks can form a complete system. Usually, the power of a mechanical weapon repaired in this way will far exceed its original power, making it a more powerful mechanical weapon. Could it be that this young man will also engrave his own marking system on this weapon? Chapter 16, The Invasion Arrives. The captain's heart gradually became hot. If this young man really possesses such ability, then the value of this sniper rifle will increase, not to mention the increase in power. Even if it is preserved with the boy's current mechanical attainments, there is a high probability that he will become a well-known mechanical master in the future. Once that time comes, this sniper rifle can be called one of Master X's early works. The value will soar more than tenfold. Mercenaries value profit the most. In the captain's eyes, if this sniper rifle can be successfully modified, he will definitely treat it as a treasure. Sure enough, after Su Ming dissolved all the marks, circuits, and energy flow systems, he did not sit idle. He immediately moved the engraving equipment on the workbench next to him over. Then, one part at a time, he slowly began to recarve the mark. This is a complicated and huge project, which is equivalent to simply providing Su Ming with some parts and asking him to reassemble a planetary sniper rifle. Once the assembly is successful, it means that this young boy, who is only 16 years old, is able to independently make a planetary-level mechanical weapon at such an age. This is a very rare case, even in the history of the entire empire. Everyone held their breath and watched quietly as Su Ming concentrated on holding the engraving instrument in his hand and engraved the mark on each part bit by bit. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, nearly an hour had passed. Su Ming had been working nonstop and fully focused for an hour. At this moment, everyone's gaze has completely turned into admiration. Because even the member who understood mechanics the most was completely unable to understand the functions and ideas represented by every inch of Su Ming's mark. Su Ming's arm was still very steady, so steady that it was even comparable to some of the most sophisticated mechanical instruments. Nanoscale, he can actually carve nanoscale marks. One member muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Nano-level imprinting is countless times more difficult and precise than micro-level imprinting. Mechanics capable of carving nanometer-scale marks are more than enough to even perform Zone 3 logistics and repair planets. It was really unbelievable that they met a mechanic who could carve at the nano level on a first-level logistics and repair planet. As the last part was carved out, everyone felt as if a huge stone had fallen from their hearts. They all breathed a sigh of relief and took deep breaths. It was so tense just now that no one dared to breathe for fear of affecting the carving of the young mechanic. But at this moment, Su Ming's forehead began to frown. After seeing this scene, everyone's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Su Ming would say that the carving had failed. But what put everyone at ease was that Su Ming stood up straight and then asked the captain, "Do you have a nebula-level brain amplification component? According to the mark I carved, this sniper rifle can definitely withstand nebula-level brain amplification." What? The captain was shocked after hearing Su Ming's words. Nebula-level mechanical components are a level higher than planetary-level mechanical components and are more advanced mechanical components. Normally, all the mechanical parts of a planetary-level sniper rifle can only withstand a planetary-level brain amplification at most. If it is increased further, there will be a risk of self-explosion. But now Su Ming actually wants to install a nebula-level brain amplification component on a planetary-level sniper rifle. This means that once this sniper rifle is successfully installed, it will be able to withstand even more powerful brain energy levels in the future and can even exert nebula-level energy levels at the level of a planetary weapon. The captain breathed rapidly, and without thinking, he took out a brand new brain amplification component from the spacecraft storage space. This is a nebula-level brain amplifying component. Compared to a complete mechanical weapon, a single component is not too expensive, so there are always some high-level mechanical components on board the spacecraft. The captain quickly handed the brain amplification component in his hand to Su Ming, fearing that if he was a step slower, it would affect Su Ming's recovery. Su Ming took the brain amplification component and used the same trick again, directly changing the brain amplification component in front of him into his own unique mark pattern. Then he picked up the other mechanical parts in his hand and began to reassemble them one by one. The shape of a sniper rifle was gradually taking shape in Su Ming's hands. Just when Su Ming began to modify the sniper rifle, a spaceship suddenly broke through the air above the starry sky of the planet NOP and instantly appeared above the starry sky of the planet NOP. Beep. Detected that the target has landed on the planet. An electronic sound was heard on the spaceship. Check the defense level of this planet. The low voice sounded again. After a while, the electronic sound on the spacecraft sounded again. Beep. The planet's defense level is detected to be level 1, belonging to the surface level defense system. Risk level, low. The surface level defense system refers to the comprehensive energy level of the defense system on this planet, which is only at the surface level. After hearing the electronic report, there seemed to be a hint of smile in the low voice. Excellent. These people stole our important energy crystal. This is unforgivable. Since this planet's defense system is only at the surface level, then we must invade this planet, find the person who stole the energy crystal, kill them, and recover the crystal. As the voice sounded, the spaceship gradually approached the planet NOP, and then one by one soldiers wearing space combat uniforms jumped out from the spaceship. Borrowing the gravity of the planet NOP, it falls freely downwards. Invade the planet NOP. Objective: kill 30% of the inhabitants and reclaim the energy crystal. A cold electronic sound resounded throughout every soldier's communication system. The mercenaries who were watching Su Ming assembling the sniper rifle were unaware of all this. What's more, Su Ming was concentrating on assembling the sniper rifle at the moment. At this moment, Su Ming's entire mind was focused on assembling the sniper rifle. He was completely focused and had no time to pay attention to what was happening around him. As he assembled the parts of the sniper rifle one by one, a sniper rifle that emitted a strong energy level reaction was successfully assembled by Su Ming. Ding! Complete the assembly of the complete weapon. The host will receive 30 star points as a reward. Chapter 17, Aquamarine. Hearing the prompt sound coming from the system, Su Ming wiped the sweat off his forehead and then smiled with relief. Obviously, the sniper rifle in his hand has been completed. In addition to the high system reward for completing the assembly, the system will reward other corresponding star points for each completed component modification. Adding them together, There are more than 80 star points to assemble a planetary weapon. The benefits are even greater than assembling surface-level weapons. Su Ming smiled, picked up the sniper rifle in his hand, and said to the people around him, the modification was successful. The original effective shooting range of this sniper rifle was about 100 kilometers, but now it should be able to reach 200 kilometers. Its energy level has also been increased from the original 2,000 points to 2,500 to 5,500 points. Of course, the specific value still needs to be tested with professional testing equipment. This is just an estimate. After hearing Su Ming's words, people in the spaceship gasped in shock. According to Su Ming's modification, the performance of this sniper rifle has actually doubled. This is too terrifying. Even a master of mechanical modification may not be able to double the performance, right? Could it be that this young master is even better than the master of mechanical modification? What everyone didn't know was that Su Ming had the support of the system and could see the connectivity in the imprint patterns, so he could accurately find the best solution and directly improve the performance of this sniper rifle. The captain was extremely shocked at this moment. 5,000 energy level, what does that mean? 5,000 energy level has already entered the nebula level energy range. Of course, this is just the maximum energy level range. The reason why Su Ming estimated that the energy level range had such a huge gap was all because of the brain amplification component. The energy range of the sniper rifle that can be exerted by a person with a weak brain energy level and a person with a strong brain energy level is almost twice as different. But this is also very amazing, which means that this sniper rifle can be provided to people with stronger brain energy levels. It can almost be considered a semi-nebula level weapon. I made a lot of money. If you were to hire such a master from outside, you probably wouldn't be able to do so without paying a huge price. But now, everyone only needs to pay a modification fee to get such a weapon. The captain suddenly felt like he had discovered a treasure mechanic. He was about to speak, but at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded outside the spacecraft. Boom! A huge energy wave instantly swept through the entire spacecraft, almost overturning it. Even if they were not overturned, the people in the spaceship were knocked off their feet by the impact and fell into the spaceship in pieces. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, the spacecraft is under attack. Activating the energy shield system. Remaining energy is 64%. An electronic sound soon rang out from the spaceship, and then a light blue shield appeared around the spaceship, wrapping it in it. Damn it, it's someone from Star Aquamarine. After taking a look at the situation outside, Harriet spoke to everyone in the warship in a panic. What? Didn't we get rid of the Aquamarine people? Why are they still following us? The captain's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked out the window of the spaceship in disbelief. I saw aliens wearing space combat suits standing outside the spaceship and surrounding it. Judging from the number, there are more than 200 of them. These aliens look completely different from humans and look like centaurs. Even though there are only 200 aliens, the captain knows it very well. It is estimated that the existing defense system of the planet Anop is not enough to defeat these 200 aliens. This is a crushing victory of technological level and physical fitness. Among these Aquamarine people in front of him, the weakest one was only a level 3 genetic warrior. Even the most powerful among them possessed the combat power of a 4th level genetic warrior. The leader is a level 5 genetic warrior. With such combat power, let alone resistance, even if the opponent allowed the NOP planet to bombard them, I am afraid that with the energy level of the NOP planet's weapons, they would not be able to pose any threat to the opponent's strongest genetic warrior. The energy level of a 5th level genetic warrior has reached over 3,500. Only weapons with an energy level of 3,500 or above can pose a threat to level 5 genetic warriors. Oh no, they must have installed a tracking system on me at some point, and now they're catching up. What should I do? The energy shield can only last about 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, the energy will be exhausted and the spacecraft will have no protection at all. The mercenaries all looked nervous and anxiously at their captain. The captain looked solemn. He is the strongest man among their mercenaries, but he is just a top-level, 4th level genetic warrior. Among the 200 soldiers of the enemy, there is a level 5 genetic warrior. Moreover, there are only more than 100 people on his side. If a fight really breaks out, it will definitely be a one-sided situation. As for seeking help from the planet, NOP, don't be ridiculous. When facing this level of invasion, the planet NOP doesn't even have the ability to protect itself, and it still wants to help itself. The captain had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "How many intact guns are there now?" "Captain, there are 58 more." The captain gritted his teeth and said, "First, use the spaceship's protective shield to shoot and kill as many as possible. Once the shield's energy is depleted, we'll engage them head-on. There is no other way. We are trapped in the spaceship. At this moment, there is still a glimmer of hope if everyone fights desperately. Apart from this, there is no other way." Seeing the mercenaries in the spaceship start to get busy, they picked up their guns, came outside the spaceship, and used the spaceship's protective shield to shoot at the Aquamarine people. Su Ming and Monty got over the initial stage of confusion. Then they looked at each other and saw the bitter smile in each other's eyes. Still, they were swept into the war, which was not uncommon on logistics planets. I didn't expect that the two of them would meet today. Now, it is obvious Su Ming and Monty were forced to be tied to a warship with these mercenaries. The people of the Aquamarine Star are not human beings. They don't care that you were just here for repairs and not a member of the mercenaries. "I'm sorry, Mr. Monty, Master Su Ming, we're the ones holding you back this time. Heyman, promise that if it comes to the last moment, I'll risk my life to get you two to a safe area first." The captain named Heyman turned around at this moment, with a look of strong guilt on his face, and spoke to Su Ming and Monty. Then, Heyman stretched out his hand to Su Ming. "Master Su Ming, give me this newly assembled sniper rifle. It may be the key to our comeback." But to Heyman's surprise, Su Ming did not hand the sniper rifle to Heyman immediately. Instead, he took the sniper rifle directly in his hand. Then Su Ming looked at Heyman and said calmly, "Let me do it. I don't have the habit of relying on others for my life." Chapter 18, Su Ming's Gun Skills. After hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Master Su Ming, now is not the time to joke. Give it to me quickly. It will be too late if it's too late. I respect your mechanical skills, but the combat should be left to the combatants." A hint of seriousness gradually appeared in Heyman's voice. He kept shaking his head in his heart, wondering what this mechanic named Su Ming was thinking. His mechanical skills are indeed very high. But this is a battle, a war. War is not as simple as repairing machinery. It will kill people. If you're not careful, you will die in the war. How can a mechanic do this? In Heyman's opinion, the mechanic named Su Ming was a little confused about the situation. However, Su Ming still held the sniper rifle stubbornly in his hand. He then looked at Heyman and said seriously, "I am also a genetic warrior, and I assembled the sniper rifle so that I can fully exert its power. Now open the hatch and let me go outside." After hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman was stunned. For some reason, there was a convincing feeling in Su Ming's words, which made Heyman involuntarily obey Su Ming's request and open the hatch. Then Su Ming moved and went out of the hatch. Only after seeing Su Ming walk out did Heyman come back to his senses and then followed him out with an anxious look. "Give me a gun and go back to the spaceship first." After Heyman came outside, he did not stop Su Ming immediately, but spoke to a soldier next to him. After hearing what Heyman said, the mercenary was stunned for a moment, and then handed the planetary weapon in his hand to Heyman. Heyman held the gun, and the energy level in his brain surged wildly. He instantly communicated with the weapon, causing the energy level of the weapon to increase wildly. Bang! As soon as the shot was fired, the brain energy level of a 4th-level superior genetic warrior was extraordinary, and it instantly stimulated the maximum energy level of the gun. The power is more than twice as strong as under normal circumstances. In an instant, a level 3 genetic warrior among the soldiers of Aquamarine Star was shattered into pieces by this shot, and a huge crater was shot out on the ground. Put down the gun in your hand. With such terrifying power, even the gun needs time to buffer in the middle. Otherwise, continuous attacks will probably make the gun directly scrapped. At this moment, Heyman heard a loud, muffled sound coming from the side. Buzz! The sound was extremely dull, and it was obvious that it was an attack from a sniper rifle. Heyman was startled and quickly looked at the boy next to him. I saw that the shot just now was fired from the gun in the hand of this young man. In just a moment, the energy level that erupted was more than 2,800 points. This shocked Heyman deeply. Su Ming is actually a genetic warrior, and judging from the energy level he unleashed, he's probably not far from being a level 3 genetic warrior, right? How did this young man cultivate to be able to reach such a level at such a young age? before Heyman could come to his senses. Buzz! Another shot was fired, and with a dull sound, it took away another level 3 Aquamarine Star soldier. Highman looked at Su Ming in shock, especially looking at the sniper rifle in his hand. This gun doesn't need a buffer time? Such firearms do exist, but all of them have extremely powerful and scientific energy systems. This is a soft attribute of the firearm besides the energy level. If the firearm has this attribute, the value of the firearm will double again. The sniper rifle modified by this teenager does not require a buffer. This is too terrifying. While he was stunned, the third shot was fired. Buzz! The muffled sound was like the god of death on the battlefield, and it easily took away another level 3 genetic warrior of the opponent. 3 consecutive shots completely caught the attention of the Aquamarine Star generals about this special sound. He frowned and looked into the spaceship, but because of the energy shield, he could not see the situation inside the spaceship clearly, and could not tell who launched the attack. Be careful. There's a sniper expert on the enemy's spaceship. Adopt a solitary strategy, spread out, and use blind spots as cover. This level 5 genetic warrior had rich battlefield experience. He instantly judged the current situation and quickly commanded his soldiers to make corresponding tactical arrangements. Since the enemy spaceship has such a powerful sniper, it is obviously unwise to attack the enemy spaceship head-on. Find cover and keep changing your position, so that even snipers will find it difficult to determine the position of your own soldiers. Soon, the soldiers behind him started running. The Aquamarine's lower limbs were shaped like horseshoes, and they ran incredibly fast, instantly causing some trouble for the mercenaries on the spaceship. The enemy started to move, making shooting more difficult and even harder to hit the enemy's soldiers. But at this moment, a muffled sound began to sound steadily again. Buzz! A level 3 genetic warrior who was changing direction quickly had his body instantly beaten into pieces and completely evaporated. After seeing this shot, the pupils of this level 5 Aquamarine Star general suddenly contracted. He saw the shot clearly. The third level warrior just now was clearly changing direction quickly. A soldier like this who is in the process of changing direction has an erratic breath and is very difficult to lock onto. But just now, the powerful sniper locked onto his own soldier in 0.1 seconds and then decisively fired a shot. What a powerful locking ability, what amazing marksmanship, what a confident attitude. He could feel that this sniper's ability level was not very high. But the opponent possessed a very terrifying shooting ability, and every bullet hit the target, and one shot resulted in a head. Buzz! Another shot, and in an instant another sergeant was beaten into a pulp. Hide behind obstacles and create a blind spot. The general frowned and spoke loudly. But soon, a sea blue alien who had hidden in an obstacle and was in the blind spot was once again shot dead by the sniper along with the obstacle. What? The general was truly shocked at this moment. Doesn't the enemy's sniper need to aim? Doesn't he need to lock the position with his eyes? How come they were all in a blind spot, yet he still managed to blow up his own soldiers with a single, accurate shot? However, what he didn't know was that long-term training in mechanical disassembly and assembly had allowed Su Ming to estimate the trajectory of blind spots to an extremely terrifying level. As soon as the Aquamarine Star soldier entered the blind spot, Su Ming instantly imagined the soldier's movement trajectory after entering the blind spot. Just one shot and kill instantly. As for Su Ming's marksmanship, it was a terrifying marksmanship that he had trained hard to develop during the past 16 years while being locked in a small space by the system. The combination of the two forms an extremely terrifying sniping ability. Not to mention, at this moment, in Su Ming's sight, he was gradually empowered by the system's functions. Even the soldiers of Aquamarine Star who hid behind obstacles could be easily seen clearly by the system's perspective function. Chapter 19, Shooting the Level 4 Gene Warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, dull sounds were heard across the entire battlefield. Every time a sound was heard, it could accurately take the life of a Sea Blue Star person. No matter how much you dodge, it's useless. Holy crap, who is that? Our mercenary group has such a strong sniper. His accuracy is incredible. Harriet looked around with excitement on his face and felt his blood boiling because of the sniper. The sound was so steady that it made people feel at ease. No matter who you are, you will feel at ease with such a teammate. Harriet, it's Master Su Ming. The team member next to him looked at a young man not far away and then spoke up to remind him. What? Master Su Ming? Isn't he a mechanic? Harriet was shocked. At this moment, Heyman beside him slowly said, "Mechanics and genetic warriors don't conflict with each other. Even some extremely powerful genetic warriors drive mechas that they have modified themselves. Mechas are not powerful weapons that can be wielded by people of their level and class. It is said that the powerful mecha warrior is also a great mechanic, because as the energy level increases, after reaching a certain level, the competition between the two sides is already about their understanding of the mecha and their compatibility with the mecha. Only the mecha that you modify and make yourself is the most suitable mecha for you." "What?" Harriet and the others were shocked, and then looked at Su Ming in disbelief, muttering to themselves, "Could it be that Master Su Ming has a chance to become a mecha warrior in the future?" Heyman shook his head, then looked at everyone and said, "These are all unclear things, but now, I have to say, Master Su Ming's shooting ability, I feel like he can help us turn the tide of the battle." Although he said so, Heyman knew very well in his heart that the real core figure of the other party was definitely this level 5 genetic warrior. Su Ming has amazing accuracy and excellent firearm skills. However, this level 5 genetic warrior is too powerful, and even if the sniper rifle attacks him, it cannot cause much damage to him. As long as this level 5 genetic warrior is not dealt with, once the opponent breaks through the energy shield, we will still face a fierce battle. How much energy is left in the energy shield? At this moment, Su Ming, who had been sniping silently, suddenly asked. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone did not dare to delay and quickly checked the remaining energy in the spacecraft's energy shield. "Master Su Ming, there's still 27% left," Harriet said with a serious expression. The attack of the opponent's 5th-level genetic warrior was too powerful. Most of the spaceship's energy shield was knocked down by this aquamarine star general. Hearing that there was only 27% left, Su Ming felt a slight sense of crisis in his heart, and then he looked at the people of the aquamarine star who were besieging the spaceship. No, even though he had just output like crazy, he still only shot and killed more than 30 level 3 gene warriors of the other side. This kind of record for a 2nd-level superior genetic warrior is definitely a very terrifying record. A normal person would definitely feel satisfied if they could achieve such a result. But Su Ming didn't. He knew very well in his heart that even though he had directly shot and killed more than 30 people from the aquamarine star, however, the real core members of this aquamarine team are the level 5 genetic warriors, followed by the more than 20 level 4 genetic warriors. Finally, there are the other 3rd-level genetic warriors. Now, the number of mercenaries on our side is only a little over 100. The number of people on the other side from just now until now, including those shot by Su Ming, is less than 50. Even if the last bit of time the shield could delay was used up, at most 50 more soldiers could be killed. This group of mercenaries still couldn't defeat the other side. If you want to completely turn the tide of battle, level 4 and level 5 genetic warriors are the key. Su Ming took a deep breath. At this moment, he made an important decision in his heart. Su Ming raised the sniper rifle in his hand, but did not pull the trigger for a long time, because at this moment, he was adjusting his breath, trying to lock onto the 4th-level gene warrior while moving quickly. The 4th-level genetic warrior's energy level has reached about 1,000 to 2,500 points. With this energy level, even if you're hit head-on, you will probably be seriously injured and cannot be killed with one shot. But Su Ming still gritted his teeth and made this choice. He wants to shoot the 4th-level genetic warrior. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and tried to lock onto one of the opponent's 4th-level genetic warriors in the erratic breath. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes full of sharpness. The energy level of his brain instantly exploded at this moment, and in less than a second, he fired another shot with a sniper rifle. Buzz! This muffled sound seemed different from all the previous sounds. It echoed cleanly and neatly across the battlefield with a strong sense of decisiveness and perseverance. After hearing the gunshot, the Sea Blue Star commander's expression suddenly changed drastically. He easily sensed it. This shot was fired at his own 4th-level genetic warrior. He instantly stopped what he was doing and turned his gaze to the 4th-level genetic warrior. This 4th-level genetic warrior seemed to have been locked down, but no matter how he moved, his aura was still locked down. A terrifying bullet instantly landed on him, blasting him backwards. Ah! The 4th-level genetic warrior yelled wildly, and his body energy levels exploded at this moment. The veins in his body were almost bursting. Finally, In the energy level confrontation, although the 4th level genetic warrior's body was bleeding, he still managed to withstand the fatal blow of the death sniper. Good. Well done. When the leader of Aquamarine Star saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up and he praised loudly. He had long discovered that although this sniper had amazing shooting ability, his own energy level was a little weak. Even if he directly hit his own soldiers, the attack was still blocked. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a second muffled sound suddenly rang out. The interval between the two muffled sounds was extremely short. The second shot was fired almost immediately after the first shot was fired. After hearing the muffled sound, the pupils of the Aquamarine general suddenly contracted, and then he saw in disbelief that the sniper's second shot actually hit the exact spot where the first shot had hit. The two attacks actually landed on the same place, without any difference. Although he withstood the first blow, it was impossible for him not to be injured at that location. Some of the cell tissues had actually been necrotic due to the shock. And in the second attack, these necrotic cell tissues will no longer be able to prevent the attack. In an instant, the 4th level genetic warrior was torn into pieces by the second shot. After seeing this scene, both the soldiers from Aquamarine and the mercenaries felt a terrifying chill rising in their hearts. Everyone looked at Su Ming in disbelief. This shooting skill, is it something a normal human can perform? Chapter 20: The Terrible Su Ming. No, this sniper is too terrifying. This is simply not a shooting ability that a normal human can possess. How can he have such a strong ability to lock onto auras? The Aquamarine Star general felt icy cold all over. He didn't feel any grief at all over the death of the 3rd-class sergeant. However, each of the 4th level sergeants is an important combat resource for Planet Aquamarine. Losing one of them would make him feel very sad. The opponent's energy shield is running low. Quickly break that damn energy shield. I want to kill this sniper with my own hands. His eyes were red, and he looked into the protective shield of the spacecraft with murderous intent. It was as if he was about to see through the spacecraft's protective shield and see the powerful sniper inside. As the Aquamarine people attacked, the remaining energy in the energy shield began to drop rapidly. 20%. Buzz. Buzz. 2 shots were fired, instantly taking the life of another level 4 genetic warrior. 15%. Buzz. Buzz. 10. Buzz. Buzz. The energy of the energy shield dropped rapidly, and 4 level 4 gene warriors of the Aquamarine Star died at the hands of Su Ming. Su Ming gripped the sniper rifle tightly in his hand. His eyes were unusually calm, and at this moment he secretly made up his mind. He squatted in the spaceship, maintaining a shooting posture, standing motionless in front of the spaceship. 5%. The energy of the energy shield has been reduced to 5%. But this time, Su Ming did not pull the trigger, but locked his aura towards the level 5 genetic warrior. The general of the Sea Blue Star seemed to have sensed the lock of Su Ming's aura. He frowned slightly, with a hint of sneer in his eyes. Want to attack him? The enemy sniper is really arrogant, thinking that after killing a few level 4 gene warriors, he can launch an attack on the level 5 warriors. Too naive. If there was someone beside him at this moment, they would definitely notice that the general of the Aquamarine Star was swaying slightly at this moment. The amplitude is almost undetectable, but it was this tiny sway that allowed him to easily avoid Su Ming's breath that was trying to lock onto him. His body seemed to be swaying, but he could dodge in any direction at any moment, which made it extremely difficult to lock on with a sniper rifle. At this moment, Su Ming was motionless, but one could clearly see a layer of sweat slowly appearing on his forehead. At this moment, he exerted his mental strength to the extreme. There is no way. The gap in energy level between the other party and myself is too huge. Even if Su Ming unleashed all the energy in his brain, it was still very difficult to lock onto the other party's breath. If he can't lock onto the target, it means that if he fires a shot, the opponent will definitely dodge it. I can't even hit him, let alone cause him any harm. However, Su Ming had no intention of giving up. 16 years of training made him understand very clearly that the game between locking and anti-locking is not only a game between energy levels, but also a game between endurance, calculation, and psychology. There will be no result until the last moment. He was still trying hard, trying every possible way to lock onto this level 5 genetic warrior. At this moment, an alarm sounded from the energy shield. Only 3% left. 2%. 1%. The alarms sounded one after another, like the approaching footsteps of death, making people feel suffocated and nervous. The mercenaries around all grasped their weapons tightly and looked at the energy shield with serious expressions. Only Su Ming still maintained the same posture like a stone sculpture, without any change at all. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered the state of disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment in his daily life. Focus, stability, and undivided attention. The accumulation of the past will eventually explode one day. And today is that day. Su Ming himself did not realize that at this moment, his brain energy level began to surge wildly during the confrontation with this level 5 genetic warrior, and rose to an incredible level in an instant. Ding! The energy shield is exhausted. At this moment, an alarm sounded above the energy shield, and then at this moment, the energy shield shattered directly. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a strong brilliance burst out of his eyes. Now was the time. At the moment the energy shield was broken, the 5th level aquamarine alien experienced a sudden change in psychology. It was this slight change that allowed Su Ming to successfully lock onto him. Ding! Consumed 100 starlight points. Transformed starlight successfully. A large amount of starlight poured into the sniper rifle in Su Ming's hand, causing the sniper rifle to burst out with an extremely dazzling light at this moment. The light illuminated the entire battlefield, surprising everyone. The next moment, buzz! Still a low voice sounded. But this time, everyone only felt that the sound of the gunshot was ringing in their souls. Just hearing this sound makes people feel their scalp tingling and their soul trembling. The Aquamarine Star General only felt an extremely terrifying aura surging towards him. An extremely firm aura locked him tightly. No matter how he dodges, he will be hit by this shot. How is that possible? His pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, he felt a fear from the soul that suddenly swept through his mind. The next moment, the Aquamarine Star General felt a starlight flash before his eyes, submerging him like a sea of stars. After the starlight, his eyes suddenly became dark, and his mind was no longer able to think. Boom! A terrifying sound resounded throughout the entire industrial area. Even people several kilometers away could feel a strong tremor coming from a certain direction. The loud noise ended. The level 5 genetic warrior of Aquamarine Star was directly reduced to ashes by this blow, deader than dead. And Su Ming, after sensing that the breath of this level 5 genetic warrior instantly disappeared in the starlight, he immediately felt a sense of relief, and then felt an extremely terrifying pain in every corner of his body. The starlight points just exchanged from the system have already exceeded the level that Su Ming's body can bear. Such a huge amount of energy almost tore Su Ming's body into pieces. Su Ming gradually felt dizzy and his head became lightheaded. Su Ming used up his last bit of strength and spoke to the system in his mind. System, use the last starlight points to restore the main organs. Tick. Starlight points remaining. 12 tick. Recovering from damaged internal organs. After hearing the voice from the system, Su Ming immediately felt relieved, but then his eyes went dark, and he fell headfirst in front of the spaceship. Quick, Mr. Mani, take Su Ming to the hospital for treatment first, and we will escort you out. His entire body is now cracked and stretched by energy beyond what his body can withstand. He's covered in wounds. Move carefully. Using too much force could kill him. Stop talking nonsense. The enemy leader is dead. Let's take Master Su Ming and charge out of the battlefield. After seeing Su Ming fall to the ground, all the mercenaries were shocked and rushed out with Su Ming like crazy. Chapter 21: Awakening and Ascension. The light gradually penetrated into the dark world in front of Su Ming. Su Ming gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, looked around, and then looked at his body. At this moment, the physical injuries have basically healed. With the medical standards of the space age, it would take less than a day to fully recover from the injuries to the body. What's more, Su Ming had used the last bit of starlight to protect his damaged internal organs. However, although the injury healed, the body was still extremely weak. Moreover, my head felt like it was filled with a durian, swollen, stinging, and extremely heavy. Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that he was really taking too much risk. Directly exchanged for 100 star points as a means of attack. When 100 points of starlight energy instantly filled his body and were released, it caused huge damage. However, the huge amount of energy almost tore Su Ming's body apart. If there were a few more star points, Su Ming had no doubt that his body would be completely torn apart, directly burst by the energy. It seems that when using starlight points as a means of attack in the future, we still have to consider the maximum energy level that the body can withstand. But, obviously, the effect is very good. The power of this attack was far beyond Su Ming's expectations and was extremely powerful. Even a level 5 genetic warrior with an energy level of around 5,000 points was killed instantly by his own shot. At this moment, Su Ming heard a voice coming from the side. "Are you awake?" Su Ming turned his head and looked over. "Mr. Monty?" Monty stood up and gave Su Ming a hearty smile before complaining. "You are such a formidable gene warrior. You can even kill a level 5 gene warrior. Who would have thought that such a great master was hidden on the planet NOP?" Su Ming gave a bitter laugh. "I'll kill him, but I'm almost dead myself." Monty nodded and walked outside. "Wait a minute, I'll call a doctor to take a look. You're really lucky. You were half dead when you were brought here. Luckily, your internal organs weren't seriously damaged. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have made it." After hearing Monty's words, Su Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. There was no serious damage to his internal organs. When he fired that shot, he felt an abnormal pain in his internal organs, probably torn apart by the energy. "If I hadn't used the system to heal my internal organs first, I would probably have died from this shot." After a while, Monty brought the doctor into the ward, and with him came the mercenary Heyman. "Mr. Hyman, how are the people from Star Aquamarine?" After seeing Heyman, Su Ming asked curiously. After confirming that Su Ming was in good health, Heyman smiled and said to Su Ming, "What else can we do? You've already shot their leader, and the remaining soldiers are just a bunch of scattered sand. Besides, they were already frightened by your marksmanship and didn't even realize you were unconscious. They were terrified to death, and we easily killed them all." After finishing speaking, Heyman pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Master Su Ming, I wonder if you're willing to join our mercenary group?" Su Ming was stunned, then slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heyman, but I have no plans to join the mercenaries for now." Although Su Ming's current ability allows him to avoid some mandatory requirements of Imperial law, it is also very easy to leave the planet NOP. But now Su Ming is not ready to leave the planet NOP. This place can provide him with a lot of opportunities to repair machinery, and with his current abilities, he can snipe a level 5 genetic warrior, but in fact, this is only possible under specific circumstances. At that time, the 5th level genetic warrior was blocked by the energy shield of the spacecraft. If they actually fought head-on, Su Ming would be killed by the opponent as soon as they met, and there would be no chance for Su Ming to lock or snipe. It is still very dangerous to leave the planet NOP. It is extremely unwise to put yourself in danger without a certain level of self-protection ability. After hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman could only sigh with regret. Su Ming's value is far higher than that of any other mercenary. Not to mention his super sniping ability, Su Ming's extraordinary mechanical modification ability alone. If any team has such a mechanic, it will be a huge improvement to the team's overall strength and mechanical supplies. People who can both repair and fight are the most popular characters wherever they are. Although he had a premonition of being rejected, Heyman still felt very regretful when he was really rejected by Su Ming. He smiled wryly, then said self-deprecatingly, "Indeed, Master Su Ming can definitely find a more formidable team. I was just wishful thinking." Shaking his head, Heyman handed a card to Su Ming. "Master Su Ming, this is the cost of the modification. I added some money privately as a thank you from our team. Your contact information is also included. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." After Su Ming took the card, he looked at Heyman and nodded slowly. "Well, our mission deadline is almost up. Now that we've confirmed that you're okay, we'll leave." Heyman smiled. In fact, Su Ming had been in a coma for 3 days. During this period of time, Heyman had already ordered a complete space jump component from somewhere else, and now the component has been replaced on spacecraft. Afterwards, Heyman said goodbye to Monty again, and then left the planet NOP with his mercenary team. Su Ming then completed the discharge procedures with Monty and returned to his dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Su Ming couldn't wait to open his system panel. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 410. Brain energy level, 570. Gene lock unlocking level, level 3 lower. Body activity, 92%. Bodybuilding level, Level 1. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding. 100. Star points. 0. Su Ming was not surprised at all to see that he had been promoted to the lower third level of genetic level. During the previous confrontation with the 5th level genetic warrior, Su Ming felt that the energy level of his brain was rapidly increasing, and the energy level of his body, under the stimulation of qi, had also made certain breakthroughs. It could be said to be a blessing in disguise. The significant increase in brain energy levels was somewhat beyond Su Ming's expectations. Now it seems that for the first time, his brain energy level has completely surpassed his body energy level and is ahead of his body energy level. But what made Su Ming smile bitterly was that the star points he had now returned to 0. Su Ming, who had seen the effect of starlight points, couldn't wait to get more starlight points. Looks like I need to find a way to get more starlight points. Su Ming muttered to himself. Chapter 22 Warren's Evolution. Just after Su Ming was discharged from the hospital and was refocusing his energy on disassembling machinery, a turmoil that was neither big nor small, but had far-reaching consequences, occurred in a distant galaxy. The Band Galaxy is a marginal galaxy located on the edge of the Busa Free Federation and is a member of the Busa Free Federation. The Busa Free Federation is a supercluster level force that is one of the top 5 overlords in the human world, a superhuman force at the same level as the Mongolia Empire. What is a supercluster? A super-large star organization composed of multiple galaxies like the Milky Way is called a galaxy cluster. A cluster of galaxies is called a supercluster. The hierarchy of cosmic forces is defined by the vastness of the star fields they occupy. The surface, planets, star clusters, galaxies, galaxy clusters, and then there are forces at the supercluster level. And within the entire supercluster, there are tens of thousands of galaxies. Among them, the Bander Galaxy is just a very inconspicuous marginal galaxy. But at this moment, the Lothar Party in the Bander Galaxy united the forces of more than a dozen surrounding galaxies and launched a coup. The Band Galaxy led the other 10 galaxies in questioning the free will of the Busa Free Federation and claimed that if the Free Federation did not adjust its democratic form, the Lothar Party would lead the surrounding galaxies to secede from the Free Federation in the future. Establish an independent galaxy cluster-level force. In fact, this kind of coup occurs among human forces in the universe every once in a while. After all, the bigger the power, the wider the area it occupies, and it will be difficult to take care of many galaxies in marginal locations. Moreover, the Busa Free Federation is different from the other 4 supercluster-level forces. The core spirit of the Free Federation is free will, so the governance of the Free Federation is managed by multiple political parties. This resulted in, although the Free Federation is a complete, large entity, there are many independent and autonomous star regions below it. The coup in the Band Galaxy was something the Busa Free Federation had long been accustomed to, and even felt a little insignificant. As usual, the core parties of the Free Federation began to take rather perfunctory conciliatory measures and guaranteed Lhasa Party the future party interests it deserved. However, the Lhasa Party has been slow to respond, and even the politicians sent by the core party have been detained in the Durban system. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the core political parties. Typical shameless behavior. Compared with the power of the core political parties, the power of Lhasa Party is probably less than 1/10,000th. With such a huge disparity in power, the core party had no extra patience and gradually put pressure on Lhasa Party. Both sides have shown a tough attitude at this moment, making the atmosphere within the Free Federation tense. All this originally had nothing to do with Su Ming. But what a coincidence is that the planet NOP, where Su Ming is located, is very close to the Deben Galaxy of the Free Federation. It's only less than 5 light years away. 5 light years seems very far away. But even an ordinary planetary space jump system can cross a distance of 5 light years within an hour. In other words, once any turmoil occurs in the Deben Galaxy, it is very likely that people from the Deben Galaxy will borrow spaceships and directly jump across the starry space to the border of the Mongolia Empire. This is something that the Mongolia Empire does not allow to be seen. Whether it is the outbreak of war or the early smuggling, the Mongolia Empire must stop it. Otherwise, if it is not careful, it is likely to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings in the Free Federation. These things have not yet affected the residents of the planet NOP, and even Su Ming is not aware of it. At this moment, Su Mingzheng looked at Warren with a serious expression, and then said softly, "Okay, now that there is no one around, you can inject the gene drug." Warren looked nervous, holding a genetic medicine he had just bought. Warren had saved enough money to buy genetic medicine, and now he asked Su Ming to stand by his side to help him protect the way before opening the genetic lock. Warren is now nearly 17 years old and has long passed the earliest age for injecting genetic drugs, so when injecting genetic drugs, he was more nervous than anyone else. He glanced at Su Ming, and then with Su Ming's encouragement, he took a deep breath and injected the genetic medicine into his arm. "Call." Warren let out a light breath, then closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. Soon, a light green light was released from Warren's body. Then the energy in his body began to become violent, as if it would break through some restraints and explode at any time. This is what happens when the gene lock is turned on. The closer it got to this point, the more Su Ming dared not to be distracted. There are too many special situations encountered when opening the genetic lock. Genetic medicines have certain risks, especially those purchased on the planet NOP. No one can guarantee the safety of genetic medicines. Su Ming was mentally prepared to send Warren to the hospital at any time. But fortunately, after Warren got through the initial painful period, his body stabilized. Then, a strong energy burst out from his body. This energy level is naturally much inferior to Su Ming's, but it is much stronger than the energy level before Warren was injected with the genetic medicine. After sensing this energy level being released, Su Ming's face immediately showed a hint of joy. Success! Warren successfully unlocked the genetic lock. And, according to Su Ming's perception of Warren's physical energy level, Warren's physical energy level and brain energy level at this moment are actually around 30 respectively. When a normal person activates their gene lock, the energy level is only about 10 points. Even Su Ming only had 25 points at that time. But Warren is almost 17 years old and has practiced for a full year longer than ordinary people, so it is not surprising that his Awaken energy level is higher than normal. Moreover, this situation also verified Su Ming's previous understanding of the relationship between gene locks and cultivation. It is not only the practice that unlocks the genetic lock that is effective. The practice before unlocking it can also be transformed into physical energy levels and manifested in the body. Su Ming himself may not even be aware that this seemingly insignificant little theory of his has almost changed the way human genetic evolution occurs in the subsequent course of the universe. Chapter 23, Bodybuilding. Warren opened his eyes, and they were immediately filled with joy. "Su Ming, I've become a genetic warrior. Oh my God, does that mean I'll be able to pilot a mecha in the future?" Warren spoke excitedly, then stretched out his hand, gestured twice casually, and waved it, which actually showed some power. Su Ming chuckled at the side. "This is just the beginning. The weakest mecha has stellar-level combat power. You're just at the surface level now. You can slowly improve it first." Warren smiled and said playfully, "It's okay. There's still plenty of time. Genetic warriors have a much longer lifespan than ordinary people. Besides, I'm a mechanic, so the probability of me becoming a mecha warrior in the future is very high." Hearing Warren say this, Su Ming nodded slowly. The combination of mechanics and genetic warriors will almost certainly be mecha warriors in the future. The reason why not every genetic warrior is a mecha warrior, in addition to the factor of brain energy level, is largely related to whether the genetic warrior is a mechanic. A powerful mecha warrior must assemble his own mecha. Firstly, it must have a right fit. Secondly, if he gives the assembly to someone else, it will be easy for them to discover the mecha's flaws. If the assembler wants to target this person, he will probably be killed at the first sight. So unless it is a standard mecha, powerful mecha warriors are almost all mechanics. On the contrary, if Warren is a great mechanic now, then the probability of him becoming a mecha warrior in the future will be very high. Su Ming watched Warren's excitement gradually cool down. He then pondered for a moment and said to Warren, "Warren, I'm ready to leave planet NOP." Warren was originally immersed in the joy of becoming a genetic warrior, but when he heard Su Ming's words, he was suddenly surprised. "What? You're leaving planet NOP? What?" Warren looked puzzled. Su Ming chuckled and then said, "After all, the NOP planet is too low level. It's a surface level planet. The mechanical parts it touches are also surface level. For me, the improvement is not much. I want to go to a planetary level or even a higher level planet to take a look." Su Ming didn't lie. The previous incident on planet Aquamarine had given him the idea of leaving planet NOP. The opportunity was not the Aquamarine people, but the sniper rifle. Only after Su Ming assembled the sniper rifle did he realize how much the planetary-level mechanical components could improve him. What's more, assembling planetary-level weapons can bring even more considerable Starlight points. The Starlight point income from assembling one planetary-level weapon is comparable to the Starlight point income from assembling 5 surface-level weapons. Now, as Su Ming's energy level increases, the demand for Starlight points during cultivation has also greatly increased. Previously, the surface-level assembly could still meet his needs for Starlight points, but now, it obviously can no longer meet Su Ming's needs for cultivation. So, Su Ming had this idea at this moment. After hearing Su Ming's words, Warren was silent for a while, then raised his head and said to Su Ming, "Su Ming, how about I go with you? Anyway, I am now a genetic warrior. According to the Imperial law, I don't have to serve on the logistics planet. I will go with you." Su Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Warren's choice. Then Su Ming looked at Warren deeply, and seeing the firm look in Warren's eyes, he knew that Warren did not make the decision on impulse. Su Ming thought about it, then nodded in agreement. In the future, he will indeed need a helper to help him deal with some trivial mechanical disassembly and assembly matters, and now he also regards Warren as a friend at his heart. Of course, I wouldn't refuse Warren's request. It's settled. Let's pack up first, and then 3 days later, we'll pack up and leave planet NOP together, Su Ming said to Warren with a smile. That night, Su Ming returned to his dormitory and put some mechanical parts that he had bought for practice into the space pendant. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed. It has been more than a week since the Aquamarine incident. During this week, Su Ming has been more serious than usual in disassembling and reassembling the machinery. It's not for the so-called work, it's mainly to accumulate star points. Su Ming had used up all the Starlight points in one go before, and he immediately realized the great role of the Starlight points. Now that he was ready to leave the planet NOP, Su Ming also prepared a large number of Starlight points for himself as an emergency. 400 points. These are the Starlight points that Su Ming obtained after frantically assembling machines. They are enough for Su Ming to use for a long time. But today, after Su Ming's daily practice, he looked at his system panel with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Besides being used for training and attacking, the Starlight point also had a function that Su Ming hadn't noticed before: bodybuilding. Before, Su Ming's energy level was relatively weak, and he mainly focused his Starlight and energy on practicing martial arts. But now Su Ming's energy level can no longer make a qualitative leap in a short period of time, and he gradually noticed the function of body training. Host's bodybuilding level. Level 1. 100 Starlight points are required for the next level of bodybuilding. This is the information about Su Ming's bodybuilding progress in the system. Su Ming showed a hint of doubt on his face. In today's interstellar society, there is no such thing as body training. Even Su Ming has never heard of any master having the habit of body training. This may be due to the different cultivation frameworks and systems given by the interstellar society for the overall genetic evolution. It is generally believed in interstellar society that as the body's energy level increases, the body's resistance and cell hardness will also be improved, so there is no need for physical training. This is indeed the case. Countless testing instruments have already detected that as energy levels increase, all aspects of body quality will also improve. Just like a surface-level weapon, without the infusion of brain energy, it is impossible to harm genetic warriors above level 4. Since the improvement of energy level can also improve the body, why do we still need to exercise? This is also what Su Ming has always been confused about. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly spent 100 star points to redeem the bodybuilding option from the system. Beep. Host redeems the bodybuilding option, consuming 100 star points. Bodybuilding in progress. Soon, Su Ming felt a strong starlight suddenly emerging from a deep space in his body, and in the blink of an eye it flowed to every corner of his body. Su Ming showed a slight nervousness on his face. 100 star points are no joke. This is a terrifying energy that can kill a level 5 genetic warrior in one hit. Before, just releasing it from myself almost made me burst. Now that all of it has flowed into my body, will the previous situation happen again? Chapter 24: Leaving Planet NOP. But at this moment, Su Ming felt a sudden sense of devouring coming from his cells, gradually devouring bits of starlight into the cells. Su Ming's expression changed. Now he has become the 9-star holy body, and half of his body is made up of starlight. Therefore, there is also corresponding astral matter in your own cells. The cells gradually absorb the starlight, just like people drink water, replenishing the activity and vitality of the cells. It's the same principle. Soon, an extremely eager, sucking feeling was felt in the cells. There was no need for the starlight to flow, and the hunger in the cells automatically absorbed the starlight into the cells. Su Ming's expression changed, and following the most primitive desire coming from his cells, he slowly began to practice the starry sky art. A large amount of starlight, under the operation of the exercises, showed a more efficient absorption speed. A large amount of starlight was absorbed into Su Ming's cells. Soon, Su Ming felt a full feeling coming from his cells, and a feeling of fullness gradually swept through Su Ming's entire body. Su Ming frowned slightly. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if every part of his body was swollen. But soon, as the technique was put into practice, the starlight was absorbed. These cells that absorbed a large amount of starlight seemed to want to leave more space for the starlight, and it seemed that they had the energy to evolve with the energy of starlight. In short, every cell in Su Ming's body underwent rapid changes at this time. It becomes tougher, more active, and its energy absorption rate becomes higher. This process lasted about 10 minutes. Soon Su Ming saw a layer of black dirt being discharged from his skin. As the dirt is discharged, an unusually refreshing feeling follows. It's like a person who hasn't taken a bath in 16 years suddenly has a big cleanup. This is a feeling of comfort that comes from the very core of life. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He stood up, went to the bathroom, and washed himself from head to toe. A large amount of sewage was discharged through the drain outlet, and the dirt on Su Ming's body also disappeared. Su Ming exclaimed softly, then closed his eyes, feeling the changes brought about by body training. He felt that his body had become stronger, and his recovery ability, physical strength, resistance, and adaptability had all improved. And his body energy level also directly increased by 100 points during the process of body training. Although improving the energy level of the body can also achieve the effect of bodybuilding, these are two completely different processes. The body training brought about by the improvement of body energy level is passive and slow and follows the improvement of energy level. However, using starlight to strengthen the body is active, can be done quickly, and the improvement effect is much better than the body strengthening effect brought about by improving the body's energy level. The effect is more than twice that of body training at the normal muscle energy level. In other words, with the same energy level increase. After Su Ming's body training, the toughness of his muscles and his abilities in all aspects are more than twice that of a strong person at the same energy level. Su Ming showed a look of joy. Twice. There may not be much difference in the early stage, but the later you get, the bigger the snowball will roll, and eventually the gap between you and people of the same level will widen. Ding! The host body forging level has been upgraded to level 2. The starlight points required for the next level of body forging are 500. A prompt sound soon came from the system. After hearing this prompt sound, Su Ming showed a look of regret on his face. 500 star points already exceeded the total number of star points he currently possessed. Helpless, I can only earn some star points again and then consider further improvement. 3 days later, Monty looked at Su Ming and Warren with reluctance in his eyes. Alas, even Warren has quietly unlocked his genetic lock. I can tell you two won't be here for much longer. Okay, go away. Feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future. Su Ming and Warren said goodbye to Monty with a smile, and then came to the official office of the planet NOP. If they want to leave the planet NOP, the two need to come to the office to prove that they are already genetic warriors. Only then can they be exempted from labor service according to the laws of the Empire. As requested by the staff, the two stood on an energy level detector. Beep detector, Su Ming. Ding. Su Ming's physical energy level, 510. Brain energy level, 570. Ding. Su Ming is a third-level lower-level genetic warrior. Passed. Beep. Detector Warren. Ding. Warren's physical energy level, 35. Brain energy level, 37. Ding. Warren is a level 1 medium gene warrior. Passed. The two people stood on the detection instrument, and soon the detection instrument measured the corresponding energy levels of the two people. Level 3, lower class. The staff members suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. 16 years old, level 3 lower? How is that possible? The staff was shocked. then stared at Su Ming in a daze, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. The third lower grade is nothing, but being a 16-year-old at the lower level of level 3 is very scary. And according to Su Ming's information, the staff can see that Su Ming just turned 16 2 months ago. In other words, Su Ming took 2 months to directly upgrade from the state of just awakening the gene lock to the lower level of the third level energy state. Even the most outstanding young people in the Empire probably can't match this speed of improvement. Sir, according to the laws of the Empire, please keep my personal energy level and genetic level information confidential. Su Ming glanced at the staff member. If he didn't want to leave planet NOP, he wouldn't have come here to measure the energy levels. His cultivation speed is really too terrifying. It is estimated that there are not many people in the Empire who can match his speed. Su Ming didn't want to publicize this kind of thing. Otherwise, it would be unwise to attract attention before he was fully grown. The staff member swallowed his saliva, then smiled bitterly and said to Su Ming, "Don't worry, Mr. Su Ming. We will definitely not disclose Mr. Su Ming's information, but..." The staff member changed the subject and looked at Su Ming, saying, "I wonder if Mr. Su Ming is interested in joining the temporary army." "Don't worry, it's not a mercenary army, but a temporary army formed in the name of the Empire." The situation in the Bander system is tense, and it's causing tension in the Empire as well. The Empire has now formed a temporary army to deal with the galactic chaos caused by the Free Federation coup. They need genetic warriors who can repair machines. Do you want to join? Chapter 25. Temporary Army Number 32. Temporary Army? Su Ming was stunned and immediately prepared to shake his head to refuse. But after seeing Su Ming's expression, the staff member immediately smiled and added, "The temporary army is not what you think. The welfare benefits of the temporary army are very good. If you join the temporary army, you can enjoy the military merit system of the regular army. And as long as the term expires, you can leave at any time if you want." After hearing what the staff said, Su Ming did not rush to refuse. Instead, he asked in surprise, "Military merit system?" The staff member laughed and said, "When calculating your military merits, you will be treated the same as regular soldiers, and you can use your military merits to exchange for many things later." The staff paused. It seemed that recruiting soldiers should also be counted as one of their achievements, so they were trying very hard to persuade them. "I see that both of you are genetic warriors who understand mechanics. You will definitely want to assemble your own mechas in the future. In the military merit system, as long as you meet the requirements, you can exchange them for mecha assembly knowledge and blueprints. The more military merit you have, the more advanced the mecha assembly blueprints you can exchange them for." After hearing what the staff said, Su Ming and Warren looked at each other, and then they saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Mecha. For genetic warriors who understand mechanics, the temptation is simply too great. Even the most skilled mechanic cannot create a mecha out of thin air without knowledge. After all, many of the markings and patterns inside the mecha are extremely complex. If you make a mistake, the whole thing will go wrong. Even in the hundreds of thousands of years of human interstellar development history, mechas were created in the later period through the wisdom of countless people. It is absolutely impossible for a single person to create such a complex mecha system out of thin air without mastering the knowledge of mechas. For both of them, mecha knowledge and blueprints are essential processes for becoming mecha warriors in the future. Hearing that joining the temporary army would give them the opportunity to obtain mecha knowledge and blueprints, this was extremely attractive to the two of them. Su Ming pondered for a while, then asked curiously, "Is it difficult to gain military merit while serving in the army?" Seeing Su Ming and Warren's keen interest, the staff member's eyes flashed with joy, and he began to explain more diligently. There are many ways to gain military merits. You can gain military merits by killing enemies, assembling machinery, repairing equipment, etc. I see you two are mechanics. Once you join the provisional army, you'll have more ways and possibilities to gain military merit than anyone else. You two should definitely consider it. After hearing what the staff said, Su Ming thought for a moment and then glanced at Warren. Warren nodded continuously, and then Su Ming said to the staff member, "Okay, the two of us can join the temporary army, but can we be assigned to the same team?" The staff member immediately showed a look of joy on his face and nodded quickly, saying, "Don't worry, there will be no problem. In 2 hours, a temporary army of 1,000 people will pass by the planet NOP. When the time comes, I will register your information with this temporary army." After hearing what the staff said, Su Ming nodded, then found a place with Warren, sat down, and waited for the arrival of the temporary army. Speaking of which, Su Ming was also speechless. If I were still the second young master of the Korin family, what knowledge would I not have about mechas? As the top family in the empire, the Korin family alone has an estimated tens of thousands of copies of mecha knowledge stored in it. The family's foundation is even comparable to some major forces at the galaxy level. Even if Su Ming wants to learn some more advanced mecha knowledge, the Korin family has the channels to help Su Ming buy it. However, now that Su Ming has been expelled from the Korin family, these benefits that can only be enjoyed by the legitimate sons of a large family are now all enjoyed by Su Rui alone. Su Ming shook his head, without any anger in his heart. These things are not mine in the first place. The Korin family has already removed me from the list. The one who will really regret it in the future will definitely not be me, but the Korin family. About 2 hours later, a huge spaceship landed precisely in front of the office building. Su Ming looked around and was slightly shocked. A stellar-class spaceship, a level higher than the spaceships previously used by the mercenaries. It is worthy of being a legion officially formed by the Empire. Apart from anything else, the hardware facilities alone form a sharp contrast with ordinary mercenaries. Soon, an officer with a mustache walked down from the spacecraft. This man had a military badge on his chest, with the words Lieutenant Walker clearly written on it. Although it is a temporary army, the top leadership of the army, or the decision-making level, is definitely composed of officers from the regular army. The Empire would never allow someone without a formal organization to be the commander of a temporary army. After this person walked out of the spaceship, he looked at Su Ming, Warren, and the staff standing at the door. Are these two the mechanics who will join the temporary army? Lieutenant Walker asked straight to the point. The staff nodded, then smiled and handed Su Ming and Warren's identity documents to Lieutenant Walker. 16 years old, a third-level lower-class genetic warrior? After seeing Su Ming's information, Lieutenant Walker was shocked and looked at Su Ming with strange eyes. Then he shook his head. Although this matter made him feel a little unbelievable, it was strictly speaking the soldier's own private matter, and he had no right to ask how Su Ming cultivated so quickly. For him, the temporary army was not a regular army, and it was impossible for him to know every soldier's background. You two are both at the planetary level, right? That's pretty good. Lieutenant Walker continued to look and saw that the mechanical levels filled in by Su Ming and Warren were both planetary level. His eyes lit up and he smiled and spoke. Being able to pick up 2 planetary mechanics on the planet NOP is like finding a treasure. Although their spaceships are of stellar class, most of their mechanical weapons are still of planetary class. If these 2 people join the army, they would be of great use. Su Ming and Warren looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Following Su Ming's instruction, Warren's mechanical skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and he can now repair some planetary-level mechanical parts. Although he is not yet proficient, he can be considered a planetary-level mechanic. As for Su Ming's words, he took a look at the star-class spaceship in front of him. It's confirmed. I should be able to repair the spaceship in front of me. In reality, Su Ming may already be a star-level or even higher-level mechanic. However, because there are no work and mechanical parts above the stellar level on the planet NOP, Su Ming has not yet performed stellar-level mechanical repairs, so he naturally only temporarily fills in his level as planetary level. But despite this, it was enough to give Lieutenant Walker a great surprise. Every army is short of mechanics, especially mechanics with decent skills are even more scarce. Now that 2 of them have arrived at once, Lieutenant Walker is very satisfied. All right, comrades mechanics, stop standing there and get on board. The Imperial Taiguang Star Region Number 32 Provisional Legion welcomes you. Chapter 26 Lock. Su Ming and Warren were invited by Lieutenant Walker to board the number 32 temporary military spacecraft. Zhong Li, 2 new planetary-level mechanics have arrived. Please help arrange them. After Walker boarded the spaceship, he spoke to a girl next to him. This girl named Zhong Li has healthy, wheat-colored skin and neat short hair, which makes her look refreshing. She walked over, and when she saw Su Ming and Warren, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said to them, "Great, we're in need of mechanics right now, and you've arrived just in time. Come with me. I'll take you to your accommodation." Su Ming and Warren nodded, then followed Zhong Li and walked towards the interior of the spacecraft. Not long after they started walking, a slight vibration was felt in the spaceship. Su Ming looked out the window and saw that the buildings on the planet NOP were gradually getting smaller. Apparently, the spacecraft had taken off and was leaving the planet NOP at an extremely fast speed. This is the mission hall. You could take a look. At this moment, Zhong Li's voice rang out. After hearing Zhong Li's voice, Su Ming and Warren turned their attention to a hall on the side. In the hall, a huge LCD screen stood in the center. On both sides of the LCD screen, a large number of tasks are scrolling on the LCD screen. Zealand Star has been attacked by star bandits. Mission: eliminate the bandits. Recommended number of people: 10 to 20. Recommended level: level 3 genetic warrior or above. Mission: military merit, 100 points per person. Repair: 20 planetary weapons. Requirements: complete within 10 days. Manpower limit: none. Recommended mechanic level: planetary reparable or above. Mission merit: 400 points per item. There are suspected interstellar black traders passing through the eastern wasteland star region. Mission: capture these interstellar black traders and repatriate them. Recommended number of people: 5 to 10. Recommended level: level 4 gene warrior or above. Mission: military merit, 300 points per person. These are just a few of them. There are probably tens of thousands of similar tasks. So many that it's extremely terrifying. Throughout the hall, you could see many soldiers wandering around and watching, seemingly struggling over what kind of mission they want to take. Su Ming and Warren were stunned when they saw these tasks. Zhong Li, standing nearby, explained with a smile, the temporary army has relatively loose management. As long as we can earn more than 200 military merits per month, we'll be able to complete all the missions in the entire galaxy. Not only can we take them, but other temporary armies can too. Whoever completes the mission first will claim the credit. There are small spaceships among the spaceships that can be provided to the sergeants to carry out missions. When you have a mission, you can go to the mission center to borrow a small spaceship, and then you can go out and carry out the mission alone. Zhong Li said with a smile. Su Ming and Warren suddenly looked enlightened. The two were also wondering how a temporary army of only 1,000 people could receive more than 10,000 tasks. It turns out that everyone is scrambling to complete all the tasks in the entire galaxy. No wonder there are so many tasks. At this moment, a man's voice sounded next to him. Zhong Li, I heard that 2 more mechanics have joined this time. Are they these 2 guys? The 3 of them were stunned. When they turned around, they saw a man in military uniform walking towards them. He was looking at Su Ming and Warren with surprise. Locke. Zhong Li was stunned and asked in surprise. You two, are you the new mechanics? Locke smiled and nodded to Zhong Li, then looked at Su Ming and Warren and asked with a smile. Yes. Su Ming felt a little overwhelmed by this man's enthusiasm. After hearing that Su Ming was a mechanic, the man immediately showed a look of great joy. Great! The number 32 Provisional Army finally has another mechanic. After saying this, the man excitedly took out a mechanical sword and said to Su Ming with anticipation, 2 young masters, this is a planetary-level super-temperature sword. Can you help me repair it? Su Ming and Warren were stunned, both confused about this man's situation. How come I met such an overly proactive requester as soon as I arrived? After seeing the strange look in Su Ming and Warren's eyes, Zhong Li smiled bitterly and then said to Su Ming and Warren, Don't mind me, there was only one planetary mechanic on the spacecraft before, and all broken planetary weapons had to be repaired by this mechanic. So everyone had to queue up, and it usually took several days for it to be their turn. But now with the 2 of you joining us, the pressure on that mechanic can be greatly relieved, so everyone doesn't have to queue up anymore. After hearing Zhong Li's words, the man named Locke nodded repeatedly, then said with a wry smile, Please forgive me, young masters. I'm just too anxious. If I don't repair the sword, I can't go on the mission, so... After hearing the 2's explanation, Su Ming and Warren suddenly understood. Then Su Ming asked in surprise, Are there so few mechanics? It's not that there are not enough mechanics. It's that there are not enough planetary mechanics. There are plenty of surface-level mechanics, but they rarely have access to planetary-level machinery. They spend their entire lives repairing surface-level machinery, which is why there are so few planetary-level mechanics. After Zhong Li finished speaking, Locke immediately added, That's not entirely true. Planetary-level mechanics usually come from wealthy families. They have a lot of money to practice mechanical disassembly, which is why there is a chance to cultivate planetary-level mechanics. After hearing what the 2 said, Su Ming and Warren both felt strange in their hearts. Coincidentally, Su Ming and Warren, one of whom was from a wealthy family, were kicked out halfway through, but they did dismantle quite a few mechanical parts. Warren was even luckier. When he was on the planet NOP, he accidentally became Su Ming's assistant and benefited greatly from it by acquiring planetary-level mechanical knowledge. Therefore, the two of them did not have much feeling about the preciousness of planetary-level mechanics. After hearing what the two said, I realized how rare planetary mechanics are. Okay, Locke, these two young masters have just joined the Legion. According to the rules, you have to wait until their military merit system is activated before you spend military merit to ask them to help you repair it. If you ask them to help you repair it now, aren't you taking advantage of them? Zhongli took the initiative to step forward and help Su Ming reject Locke. After hearing Zhongli's words, Locke showed disappointment on his face and said with a wry smile, I was anxious. Sorry to bother you. He picked up the sword in his hand and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Su Ming suddenly said, It's okay. Repairing the sword won't take much time. I'll help you fix it now. Chapter 27 Planetary Mechanic. After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhongli and Locke were a little surprised. Su Ming looked at Locke and smiled. But you have to take me to the workbench. I'm not very familiar with this place. Locke came back to his senses and said hurriedly, No problem. The workbench is right here. Follow me. After saying that, Locke took Su Ming and Warren to the mechanical repair room in the spacecraft. Su Ming took a look and saw that in the mechanical repair room, almost all the mechanical parts were surface level and were being repaired. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of surprise. Seeing this, Locke smiled and said, Planetary-level mechanics all have their own independent workshops, and you'll have yours soon. This is a public repair room for surface-level mechanics to use for repairs. After hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming's face suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. Then Su Ming didn't waste any time and directly found a workbench and took Locke's sword. Warrior Company's Thermal Blade is a planetary-class weapon with an energy level of around 2,000, making it an entry-level model. Su Ming saw the condition of the thermal blade at a glance, and then muttered to himself. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Unfortunately, Su Ming had already focused his attention on repairing the machinery, and was not prepared to let Locke respond to his mumbling just now. Su Ming quickly took action and disassembled the mechanical sword in front of him bit by bit. However, Su Ming was too focused on disassembling the mechanical sword that he did not notice that there were soldiers wandering around with damaged weapons. After not seeing the mechanic who had just joined the spacecraft, he came to the mechanical repair room to try his luck. When I saw the unfamiliar face disassembling the mechanical sword on the workbench, and Zhongli and Locke watching the mechanic disassembling the mechanical sword, these soldiers knew that the mechanic who was disassembling the mechanical sword on the workbench was the newly joined planetary-level mechanic. Suddenly, the soldiers' eyes lit up and they quickly gathered around, quietly watching Su Ming repair the mechanical sword. The blade is curled, and the hilt's reinforcement system has been damaged. This is why this mechanical sword has become extremely fragile. It cannot be swung with too much energy, or it will break. Su Ming only took a glance and determined the problem with the mechanical sword. The reinforcement system is the most important part of melee weapons. The reinforcement system can make melee weapons extremely hard and able to adapt to the application of various energy levels. The most commonly used weapons by genetic warriors who do not have brain power are melee mechanical weapons. The reinforcement system determines how much physical energy the weapon can withstand to be swung. Now that the reinforcement system is damaged, based on the original material of this mechanical sword, it is estimated that it can only withstand energy level collisions below 200 points at most. Any higher, and the mechanical sword would shatter into pieces. According to Su Ming's estimation, Locke's energy level should be around 800 or 900 points, making him a third-level superior genetic warrior. With such energy level, a mechanical sword without a reinforcement system would probably break with just one swing. No wonder it was difficult for Locke to go on missions after the mechanical sword was damaged. Su Ming did not hesitate and quickly disassembled the mechanical sword into each part. A large number of parts were placed on the workbench. There are hundreds of them, which is 5 or 6 times the number of surface-level weapons. Planetary-level mechanical weapons are more complex than normal surface-level mechanical weapons. However, for Su Ming, this level of complexity is nothing. It took him less than 10 minutes to dismantle the mechanical soldier. Seeing Su Ming disassemble all the parts of the mechanical soldier so easily and efficiently without using a scanner, it was a relief to see him. The people watching around looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This speed, I'm afraid the other mechanic on the spacecraft can't do it this fast. Especially Zhongli. She often saw the planetary-level mechanic who originally existed in the spacecraft, dismantling mechanical weapons. Not only is a scanner needed, but even when disassembling 100 parts, 5 will suffer secondary damage during the disassembly process. It takes nearly half an hour to disassemble it. This is a pretty good level for a planetary-level mechanic. But Su Ming in front of him not only did not use a scanner, but the disassembly process only took less than 10 minutes, and most importantly, there was 0 damage rate. Seeing this scene, Zhongli looked at Su Ming with a hint of strange surprise. Su Ming ignored the gazes of outsiders and was still immersed in the process of repairing his own machinery. Soon, Su Ming followed his usual practice and directly dissolved all the markings and patterns on the mechanical sword. Locke widened his eyes, but thinking of Su Ming's quick movements just now, he didn't dare to say anything. After dissolving all the marks and patterns, Su Ming picked up the engraving machine next to him and focused on carving his own marks and patterns on the mechanical sword. As the number of carvings increases, Su Ming has now formed his own style of carving. At this moment, I can just carve it directly, and it feels easy. About half an hour later, Su Ming had more than 100 parts, each of which had special patterns and marks carved on it. Next comes the most critical step, reorganization. However, Su Ming looked at the parts of the mechanical sword for a long time, then raised his head and looked at Locke. "What's wrong, Master Su Ming?" Locke's heart tightened when he saw Su Ming's expression, and he thought there was something wrong with his mechanical sword. "Do you have a stellar-level blade?" Su Ming asked curiously. Locke was stunned, then asked curiously, "It's possible to buy a stellar gray blade, but pairing a stellar gray blade with other planetary gray components, wouldn't that be a bit of a waste of the blade's quality?" Su Ming shook his head. "In my hands, nothing is wasted, just buy it." Locke was full of confusion, but thinking that Su Ming had repaired it for him for free, Locke shook his head. According to Su Ming's suggestion, he spent a lot of military merits to buy a star-level blade. "Here, Master Su Ming." After a few seconds, Locke took out a stellar-level blade from his storage space. Su Ming was stunned. You bought it so quickly." After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhongli and Locke laughed immediately. "Master Su Ming, this is a small space transmission device equipped by the Empire for the soldiers. Anything exchanged for military merit will be transferred to the storage space through space transmission. It's very convenient." Su Ming was stunned, and then he couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being an army officially formed by the Empire. It means being rich and powerful. The cost of this space teleport alone is probably no less than 100,000 star coins, and everyone has one. In comparison, mercenaries are the kind that are not loved by anyone, and they have to rely on themselves for everything. "Okay, bring the blade over here. I'll help you install it." Su Ming didn't delay and directly took Locke's star-level blade. Chapter 28. A Great Welcome. Su Ming was confident and reassembled the parts in his hand bit by bit. The entire repair room was silent as everyone looked at Su Ming in shock. Never before had anyone witnessed such rapid and casual assembly. Su Ming just picked up a part and assembled it with other parts easily, just like a puzzle toy. Is it okay for him to do this? A sergeant swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Ming's operation with some fear. Every step of the assembly operation requires extreme caution and meticulous assembly of the parts. But looking at Su Ming's current appearance, he really seemed very relaxed and casual. Even before the parts were completely assembled, he had already cast his gaze on other parts on the workbench. Just like a child playing house, anyone who sees it can't help but worry that Su Ming will fail in the next assembly. However, every time, the mechanical parts were successfully assembled amidst the heart-pounding process. After seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other and felt a little surprised. Being able to achieve this step proves that Su Ming's mechanical level is probably higher than the planetary level. This is how a sense of casualness comes about due to dimensionality reduction. About 15 minutes later, the mechanical sword was reassembled. At this moment, the mechanical sword was emitting a strong energy-level reaction on the blade, and the blade was made of stellar-grade material. Su Ming actually perfectly integrated the planetary-level components with the stellar-level blade material. Everyone's eyes lit up after seeing this scene. Master Su Ming's skills are so superb. Locke's face was filled with ecstasy. He took the sword and swung it fiercely on the tester. He actually directly exerted an energy level of 1,400 points. You have to know that Locke's own energy level is only less than 900, but he was able to deal 1,500 points of energy damage at once, relying on the mechanical soldiers to deal 500 more energy points. This energy level range is already the energy level range possessed by a 4th level genetic warrior. Locke was overjoyed. Before, the most energy level I had ever achieved with my sword was over 1,000 points. But now, with just a casual cut, he can directly reach the 1,400 energy level. Only he knew in his heart how advanced Su Ming's mechanical reconstruction technology was. After seeing this, Su Ming nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Go back and test the specific data of the sword yourself. It shouldn't be bad." Su Ming had a rough estimate in his mind. However, for specific values like this, it is of course more accurate to test it through the system. After assembling the mechanical sword, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and prepared to leave the workbench. But when he raised his eyes, he was stunned. At this moment, there were about 40 or 50 soldiers surrounding him in the center. At this moment, these soldiers were looking at Locke with envy in their eyes, then turned their heads and looked at themselves eagerly. Su Ming was stunned. He was so focused on repairing the sword that he didn't notice that there were people standing around him. "You are?" Su Ming asked subconsciously. After hearing Su Ming's words, the soldiers who formed a human wall around him immediately looked at Su Ming with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at some peerless beauty. Then the group of soldiers rushed to Su Ming. "Master Su Ming, I have a planetary level ray gun. Can you help me repair it?" "Why call me Little Master? Call me Master." "Master Su Ming, my anti-energy armor is damaged. Can you help repair it?" "You guys just want to get it for free?" "Master Su Ming, I have a Star Energy robotic arm here. Can you help me fix it? Just tell me how much military merit you want. We have no shortage of it." "I'm not short of military merits, and I'm willing to pay for them. I also have a few stellar-level mechanical parts here." "Master Su Ming, would you mind helping me install them?" Although these sergeants are not mechanics, they have good vision. When I saw Su Ming actually taking out stellar-level mechanical parts for modification, I knew in my heart that even if Su Ming was not a stellar-level mechanic, he had probably already stepped half a foot into it. Mechanics like this are hard to come by, and even helping people modify mechanical parts is a favor. Everyone could clearly see Su Ming's entire repair process. It is called restoration, but it is not much different from remodification and creation. Seeing that Locke's face was almost smiling, everyone knew in their hearts that the effect after the modification was probably far beyond what an ordinary planetary mechanic could do after repairing it. The original psychological expectation was just to reach the original level, but Su Ming exceeded expectations in one go, which immediately made the hearts of these soldiers excited. Having an extra piece of powerful equipment will not only improve your combat power, but also allow you to use it for a longer time in the future, so you will not be eliminated even if you become stronger. Such a good thing is enough to make these soldiers excited. At this moment, Su Ming was surrounded by these soldiers. He looked at the wall of people in front of him with a wry smile and just wanted to find a gap to get out of the wall. Fortunately, Zhongli saw Su Ming's predicament and immediately spoke up to help him. "Let's get out of the way. Master Su Ming hasn't even received his military number plate yet, so you can't even send him military merits. It's better for me to take Master Su Ming back to my residence and handle the paperwork before you go find him." After she finished speaking, Zhongli angrily separated the crowd and said to Su Ming and Warren with a smile, "Two young masters, let me take you to your dormitories first." After hearing Zhongli's words, Su Ming and Warren immediately breathed a sigh of relief and ran to Zhongli's side as if escaping, fearing that they would fall behind and be surrounded by the soldiers again. Su Ming's forehead was sweating profusely. He found the scene just now very difficult to cope with. Even if he were asked to fight the people from the Aquamarine Star again, he would not want to face the same scene again. In essence, Su Ming often buries himself in repairing machinery and is a bit of a homebody and socially anxious. Zhongli looked at the expressions of Su Ming and Warren and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling secretly amused. Then she brought Su Ming and Warren to their dormitory. This is a very spacious double dormitory with 2 workbenches in the center. Obviously, this dormitory is designed for planetary-level mechanics. It is just right for Su Ming and Warren's daily research and work. Zhongli glanced at Su Ming and Warren, then smiled and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get your ID cards. From now on, whether you're accepting missions or logging into the military merit system, you can check your ID cards." Chapter 29, Mecha Knowledge. After a while, Zhongli handed two bracelet-like rings to Su Ming and Warren. This is your ID card. It has many functions. You could try them out, Zhongli said with a smile. Okay, I'm leaving now. I left my contact information on my ID card. If you need anything, you can contact me. After Zhongli finished speaking, she closed the door and left Su Ming and Warren's dormitory. Su Ming and Warren looked at each other, and then Warren showed excitement on his face. He took out his ID card and started to check it. I heard that there are mechas that can be exchanged in the military merit system. Let me take a look, Warren said excitedly. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming reacted immediately and quickly picked up the ID card and looked at it. There are 4 major functions in the bracelet. Mission, military merit system, contact, request for help. 4 functions, clear at a glance. Su Ming was quite interested in the military merit system, so he immediately clicked into it and started checking it out. In an instant, rows of exchange options appeared in front of Su Ming. The quantity is very large, and the types are very complete. There are everything from potions, mechanical parts, daily necessities, skills, knowledge drawings, etc. You can even spend military merit to post tasks in the task system. In addition to these functions, there are also the space teleportation function and space storage function that Locke had used in front of Su Ming before. Any exchanged items will be transmitted through the space transmission function within a very short time. It ensures the privacy of soldiers' exchange and has very convenient exchange logistics. Su Ming's expression changed, and he immediately clicked on the knowledge diagram option in the military merit system. Suddenly, all kinds of knowledge appeared in front of Su Ming. Planetary level Duan style disassembly technique. Preliminary explanation of stellar texture. Magnetic circuit system assembly method. And so on. There is everything, which is an integration of mechanical knowledge written by mechanical masters of different schools. There is even cluster level and galaxy level mechanic knowledge that exceeds the stellar level. It's simply a mechanical knowledge base. Although Su Ming can now assemble stellar level machines, he is even more proficient in assembling planetary level machines. However, these various techniques and skills also have certain reference value for Su Ming and are not completely useless. After all, to put it bluntly, Su Ming's knowledge of mechanics was something he gradually learned from the Karen family through seeing a large number of mechanical parts. Although he has his own understanding and school of thought, if Su Ming can learn the mainstream mechanical knowledge of the interstellar society, it will have a comprehensive effect. It may be helpful to him. Su Ming was delighted to see the prey. This was like a player who liked to play games suddenly seeing 100 sets of his favorite skins come out. Of course, you have to spend money. This is Su Ming's current situation. Purchasing this knowledge is actually equivalent to communicating with the masters who wrote these knowledge systems. He still has to spend money on it. However, the gold of the military merit system is military merit. Each piece of knowledge requires a large amount of military merit in exchange. If Su Ming wants to exchange this knowledge, he probably still needs to earn military merits honestly. At this moment, Su Ming felt a little regretful. It was a pity that I had no idea of the importance of military merit before, and I agreed to Locke's request without thinking. Now it seems that Locke should have been rewarded for some of his military achievements. However, the matter was done and the repairs were completed, so Su Ming was too embarrassed to ask Locke for military merit again. Su Ming smiled vitally. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly heard a scream from Warren next to him. Oh my God, mecha knowledge and blueprints are so expensive. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming was immediately surprised, and then he lowered his gaze to the knowledge about mecha. WAS type flying basic mecha X1. Type, knowledge plus blueprint. Required military merit, 8W. Minimum driving brain energy level required, 3,000 points. Humanoid E-class advanced mecha. Type, knowledge plus blueprint. Required military merit, 15W. Minimum driving brain energy level required, for 1,000 points. After seeing these two models, Su Ming was immediately surprised. These two mechas can be said to be very basic styles. If you almost want to learn about mechas, these two mechas are the entry-level models. But I didn't expect that even a basic mecha would require so many military merits. Su Ming had previously been able to see the task prices in the task hall. Ordinary tasks, even if completed successfully, will only give a few hundred military merit points. High-level tasks may give more, but only a few thousand points. Judging from this amount, it would take an indefinite amount of time to accumulate enough military merit to afford a mecha. Su Ming took a deep breath. There is no way. After all, mecha knowledge is now the most core knowledge of every country, and it is not allowed to circulate even on the market. It is priceless and precious knowledge. If you want to obtain it, you can only go through some illegal means or some special channels approved by the government. Private cannot be bought and sold casually. The exchange within the military merit system is one of the officially permitted ways. As long as you purchase it through the military merit system, it is equivalent to being registered with the official. In the future, if you assemble a similar mecha with your own hands, the official will not cause you any trouble. Su Ming took a deep breath and lowered his gaze again, ready to see how expensive the highest level mecha models were. Glory S-Class Nuclear Mecha. Type, Knowledge Plus Blueprint. Required Military Merit, 2000 W. Minimum Driving Energy Level, 40 W points. After seeing the introduction of this mecha, Su Ming's eyes turned red. This mecha, if I remember correctly, my cheap father, the head of the Colon family, Clarence, is driving this series of mecha, right? However, the mecha driven by my cheap dad is more advanced and powerful than this mecha. It looks like the Glory SSS level ultimate mecha. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt helpless. Well, there's still a long way to go to catch up with the Colon family. Now, I haven't even seen the shadow of a mecha, let alone the ultimate mecha. Su Ming shook his head and decided to start with the most basic mecha. What Su Ming himself didn't know was that, before long, his reputation would become famous throughout the spaceship. And all this started with the mechanical sword he casually modified for Locke. At this moment, Locke was standing with several soldiers, holding a brand new mechanical sword in his hand. Mission target, Planet Muta. Space life is invading. Seek assistance from the Empire. Mission difficulty, level 4, lower. Everyone, let's head for Planet Muta now. A sergeant with a strong aura next to Locke spoke lightly at this moment. Then several people nodded in succession and got into a small spaceship. The next moment, the small spaceship separated from the main spaceship and sped toward an inconspicuous planet. Chapter 30, Wood Tower Planet. Call out. The spaceship sped past, and then several figures suddenly jumped down from the spaceship. He then activated the flight mode in his space combat suit and landed directly on the planet Muta. At this moment, on the Muta planet, there are hundreds of spherical tentacle monsters with tentacles and round bodies that are constantly using their tentacles to roll up humans one by one and put them into their mouths. This is one of the cosmic creatures. The universe is simply too vast. In the universe, creatures that can adapt to the void of the universe are occasionally born and float in the void. This type of organism does not have a specific biological family, so they're collectively referred to as cosmic organisms. There are strong and weak creatures in the universe, but due to the limitations of individual creatures, these creatures have been wandering in the universe and have no way to form their own technology and civilization. Therefore, among the life forms in the universe, they're often much stronger than normal humans, but they are much weaker than practitioners or genetic warriors who possess technology and cultivation systems. Somewhere in between, it turned out to be a furry monster. After these people arrived at the Muta planet and saw these monsters, they immediately showed a look of understanding on their faces. Hairball monster is the name of this monster with spherical tentacles. Among the life forms in the universe, this kind of hairball monster is very common and often wanders in the void of the universe in groups. These furry monsters usually curl up into a ball and wander around randomly to reduce energy consumption. However, once they discover a planet with life, they will descend upon it and devour the life on the planet to replenish themselves. The average combat power of the hairy monsters is roughly in the range of genetic warriors between level 2 and level 4. For a low-level planet like Muta, it is simply a terrible natural disaster. But for these soldiers who came down, it was actually nothing. These soldiers who came down were Locke and others who had received the mission and separated from the number 32 temporary army. At present, the team has a size of about 15 people, and the average number of them is a level 3 genetic warrior, and the team leader is a level 4 lower genetic warrior. A team with this configuration is more than enough to clean up the furry monsters. After all, for humans with technological civilization, the combat power does not just come from the energy level of the body. A large part of it is the energy level increase brought by equipping weapons. It is very likely that a third-level inferior genetic warrior, equipped with a good mechanical combat weapon, can have combat power comparable to that of an ordinary third-level superior genetic warrior. After seeing the furry monster, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. They're not dangerous space creatures. These furry monsters can be easily cleared out by the team. Act immediately. If we delay for too long, there will be more casualties on the Muta planet. The captain spoke lightly, and then his soldiers rushed towards the direction of the hairy monster in an instant. During this process, he took out a ray gun from the storage space, raised the gun, and shot at the hairy monster. The captain is the strongest in the team, and he is also a brain developer. Therefore, for him, using firearms can increase their power, which is a huge improvement for firearms. In an instant, the captain shot the furry monsters into nothingness with his ray gun and killed them instantly. The captain's actions successfully attracted the attention of a large number of furry monsters. The furry monsters around immediately put down the humans in their hands and rushed towards the captain. Each ball of fur is about 5 to 10 meters high, and hundreds of them are rushing towards this side. The scene is very spectacular, but this doesn't scare Locke's team. When the team members saw this scene, they all smiled indifferently. Then, one by one, the soldiers took out their mechanical combat soldiers from the storage space and attacked the furry monster. A soldier who has not developed his brain energy and only has physical energy will be more powerful when using melee weapons than when using firearms, including Locke. He also took out the thermal energy sword that had just been repaired and modified by Su Ming from his arms. Then he took a leap and rushed directly to a furry monster with the strength of a third-level, medium-level genetic warrior. He suddenly raised the sword in his hand and swung it out in an instant. The energy level in the body exploded instantly and was added to the sword. In an instant, the sword turned red and emitted an extremely hot temperature. It slashed at the furry monster and instantly cut it in half. The scorching temperature made the surrounding air scalding hot. This medium-sized, third-level furry monster was instantly swept away by the terrifying heat energy, and both halves of its body were burned to ashes. The heat was so terrifying that it startled several team members nearby. Locke, what's going on? Have you made another breakthrough? Several people nearby who were familiar with Locke were shocked when they saw this scene, and then asked curiously. However, at this moment, Locke was standing there stupidly, and then looked at the thermal blade in front of him in disbelief. If it were before, if he wanted to kill a level 3 medium-powered enemy, it would be impossible for him to kill him with just one strike. Usually, he would have to fight for a while before killing him. But just now, after he swung the knife, he felt that this furry monster was like a ball of foam and was cut into two without any resistance. This smooth feeling. Locke didn't know how long it had been since he had felt this way. Locke looked at the knife in his hand. He knew in his heart that most of the credit for being able to kill a furry monster so smoothly was due to this sword. What shocked Locke was, this sword actually has stellar-level power. The most important thing is that the threshold for using this sword is that it can be used by only a third-level genetic warrior. Any weapon has a usage threshold. This threshold does not mean that you cannot lift it or use it if your energy level is not high enough. The so-called threshold mainly refers to the minimum energy level that can bring out the power of this sword. For example, if he were to use a second-level genetic warrior, he would not be able to make the thermal blade burst out with scorching energy when swinging it, and could only use it as an ordinary tough weapon. In this case, the power will be reduced by more than 5 times. There are even some people whose energy levels are too different. When they encounter guns with energy levels much higher than their own, they're shocked to death by the recoil force. Use weapons of the same level as your energy and rank. This is an eternal truth. But at this moment, Locke suddenly realized that the mechanical warrior modified for him by Su Ming had stellar-level power, but the threshold for use was only planetary level. This is equivalent to a child being able to control a pistol at will. Even an extremely strong adult can be shot and killed by a child. If this is true, Locke vaguely feels Su Ming's level is even far better than that of a normal star-level mechanic. I'm afraid only some mechanical masters can do this. Chapter 31, Level 5, Cosmic Creatures. With such a powerful thermal blade, Locke quickly became famous in this mission. The sword is extremely sharp, and any furry monster can be killed with one blow in Locke's hand. Locke felt secretly happy. He already felt that as a level 3 intermediate genetic warrior, he could suddenly unleash the combat power of a level 4 lower level after using this mechanical sword with stellar power. Even a medium-sized third-level furry monster can be killed with one blow in his hands. Locke was in high spirits, and he and his teammates quickly cleared out and killed all the furry monsters. Locke's performance naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the team. Everyone works together frequently, and they all have a good idea of who is strong and who is weak in the team, as well as their respective combat capabilities. Seeing Locke suddenly become much stronger, everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to Locke. What's going on? This old man Locke is really powerful. No furry monster can withstand his blow. Did this old man take some powerful pills? How'd he suddenly become so much stronger? No, his physical strength doesn't seem to have increased, but his attack power has. Could it be a weapon? I remember his sword seemed to be broken before. How come it can be used normally again now? Has it been repaired? After hearing this person's words, everyone quickly turned their attention to Locke's thermal blade, with curiosity showing in their eyes. Is it really the enhancement brought by this sword? At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the crowd, and then a soldier was pierced through the body and dragged into the sky by a thick tentacle. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The soldier whose body was pierced was a third-level superior genetic warrior. His combat power was not the strongest, but he was also in the upper middle level among everyone. How could such a genetic warrior be killed instantly by the hairy monster? Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their eyes towards the direction where the deadly tentacle was coming from. Then everyone saw a horrifying scene. A furry monster that was more than 20 meters tall suddenly descended from afar. The tentacles that were just released to kill the team members instantly came from this furry monster. When everyone saw this furry monster, they couldn't help but look solemn. Under normal circumstances, the furry monster is no more than 10 meters tall. But this furry monster is actually 20 meters tall. What's going on? This furry monster must have been contaminated by some kind of radiation or energy and mutated. At this time, the captain looked at the furry monster with a serious look in his eyes. He then said in a deep voice, "Little Carrie, measure the energy level of this furry monster." After hearing the captain's words, a young man nearby quickly took out a detector and started measuring the giant furry monster. Drop. Soon, a string of numbers appeared on the screen. 5,200. After seeing this number, everyone was shocked and looked at the number on the display in disbelief. 5,200 energy level. How is that possible? This is already the lower level of genetic energy at level 5. How could there be a hairy monster with such a high energy level among the hairy monsters? Everyone's face looked unhappy at the moment. Even the strongest captain is only a 4th level lower class genetic warrior. Although he has mechanical weapons to assist in amplification, the difference in energy level with that of a 5th level lower class warrior is too great. One has an energy level of 2,000 points, and the other has an energy level of 5,200 points. Even if the weapon can increase the captain's energy level by about 1,500 points, he is definitely no match for the furry monster. There is still a gap of nearly 1,500 energy levels between the two sides. It's terrible. Even though the spaceship is docked above us, the furry monster's energy level means it can easily catch up to the spaceship. Moreover, in the void of the universe, our combat power will be greatly reduced, making us no match for the furry monster. One team member turned pale, and seeing this furry monster was like seeing the Grim Reaper of the apocalypse. Everyone looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. If I had stellar-level equipment, I still have a chance. One of the team members muttered to himself. However, after hearing what the team member said, the captain shook his head. The threshold for using stellar-level weapons is very high. Any energy level above 4,000 is required to use them. Even if we have stellar-level weapons, we can't use them. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind everyone. I have stellar-level weapons, and the threshold for using them is only 800 energy points. After hearing this voice, everyone was stunned, then turned around and looked at the person who spoke. It's Locke. At this moment, Locke walked forward, holding a mechanical sword in his hand, and handed it out with a serious expression. The captain frowned, then shook his head and said, "How is that possible? There's no such thing as a stellar-grade mechanical weapon that only requires 800 energy levels to use. Locke, there's no need to comfort us at this time." As he was speaking, 2 more soldiers, completely without any ability to resist, were once again pierced through the bodies by the level 5 furry monsters, and their bodies were dragged away. After seeing this scene, the captain's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and a strong sense of anger and powerlessness flashed in his eyes. We must find a way to resist. We can't just sit there and wait to die. A look of deep determination flashed in the captain's eyes. At this moment, Locke suddenly walked up to him and forcibly handed the sword in his hand to the captain. "Captain, please trust me this time. Once you use this sword, you will understand its power." The captain was stunned, and then he saw the unusually determined look in Locke's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt in his heart. He was very familiar with Locke, and he was not the kind of person who liked to talk big. Could it be that this sword really has some special power? The captain took the sword in his hand, gritted his teeth, looked seriously into Locke's eyes, and asked, "Are you sure you are a stellar-level fighter?" Locke also gritted his teeth, then nodded heavily. "It's absolutely correct. I won't joke with my life." After hearing Locke's assurance, the captain looked at Locke deeply, and then a powerful level of energy burst out from his body. "Okay, I believe you." After saying this, the captain turned around and released all the energy levels in his body, pouring them into the thermal blade in his hand. In an instant, something happened that shocked everyone. I saw that this thermal energy battle blade, after being infused with a large amount of energy, instantly burst out with a shocking heat wave and dazzling light, almost cutting the entire night sky apart. The energy level erupting from the blade soared to a level that shocked everyone in an instant. "Nice knife." The captain was ecstatic, as the sword gave him infinite power. Then he suddenly jumped up, wielding the heat energy sword in his hand, and slashed at the 20-meter-tall giant furry monster in front of him. Chapter 32. The sword shows its power. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the power exerted by this thermal blade in the captain's hands far exceeded that in Locke's hands. In an instant, the thermal energy sword burst out with an extremely terrifying energy level, directly rendering the sky and the earth a fiery red color. The vehicles and some buildings on the streets were actually showing signs of melting under the heat. The captain held a long knife in his hand and slashed at the furry monster instantly. The scorching heat energy burning on the mechanical blade instantly cut a huge red crescent in the sky. With this slash, the furry monster, which was originally extremely powerful, was suddenly cut open with a huge gash. A strong smell of barbecue instantly emanated from the hairy monster's wound. Seeing that this attack actually successfully injured the furry monster, the captain and all the team members were immediately surprised. This proves that even if the captain who uses this mechanical sword does not have a higher energy level than the hairy monster, he has reached the same level as the hairy monster. This is the only way to hurt the furry monster. "Cover me. I will kill this furry monster." The captain shouted loudly to the team members behind him. Then the team members did not hesitate, and each of them used all their strength to attack the tentacles of the hairy monster frantically. Although the ability levels of these team members are not as high as the furry monster, if they just focus on the furry monster's tentacles and attack, it can still have a certain effect. Soon, at the cost of sacrificing 2 more team members, the captain, with the help of his teammates, successfully cut the furry monster in front of him into 2 halves. The most powerful furry monster died, just like that. The rest of the furry monsters could not pose any danger to the soldiers and were easily wiped out by this team. The captain cut open the body of the hairy monster and then took a piece of meat from it as a research object. He always felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of this furry monster. It was impossible for the furry monster to be so big originally. It must have been stimulated by some external factors to grow to such a size. Simply cut open a piece of the furry monster's flesh and take it back to the number 32 temporary military spacecraft for research. After doing all this, everyone returned to the spaceship one after another. The captain handed the sword in his hand to Locke, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. "Locke, this sword, are you selling it? I'd pay a huge price for it." The captain thought about it, and then tried to speak with a look of hope. Originally, the captain was reluctant to ask for things from the team members. But this mechanical sword is really awesome. Even using planetary energy levels, the power of this mechanical sword can be unleashed. It is simply the threshold of planetary level and the power of stellar level. Anyone who sees such a weapon will be jealous. If I could obtain this equipment, I would really be able to unleash the power of a level 5 lower genetic warrior with the energy level of level 4 lower. It's a huge leap. It's really heartwarming. After hearing the captain's words, Locke quickly hugged the sword tightly like a treasure, and then looked at the captain with a look as if he was guarding against a thief. "Captain, for us soldiers, weapons are like wives. A brother's wife should not be bullied." Locke glanced at the captain and spoke cautiously. Originally, for the survival of the whole team, Locke lent the sword to the captain temporarily, and then he felt a little green on his head. Now that the captain was happy, he actually began to covet his precious sword. How could Locke tolerate this? However, the two of them had a good relationship, so they didn't really take their guard against thieves seriously. A deep disappointment flashed across the captain's eyes, and then he sighed softly and said helplessly, "What a pity. Your sword is really useful. I estimate its value is even comparable to some top-level, stellar-level equipment." After hearing the captain's words, Locke's eyes flashed with pride, and then he snorted and said, "Of course, this was made for me by Master Su Ming." Master Su Ming. The captain was stunned, then asked curiously, "Who is this Master Su Ming? How about you introduce him to me? I'll ask him to help me build a mechanical sword." After hearing the captain's words, Locke said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Captain, you've been staying in the spaceship for too long. Master Su Ming is the new mechanic who recently joined the number 32 Provisional Army. He modified my weapon." After hearing Locke's words, the surrounding team members were all surprised, and then they gathered around Locke and started discussing. "I seem to remember that there are indeed 2 new mechanics joining the spaceship recently. So it's them? I remember they were both planetary mechanics. How could they have modified such amazing equipment?" At this moment, someone nearby said proudly, "You probably don't know this, but I was right next to Locke when he was modifying the sword. Master Su Ming, though young, is incredibly skilled. He fixed and modified the sword in just 40 minutes. What, 40 minutes? Another person was surprised. The previous planetary-level mechanic took 3 or 4 hours to repair a single task, and that was just a repair, not a modification. How could Master Su Ming even complete a modification in just 40 minutes? How impressive. I want to ask Mechanic Harry to fix it before, but it cost me 4 hours. And this Harry has a bad temper and is very arrogant. If I ask him to fix it, I will be very angry." The other man said with a sneer. Harry was the only planetary mechanic that existed before the 32nd Provisional Army. Speaking of Harry at this moment, everyone on the spaceship started to complain. But the captain did not participate in the discussion. A thoughtful look appeared on his face, and then he glanced at the planetary-level firearm he had previously damaged, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. About a few hours later, the team drove the spaceship back to the main spaceship. After returning the spaceship to the caretaker, the captain walked directly off the spaceship and hurriedly walked towards the dormitory area inside the spaceship. "Captain, where are you going? After completing the mission, why don't you go relax for a while?" The team member behind him smiled and spoke to the captain. The captain turned around, then smiled and said, "I have something else to do. You guys go ahead. I won't be going." Although soldiers like this can earn huge fortunes in a short period of time, it is often accompanied by a great risk of death. Like this time, 4 team members died forever on the planet Muta and could never come back. Therefore, everyone who joins the temporary army will indulge in a life of debauchery after completing their mission to relieve the stress of military service. This is the tradition of the team. But this time the captain chose not to participate. Everyone looked at each other, and then a look of understanding appeared in their eyes. "Let's go." The captain saw Master Su Ming's modification technology and couldn't walk anymore. Now he's probably heading straight for Master Su Ming. Chapter 33. Fame. Everyone guessed correctly. After the captain used Locke's mechanical sword once, he became jealous of it. Only he knows how terrifying the value of this mechanical sword is. Even normal stellar-level equipment is not as valuable as this mechanical sword. Now that he was back on the main spaceship, he had no time to think about anything else. He asked about Su Ming's dormitory and then walked straight towards it. As soon as the captain arrived in front of Su Ming's dormitory, he was stunned. I saw that in front of Su Ming's dormitory door, there was already a group of soldiers blocking Su Ming's door. "Master Su Ming, please help me modify mine after you finish modifying this firearm. I'm willing to pay 300 military merits." "Master Su Ming, I've been waiting for a long time. Please help me modify it. I'll give you 400 military merits." The soldiers at the door stretched their heads one by one, came to the door, and spoke. Seeing this scene, the captain was secretly shocked and hurried to the dormitory door to look over. Then the captain saw a young man standing in front of a workbench, concentrating on looking at the mechanical parts in his hands. His fingers never stopped for a moment, and he quickly assembled the mechanical parts in his hands as if he didn't need to think at all. The young man's eyes revealed a hint of immersion. He was not affected by the soldiers outside the door at all, and his gaze was always fixed on the workbench in front of him. It seemed that nothing around him could interrupt the young man's concentration. When the captain saw this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. When this young man was assembling, his brain energy level was so active, as if he was constantly exercising his brain. When the captain saw this scene, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. This is a method of cultivating brain energy levels exclusively for mechanics. Other brain developers cannot practice it even if they want to. Moreover, the young man in front of him seemed to be much more focused than other mechanics. In this state, the efficiency of cultivating brain energy levels would be higher. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers burst into exclamations, and the captain immediately turned his attention to the firearms in the boy's hands. I saw that this originally planetary-level firearm was now equipped with several stellar-level mechanical components. This raises the energy level of this firearm to an extremely terrifying level. It seems that this young man used this planetary-level plus stellar-level assembly routine to make a weapon that can not only exert stellar-level combat power, but also be used by planetary-level people. The captain's eyes flashed with admiration, and he immediately squeezed into the crowd, smiling and saying to the young man, "Master Su-Ming, can you help me repair and modify my firearm? I'm willing to pay 500 military merit points." After hearing the captain's words, Su-Ming raised his head, looked at the captain strangely, then shook his head and said, "Get in line." The captain was stunned, and then he saw the soldiers behind him looking at him while trying to hold back their laughter. The captain's face suddenly showed shock, and then he ran obediently behind the sergeant and lined up. Su-Ming stretched and then looked at the soldiers standing in front of his dormitory. This scene had been seen a few hours ago. Less than half an hour after he and Warren moved in, a large number of soldiers came and lined up to have him repair their mechanical equipment. But Su-Ming smiled bitterly. Even though he had been frantically repairing for several hours, the team didn't seem to be shrinking at all. Instead, the number of people was gradually increasing. Even Su-Ming couldn't help feeling a little tired after several hours of continuous high-intensity repairs. Since he moved in, he has repaired and modified 12 pieces of equipment, which took him a total of 8 hours. It has to be said that the starlight points brought to him by the planetary-level machinery are even more impressive. Based on the calculation that each planetary-level equipment is worth 100 star points, the 12 pieces of equipment earned him a total of 1,200 star points. If it were surface-level equipment, it would probably take 2 days of hard work to find so many star points. It turned out that leaving the planet NOP was the right choice. In addition to the star points, Su-Ming also gained a lot of military merits. Almost everyone who comes to Su-Ming to modify mechanical parts will pay an average of 200 to 400 military merits. The 12 pieces of equipment earned Su-Ming about 3,000 points of military merit. From this perspective, it is actually not that difficult to earn enough military merit to purchase mecha knowledge and blueprints. It is estimated that by doing this for a few weeks, 150,000 military merits can be obtained, and the humanoid E-Class Melee Advanced Mecha that Su-Ming likes can be purchased. Su-Ming turned around and looked at the soldiers still waiting outside. He pulled Warren to the front and said, "This is my companion Warren. He's a very skilled mechanic. If you can't wait, you can ask him to repair it." After hearing Su-Ming's words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the inconspicuous Warren. It was the first time that Warren was being stared at by so many people. He was a little nervous for a moment and could only stand next to Su-Ming and laugh stupidly. Since it was recommended by Master Su-Ming, there must be no problem. "Master Warren, please repair this mechanical battle blade for me. I'm willing to pay 200 military merit points." After hearing Su-Ming's words, a man came forward from the back of the team and spoke with a smile. Among those who came to Su-Ming to repair their mechanical weapons, some wanted to modify their weapons to make them more powerful, and these people will wait obediently for Su-Ming's schedule. However, there are also some people who simply want to repair their damaged mechanical weapons as long as they can be used, and they do not pursue the improvement of combat effectiveness. However, you have to queue up to find a mechanic named Harry, and Su-Ming is much more efficient than Harry, so queuing up with Su-Ming will be even faster. Now that Su-Ming pushed Warren out, everyone remembered that there were 2 mechanics joining the number 32 temporary army this time. The skinny and insignificant young man in front of me is actually a mechanic. Warren thought that his skills were not as sophisticated as Su-Ming's, so he was quite satisfied that someone asked him to repair weapons. As for the military merit points, Warren did not dare to ask for too much. Hearing that someone was willing to pay 200 points for him to repair it, Warren's face immediately showed joy. He nodded repeatedly, took the man's mechanical battle blade, and went to the workbench to prepare to repair it. Su-Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw Warren's appearance. Warren is his mechanic apprentice, but because of his poor background, Warren has never had much confidence. But what he didn't know was that the status of mechanics in the Interstellar Society was much higher than that of others. Almost all genetic warriors' weapons were damaged and had to be repaired by mechanics. Surface-level mechanics are naturally nothing, and there are a lot of them. However, the status of planetary-level mechanics began to rise. Warren mainly doesn't have much confidence at the moment. Once the normal order-taking mode begins in the future, Warren will soon be able to feel the popularity of planetary mechanics among the sergeants. Chapter 34: Strange Things. After waiting for several hours, the captain of Locke's team successfully obtained his modified weapon. Then he posted the video of everyone's mission to the planet Muta on the public network. The public network is the network system shared by the number 32 temporary army on the spacecraft. Before each team carries out a mission, they will set up automatic video recording and retain the video of the mission process. This is the rule of the Imperial Provisional Army. Because the management system of the temporary army is much looser than that of the regular army, in order to prevent some soldiers from being perfunctory in performing their tasks, the Empire requires the temporary army to use automatic video equipment to record the process of the mission. The captain naturally also recorded the mission process on the planet Muta. The video was sent to the public network and could be seen by everyone on the spacecraft. This public network is similar to a forum, where other soldiers can even comment and share. At this moment, the sergeants who were familiar with Locke's team and others saw the captain's new update and immediately left comments below to make fun of him. "Oh my, did you get military merit? Now that you've achieved military merit, why don't you invite your brothers to go and have some fun?" It was originally just a daily chat and joke, but when these familiar soldiers clicked on the video and watched the content, they were immediately shocked. How can there be a level 5 furball monster? This furball monster is not normal. What's going on? Shouldn't this situation be reported? Otherwise, if there's information error during our future missions, we'll be in danger. The attention of some soldiers was attracted by the furry monster, but the attention of some soldiers was attracted by the sword in Locke's hand. This sword has stellar-level power, but it can also be used at planetary levels. After hearing the sergeant's analysis, the commentators were shocked and began to discuss the mechanical sword. Which master modified this mechanical sword? Please introduce it. I saw my friend asking in the comments. The captain of Team Locke quickly mentioned in the comments that the mechanical sword was made by Su-Ming. What? Su-Ming? Is he the new mechanic on the spaceship? Isn't he planetary level? That's normal. Many mechanics these days are very low-key and don't bother to get certified. Master Su-Ming must have already become a star-level mechanic, but he just doesn't bother to get certified. Holy crap, a stellar-class mechanic? We have a stellar-class mechanic on our spaceship? I'm going to ask him to modify it. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. Soon, the news that Su-Ming was a star-level mechanic spread throughout the entire spacecraft. Now all the soldiers know that Su-Ming is a star-level mechanic. As a result, more and more soldiers lined up in front of Su-Ming's dormitory waiting for repairs. In addition, some soldiers gave their star-level mechanical equipment to Su-Ming for repair. As a result, Su-Ming actually completed the repair of these star-level equipment. This result made these soldiers believe that Su-Ming was a star-level mechanic. Suddenly, Su-Ming's status and income on the spacecraft rose rapidly. Originally, after Su-Ming repaired a piece of mechanical equipment, he could only obtain about 200 to 400 points of military merit. However, ever since the soldiers discovered that Su-Ming was a star-level mechanic, they raised the price of each piece of mechanical equipment modified by Xiaogu to the range of 1,000 to 1,200 military merits. It has increased about 5 times. The value that a stellar-level mechanic can create is indeed 5 times, or even more than that, of a planetary-level mechanic. Even some star-level mechanics from outside may not be able to get an appointment if they want to. In the eyes of these soldiers, having a star-level mechanic on the spacecraft is simply a benefit for the temporary army. Suddenly, everyone was eager to ask Su-Ming to help them repair and modify it. Su-Ming's income also continued to soar during this period, and he could even earn about 20,000 military merits every day. If this continues, It will probably take less than a week for Su Ming to successfully exchange for the mecha knowledge and blueprints he has always wanted. The mission video uploaded by Team Locke actually caused more than just a stir regarding Su Ming's mechanical equipment. Soon, the real manager of the spacecraft, Lieutenant Walker, also saw the video, and then Lieutenant Walker turned his attention to the level 5 furry monster. He is not interested in stellar-level mechanical equipment. After all, given his status, it is very easy for him to find a star-level mechanic. But the level 5 furry monster caught his attention. Strange, why have so many strange and high-level cosmic creatures appeared recently? This isn't the first incident. Lieutenant Walker frowned, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Others might simply find it odd. However, Lieutenant Walker combined the recent coup of the Lothar Party in the Banner Galaxy and the unclear attitude behind it, and vaguely felt that the recent strange events in this star field seemed to have some connection with the Lothar Party. Lieutenant Walker stood up and immediately found Locke's captain. "Mr. Lieutenant, what can I do for you?" When the captain saw Lieutenant Walker had come to see him specially, he couldn't help but look at Lieutenant Walker curiously. Lieutenant Walker nodded slightly, his face solemn. He then spoke to the captain. "Based on a mission video, I saw that you seem to have taken a piece of meat from the level 5 furry monster that was killed. Could you get it to me?" Seeing Lieutenant Walker's serious expression, the captain was slightly surprised. He then said, "Of course, this piece of meat was cut specifically for research. It's even better to submit it to you now." After saying that, the captain took out a piece of meat that was placed in a preservation device from the storage space and handed it to Lieutenant Walker along with the preservation device. The lieutenant nodded, then said to the captain, "Don't tell anyone about this." The captain was startled. "Mr. Lieutenant, is there something wrong with this level 5 furry monster?" After hearing the captain's words, the lieutenant shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either, but this matter doesn't feel right. I need to study the flesh and blood of this furry monster before I can make any inferences." After hearing the lieutenant's words, the captain opened his mouth, but in the end he could only nod and said nothing. Since the lieutenant said so, it is very likely that the meat involves some sensitive matters. How can the captain have the nerve to ask more questions? Chapter 35. Exchange for Mecha Knowledge. Time passed day by day. Soon, a week had passed since Su Ming's net worth skyrocketed. During this week, Su Ming gained a lot of military merit, about 160,000 points. Similarly, Starlight Point also gained a lot. Excluding the Starlight points needed for daily cultivation, Su Ming can save about 400 Starlight points every day. After a week, there are 2,800 star points. Today, Su Mingzheng entered the military merit system with excitement. Now that he had accumulated enough military merit, it was finally enough for Su Ming to exchange for the humanoid E-level advanced mecha he had always dreamed of. For this purpose, Su Ming even turned down a day's work and planned to stay in the dormitory today to concentrate on studying the knowledge of humanoid E-level advanced mecha. Please ask Sergeant Su Ming to confirm whether you need to spend 150,000 military merits to redeem the humanoid E-class advanced mecha knowledge and blueprints. Once redeemed, the military merits will not be refunded. In the military merit system, the prompt sound of the military merit system soon popped up. After hearing the electronic prompt sound in the military merit system, Su Ming did not hesitate at all and directly chose to confirm. Ding! Sergeant Su Ming spent 150,000 military merits to successfully purchase the knowledge and blueprints for the humanoid E-class advanced mecha. The redemption items are now being sent to Sergeant Su Ming. Ding! The exchanged item, humanoid E-class advanced mecha, knowledge and blueprints have entered Sergeant Su Ming's storage space. Please check. After hearing the continuous electronic sounds, Su Ming showed excitement on his face and immediately took out the drawings from the storage space. A thick book and a pile of drawings suddenly appeared in the dormitory. When Warren saw this, his eyes were filled with envy. The knowledge and drawings purchased by Su Ming belong to the core knowledge of the Empire and are protected and restricted by the Imperial laws. Even Su Ming cannot give the purchased books and drawings to Warren for viewing. Otherwise, they would violate the Empire's core knowledge protection law, and both of them would go to jail. Unless Warren purchased the corresponding knowledge himself, it wouldn't really matter. Su Ming did not hesitate, quickly opened the book, and started reading. Mecha. It is the ultimate goal of every mechanic. A mechanic who can assemble a mecha is considered a true master and enjoys a very high status in the interstellar society. Because mechas are strategic weapons, not ordinary weapons. Each mecha has certain strategic significance for the army and possesses unparalleled powerful strength. Apart from anything else, every part of the humanoid E-class advanced mecha has mechanical components that are not lower than stellar level. Even some key systems use cluster-level mechanical components. If you really assemble a mecha, it would be equivalent to covering your entire body with countless star-level and star cluster-level mechanical weapons. A stellar-class mechanical weapon is enough for Locke's team to turn the tide of battle and achieve the feat of defeating a level 5 furry monster with the body of a level 4 genetic warrior. The power that can be unleashed by countless star-level and star cluster-level mechanical weapons will be extremely terrifying. Even a single mechanical weapon of the star cluster level is completely inadequate in front of the mecha. If Su Ming succeeds in assembling this mecha, he can walk around the Bander Galaxy with ease. Even Lieutenant Walker, a powerful level 6 genetic warrior, will have to retreat in front of this mecha. But, after reading the book for several hours, Su Ming had a rough idea of how to assemble a mecha. Su Ming couldn't help but secretly sigh that the crystallization of the wisdom of countless people in the universe was so shocking. If one person studies the knowledge and drawings of this mecha alone, it may take thousands of years to figure it out. It's really too complicated and too cumbersome. If assembling a single weapon is like the knowledge system of a single discipline, then assembling a mecha probably involves dozens of disciplines. It's more than 100 times more complicated. Assembling a single weapon in front of the entire mecha is as easy as playing house for a child. And Su Ming suddenly discovered with a wry smile, with my current brain power level, I am not able to control this basic mecha. In order to fully control this basic mecha, one needs to at least raise the brain energy level to the level of a level 5 genetic warrior so that one has enough energy to control this mecha. But it doesn't matter. What Su Ming is best at is converting a piece of mechanical equipment with a higher threshold into one with a lower threshold. It only requires simplifying some mechanical parts, and then the threshold for using this mecha will be lowered to a level that one can bear at one's own energy level. Moreover, in the process of assembling the mecha, I will also improve, and my energy level will definitely be higher than it is now. At that time, it will be easier to control the mecha. Su Ming did not hesitate. He still had more than 10,000 military merit points left. He directly spent more than 10,000 military merit points and exchanged them for a large amount of mechanical equipment in a military merit system. These are the mechanical equipment needed to assemble the mecha. However, even after spending more than 10,000 military merit points, he still only exchanged for less than 1/10 of the mechanical parts. The mechanical parts required for a real mecha are extremely complicated. Moreover, each item is extremely expensive. Even if it is exchanged through the military merit system, a large amount of military merit is required to exchange for a complete mecha component. At the moment, Su Ming's military merits are far from enough. He can only temporarily exchange for some mechanical parts and assemble a part first. Then, when he has enough military merits, he can slowly purchase new mechanical parts little by little to fill it up. Soon, the mechanical parts exchanged by Su Ming were transferred to Su Ming's storage space through the space transfer function. Su Ming took out these mechanical parts one by one and placed them in the dormitory. Without saying anything, he started to disassemble and re-engraving these mechanical parts. As Su Ming entered the assembly state, Su Ming's order-taking mode started again. There's no other way. Military merit must be earned. Mechas are money-burning things. It probably takes over 100,000 points of military merit to assemble a mecha. Su Ming had no choice but to reopen his business. On the one hand, he helped others modify mechanical equipment and received military merit rewards. And, on the other hand, he used these rewards to purchase a large number of mechanical parts to maintain the mecha. However, what made Su Ming feel gratified was that, as he deepened his research on mechas, his mechanical technology also made rapid progress. It used to take 40 minutes to modify a piece of mechanical equipment, but now Su Ming has accelerated it to 20 minutes, a speed that is enough to make most mechanics ashamed. At the same time, assembling a mecha is also an extremely laborious task. Even Su Ming himself didn't notice that his brain energy level had skyrocketed during the process of researching and assembling the mecha. Chapitre 36 L'Hôtel Alliance. Time passed, and more than a week had passed since Su Ming exchanged for the mecha and began to study and assemble it. During this period of time, a major event occurred in the Bander Galaxy. The Lhasa Party in the Free Federation is in the process of negotiating with the core parties of the Free Federation. The talks broke down. In the end, the Lhasa Party actually announced its separation from the abusive Free Federation with the 10 surrounding galaxies and established a galaxy cluster-level country, the Lhasa Galaxy Cluster Alliance, abbreviated as Lothar Alliance. With the establishment of the Lothar Alliance, the situation between nearby galaxies suddenly became extremely tense. At this moment, in the Parliament Hall of the core political parties of the abusive Free Federation, several leaders of the core political parties of the abusive Free Federation are sitting in the Parliament Hall and discussing this matter. Everyone, what do you think about the Lothar Alliance? A congressman in formal attire asked in a calm tone with a blank expression on his face. After hearing what this congressman said, several congressmen around him couldn't help but reveal a half-smile on their faces, as if they didn't care much about this matter. Does this kind of trivial matter even need to be brought up for discussion? Another council member stood up with a relaxed expression and spoke to the crowd. The Lothar Alliance, without even a single apocalypse-level warrior, dares to call itself a galaxy cluster-level power. They're truly, utterly... Everyone, first of all, you must understand one thing. The Lothar Alliance does not exist in the universe. There are only violent criminal organizations that lead armed forces to commit treason. Currently, countless citizens of the Federation are being forced by the Lothar Party to change their nationality and leave the Federation through armed force. Right now, the Federation needs to send troops to eliminate the violent elements and rescue the people from the control of the Lothar Alliance. The politician spoke eloquently. After hearing the politician's words, the surrounding parliamentarians looked at each other and then nodded. Brooke, you will lead the army to wipe out the rebels. At this time, a congressman slowly spoke to a congressman next to him. The congressman next to him, named Brooke, had a powerful aura, and his body was like a star, emitting explosive power. This person is one of the apocalypse-level masters of the Free Federation. After hearing what the congressman said, he chuckled and then nodded slowly. This matter was very easy for him. The so-called Lothar Alliance doesn't even have an apocalypse-level master. As long as he takes action, he can easily crush the rebels in the Lothar Alliance. Indeed, a galaxy cluster-level force without an apocalypse-level master is simply a joke in the universe civilization. Any slightly stronger force can easily penetrate the entire galaxy cluster by sending a legion led by an apocalypse-level master. To everyone present, the Lothar Alliance was nothing more than a farce that was not even interesting. All right, everyone, let's put this clown out of our minds for now. Should we first discuss the battle for the radiant mineral vein star field and the recent ruling party elections? The congressman slowly sat down and spoke to everyone. After hearing what the congressman said, the congressman's expressions suddenly brightened up. They quickly sat up straight and began to talk. The universe is so vast that the mineral veins and star fields are almost as numerous as the stars. However, the discovery of each mineral vein star field is not simple, as it involves the issue of the farthest exploration area. Because the areas that can be explored by technology have almost been explored, and some unexplored areas often contain extremely terrifying dangers. Whether it is alien races or some cosmic dangerous areas, they are areas that cannot be explored. However, there's a limit to the area that can be explored. Once this limit is exceeded, normal human technological levels, energy supplies, detection methods, and so on will be affected, and there will be no way to conduct further exploration. Therefore, every time a mineral vein star field is discovered, it requires human civilization to develop for several years, which will lead to a huge breakthrough in the level of exploration. Only then can the discovery of mineral vein star fields be made. Once this type of star field is discovered, it will become the focus of competition among major forces. Whoever can get these mineral resources into their hands will have extremely rich mining resources in the future and will be able to develop in various fields such as construction, military, medical care, etc. This is the best time to widen the gap with the surrounding forces. Therefore, once a new mineral vein star field is discovered, the attention of all human beings in the universe will be attracted to the mineral vein star field. In comparison, the affairs of the Lothar Alliance are indeed somewhat insignificant. The apocalypse-level strongman named Brooks saw that everyone had turned the topic to the mineral vein star field. He then smiled lightly and stood up. All right, you guys continue the discussion. I'm going to destroy the Lothar Alliance. After saying this, the strong man named Brooke pushed the door open and left the conference room. Everyone in the conference room has become accustomed to this. This is Brook's personality. He always does what he wants. But no one was worried about Brook's safety. An apocalypse-level warrior is invincible in a battle of this level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One spaceship after another soon took off in the area where the core political parties of the Free Federation were located. A large number of soldiers, exuding a powerful aura, rushed into the spacecraft. Then these spaceships suddenly took off into the air and disappeared above the planet in an instant. In front of these spaceships, there's a mecha emitting an extremely terrifying aura, speeding forward at an extremely terrifying speed. The void that this mecha was flying through seemed to be distorted by the terrifying energy emitted by this mecha. The driver of this mecha is Brook, who is known as the god of killing, an invincible strong man of the apocalypse level. Just as the abusive Free Federation began to take various actions in a galaxy far away from the Band Galaxy, there was a spaceship wandering in this galaxy, and from time to time, soldiers would drive small spaceships away from the main spaceship to carry out missions. And this spaceship is the temporary military spaceship number 32, where Su Ming and Warren are located. At this moment, the number 32 Provisional Army spacecraft is hovering in the intersecting star field between the Empire and the Band Galaxy, patrolling for criminals and stowaways who may get out of control due to the chaos. But just as Brook led his troops to leave, the number 32 temporary military spacecraft encountered a considerable danger at this moment. A cosmic creature, like a turtle, quietly swam around the spaceship as if it were its prey. Chapter 37 Undercurrent. That day, Su Ming helped the soldiers repair mechanical equipment during the day, as usual. As dusk approached in the afternoon, he would take out the mecha parts and assemble them. The mecha in front of him has been assembled by him for nearly 80%, and the core components have almost been assembled. All that remains is to add some other external components. It can be said that once a mecha is installed here, it is considered complete. A complete mecha brought Su Ming a qualitative improvement in knowledge and technology. During the process of assembling this mecha, Su Ming felt that his mechanical skills had improved significantly compared to before. Su Ming had a vague feeling that as long as he could assemble this mecha successfully, his brain energy level would experience an explosive growth under the traction of the mecha. Although, during the assembly process, there's been a terrifying growth. But the final moment of success is like the feeling when accumulation has reached its peak and finally rewards oneself. There will be a growth spurt. But just as Su Ming was excitedly preparing to assemble the mecha, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Then the alarm in the spacecraft sounded. Ding! We encountered an attack from a cosmic creature. Energy level range 1.5W, 2W. We have determined that the attacker is a level 6 creature. Beep! The spacecraft has activated its protective shield function. The current remaining energy level is 70%. Ding! Danger alert! The spacecraft can only block 4 attacks. Please issue the corresponding command as soon as possible. After hearing the alarm from the spaceship, everyone was shocked and then came out of the dormitory to the corridor in disbelief. Lieutenant Walker also walked out of his lounge and looked out the window with a serious expression. I saw a giant, turtle-like cosmic creature floating in the void, staring at the spaceship with red eyes. The next moment, the huge turtle opened its mouth and bit towards the spaceship. Bang! A loud bang accompanied by violent shaking was heard again, and then the spacecraft prompted that there was only 50% energy left. Su Ming was shocked when he saw this. The cosmic dragon turtle, a species of cosmic creature, it possesses an extremely terrifying bite ability. But, as mentioned before, it is difficult for cosmic creatures to break through genetic limitations and grow into high-energy creatures without the assistance of genetic drugs and systematic training. The energy level of a normal cosmic dragon turtle is around level 3 to 5. But now, why would a level 6 dragon turtle appear? Lieutenant Walker looked at the dragon turtle with a serious expression on his face. This dragon turtle reminded him of the high-energy cosmic creatures he had recently encountered in the surrounding star fields. Such an abnormal level could never be developed through normal growth. This cosmic dragon turtle, like the previous cosmic creatures, has problems. Damn it! Hasn't the Research Institute analyzed the flesh and blood of the furry monster I sent them before? This efficiency is too low. Lieutenant Walker gritted his teeth and spoke, Then he immediately raised the importance of the matter from ordinary to urgent. After completing this operation, Lieutenant Walker took a deep breath, put on his space combat suit, moved his body, and flew out of the spacecraft. Lieutenant Walker is the only level 6 genetic warrior on the spacecraft. When they encountered an attack from a level 6 creature, of course only he could solve the problem. Fortunately, the Dragon Turtle tribe lives in the void of the universe and has no civilization or technology of their own. With the blessing of human civilization, Lieutenant Walker was fully confident when facing a cosmic creature of the same level as himself. Lieutenant Walker quickly took out a star-level cannon from his storage space. The Star Destroyer XC-71 cannon, manufactured by Rhodes Technology, possesses high-end energy levels of the highest stellar grade. After seeing this huge cannon, everyone on the spaceship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Su Ming was attracted by this huge cannon at this moment. Although the energy level of this giant cannon is stellar, its energy level has reached more than 8,000 points. Combined with Lieutenant Walker's original energy level of more than 10,000 points, it can instantly burst out an energy level of about 20,000 points. This is the power of brain developers. It can enhance the brain energy level of firearms and other mechanical weapons, allowing firearms to unleash powerful combat power. If a person's brain energy level is too low, he will not be able to use firearms and can only choose to use melee weapons. Invisibly, when facing an interstellar-level war, these melee genetic warriors will suffer some losses. There is no sound that can be heard in space. But this did not prevent everyone on the spaceship from sensing the terrifying energy level erupting from Lieutenant Walker's body, as well as the world-destroying attack brewing in the barrel of the giant cannon. Seeing this, the Dragon Turtle became furious and swam towards Lieutenant Walker. But as soon as the Dragon Turtle made a move, a terrifying attack instantly burst out from the cannon. The aftermath alone forced the spacecraft to activate the energy shield to prevent it from being attacked by the aftermath. The silent flames instantly devoured the Dragon Turtle. The universe was silent, but it made this wave of attacks even more terrifying. The Dragon Turtle was enveloped by flames, and then its body began to struggle violently. When the flames died down, everyone was shocked to see that a huge hole had been blown out of the Dragon Turtle's head, and its eyeballs had exploded. The Dragon Turtle felt pain and opened its mouth wide, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Lieutenant Walker ignored the Dragon Turtle's pain. The power in his body suddenly exploded again, and the energy instantly poured into the cannon in his hand. The second shot, it erupted silently. The terrifying power of the explosion lit up the nearby star fields, and the flames were extremely dazzling. Although they are both level 6 creatures, Lieutenant Walker holds a piece of mechanical equipment in his hand, which is enough to easily turn the tide of the battle. This is the crystallization of civilized society and the blessing bestowed upon Walker by the development of human society over countless years. This allowed Walker to easily gain the ability to suppress the Dragon Turtle. In a short while, the Dragon Turtle's body was blasted to pieces by Lieutenant Walker's cannon. The huge piece of flesh and blood suddenly floated quietly in the void of the universe. In the future, it would either be eaten by other cosmic creatures or attracted by the planet and collide with it. Lieutenant Walker picked out a piece of flesh and blood, put it into the preservation device, and then took the piece of flesh and blood back to the spacecraft. Facing the cheers of the crew, Lieutenant Walker showed no joy of victory on his face. He took the piece of flesh and blood with a serious expression and returned to his lounge. Then he looked out the window. The void of the universe is still as peaceful and mysterious as ever. But for some reason, Lieutenant Walker felt that behind this tranquility and mystery, there might be a terrifying undercurrent slowly surging. Chapter 38, The Storm, is coming. Walker's hunch was correct. After he returned to the spaceship, he received news from the Imperial Laboratory. Walker, there's something wrong with the furry monster flesh you sent. After seeing the news from the Empire, Walker's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately replied, "What's the problem?" Many components in the flesh and blood are not the monster's own tissues. These tissues come from external intervention. Also, residues of a special genetic drug were detected in the flesh and blood. Get to the point. Walker frowned and immediately spoke to the staff member. After hearing Walker's words, the staff member paused, then spoke in a heavy tone. The mutation of the furball monster was man-made, and based on the frequency of high-energy events involving cosmic creatures, in recent episodes. The range of this mutation is near the Bander galaxy. In other words, it's very likely that the mutation of cosmic creatures was caused by the Bander galaxy. What? Bander galaxy? Walker took a deep breath and felt that things were getting tricky. The recent commotion in the Bander galaxy is really huge, whether it is the rebellion against the Free Federation or the ability to use the power of one galaxy to unite other galaxies to form a galaxy cluster-level force. Don't think that the Bander galaxy is weak just because the Empire, the Free Federation, and other forces are so powerful. This is also relative. No matter what, the Bander galaxy is also a galaxy-level force. Compared to the power of an individual, it is like a behemoth. Even if he is a strong man at the level of Apocalypse, if he does not lead the army to encircle and suppress the enemy, it is estimated that they can be easily destroyed by the power of the Bander galaxy. Now, 10 or so behemoths have actually formed a galaxy cluster-level force. Although it does not have the support of an Apocalypse-level strongman, it seems a bit weak. But if Brook didn't lead the Free Federation's army, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to attack. No matter how you look at it, you don't think the leader of the Lothar party is a brainless person. Since he dared to lead the galaxy to rebel against the Free Federation, he must have a trump card. And now it seems that this trump card is these abnormal cosmic creatures. So what should our temporary army do now? Or withdraw? Walker asked the question that he wanted to ask most, because he felt that this matter was beyond the scope of this temporary army's interference. The overall strength of the number 32 Provisional Army can at most resolve some stellar-level turmoil. But now, the unrest around us has obviously risen to the level of galaxies, which is much higher than the stellar level. Faced with this level of unrest, if they're not careful, the number 32 Provisional Army is likely to be overwhelmed by danger. After hearing Walker's question, the Imperial staff member was silent for a moment before speaking to Walker. I've already asked the Imperial side about their opinion. They're saying, for now, you should stay where you are and maintain your original patrol rhythm. In 3 days, the Empire will send more elite troops to take over you. Then you can come back. After hearing what the staff member said, Walker's eyes widened and he shouted angrily. 3 days? Brook of the Free Federation has already led his troops to the Banderstar region today. War is imminent, and you're telling me to stay in this damn star region for 3 days. What if the war spreads? After hearing Walker's words, the staff member quickly comforted him. Lieutenant Walker, I understand your anger, but you must understand one thing. The war will not spread here. After all, the starfield you're currently stationed in, although close to the Banderstar field, is still within the Empire's territory. As long as it's within the Empire's territory, no one, whether from Brook or the Lothar Alliance, dares to fire a single bullet into this star field. Otherwise, it would be a declaration of war against the Empire. The staff member spoke calmly, with a very firm tone. No one wants to involve the Empire in the internal affairs of other countries. Anyone who is not stupid can realize this. Walker's expression eased a little. He thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Although the surrounding star fields were in chaos now, the war would definitely not spread to the Empire star fields. At most, there will be more illegal immigrants who need to be checked. That being said, the energy levels of the cosmic creatures I've encountered nearby are already off. What if I encounter a cosmic creature with an energy level far higher than mine? Walker said in a deep voice. The staff member shook his head and then said to Walker, so far, no cosmic life above level 6 has appeared. You can rest assured. Since the staff said so, Walker couldn't say anything. He closed his mouth, then sighed and agreed. The other soldiers on the spaceship were completely unaware of Lieutenant Walker's communication with the Empire, and Su Ming and Warren were also unaware of it. However, Su Ming looked at the corpse of the dragon turtle floating in the universe and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to normal theory, it is impossible for the cosmic dragon turtle to reach the 6th energy level. But now everyone encountered a level 6 cosmic dragon turtle. For some reason, Su Ming had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Then, Su Ming turned his gaze to the approximately 3-meter-tall Mecha standing in front of him. Because the mechanics dormitory contains a workbench, the ceiling height is much higher than other dormitories. Otherwise, Su Ming's dormitory might not even be able to accommodate the Mecha in front of him. Seeing that the overall framework of the Mecha had been almost built, with only a small number of parts left, Su Ming's expression changed, and he quickly changed the dormitory to private mode and closed the order-taking function so that people outside could not see what was going on inside. Then he immediately placed the unfinished parts on the workbench and began to concentrate on making the mecha. He had a hunch that the matter of the dragon turtle, the solemn expression on Lieutenant Walker's face, and the recent news events in the Bander Galaxy must be related to each other. It is estimated that the Free Federation is about to declare war on the Lothal Alliance. Once war is declared, this star field will become extremely chaotic. I have to hurry up and repair the mecha in front of me. If anything happens at that time, the mecha in front of him might be the key to allowing him to safely survive the crisis. Chapter 39, Mecha completed. Su Ming's sense of urgency also affected Warren. Seeing Su Ming close the order window, Warren did not hesitate and followed Su Ming to close the order window in front of him. Then Warren also consciously entered the state of cultivation. War, even though it's in the news. But because he was very close to the two of them, even Warren felt something was wrong. He glanced at Su Ming and found that Su Ming was still concentrating on assembling the mecha without any distractions. Warren couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy on his face. Su Ming has the ability to instantly enter a state of concentration. This ability is not something that can be manifested in a specific way. But for a mechanic, the ability to get into the state instantly is something that many people envy. Warren sighed and looked at the more than 10,000 military merit points in his military merit system. There is a huge gap between his income and Su Ming's. Su Ming had already saved enough military merit points to exchange for mecha knowledge, but Warren had only saved less than 1/10 of that. Looking at the more than 10,000 military merit points in the system, Warren gritted his teeth and made a bold decision in his mind. Temporarily give up the mecha knowledge and exchange these military merit points for mechanical knowledge. Almost all the high-level mechanical knowledge he had previously came from Su Ming. Warren knew clearly that if he continued to rely on Su Ming's teachings, he would not be able to go far in the future of mechanics. He must learn some mechanical knowledge beyond what Su Ming taught him, and take a different path from Su Ming so that he can go further in the future. In comparison, although mechas are tempting, you have to take one step at a time and improve your mechanical level first before you can think of other things. Warren did not hesitate and directly exchanged a large amount of planetary and stellar mechanical knowledge. Then he opened the mechanical knowledge and immersed himself in studying. Su Ming and Warren both entered a state similar to seclusion at the same time. As a result, the sergeant who came to find the two men to repair mechanical parts in the past 2 days was turned away and had to leave Su Ming in Warren's dormitory with a depressed look on his face. And on the afternoon of the second day after the spacecraft encountered the cosmic dragon turtle, suddenly, a strong energy level reaction broke out in Su Ming's dormitory. The soldiers passing by couldn't help but look curiously at the dormitory where Su Ming was. "Master Su Ming, are you okay?" A sergeant who was familiar with Su Ming poked his head out and asked curiously. At this moment, Warren poked his head out of the dormitory and said with a smile to the soldiers around him who were showing concern, "It's okay, it's okay. Su Ming has been in seclusion these past 2 days to break through the realm. He just couldn't control himself when breaking through, so there was a fluctuation in his energy level. Don't worry." After hearing Warren's words, the surrounding soldiers suddenly revealed expressions of enlightenment. Then, they smiled and said, "Master Su Ming is indeed a genius mechanic. While helping us repair mechanical equipment, he can also break through realms at the same time. It's really amazing. No wonder, Master, Su Ming hasn't been accepting orders these past 2 days. It turns out he's trying to break through." Warren scratched his head, smiled, then retracted his head and adjusted the dormitory to private mode again. When the passing soldiers saw this scene, they immediately laughed at each other and then walked away calmly. After Warren turned off the display function of the dormitory, he retreated into the room, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at where Su Ming was. At this moment, the room was in a mess, as if the surroundings were messed up by a powerful force. The culprit behind all this is the mecha standing in the center that is emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The mecha continuously emitted energy fluctuations, making the entire room seem like a violent storm. The terrifying energy waves swept through the room wantonly, sweeping all the objects in the room aside. Warren looked at the mecha with a strange expression. He never imagined that the moment the mecha was successfully assembled, it seemed to come to life and possessed a unique breathing feeling. Wave after wave of energy fluctuations emanated from the mecha, as if celebrating the gaining of life. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a living person with his own life, thinking ability, and breathing. So, this is what it's like to successfully assemble a mecha. Su Ming, you created life. Huh? So mean? So mean. Warren muttered to himself, then spoke to Su Ming excitedly. However, what surprised him was Su Ming actually closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in front of the mecha at this moment. If you look closely, you can find that, at this moment, Su Ming's breathing frequency is actually consistent with the flashing frequency of the mecha's energy level. The two seem to be connected in some way, and even the flashes of energy levels became consistent. Moreover, at this moment, the aura on Su Ming's body began to gradually become thicker. His energy level began to rise dramatically. What's going on? Warren was surprised and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. This was too strange for Warren. It was obviously a cold mecha, but it actually had a connection with Su Ming. This connection is a bit like the resonance between Beastmasters and wild beasts in the Beast God civilization. Beast, mecha? The two don't go together at all, okay? Moreover, beasts do have life, while mechas are just cold machines. At this moment, Warren suddenly looked at Su Ming and the mecha. The aura of the two seemed to be reaching its peak at this moment. Oh no! Activate protection mode. Block energy level sensing. After seeing the changes between the two, Warren's face changed, and then he spoke loudly to the system in the room. Beep. Protection mode started successfully. As soon as the voice of the spacecraft system fell, the aura of Su Ming and the mecha reached its peak. Terrifying energy levels instantly erupted from both of them, filling the entire room with an extremely violent energy riot. Warren could only barely protect himself from flying backwards, and he turned his gaze towards Su Ming with difficulty. After Su Ming's aura reached its peak, it gradually retracted into his body. Even the aura of the mecha gradually subsided. Then Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes illuminated the entire room like starlight. Chapter 40, Beast Tide Erupts. Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming open his eyes, Warren asked cautiously. The light in Su Ming's eyes faded, and he stood up and looked at Warren with a smile. What's wrong, Warren? Warren swallowed, then pointed at the mecha and asked tentatively. Mecha was assembled successfully? Su Ming looked at the mecha, then turned his gaze back and nodded with a smile. It was a success. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a mecha outside of TV. Warren looked at the mecha in front of him excitedly. Although this mecha looks much simpler than the ones driven by the big guys on TV. But the powerful aura that was actually generated made Warren excited. Su Ming, when this mecha was just assembled, did you feel anything strange? Warren glanced at Su Ming and then asked curiously. Su Ming smiled and said, You mean the sense of breathing and life, right? Warren nodded obediently. Su Ming took a look at the mecha, then slowly said, I'm not sure either. It seems a bit mysterious. There's a saying that goes, the end of science is theology. Mechas are a bit similar to this. After each mecha is assembled, it possesses a certain spirituality. Especially after our mechanics successfully assemble it. The mecha will give you something in return, greatly improving your spirit. Su Ming spoke after thinking about it. Warren nodded. He indeed felt a sense of breakthrough coming from Su Ming's body. Obviously, after the mecha was assembled, Su Ming's cultivation level also improved a lot with the successful assembly of the mecha. So, if we keep assembling mechas, won't we keep getting stronger? Warren's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke. Are you looking for bugs? Su Ming scolded with a smile. Each different type of mecha will only gain spirituality and provide feedback the first time it's assembled. Subsequent assembly won't have this effect. Therefore, the first mecha that each mechanic assembles is the most powerful mecha of this type that he has ever assembled. Even if his mechanical skills are greatly improved later, it will be very difficult for him to assemble a mecha of this level. Warren was stunned by Su Ming's words and couldn't recover for a long time. After seeing this, Su Ming shook his head, then looked at the messy room and felt a slight headache. Please ask the cleaning robot to come and clean up. Su Ming said softly, and then the energy level of his brain was released, controlling the storage function of the mecha in front of him, shrinking the mecha into a small ring. When assembling each mecha, the mechanic will set up a storage function on the mecha to store the mecha for easy carrying. The ring in Su Ming's hand now is the humanoid mecha that has just been assembled. Just call you Xiaoyi, Su Ming said secretly. Then, Su Ming immersed his mind in his system panel. After nearly 2 weeks of training, and with the feedback he received after the successful assembly of the mecha, Su Ming's current level of cultivation had improved horribly. His panel is as follows. First, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 3,700. Brain energy level, 5,000. Gene lock unlocking level, level 4 upper. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 2. Starlight points required for next level, 500. Star points, 4,300. Looking at his panel attributes, Su Ming took a deep breath. I have grown so much. After successfully assembling a mecha, the improvement I have received is really huge. Originally, Su Ming was only at level 3 upper level, and his energy level was around 500 points, but now, his energy level has directly increased to 3,700 points, and his brain energy level has soared to 5,000 points due to the feedback from the mecha. An energy level of 5,000 points is already within the range of a 5th level genetic warrior. However, because his body energy level has not kept up, the panel still shows that Su Ming is a 4th level superior genetic warrior. After seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly spent 2,500 star points to upgrade his body forging to the 4th level. Ding! Successfully upgraded the bodybuilding to level 4. As the system's voice sounded, coupled with the huge changes Su Ming felt in his body, Su Ming's body energy level directly jumped from 3,700 points to 4,600 points. This energy level is only a little bit away from the category of a 5th level genetic warrior. Moreover, Su Ming was surprised to find that the improvement brought by body training seemed to be calculated separately from the genetic improvement. In other words, even if Su Ming is only a 1st level genetic warrior now, as his body training improves, he can still have an energy level of thousands of points. You can even hold back and not level up, becoming the strongest level 1 genetic warrior. Of course, Su Ming doesn't have such a bad taste. However, this discovery is not as useless as it seems. This means that Su Ming's actual energy level and combat power are far stronger than those of genetic warriors of the same level. Moreover, his body strength is much stronger than that of genetic warriors of the same level. Just after Su Ming assembled the mecha, an extremely shocking news event occurred in the Lothar Alliance. The Lothar Alliance actually resisted the Free Federation Legion led by Brook. And, judging from the current situation, I actually feel like I'm in a good position. This incident shocked everyone in the universe. This made everyone turn their attention to the Lothar Alliance. Everyone wanted to know how the Free Federation's army was able to be resisted by the Lothar Alliance. After all, not to mention Brook, even the mechanical weapons and mechas equipped by ordinary soldiers of the Free Federation are much stronger than those of the Lothar Alliance. Unexpectedly, such a well-equipped army was actually resisted by the Lothar Alliance. However, the Free Federation will naturally not publicize the specific reasons. Only a few major human forces know the real trump card of the Lothar Alliance. Drop. At this moment, Lieutenant Walker received a call from the Empire. This is the 32nd Provisional Army. What are your instructions? Lieutenant Walker said softly. However, what surprised Lieutenant Walker was that at this moment, an urgent voice came from the phone. Lieutenant, the cause of the abnormal behavior of space creatures has been found. It stems from the Lothar Alliance's research on super gene medicine. Now it's the Lothar Alliance. After being attacked by Brook's army, they were forced to release the experimental subjects in the Research Institute. Some of the experimental subjects resisted the Free Federation soldiers, while others fled in all directions. After hearing what the Imperial staff said, Walker was shocked. So, what's the situation now? The staff member said in a deep voice, a large number of cosmic creatures are fleeing, including many high-level life forms. Lieutenant, retreat now before the situation erupts completely. Chapter 41, 7th Level Cosmic Creature. After Lieutenant Walker hung up the phone, an extremely solemn expression appeared on his face. He made a prompt decision and ordered the spacecraft to return to the safe star field. However, the outbreak of the cosmic biological super gene research incident far exceeded the expectations of the Free Federation and the Empire. The research on super gene technology had not yet reached stability, but they were forced to start this experimental plan. Even the Lothar Alliance itself would find it difficult to estimate the impact of this incident. Suddenly, a large amount of genetic medicines were brought out for the laboratory by different cosmic creatures. It's like a virus that can be transmitted from one cosmic creature to another in some way. The number of cosmic creatures that actually mutate is far greater than expected. What on earth are they researching? This is definitely not supergene technology, but a virus. This is a virus that can cause biological mutations. Although Lieutenant Walker had ordered a quick withdrawal, he was still a step too late. After the spaceship had flown for about 20 minutes, he could clearly see that the spaceship was now surrounded by a large number of mutated cosmic creatures. These cosmic creatures have different shapes, but they all have one characteristic. They show different aggressiveness and levels from ordinary cosmic creatures. And these cosmic creatures will not attack other cosmic creatures that have been infected with the virus, but will target other targets flying in the universe. The 27th Provisional Army has been completely wiped out. Lieutenant, are you all right? The Empire operator quickly spoke to Wachter. The number 27 Provisional Army had penetrated deep into the edge of the Lothar Alliance, so after the outbreak of the super energy virus, it was immediately attacked by cosmic creatures. Before it could react, the entire Legion was wiped out. And now, the cosmic creatures exploded, gradually affecting every temporary military unit. Things might not be going well for us soon. Lieutenant Walker looked out the window with a serious expression. Now he was surrounded by mutated space creatures. The average energy level is around 4 or 5. Occasionally, there are a few level 6 cosmic creatures mixed in. Although Lieutenant Walker is a level 6 genetic warrior, facing tens of thousands of level 4 and 5 cosmic creatures, he would probably be overwhelmed by these cosmic creatures at the first sight. But now these cosmic creatures, for some reason, did not attack immediately, as if they were waiting for something. Everyone on the spacecraft was like Lieutenant Walker at this moment, with their hearts tense and looking out the window with serious expressions. Once these cosmic creatures launch a joint attack, I'm afraid the number 32 Temporary Army will be torn to pieces in an instant. At this moment, everyone, including Lieutenant Walker's pupils, suddenly contracted. Because at this moment, all these cosmic creatures made way, and a cosmic creature emitting a terrifying aura suddenly showed up. This is a cosmic creature that looks a bit like a lizard, with spikes all over its body. Steel lizard. This is a rare cosmic creature in the universe. After seeing the steel lizard, the alarm in the spacecraft suddenly started beeping. Beep, beep, beep. A high-energy creature has been detected. The energy level of this creature is... Ding, 41,000 points. Beep. Warning. 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 This creature's energy level exceeds the estimated overall combat power of the number 32 Provisional Army. Warning. The warning sound from the spacecraft made everyone's scalp tingle. 41,000 energy levels. Level 7 inferior cosmic creature. Despair flashed in everyone's eyes. If it were a level 6 superior cosmic creature, Lieutenant Walker could still fight with mechanical weapons. But the inferior level of level 7 can no longer be compensated by mechanical weapons. Now that this 7th level inferior cosmic creature has appeared, plus other low-level cosmic creatures around it, under siege, everyone has no possibility of escape at all. What should I do? Am I going to die here? An officer said to himself with a pale face. At this moment, a terrifying energy level suddenly erupted from the body of this level 7 cosmic creature, and then it released terrifying rays towards the spacecraft. The moment this ray hit the spacecraft, it directly broke through the spacecraft's energy shield. Suddenly, the spaceship was almost overturned by this blow. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We need to go out and fight. If we wait in the spaceship, we will just wait for death. Lieutenant Walker spoke loudly. Then he took the lead, put on his space combat suit, and rushed out. Then he raised the cannon in his hand and fiercely attacked the cosmic creature. However, the steel lizard looked at the cannon that was bombarding it with contempt, then raised its head and used the sharp horns on its head to knock the cannon apart. Then, a terrifying ray shot out from its mouth again, directly blasting Lieutenant Walker away. The protective shield of his combat suit was completely shattered by this blow. In the next attack, Lieutenant Walker will probably die in the mouth of the steel lizard. The moment Lieutenant Walker flew backwards, the people in the spaceship felt their hearts tighten and they broke out in cold sweat. Brothers, go out and provide support. Otherwise, you will die. A sergeant was about to rush out of the spacecraft. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly blurred and he saw a figure rushing towards the door of the spaceship. The soldier was stunned for a moment. Then he saw the figure clearly. Master Sumin. The soldier was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop Suming. After all, in his opinion, Su Ming was just a mechanic. Although he should also be a genetic warrior, his level should not be too high. After all, everyone has their own expertise. A highly skilled mechanic like Su Ming must have put a lot of energy into mechanical production. Although mechanical production can also improve the energy level of the brain, it cannot improve the energy level of the body. Although it is brave for Master Su Ming to go out like this, it is a bit unwise. The soldier was very anxious and immediately said, "Master Su Ming, come back. It's dangerous outside." However, before the word dangerous could be uttered, the sergeant widened his eyes and looked at the figure outside the spaceship in disbelief. The other soldiers, like this soldier, were extremely shocked at this moment. Everyone looked at the figure at the door of the spaceship. At this moment, a mecha shining with silver light slowly appeared outside the spaceship. Chapter 42. The mecha shows its power. At this moment, the protective shield in Lieutenant Walker's combat suit had lost all its energy. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, making him feel a burning pain. Although the attack was offset by the protective shield, the terrifying impact force still knocked Lieutenant Walker unconscious. However, Lieutenant Walker had no intention of paying attention to the severe pain in his body. At this moment, he looked at the steel lizard in despair, because the next blow suddenly shot out from the steel lizard's mouth and instantly bombarded him. His mind went blank, and he could only stare with his eyes wide open, helplessly watching the wave of rays as it continued to expand in front of him. He was mentally prepared to die. However, the next second he suddenly saw a silver light that instantly enveloped him. Before he could react, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. When his vision returned, he had been rescued and appeared on the side of the ray, just avoiding the attack of the ray. Sensing the terrifying power coming from the side and passing by him, Walker suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Escape from death. Walker then turned his gaze to the figure next to him who had rescued him. After seeing that it was actually a silver-white mecha, Walker's expression suddenly showed a sense of relief, and he immediately said, "Has the Empire finally come to rescue?" However, what surprised him was a familiar voice came from the communication system of the combat suit. "Mr. Walker, cheer up. The Empire didn't come to rescue us. It was me, Su Ming. The crisis has not been resolved yet. Don't be careless." Walker widened his eyes and looked at the silver mecha. "Su Ming? How is that possible? Why do you have a mecha? Are you a mecha warrior?" Walker still found it hard to believe. Even people of his level have no chance to drive a mecha. Unexpectedly, Su Ming, who looked inconspicuous before, is actually driving a mecha at this moment. We'll talk about this later. Su Ming's voice was filled with anxiety, and then Walker saw the silver mecha in front of him instantly disappear from its original position and suddenly rushed towards the steel lizard. Seeing that the silver mecha in front of him saved the target he attacked, the iron lizard had long disliked this mecha. At this moment, it suddenly moved its body and rushed towards the mecha that looked like a tiny thing. The terrifying rays were condensed again and instantly gushed towards the silver mecha. However, this mecha, as if it could predict its attack in advance, swayed its body violently from side to side and actually avoided the rays it spewed out. At this moment, Su Ming was sitting in the mecha, operating it with a serious expression. The energy level of his brain had long been fully released and merged with the mecha. Rays of light gushed towards him one after another at an extremely fast frequency. At this moment, all the other cosmic creatures around saw Su Ming and immediately opened their mouths and spewed out terrifying rays towards Su Ming. Rays are standard equipment for cosmic creatures. Because they have lived in an environment with huge radiation for a long time, most cosmic creatures have evolved the ability to spray out terrifying rays from their mouths. Radiation is fatal to ordinary life, but to cosmic creatures, it is like the relationship between fish and rivers. The people in the spaceship only saw countless rays gushing towards the silver mecha from all directions. It's over. Master Su Ming can't dodge such a dense attack. Seeing such dense rays, their palms began to sweat, and their eyes flashed with deep despair. However, a large amount of rays shot past wildly, and the silver mecha made dozens of different changes of direction and body movements in an instant. Suddenly, the mecha easily avoided the dense rays. What? How is that possible? Everyone on the spaceship looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This operation, even the most elite soldiers in the Empire couldn't do such a thing, right? This is equivalent to focusing your mind on every angle at the same time, instantly finding the flaws in the attacks among countless attacks, and then avoiding them one by one. Everyone doubted this operation. Even if an apocalypse-level expert lowered his energy level to the same dimension as Su Ming, he might not be able to perform a more exciting operation than Su Ming. In the eyes of the soldiers, Su Ming's figure was like the most exquisite art in the world. No matter who you are, you will feel pleased after seeing the operation of a master. Although it is not quite appropriate to use this word in the current situation. But this was a vague feeling that arose in the hearts of all the soldiers. Su Ming's operation is so pleasing to the eye that it gives people goosebumps. Su Ming, the focus of everyone's attention at the moment, had a terrifyingly calm look in his eyes. His mental strength has reached its limit. The scene before him vaguely reminded him of the 16 years of training in the system. For 16 years, shooting, dodging, and practicing martial arts, in an extremely small space, the system provided countless different scenarios for Su Ming to avoid the shooting attacks. At the beginning, Su Ming was very clumsy and was often hit even by single shooting attacks. But if you get hit and feel pain, you can find a way through the system's guidance, and you won't be hit again. 1 attack, no more hits. 10 attacks, no more hits. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. A strong silver light burst out from Su Ming's eyes, which was a sign that his brain energy level had reached its extreme. That's right. Now Su Ming is excited. The blood in his body began to boil, but his mind was calm. Young people's hearts are higher than the sky. After 16 years of training, Su Ming is confident that even masters of the apocalypse level are no match for him if they are at the same power level and equipped with the same mecha. Countless attacks came again, like fire from heaven. All of Su Ming's nerves were tense. Exchange for 100 starlight points. Su Ming's calm voice rang out in the mecha. At this moment, there was a vacuum all around him, so he didn't have to worry about others hearing his voice. He could finally communicate with the system freely. Ding! Successful redemption of starlight points. The system's voice rang in Su Ming's mind as usual. It seems that no matter what the situation is, the system cannot fluctuate in the slightest. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a powerful star energy pouring into his body. Su Ming's eyes were cold as he frantically operated the mecha, dodging one attack after another. Then, amidst the countless attacking sparks, he locked onto the iron lizard in front of him with an unusually cold gaze. Chapter 43, The Powerful Su Ming. Driven by the chi, the steel lizard immediately twisted its body uneasily. It wanted to continue twisting to unlock the mecha. However, this mecha is terrifyingly stable. Even when facing the bombardment of tens of thousands of attacks, this mecha still locked onto the steel lizard very stably while dodging. A terrifying attack was brewing from the Star Destroyer sniper rifle in the arm of the mecha. What is a Star Destroyer? Even with just one shot, a planet could be destroyed. Of course, it is unknown whether the machinery company that made this gun was exaggerating. But at this moment, the Iron Lizard felt a very uncomfortable breath coming. Sitting in the mecha, Su Ming was multitasking, dodging the attacks from all directions while locking onto the steel lizard in front of him with his aura. At this moment, although the explosive power in the body was terrifying, Su Ming locked it firmly in his body, without any deviation. Su Ming is no longer the Su Ming on the planet NOP. Whether it is bodybuilding or the improvement of muscle energy level, he can easily control the power exchange for 100 star points. Now, a gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he accurately found a flaw in the steel lizard. Immediately, the Star Destroyer's gun barrel blasted out an attack with intense starlight. This attack came directly towards the steel lizard. At this moment, the Iron Lizard felt as if the armor on its back suddenly stood up, and it watched the incoming attack with scarlet eyes. I just felt that no matter how I dodged, I couldn't avoid the attack of this gun. The silent attack instantly landed on the steel lizard, knocking it back and cracking its scales. When the soldiers on the spaceship saw this scene, they couldn't help but cheer. However, Su Ming's thoughts were not as excited as the soldiers. Although the steel lizard was hit just now, it did not cause much damage to the steel lizard. There is still a gap in energy levels between the two sides. Although Su Ming had a mecha, and his energy level had been greatly improved, even with the addition of 100 star points of power, he could only burst out an energy level of about 37,000 at most. This is already a very terrifying energy level. You should know that Su Ming's own energy level is only more than 5,000 points. But it's not enough. The energy level of the steel lizard has reached 41,000 points. There's a difference of 4,000 energy levels between the two sides. Such a high energy level difference is enough to make the iron lizard immune to some of its own damage. However, the starlight in Su Ming's eyes did not disappear because of this. Energy level is very important and determines the strength of both sides. But energy level is not everything. Otherwise, if two people fight, they can compare their energy levels, and the one with the lower energy level can just commit suicide. In a fight, performance, mentality, judgment, and skills also play a very important role. There is a gap between the energy level of 37,000 points and the energy level of 41,000 points. But the gap is not so big as to completely crush them. Su Ming stared at the place he had just attacked. Although the wound is not big, it was indeed injured by myself. As long as he could injure it, Su Ming would be confident that he could kill this steel lizard. The silver mecha, like a stream of silver light, quickly shuttled among the creatures in the universe. System, exchange for 100 star points. Su Ming said calmly. The next moment, a large amount of starlight energy poured into the mecha. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and then he looked at the steel lizard, finding the place it had just attacked among countless attacks. Starlight flashed in the gun barrel again, and the next moment, the terrifying attack directly hit the place where the steel lizard had just been hit. Master Su Ming's shooting skills are so accurate. After seeing Su Ming's second shot, everyone on the spaceship couldn't help but look surprised. Su Ming's second shot hit the exact same spot as the first shot. With the first shot, Su Ming had knocked off part of the steel lizard scales, revealing the relatively soft flesh inside. The second shot hit the flesh directly, instantly tearing the steel lizard's skin and flesh, and its body began to be injured. Everyone on the spaceship looked excited. Now they see hope. Su Ming's performance was far better than they expected. He was almost stable with zero mistakes, and his operation was picturesque. As long as Su Ming kills the steel lizard in front, everyone on the spaceship can get out of the spaceship to support Su Ming. Otherwise, the steel lizard was not killed, and everyone left the spaceship rashly, which would only hold Su Ming back. Just as everyone was amazed, the silver mecha continued to shoot at the steel lizard. One shot, two shots, three shots, one shot after another, continuously and steadily firing towards the steel lizard. After a while, a deep fear appeared in the eyes of the steel lizard. The shooting skills of the driver of this mecha are so high that it is terrifying. No matter how he dodges, this mecha can accurately lock on him. There is nowhere to escape. Even if it is hiding behind a cosmic creature, this mecha can accurately find its position among the cosmic creatures. And he shot at the cosmic creatures that were blocking his way. After piercing through the cosmic creature in front of him, he directly attacked the wound site. Attack after attack directly created a terrifying big hole in the steel lizard's wound. System, how many starlight points do I have left? Su Ming's voice sounded calmly in the mecha. He looked at the wound on the iron lizard. The wound was 1/20th the size of the iron lizard's entire body. It was definitely a serious injury. After seeing this scene, Su Ming immediately felt that the time to kill the steel lizard had come. Ding! 1,200 star points left. The system's voice sounded quietly in Su Ming's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Su Ming's expression changed. I used to have more than 3,000 star points, and now it's only 1,200 points. Based on the calculation that each attack is worth 100 star points, he has already fired about 20 shots at this steel lizard. Each time the attack was on the same wound location of the iron lizard. No wonder the iron lizard has begun to retreat and want to escape. Seeing the steel lizard gradually shrinking, Su Ming took a deep breath, then put away the sniper rifle in his hand and replaced it with an extremely huge mechanical battle axe. Bloody Wave XAZ 071. Chapter 44 Bloody Waves. After Su Ming took out the battle axe, his expression became slightly serious. This battle axe is a top-notch star-level battle axe, almost reaching the star cluster level. Originally, with Su Ming's level of ability, he was unable to wield this battle axe. However, with Su Ming's modification, the threshold for using this battle axe was greatly lowered. And, with the help of the mecha, Su Ming was still able to swing the battle axe. However, in order to fully unleash the full power of this battle axe, Su Ming still needs exchanged for 400 starlight points. Su Ming gritted his teeth and directly exchanged 400 star points from the system. Judging from Su Ming's current physical condition, the maximum starlight energy his body can withstand is about 350. Any more would be beyond Su Ming's tolerance and would cause damage to his body. But 400 star points are not too high. Even if it causes damage to Su Ming's body, it will not cause his body to collapse in the short term. As long as his body does not collapse, Su Ming can use the starlight points to repair his body. In order to kill the steel lizard stably, Su Ming had to exchange so much energy, even if it meant his body would be damaged by a large amount of energy, so that this attack would have unparalleled attack power. As a large amount of energy was exchanged out by Su Ming, soon, a brilliant light burst out from the battle axe. The red halo flowed on the axe blade, presenting an extremely gorgeous color halo. It looked like a wave of blood flowing on the battle axe. This is where the name of the battle axe comes from. The battle axe, which had been enhanced with starlight energy, now appeared dazzling silver white in the red halo. The red and white colors make it look even more gorgeous and magical. But when facing an enemy locked by the axe's aura, the axe's light will not seem gorgeous or beautiful. At this moment, the iron lizard only felt a terrifying sense of crisis instantly enveloping itself. The iron lizard was startled and immediately prepared to escape. But at this moment, the iron lizard suddenly saw the silver-white mecha, and it rushed straight towards him. After seeing this scene, the iron lizard was not surprised, but happy. God has mercy on it. This mecha is finally ready for close combat. Although the iron lizard didn't know that Su Ming had chosen to end the battle in close combat because he had no more star points to continue launching long-range attacks, it did not prevent it from feeling secretly happy. The real strength of the iron lizard lies in close combat. Its claws are even more threatening than the rays that come out of its mouth. The name of steel represents its close combat capability, which is extremely strong, like a solid wall of steel with amazing defense. Before, it always wanted to get close to the mecha, but every time it had this thought, it would find that the mecha in front of it, like a fish, instantly merged into the group of cosmic creatures, and there was no way to get close to the mecha. But now, the mecha actually gave up the advantage of long-range shooting and wanted to fight with him in close combat. Isn't this a head delivered to your door? The steel lizard suddenly lost all intention of retreating. It opened its big mouth fiercely and pounced towards the silver mecha. At this moment, the silver mecha driven by Su Ming also burst out with astonishing speed. The battle axe in his hand was infused with a large amount of starlight energy by Su Ming at this moment, becoming increasingly brighter. Su Ming only felt an unusually hot and heavy feeling coming from the mecha's hands. This is not false. After the brain energy level communicates with the mecha, some special perceptions possessed by the mecha will also be transmitted to Su Ming's mind through the brain energy level. The feelings of both parties are connected at this moment. It feels heavy because the energy level of the battle axe has exceeded the upper limit of what Su Ming can control, which makes Su Ming feel heavy. Weapons that exceed their upper limit often lose control. This is not a good thing for a battle. But Su Ming gritted his teeth and used the starlight energy to forcibly restrain the energy level of the battle axe, borrowing the huge starlight energy to make up for the deficiency in his own energy level. He finally raised the battle axe. The red and silver light above suddenly burst out with a strong, murderous intent. Like a dazzling red wave crossing the void, it madly slashed at the steel lizard. At this moment, Su Ming's body was gradually torn apart by the starlight energy, and blood was everywhere, but he endured the ravages of the starlight energy. A silver light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and then, under the control of his brain energy level, he instantly activated the nuclear accelerator on the mecha. In an instant, an extremely terrifying driving force was generated behind the mecha, directly increasing the speed of the mecha by more than 10 times. This is why mechas are much more powerful than normal mechanical equipment. Mecha is all-round. The mecha's defense, charge, speed, attack, sensitivity, etc. are all powerful in all aspects, and every aspect has been strengthened. But ordinary mechanical equipment only has one-sided capabilities. Boom! A powerful push on the back suddenly came from a mecha. If someone's physical fitness level is slightly lower, he might be pushed to death by this push on the back. Fortunately, Su Ming's physical fitness level is not weak, and he can completely withstand this push on his back. The sudden acceleration of the mecha instantly disrupted the rhythm of the steel lizard. It was originally accumulating strength, but was suddenly forced to release its attack prematurely by the mecha's advance. This feeling is very uncomfortable. It made the iron lizard almost vomit blood. And Su Ming's speed increased instantly, and he perfectly avoided the lock of the steel lizard's aura and instantly got out of the lock of the steel lizard's aura. Dodging is not just about dodging bullets and collisions. Dodging chi is also a form of dodging. Su Ming avoided the iron lizard's lock in an instant, and the iron lizard missed. Su Ming, on the other hand, seized the opportunity when the iron lizard had not yet regained its strength and swung the battle axe in his hand fiercely towards the wound that he had previously inflicted. Squeak! The void of the universe was extremely silent, but the sound of flesh and blood being cut was still transmitted to Su Ming's ears through bone conduction. Su Ming's flesh and blood shattered, his eyes flashed with silver light, and all the starlight energy in his body was completely released in this attack. The pain in the distance came, but Su Ming forced himself to forget the pain and focus his eyes on the front. The system's perspective ability instantly acted on Su Ming's eyes. Scratching across the lines of flesh and blood is like disassembling a machine, and it requires a certain amount of skill. With this swing of the axe, Su Ming skillfully found the longitudinal lines in the flesh of the steel lizard and easily cut through the flesh. At this moment, a throbbing heart suddenly jumped into Su Ming's eyes through the system's perspective. Su Ming did not hesitate. He raised the axe in his hand and chopped it towards the heart of the steel lizard. Chapter 45: Death of the Iron Lizard. Originally, even if the iron lizard was seriously injured by the giant axe, it would not die immediately. But if this giant axe hits the heart, the iron lizard will die no matter what. In an instant, the axe hit the heart. In Su Ming's eyes, the heart of the iron lizard was directly split into two by the giant axe and shattered. When the heart burst, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the silver mecha into bright red. Su Ming did not get complacent about this. He instantly spent 50 star points to repair his broken body. Then he controlled the mecha and instantly retreated from his original position. Sure enough, the facts proved that Su Ming's judgment was very correct. After its heart was broken, the iron lizard relied on its strong vitality to survive for 3 minutes. It struggled and roared madly, tearing the surrounding cosmic creatures into pieces before it gradually became silent. When the soldiers on the spacecraft saw this scene, they all jumped up and cheered. Too strong. I'm impressed by this operation. Record this. Record this. If we post this online, it'll probably attract a lot of fans. It's a textbook example of the David and Goliath defeating the Goliath. Record it. Brothers, the Iron Lizard is dead. Let's get out now and support Master Su Ming. The soldiers yelled, then immediately put on their space combat suits and rushed out of the spacecraft with excited looks on their faces. Master Su Ming, don't panic. We are here to support you. Suddenly, the excited voices of the soldiers were heard in the communication system inside the mecha. Su Ming's expression changed, and he then looked in the direction of the spaceship. Sure enough, a large number of soldiers came out of the spacecraft, holding mechanical equipment, and rushed towards the group of cosmic creatures one by one. A large number of laser missiles bombarded the space creatures madly. There are so many cosmic creatures that these soldiers don't even need to aim. Every attack they release can hit a cosmic creature. Su Ming was not idle either. Holding a mechanical battle axe, his body turned into a red phantom, wandering lightly among the cosmic creatures. Every time this phantom passes by a cosmic creature, it will easily smash the surrounding cosmic creatures into pieces. A large number of cosmic creatures died at the hands of Su Ming's mecha. The entire starry sky was suddenly filled with a large number of blood drops floating. Seeing this mecha so terrifying, like a death reaper, deep fear flashed in the eyes of the cosmic creatures. This mecha is so powerful. It can't be touched, but its lethality is so strong. Anyone facing such an enemy would feel terrified. And, most importantly, our leader, the Iron Lizard, had just been killed by this mecha. Without their leader, this group of cosmic creatures had no organizational ability at all. Suddenly, people began to flee. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Seeing that other cosmic creatures had already escaped, the remaining cosmic creatures also began to feel terrified and gradually developed the desire to escape. In a short while, all the creatures in the universe fled in all directions and disappeared without a trace. In the entire void, apart from a large number of corpses and blood, there were only the soldiers of the number 32 Provisional Army. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed his tense nerves. He put the mecha back into his storage space, and then he felt a huge sense of fatigue. At this moment, there's a strong feeling of soreness and swelling in both the body and the brain, as if it is impossible to exert any strength anymore. Su Ming smiled bitterly. This was because of excessive consumption and too much burden on the body. It was all because I was tense that I didn't feel tired before. Now, as soon as I relax, I suddenly feel weak. What the creatures in the universe probably don't know is that, if they persist for another 10 minutes, Su Ming might become exhausted and his condition will deteriorate rapidly. However, after all, it is a cosmic creature, and its IQ is indeed much lower than that of normal intelligent creatures. Since the battle was over, Su Ming didn't care about the soreness. It is a good thing to feel sore and swollen. I estimate that once the body and brain recover, there will be another big improvement. Everyone returned to the spaceship, and the soldiers surrounded Su Ming, their faces full of excitement as they were about to flatter him. But Su Ming gave a bitter smile, pushed through the crowd, and went back to his dormitory. He sat down on the bed and fell asleep. Even if the level of life reaches an extremely high level, sleep is still needed. It is not like what is said in fantasy novels that the more powerful you are, the less you need sleep. Sleep can restore the body to the greatest extent possible. On the contrary, the higher your realm, the more reasonable your use of sleep will be. Everyone was stunned, and then saw Su Ming running straight to his dormitory. They looked at each other in confusion, and then smiled in understanding. No one had expected that in this battle, they could overcome the difficulties thanks to a mechanic on the spacecraft. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. But, even though everyone was in a good mood at the moment, there was no desire to celebrate. Now, we are not out of danger yet. As long as we are in this star field, we are likely to be attacked by cosmic creatures infected with the virus. After all, after being infected with the virus, the creatures in the universe not only have higher energy levels, but also become extremely aggressive and infectious. Who knows whether the cosmic creatures in more distant star regions will be infected? No one dared to stay any longer and quickly drove the spaceship towards the nearby star field. Shortly after everyone encountered the cosmic biological riot, the news that the Lothar Alliance was researching super gene drugs was also exposed to the public by the media. If this were done secretly, it wouldn't be a big deal, as every force would do some research on it. But if it were to be made public, it would cause a major riot among cosmic creatures. After the drug produced side effects such as aggressiveness and infectiousness, the citizens of the universe suddenly developed a huge resistance to it. No matter how prosperous the development of science and technology is, viruses will always be one of the things that all citizens fear. The panic caused by the virus is still very strong. For a time, the Lothar Alliance was like a rat crossing the street, and everyone was shouting and beating it. Even the Empire issued a corresponding condemnation and planned to send troops to attack the Lothar Alliance. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Empire is intervening at this time. Apparently, he had an idea about the super gene potion that the Lothar Alliance was developing. Chapter 46, The Empire's Attitude. On the Empire's third military planet, Konat, a general with a powerful aura pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone, have you received the latest intelligence? The Imperial Research Institute has conducted a special study on the Lothar Alliance's supergenetic potion and obtained some data. At this moment, there were still many people sitting at the conference table in the room. After hearing the general's words, they couldn't help but start discussing. This superpowered gene potion has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of genetic warriors. Although it will have some impact on intelligence and other aspects, if we can control it, the Empire will also have a secret weapon in the future. We just received intelligence that the Lothar Alliance was able to withstand Brook's attack with the help of cosmic creatures created by superpowered potions. Although Brook is not too strong among the Apocalypse-level fighters, he is still an Apocalypse-level fighter. He actually managed to resist it. Everyone was talking at once, discussing the matter of the super gene medicine. The general who came in at the beginning frowned when he saw this, and then said, "Everyone, be quiet." After hearing the general's words, everyone quickly shut up, and the conference room became extremely quiet for a moment. Everyone looked at the general with awe-inspiring expressions. This person is not comparable to an ordinary general. He is General Hill, one of the 36 pillars of the Empire. His combat power reached the apocalypse level early on. Although he seldom takes action now, no one doubts General Hill's combat power. Hill glanced around the council hall and then slowly said, "The Empire's top brass has already made a decision on this matter. We are preparing to head to the Banderstar region to seize the super gene technology. If the Free Federation obtains this technology, I'm afraid a series of unnecessary troubles will arise in the future. Although the Free Federation and the Empire are not enemies, competition in some areas is inevitable. Military clashes between the two sides are common, so the Empire naturally does not want to see the Federation master a new emerging technology. The other side has an Apocalypse-class player. Let's just send 2 of them in and pin him to the ground." Hill spoke loudly. After hearing Hill's words, everyone in the conference room had different expressions. A female officer stood up and asked, "General Hill, this matter has received negative publicity, so we can only proceed in secrecy. However, many temporary troops near the Bandstar field have witnessed the outbreak of the superpower incident. I'm worried the temporary troops won't keep their mouths shut." After hearing the officer's words, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but turn their gaze to her, and then a strange look appeared in their eyes. What this female officer said is indeed a very serious issue. Now the entire universe has a strong resistance to the Lothar Alliance's super genetic technology, or supervirus. If the Empire wants to take control of this technology, they must not publicize it, otherwise it will easily cause dissatisfaction among the people. Because the regular army signed a confidentiality agreement, everyone was not too worried that the regular army would spread the news. Even if it did, there were corresponding solutions. But the temporary army does not have many constraints. After it is disbanded, all the soldiers in this temporary army will scatter, and their whereabouts will be impossible to trace, and they will be impossible to manage. If someone posts this online, it will be troublesome. General Hill's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and then he sneered. "Everyone here has come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why worry about such a trivial matter? It's simple. Send out 2 armies, one to fight for super gene technology, and the other to silence people." General Hill spoke calmly. After hearing General Hill's words, no one felt surprised. This is consistent with what everyone thinks. To put it bluntly, what is the difference between a temporary army and a civilian army? Even if an army like this was completely destroyed, the Empire would not feel the slightest bit of pity. And everyone is not afraid of causing any trouble. Those who are able to join the temporary army usually have no connections or power behind them. Otherwise, they would be directly incorporated into the regular army. These people can be killed. No one will care. All right, there's no need to worry about these temporary troops. The average Legion's combat power doesn't exceed the mid-level 7th level. We can simply send 50 level 7 mecha warriors and easily complete the mission. An officer stood up. He was the general in charge of low-level mecha warriors. After hearing this, he pushed open the door and walked out with great vigor. Soon, a warship took off directly into the air, leading 50 level 7 mecha warriors and flying towards the starry sky. At this moment, in the number 32 temporary military spacecraft, a large number of soldiers blocked the door of Su Ming's dormitory. But this time, they didn't want to find Su Ming to repair the mecha, but Warren. These past 2 days, as soon as Su Ming woke up, he was faced with a large number of machinery repair orders. After seeing so many orders, Su Ming had a headache and handed these orders to Warren for repair. He still had to repair his own mecha and had no time to repair more mechanical equipment. Unexpectedly, Warren's repair results were very good. During the past 10 days, this guy had been using his military merits to exchange for mechanical repair knowledge. His mechanical skills were greatly improved as a result, and his repair methods were subtly different from Su Ming's. Su Ming was quite pleased about this. If Warren had continued to learn mechanical knowledge from himself, he would only walk his own path in the future and would never have his own things. Now he is well educated and does his job well, which makes even the soldiers very satisfied. Su Ming took out a brand new part and began to disassemble it skillfully. He looked focused and automatically entered a state of ecstasy. In this battle, although his mecha was not hit directly, the long-term movement between various energy rays was always a burden for the mecha. There are now some hidden injuries inside the mecha. Although they do not affect driving, if they are not repaired in time, the life of the mecha will probably be affected. After experiencing a thrilling battle, Su Ming's brain energy level exploded to the extreme during this battle. So it was easy for Su Ming to achieve a huge breakthrough in his brain energy level. At this moment, Su Ming's brain energy level soared from the original 5,000 points to 7,000 points. A brain energy level of 7,000 points is already a medium-level brain energy level of level 5. When combined with Mecha's and Starlight points, it may be able to burst out with the terrifying power of level 7. However, Su Ming's physical energy level has now become a drag. Only 5,200, just enough to break through the level 5 lower genetic warrior category. Su Ming smiled bitterly. Others were worried about how to improve the energy level of their brains, but he was worried about how to improve the energy level of his body. Chapter 47. Something is wrong. The next day, Lieutenant Walker reported the incident directly to the Imperial Workstation. The staff at the Imperial Workstation groaned for a moment, then spoke to Lieutenant Walker. "Sir, please remain where you are. We have your coordinates. The Empire has dispatched a rescue force, and the rescue mecha will soon arrive at the coordinates of Provisional Army number 32. After hearing what the Imperial Workstation staff said, Lieutenant Walker couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. They actually sent mecha warriors to rescue? It seems that the Empire takes this matter very seriously. Walker was secretly delighted. He did not suspect anything, and after hanging up the phone, he directly ordered the spacecraft to dock in place and wait for rescue from the Imperial Army. But he forgot one thing. If the Imperial rescue team really came this way, they should let him fly towards the Imperial territory and pick him up on the way. But now, the Empire has stopped him where he is. Obviously, they don't want the 32nd Provisional Army to return to the core territory of the Empire. Time passed by little. After the battle, just now, the cosmic creatures seemed to have developed a fear of the spaceship, and no cosmic creature approached the nearby star field again. After receiving the signal of Imperial rescue, Lieutenant Walker felt relieved and calmly docked the spaceship in the void to rest the Legion. Soon, several hours passed. Su Ming straightened up, smiled, and patted the mecha in front of him. After several hours of hard work, the damage in the mecha was finally repaired. Repairing this mecha also brought him nearly 500 star points. It greatly made up for the loss of star points in the previous battle. At this moment, cheers suddenly broke out in the spaceship. Imperial reinforcements have arrived. Everyone immediately showed joy on their faces. At this moment, the mecha warriors sent by the Empire are flying towards this side. After everyone counted carefully, they found that there were about 10 mecha warriors. The Empire seems to be taking this matter very seriously, even sending out mecha warriors to carry out the rescue. A man who looked somewhat sturdy was looking at the mecha warrior rushing towards him with a happy expression on his face. Each mecha warrior is trained by the Empire at great expense. Not only does it require the driving genetic warrior to activate the brain energy level, but it also costs a lot of money to build a standard mecha. Su Ming had assembled mechas before, so he knew very well how terrifying the cost of assembling a mecha was. It was almost as much as directly purchasing the knowledge of mechas. These 10 mecha warriors are simply flying star coins. Each of these mecha warriors flying towards the number 32 Provisional Army exudes a powerful aura, no weaker than the steel lizards they encountered before. Such a force would definitely be more than enough if it really came to rescue. When Lieutenant Walker saw the mecha warrior, he was excited. He had waited for so many days, and it finally came. Moreover, mecha warriors came directly to the rescue. It seems that the Empire attaches great importance to this rescue. Lieutenant Walker did not hesitate. He put on his space combat suit and walked out of the spaceship, ready to welcome the arrival of the mecha warriors. Su Ming, the Empire has sent mecha warriors to rescue us. When Warren saw so many mecha warriors coming, he couldn't help but show a look of relief on his face. No matter who you are, when you see a mecha warrior, you will feel a strong sense of security. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming curiously looked out the window of the spaceship. Sure enough, at this moment outside the window, there are 10 white mechas emitting powerful energy, rushing towards the number 32 temporary military spacecraft. Su Ming smiled, feeling much more at ease, and was about to turn his attention to the mechanical equipment in front of him. But just as he stretched out his hand to take the mechanical equipment, his arm suddenly stopped in mid-air. Then, Su Ming raised his head again and looked at these mecha warriors once again. The more he looked, the more solemn Su Ming's expression became. Something's wrong. Su Ming muttered to himself. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Warren asked curiously from his side. These rescuers didn't bring a rescue team. A behemoth like the Empire has its own set of standards for military rescue. It does not mean that simply sending out strong men to pull out the trapped soldiers is called rescue. Real rescue means bringing a rescue team, medical care, mechanical repairs, spare spacecraft, energy blocks, and other supplies and rescue items. This will also prevent the trapped troops from suffering from spacecraft damage, serious injuries, lack of energy, etc. Although it's very likely that Lieutenant Walker had communicated with the other side in advance that there were no casualties. But you should bring your mechanic and spare mechanical parts, right? After all, this spaceship had been attacked by an iron lizard before, and no one could guarantee whether there were any hidden injuries in the spaceship. These all require judgment by mechanics. It is definitely impossible to complete this step in a short period of time by relying solely on the mechanics on board the spacecraft. The Empire is the top civilization of mankind. How could it make such a low-level mistake in the rescue process? Now, there is no rescue team, only these 10 mecha warriors. Su Ming felt that something was wrong. That shouldn't be the case. The Empire must have sent all its rescue forces elsewhere. But that's okay. With these 10 mecha warriors, we can still return to the Empire safely. Warren seemed a little disapproving. Citizens living in the Empire did not think that the Empire would have murderous intentions towards them. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming murmured to himself, "I hope so, but it's always better for us to be careful." Su Ming still felt something was wrong. He was not a native of the Empire, but a time traveler from Earth. Su Ming absolutely did not agree with the Empire's promise of citizen safety. After saying that, Su Ming stood up and put the mecha he had just repaired into his storage space. Su Ming was careful and set up the mecha so that it could be released at any time and put on immediately. Then he went to the front desk and borrowed a small spaceship from the front desk staff, which he also put into the storage space. After doing all this, Su Ming felt a little relieved. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the spacecraft. Su Ming's expression changed, and he looked out the window. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently. All I saw was a corpse that was beaten beyond recognition, floating quietly in the void. There was still smoke from the explosion around, which had not yet dissipated. From the incomplete clothing of the corpse, Su Ming could vaguely tell that the corpse. It was Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48, The Destroyed Spaceship. Su Ming's heart sank when he saw Lieutenant Walker's body floating in the void. Walker was murdered, and the murderers, obviously, are the so-called rescue team. These 10 mecha warriors, just as Su Ming expected, were not here to rescue, but to silence them. Almost instantly, Su Ming realized that the Empire was probably still planning to use supergene technology. Under the influence of public opinion from the citizens of the universe, the Empire had to kill some insiders to ensure that the news would not leak out. For a huge empire, an advanced technology must be much more valuable than the lives of its citizens. Before Su Ming could react, he sensed several powerful energy levels that directly locked onto the spaceship. Oops! Su Ming was shocked and had no time to think. He grabbed Warren next to him, and then the mecha instantly covered his body. He moved his body, broke the window of the spaceship, and jumped out directly. Just after Su Ming jumped out of the spaceship window, several terrifying energy levels erupted in an instant. One fierce attack after another directly submerged the spaceship. The spacecraft's protective shield could only hold out for a moment before it was shattered by the terrifying force. This force did not stop after shattering the protective shield, but directly tore the entire spacecraft into pieces. A dazzling burst of fire erupted from the spacecraft, and it instantly disintegrated and exploded in the universe. The soldiers in the spaceship didn't even have time to react before they were killed in the horrific attack. It is estimated that there are less than 20 people who survived. Each of the 10 mecha warriors on the opposite side is no weaker than the Iron Lizard. Such a terrifying lineup destroyed the spaceship with amazing defense in almost an instant. Seeing that there were still several survivors, these mecha warriors couldn't help but give orders to each other, and then locked onto these survivors, preparing to launch a second attack to directly kill these people. But at this moment, the driver of one of the mechas suddenly felt an extremely terrifying sense of crisis locking onto him. The driver was shocked and immediately prepared to drive the mecha to move a small range. But at this moment, a terrifying attack silently descended upon the mecha. Boom! The driver only felt a terrifying attack, which directly blew his mecha away. Almost in an instant, 40% of the energy of the mecha's energy shield was directly knocked out. The Imperial Mecha Warrior was shocked and looked towards the source of the attack. He saw a silver-white mecha quietly floating in the void, holding a long-barreled sniper rifle and aiming at him. Before the mecha warrior could warn his companions, he suddenly saw the sniper rifle emit a bright red light again. Boom! Another shot firmly locked onto the mecha warrior. This shot completely shattered the protective shield of the mecha warrior, and the remaining power twisted the mecha. The mecha warrior's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, this attack only twisted the mecha, although the energy shield was shattered. However, the hardness of the mecha's own materials still blocked the attack outside the mecha. He was not killed with just one strike. From this, the mecha warrior could also judge that the driver of the silver mecha probably did not have a very strong energy level. Otherwise, the two shots would have hit his mecha head-on. If it was a mecha with a stronger energy level, it would probably have killed him directly. But even so, the next attack from this silver mecha would be enough to take his life. Attention! There are enemy mecha warriors. He only had time to speak hastily. In the next moment, he felt the opponent's mecha warrior locking onto him again. A strong desire to survive suddenly erupted, and the Imperial Mecha warrior instantly drove the mecha, constantly moving, and using movement to break free from the lock of the opponent's mecha. But what made him despair was that, no matter how he moved, the mecha on the opposite side always kept its breath locked on him. It seemed as if no matter how he moved, he entered the node predicted by the opponent. At this moment, the mecha warrior broke out in a cold sweat. How horrible! How horrible! The shooting skills of the mecha warrior opposite are too strong. Even the comrades in the army who are famous for sniping are probably not as good as this mecha warrior. I can't just sit there and wait for death. The mecha warrior gritted his teeth, and then a terrifying level of energy burst out from his body. In an instant, his mecha raised an electromagnetic pulse gun. He wanted to use the attack to force the opponent to move. In this way, there would definitely be a flaw in the opponent's breath lock. At that time, he could follow the flaw in the breath and directly escape from the lock of this mecha warrior. To his surprise, the silver-white mecha opposite seemed to be aiming, and its body did not move at all. Instead, it floated in place, ready to launch an attack. This allowed the Imperial Mecha warrior to quickly lock onto the location of the silver mecha. Boom! The terrifying attack was released instantly through the electromagnetic pulse gun. But at this moment, the Imperial Mecha warrior's expression suddenly changed. Because the moment he released the attack, he felt that the silver mecha had escaped from his lock in an instant. How is that possible? The Imperial Mecha warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that in the circle of top mecha warriors, someone seemed to have mentioned a special body technique. At the moment when the enemy locks onto you and is about to attack, you can break free from the lock state by moving slightly. Usually, once you master this technique, you can be almost certain that your attacks will fail 100%. Because the person being locked is freed from the lock 1 second before the attack is released, at this time, the attacker has already prepared and released his attack and cannot retract it at all. Even if you want to regret and stop, you can't take it back. Moreover, as the attacker releases his attack, a huge flaw will inevitably appear at this moment. Once the targeted person escapes, they can turn from defense to offense and kill the attacker directly and easily. However, this technique is very difficult to master and requires the operator of the mecha to have strong timing and positioning abilities. You also need to have a certain ability to judge attacks. It takes a combination of various factors to make such an operation possible. Even the top mecha warriors would not want to use this trick unless it was a critical moment. After all, it's too risky. If he failed to break free from the lock at that moment, he would definitely be attacked head-on. Anyone who can use this technology at will is someone who has extreme confidence in themselves. Chapter 49, Surrounded. Sure enough, without any surprise, Su Ming dodged the attack of the Imperial Mecha warrior in an instant. Su Ming did not hesitate. At this moment, the opponent had just launched an attack and the flaw was revealed. His eyes burst out with a strong silver light, and then the energy level in his brain exploded, and in an instant, a terrifying attack was brewing in the sniper rifle. The opportunity was fleeting, and Su Ming did not hesitate and launched the attack directly. If it were a step later, the other Imperial Mecha warriors would have reacted and supported this Mecha warrior. By that time, it would be unlikely for me to kill this Mecha warrior. The silent flames instantly engulfed the Mecha warriors on the opposite side. In an instant, The Imperial Mecha Warrior was shot to pieces by Su Ming without making any sound. At this time, the other Imperial Mecha Warriors finally reacted. After all, although there was a lot of fighting between the two sides just now, the 3 shots were actually fired within a very short period of time. After 3 shots, Su Ming directly blew up a Mecha Warrior. Seeing this, the other Imperial Mecha Warriors were shocked and gave up on killing the temporary Army Sergeant number 32, who they were about to kill, and attacked Su Ming. Several terrifying auras instantly locked onto Su Ming. Su Ming gritted his teeth and released the spaceship from the storage space. He shouted at Warren, "Get in the spaceship and run." After saying that, Su Ming ignored Warren and soared into the sky, using himself to attract fire. Warren was just confused by the scenes in front of him and was suddenly thrown out by Su Ming. Warren was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately with a start. Without hesitation, he entered the spaceship and started the small spaceship. This spaceship was the one Su Ming rented from the front desk after he realized something was wrong. Now this spaceship is the key to Su Ming and Warren's escape. Su Ming drove the mecha and soared into the sky, moving away from the spaceship. Similarly, he also diverted the Imperial Mecha Warrior's sight and attention away from the spaceship. Su Ming's purpose was simple, which was to attract firepower. In an instant, terrifying attacks suddenly blasted out from the gun barrels of the remaining Mecha Warriors, and a series of brain energy levels suddenly locked onto Su Ming. These Mecha Warriors drove their mechas, sped up instantly, and attacked Su Ming. Su Ming's attention was extremely focused at this moment. He sensed every breath that was locking onto him. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. The other side had 9 spacecraft with combat power no less than that of the Iron Lizard. When they joined forces, Su Ming had no intention of resisting them. He just wanted to buy time and let Warren seize the opportunity to activate the space jump function of the spacecraft. These Imperial mechas are all basic models and do not have the function of space travel. The spacecraft has the function of space travel. Once it is activated, the magnitude of the jump will be measured in light years. At this distance, no matter how fast the Mecha Warrior runs, he will never be able to catch up with the spaceship. Attacks kept coming one after another, and auras kept locking onto Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were terrifyingly calm. His brain power exploded, and he drove the mecha frantically, constantly dodging the attacks of the opponent's mecha. This is a master. His positioning is very strong. An Imperial Mecha Warrior spoke in a cold voice, his eyes filled with murderous intent and anger. Despite the absolute suppression of strength, the opponent still managed to steal one person and killed him right under his nose. This is an absolute shame for the Imperial Mecha Warriors. So now the 9 Imperial Mecha Warriors have developed a determination to kill Su Ming's mecha. However, they soon discovered the driver of this silver mecha had extremely advanced skills, like a slippery fish, and it was difficult to lock onto the driver of this mecha with their own breath. Under normal circumstances, they would be amazed to see such exquisite operation. But now, this slippery mecha warrior is the enemy of several people. For an enemy, such advanced dodging skills are absolutely disgusting. They couldn't even hit him and couldn't catch him at all, which made everyone very angry. Use movement to force and shrink the encirclement. Soon, several mecha warriors formulated a corresponding strategy. Several people separated in an instant and surrounded Su Ming. From all directions, 9 mecha warriors surrounded Su Ming. Then the 9 people continued to attack and forced Su Ming to move, eventually narrowing the encirclement little by little. Su Ming froned slightly. After all, the other side has the advantage in numbers, and each of them is strong. All of them are powerful mecha warriors. Even if you want to make a breakthrough unilaterally, it will take a certain amount of time. Other mecha warriors would never leave themselves such time to break through. Seeing that the enemy's encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, the space Su Ming could move to was also getting smaller and smaller. Su Ming is not a god. When there is not much space to move, he will be hit and will not be able to dodge. If the other party narrows the encirclement to a certain extent, Su Ming is likely to face great danger. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye that the spaceship driven by Warren was slowly emitting a blue light. This is the starting step before preparing for a space jump. Su Ming was delighted when he saw the spaceship was about to make a space jump. Su Ming, can you get out of the encirclement? Su Ming turned on the communication device, and sure enough, Warren's anxious voice came from the communication device. After hearing this, Su Ming quickly said, "Just jump. I'll come out at the last moment. Just remember to open the door for me." After hearing Su Ming's words, Warren gritted his teeth, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He is afraid, because once the space jump function of the spacecraft is activated, it cannot be cancelled. If Su Ming had not broken through the encirclement of these mecha warriors and entered the spacecraft at that time, the spacecraft would probably jump out directly, and Su Ming would be left here. If that were the case, it would be equivalent to leaving Su Ming alone to face 9 mecha warriors. This was something Warren could not accept in any way. "Warren, trust me," Su Ming spoke in a deep voice. After hearing Su Ming's words, a hint of determination flashed in Warren's eyes. "Okay, I believe you." Warren no longer hesitated and directly pressed the space jump function of the spacecraft. Then the spacecraft began to vibrate slowly, as if it was about to break through the space in front and leave the star field. At this moment, Su Ming was gradually being surrounded by mecha warriors. Chapter 50, Battle Axe Opens the Sky. The surrounding mecha warriors continued to use several brain energy levels to firmly lock Su Ming in them. Su Ming, who had little room to move, found it extremely difficult to escape the lock of the mecha warriors. But there was no panic in Su Ming's eyes, and Warren's time was clearly heard from his communication device. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Su Ming did not make any more moves, but continued to dodge the attacks from all around him, his eyes frighteningly calm. "Su Ming, there are only 10 seconds left. Hurry." Warren's voice gradually began to sound like crying. When he heard that there were 10 seconds left, Su Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with a strong brilliance. "Exchange 400 starlight points for me." Su Ming spoke calmly. In an instant, an immense force surged into every corner of Su Ming's body. As usual, the capillaries in Su Ming's body were stretched and broken, and trickles of blood oozed out of Su Ming's body. However, Su Ming's judgment was not disturbed by the swelling feeling coming from his body. He quickly deduced and assessed the situation in his mind, then stopped dodging and rushed forward to meet the attack fired by one of the mecha warriors. "Electromagnetic light shield," Su Ming shouted coldly, and then a large amount of starlight energy was released. Suddenly, a strong light burst out from the left hand of the mecha he was driving, and a huge electromagnetic light shield was instantly supported by the mecha. Under the blessing of starlight energy, this electromagnetic light shield suddenly erupted with a strong energy level reaction. Boom! The attack of the opposing mecha warrior was blocked by the electromagnetic shield, but it also directly reduced the durability of the electromagnetic shield to about 60%. There's still room for 2 more strikes. Su Ming muttered to himself, and then the nuclear-powered thrusters behind him started instantly. At this moment, his mecha was not blown away by the opponent's attack. Instead, it used its nuclear-powered thrusters to burst out at a terrifying speed. Instead of retreating, it advanced and instantly attacked the mecha warrior. "Oh no, the enemy is trying to break through. Go and support them." The other Imperial mecha warriors instantly realized what Su Ming wanted to do. Without hesitation, they came directly to support Su Ming and the mecha he was about to attack. However, the speed of these mechas was always one step slower. The speed of the mecha driven by Su Ming exploded to the extreme at this moment, and he arrived in front of the mecha in an instant. Bloody Wave XAZ-071. This was the bloody battle axe that killed the steel lizard, and it instantly appeared in the hands of Su Ming's mecha. Silver light suddenly flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately poured all the starlight energy into his arms and battle axe. Star Infinite Heavenly Art. Battle Chapter. Martial Arts Kaitian. This was the first time Su Ming used the martial arts skill Kaitian from the Starry Sky Infinite Heavenly Art. According to legend, Pangu held the giant axe of chaos and split the heaven and earth with one axe. From then on, the heaven and earth were divided into clear on top and turbid on bottom. The name Kaitian comes from this. The martial art Kaitian is a martial art that requires a battle axe to release, and it has extremely strong penetrating power and defense-breaking capabilities. Very suitable for the current situation. Su Ming watched as a strong protective shield glowed on the opponent's mecha. Without hesitation, he raised his giant axe and stared at the opponent's protective shield. Su Ming himself is a mechanic, and he knows very well that machinery has patterns, and energy also has patterns. There will definitely be a moment of gap, and awkwardness between the flows of energy. This gap is the key to breaking the deadlock. Su Ming's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly looked towards an inconspicuous place. Open the sky. Suddenly, a powerful energy level erupted. At this moment, Su Ming was like a giant walking out of chaos. Holding a giant axe, he struck directly at the weakest part of the Mecha Warrior's energy shield with a momentum that could break the sky and the earth. Opening the sky. Physical penetration plus 70%. Energy level power plus 30%. Defense breaking ability plus 50%. In an instant, the bloody wave battle axe released a strong, bright red light, like blood all over the sky, submerging the mecha. After the other mecha's vision returned to normal, they suddenly discovered the attacked mecha was directly cut into 2 pieces, and the mecha warrior inside was shattered into pieces by an axe, deader than dead. The mecha driven by Su Ming did not stop at this moment. Relying on the gap created by cutting the Imperial Mecha Warrior into 2 pieces, it broke through the encirclement of the Mecha Warriors. Rushed out suddenly. 4, 3. Until now, Su Ming in the cockpit was still terrifyingly calm, and was even still calculating the countdown for the spacecraft's space teleportation. 2. When Su Ming said this number, he suddenly flew into the spaceship with the hatch open. 1. The hatch closed instantly, and then a mysterious spatial fluctuation erupted above the spacecraft. 0. A wave of space fluctuations instantly enveloped the spaceship. When other mecha warriors rushed over here at a high speed, the spaceship instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a silent void. The spacecraft successfully completed a space jump. The remaining Imperial Mecha Warriors looked at each other, their eyes revealing extremely complicated expressions. Anger, resentment, frustration, helplessness, all mixed feelings. Why is there such a Mecha Warrior in the temporary army? Where did he get his mecha from? Where did he learn the skills to operate it? Everyone felt a deep chill rising in their hearts. This Mecha Warrior, after sniping an Imperial Mecha Warrior at the beginning, quickly killed another Imperial Mecha Warrior in seconds while surrounded by the crowd, and then walked away in a dashing manner. If the sniper attack was caused by everyone's carelessness, then after being surrounded, if they break through or kill instantly, everyone really has no way to prevent them from coming and going freely. Including the subsequent coordination with the spacecraft, the Mecha Warrior's grasp of timing was also superb, so that before everyone could even catch their breath, he had already jumped into the spacecraft. Everyone came up empty-handed. The mission was accomplished. After all, most of the soldiers of the number 32 Provisional Army had been wiped out, and the few remaining ones did not pose any threat to public opinion at all. But, in their hearts, the mission was considered a failure. There was only one enemy, and his power level was even lower than any of his own Mecha Warriors, but he managed to kill 2 of them, making everyone remember this silver Mecha Warrior involuntarily. Chapter 51 Escape. In the silent void of a universe, a space fluctuation was heard, and then a spaceship suddenly appeared in the void. In the spaceship, Su Ming took off the mecha he was wearing and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked to the side, stunned. In addition to Warren, there were other surviving sergeants from the number 32 Provisional Army. Excluding Su Ming and Warren, there are a total of 7 survivors on the spacecraft. Presumably, these soldiers were lucky enough to survive the explosion and were then rescued by Warren. To his surprise, among them was his old acquaintance Locke, the man who once asked him to help modify the battle axe. But the other members of Locke's team, including the captain, were killed in the attack and died in the sea of fire. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, and then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Now everyone has not realized that they have been abandoned by the Empire. Even now that the Empire knows everyone's news and whereabouts, what awaits them is not rescue, but another attack. It's really unlucky. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. A sergeant said with a wry smile. Locke on the side shook his head and said, Interstellar society, this is the norm for soldiers. Now we have to think about where to go. After he finished speaking, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to Su Ming. In the entire spaceship, it was Su Ming who saved everyone, and now the one with the strongest combat power is also Su Ming. So everyone couldn't help but regard Su Ming as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I've rarely left the Empire before, so I don't know much about interstellar society. Do you have any good ideas? Su Ming thought for a moment, then added, in short, We should either remain anonymous or seek temporary refuge in a lower-level civilization. We must not appear in higher-level civilizations, or we might be discovered and hunted down at any time." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone nodded in unison. Now everyone can be said to have become illegal residents. They're not even considered illegal residents, because once their identities are exposed, they will probably be hunted down crazily by the Empire. No one can escape the pursuit of a huge cosmic country, not even an apocalypse-level strongman. Locke looked thoughtful at this moment. Then he raised his head and said to everyone, "I know a place where we can stay, and we won't be discovered." After hearing Locke's words, everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Locke, with curiosity showing on their faces. Locke smiled and then said, "I went to that place in my early years, but later it became too dangerous." A soldier beside him showed some emotion, and then he said, "The place you're talking about is the Black Domain, right?" Locke nodded. Su Ming and Warren beside them looked at each other, confusion flashing in their eyes. Both of them had lived in the Empire before. Compared with these temporary soldiers who traveled all over the country, they had never left the Empire. Their understanding of interstellar society was limited to the Empire's public knowledge system for citizens. Obviously, this special place that Locke mentioned would not be written in the Empire's textbooks. This kind of thing is really only known by people who often travel outside. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Locke couldn't help but smile and explain to them, "The Black Domain is the gray society of humans that exists outside of interstellar society. After all, interstellar society is so vast, and there are always some people who, for some reason, cannot gain a foothold in interstellar society and can only go to the Black Domain to develop. The Black Domain is a hodgepodge of good and bad people. No one in there will care about your previous identity. But correspondingly, the Black Domain is much more dangerous." After hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming and Warren looked enlightened. Then Su Ming thought about it and agreed with Locke's proposal. At present, the Black Domain is indeed the most suitable place for everyone to go. For everyone, their identities should not be exposed. Although going to the Black Domain is dangerous, it is better than being remembered by the Empire. "Do you have the coordinates of the Black Domain? Just drive the spaceship there." Su Ming spoke. After hearing Su Ming's words, the others quickly entered the coordinates of the Black Domain into the spacecraft. "Oh, right." Su Ming suddenly remembered and took out the identity card issued by the number 32 Temporary Army. He clicked it and directly exchanged it for a large number of mechanical parts, completely using up the military merit points in it. Then he put the ID card directly into the furnace and melted it clean. When others saw this, they all sighed at Su Ming's great skill and courage. He even dared to use his identity card to exchange for mechanical equipment when he was being hunted by the Empire. After all, once the Empire's Material Distribution Department distributes the materials through the space transmission function, the Empire will know everyone's coordinates. However, this may be the disadvantage of such a huge Empire system. Communication, for a large system, is a very energy-consuming task. It is possible that the military department has already known the order to annihilate Su Ming and others, and has issued a hunting order for Su Ming and others. However, the Quartermaster Department, the department that distributes military supplies, has not received the news yet and is still distributing military supplies to Su Ming and others as normal. Without hesitation, everyone followed suit, exchanging all their military merits for various equipment, and then melted their identity cards. Don't underestimate this detail. These mechanical equipment and components are likely to become key factors for everyone's survival in the Black Domain in the future. Even if it was Su Ming's Mecha, without spare mechanical parts, once it was damaged, there would be no way to repair it, which would mean that most of its combat power would be wasted. It is very important for people who are fleeing to prepare for a rainy day. An unidentified spacecraft has been spotted ahead. At this moment, a sergeant who was driving the spaceship suddenly turned around and spoke to Su Ming and the other soldiers. After hearing the soldiers' words, Su Ming and the other soldiers were suddenly startled, and then they all came to the cockpit. Through the scanner in the cockpit, they saw the fluctuations of a spaceship scanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers are nothing in the vastness of the universe, but considering the speed of the spacecraft, it will only take a few hours to reach the destination. Everyone looked at each other, then looked at Su Ming, waiting for Su Ming to make a decision. Su Ming pondered for a moment, and with the attitude of not wanting to cause trouble, he prepared to ask the driver to turn around and leave. But at this moment, the driver's voice rang out. It seems they have spotted us and are heading towards us. Chapter 52, Strange Spaceship. A spaceship was speeding towards a spaceship where Su Ming was. Everyone on the spaceship narrowed their eyes slightly, their faces looking a little solemn. In the universe, if a spaceship actively approaches your spaceship, it is definitely not a good thing. Everyone subconsciously picked up the mechanical equipment beside them, adjusted their breathing, and was extremely alert. Soon, the spaceship arrived in front of Su Ming's spaceship. The two spaceships stopped in the void, facing each other from distance. Suddenly, at this moment, the spaceship actually attacked Su Ming's spaceship. The gun barrel on the spaceship locked onto the spaceship where Su Ming was, and then released a powerful attack. Almost instantly, the spaceship Su Ming was on was shaken, and then the energy shield suddenly dropped a lot. Seeing that the other side attacked them without any reason or words, both Su Ming and the soldiers in the cabin couldn't help but feel very angry. Are you sick? What do these people want? A sergeant stood up and said in a cold voice with a frown. If you encounter space pirates, they will definitely send genetic warriors off the spaceship and then disperse to attack the spaceship. Because in the eyes of space pirates, any spaceship they encounter is one of their own treasures. If it is damaged due to their own attacks, this is something the pirates do not want to see. But the other party actually attacked the spaceship directly without sending any combatants off the spaceship. Obviously, the other party is not a pirate at all. If he's not a pirate, what does it mean to attack without saying anything when you meet him? Everyone was a little annoyed, and then Su Ming took the lead, put on the mecha, and flew out from the spaceship. The others also got off the spaceship with Su Ming, looking annoyed. Everyone could tell from the last wave of attacks that the energy level of this spaceship was not very strong, and it was obvious that there was no strong person in charge inside. Even so, the other party dared to launch an attack on us without authorization. They are really courting death. Su Ming, wearing a mecha, instantly attacked the spaceship. The nuclear propulsion device behind him suddenly started up, increasing his speed to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, the silver mecha had rushed to the front of the spacecraft. Seeing Su Ming rushing forward, the spaceship instantly transferred its firepower to Su Ming, and a large number of mechanical gun barrels released fierce attacks towards Su Ming. While Su Ming controlled the mecha to dodge continuously, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's really a little funny. None of the spaceship's artillery fire was intentionally locked onto him. Instead, after seeing him charging forward, they attacked blindly in his direction. It's like a little kid with a gun sees a group of well-armed soldiers coming towards him, and before the soldiers even notice him, he starts shooting indiscriminately with his gun. Instead of shooting the soldier, he used up all the bullets in the gun. This is Su Ming's most intuitive feeling about this spaceship. Su Ming's eyes flashed with deep confusion. He gave up his plan to blow the spaceship to pieces with a few shots. Instead, he moved and instantly approached the cabin door of the spaceship. As Su Ming approached, the spaceship seemed to be anxious because at this moment, the spaceship's gun barrel could no longer bombard Su Ming, who was almost sticking to the spaceship. Su Ming perfectly entered the spacecraft's blind spot. Next, the spaceship did something that made Su Ming laugh and cry. It started to escape. The spaceship quickly fled in the direction it came from. If a normal armed spacecraft encounters a situation where the enemy breaks through and approaches the spacecraft, there are many ways to deal with the situation. For example, releasing a powerful electric current to push away the attacker, or just let the genetic warriors in the spacecraft come out to fight, etc. However, this spaceship chose a rather funny way to escape. After seeing this scene, Su Ming was basically certain that the person driving the spaceship was a rookie. And he's a rookie who doesn't even have the common sense to survive in space. Su Ming became more and more curious, and instantly took out a bloody battle axe from the storage space of the mecha. Then Su Ming raised the bloody battle axe in his hand and chopped it directly at the spaceship in front of him. Boom! A powerful recoil force came, but Su Ming's face remained calm, and his arms were so steady that it seemed as if there was no recoil force at all. With Su Ming's slash, the energy shield of the spaceship was directly shattered by Su Ming. Then Su Ming continued to raise the giant axe in his hand. This time he did not use all his strength, but only split the shell of the spacecraft. Bang! A muffled sound was transmitted to Su Ming's ears through bone conduction, and then a big hole was directly smashed out of the hatch of the spaceship in front of him by Su Ming. The ship pressure and oxygen in the spacecraft were instantly released from the spacecraft. Su Ming did not hesitate. He reached out his hand, tore open the surface of a spaceship, and then moved his body and got into the spaceship. After entering the spacecraft, sharp alarms sounded everywhere. The pressure and oxygen in the spacecraft had dropped to a level that the human body could not bear. Ordinary people may die directly from this, but for genetic warriors, it is nothing. However, Su Ming's expression changed. Aren't the people on the spaceship just ordinary people? It's possible that they'd burst apart under the pressure of a vacuum. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately entered the cabin of the spaceship. Then Su Ming was surprised. In the spaceship, it turns out they're all ordinary people. At this moment, several men in white coats, who looked like researchers, were blown to pieces by the vacuum. Their internal organs and blood were scattered everywhere, making the entire spacecraft look extremely bloody. What made Su Ming feel a little relieved was that only a few people were blown up. The vast majority of the crew members on the spacecraft were wearing space combat uniforms and were not blown up by the vacuum environment. Seeing Su Ming rushing and wearing a mecha, these crew members wearing space combat uniforms couldn't help but show extremely frightened expressions on their faces and looked at Su Ming in fear. Su Ming froned slightly. These crew members did not have any overly strong energy level reactions. At most, it is the level of a first or second level genetic warrior. This level is actually no different from that of ordinary people. What puzzled Su Ming was why a spaceship with little armed force would abnormally attack his own spaceship. If you don't want to die, stand still and follow me back to my spaceship. Su Ming spoke coldly through the communicator. Then he turned around and brought these people back to his spaceship. Ahem. Trivia. Spacesuits and space stations are pressurized. Otherwise, if an average person were to be placed in the vacuum of space, their blood pressure and other factors would cause them to burst. They wouldn't have to be killed. They would simply be blown apart by the vacuum. Chapter 53. Accidental. Su Ming's spaceship was speeding rapidly in the void. The spaceship that had been captured before had been loaded into the space device by Su Ming and taken away together. The spaceship must leave quickly, otherwise the Empire's mecha warriors may arrive at any time. After all, strictly speaking, although this is the edge of the Empire's star belt, it is also considered the Empire's territory. Who knows whether the Empire has any special surveillance methods within its own territory? At this moment, in the spaceship, Su Ming and a group of soldiers were looking at the thin men in front of them with strange expressions. These people were the attackers he had just captured from the spaceship. You mean to say, the one who attacked us just now was the wrong person? Su Ming looked at these thin people speechlessly and asked. These people, all wearing research suits, have very weak energy level reactions. It is estimated that they are at most at the level of first or second level gene warriors. Some of them are even ordinary people and have not opened their gene locks at all. The leader nodded aggrievedly. The signal we detected was that of an Imperial spacecraft. We thought you were coming to hunt us down. After hearing what this person said, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. After finding out what was going on and capturing these people, he also figured out their motives for attacking him. He simply regarded himself and others as the Imperial Army and prepared to hunt them down. This incident was actually a huge misunderstanding. The Empire sent out two armies, one of which was responsible for annihilating the temporary army, which was the army that had previously attacked Su Ming and others. The other force is more powerful and is responsible for attacking the laboratories of the Lothar Alliance and finding information and technology on super gene research from the laboratories. When the Lothar Alliance faced simultaneous attacks from two major cosmic countries, even with its super genetic technology, its defense line was instantly destroyed. Then the top leaders of the Lothar political party fell apart, and each found their own channels to escape. Suddenly, the Lothar Alliance fell into a state of anarchy and was soon taken over by the Free Federation again. And these people in front of him are the researchers who escaped from the former Lothar Alliance superpower laboratory. Due to the lack of corresponding combat skills, their experience in combat and cosmic survival is almost zero. That's why these researchers often do some ridiculous operations. Even the attack on Su Ming's spaceship was a judgment made in a hurry after detecting that it was an Imperial spaceship. Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected of researchers, the sensitivity of survival in this universe is really too low. Even if they were the real Empire's army chasing them, they shouldn't turn around and attack them. How could a group of weak researchers possibly be a match for a well-equipped army? No wonder such a misunderstanding happened. Now the question is what to do with these researchers. Their own spaceship had been chopped open by themselves with a bloody wave battle axe, creating a large hole in it. Before they found a spaceship to repair the planet, their spaceship was obviously unable to be used normally. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he immediately asked the group of researchers, "Are you responsible for researching supergene technology? Which section?" The researchers smiled sheepishly, then said shyly, "We developed the core supergene technology." After hearing the researchers' words, Su Ming and the other soldiers took a deep breath and saw the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder these researchers look so frightened. That's right, the two major cosmic countries are looking for them all over the world, and they all want to bring them back to their own countries. How can I not be frightened? We are inexplicably lucky. The two major cosmic countries failed to capture these researchers, but we ran into them after a space jump. I don't know how you got out. Su Ming muttered to himself. It was much more difficult for these researchers to escape than it was for Su Ming to escape from the Mecha warriors. The top armies of the two major cosmic countries are patrolling there, and there are many strong men. All of them are masters. It is really not easy to escape from under the noses of these masters. The researcher gave a wry laugh and then said, "Actually, we had already escaped a long time ago, but we were afraid of being tracked down, so we kept wandering in the universe and didn't dare to land." After saying this, the researcher couldn't help but look at Su Ming curiously, and then said, "Where are you going? You are obviously not Imperial soldiers, so why are you flying an Imperial spaceship?" Everyone looked at each other. Then Su Ming shook his head and said, "It's a long story. We are also being pursued by the Empire. Now we are preparing to head to the Black Territory to avoid the Empire's pursuit." After hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed across the face of the leading researcher. He cautiously asked, "Can you take us with you? If we were captured by the two empires now, we probably wouldn't have much freedom. Take us with you to the Black Territory. I can provide you with super-powered genetic technology." Su Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that these researchers actually wanted to go to the Black Domain with him and others. And from what these people said, it seems that even if they reach the Black Domain, they will follow me to prevent me from encountering any danger. Su Ming admitted that he was a little moved. These are all treasures. Although each of them is not very powerful in combat, the knowledge in their heads is priceless. It is the technology that the two major cosmic countries are jealous of and fighting for. It can be imagined that the level of these researchers can definitely be regarded as the best in the universe. If such a group of people are recruited into the team, they will definitely be able to bring out their value in the future. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then raised his head and spoke to the crowd. "I can take you with me, but as you said, if I need any technical support from you, you must carry out the research unconditionally. In return, I will also give you the freedom you don't have in the two empires." After hearing Su Ming's words, the researchers looked at each other. Then the leader stepped forward with a smile and said, "No problem. Just give us the necessary research conditions. My name is Wang Ku. Please take care of me." Chapter 54, Spider-Type Robotic Arm. The location of the Black Domain is on the edge of interstellar society. So for everyone, the distance is still very far. And the most important thing is, the spaceship of Su Ming and others is just a small temporary spaceship, which is used by soldiers to take temporary tasks. The spacecraft's ability to travel is actually still far inferior to that of a normal spacecraft. A normal spacecraft can jump over a distance of several, even more than 10 light years in one space jump. However, for the small spaceship of Su Ming and others, each space jump can only jump less than 2 light years. It is obviously not enough to travel such a long distance. Moreover, due to the mysterious substances involved in space travel and various electromagnetic storms, radiation, and other problems, their spacecraft can only carry out space travel 3 times a day at most, and it takes about 7 hours to cool down after each travel. Otherwise, the spacecraft will be very vulnerable to damage. There was no other way. The conditions were limited, and Su Ming already regretted directly shooting through the spaceship of Wang Ku and others. If they fail to penetrate the barrier, they can basically reach the Black Domain within a few days by relying on their spacecraft. But now, at the speed of this temporary small spaceship, it is estimated that it will take about 3 weeks to reach the Black Domain. However, since they were already there, they might as well make the best of it. Su Ming, Warren, and others quickly adapted to life on the spaceship. Su Ming also began to use this time to continuously assemble and repair machinery. Now, Su Ming has completely fallen in love with mechanical assembly. His original starting point was a star point and a certain habitual persistence. But now, Su Ming has discovered that mechanical assembly can effectively train the brain's energy level, allowing the brain's energy level to be greatly trained in a short period of time. And there are also some soft benefits, which is that it can help you to be calmer and more stable during the battle, making your combat state better. Although this is not a direct improvement in hard power, it is also very important for combatants. Under the same realm and energy level, the test of combat status becomes very important. The reason why Su Ming was able to defeat the stronger with the weak easily several times was due to his calmness and stability during the battle. Improving combat status can also effectively improve his combat effectiveness. Su Ming, I want to try assembling a mecha by myself. Warren spoke to Su Ming embarrassedly today. Now that the two of them have escaped the control of the Empire, they no longer care about intellectual property protection. Su Ming had already told Warren all the knowledge he knew about mechas. After a long period of practice, Warren couldn't help but feel eager to try out mechas. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming expressed his happiness. Su Ming saw Warren's progress. After training in the number 32 Temporary Army, Warren has reached the level of being able to handle machinery on his own. With Warren's level, although some of the star-level equipment in the mecha may still require gradual training, there should be no problem in assembling other parts. Moreover, Su Ming has experience in assembling mechas, and he knows very well that Warren's mechanical level will also be greatly improved during this process. By the time he is needed to assemble stellar-level mechanical parts, Warren will probably have become a stellar-level mechanic, fully capable of controlling stellar-level mechanical parts. Sure, give it a try. Don't worry about damaging the mechanical parts. We've exchanged a lot this time, Su Ming said with a smile. At the same time, Su Ming skillfully installed a mechanical component in his hand onto a backpack-mounted robotic arm. Spider 2 Backpack Robotic Arm. Stellar Class Mechanical Equipment. This robotic arm is independent of the main arm and moves independently. Behind Su Ming, there is a small space storage device. Once it is activated, the robotic arm will pop out from this small space storage device and then turn into 4 independent robotic arms. Just like its name, Spider Type. After the robotic arms are activated, they move freely like spider legs. It can not only assist Su Ming's movement, but also turn into a sharp spear and stab out, and it even has the functions of kinetic acceleration and laser gun. Using this robotic arm, Su Ming can completely separate his arm and perform some other attacks. The capabilities of this robotic arm can be said to be very comprehensive. Su Ming's original intention in assembling this robotic arm was to use it on various complex terrains. After all, although mechas are powerful, they often require huge spaces. For example, the starry sky is the best place for mechas to perform. However, on the ground, many small environments are not suitable for mecha combat. Forcibly using mecha will only make the combat clumsy. This time when going to the Black Domain, Su Ming couldn't guarantee what kind of strange terrain he would encounter. In short, it would be better to prepare in advance to be prepared for a rainy day. Originally, this robotic arm did not have kinetic acceleration and firearm functions, but after Su Ming's modification, the functions of this robotic arm were greatly increased. This is due to Su Ming's comprehensive knowledge of mechas. Learning mecha knowledge is not only about mecha knowledge itself, but also has many areas that can be expanded. A spiritual mechanic like Su Ming can derive many different uses from just one piece of knowledge he learns. Soon, 3 weeks passed, and Su Ming successfully assembled the robotic arm in his hand. Looking at the assembled robotic arm in his hand and sensing the powerful energy level coming from a machine, Su Ming couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction on his face. After 3 weeks of training and mechanical modification, Su Ming not only made some progress in mechanics, but also assembled a considerable number of mechanical weapons, giving the combatants on the entire spacecraft a powerful armed force. And his star points and energy levels have also increased significantly. Now Su Ming's panel is as follows. First, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 6,200. Brain energy level, 7,800. Gene lock unlocking level, level 5, medium. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 4. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 5,000. Star points, 4,700. His body energy level and brain energy level also improved significantly during this process, and his gene activation level was directly raised to the middle level of level 5. Level 5 medium combined with the 10,000 energy points of the robotic arm itself, Su Ming can exert an energy level of about 24,000 in close combat. Although it cannot be compared with the 5W plus energy level of the Mecha, the combat power of the robotic arm is definitely very powerful in surface-level battles. Su Ming looked at the robotic arm in his hand with satisfaction and was about to put on to try it out. But at this moment, the sergeant in the cab suddenly shouted loudly, "We have arrived at the Black Domain, brothers." Ahem, seeing that many students are confused about how to calculate energy levels, I will explain it here. The energy level calculation formula for long-range equipment, such as firearms, sniper rifles, cannons, and other mechanical equipment equals the user's brain energy level plus the energy level of the machine itself. The energy level calculation formula for melee equipment, such as a battle axe or robotic arm, is calculated as the user's physical energy level plus brain energy level plus the energy level of the battle axe or robotic arm itself. For example, a robotic arm with an energy level of 1W, combined with Su Ming's physical energy level of 6,200 and brain energy level of 7,800, yields a total energy level of 2.4W. This should be easy to understand. People who do not have the brain energy level cannot use remote equipment because they cannot exert the energy level. As for melee equipment, in addition to using the brain to enhance the energy level of mechanical equipment, it is also necessary to calculate the damage caused by the user's own body strength. In general, people who develop brain energy levels definitely have the advantage. There's no other way. An extra energy level can't be wasted. Furthermore, developers with brain-level abilities can achieve greater combat power with melee weapons. The reason many people prefer to use long-range firearms is self-explanatory. The distance advantage of long-range weapons is something that can never be ignored. Chapter 55, Arriving in the Black Territory. The Black Domain, a concept that is not written in the textbooks of the 5 major cosmic countries. Even the Interstellar Society does not recognize the existence of such a place. But for those who often travel in the universe, the Black Domain is not a legendary existence. Occasionally, these people would also deal with the Black Domain. But despite this, if you ask someone who has been to the Black Territory, he will definitely warn others. Don't go to the Black Zone easily, because the Black Domain is very dangerous. At this moment, a spaceship returned to the universe from a space jump and broke into the Black area. The Black Domain represents a star field, not a single planet, so not many people noticed when this spacecraft entered the Black Domain. After all, there are too many spaceships traveling to and from the Black Domain every day. Moreover, the entire star field is so vast that no one would pay attention to this ordinary small spaceship. At this moment, in the spaceship, Su Ming and Warren were looking around the Black area curiously. What surprised the two was that the Black Domain was not the star domain that was shrouded in darkness all year round as they had imagined. On the contrary, the environment of the Black Domain is considered a relatively good environment even among the habitable star fields in the Interstellar Society. The surrounding planets all appear to have a light blue light, which is a sign that the water content in the planets meets the standard, proving that most of these planets are habitable planets. Which planet are we going to resettle? Warren asked subconsciously. After hearing Warren's words, Locke pondered for a moment, then spoke. The forces in the Black Territory are complex and intricate, and I'm not quite sure which planet we should go to. However, since we're new here, it's best for us to dock at a planet on the edge. After hearing Locke's words, everyone nodded subconsciously. In a normal star field structure, the closer a planet is to the center, the more core it is, and the stronger the armed forces it possesses. Marginal planets are usually weaker planets, and these marginal planets usually do not have too complicated power relationships. Since we have just arrived, we might as well choose a marginal planet. It won't be too late to make other plans after we become familiar with the environment of the Black Domain. Su Ming couldn't help but look at one of the planets that was almost 50% ocean and 50% land. He then smiled and pointed at the planet and said, "Okay, let's go with this one." Everyone nodded without any objection. No one is familiar with the Black Domain, so choosing a planet in this case depends entirely on luck. There are no other selection criteria, just choose the one that looks good. The spaceship started moving and immediately rushed towards the planet. But just as the spacecraft was about to reach the planet, a spacecraft happened to pass by in the distant starry sky. At this moment in the spaceship, a man in a gray robe happened to see the spaceship that Su Ming and others were riding. "Huh, an Imperial spaceship?" The man was surprised. He then chuckled and muttered to himself, "It's probably another one of the Empire's people seeking refuge. They're clearly rookies, and they have no idea that in the Black Territory, the outer the planets, the more dangerous it is." The man thought for a moment, then said to the pilot beside him, "Ram, follow that spaceship and head for Planet Abe." After hearing the man's words, the driver named Ram chuckled and said calmly, "Finally, I'm back to work. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have known how I'd get through this month." After saying that, Ram let out a strange cry, then pulled the joystick and rushed towards the planet where Su Ming's spaceship was heading. Su Ming and the others had no idea that there was a little tail following them. The other party spaceship was much more advanced than the one Su Ming and others were riding. So even if Su Ming's spaceship was following behind Su Ming and others, he still couldn't detect the movement trajectory of the spaceship. At this moment, Su Mingjing showed a look of surprise. "Black domain? So strange. Everything looked normal outside, but our spaceship was about to land, and there was no command broadcast to communicate with our spaceship, as if this aspect was completely missing. Even though the Black Domain is notoriously chaotic as a planet, there should be a ground control station." Su Ming was speechless, but at this moment the spaceship had already flown into the planet and was forced to find a place to dock. The spacecraft slowly approached the surface of the planet and docked. But at this moment, all the crew members were stunned and then frowned slightly. As soon as the spaceship docked, a group of men, women, young and old, dressed in rags but armed with guns, attacked the spaceship with guns raised in their hands. Even Su Ming saw a child who was probably about 10 years old, holding a lightweight Gatling gun in both hands and firing at the spacecraft. These weapons are relatively primitive. Gatling guns should be a weapon used by cosmic civilizations long ago. I didn't expect to meet you here. In previous civilizations, Gatling guns would definitely be a powerful weapon. However, with the progress of the universe, we have now entered the third technological age. The Gatling gun, a product of the first technological age, has a maximum energy level of just over 300 points. This level of energy is nothing to Su Ming and others. But what puzzled Su Ming was, why would these people who look like indigenous people use such crude weapons to attack me and others? Su Ming glanced at these men and women and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These people, looking malnourished, are just a group of ordinary people whose genetic locks cannot even be opened. "Wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look first." Su Ming spoke softly, then opened the hatch of the spaceship and walked out. At this moment, the energy shield surrounding the spacecraft was bursting out with a brilliant light. This was the energy fluctuation caused by the energy shield resisting the attacks from outside. Su Ming didn't care. According to the opponent's attack, it might take half an hour to break through the energy shield of the spacecraft. When the natives who were attacking the spaceship saw someone getting off the spaceship, they immediately attacked even harder. Su Ming frowned slightly and waved his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. However, these people continued to fire at him as if they saw nothing. This made Su Ming feel slightly annoyed. Some of these natives are so shameless. Su Ming did not hesitate and quickly rushed out from the protection range of the energy shield. In an instant, the Gatling gun's bullets landed on Su Ming. But what terrified these natives was, after these Gatling bullets hit Su Ming, they did not penetrate his body directly as usual. Instead, it was like hitting steel, only causing a dent in Su Ming's skin, and then it bounced back off Su Ming's skin. With Su Ming's current physical energy level of 6,200 points, plus the results after body training. To be honest, there wouldn't be any problem even if I stood there and let Gatlin sweep for an hour. However, Su Ming did not come out to perform "bullets can't kill me." He moved and instantly attacked the natives who were attacking him with homemade guns and cannons. Chapter 56 Serial Attacks. Su Ming instantly rushed into the crowd of indigenous people. A large number of bullets hit him, making a clanging sound. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly released the backpack-mounted robotic arms. 4 slender robotic arms immediately extended from behind Su Ming and then suddenly supported Su Ming's body. A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time using a backpack robotic arm. The backpack robotic arm is not simple to use. Operating it is like having an extra set of hands and feet, which is a test of the brain's energy level. Once you operate in a hurry, you're likely to make a mess. However, this is not a big problem for Su Ming. As a mechanic, it is not a big problem for Su Ming to carve several parts at the same time. Doing more is not a challenge for Su Ming. Su Ming's body moved quickly in an instant. With the help of the robotic arm, Su Ming looked like a big spider rushing forward quickly. There were many stone obstacles on the path, but they were all avoided one by the robotic arm. In a blink of an eye, Su Ming came to the group of people who were shooting at him. The mechanical arms flew, and soon the guns in the hands of these natives were smashed into pieces one by the mechanical arms. The next moment, the robotic arm was about to swing towards these natives. Once attacked by the robotic arm, these natives would be pierced by Su Ming one by one, with big holes in their bodies, and would die beyond death. But at this moment, the robotic arm stopped in midair. Su Ming said softly. If these natives were all middle-aged men, they would just be killed. But there were children and elderly people inside, which made Su Ming hesitate for a moment. But in this moment of hesitation, a strange level of energy suddenly emerged from the bodies of these natives. After sensing this strange energy level, Su Ming's expression changed drastically, and then he suddenly fled backwards. At the same time, his mechanical arms instantly crossed and wrapped himself in them. An energy shield was instantly released from the mechanical arms, wrapping Su Ming in it. The next moment, a terrifying energy level suddenly erupted from the bodies of these natives. A bright red energy instantly broke them apart, and then was completely released. Self-destruct. These natives actually exploded at this moment. Apparently, powerful bombs had been implanted in their bodies in advance, and they exploded instantly under the influence of some kind of command. These people are obviously dead. However, Su Ming was also directly hit by the horrific explosion and was blown away. Almost instantly, Su Ming was blown hundreds of meters away, and the energy of the protective shield in the robotic arm was completely consumed. A severe pain instantly swept through Su Ming's whole body. Su Ming gritted his teeth and stood up, only to feel his body almost falling apart from the horrific impact of the blow. A hint of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. After all, I'm a person from the civilized world. I have an instinctive sympathy for the elderly and children. It is impossible for me to kill them without thinking. That's why I hesitated for a moment. But it was precisely because of this moment of hesitation that Su Ming was tricked by the person who placed the bomb. No wonder these natives used weapons from the first technological world to attack themselves in a funny way. It turns out that the real killer move is hidden here. Su Ming took a deep breath and suddenly felt that he was still naive. They had already come to an illegal area in the dark zone. Anyone holding a gun, even an old man or a child, must be regarded as an enemy. But at the moment, Su Ming was not affected too much by emotions. He decisively exchanged 100 star points and instantly restored his body. Then he secretly checked the condition of the robotic arm. What made Su Ming feel a little relieved was that only one arm of the robotic arm was damaged and temporarily unusable, while the other 3 robotic arms could still be used normally. This at least ensures that Su Ming's combat effectiveness will not drop significantly. Su Ming did not hesitate. He was blown away, stood up, recovered his body, and checked the robotic arm in one go in a very short time. The next moment, without any hesitation, he moved violently and dodged directly from the place where he had just stood up. Sure enough, just as he dodged, the place where he was standing was instantly hit by several terrifying missiles. Several huge, deep pits instantly appeared where Su Ming had just stood. If he had been a step slower, he might have been seriously injured by these missiles. Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he instantly locked onto the place where the energy had just come from. Then, without hesitation, he headed towards the place where the missile was launched. But at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared around Su Ming and attacked him. These figures had powerful auras, and each of them held a piece of mechanical equipment that emitted powerful energy. The aura emitted by each figure was at the level of a 5th-level genetic warrior at the weakest, while the strongest figure had an energy level of about 15,000, which was in the range of a 6th-level genetic warrior. For level 5 genetic warriors and 1 level 6 genetic warrior. This kind of lineup, coupled with the snipers locked from a distance and the natives who had previously self-destructed, this series of actions, I'm afraid the others have already died at the hands of these people. But Su Ming was obviously not among them. Even at this moment, Su Ming's heart was not too turbulent. He forced himself to remain absolutely calm, and then the mechanical arm began to dance rapidly. 2 robotic arms blocked the terrifying blade of the 6th-level genetic warrior, and the remaining robotic arm, as an auxiliary for displacement, directly displaced his body at a strange angle. In an instant, Su Ming successfully broke through the enemy's attack. At this moment, Su Ming felt the breath of a sniper who seemed to be about to lock onto him. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a strong coldness. Without thinking, he directly exchanged 100 star points. In an instant, a gun barrel extended from one of the mechanical arms, brewing a powerful energy level. Su Ming didn't even aim, he just fired a shot based on his feel. Boom! A huge roar was heard in the distance, and the breath of the sniper who had locked onto Su Ming disappeared in an instant. Su Ming, leave those snipers in the distance to us. Hold on, we'll come to support you once we've dealt with them. At this moment, the anxious voices of Locke and others were heard from Su Ming's communicator. Su Ming fait relief. He would not be able to perform normally with the sniper around. Now that Locke and others were going to deal with the sniper, he could fight with all his might. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately extended his mechanical arm and attacked one of the genetic warriors. Chapter 57, Killing the Enemy. The battle is about to begin. Now that he had no worries, Su Ming devoted himself to the battle at hand. A mechanical sword appeared in his hand. This was a stellar-level mechanical sword that he assembled on the spaceship before coming here. It was extremely powerful. With all his energy levels, it is estimated that he can burst out an energy level of more than 20,000 points. At the same time, Su Ming multitasked, instantly activating the robotic arm, which quickly turned and attacked one of the level 5 genetic warriors. Although one of the robotic arms was damaged, the remaining 3 robotic arms can still burst out an energy level of nearly 1.9 W. The energy level of a normal level 5 genetic warrior is usually between 500 and 10,000. With mechanical weapons, it may be around 12,000 to 14,000. From this, we can see the advantages of being a mechanical equipment. After all, Su Ming is also a level 5 genetic warrior, but the mechanical arm he assembled is a stellar-level mechanical equipment. In addition, it was assembled and used by him personally, and the degree of compatibility with him reached 100%. Normal mechanical equipment will definitely have energy level loss, but the energy level loss of the mechanical equipment assembled by Su Ming is infinitely close to 0. These level 5 genetic warriors were only using planetary-level mechanical equipment assembled by other mechanics. Being able to increase the energy level by about 2,000 points was considered good, but compared with Su Ming's energy level increase of more than 10,000 points, it was still far from enough. With a robotic arm, Su Ming can easily defeat a level 6 genetic warrior without being at a disadvantage. Squeak! The robotic arm instantly pierced a hole in a level 5 genetic warrior. The level 5 genetic warrior suddenly showed a look of pain on his face and struggled frantically, trying to move his body out of the mechanical arm. The vitality of the genetic warrior is extraordinary. If an ordinary person was hit by this attack, he would probably die on the spot, but this level 5 genetic warrior still had the strength to struggle. However, Su Ming was not surprised by this. The penetrating power of the robotic arm was indeed strong, but the striking area was too small and might not cause fatal damage. So, Su Ming made some slight adjustments when modifying the robotic arm. A violent red light burst out from above the mechanical arm that pierced the level 5 genetic warrior. The next moment, a dazzling red light lit up, and the body of this level 5 genetic warrior was instantly burned to ashes by the scorching energy erupting from the mechanical arm. Thermal neutron bombardment device. This is one of the devices Su Ming installed on the robotic arm. Whenever the robotic arm pierces an enemy and the enemy is not dead yet, the thermal neutron bombardment device on the robotic arm was activated instantly, erupting with terrifying heat in an instant, instantly burning the enemy to ashes. After one move worked, Su Ming was not idle. After completing the auxiliary movement, his other 2 mechanical arms instantly rushed out like ghosts and directly killed 2 level 5 genetic warriors. Damn it, tough guy, retreat. The only level 6 gene warrior's expression changed slightly when he saw that his attack was blocked, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 level 5 gene warriors on his side were directly killed by the opponent. At this moment, this level 6 genetic warrior didn't realize that he had hit a wall. He immediately moved and prepared to leave. Su Ming glanced indifferently at the level 6 genetic warrior who was retreating violently without paying too much attention to it. He stretched out his mechanical arm and stabbed the remaining level 5 genetic warrior to death, then took out a sniper rifle from the storage space. Bombard 15-02 sniper rifle. Level: Stellar. Effective range: 200 kilometers. Energy level range: 5,000 to 16,000. After Su Ming's modification, the energy level range of this sniper rifle has been developed to a great extent. At this moment, Su Ming stood in place, holding a sniper rifle in his hand, and then the energy level of his brain exploded, firmly locking onto the fleeing level 6 genetic warrior. After the 6th-level genetic warrior sensed the sniper rifle's lock, he was shocked and began to change directions frantically, constantly looking for rocks as cover to change direction. But what frightened him was that no matter how he changed direction, the sniper's breath was firmly locked on him. Buzz! A low gunshot rang out, and the ground seemed to shake. Then, the mechanical equipment used by the 6th-level genetic warrior to resist was directly shattered by a shot. Buzz! Soon, the second shot rang out again. Only those who have been locked by Su Ming know how terrifying his lock is. It is so terrifying that once locked, no matter how you change direction, it is completely useless. Su Ming's sniper can always accurately attack the locked person. With the second shot, the level 6 genetic warrior was violently knocked away, and the powerful kinetic energy directly knocked him up. This shot also successfully broke up all the defensive energy levels on the surface of the 6th-level genetic warrior's body, making it impossible to condense the defensive energy levels in a short period of time. Su Ming's eyes were indifferent as he fired the third shot. Buzz! The third shot was fired. After pulling the trigger for the third time, Su Ming put away the sniper rifle and didn't even bother to look at the level 6 genetic warrior. Sure enough, the third shot hit the body of the level 6 genetic warrior at the moment when he was blown away and had no time to land on the ground. In an instant, the 6th-level genetic warrior was hit by the powerful sniper rifle, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere, turning into a ball of blood mist. He was deader than dead. At the same time, the other people quickly dealt with the sniper who was ambushing nearby. After everyone had solved their problems, they gathered together and looked at each other. What was going on? Doubt flashed in the eyes of several people. Everyone knew nothing about the Black Domain, but they were attacked as soon as they arrived in the Black Domain, which was a bit puzzling. At this moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a large spaceship suddenly rushing down from the sky and landing in front of everyone. With their previous experiences, Su Ming and others felt extremely alert to this sudden situation. At this moment, Su Ming had quietly placed his robotic arm in a position that was better for exerting force, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. At this moment, the hatch opened and a man in gray clothes walked down. Then, when he saw the devastation on the ground and Su Ming and others standing in front of the spacecraft, his eyes lit up. Then he walked down with a smile. "Don't be nervous, everyone. My name is Walter, and I mean no harm." Chapter 58, Merchant Walter. After getting off the spaceship, this person looked at Su Ming and others, especially at Su Ming. He had already seen that Su Ming was the leader of this group. This surprised him a little. After all, Su Ming looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but he actually possessed such a powerful energy level fluctuation. Moreover, he had also witnessed the battle just now. He was amazed by the young man's mechanical arm and superb sniping skills. So, while on the spaceship, Walt changed his mind. He looked at Su Ming with a smile, and then said to Su Ming, "Sir, don't be nervous. I'm just a businessman." "Merchant." Su Ming was surprised. Walter smiled and then said, "That's right. In the Black Domain, you can buy anything you want through me. Even if it's something banned by the Interstellar Society, you can contact me to buy it. Of course, the price is 20% higher than what's on the market. But don't think it's expensive. In the Black Domain, only items with clearly marked prices are considered cheap. After all, some prohibited items are extremely difficult to obtain." Su Ming understood what Walter said, but he was still a little confused. Why would a businessman come to find me at this time? He could just find other people who have already settled down here to do business with. After seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Walter couldn't help but chuckled and said, "I told you, you can buy anything you want from me, including intelligence. You've all just arrived in the Black Territory, right? I'm sure you need some intelligence to understand the Black Territory right now. Conveniently, I have it." Walter showed a smile on his face and then took out a storage chip from his hand. "I guess the information he mentioned is stored in this chip." Su Ming's expression changed. Indeed, what everyone needs right now is indeed intelligence. Although the rules of the Black Domain may be understood after everyone has explored them for a while. But this intelligence represents efficiency and security. The above information can help people avoid detours, especially minefields. After all, in the dark domain, once you step into a minefield, you will most likely end up dead. For example, the spacecraft was attacked right after it landed, which was due to information asymmetry. Su Ming still hasn't figured out why he was attacked by an unknown force. How much is it? Su Ming asked curiously. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then said in a calm voice, 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-level mechanical equipment. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was secretly shocked. So expensive. 50,000 star coins, or planetary-level mechanical equipment, is simply a sky-high price to buy a piece of intelligence information. However, compared to the dangers faced by everyone due to intelligence issues, Su Ming felt that a planetary-level mechanical equipment was nothing. Thinking of this, Su Ming casually took out a planetary-grade pistol and handed it over. Walter chuckled and then handed the chip in his hand to Su Ming. Walter left his contact information in the chip. In fact, a planetary-level mechanical equipment is nothing to Walter. When he saw Su Ming and others entering the planet Abe, he thought that Su Ming and others would soon be killed by local forces. He was also prepared to work with local forces to recover the equipment seized from the outsiders. But unexpectedly, Su Ming and others directly defeated the attack of the local forces and killed these genetic warriors, which made Walter look at Su Ming and others with admiration. This time, his main purpose of landing in the spaceship was not to sell things to Su Ming, but to get in touch with Su Ming. After all, judging from Su Ming's performance, there may be large-scale businesses that will require him in the future. Establishing contact with customers in advance is a familiar thing for Walter, a businessman. Sure enough, after taking the chip, Su Ming thought for a moment, then asked, "We urgently need a place to stay. Can you help us get one?" After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter smiled, and then said to Su Ming, "In the black domain, it's actually very simple to find a place to stay. Find it yourself. The division of forces in the black domain is fixed. If you want to get to the top, you have to destroy the forces above, and then you can take his position." After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then he asked, "Which force did the one who just attacked us belong to?" Walter narrowed his eyes, then whispered, "This news originally cost money, but since this is our first meeting, I'll tell you for free. The people who attacked you are probably the fourth-tier force on planet Abe, the York Pirates. Only they would think of using such a dirty trick as a human bomb." Walter chuckled and said, "York Star Pirates." Su Ming muttered to himself, then asked curiously, "What is a fourth-tier force?" Walter shrugged and pointed at the chip in Su Ming's hand and pursed his lips. Su Ming suddenly realized that these things might also be considered as intelligence information of the black domain and stored in the chip. When the time comes, you can just check the contents of this chip yourself. Walter smiled, and then said meaningfully, "The fourth-level force has seventh-level gene warriors in it, so don't be careless." "Okay, I've achieved my goal this time. From now on, you can come to me if you want to buy anything. I can help you get a lot of things." Walter smiled, and then prepared to get up and leave. At this moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly asked, "Can you also get mechanical knowledge, mecha knowledge, and parts?" After hearing Su Ming's question, Walter turned around, looked at Su Ming deeply, and said, "Sure. Apart from the core mechas of the 5 major cosmic countries, I can help you get other mecha knowledge as long as the price is right. Even..." Walter glanced at Wang Ku and other researchers who had just walked down from the spacecraft and said, "We also have biochemical knowledge, medical knowledge, and so on." After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming's heart trembled. Walter's power is so great that he can even get knowledge about mecha, biochemistry, and medicine. This knowledge is the most advanced knowledge in the entire universe and is usually the core information of every cosmic force. Without any ability, it is not certain that you can get these things. But this is actually a good thing for Su Ming. After all, as his combat power increases, sooner or later he will need to replace his mecha and learn more powerful mechanical knowledge. Chapter 59, Black Domain Intelligence. After Walter left, Su Ming took out the chip in his hand without hesitation, and then used the instrument to read the knowledge in the chip. Soon, all the information about the black domain was displayed in great detail in front of everyone. Everyone quickly leaned over to look. After a while, Su Ming's face showed a look of realization. Every place has rules and regulations. Although the black domain is famous for chaos and crime, it also has its own rules. However, These rules are much more brutal and bloody than the laws and regulations in the interstellar society. In the black domain, there are 5 levels of strength according to the strength. From 1 to 5. 1 is the strongest and 5 is the worst. The ones who attacked Su Ming and others before were the 4th level force among the 5-level forces, the York Star Pirates. Speaking of which, although the forces in the black domain are complicated, there are all kinds of different forces. Everyone has different purposes for coming to the black domain. Some forces gather a group of criminals, all of whom are wanted by major cosmic countries. Such forces are usually chaotic, full of violence and aggressiveness. Some forces, on the other hand, focus on developing some black businesses and contraband that are prohibited by the interstellar society. Just like Walt, such forces are usually not that aggressive. But don't expect such a force to be pure and benevolent. After all, in the dark domain, they might just rob you of your own foes. There are also forces like the York Pirates. In addition to their base camp stationed in the black domain, these pirates also often go to some star fields in the interstellar society to look for fat sheep. In short, the forces with a reputation in the black domain usually come to the black domain for some kind of benefit or reason. The real natives of the black territory, on the contrary, live a very miserable life. Just like the natives who attacked Su Ming and others before, they were treated as slaves, pigs, dogs, and even tools. They can hardly even get enough food, and the huge flow of interest in the black domain has nothing to do with them. And Su Ming also figured out why he was attacked before. Because the black domain is different from other star domains. Because it involves some black industry trade exchanges, people from other places come to the black domain from time to time to buy some illegal products. Places with high profits are often the core areas of a place. This is the case with the black domain. The outer planets are often exposed to foreign trade, so the outer planets of the black domain are actually the real core areas of the black domain. On the contrary, the area closer to the inside is considered the edge area. Su Ming and others looked at each other in surprise. This was something they had not expected. Originally, I just wanted to find a random planet on the edge to station, but I didn't expect to choose one of the most core planets as soon as I arrived. This is completely opposite to the structure of the cosmic country in the interstellar society. No wonder. In the black domain, the closer the planet is to the core, the more dangerous it is. Everyone accidentally came to a more dangerous star field. So what do we do now? Leave this planet or... Warren showed a questioning look on his face and then asked in confusion. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and then he said calmly, "No need to leave. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. We just arrived and someone gave us a gift. Now it's time to return the favor." After hearing Su Ming's words, the soldiers around were all surprised. Then Locke murmured, "But Mr. Walter said when he left that there are level 7 gene warriors in the other side's base." Everyone knew very well that Su Ming had a mecha, and if he put on the mecha, his combat power would be no weaker than that of a level 7 genetic warrior. But the opponent is not just a level 7 genetic warrior. In his lair, there must be various defense systems, as well as a large number of other soldiers. This is no longer something that can be compensated by operation. With so many defense systems and snipers locking onto the enemy, no matter how strong Su Ming's operation is, he really cannot compete with the 7th level genetic warrior when there is not much room to move on land. This is a gap in strength. Whether it is military strength, defense system, or cultivation, the opponent must be much stronger than ours. Mechas are very powerful, but they're always greatly limited on land. Su Ming naturally knew this. Su Ming has confidence, but it is not blind confidence. In this situation, no matter how strong his operation is, it will be useless. But Su Ming took a deep breath, then raised his head and said seriously, "What do you think if we directly bombard their base with star destroyers?" After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone was shocked and subconsciously spoke up to stop him. No. Once the star destroyer cannon is released on land, it will definitely destroy the planet's ecological environment. Then, it won't just be the pirates who will cause trouble for us. The York Pirates are only a 4th-rate force. There are 3 higher forces above. The 4th-tier forces already make everyone feel difficult and hard to deal with, let alone the higher-tier forces above them. Everyone has no doubt that among the higher forces, there must be higher-level genetic warriors. Even level 10 genetic warriors are possible. If the ecological environment of Planet Abe is destroyed directly, I am afraid that the high-level forces will be the first to not do it. If a level 10 genetic warrior comes, no matter how strong Su Ming's skills are, he will be nothing in front of the other party, and he and others will definitely suffer. The choice of weapons will also be affected by the environment. The Star Destroyer cannon is very powerful, but not suitable for use on land. Su Ming smiled, then said mysteriously, "Just modify the Star Destroyer cannon." Everyone was stunned, and before they could say anything, they saw Su Ming had already entered the spaceship. Everyone looked at each other and could only follow Su Ming into the spaceship. At this moment, on the workbench on the spacecraft, a huge piece of mechanical equipment was placed on the workbench. This is a Star Destroyer cannon with a thick barrel. The entire barrel is filled with a strong metallic texture, making this Star Destroyer cannon look extremely fierce. As soon as everyone entered the spaceship, they saw Su Mingzheng excitedly disassembling the Star Destroyer cannon in front of him bit by bit. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Modify the Star Destroyer cannon? What can be modified into? Even Warren was a little confused at this moment. In Su Ming's head, there were always various ideas and creativity that were different from, and even contrary to mainstream mechanical knowledge. This is why Warren feels that he may never catch up with Su Ming. It is these imaginative ideas that make Su Ming's mechanical technology present a unique effect. Okay, everyone quietly found a place to sit down and watched Su Ming modify the Star Destroyer cannon in front of them bit by bit. Anyway, we just wiped out a group of Star Pirates. The York Star Pirates probably don't know that they were killed by us yet. We still have some time to give Su Ming some time to modify the Star Destroyer cannon. Chapter 60 Modified Star Destroyer Cannon. Su Ming ignored the surprised looks from the surrounding soldiers and turned his gaze to the Star Destroyer cannon on the workbench. As long as he stands on the mechanical workbench, Su Ming's attention will involuntarily focus on the mechanical equipment in front of him. It seems as if everything around me has nothing to do with me. Ding! Successfully disassembled the mechanical parts. Obtain star point plus 1 inch. Drop! The Star Destroyer cannon in front of him quickly broke apart in Su Ming's hands. And in Su Ming's system panel, the number of starlight points continued to increase. There are hundreds of parts, which add hundreds of star points to Su Ming. Today, with the continuous improvement in mechanical technology, Su Ming's speed in disassembling mechanical parts has reached a very terrifying level. Originally, it might take Su Ming several minutes to disassemble a mechanical component. But now, within a few seconds, Su Ming successfully dismantled the mechanical parts. Everyone only saw Su Ming's hand turn into an illusion, and then the mechanical parts in his hand turned into several parts in an instant. This scene fascinated Warren, who was standing by. In his eyes, Su Ming's hands were not disassembling mechanical parts, but rather carving a perfect work of art, full of various clever techniques. Soon, the Star Destroyer in front of him was disassembled into a pile of parts by Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the parts in front of him and fell into deep thought. In his mind, a grand plan is being constructed at this moment. This is the result and picture that will appear after the mechanical parts cooperate and combine with each other. These images were deduced and assembled in his mind. For a mechanic, the most critical step is not disassembly or reconstruction, but innovation. The structure of any machine must first be constructed in the mind of the mechanic before it can be transformed into an actual mechanical structure. Soon, Su Ming's mind quickly deduced the various ways to assemble the Star Destroyer cannon. One by one, completely different ways of organization were gradually overturned by Su Ming. The same weapon may have different effects due to different components and structures. Some emphasize power, some emphasize range, and some emphasize continuous output capability. This time, in order to use the Star Destroyer cannon normally on land without damaging the ecological environment, Su Ming kept adjusting the Star Destroyer cannon in his mind. It cannot be too powerful, as it will have an impact on the ecology. If the power is too small, it will not be able to achieve the effect of destroying the York Star Pirates' defense system in one blow. Once the York Star Pirates react, it will be difficult to launch a second attack. Soon, after continuous reorganization and construction, Su Ming gradually had a general plan for this modification in his mind. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he reached out his hand, decisively took the mechanical parts beside him, and began to assemble them skillfully. Warren, help me get a planetary energy thruster. Warren, help me dismantle the aiming system of a sniper rifle. Su Ming was like a surgeon on an operating table, casually instructing Warren to help prepare various mechanical equipment. If they are all the original mechanical parts of the Star Destroyer, it is not called modification, it is called reorganization. Modification is to use some other parts to replace some functions of the Star Destroyer, so that the Star Destroyer can gradually become what you want. This is called modification. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming cooperated very well. They had already developed a tacit understanding like a master and an assistant in the repair workshop on the planet NOP. At this moment, Warren kept taking out various parts from the side and handed them to Su Ming on the workbench, which greatly increased Su Ming's modification efficiency. About an hour later, Su Ming smiled and installed the last mechanical component onto the scaled-down Star Destroyer in front of him. Mission accomplished. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction, then lifted up the Star Destroyer in front of him and examined it carefully. After hearing Su Ming's words, the people waiting on the side hurried over and looked at the Star Destroyer cannon in front of them with strange eyes. This is simply a mini Star Destroyer. A sergeant looked at the Star Destroyer in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Locke took a look at the Star Destroyer cannon and then said worriedly, Su Ming, we haven't tested this Star Destroyer cannon yet. Will there be any accidents? After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming smiled and said, It's okay. I have a plan in mind. This Star Destroyer can definitely work. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone looked at each other, with worry flashing in their eyes. After all, if this Star Destroyer can't destroy the enemy's defense system in one go, what will greet everyone will be the crazy revenge of the York pirates. By then, I'm afraid not many people will be able to survive. Su Ming shook his head and ignored everyone's concerns. Obviously, everyone's mentality has not yet adjusted. But Su Ming knew very well in his heart that everyone's current situation was not as comfortable as it seemed. Everyone is now in a state of escape. If they don't take a gamble and find a place to stay, their future days will probably not be easy. From the moment he was pursued by the Empire, Su Ming was no longer 100% sure about what would happen next. Whenever possible, do it. This is also the reason why after Su Ming came to the Black Domain, he went against his previous Buddhist mentality and took the initiative to cause trouble for the York Star Pirates. In his life on Earth, Su Ming understood that once he left his comfortable environment, he had to immediately learn to be tough. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon and bullied by others. This is Su Ming's way of survival. Su Ming ignored everyone and spent another 20 minutes repairing his robotic arm. Then he put the robotic arm into the space on his back. Then he picked up the Star Destroyer in his hand and walked out of the spaceship on his own. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and followed Su Ming out of the spaceship. About 10 minutes later, on the top of a mountain on the planet Abe, a Star Destroyer cannon about half a person's height was suddenly placed on the top of the mountain. Su Ming stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the handle of the Star Destroyer, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Around him, Locke and other fighters stood behind Su Ming, holding mechanical equipment in their hands, with extremely solemn expressions, because they knew that once Su Ming released the Star Destroyer cannon, their battle with the York Pirates would officially begin. Chapter 61 York Pirates. Su Ming held the huge Star Destroyer cannon tightly in both hands, and the energy level of his brain gradually communicated with the Star Destroyer cannon. Although this Star Destroyer cannon is very huge compared to other mechanical weapons, but compared to the same type of Star Destroyer cannon, it is simply a smaller version. Star Destroyer cannon. What is a Star Destroyer cannon? A Star Destroyer cannon is one that can directly destroy a planet with one shot. Although most Star Destroyers do not aim to directly smash the planet, but rather to destroy the ecosystem on the planet, thereby destroying the ecology. But it does not prevent the Star Destroyer cannon from becoming a powerful and threatening weapon on the battlefield. Everyone felt that the energy in Su Ming's body was gradually surging, and their eyelids couldn't help but tremble. This is crazy. For everyone, using a Star Destroyer to bombard a military base is unthinkable. As a result, Su Ming set up the Star Destroyer cannons without saying a word. Soon, the energy level of the Star Destroyer cannon gradually connected with the energy level of Su Ming's brain area. The aura of both sides gradually turned into a whole, as if Su Ming was the Star Destroyer cannon, and the Star Destroyer cannon was also a part of Su Ming's body. This is the case when the mechanical equipment is almost 100% compatible. The people behind him immediately cast envious glances at Su Ming. There is no other way. This is only possible if you're a mechanic and use mechanical equipment assembled by yourself. In other words, at this moment, Su Ming's energy loss when using the Star Destroyer cannon is infinitely close to zero. Su Ming looked through the sight of the Star Destroyer cannon and focused on a military base about 5 kilometers away. This military base is the home base of the York Pirates. From the outside, you can hardly tell anything, except that people are constantly entering and leaving the military base. It looks like an undefended residential building. However, Su Ming knew very well in his mind that as long as the military base in front of him detected an energy-level locking military base, all defense systems would be opened in an instant within a few tenths of a second. By then, the entire military base will be covered by the defense system, and it is estimated that it will be almost impossible to attack it with normal mechanical weapons. But the Star Destroyer cannon, this kind of destructive weapon with a very wide range and extremely strong power, is definitely not within the scope of normal mechanical weapons. At this moment, a barely noticeable layer of starlight covered Su Ming's eyes. System. At this moment, the system gave Su Ming the ability of perspective, allowing Su Ming to easily see the structure of the equipment in the entire military base. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His sight was like a scanner, constantly determining the weakest point in the military base's defenses, preparing to strike from there. Suddenly, Su Ming's sight stopped at a certain place, and then a smile appeared on the corner of Su Ming's mouth. The energy level reaction on the Star Destroyer cannon gradually became stronger. At this moment, in the York Star Pirates' lair, a middle-aged man with a happy expression was sitting on a chair in the center of the York Star Pirates' lair with his chin resting on his hand. This person is York, the leader of the York Pirates and a level 7 genetic warrior. York was in a very good mood at the moment, because just 2 days ago, the York Pirates successfully hijacked a batch of mechanical parts. The quantity of this batch of cargo is very considerable, and the entire components together weigh more than 100 tons. Such a batch of goods is probably worth billions of star coins. If he could sell this batch of goods, his York Pirates group would definitely be able to expand again. You can even buy some expensive 8th level body enhancement liquid and soak in it. Your body's energy level will be greatly improved in a short period of time, and it is not impossible to be promoted to an 8th level genetic warrior. In this case, the York Pirates' ranking in the Black Domain may move up 1 level. At this moment, York glanced at the time and then frowned slightly. Love, didn't or, and the others say, they just detected an Imperial spaceship about to land and sent people to hijack it? It's been almost an hour and a half. Why is there still no movement? York asked one of his men next to him. Under normal circumstances, no matter what the outcome, according to the rules, subordinates will report the situation every hour. As a result, an hour and a half had passed, and there was no movement, which made York have a bad feeling. Love next to him was a tall and thin man, emitting the energy level fluctuations of a 6th level genetic warrior. After hearing what York said, Love also frowned, and then he was about to pick up the communication equipment to contact or who was out on a mission. But at this moment, Love and York raised their heads and looked in a certain direction in the distance. York was so shocked that he stood up. He then exchanged glances with Love and asked uncertainly, "Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by a heavy weapon?" After hearing what the boss said, Love's heart skipped a beat. Then he said in an unbelievable voice, "I felt it too." After hearing what Love said, York's eyes widened suddenly. If a person perceives something, it is possible that the perception is wrong. But since both of them felt it, it must be true. Someone is locked onto the York Pirates base with heavy weapons. Who? Is he fucking crazy? Using heavy weapons on planet Abe. York jumped up suddenly, ready to activate the base's defense system. His heart was filled with a strong sense of absurdity. Is there someone in the black area shooting at the seedlings with heavy weapons? Is this person crazy? Doing this will completely destroy the ecosystem of Planet Abe. It's practically declaring war on the black territory. It took him a while to realize that this was actually true. But just as he was about to order the base's intelligence system to activate the defense system, suddenly, in the distance, a vast starlight flickered, and then a terrifying energy level suddenly erupted. This energy was extremely powerful and overwhelming, and it descended upon the York Pirates base almost instantly. Everyone only had a split second to react before being instantly overwhelmed by the attack. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly floated up in the base of the York Pirates. The surroundings suddenly began to shake under this attack, as if an earthquake had hit. At the moment of the explosion, several powerful auras above Planet Abe instantly locked onto the place where the explosion occurred. Damn, someone is bombarding the ground with a Star Destroyer. Are you preparing to declare war on us? Powerful auras were alarmed by this wave of explosions and murderous intent suddenly arose on the planet Abe, and everyone locked their sights on the York Pirates base. Chapter 62. Kaition reappears. Using Star Destroyers to attack the surface is to destroy everyone, which completely affects everyone's interests. Suddenly, countless auras descended from the planet Abe, and each of them turned their gaze towards the base of the York Pirates. Suddenly, after seeing the explosion in the York Pirates base, a strong man let out a light exclamation, because he felt, even though it was a Star Destroyer, but it is different from the normal Star Destroyer cannon. After a normal Star Destroyer cannon hits its target, the terrifying heat energy will spread rapidly and eventually cover 1/10 of the planet. By that time, the normal ecosystem of the planet will be destroyed. But now, this expert saw that in the York Star Pirates base, after the Star Destroyer shell exploded, the terrifying heat energy continued to surge within a smaller range. It seemed as if there was an invisible force that confined this heat energy within a reasonable range. Under such circumstances, the area affected by the attack of this Star Destroyer is probably less than 2 kilometers in radius. Such a small area would not cause any harm to planet Abe, let alone disrupt the ecological balance. Has this Star Destroyer been modified? The expert saw through the Star Destroyer's details at a glance, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the person who did this is a powerful mechanic? This person talked to himself, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, the power of the Star Destroyer gradually dissipated. The base of the York Pirates was revealed. At this moment, the base of the York Pirates has disappeared, and in its place is a huge, deep pit. As well as the various broken metals in the deep pit, these metals must have been the mechanical parts of the previous defense system, which were directly turned into ashes by this Star Destroyer cannon. All the pirates in the York Pirates were turned into ashes in such a terrifying attack, and were deader than dead. But it seems that's not all, because at this moment, a figure covered in wounds suddenly soared into the sky, looking in the direction of Su Ming with extremely ferocious eyes. You're looking for death. You're looking for death. 20 years of my hard work have been destroyed by you just like that. This figure is York. As a level 7 genetic warrior, although he was at the center of the explosion, York's physical energy level reached more than 40,000. Facing the direct bombardment of such heavy weapons, although he was injured, he did not die. At this moment, York's face was ferocious and his eyes were red. Although his aura was dropping madly, he still stared at Su Ming. Then he suddenly jumped up and attacked Su Ming. The terrifying energy level erupted in an instant. York was really angry this time. 20 years of business was destroyed in an instant. Anyone would be extremely angry. His figure is like a meteor, crashing into Su Ming fiercely. When Su Ming saw York attacking, there was no panic in his eyes. All this was within his calculations. Su Ming instantly put away the Star Destroyer cannon, and the next moment, a thick layer of Mecha instantly covered Su Ming. System, exchange for 200 star points. Su Ming said in a cold voice. Soon, a huge amount of star energy instantly poured into Su Ming's body. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly took out a blood-red battle axe, and then a strong energy level fluctuation burst out from the axe. Boom! The bloody wave battle axe clashed with York at this moment. A terrifying force erupted at the place where the two men fought, directly cutting the mountain below in half. York uses a mechanical sword. In the interstellar age, few people use unpopular weapons, and even swords are almost not used. Because weapons that focus too much on skills are destined to be unable to exert too powerful energy levels, they have long been gradually eliminated in the evolution of the stars. The most mainstream mechanical weapons, knives, axes, and sledgehammers. Simple and crude is the way to go. The two men fought each other this time, and separated as soon as they touched each other, and each of them was pushed back a little by the other's strength. Mech Warrior. York was startled, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. The name of Mecha Warrior is so loud that it makes York feel fearful from the bottom of his heart. However, the destruction of the base must be avenged. After the initial panic, York quickly calmed down. He had already discovered that the opponent's energy level was only slightly stronger than his own when he was injured. I estimate that if I hadn't been injured, my energy level would not be much weaker than that of this Mecha Warrior. This shows that the driver's strength is probably inferior to his own, and the reason why he can compete with him is all because of the support of the Mecha. A Mecha actually had an energy level of more than 30,000 points, which made York very jealous. Boom! The two fought against each other again. At this moment, the battle axe and the sword burst out with the most primitive beauty of power. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he kept judging the other person's physical condition in his mind. The battle between the two men directly shattered the earth. Locke and the others had already been forced to retreat 2 kilometers away. The aftermath of the fight between the two men was so severe that almost all the rocks within 2 kilometers were shattered and scattered. It has been a long time since a battle of such intense energy broke out on the planet Abe. Suddenly, all the forces on planet Abe turned their attention to the place where the two were fighting. The strong man who had come to visit the York Pirates base before saw that Su Ming was actually a mecha warrior, and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he was very eager to find a mechanic who could assemble the mecha. It's obvious that the mecha on this mecha warrior was assembled by himself. For him, this was simply great luck. Now, all we have to do is wait for this mech warrior to kill the other party. In his opinion, York, who was not injured, could still compete with this mecha warrior. But after the injury, York's physical fitness level has obviously declined significantly. It is estimated that it will not take long before he will be killed by the battle axe of this mecha warrior. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with this strong man's judgment. Just when the two were fighting extremely fiercely, York's flesh and blood suddenly broke apart. It was really a fight between two people, and their physical energy levels almost exploded to the extreme, which put a lot of strain on the body. Under normal circumstances, York's body activity is fully capable of supporting such a huge load. But now, York's body had suffered considerable injuries, and if he fought like this again, it would immediately break apart on its own. After Su Ming saw this scene, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he directly exchanged 400 points of starlight energy from the system and added it to the giant axe in his hand. The next moment, the mecha suddenly flashed forward. Su Ming, who was sitting in the mecha, uttered 2 words with sharp eyes. Open the sky. Chapter 63, Amber Soldiers. The axe blade shot up into the sky, almost splitting the sky into pieces. A rich blood-red light burst out at this moment, rendering everything around it a deep fiery red. Open the sky. At this moment, an extremely terrifying energy level erupted from the bloody battle axe. Before York could react, an axe chopped down fiercely. Along with York's sword, he was cut into 2 pieces. A dignified 7th-level genetic warrior was killed instantly by Su Ming's Kaitian fighting skills. After seeing this scene, the powerful people from Planet Abe who were watching the battle all looked at each other with a fixed gaze. Everyone couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. This axe has reached a power level of 5.5 W, right? This kid's physical energy level is only 7,000 at most. His brain energy level might be a bit stronger, but it's unlikely that he can suddenly burst out with 55,000 energy. The powerful men looked at Su Ming with vicious eyes, and they stared at him in disbelief. Could it be a mecha? No, that's unlikely. The mecha he's wearing should be the Empire's basic E-class mecha. It's impossible for it to have such a powerful energy level. The only possibility is combat skills. Combat skills. After hearing the words of this strong man, everyone around was stunned, and then a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. Some powerful men looked at Su Ming with a hint of ill intention in their eyes. There's indeed a saying in this world that there are combat skills. However, this kind of fighting skills is different from the fighting skills in martial arts novels. The combat skills here refer to special ways of exerting force, which increase the interaction of the body's energy levels and enable the body to burst out with more powerful energy levels. Usually, fighting skills do not have fancy moves, but are often simple muscle movements or certain actions. But precisely because of this, combat skills are even more precious to genetic warriors. Because there are so few combat skills, and the combat skills that everyone has access to do not have such powerful power. So now some powerful people on the planet Abe have begun to target Su Ming. The powerful men in the black domain looked greedy and ready to make a move. The aura they exuded, with a hint of aggression, probed towards Su Ming. After sensing these auras, Su Ming's eyes turned cold. He released his aura without hesitation, warning the malicious auras around him. At this moment, Su Ming was like a lion in the wilderness, driving away the coveting hyenas. However, among these hyenas, there were also other lions, and some are even more powerful than lions, all staring at Su Ming with eager eyes. The atmosphere in the scene became extremely solemn, and the air around Lu Yuan almost solidified. At this moment, a hearty laugh broke the solemnity. Then a high-profile figure appeared beside Su Ming. This was a burly man. As soon as he appeared, he immediately swept his sharp eyes around. It's him, Amber Soldier. Why did he stand up for this kid? Retreat. Hu Bing is Qianlin's second in command. We can't afford to provoke him. After seeing this person appear, the powerful men in the Black Domain who were looking at Su Ming with covetous eyes murmured to themselves. Then the aura surrounding Su Ming gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Su Ming looked at the burly man, and then a look of gratitude appeared on his face. The man's appearance just now invisibly rescued Su Ming from the predicament. It is impossible for a strong person of this level not to sense the changes in aura. He happened to appear at that time, and it was obvious that he really wanted to rescue Su Ming. However, Su Ming knew very well in his heart that this man probably wanted something from him, otherwise he would not have helped him out. People in the Black Domain only care about interests, and will not do anything without interests. Thank you for your help. Is there anything you want me to help you with? Su Ming took off the mecha he was wearing and asked curiously. This strong man gave him a feeling of being unstoppable. He was probably an 8th or even 9th level genetic warrior. When it comes to level 8 or 9 genetic warriors, the transformation of their energy levels is extremely terrifying. They can compete with level 7 genetic warriors, but they can never be a match for level 8 genetic warriors. If the other party wants to harm me, I will die even if I am wearing a mecha, so there is no need to deliberately speak in a mecha. After hearing Su Ming's words, the burly man smiled and said, "My name is Hu Bing. My dear brother, your mecha operation just now was not easy. I'm impressed by it." Su Ming chuckled and waited for Hu Bing to speak without saying anything. As expected, after seeing Su Ming's appearance, Hu Bing couldn't help but smile, and then said, "It seems that the little brother has guessed that I have an important request for you. I wonder, can you assemble a mecha for me?" Su Ming was stunned. Assembling mecha? The Amber Soldier nodded. Of course it's not the Empire's standard mecha, but a mecha blueprint I stole from someone before. It's a D-class mecha. I haven't been able to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to help me assemble it. Now that I see that you assembled your mecha yourself, I want to ask you if you can help me assemble mine. After hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming was secretly shocked. D-class mecha is already considered an advanced mecha. His own humanoid mecha is just an E-class Imperial Standard mecha, a very basic mecha. The E-class mecha is already so powerful, so you can imagine how powerful the D-class mecha can be. If the man in front of him had a D-class mecha, he could even compete with a level 10 genetic warrior. No wonder he was so eager to make friends with me. It turns out that he was going there for the mecha. From this we can see that in the cosmic society, the status of mechanics is actually very high. Being able to make friends with a mechanic means that one's combat power will be greatly improved, and one can directly fight against a level 10 genetic warrior with the body of a level 9 genetic warrior. Who wouldn't want to make friends with someone who can help improve their combat effectiveness and has no conflict of interest with them? Su Ming had his first taste of the mechanic's powerful PY ability. But if it's a D-class mecha, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Hu Bing, saying, "I can help you assemble the mecha, but I have a few conditions." Chapter 64, D-class mecha. When Hu Bing heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and quickly said, "Just ask for any conditions. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you." For Hu Bing, mecha is his greatest pursuit. Just as Su Ming guessed, Hu Bing is already a 9th level genetic warrior. However, it is extremely difficult for a level 9 genetic warrior to be upgraded to a level 10 genetic warrior. If you want to improve your combat power in the short term, the only way is to use mecha. Once someone assembles the mecha, even the combat power of the Amber Soldier can directly soar to the level of a level 10 genetic warrior. At that time, as long as those extremely powerful and abnormal people in the Black Domain do not come out, he will be almost invincible in the Black Domain. It is conceivable how much the Amber Soldiers desire mechas. Su Ming smiled and then said, "First, D-class mechas will involve some star cluster level mechanical knowledge. It's not much, but it is indeed necessary. I may need you to provide me with this mechanical knowledge." After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded without saying anything and agreed. "No problem. Although cluster-level mechanical knowledge is not cheap, it is nothing compared to the assembly of mechas." Su Ming nodded and then continued, "Second, give me some time to learn some mecha knowledge first. After that, I can have the right to pass on this mecha knowledge." The Amber Soldier pondered for a moment, then said, "That's fine, but I can't tell my enemy about my mecha. Otherwise, if they learn about it, they might use the mecha's weaknesses to target me." Sumin nodded. This was inevitable. Every mecha warrior had this concern. So many mecha warriors were forced to become mechanics and assemble their own mechas. Then Su Ming smiled and said, "Third, can we form an alliance with the forces behind you? I don't need your help. I just want to borrow your reputation." After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing couldn't help but laugh. Su Ming was very smart. He knew that if he joined the Black Domain in such a high-profile manner, it would definitely attract some people's attention. So he simply formed an alliance with the forces behind him. Use the reputation of your own power to intimidate the villains. But for him, there is no loss, and he can also take this opportunity to make friends with Su Ming, the mechanic. Why not? Hu Bing agreed without hesitation. Then, Hu Bing gave Su Ming his contact information and the backup drawings of mecha knowledge. "I guess it will take some time for you to settle down, but it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time. I'll wait for you. Oh, by the way, York seems to have obtained a batch of good goods 2 days ago. You can look for it in his body," Amber Soldier said with a smile. Then he moved and left this place. Su Ming was left standing there alone. After a while, Warren and others came to Su Ming's side. "Su Ming, what happened?" Everyone kept looking around, carefully watching whether there would be other enemies appearing around. After seeing the expressions of several people, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's all flattened. How can there be anyone left? The next headache is how to rebuild after the disaster." Everyone quickly turned their attention to the land that had been bombarded by the Star Destroyer, and then a wry smile appeared on their faces. The ground is so rotten that it is unbearable to look at. It had been directly bombarded by a Star Destroyer cannon before, and then it was cracked all over by the battle between Su Ming and York. It looked as if it had been plowed. Rebuilding a base on this site would be a huge project, even with the presence of infrastructure robots. Soon, Su Ming handed over the task of rebuilding the base to Warren, Locke, and others. "And I came to the base and continued to sweep the battlefield. I just heard from Hu Bing that York seems to have obtained some good goods." Su Ming was curious about what the goods were and started looking for them. Soon, Su Ming found a small storage ring on York's body, which had been chopped into 2 pieces. Fortunately, when Su Ming killed York, he used a battle axe instead of a gun or other weapon. Otherwise, this storage ring might even be blown into pieces by guns. Su Ming directly opened the space in the storage ring and started checking. Suddenly, a large number of mechanical parts filled the entire storage ring. After Su Ming saw these mechanical parts, his eyes turned red. It's like a sleepy person meeting a pillow. For a mechanic, the value of a machine part is far greater than that faced by other people. If these mechanical parts were handed over to others, they would probably only be worth about 10 billion star coins if sold in total. But if you assemble it yourself and then sell it, maybe 1/10 of the mechanical parts can be sold at the original price. In the hands of a mechanic, the value of mechanical parts can indeed be increased more than tenfold. Moreover, now is the time when everyone is preparing to settle down, and they may have to recruit soldiers and build a force later. Owning these mechanical parts is equivalent to owning future startup capital. Compared to the situation when everyone first arrived in the Black Domain and was in the dark and the situation was unclear, the situation is now gradually becoming clearer for Su Ming and others. Because of the declaration of alliance with the force called Tianlin behind Hu Bing, the people who had been staring at Su Ming before also consciously retracted their gaze and no longer watched him covetously. For Su Ming, the matter has come to an end. The next step is to rebuild the base. However, Su Ming doesn't need to worry about these things. Just leave them to Locke and others. At this moment, Su Ming was sitting alone in the spaceship. In front of him, there was a pile of mecha knowledge and drawings. This is exactly the assembly knowledge of D-Class Mecha. Overlord D-Class Humanoid Mecha. Energy level range, 6W, 15W. Mecha abilities, Overlord Armor, Charged Attack. Mecha type, Melee. Mecha weapon, Overlord Blade. Overlord Armor. The mecha has a protective shield that can absorb 25W total energy level attacks. The kinetic energy conversion device will store the kinetic energy of the attack on the Overlord Armor, so that the mecha will not be knocked away by the kinetic energy. Charged Attack releases stored kinetic energy, increasing the power of the next attack by 10W. A strange look flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When it comes to advanced mechas, they will have special abilities. This mecha is called the Overlord Mecha. It has some special energy shields and conversion devices on it, which make it immune to some kinetic energy when it is attacked by kinetic energy. It really looks as strong as a tyrant who won't retreat. Moreover, a charged attack can be used as the mecha's ultimate move. If it is placed in the last attack, it can definitely have an unexpected effect. In general, the performance of this mecha is definitely better than his own silver basic mecha. Especially the charged attack, if combined with his own Kaitian, it would probably be able to unleash extremely terrifying power. I have to say, when Su Ming saw the drawings and information about this mecha, he felt a little nervous. Chapter 65, 3 Cosmic Periods. After experiencing a fierce fight with Su Ming, the Black Domain quickly returned to its previous rhythm. For the Black Domain, this level of fighting is just a minor incident. There was even a scene where powerful genetic warriors above level 10 fought in the starry sky of the Black Domain. The forces rooted in the Black Domain were already accustomed to such fights in the Black Domain. So even though the commotion over the Star Destroyer cannon startled some people, after confirming that it was a Star Destroyer cannon modified by Su Ming, these strange looks were retracted. On the contrary, the news that a seemingly good mechanic had arrived in the Black Domain was gradually known to some forces in the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's fame has not yet been established, at least on planet Abe, everyone knows that there is such a mechanic on their planet. However, after Su Ming and others destroyed the Ur Pirates, they set about building a base on the ruins. A large number of scrap mechanical parts were dug out from the ruins by the local natives and then placed aside. Locke specifically recruited these natives to help build the base. Everyone has discovered that in the Black Domain, the cheapest labor force is not the working robots, but the local natives. For these natives, it might only cost 1 or 2 star coins to hire a strong native for a week. Very cheap. Locke waved his hand and spent more than 1,000 star coins to hire more than 500 natives to rebuild the base on the ruins. This is an interesting scene in the Black Domain. The Black Domain is clearly a place with extremely advanced technology, strong combat capabilities, and mature forces. However, because everything comes from outside, a huge civilization gap has formed between the local indigenous people and other forces in the Black Domain. Seeing the local indigenous people, it feels like seeing the civilization of the first universe period when humans were still in the stage of surface civilization. Su Ming is still studying the D-level mecha knowledge given to him by Hu Bing. In fact, the D-level mecha knowledge is much more complicated than the E-level one. After all, D-level mecha knowledge has already involved the development of some second universe technologies. What is second universe technology? Simply put, in the process of development, human beings regard every major technological innovation as a milestone development. Every major innovation can enable human society to make a qualitative leap. Looking at human history, there have been 3 major revolutions. The first innovation was when the surface civilization began to enter the industrial and technological era. This era is called the First Universe Period, also known as the Surface Period. Although the mechanical equipment that Su Ming had assembled before was not just a product of the First Universe Period, in terms of technological strength, it still remained at the stage of the First Universe Period. The most core technology of the second major innovation is the development of space technology. After that, humans entered the Second Universe Period and began to continuously explore the universe, establish interstellar civilizations, transform the landscape of planets, and turn each planet into a habitable planet. Today's 5 major cosmic countries are the behemoths that rose rapidly in the Second Universe Period. In the Overlord D-Class humanoid mecha, the energy shield and kinetic energy conversion device are all technological products of the Second Universe Period. Every mechanic who starts learning mechanical knowledge must start from the most basic techniques and knowledge of the First Universe Period. Because although the technology and knowledge of the First Universe Period were relatively backward, they were the cornerstone of all knowledge and technology in the next 2 periods. This is something that every mechanic cannot skip. They must honestly and step by step learn the knowledge of the First Universe Period thoroughly. After the foundation has been laid, the mechanic will begin to learn the knowledge of the Second Universe Period. By this period, the knowledge system has become extremely complex and broad, and all kinds of fantastic ideas will begin to emerge during this period. Each mecha you will face later will have its own unique attributes, and even unique fighting methods. All of this is supported by some imaginative technologies. After becoming a star-level mechanic, Su Ming gradually progressed towards becoming a cluster-level mechanic. The sign of being a cluster-level mechanic is starting to learn second universe technology. At this stage, it is considered a transformation for the mechanic. Cluster-level mechanical equipment is much more powerful than star-level mechanical equipment. Brother Su Ming, are you there? I'm here to give you some mechanical knowledge. A week later, the base gradually took shape. With the continuous construction of more than 500 natives, 5 buildings rose from the ground and became the foundation for Su Ming and others to survive. Just 1 week later, Hu Bing came to Su Ming's base, then found Su Ming with a smile and handed him a cluster-level mechanical knowledge. This is exactly the cluster-level mechanical knowledge that Su Ming had asked Hu Bing to help him obtain before. Intermediate theory of kinetic energy utilization. After Hu Bing handed over this piece of mechanical knowledge, he grinned. Brother, this is the last one, right? When you finish studying, can you help me build the mecha? Before this mechanical knowledge, Hu Bing had already delivered 3 other cluster-level mechanical knowledge, and this kinetic energy theory was the last one proposed by Su Ming. Now that all 4 parts are ready, Hu Bing's mind naturally becomes active. Su Ming smiled. During this period of time, he had almost mastered all the knowledge about mechas. He only needed this little bit of mechanical knowledge to assemble the mecha. Then Su Ming said, 2 weeks later, I will come to find you in 2 weeks and help you assemble the mecha in your base. After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Very good. In 2 weeks, I will wait for your arrival in my base. After saying that, Hu Bing moved and left Su Ming's base. After seeing Hu Bing off, Su Ming returned to his studio, opened the information Hu Bing gave him, and began to examine it carefully. Right next to Su Ming, there were several mechanical parts that could be seen as parts of a mecha, lying quietly beside him. These parts are exactly the mechanical parts of the mecha, Overlord D-Class humanoid mecha. Su Ming actually arrived in his base in advance and assembled the Overlord D-Class humanoid mecha. This is why Su Ming and Hu Bing dragged on for another 2 weeks. He could study all the mechanical knowledge in a few days. The reason why it took Hu Bing 2 weeks was that Su Ming wanted to assemble the mecha himself first, and then help Hu Bing assemble his mecha. After all, when every mechanic assembles a mecha for the first time, he will give the mecha a different kind of spirituality, as if giving the mecha a soul and life. This is a very idealistic feeling. However, after the 3rd technological innovation of the universe and entering the 3rd universe period, this kind of idealism has been proven to be real. Every mechanic's first unfamiliar mecha will go through a wonderful process of awakening. The energy level and performance of the enlightened mecha are generally about 20% higher than those of normal mecha. After all, the most outstanding technological breakthrough of the 3rd universe era is the end of technology. Theology. Chapter 66, Mineral Vein, Starfield. Su Ming would definitely keep the first mecha for himself. So how could he let Hu Bing get it for free? Although Hu Bing was also very kind to him, Su Ming still believed that there was only profit and no human feelings in the black domain. After studying kinetic energy theory for a few more days, Su Ming decisively went to the workbench and began to assemble the mecha in front of him. Many mecha parts are not available in the base, but that does not pose a problem for Su Ming. Su Ming directly disassembled some independent parts from the large number of mechanical parts he had obtained from the York Star Pirates, and then assembled them into new mechanical parts. Although most of the mechanical parts obtained by the York Pirates before were planetary and stellar levels, there are also a small number of star cluster level mechanical parts. These mechanical parts have now become a treasure trove owned by Su Ming. No matter what mechanical parts he wants, he will most likely be able to find them there. Su Ming did not hesitate to re-engrave his own exclusive markings on each mechanical component and then reassembled them. This mecha involves a lot of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. During the process of assembling and learning, Su Ming naturally sorted out and integrated the cluster-level mechanical knowledge. For mechanics, the fastest way to improve their brain power level is to learn new and more advanced knowledge and focus on repairing and modifying machinery. At this moment, Su Ming's condition is consistent with the state in which a mechanic's brain energy level increases the fastest. He focused all his attention on the mechanical table in front of him, and then continued to assemble the mechanical parts together. This process is very laborious, and any slight mistake may result in complete damage to the mechanical parts. Therefore, Su Ming did not dare to relax at all, and each of him raised his brain energy level to an extremely active state. Soon, Su Ming's brain energy level rapidly increased during this process. Just as Su Ming took root in the Black Domain and began to assemble the Overlord Mecha in a distant star field, the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries were confronting and competing with each other in this star field. This star field is the latest mineral vein star field to be explored. Every planet in the entire star field is shining with light of different colors. These rays of light are the light from the stars reflected on it, causing the metal elements in the planet to reflect light. Each planet emits such a rich light, proving that there are a large number of various mineral veins in this star field. So many mineral veins have only been encountered a few times, even when the universe entered the 3rd universe period. Throughout history, this star field can definitely be ranked among the top 10 mineral vein star fields that have been explored. Interests drive conflicts. This mineral vein star field has such huge value that it immediately attracted the 5 major empires to focus their competition on this mineral vein star field. In comparison, the Loser Alliance political party is really just a small-time operation. Suddenly, the situation above the mineral vein star field gradually became tense. Even among the 5 major cosmic countries, each of them sent more than 5 apocalypse-level mecha warriors to the mineral vein star field. War will definitely not break out. There are 5 apocalypse-level strongmen from the 5 major cosmic countries, a total of 25 apocalypse-level strongmen. If such a lineup were to fight each other, I'm afraid that even this entire star field would be shattered. The purpose of these apocalypse-level powerhouses coming here is nothing more than to intimidate the powerful people from other cosmic countries. At this moment, the head of the Colon family, Colon Clarence, also came to the mineral planet. Colon Clarence is Su Ming's chief father in this life. Although Su Ming has been kicked out of the Colon family, it is undeniable that Su Ming still has a blood relationship with Colon Clarence. Colon Clarence was sitting in his warship, holding a glass of fine wine in his hand and sipping it leisurely. He knew very well that although the current situation was tense, it was absolutely impossible for a war to break out. Fighting is not in the interests of the 5 cosmic countries and will only cause all parties to lose this star field. Therefore, the apocalypse-level powerhouses of the 5 empires are actually very relaxed. There are even interesting scenes of apocalypse-level strongmen from different cosmic countries visiting each other. Colon Clarence cast his gaze towards the mineral vein star field in front of him. Seeing the light constantly flashing on it, his eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, everyone came here just to wait for the decision-makers of the 5 major cosmic countries in the rear to distribute the benefits. There must be many politicians in the 5 major cosmic countries who are now working hard for the interests of the mineral star field, and meetings of all sizes are also being held in the 5 major cosmic countries. Ultimately, how to mine this mineral vein star field is decided jointly by the 5 major cosmic countries. As for other cosmic forces, it may be allocated to a small part out of the spirit and public opinion of humanity and the common development of human society. But it shouldn't be too much, probably around 5% at most. The remaining 95% will all be eaten by the 5 major cosmic countries. Colon Clarence and others are waiting here, but they will only take corresponding actions after the final decision plan comes out. Just at this moment, there was a knock on Colon Clarence's door. He put down his glass and said to the door, "Come in." A middle-aged man in a simple robe walked in. After seeing this man, Colon Clarence couldn't help but ask, "How's it going? How's my second son doing with his training on planet NOP?" After all, he is his own biological son. From Colon Clarence's heart, he regrets his decision to expel Su Ming. However, as the head of the great Colon family, Colon Clarence was naturally unwilling to admit his momentary impulse, nor was he willing to admit that he had made a mistake. To the outside world, Colon Clarence announced that he had sent his second son for training. A few months after Su Ming was expelled from the Colon family, Colon Clarence sent the middle-aged man next to him to find Su Ming for him, and then secretly bring Su Ming back to the Colon family. At this moment, what surprised him was that this subordinate came back so quickly. After hearing what Colon Clarence said, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly and then stammered, "Your Excellency Colon Clarence? I am deeply sorry. Second young Master Column, Su Ming left planet NOP over a month ago." Chapter 67, Clarence's Regret. What? Colon Clarence stood up suddenly and looked at the middle-aged man with disbelief. Mr. Dewey, I believe you have already investigated what happened. A sharp look flashed in Colin Clarence's eyes, and then he spoke word by word. This showed that Colin Clarence was not at peace. After hearing the tone of Colin Clarence, the middle-aged man named Dewey couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The person in front of him was an apocalypse-level warrior, one of the 99 apocalypses of the Empire. If Colin Clarence got angry, something extremely terrible would happen, and even his own life might not be saved. If an apocalypse-level expert kills someone, as long as it's not too excessive, the Empire generally won't interfere or pursue the matter. Hearing the suppressed anger beneath Colin Clarence's calm tone, Dewey's heart began to beat wildly. Without hesitation, he spoke directly. I've asked many people, and they say that when young Master Su Ming passed through the teleportation station, his brain energy level was 25 points. Apparently, young Master Su Ming had already regained consciousness before passing through the teleportation station. After hearing Dewey's words, Colin Clarence was shocked. The brain energy level test is 25? Doesn't that mean that Su Ming is likely to break the Empire's 1,000-year record and become the person with the highest brain energy level record after unlocking the gene lock? How is this possible? I clearly measured it at -3 o'clock. How come it went straight to 25 o'clock the moment I left the house? If this is true, Su Ming's talent may be terrifyingly high. Colin Clarence was a little confused at the moment, but he suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart and said to Dewey, "Go on." Dewey glanced cautiously at Colin Clarence, then continued. Later, I went to NOP to investigate. Young Master Su Ming is working as a mechanic on NOP, working for a man named Monty. I asked Monty, and he said that young Master Su Ming's mechanic skills are very impressive. He can even repair and modify planetary-level mechanical equipment, and the repaired equipment is extremely powerful. And then, Colin Clarence was in a bad mood at the moment. His son is actually a mechanic who can repair planetary-level mechanical equipment. A fool would definitely not be able to repair mechanical equipment of this level, which proves that Su Ming's intelligence has indeed recovered. Although Colin Clarence didn't know how Su Ming recovered, it was even possible that he had never been stupid in the first place. However, the -3 brain energy level detected in the hall was a foregone conclusion, which left Colin Clarence puzzled. After that, the Aquamarine invaded the planet NOP. Dewey said in a low voice, Planet Aquamarine? Isn't this a small cosmic civilization? They're beings I could crush with one hand, yet they dare to invade the Empire's logistics planet? Colin Clarence frowned and muttered to himself. After hearing Colin Clarence's mumbling, Dewey couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's no problem for you to be crushed to death with one hand, but you are an apocalypse-level existence. The people of planet Aquamarine were nothing compared to Colin Clarence, but to the planet NOP, they were like a natural disaster. Then, young Master Su Ming shot and killed the level 5 Aquamarine with a sniper rifle. Dewey spoke softly. What? Colin Clarence glared and suddenly stood up. He could no longer hold back his expression and revealed an extremely shocked look. It's only been a little over a month since he left the Coron family, and he actually managed to kill a level 5 Aquamarine. What's going on? Colin Clarence was really confused this time. In just 1 month, he went for a level 1 genetic warrior to being able to kill a level 5 Aquamarine. Just how terrifying is this talent? It took more than a year for his eldest son, Su Rue, to be promoted to a 4th level genetic warrior. Although most of the time over the past year or so was spent on laying the foundation and preparing for the rapid progress in the future, it is still a bit exaggerated to increase the strength to a level 5 genetic warrior in just 1 month. This isn't the most exaggerated thing. What shocked me the most is, young Master Su Ming later joined the number 32 Provisional Army. While enlisting, he piloted a mecha and, amidst the siege of tens of thousands of cosmic creatures, killed a level 7 cosmic creature, the Iron Lizard. This was reported by the number 32 Provisional Army. There's video evidence. After saying that, Dewey handed the video of Su Ming driving a mecha to kill the Steel Lizard to Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence took the video with a strange look on his face and watched it carefully. After seeing some of Su Ming's operations and predictions during this process, as well as various dodging techniques, Colin Clarence looked more and more incredible. There are some operations that I can't do myself. Although at the level of Colin Clarence, there is really no need to do this kind of operation anymore. The dimension and level of the battle have reached another level, and the skills are also different from those of normal mecha warriors. But to be able to achieve such skills, Colin Clarence, as an imperial general, had a very sharp eye. He almost instantly judged some of Su Ming's skills, and was even more than qualified to be an instructor in the Mecha army. How did he practice? He never drove a mecha during his time in the family. Clarence really couldn't figure it out. Suddenly I felt Su Ming was like a different person. These skills could not be mastered without long-term practice. It was only about half a year since Su Ming left the Karen family. Even if I had trained without eating or drinking every day for the past 6 months, it would be impossible to achieve such results. It's really amazing. What a good son he is. This kid looks like me back then. The more Clarence looked at his son, the more satisfied he felt with him. With such a talented son, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams, right? But suddenly, Clarence's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought of something. If I remember correctly, the Empire seemed to have implemented a secret plan at that time. In the plan, the temporary army was to be silenced and killed, right? Clarence felt his heart was about to jump out. Chapter 68, Distribution of Mineral Veins. Clarence stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with anger and panic. He grabbed Dewey and held him in his hand, gritting his teeth as he spoke. So, my son was eliminated from this damned secret plan. Clarence's aura suddenly surged, and the surrounding glassware exploded one after another. If Clarence had not restrained his aura, even the warship would have been torn apart by Clarence's violent aura. After sensing the breath of Clarence, Dewey broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he almost felt the crisis of death coming. He was secretly shocked. Clarence's combat power has increased again. I heard that it has reached the high level of apocalypse-level combat power. I didn't expect it to be further increased. A master like Clarence could probably fight against a newly promoted apocalypse-level warrior wearing a mecha with his combat power, without wearing a mecha. Dewey swallowed his saliva and immediately said, "Sir Clarence, don't get excited. The second young master didn't die in the purge plan. He escaped." Huh? Escaped? Clarence's breath paused, and then he stared at Dewey with wide eyes in disbelief. The Empire dispatched 10 level 7 mecha warriors to encircle and destroy each warship. How could a level 7 mecha warrior be comparable to a steel lizard? He can kill a steel lizard, but how can he escape from the hands of 10 level 7 mecha warriors? Clarence said in disbelief. Dewey shook his head. That is indeed the case, Your Excellency Clarence. However, how the second young master escaped is a secret of the Empire, and I do not have the authority to review it. Clarence put Dewey down. His breath subsided slightly, and his expression eased slightly. Then he spoke to Dewey calmly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dewey. I got too excited just now. Does Mr. Dewey know the whereabouts of my son?" After hearing what Clarence said, Dewey smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying the second young master directly used space jump to leave the Empire's starfield. Now no one knows where he went. After hearing Dewey's words, Clarence nodded, not surprised. It is normal not to know Su Ming's whereabouts. If we knew Su Ming's whereabouts, I am afraid Su Ming would not be able to escape from the Empire's pursuit. Clarence's expression changed from gloomy to bright. He then suddenly stood up and said to Dewey, "No, I have to go to the Imperial Military Department myself and ask these people to immediately withdraw the wanted order for Su Ming. Damn it, how dare they issue a wanted order for my son? You wait here for the Empire's orders. I'll be back now." After hearing what Clarence said, Dewey showed anxiety on his face. How could he handle this situation alone? He was about to stand up to dissuade Clarence. But at this moment, Clarence's expression changed, and he picked up the communication system. At this moment, a call request popped up in the communication system. "What's the matter?" Clarence frowned. This was a call from the Imperial Leader's office. As soon as this call came in, it almost meant that the office was preparing to make strategic arrangements for Clarence. "Sir Clarence, the meeting of the 5 major cosmic nations has concluded. They have now reached a consensus that the Empire will be allocated an 18% share." Clarence was surprised after hearing what the staff in the leader's office said. 18%? What about the other 4? The other 4 companies also have 18% of the shares. This time the distribution is more even, Mr. Clarence. What? So the remaining 10% will be evenly distributed among the other universe nations. In human society, in addition to the 5 major cosmic countries that have absolute dominance, There are also many other slightly weaker forces, such as cluster-level cosmic countries and galaxy cluster-level cosmic countries. All in all, in addition to the 5 major cosmic countries in human society, there are tens of thousands of other slightly weaker cosmic countries. In the past, once a new resource star field was discovered, according to the conventions of human society, a portion of the resources would be allocated to the remaining cosmic countries. But it's just a symbolic amount, usually around 3% to 5%. But this time, they gave 10% directly. This made Colin Clarence feel a little puzzled. After hearing Colin Clarence's question, the staff member in the Imperial Leader's office chuckled and said, "Your Excellency, you should also know that the Void Civilization has recently been at war with us. In addition to the 5 major cosmic nations, other cosmic nations have also contributed a large number of troops. If the distribution this time is still carried out according to the previous method, I am afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the cosmic nations." After hearing the staff's explanation, Colin Clarence looked enlightened. The Void Civilization is a non-human cosmic civilization with an extremely large size and vast territory. The universe is so vast that the area occupied and explored by humans may be less than 1/10,000th of the universe. Naturally, there are various strange civilizations in other areas. In the process of continuous exploration, human beings often encounter civilizations that they have never seen before. Naturally, weak civilizations are invaded, while strong civilizations are aggressive. In terms of the strength of civilization, the Void Civilization is even slightly stronger than human civilization. But it is only slightly stronger, and the two are still civilizations of the same level. Now, the Void Civilization and human civilization have started a fierce battle in a certain star field in the center. The purpose of the war, of course, is to compete for cosmic resources. However, the two sides have been fighting for about 10 years now, and they know each other well. Unless they are sure of completely destroying the other side, a full-scale war will naturally not break out. Right now, it's just a small fight, so those who are contributing now are almost all small countries in human society. Naturally, in times like these, more resources need to be allocated to these small cosmic countries. Otherwise, it will definitely cause negative public opinion in human society. Colin Clarence nodded to indicate that he understood. He then hung up the phone, stood up, and said to Dewey, "Well, I'll go back to the Empire first. You'll be responsible for mining the minerals in this area. Once the mining is completed, you'll send them back in batches." Suddenly, Colin Clarence thought for a moment, then spoke again. "Oh, right, I'll have my eldest son, Su-Rue, come over and be in charge of transporting the ore. This will also be a way for him to show his face to the Empire's top brass in advance. When the time comes, you could just hand the ore over to him." After saying that, Colin Clarence stood up and left the battleship directly. Chapter 69, Overlord Mecha. However, anything that happens in the distant mineral vein star field has little to do with the Black Domain. The Black Domain does not belong to the normal forces of human society. Although it is not condemned by everyone, it is a gray area in this area, and the official is not willing to acknowledge the existence of this area. At this moment, on the Black Domain A planet, Su-Ming Zheng came to a military base. "Brother Su-Ming, the mechanical parts you requested have been prepared for you. Here is the workbench. If you need any help, just tell me directly." Hu Bing spoke to Su-Ming in a carefree manner. Today is the day when Su-Ming comes to Tianlin as promised to assemble the Overlord Mecha for the Hubing. At this moment, everyone in Tianlin couldn't help but look at Su-Ming curiously, and then they all sighed with emotion. "So young, brother soldier, you better open your eyes and don't be fooled. Can you assemble a D-class mecha at such a young age?" A young man who looked a bit ruffian curled his lips and then spoke. Hu Bing glared at the young man and then said disdainfully, "You know nothing. This little brother Su-Ming is the mechanic who released the Star Destroyer cannon earlier." "What? He's the mechanic who unleashed the Star Destroyer earlier? He's able to convert the Star Destroyer into a small area weapon. This guy seems to have some talent." After hearing Hu Bing's words, the people around Tianlin couldn't help but turn their eyes to Su-Ming. They wanted to see if Su-Ming was really as skilled as Hu Bing said. After all, most of the people in the Black Domain now are rough and uncouth. A mechanic is like a top student, and a genetic warrior is like a student with sports expertise. As for mechanics, there aren't many people in the Black Domain who can do research. Even Tianlin only has star-level mechanics, but no powerful mechanics who can assemble cluster-level mechas. They were all waiting and watching. If Su Ming could really assemble a cluster-level mecha, it would prove that he definitely had cluster-level repair capabilities. Such a mechanic is definitely a hot commodity. In the future, perhaps the big guys in the Black Domain will want to establish a good relationship with this mechanic named Su Ming. Even in Tianlin, there are many people whose cluster-level mechanical equipment needs repair, and when the time comes, everyone may ask Su Ming for help. At this moment, Su Ming did not hesitate. He reached out and took the mechanical parts skillfully. Before coming, Su Ming had already assembled the Overlord Mecha in his base. He also successfully awakened his Overlord Mecha. So for Su Ming at this moment, it was just a matter of reassembling it in a familiar way. His speed was much faster than that of the Overlord Mecha in his base. At this moment, his fingers turned into phantoms and quickly assembled the mechanical parts one by one. Ding! Successfully disassembled the mechanical parts, gaining +1 star point. Ding! Mechanical parts assembled successfully, gaining +3 star points. The process of assembling a mecha is also a process of madly accumulating star points. In the previous base, Su Ming obtained more than 3,000 star points from the construction of the Overlord Mecha from scratch to successful assembly. At this moment, according to Su Ming's estimation, this Overlord Mecha should be able to obtain more than 2,000 star points. As for why this Overlord Mecha can obtain fewer star points than the first one, this is all because Su Ming made a lot of modifications when assembling it for himself. The original Overlord Mecha did not have long-range firearms capabilities. This was a purely melee mecha. But the lack of long-range firearms was unacceptable to Su Ming. He decisively assembled a long-range firearm function on his Overlord Mecha. Afterwards, based on his own combat characteristics, Su Ming added a simple space teleportation device to his Overlord Mecha. The space teleportation device, after being activated, can teleport anywhere within 2 kilometers, which is a huge improvement in operability. Of course, the space teleportation device cannot be used all the time, just like a spaceship cannot jump through space all the time. When jumping through space, the mecha will be attacked by a space storm. If it keeps jumping, both the mecha and Su Ming will probably feel overwhelmed. Although Su Ming has equipped his mecha with so much advanced technology, he is unwilling to make too many modifications to the Amber Soldier. Just complete his mech normally. Anyway, with Su Ming's own special electric engraving patterns, once this mecha is successfully assembled, its power will be about 10% stronger than that of a normal mecha. This should definitely be satisfying and even a surprise for Hu Bing. There's no need to give him any more modifications. When he arrived in the Black Domain, Su Ming was still on guard. Shaking his head, Su Ming cleared the unnecessary thoughts from his mind and then focused his attention wholeheartedly on the mecha parts in front of him. Su Ming assembled the mecha parts bit by bit. Su Ming worked from morning to night in the Tianlin base, then found a place to sleep for about 4 hours at night, got up again, and continued to assemble the mecha in front of him. The engineering workload of a mecha is much greater than that of a single piece of mechanical equipment. Even though Su Ming had already successfully assembled one, there was still a huge improvement in efficiency. However, it still takes 2 days to successfully assemble this mecha. In the afternoon of the next day, Su Ming installed the last circuit board into the mecha body in front of him, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Assembly was successful. The moment the mecha was successfully assembled, a considerable energy level fluctuation erupted, which immediately alarmed the surrounding Tianlin members. Everyone immediately gathered around and looked at the Overlord Mecha in front of them in amazement. Master Su Ming is amazing. I've seen other mechanics assemble mechas before, and even if it was an E-class mecha, it would take them 3 weeks to assemble. Master Su Ming actually finished it in just 2 days. The ruffian young man who had looked down on Su Ming before couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. As early as during the 2 days of assembly, he no longer had any doubts about Su Ming's skills. Instead, there was a deep respect for Su Ming. A great mechanic will be respected by everyone. Everyone stared at the mecha in front of Su Ming with shining eyes, sensing the rich energy emanating from it, and couldn't help but exclaim in envy, "This mecha looks so powerful. When will I be able to have my own mecha? I really envy Brother Bing. Owning your own mecha is like reaching the pinnacle of life." Everyone spoke up. At this moment, the anxious voice of Hu Bing rang out from outside. "Get the hell out of my way. I want to see my precious mecha." Chapter 70, The Powerful Overlord Mecha. After a while, Hu Bing squeezed through the crowd and walked in from outside. As soon as Fong came in, Hu Bing was attracted by the dark red mecha in front of him. He excitedly stretched out his hand and touched the mecha in front of him. Sensing the powerful energy coming from inside the mecha and the cold yet intoxicating metallic texture, a deep joy flashed in his eyes. Having a mecha means that his combat power will be greatly improved in a very short period of time. In the black domain, combat power is a symbol of status and wealth. You can imagine how excited Hu Bing was. It took him a long time to react. He looked at Su Ming embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, Master Su Ming. I was so excited to see the mecha that I forgot to say hello to you." At this moment, Hu Bing already had a sense of respect for Su Ming in his heart, and he couldn't help but change the title of Little Brother to Little Master. He had already made up his mind to make friends with Su Ming. Not only the modification of mechanical equipment in the future, but also the maintenance of his mecha and other matters requires Su Ming's help. This is the position of the mechanic in interstellar society. There is no way. Once the mecha you assembled is worn and damaged during the subsequent combat process, it will definitely need repair. Other mechanics are not very familiar with this mecha, and the final repair may not achieve the original effect. Only the manufacturer of the mecha can repair it personally to its original level. Unless you are not fighting, it will definitely need maintenance. For Hu Bing, now it is not only necessary to make friends with Su Ming, but also to ensure Su Ming's personal safety. If Su Ming had any accident, changing direction would mean that half of his mecha would be destroyed. No matter what, he would not allow Su Ming to have any accident. Su Ming hadn't thought of this. He smiled and said to Hu Bing, "It's okay. Brother Hu Bing, you can sit on it now and try out the performance of the mecha." Hu Bing was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Right. I forgot about it in my excitement. I'll try it now." After saying this, Hu Bing moved his body, and the energy level of his brain instantly surged out of his body, and then communicated with the mecha in front. In an instant, the mecha split apart and flew directly towards the Amber Soldier. The moment it touched the Amber Soldier, it reassembled and became a whole. Suddenly, a mecha warrior about 3 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. Seeing such a cool scene of the mecha, the members of Tianlin immediately showed extremely envious looks. "So cool. This mecha is so cool." After putting on the mecha, Hu Bing went straight to the test room without hesitation. The test room is a room that every force will build. It has a powerful energy absorption function. Unless it is destroyed from the outside, it is difficult to damage the test room from the inside. Here, Hu Bing can fully release his energy. Everyone followed Hu Bing into the testing room. At this moment, Hu Bing took out a mechanical battle blade from his back, the Crazy Battle Blood Blade. This is the battle blade that comes with the Overlord mecha. Berserk Blood Blade. Energy level range, 5W, 10W. Power levels below 3W cannot be used normally. Ability, Frenzy. Gather excess energy to form a second attack, hitting the enemy and causing 50% of the first attack's damage. The name of the Berserker Blood Blade is just like its ability. After the first wave of attack, it will soon form a second attack. The user does not need to swing it at all. It will directly blast out and cause secondary damage. From the perspective, it looks like the user of the Overlord mecha is madly hacking at the opponent. The name of Berserker comes from the frequency of its attacks. At this moment, a powerful energy level erupted from the Amber Soldier. After Su Ming sensed this energy level, his face changed slightly. What a powerful energy level reaction. Su Ming cast his gaze towards the detector beside him and saw a string of numbers written on the instrument, 23W energy level. Su Ming was secretly shocked. The Amber Soldier didn't rely on any weapons or mechas, but the burst of its own energy level could reach a terrifying 230,000. In other words, as long as he wanted, even if he was wearing an Overlord mech, the Amber Soldier could easily blow him up. This is the case with genetic warriors. It is very easy to improve in the early stages, but as you get to the later stages, especially the 80, 90, and 10th level genetic warriors, each level is a step and a qualitative change, and the difficulty of improvement becomes increasingly great. But once you get promoted, the transformation that comes with it is extremely terrifying. During these 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical and brain energy levels increased to 9,000, 112,000 points respectively. Even if they are added together, it is only about 20,000 energy points, which is just a fraction in front of the 9th level genetic warrior Amber Soldier. As the Amber Soldier's energy level exploded, the mecha also slowly began to produce energy level fluctuations. The next moment, Amber Soldier shouted loudly, then drove the mecha and slashed at the tester. The violent energy level enveloped the entire testing room. If it weren't for the special material in the test room that has the ability to absorb energy, I'm afraid that the Tianlin base would have been overturned by the Amber Soldiers with just this one blow. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and then everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to the tester. I saw a string of bright red numbers appear on the tester. 35W. 35. In other words, the D-Class Overlord Mecha increased the energy level of the Amber Soldier by a full 12W. And most important thing is, after the energy level reaches 35W, you have already entered the category of a level 10 genetic warrior. When using mechas, the combat power of the Amber Soldier can actually reach the strength of a level 10 genetic warrior, spanning a major realm. The Tianlin members in the test room looked at each other in surprise and then burst into exclamations. Too strong. I'm going to develop my brain power now. I also want to become a mecha warrior. Come on, it's not that easy to develop brain energy levels. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 13 people in Tianlin who have opened their brain energy levels. Without opening up the brain energy level, you're destined to be unable to use the mecha. This is the most important threshold for mecha warriors. At this moment, the Amber Soldier suddenly shouted, "Attack me! I want to test the power of the Overlord armor." Everyone was stunned, and then they saw a thin energy shield emerging from the Overlord mecha. This layer of energy shield is the Overlord armor. Overlord armor can absorb attacks of 25W energy level and can convert kinetic energy into attacks and release it again. Everyone looked at each other, and without hesitation, they all attacked the Overlord mecha. Some students said that the division of energy levels corresponding to grades is not very clear, so I will explain it here. Level 1, 0-100. Level 2, 100 to 300. Level 3, 300-1000. Level 4, 1000 to 5000. Level 5, 5000 to 10,000. Level 6, 10,000 to 40,000. Level 7, 40,000 to 100,000. Level 8, 10 w 18. Level 9, 18 w 30. Level 10, 300,000 to 600,000. There are other levels after that, but we'll talk about them later. For now, let's look at the first 10 levels. Chapter 71 Wan Tung is established as a second-rate force in the Black Domain. Although the members of Tianlin are not as good as the Hu soldiers, they're not easy to deal with. Among the onlookers, there are many level 6 and 7 genetic warriors. When they heard the Amber Soldier actually asking them to attack the Overlord mecha, they couldn't help but look at each other. Is there such a good thing? The Tianlin members showed excitement on their faces, and then they took out their guns and attacked the Overlord mecha frantically. But the next moment, everyone was shocked. The Overlord mecha seemed to be unaffected by these attacks. It did not take a single step back and continued to move forward steadily. Normally, even if the energy shield blocks the bullet, the kinetic energy of the bullet will still cause the mecha to fall back. But the Overlord mecha doesn't have it. All this is thanks to the kinetic energy conversion device in the Overlord mecha. All of this kinetic energy was absorbed by the Overlord mecha and converted into its devices. So visually, the Overlord mecha looks like it is wearing an Overlord body and is not restricted by kinetic energy at all. The next moment, Hu Bing suddenly shouted, "Enough!" Everyone was stunned and then stopped what they were doing. Although the Overlord mecha has Overlord armor, it can only absorb 25W energy level damage. The Amber Soldier took all the attacks from everyone without dodging. It is certain that the damage will be full in a short while, and the energy shield will be directly reduced to 0. The Amber Soldiers now treated the Overlord mecha like a treasure, so how could they allow everyone to continue attacking after the energy shield returned to 0? At this moment, Hu Bing shouted softly and then swung his sword again. Of course, this knife was not swung towards the crowd, but towards the test wall behind. Charge a powerful attack. The Overlord mecha can convert all the kinetic energy previously absorbed into attacks and strike out. Boom! There was a loud noise. Everyone was startled and then turned to look at the monitor next to them. The number on the display was an exaggerated 42W, 7W, more energy level than the previous full-strength attack. Although the introduction of the charged attack says that it increases the energy level by 10W, this is only the ideal state. Under normal circumstances, it would be very good to be able to increase by 30,000 to 70,000. Looking at the numbers on the display, Hu Bing's face suddenly showed an ecstatic expression. Trump card. This can be regarded as the trump card of the Overlord Mecha. Now Amber Soldier likes the Overlord Mecha more and more. A mecha that can add trump cards for him is simply his dream mecha. Amber Soldier quickly took off his mecha and then put it into its own space storage button. He carefully strung the space storage buttons into a necklace and hung it around his neck. Once danger occurs, the brain energy level will be communicated and the mecha can be summoned instantly. Thank you, Master Su Ming. After taking off his mecha, Hu Bing spoke to Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming shook his head. Brother Hu Bing, you have also provided me with a lot of knowledge. This is nothing. Well, now that the mecha has been assembled, I will go back first. Afterwards, Su Ming left Tianlin's military base. When the other people in Tianlin saw Su Ming's departing back, they showed a thoughtful look on their faces. Many of them have already exchanged contact information with Su Ming. When they have time later, these people will go to Su Ming to repair their mechanical equipment. In the future, Su Ming's fame will surely spread throughout the Black Domain as the number of times Hu Bing uses the Overlord Mecha increases. In a violent area like the Black Domain, anyone who can increase the strength of others will always be respected. However, after Su Ming left Tianlin, he went straight back to his base. After going to Tianlin and seeing the strength and structure of the second-rate forces, Su Ming began to think about his own forces. Now, including myself, my forces only have 20 people in total. This also includes 11 former Lozer Alliance researchers who joined the spacecraft halfway. In other words, there are only 9 people with combat capabilities. Such an organization is not even a 5th-rate force, let alone a 4th-rate force. The division of forces is not simply judged based on the leader's cultivation. It is impossible to say that Su Ming is a 4th-class force just because he has the strength to compete with a 7th-level genetic warrior. In fact, to judge whether a force is strong or not, the organizational structure, influence, business, and normal personnel flow of the force are all reference indicators. Now Su Ming's base is just a bare base, which can be called a building at best, and it cannot be called a base at all. If Tianlin had not issued an announcement of alliance with his organization, he might not have been able to build the building so safely. After returning to the base, Su Ming pulled together a few core members to hold a small meeting. Discuss 3 things. Su Ming spoke directly to the point. After hearing Su Ming's words, Warren, Locke, and others looked at each other, and then asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "First, we need to name our faction. We can't just have no name at all. How will others address us then?" Su Ming spoke solemnly. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone nodded and began to discuss. "I think, why not call it Legion 32? Get lost. Are you worried that the Empire isn't discovering us fast enough?" "I think." Everyone expressed their opinions and spoke up. After Su Ming and the others discussed it for a while, they immediately said, "Well, why don't we call our faction Wantung? 10,000 vines." On the one hand, everyone comes from different star regions and even different forces, but in the end, they come together from all directions and gather together. 10,000 vines entwine with each other, transforming into a tenacious force. Secondly, the vines will also extend. In the future, Wantung will extend its vines to every field and become the overlord of this field. This is why I wanted to name it Wantung. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded at the same time. Wantung is great, and the meaning behind it is even better. Let's call it Wantung. Seeing that everyone had no objection, a force called Wantung, led by Su Ming, quietly emerged in the Black Domain. After confirming the name of the force, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "There are 2 more important questions. First, what about revenue? Secondly, how do we attract others to join Wantung?" Ahem. If you're an old reader, you should have noticed that I've already used the name Wantung in the book The Strongest Race. I'm not good at naming, so I'm just being lazy. Mainly because I really like the name Wantung. Chapter 72, Conducting Business. After hearing Su Ming's question, everyone present looked thoughtful. Revenue and team expansion, no matter what force it is, no matter whether the nature is black or white, need to face this problem. All the forces in the Black Domain, even though some of them may not be legal, definitely have corresponding revenue channels. Commonly known as business. The York Star Pirates' business is to rob the starry sky. Tianlin's business is employment. There are also some forces whose business is to sell various illegal or legal materials, such as mechanical parts. So what is Wanteng's business? Of course, with Su Ming's ability, he can definitely work as a mechanic to help others repair and modify mechanical equipment to earn a lot of money. But if a force needs its leader to work hard to generate revenue, what is the point of forming such a force? We must find a business that allows everyone to have something to do so that it could develop in the long run. At this moment, Wang Ku, who had been sitting quietly on the side, suddenly said, "We can sell genetic potions as well as some special potions such as strengthening, recovery, and highly toxic potions." After hearing Wang Ku's words, everyone quickly turned their gaze to Wang Ku, with a strange look flashing in their eyes. But everyone has not forgotten the great impact that the Super Gene Medicine team, led by Wang Ku, had on the Banner Star Field when they were in the Lothar Alliance. All cosmic creatures in the entire star field have been infected with the super gene virus. When Wang Ku mentioned developing a genetic drug, everyone's mind was suddenly filled with the memory of the riot that had occurred in the Banner Galaxy. Seeing the strange looks in everyone's eyes, Wang Ku couldn't help but smile bitterly and quickly explained, "I'm talking about normal gene potions, not those superpowered gene potions. Our technology for superpowered gene potions may not be mature yet, and we need to continue researching. But for the gene potions on the market that can normally open gene locks, our technology is relatively mature, no problem. The same goes for other medicines. We are all elite researchers after all, and we are very confident in the research and development of some normal medicines." After hearing Wang Ku's explanation, everyone's faces suddenly showed a look of enlightenment, and they realized that they had misunderstood Wang Ku. The previous riots had left such a deep impression on everyone that when they heard about genetic drugs, they couldn't help but think of this. But genetic drugs and various other drugs sound pretty good. You should know that even in human society, genetic drugs definitely occupy a very large proportion of the market. Almost every star field consumes a large amount of genetic medicine every day. As long as it is available, there will definitely be people buying it. And like other potions, they are definitely very popular in the Black Domain, a realm where conflicts often occur. Fighting means getting hurt, and you'll need recovery potions and so on. This thing is reliable. I think it's a good idea too. However, besides genetic medicine, we can also develop other businesses. For example, Warren, you can help others repair mechanical equipment. In the future, we can recruit a group of trainees and set up a mechanical repair factory. As for you, Locke, you can definitely take on the employment business. Su Ming said with a smile. It's great to have researchers. Although researchers do not have an immediate effect of strengthening forces like combatants, they can still have a subtle influence. The role of researchers, if viewed in the long term, will definitely be more valuable than that of powerful combatants. The composition of each force is diverse, and in the Black Domain, it is estimated that there are no more than 10 forces with researchers, and they are all large forces. Wang Ku and others are even sought after by the two major cosmic countries, which shows how strong their status and strength are in the research field. With Wang Ku and others, Wanteng will have nothing to worry about in the future in the fields of medicine, biochemistry, etc. After determining genetic pharmaceuticals as the main business direction, everyone then discussed the third question raised by Su Ming. Recruit. However, recruitment is an ongoing process for a force, and as a force becomes stronger, it becomes easier to recruit people. Everyone agreed that they should wait until Wanteng gets on the right track and starts selling genetic drugs before recruiting people at a high price, so that the people recruited will be of higher quality. Now that the direction of future work has been determined, everyone now has a direction. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone left the meeting room and went about their own business. After the meeting, Su Ming thought about it and then made a phone call. Brother Su Ming, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. Do you want to buy something from me? The call was connected and a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. It was Walter, the businessman who had known Su Ming before. At this moment, after Su Ming dialed Walter's number, he immediately opened the door and asked, "Mr. Walter, I want to buy a large amount of research equipment and production equipment from you. Do you sell them here?" After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter seemed a little surprised. "You brought researchers with you? Whatever type of production equipment you want to buy, I can get it for you. As usual, the price is 20% higher than the market price. After all, I also want to get some hard work pay. Su Ming smiled and said, I understand. No problem. I need large-scale genetic drug production equipment, a research table, a nanobiological incubator, and Su Ming told Walter about the mechanical equipment that Wang Ke had told him about before. After hearing the equipment Su Ming requested, Walter was surprised. Gene medicine? Brother, are you planning to produce gene medicine? That's right. Mr. Walter can also be our agent in the future, Su Ming said with a smile. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's voice became a little more solemn. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. In the Black Territory, genetic medicine is a major business. Many people are eyeing it, and everyone wants a profit from it. The water is deep. If you start this business now, there is no guarantee that it will not affect the interests of others. Walter said solemnly, in the Black Domain, interests are everything. Once you affect the interests of others, you will definitely face extremely crazy retaliation. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming pondered for a while, and then he said, let's get the equipment first, so that our researchers have something to do. As for when to sell it later, I have a plan in mind. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter sighed and then said, these devices are not cheap. They're all strictly controlled by the major cosmic countries. I calculated that it would cost about 400 million star coins to get a set. Chapter 73, Transportation Vulnerabilities. 400 million star coins? Su Ming took a breath of cold air. Are research instruments so expensive? 400 million star coins is enough to support the daily expenses of billions of people on a planet. Even an E-class mecha is not that expensive. Such a huge amount made Su Ming stunned. Right, Walter smiled bitterly. I don't want to set the price so high, but the regular price of this kind of equipment is very high. Otherwise, why are there so many junk genetic drugs from small workshops on the market? Isn't it because these small workshops can't afford regular research equipment? After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming took a deep breath. Purchase. You must buy regular products and not the junk production equipment from small workshops. From a very beginning, Wanting's reputation must not be ruined. If it was to produce anything, it had to produce high-quality genetic drugs. After all, the competition in the field of genetic drugs was very fierce. Being able to produce high-quality and low-cost genetic drugs would definitely be more popular in the market. Although it is expensive, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child, so it is equivalent to an initial investment. Su Ming gritted his teeth and then asked, Mr. Walter, do you buy mechanical parts? I have a lot of mechanical parts here. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then said, I'll take it. Of course I will, but let me make it clear to you, if I take it, I will take it at 80% of the market price. If I go by the original price, I won't make any profit. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was not surprised. It was indeed true. The sale of mechanical parts could not be sold at the market purchase price. This was unrealistic. Even if it is sold by a formal institution, most of them sell it at 80% of the market price. Walt's fees are very reasonable and not unscrupulous. Su Ming did not hesitate and decisively sent the 1/5 space transmission function he obtained from Yerk to Walter. After collecting these mechanical parts, Walter counted them and said with satisfaction, Okay, these are worth about 400 million star coins. Let's offset them. The equipment you want can be delivered the day after tomorrow. Su Ming nodded, then said with a wry smile, After purchasing this batch, I really went broke. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter suddenly became interested. Brother, are you interested in doing something big? Big one. Su Ming was surprised. Walter continued in a mysterious tone. Hasn't a new mineral vein star field been discovered recently? The 5 major cosmic countries have mined these mineral veins and are preparing to transport them back. This is an opportunity. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming shook his head decisively and then said, Mr. Walter, I appreciate your kindness, but as far as I know, the transportation of these minerals is all done by apocalypse-level strongmen. I can't even reach the level of a level 10 genetic warrior. If I face an apocalypse-level strongman, won't I be defeated by a slap? Haha, don't panic, brother. Let me explain in detail. Walter said mysteriously. Among the transport team this time, there's a rich kid from the Empire. It seems that it is Kaluan Su Rue from the Kaluan family who was specially sent for transportation. These rich kids, are just gilded. But in this case, wouldn't Su Rue's transport team have a non-apocalyptic level loophole? There haven't been such opportunities in previous years, so now this is a huge opportunity. Walter said excitedly. What? Kelun Surui. Su-Ming was halfway through listening. After hearing the familiar name, he couldn't help but be surprised, and then a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. Suri, his biological brother. He had targeted me many times when I was in the Korin family, and after I left the Korin family, Surui sent assassins to assassinate me. If he hadn't awakened his consciousness and happened to assemble the robotic arm, he might have really died at the hands of a small third-level killer. Hearing that Surui was actually responsible for escorting the minerals this time, Su-Ming immediately became concerned about this matter. Hearing the change in Su-Ming's tone, Walter was a little puzzled. The key point of this matter, shouldn't it be that there are no apocalypse-level strongmen to transport the minerals? Why does it feel like Su-Ming's focus is on the wealthy children of the Kaluan family? Strangeness. Walter shook his head and continued. Brother, if you are interested, we have someone on the inside to pick you up. I can temporarily shut down their warships, so you can seize them. I will then open a space channel to pick you up. We'll split the profits 50-50 after the deal is done. After hearing Walter's words, Su-Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Walter, why did you choose me? Wouldn't it be safer to choose a level 8 or 9 genetic warrior for this matter? After hearing Su-Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then slowly said, On the one hand, I believe in my brother's skills. I have seen my brother's mecha operation, and it is very powerful. On the other hand, if it is a level 8 or 9 genetic warrior, I am worried that he will be robbed by the black. Su-Ming laughed in his heart. Walter was indeed a businessman, and he had a lot of calculations. At this moment, he didn't think that his skills were superb. He was probably really afraid that others would take advantage of him. Walt knows his own fighting ability, so he probably doesn't worry that he will be robbed by his fellow thieves. Although during these few weeks, Su-Ming not only greatly improved his energy level, but also assembled a new Overlord mech. Who knows, maybe he really has the ability to rob Walter. However, I will still have many things to cooperate with Walter on in the future. Although these mineral resources are huge, my main target is Surui. I will not retaliate against Walter over this matter. Su-Ming is not a person who only cares about immediate interests. He pondered for a while, and because of Surui, Su-Ming directly accepted Walter's invitation. Okay, but by then, Mr. Walter, you must ensure that the battleship is out of control and the space channel is unobstructed. If I find anything wrong, I will leave halfway. Su-Ming spoke to Walter. After hearing Su-Ming's words, Walter's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then he said, Don't worry, brother. As a businessman, Walter pays the most attention to reputation and is absolutely reliable. However, the Empire has only just begun to mine the minerals. If we want to intercept them midway, we'll probably have to wait a month or two. After hearing Walter's words, Su-Ming smiled. For him, 1 or 2 months is not a problem at all. On the contrary, I can practice hard during this period of time, and then I will definitely give Surui a surprise. Ahem, today is the 5th chapter. I received a lot of reminders yesterday, so I decided to add one more chapter today. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74, Level 5 Body Forging. The research equipment was delivered to Wan Tong's base 2 days later. Su-Ming directly moved the equipment to the scientific research building specially allocated to Wang Ku and others. Then Su-Ming and Warren started working together. The base's defense machinery and defense system need to be built. Su-Ming stayed in the studio, frantically disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment, while entering the training equipment. At night, Su-Ming sat alone on his bed, and then took a look at the starlight points in his system. After a period of accumulation, plus the abundant star points obtained from continuously assembling mechas, Su-Ming's star points have now accumulated to about 9,000 points. Looking at so many star points, Su-Ming immediately said, System, exchange for level 5 body forging. The 5th level of body forging required a huge amount of starlight points, reaching 5,000. If Su-Ming had not accumulated a lot of starlight points during this period, he probably would not have been willing to undertake the 5th level of body forging. However, the effect of body training is much better than the normal improvement of body energy levels. Not only can it increase the strength of Su-Ming's body, but it also greatly enhances his adaptability to starlight energy. When Su-Ming was training at level 4, his body could only withstand 500 points of starlight energy at most. anymore, and it will cause serious damage to the body. And now that he has reached the 5th level of bodybuilding, I wonder what upper limit Su Ming's body can reach. Soon, a huge stream of starlight poured into every part of Su Ming's body. Under the tempering of this starlight, Su Ming only felt that his body was gradually becoming more solid and strong. After a while, Su Ming felt that his body had made a qualitative leap in this instant. Ding! Body forging successful. The host's body forging level has been upgraded to level 5. The starlight points required for the next level are 10,000. The system's voice came, and then Su Ming opened his eyes and gradually realized that his body had become extremely powerful during this process. The improvement in muscle strength from the 5th level of body training is more than double that of the 4th level. Now, the upper limit of starlight points that Su Ming can withstand is estimated to be increased to about 1,000 points. Such a huge starlight point is estimated to be able to burst out an energy level of nearly 5W. In other words, as long as Su Ming exchanges 1,000 star points, he can increase the energy level of his next attack by 50,000. For Su Ming at this moment, this is simply a powerful weapon. Not only that, as Su Ming's body training improved, his body energy level also increased from the original 9,600 to 11,000, officially breaking through the 10,000 mark. The body's energy level increased by nearly 1,500 at one time. Now, Su Ming has officially entered the category of 6th-level genetic warrior. The Su family showed a satisfied look on their face. Then he took a look at the Overlord Mecha placed in the room and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The lowest energy level that the Overlord Mecha wants to use is 30,000 points. In other words, Su Ming's brain energy level plus his body energy level must reach 3W energy level before he can drive the Overlord Mecha normally. Now the two energy levels added together are only over 20,000, which is totally insufficient to drive the Overlord Mecha. Now Su Ming had the experience of a mechanic whose level of cultivation was even higher than his own. It is extremely painful to assemble a machine, but not be able to use it yourself, and can only watch it in vain. Su Ming had no choice but to practice madly during this period to make up for the lack of his energy level. There's still more than a month left, and during this time, Su Ming decided to go into seclusion and practice madly. He no longer hesitated to use his starlight points, and continued to exchange them. As long as his body could bear it, he would start practicing to the fullest every day. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. And Su Ming, during this month of seclusion, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds, and he was promoted directly to the intermediate level of level 6. Now Su Ming's attribute panel is as follows. First, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 21,000. Brain energy level, 20,000. Gene lock unlocking level, level 6, intermediate. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 5. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 10,000. Star points, 4,800. After a month of crazy training, his two energy levels almost doubled. Su Ming's genetic level also rose to the middle level of level 6. Adding the two energy levels together, Su Ming's total energy level has also increased to 4W+. Finally, Su Ming finally reached the time when he could pilot the Overlord Mecha. Su Ming showed a satisfied look on his face, then opened the door and walked out. Just when Su Ming came out of seclusion, in a distant star field in the Interstellar Society, a handsome young man came to this star field. This young man is the eldest son of the Kalun family, Kalun Su Rue. At this moment, after Kalun Su Rue arrived at the mineral vein star field, Dewey came up to him directly. "Young master, you are here," Dewey said respectfully. After hearing Dewey's words, Kalun Su Rue smiled and said to Dewey, "Mr. Dewey, you don't have to call me master. Just call me Su Rue." True aristocratic education is to make people approachable rather than overbearing. On this point, at least Karen Su Rue did a very good job on the surface. After hearing Su Rue's words, Dewey smiled and said, "Master Su Rue, your father has arranged everything, and the mineral veins here have been almost mined. Master Su Rue can transport the mineral veins back the day after tomorrow." Both Su Rue and Dewey understood very clearly at this moment. Colin Clarence's arrangement was actually just to give Su Rue some experience so that he could work in the Empire in the future. Su Rue also came on the last day. In fact, this process was just a formality. When Su Rue heard that he could leave for the Empire the day after tomorrow, a A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your hard work during this period, Mr. Dewey. Leave the rest to me," Suri said with a smile. He did not come here alone this time. After all, the universe is so vast that no one can guarantee whether he will encounter any danger on the way. For example, criminal gangs like space pirates. Suri came this time with an 8th-level genetic warrior and a team of 7th-level mecha warriors. With the escort of these experts, the mind can definitely be escorted back safely. At that time, my father will add a column to his resume. He has participated in the implementation of the Empire's strategic affairs, and, as the person in charge, he has achieved successful results. When Suri thought of this, a smug smile appeared on his face. Chapter 75, Strange Figure. However, what Suri didn't realize was that among the level 7 mecha warriors he led, there was one who listened to the conversation between Suri and Dewey with a calm expression. Then this person came to the toilet in the battleship and sent out a secret intelligence message, telling him that Suri would be leaving for the Empire in 2 days, as well as the route back. As for the person he sent it to, there is no doubt that it was the Black Domain businessman, Walter. Walter was driving a spaceship around to solicit business at the moment. Suddenly, when he saw someone sending him a message, he couldn't help but look at it with a strange expression. After seeing Suri's message, Walter showed a look of surprise. Soon, Walter dialed a number. "Brother, Suri is leaving for the Empire in 2 days, and we are almost ready." After hanging up the phone, Walter showed a satisfied smile on his face. These are materials that the Empire has marked as strategic level, so you can imagine how huge the quantity is. Although it will be split 50-50 with Su Ming in the end, it is still a considerable expense. Swallowing this batch of goods can save me 10 years of work. This is absolutely unimaginable wealth for Walt. While Walter was plotting the operation, Suri was leisurely waiting in the mineral vein star field for the miners to mine the ore and then hand it over to him. This time, the Empire was divided into 5 transport teams to transport these mineral veins. On average, each transport team had to transport minerals worth nearly 1 trillion star coins. After returning to the Empire, these minerals will almost all be used to make mechanical parts. Of course, there are also some special minerals with radioactive energy that are used for energy supply. In short, once a mineral vein star field is discovered, it will definitely have a huge promoting effect on interstellar society. Even the whole society will become much richer because of this. "Master, this is a non-radioactive mineral storage space." Dewey carried a box half a person's height into the battleship and then placed it in the battleship security system. This half-person high box is an enormous storage space. Because there are so many minerals to be stored, ordinary storage rings, storage watches, etc. are simply unable to store so many minerals, and storage boxes must be used to store these minerals. Even though this box is only half a person's height, the minerals stored inside are estimated to be as large as 1/3 of a habitable planet. Such a large amount of minerals is priceless and can supply countless planets for a long time. And these are not all minerals. After all, in addition to non-radioactive minerals, there are also radioactive minerals. Radioactive minerals usually possess extremely strong energy. The value of radioactive minerals of the same mass is far higher than that of non-radioactive mineral veins. Suri nodded, then asked curiously, "Hasn't the radioactive mineral vein been mined yet?" Dewey smiled wryly and said, "We had originally expected it to be by now, but it seems we encountered some resistance during mining, so it's a bit slow. But it will be soon." Suri's face showed a look of sudden realization, and then he chuckled and said, "It's okay. I can wait. Take your time." At this moment, neither Suri nor Dee noticed that while mining radioactive minerals, one of the mining workers suddenly let out a light exclamation. "Old Ma, why did I see a human figure flash by in the metal clot just now?" The man stared carefully at the radioactive mineral in front of him. "What are you talking about? There's so much radiation in here. How could anyone be inside?" When workers mine radioactive minerals, they must wear radiation-proof clothing. If there were no anti-radiation clothing, under such high energy concentration, people would probably be melted into blood in an instant. Therefore, these workers have no way to check these minerals with their naked eyes and can only view the scene in front of them based on the photographic images in their anti-radiation suits. If someone could look at these minerals with their naked eyes at this time, they would definitely find Among these light red, translucent, strange radioactive minerals, there are dozens of red-bodied human figures lying in these veins. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. After all, the energy emitted by this radioactive mineral is so strong that if it is sealed in it, even a level 10 genetic warrior will be melted into blood by these minerals. But at this moment, there were dozens of red figures lying quietly among these minerals. It seems that these minerals that can easily kill people are like fish meeting water to these people and are their natural living environment. But the amazing thing is, these figures can only be captured by the naked eye, while some photography and surveillance technologies cannot detect them at all. Judging from the angles of the workers' videos, there are no human figures among these light red minerals. They are all transparent minerals. Maybe I've been working for a few days straight, and my eyesight is blurry. The worker muttered. When he looked at the light red mineral again, he indeed did not see any human figure. Then several people operated the mechanical equipment to move the light red minerals in front of them and place them into the special radiation-proof storage box in front. No one noticed that when they were moving these light red minerals, one of the figures, whose whole body was red, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around with a vigilant expression. The figure that the workers saw dazzled just now was not actually an illusion, but the figure had woken up and was captured by the equipment when it moved. It seems that this red figure can only be captured by the equipment when it is moving. When there is no movement, only the naked eye can see. At this moment, the figure sealed in the light red mineral had just awakened. Before he could take a good look at the surrounding situation, he was directly stuffed into the storage space box. Then several workers smiled and clapped their hands. It's over for now. The next shipment will probably be in a few months. Now that we're done, we can finally take a break. Let's have a drink together. The workers laughed and finally finished collecting the last piece of mineral. Then the workers carried the box containing the radioactive minerals back to the warship. After the remaining radioactive elements on the box were absorbed by the radiation absorption area, they carried the box to Dewey. Dewey smiled and nodded, then sent the box into the security system. Master Su-Rue, the minerals have been mined, and we can start our journey back. Chapter 76, Breaking In. Under the influence of a space fluctuation, the three space battleships suddenly plunged into a void. A space battleship is not a spaceship. The relationship between the two is like that between tanks and cars. One is used for military purposes, and the other is used for warfare. A real space battleship is much larger than a spaceship in terms of both function and power. At this moment, the speed of these three space battleships was incredibly fast. They cut through the void in an instant, leaving a phantom in the void, and then rushed away into the distance. These three space battleships are the ones that Su-Rue is on, responsible for transporting mined minerals to the Empire. At this moment, Su-Rue was sitting in the battleship with a proud look on his face, leisurely playing a virtual mecha game. He was full of confidence and thought the trip was a sure success. After all, although there is no apocalypse-level strongman in their team, but their strength is equally strong, with dozens of level 7 mecha warriors and one level 8 genetic warrior. Moreover, Su-Rue himself has made great progress in his cultivation during the past 6 months and has reached the level of a 6th level genetic warrior. With the help of the mecha, he can fully exert the energy level of a 7th level superior. Looking across the entire empire, few people can match Su-Rue's cultivation speed. In addition to his father's political influence in this guilding, it is almost certain that Su-Rue will become an important figure in the empire and enjoy great power in the future. The future is bright, and Suri is in a good mood. But at this moment, the warship where Su-Rue was suddenly stopped. The other two warships continued to move forward at normal speed. What's going on? Su-Rue took off his gaming helmet, stood up, and asked with an unwavering expression, "How could the battleship suddenly stop?" Dewey hurried in and said to Su-Rue, "Master, the battleship's power setter has experienced an unknown malfunction. The battleship is currently initiating self-repair, and it will probably take another half an hour to complete the repair." After hearing Dewey's words, Su-Rue frowned slightly. He didn't want to cause any trouble on the road. But if a spacecraft has an accident, there is really nothing that can be done. Helpless, Su-Rue could only say that the goods had arrived. Let the other two warships stop for a while and wait until our warship is repaired, and then return together. Dewey nodded, then pushed the door open and went out to issue orders. However, in the void of the universe, An inconspicuous dark mecha was quietly floating in the void. It was the Overlord Mecha driven by Su Ming. The original color of the Overlord Mecha was bright red, but in order to cooperate with this operation, Su Ming directly dyed his Overlord Mecha into matte black. When the light shines on it, there is only darkness, as if it has merged with the dark and quiet void. At this moment, in Su Ming's eyes, 3 warships were flying rapidly past his eyes. At this moment, the battleship in the center suddenly stopped, while the 2 battleships next to it did not react and continued to rush out at normal speed. Brother Su Ming, the time is now. The other 2 warships have already flown out for some distance. Even if they discover a problem and want to turn back, it will take some time. Act now. Walter's voice suddenly rang out in Su Ming's mecha. After hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming instantly urged the mecha to rush towards the battleship. When approaching the battleship, suddenly a door opened on the battleship that was just big enough for the Overlord Mecha to enter. Su Ming knew in his heart that it was Walter's people around Su Rue who opened the door of the battleship and came to pick him up from inside. Su Ming secretly praised that Walter's power was really great. He could even put a traitor next to the apocalypse-level air. Now, it is not easy for him to enter the warship. When they were still 2 kilometers away from the battleship, Su Ming instantly activated the space-jumping device of the Overlord Mecha, and the Overlord Mecha immediately disappeared into space. When it appeared again, the Overlord Mecha accurately entered the hatch of the battleship. Su Ming, you only have 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, the other 2 warships will arrive next to this warship. Walter's voice rang out from Su Ming's communication system. This is the wiring diagram for the battleship. The boxes containing the minerals are in this room. Remember, my men can only shut down the security system for 10 seconds. After entering the room, you must grab the box within 10 seconds. After hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming whispered, "Understood." After he finished speaking, a faint starlight flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The system's perspective function. Although Walter gave Su Ming the corresponding route map, and the routes were very clear. But pictures are dead, people are alive. Even with a route map, it is impossible to clearly see the movement trajectories of everyone on the warship. But it's different with the perspective function. Su Ming could easily see the movements of everyone on the warship and choose the best path. Through the system's perspective, Su Ming clearly saw the distribution of masters in the entire warship. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked towards the room in the center. In that room, there was a handsome young man who looked somewhat similar to Su Ming, sitting leisurely on the sofa. After seeing this young man, Su Ming began to feel murderous intent. Suri, someone who had bullied me when I lost my mind, and later hired a killer to kill me. This person is someone Su Ming must kill. He has already reached the intermediate level of level 6. Su Ming said to himself, but he did not take Su Rue seriously. Although Su Ming is also a level 6 genetic warrior at this moment, his cultivation level is comparable to Su Rue's. But Su Ming doesn't believe that Su Rue can afford to assemble a D-class mecha. Only a D-class mecha assembled by himself can be used in the 6th level cultivation. Otherwise, a normal person would not be able to use a D-class mecha at level 6. What Su Rue is using now must be an E-class mecha. In this case, whether in terms of positive energy level or skills, Su Rue will be completely defeated by Su Ming. Su Ming's expression hardened, and the entire layout of the warship flashed through his mind in an instant. Then he did not hesitate and burst out with powerful energy at this moment. The Overlord Mecha instantly transformed into a dark shadow, broke through the wall of the battleship, and rushed in. Ding! Enemy attack detected. Enemy attack detected. The battleship automatically activates its defense system. Chapter 77 Sprint. After hearing about the invasion, everyone on the battleship thought they had misheard and was a little confused for a moment. Are you kidding me? What about the battleship's own detection system? What about the battleship's own defense system? Someone broke in quietly like this? At least there was some noise when attacking the energy shield, right? How come you came in so quietly? It's possible that a problem with the power center has paralyzed the entire battleship's defense system. A staff member in the battleship muttered to himself, "Paralyze your head. If you were paralyzed, even the alarm wouldn't sound." There's only one reason why the other party entered the battleship so quietly. There's a mole inside. A mecha warrior shouted angrily. This was the time when the Empire was returning from transporting minerals, and everyone had a huge mission on their shoulders. Someone broke in, and almost instantly the sensitive nerves of everyone on the battleship were touched. Security system. Locate the number of intruders, their energy levels, and their locations. The 8th level genetic warrior is the strongest on this battleship. Although he did not open the brain energy level, he could not drive the mecha. But his combat power is so great that even ordinary mecha warriors cannot match him. In an instant, he calmly shouted to the security system. He was experienced enough to know that in the current situation with the warship, the most important thing was to know the invader's combat power and position, and then stop the invader on the periphery. Otherwise, once the invaders penetrate the core position of the battleship will probably be paralyzed. Almost instantly, the security system sent Su Ming's location and energy level range to the communication equipment of every warship crew member. Everyone looked at the moving red dot with an ugly expression. So fast. The invaders are so fast. But because of this, everyone learned of Su Ming's location and came towards him to stop him. 5 of you, and I will stop him. 5 of you will stay in the core room, and keep an eye on the minerals. The 8th level genetic warrior was named Henry, a genetic warrior who used a knife. At this moment, he shouted loudly and took 5 mecha warriors to intercept Su Ming in the direction he was moving. Su Ming saw the other party's movements through the system and knew in his heart that his movement trajectory might have been exposed. There is no way around this. The entire warship is covered by the security system. Moving in a warship is like moving in a 360-degree surveillance room. There is no concealment at all. However, this was all within Su Ming's expectations. The person opposite him could see him, but he could also see the person opposite him, right? And I have one more advantage over the opponent. That is, you can break through the walls of the warship at will, and don't have to worry about the extent of the damage to the warship. On the other hand, the opponent can only follow the route designed by the warship to intercept us. Su Ming did not hesitate. He aimed at the alloy wall next to him, then drew out the sword on his mecha and chopped it up fiercely. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Su Ming directly broke a big hole in the alloy wall of the battleship. Then the Overlord mecha moved and instantly drilled into the big hole. What? He broke through the wall? Damn it! Henry widened his eyes and watched the movements of the mecha on the monitor, feeling a little bad. Everyone was preparing to go through this passage to stop him, but halfway through, the other party actually broke through the alloy wall and jumped into the corridor next to it. This is embarrassing. After all, everyone had just circled around to encircle and suppress the invading mecha. But now this mecha directly broke through the wall, which meant that all the previous detours taken by everyone were in vain. Henry now has 2 choices. One is to return along the same route, and the other is to follow this route through the big hole created by the invaders to pursue them. But no matter what choice is made, it will be a long journey for Henry in the end. Chase! Henry didn't hesitate and continued to rush forward. He had to choose a path. But as a result, the situation between everyone and Su Ming completely changed. Originally, everyone was trying to stop them, but now they are chasing them. Left behind by Su Ming. Su Ming ignored the people chasing him from behind. He moved and instantly rushed towards the core room. After a while, Su Ming arrived at the core room. In this room, there are mineral storage boxes and Suri. But before that, Su Ming had to face 5 level 7 mecha warriors. Su Ming's eyes were calm. He had seen through the system the 5 mecha warriors blocking the door with extremely vigilant expressions. I believe the other party also checked my position through the warship security system. Now both sides know each other's position, and the fight is about to break out. Su Ming did not hesitate and instantly raised the Berserker Blade from a mecha. Although he is better at long-range shooting, if he uses high-powered long-range weapons in a battleship, the aftermath of the explosion will probably affect him as well. Su Ming had no choice but to abandon the sniper rifle and replace it with a sword. System, exchange for 800 star points. Su Ming was calm and focused. In his mind, he had rehearsed the scene of fighting with these 5 mecha warriors several times. In an instant, starlight, far more vast than before, poured into every corner of Su Ming's body. The boy is no longer the boy he used to be. Now, after strengthening his body, Su Ming can easily withstand the terrifying starlight energy that he could not withstand in the past. Bang! 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 The sound of the mecha stepping on the floor resounded throughout the entire battleship. With every step, the energy level emitted by the Overlord mecha became stronger. This energy level has exceeded 100,000. Henry's face suddenly changed when he sensed the change in the Overlord Mecha's energy level. If the energy level exceeds 10W, it has reached the level of an 8th level Mecha Warrior. Facing a level 8 Mecha Warrior, even 5 level 7 Gene Warriors might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, this energy level is still increasing. In a blink of an eye, it has increased to a strength of about 13W. Damn it, wasn't this guy's energy level only 11W when he was tested? How come he suddenly has an extra 20,000? Henry said with a serious expression. Minerals are of vital importance. If they're lost, all of them will be held responsible. Henry gritted his teeth, then took out the mechanical battle blade and violently broke through the alloy wall on the side. Without caring about anything else, he rushed directly towards Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming finally arrived outside the core room. He saw 5 Mecha Warriors who were looking at Su Ming in full readiness. Get out of my way! Su Ming shouted coldly, then rushed forward. Dazzling starlight suddenly burst out from the battleship. Ahem, Demi was out for a stroll today, so I typed this chapter on my phone. Sorry for the long wait, Chapter 78, Domineering Overlord Mecha. The 5 Mecha Warriors also saw Su Ming rushing towards them at this moment. At this moment, the 5 Mecha Warriors instantly activated their mechas and headed straight towards Su Ming. In the battleship, only melee weapons can be used, so the 5 Mecha Warriors took out the mechanical combat weapons that came with their mechas. What made the 5 Mecha Warriors feel a little strange was that the opponent did not dodge or evade, but rushed directly towards them. It was as if the other party's time was so tight that he didn't even have time to dodge. After seeing this scene, the 5 Mecha Warriors immediately showed expressions of great joy on their faces. They raised the mechanical warriors in their hands and slashed towards the black mecha. But at this moment, a thin energy shield appeared on the body of the black mecha. Seeing this, the 5 Mecha Warriors still did not stop their actions. It is very normal for a D-class mecha to have an energy shield. Anyway, relying on his own attack, he may not be able to break through the opponent's energy shield in the first round of attack. However, the powerful impact force, which drives powerful kinetic energy, can also stop the opponent's advance. Under such circumstances, the opponent's momentum will definitely be affected and blocked by us. At that time, we can launch a second attack, or wait for Captain Henry to arrive. However, something happened that surprised these Mecha Warriors. After his mechanical warrior chopped the opponent's energy shield, the opponent's body was not affected at all, as if the kinetic energy had lost its effect on the opponent's mecha. How is this possible? The 5 Mecha Warriors were shocked. They had never seen such a strange scene. It's like you use all your strength to attack someone, but not only does it not hurt him, you can't even stop him at all. What's going on? The opponent's mecha, like a king with a dominant body, was not affected by his own kinetic energy at all and still rushed forward without hesitation. Everyone was shocked and prepared to launch a second attack. However, how could Su Ming give the other party a second chance to attack? Even the first attack was launched when Su Ming wanted to indulge the opponent and collect his kinetic energy, giving the opponent the opportunity for the first round of attack. Su Ming raised the dark red berserker blade in his hand. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and all the starlight energy in his body instantly burst out at this moment. Charge a powerful attack. Starlight energy plus kinetic energy plus the power of Su Ming and the mecha itself. At this moment, the Overlord Mecha actually burst out with an energy level of 170,000 points. Only 1W energy level away from that, and you can reach the energy level range of a 9th level Mecha Warrior. How could these 5 level 7 Mecha Warriors be able to withstand such a terrifying power? At this moment, Su Rue had already known that there were invaders entering the warship. He immediately contacted the other 2 warships to turn around and provide support. But it takes time for the other 2 warships to turn around. Su Rue could only take out his mecha and put it on, then put pressure on Henry frantically. Come here quickly. Captain Henry, the other party is about to come into my room. Never mind the damage to the battleship. Just destroy the wall. It's already late. At this moment, Su Rue could already feel the energy level reaction coming from outside. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Judging from the opponent's energy level reaction, he is obviously an 8th level Mecha Warrior with the energy level of an 8th level genetic warrior. And myself, including the mecha, only has the combat power of a 7th level Mecha Warrior. If the enemy breaks through the defensive circle of the 5 men blocking the door and breaks in, he will definitely not be their match. At this moment, Su Rui could only pray that these 5 mecha warriors could delay a little longer so that Henry could arrive. As long as Henry arrives, he can successfully delay the enemy and give his other 2 warships time to rescue. Once the other 2 warships turn around, they will definitely be able to stop the invader. At this moment, Su Rui was filled with shock and anger. What he was worried about now was that after the invader stole his minerals, he would definitely be subject to political trial in the Empire. Although he would not necessarily be punished, his development in the Empire would definitely be seriously affected. Damn it, you must resist. Suri shouted madly in his heart. But apparently, Suri's prayers fell into vain. The next moment, an extremely terrifying energy level reaction erupted outside the door, causing Su Rui to doubt for a moment whether his judgment that the intruder was an 8th level mecha warrior was correct. This energy level fluctuation is almost comparable to the strength of a 9th level mecha warrior. Under the influence of this energy level fluctuation, in an instant, the reinforced wall of the room was pierced through. Then Su Rui saw 5 mecha warriors flying backwards into the room from the broken wall. The mechas of 3 of the mecha warriors were smashed into pieces at this moment, and a large amount of blood oozed out. Obviously, the drivers inside were instantly killed in the mechas they were driving by this attack. The other 2 mecha warriors also flew backwards and hit the wall. Their breath dropped rapidly, and they lost consciousness and fainted. Su Rui looked at the black mecha that broke into the room. I just felt that this mecha was emitting endless evil energy like a devil walking out of hell, wanting to destroy the entire world. Su Rui's mind was completely blank at this moment. The threat of death appeared in front of him. Su Rui drove his mecha frantically and fled behind him. However, what made him despair was this black mecha caught up with him in an instant, and then a huge force came from behind him. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Su Rui felt that he was blown away by a huge force. Beep! Warning! The mecha's protective shield has been damaged, and the mecha's damage rate exceeds 20%. Although they are both E-class mechas, Su Rui's mecha is definitely much more advanced than the other 5 mecha warriors. The other 5 mecha warriors were knocked out of combat capability by Su Ming as soon as they met. However, Su Rui's mecha had a powerful protective shield that allowed him to withstand the first attack. But it can only withstand the first attack. I saw that this dark mecha, after the first attack, was still moving towards me, and the energy level fluctuations on his body were gradually brewing. Chapter 79 Guardian Company. Damn it! After seeing this scene, Su Rui felt extremely desperate, but he also knew that sitting there and waiting for death would only accelerate the damage to his mecha. Su Rui gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a huge battle axe from the mecha. Then all the energy in his body burst out, making the battle axe carry a strong energy level. D. Su Rui shouted loudly and rushed towards the black mecha. However, at this moment, the black mecha was like a ghost and instantly avoided Su Rui's battle axe attack at an incredible angle. The operations of both parties are completely on a different level. The driver of this black mecha is obviously many levels better than Su Rui in terms of operation skills. The black mecha was like teasing its prey, easily breaking Su Rui's attack. The next moment, Su Rui felt a huge force surging from the opponent's mecha, directly smashing his own mecha into pieces. Beep. Warning. The mecha's damage exceeds 60%. The mecha will automatically be deactivated to prevent an explosion due to a malfunction. A warning soon sounded from within the mecha. The next moment, the mecha driven by Su Rui disintegrated, revealing Su Rui inside. When Su Ming saw Su Rui being ejected by the mecha, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although this man is his elder brother, he has been targeting him since he was a child in order to compete for the resources of the Colon family. Su Ming had no mercy on this person at all. D. Su Ming raised the sword in his hand and slashed towards Su Rui fiercely. It seemed that Su Rui was about to be cut into 2 pieces. But at this moment, an extremely strong light suddenly burst out from Su Rui's body. Bang! There was a loud bang, and then Su Ming felt as if he had hit an extremely hard object. A recoil force came from the mecha, making Su Ming's hands numb. Su Ming took a closer look and immediately frowned. Su Rui's body was protected by an energy shield shining with warm yellow light. This energy shield, as a mechanic, Su Ming knew the origin of this energy shield. Damn, Su Ming cursed in his heart. This energy shield is a high-quality protective device produced by a company called Guardian in human society. Although this company called Guardian only produces protective mechanical equipment, its scale spans the 5 major cosmic countries. The reason is simple. The protective mechanical equipment produced by Guardian Company almost surpasses all other protective mechanical equipment in terms of performance. However, Guardian Company only serves high-end customers and high-end markets. Each piece of mechanical equipment has very powerful performance, but is also very expensive. It's useless. This is the Guardian's Shelter 3.0 energy shield. Even a level 10 genetic warrior can't break it within 10 minutes. There's no way you can break it. Su Rui was inside, shouting loudly with an ugly expression. Of course he looked unhappy. This Shelter 3.0 energy shield was a piece of protective equipment that he bought after using many connections. This kind of protective equipment with extremely strong protection is disposable. In other words, this protective equipment, which is comparable to a B-class mecha and worth tens of billions of star coins, was completely ruined after being used this time. Hundreds of billions of dollars evaporated in this fight, and Su Rui's heart was bleeding. Although his life was saved, Su Rui was in tears. It was a huge loss. Su Ming, who was in the mecha, naturally knew about this protective equipment. He knew in his heart that Suri was not exaggerating. As for the products produced by Guardian Company, even the worst ones can easily withstand the crazy attacks of the 9th-level genetic warriors. What's more, this 3.0 version is already a high-end energy shield. Su Ming Saif. Under the protection of the energy shield, Su Ming decisively gave up the action of killing Su Rui. There was no way. This was a life that was bought with real money, and Su Ming really couldn't take it away. Since it was certain that Su Rui's energy shield could not be broken in a short period of time, Su Ming had to give up attacking Su Rui and turn around to look at the mineral box stored in the security system. After seeing the movements of the black mecha in front of him, Su Rui immediately knew what the driver of the black mecha was planning. Then he laughed loudly. It's useless. This mineral box is stored in a security system developed by the Empire. Even a level 10 expert can't break this security system. How can you crack it? Give up, you will get nothing. His expression was somewhat ferocious. After losing a valuable energy shield, Su Rui felt extremely unwilling. Seeing that the black mecha was actually planning to take the mineral box, Su Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. The boredom and pain in his heart could only be relieved by seeing his enemy suffer a defeat. As he said, the security system that protects the mineral boxes was developed by the Empire. The Empire's technological level is so terrifying that it is impossible for an 8th-level mecha warrior to break through it. But Su Ming ignored Su Rui's ridicule. He calmly said a few words to Walter in the communication device. Turn off the security system. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's voice came quickly. Received. Turn off the security system in 3 seconds. Only 10 seconds to close, hurry. Inside the battleship, the security system has been infiltrated by Walt's men. Su Ming really couldn't break into the security system. But just turn it off. 3 seconds later, the security system outside the mineral box suddenly shut down, and the atomic shield outside the mineral box disappeared instantly. After seeing this scene, Su Rui was stunned, his eyes filled with incredible shock. No. Henry, where the hell are you? The other party is trying to take the minerals away. Su Rui's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he looked at the scene in front of him angrily. The mineral box is the most important thing on his trip. It is related to his future and the reputation of his empire. If it was taken away, it would almost cost him half his life. He was extremely confused and almost crazy. He had long since thrown away his previous elegance and indifference and roared wildly into the communication device. A deep feeling of powerlessness spread throughout Su Rui's body. He wanted to go out and fight, but he was afraid that the other party would kill him. What made him angry was not only that the other party wanted to take away the mineral box, but also his own inner fear and weakness. At this moment, an extremely powerful figure suddenly rushed in. Then the figure didn't stop at all, raised the sword in his hand, and slashed towards Su Ming in an instant. Chapter 80, Killing Henry. The owner of this figure is Henry. When the security system was activated, Henry finally arrived. Then the sword in his hand burst out with powerful energy and slashed towards Su Ming's mecha. Su Ming's eyes were cold. He had already seen Henry rushing in from outside through the system's perspective function. Su Ming also raised the sword in his hand and chopped it fiercely with Henry. Boom! The terrifying power instantly swept through the entire room. Henry's attack was extremely fierce. As the most powerful 8th-level genetic warrior in the entire battleship, Henry released a terrifying killing move right from the start. The flames on the sword suddenly erupted and rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was not willing to be outdone. He had seen Henry's attack a long time ago. With a move of his body, a strong cold light emanated from the blade of the Mad War blade, and he fought with Henry again. Both of them used bold and powerful moves, and at this moment, they created real fire in the room. However, for Su Ming, he didn't want to waste any more time with Henry. After all, Walt's trader on the battleship can only provide himself with 10 seconds at most to steal the mineral box. After 10 seconds, the security system was restarted, and Su Ming would not be able to enter the security system no matter what. So Su Ming must end the battle within 10 seconds. 10 seconds? To defeat an 8th-level genetic warrior, whose power level was no less than his own? This was a very crazy thing, but Su Ming was extremely calm and went over the scene of the two fighting in his mind many times. Su Ming is confident and never does anything without certainty. 10. Su Ming rushed towards Henry in an instant, and the terrifying blade light chopped the table beside him into ashes. Henry sneered repeatedly, and the long sword in his hand was not willing to be outdone, and suddenly collided with Su Ming. 9. Su Ming's body suddenly burst out with strong starlight points. These were the 600 starlight points he exchanged from the system. When bombarding, the Berserker blade immediately triggered the Berserker effect, and a second wave of attacks continued to be output. The Overlord Mecha looked like a crazy fighter with high fighting spirit. Henry frowned. He didn't expect that there would be residual force after the first blow. He was caught off guard by the blow, and the mechanical sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. But despite this, he still felt an extremely severe soreness and numbness in the base of his palm. 8. Martial Arts, Stacking Waves. Martial Arts. Waves. Effect. The second attack will inherit 20% of the energy level of the first attack, and so on. Stacking limit. 3. Physical penetration. Plus 30%. Defense breaking ability. Plus 50%. This is a martial art that comes with the Starry Sky Infinite art. It uses the potential energy rebounding from a sword attack to increase the power and energy level of the next attack. If the situation was not urgent, Su Ming would not want to use this trick. After all, this move requires the hardness of the sword's own material to offset some potential energy, which puts a huge load on the sword. After a battle, the sword will be damaged by more than 30%. But at the moment, Su Ming couldn't care less. If he couldn't fight, he could just repair the damaged sword himself. Boom! 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 Su Ming slashed 3 times in a row, and the Overlord Mecha was like the craziest swordsman, carrying infinite power, madly oppressing Henry. These 3 swords are each stronger and more difficult to resist than the last. After the third strike, the long sword in Henry's hand was actually cut into 2 pieces by Su Ming's long sword. The powerful force instantly caused the sword in Henry's hand to fly out of his hand and fall to the side. And the blade of Su Ming's own star cluster-level mechanical sword also began to curl up in this crazy slashing. It looks like it has suffered a considerable loss. Energy levels also dropped by about 50%. 7 seconds. Su Ming didn't care about the pain and continued to use the long knife in his hand to slash at Henry. But Henry dodged the attack to the side. 6 seconds. Su Ming did not choose to attack, but instead forced Henry to move. At the same time, the energy in his body began to lock onto Henry frantically. 5 seconds. The locking of the longsword's chi is actually similar to the locking of the sniper rifle's chi. Soon Su Ming successfully locked onto Henry's breath. When Henry's expression changed drastically, the long knife in Su Ming's hand slashed down at an angle that was impossible to dodge. 4 seconds. Henry's body was cut into 2 pieces, and blood immediately splattered everywhere. Under the influence of the battleship's own gravity system, the ground was dyed red. 6 seconds. It took Su Ming 6 seconds to kill Henry. The battle ended so quickly that Su Rue, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingle. Su Ming looked at Su Rue deeply, and then used the last 4 seconds to pick up the mineral box in the security system. Then he moved and fled directly in the same direction. On the original path, several mecha warriors were intercepting Su Ming on the road. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to kill these mecha warriors. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from Su Ming's communication device. "You don't have to do anything." It was Walt's voice. After hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming's expression changed, and he immediately put away the sword that was about to be used. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Ming saw 2 of the mecha warriors suddenly jump up and stab their companions to death one by one from behind. Su Ming's face showed a strange expression. "I thought there was only one traitor in the entire battleship who was inserted by Walter. I didn't expect there were 2 of them. No wonder they have such great power." Not only did he open the door for him, he also shut down the security system. After the 2 mecha warriors killed all their companions, they said to Su Ming, "This way. The space channel is this way." After saying that, the 2 of them led the way, taking Su Ming all the way and rushed out from the gate on the other side. Boom! A big hole was blasted directly on one side of the battleship. Then 2 ordinary basic mechas and a powerful mecha covered in black rushed out of the big hole. "Activate the space channel." The 2 receiving mechas shouted in the communication equipment, and then a space wormhole suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people. Su Ming and the other 2 did not hesitate. They drove the mecha directly and rushed into the space wormhole in front of them. The 3 mechas quickly disappeared. About a minute later, the other 2 Imperial warships sailed near this warship. A large number of fighters on them, wearing space combat suits or mechas, rushed into the warship where Su Rue was. However, it was too late. Su Ming had already taken the mineral box, passed through the wormhole, and returned to the Black Domain. Chapter 81, Dividing the Loot. Call out. 3 figures quickly passed through the wormhole and arrived in the black area. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and after his vision returned to normal, he found that he had returned to the familiar Black Domain. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The place where the Imperial battleship was just hijacked is a star field very far away in the Black Domain. No matter how hard Su Rue and the Empire tried to think, they probably wouldn't have known that the person who stole the mineral box was actually from the Black Domain. Su Ming once again marveled at Walter's ability. As early as 2 days of preparation, Walter had specially opened up 2 one-way space transmission channels. This formed a wormhole, allowing Su Ming and the 2 mecha warriors to leave together. In such a distant star field, it is definitely not an easy task to open up a space transmission channel. Walter's ability was beyond Su Ming's expectations. "Brother Su Ming, you are truly outstanding. I am shocked by your operation." Walter had been waiting in the black area for a long time. The place where the 2 sides met at this moment was just a very inconspicuous and barren planet in the Black Domain, and no one would notice the figures of the 2. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming took off his mecha and then put it into the space device. Su Ming smiled and boasted to Walter business. "No way, without Mr. Walter's planning and space channel, this operation would never have been so smooth." The 2 looked at each other and then smiled knowingly. After this cooperation, Su Ming saw Walter's ability, and Walter also saw Su Ming's potential. It can be said that after this collaboration, the 2 have recognized each other, and it is likely that similar collaborations will continue in the future. "Okay, enough nonsense. The mineral storage box is here. Let's divide the minerals." Su Ming smiled and then put the 2 huge boxes on the ground. Although Su Ming did not kill Su Rue this time, he felt very regretful. However, Su Ming was also extremely happy to obtain these 2 Imperial minerals. Moreover, Su Rue lost important resources of the Empire. After returning to the Empire, he probably won't have a good time. He may even have to go to court-martial. This is what Su Ming was happy to see. If you carry 2 large boxes separately, they're not heavy at all. Maybe each weighs about 100 kilograms. This amount of weight is a piece of cake for a first-level genetic warrior, let alone Su Ming, who has reached the level of a 6th-level genetic warrior. But don't be fooled by the lightness of the box, because inside it is a vast storage space. In the storage space, there are mineral resources about 1/3 the size of a planet. What does 1/3 of a planet mean? After turning all these minerals into mechanical parts, Su Ming might not be able to assemble all the parts even if he spent 500 years. It is conceivable how terrifying these mineral resources are. However, The more advanced the mechanical parts, the different the types of minerals used and the purity of the compression. It is impossible to make mechanical parts of the same size with so many minerals. Even if more advanced mechanical parts are to be made, they may shrink to only 1% of their size. But even if it is 1%, it is still a terrifying magnitude when calculated based on the volume of a planet. Walter looked at the two boxes as if he were looking at a peerless beauty. Walter was not interested in fighting. The only thing Walt is interested in is making money. Business is the sector that Walt values most. Seeing so many minerals in front of him, Walt is in a very good mood. However, although he was very jealous of these mineral resources, he did not have the idea of swallowing Su Ming's part. Merchants value reputation the most. Although this may not be the case for merchants in the black domain, Walter has already witnessed Su Ming's potential and ability during this period of time. Su Ming is a person worth investing in, so Walter will naturally not do something like destroying the bridge after crossing it. Walter quickly took out a strange-looking machine, then aimed one end at the two boxes and inserted it. Su Ming saw this scene and nodded slowly. Space separator. This is an instrument specifically used to cut space storage equipment. It can safely and completely cut and split a large space in a storage space into many parts, and then temporarily absorb the divided space into the instrument. Split the originally complete storage space into parts. With so many mineral resources, it is definitely impossible for Su Ming to take them all out and give half to Walter, otherwise he would be exhausted. It would be better to just put it directly in the storage space and cut and divide it yourself. Soon, huge spatial fluctuations were generated in the instrument, and in a burst of cutting, the mineral space was successfully cut into two parts. One part was sucked into the separator, and the other part remained in the mineral box. Okay, I just randomly picked half of the minerals. As for what minerals are inside, I know exactly. We'll just have to rely on our luck from now on. Walter smiled with a relaxed look. Then he brought both boxes in front of Su Ming. It's a pleasure to work with you. Okay, I'm ready to leave, Walter said with a smile. Su Ming picked up the two boxes in his hands, and then released a spaceship from the storage space. After putting the two boxes into the spaceship, he said goodbye to Walter with a smile and returned to his base on Planet Abe. Two boxes cannot be placed into another storage space. After all, the actual space of the two boxes is as large as 1/3 of a planet, and ordinary storage space is definitely not enough to accommodate them. Su Ming had no choice but to put the two boxes in the base and check what types of minerals were in them before deciding whether to sell or use them. After Su Ming put the box in a room in the base, he was about to go out. At this moment, Su Ming curiously used the perspective function in the system and looked at the two boxes. What surprised him was the system's perspective function could actually see through the box and see what kind of minerals were in the storage space inside the box. In this way, there is no need to use brain energy levels to communicate with the storage space to obtain information. Su Ming swept his eyes over them one by one, identifying the types of these minerals. He wanted to temporarily write down the types of minerals so that it would be easier to classify them later. Just as Su Ming's eyes kept scanning the minerals and began to look at the radioactive minerals. Suddenly, Su Ming saw a group of pale red, unknown crystals emitting strong energy fluctuations in the box containing radioactive minerals. Su Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw the pale red crystal, and he subconsciously let out a soft huh. Chapter 82, Humanoids. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he almost thought he had seen it wrong, because he saw several human figures trapped in these pale red crystals. Su Ming was startled and looked over carefully. It was discovered that there were indeed several humanoid creatures sealed in the pale red crystals. Although these creatures look like humans, Su Ming can be sure that they are not humans, because these creatures have a huge sharp horn on their foreheads and their bodies are red. Moreover, the arms of these creatures are much longer than human arms, but their legs are much shorter than ordinary human legs. From a human aesthetic point of view, these creatures look very inconsistent, even a little ugly. If a normal person could grow up like this, he would definitely be a deformed child. But now, within the pale red crystal, there were dozens of creatures that looked identical, allowing Su Ming to initially determine that they were not human deformities, but were originally a biological group. Su Ming looked at these humanoid creatures with curiosity, wondering why they were sealed in this pale red crystal. Could it be something like amber? Su Ming said to himself, if that is the case, once these pale red crystals are cut open, it may be possible to obtain samples of these humanoid creatures. For humans, Any sample of humanoid creatures is a huge treasure. After all, many modern genetic technologies are inspired or developed from humanoid creatures. But at this moment, Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. Because he saw, one of the humanoid creatures actually had his eyes open, and his sight seemed to be able to see through the spatial barrier of the storage box and see Su Ming. How could these humanoid creatures not die? How is that possible? Su Ming was a little puzzled. He was sealed in a crystal with such huge energy radiation, but he was still alive. It was impossible for a normal creature to do this. Even an apocalypse-level warrior, if sealed in a crystal with such huge energy radiation, would be safe and sound for a short period of time, but would definitely die if it lasted for more than 100 years. Su Ming remembered these discovered mineral veins. Judging from the clues of their formation, they must have been there for more than 100 years. It may not even be possible for thousands of years. Thousands of years have passed, and these people are still not dead? What's going on? And Su Ming's eyes were solemn. He stared seriously at the only humanoid creature who had awakened. The humanoid creature was also looking at him, and their eyes met at this moment. Then, Su Ming felt that a special information connection had been established between him and this humanoid creature. Su Ming felt more and more surprised. Apparently, this humanoid creature had discovered him and was able to see him through the spatial limitations of the storage box. Suddenly, Su Ming was stunned because at this moment, he received a message from the information connection between this humanoid creature and himself. Save me, get us out. Su Ming Fronith. This kind of creature can actually communicate directly using information. Lower creatures usually communicate using tone and emotions. For example, cats and dogs use the tone of their calls to identify the information carried in the communication. Usually this method of communication is inefficient and single. It can only convey single emotions such as anger, happiness, fear, etc. Medium-sized organisms can use language, text information, and image information to communicate, and humans are such organisms. This way of communication is more accurate and richer than that of lower organisms, and can better enable people to understand the information contained therein. However, text and image information are always just carriers of communication, and there will always be misunderstandings in the process of communication. The truly efficient and error-free way is to skip the carrier and language and communicate directly with information, so that all the information can be fully expressed. Su Ming became secretly alert. This humanoid creature can actually communicate directly using information connections, transcending carriers and languages. Obviously, the life level of this humanoid creature is far higher than that of humans. Su Ming couldn't help but feel wary of this unknown yet powerful life form. Who are you? Why should I save you? The energy level in Su Ming's brain began to fluctuate. He did not have the ability to communicate directly using information, but now the other party had established an information bridge with him, allowing Su Ming to temporarily use this method of communication. The other party seemed to sense Su Ming's vigilance, and this humanoid life conveyed a message of goodwill. We were trapped here by another civilization. I bear you no ill will. We simply wish to escape. Once we are free, I will give you some of our civilization's technology as a token of my gratitude. Su Ming still shook his head. This is a matter between you and the civilization that sealed you away. It has nothing to do with me. I can't guarantee that after I release you, you won't pose a threat to my life. The humanoid creature thought about it, and then conveyed a message to Su Ming. This civilization is very aggressive. If you encounter it, you will be attacked. We have a common enemy. Follow my thoughts. I will take you to see the horror of this civilization. After saying this, the humanoid creature tentatively transmitted his thoughts into Su Ming's mind. Su Ming sensed it slightly and confirmed that it was just a simple transmission of thoughts without anything else mixed in. Then Su Ming felt relieved and looked in the direction of the humanoid creature's thoughts. Soon, a picture of the struggle between civilizations appeared in Su Ming's mind. One of the two fighting civilizations is the civilization of this humanoid creature. What surprised Su Ming was that the original skin of this humanoid creature was actually very similar to that of humans, mainly white and yellow. But soon, this humanoid civilization was invaded by a terrifying civilization. After Su Ming saw the invading civilization, his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked at this huge civilization in disbelief. The invading civilization was a reddish crystal as big as an entire galaxy. It looks exactly like the crystal that seals the humanoid life form. This huge crystal, emitting terrifying radiation and heat energy, instantly broke into the star field where human-like life existed. Any planet that encounters this giant crystal will be burned and melted by the terrifying radiation and heat energy, and then turned into nutrients and absorbed into the giant light red crystal. Chapter 83: Red Crystal Civilization. The pale red crystals quickly invaded the star field where the humanoid creatures were located. The humanoid civilization naturally realized the arrival of the invaders and used various methods to try to drive away or destroy the invaders. Countless powerful humanoid creatures flew out from their own planets to meet the invading civilization. What is this? Is this a civilization or a cosmic danger? Su-Ming couldn't help but ask, because, in his sight, he didn't see any signs of life in this pale red crystal. It looked like a strange celestial body that was constantly devouring the surrounding celestial bodies. Civilized, I'm sure of that. As the information about the humanoid creatures rang in Su-Ming's mind, Su-Ming saw many pale red individuals with different appearances emerging from this pale red crystal. These individuals, like Sugar Man, emerged from the pale red crystals and then transformed into various different shapes. It seems that these individuals can change their appearance at will to make themselves more suitable for combat. In other words, more suitable for fighting humanoid creatures. Each of these individuals condensed from pale red crystals seems to have evolved abilities designed to restrain humanoid creatures. Even the evolution of their limbs is designed to address the blind spots that humanoid creatures can resist. What is this? Su-Ming widened his eyes. This kind of individual does not emit any breath of life, but after condensing from the pale red crystal, it has independent consciousness and can make different choices for invasion. These individuals have no life waves, so why do they have their own independent consciousness? Su-Ming muttered to himself. Life forms and consciousness are merely the inherent forms of thought in your minds. In the universe, there are still many beings that are beyond your imagination. Every individual in this civilization does not contain life, so it can be reorganized and changed at will. The humanoid creature transmitted the information into Su-Ming's mind. Su-Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Only living things can form civilization and possess wisdom, otherwise they're not called living things. This is the general understanding of human society and the inherent thinking of every person. But the universe is so vast that it is not surprising that there are civilizations that break this inherent thinking. But Su-Ming found it difficult to understand the operating mode and behavioral trajectory of this civilization for a while. At this moment, the picture continued to flow, and Su-Ming soon saw the civilization of humanoid creatures, which was engaged in an extremely fierce war with the civilization of light red crystals. However, what made Su-Ming feel cold all over was the civilization of humanoid creatures was completely defeated. Even humanoid creatures that have evolved to be able to communicate directly through information and have a life level higher than that of humans were easily wiped out by the civilization of pale red crystals. Among the humanoid civilizations, Su-Ming also saw people who were not inferior to the human apocalypse-level strongmen and could fight against individuals from the light red crystal civilization. One by one, the pale red crystal individuals were smashed to pieces by these apocalypse-level powerhouses. But the next moment, these pale red crystals gathered together again, as if no matter how shattered they were, they could be easily restored to their original state for each individual pale red crystal. More and more humanoid creatures were killed, and finally only a few hundred strong ones were left alive. After the continuous blessing of the main body, the individuals with light red crystals, even a single individual, eventually grew into the strength of the apocalypse level. Seeing this, the surviving humanoid creatures fled frantically. Each of them is a strong humanoid creature, but facing the pale red crystal civilization, they have no ability to fight back. Finally, a strong man from the humanoid civilization finally cracked the attack method of the pale red crystal civilization in desperation and informed his companions of the cracking method through the information flow. However, only a very few people were able to learn this method to crack the code, and most of them were killed by the pale red crystal civilization. Several powerful humanoid creatures who learned how to break the code were also blocked by the pale red crystal civilization with huge energy, and finally sealed in the pale red crystals, leaving them to fend for themselves in the universe. And those who cracked the pale red crystal civilization are the red humanoid creatures who now appear in front of Su Ming. After a long period of wandering, even though these people were extremely powerful, their bodies were corroded by the light red crystals, and they were no longer as strong as before. Su Ming took a deep breath. The scene just now was too shocking. This is a collision between two civilizations, a collision of civilizations at the cosmic level. Such a powerful cosmic civilization, even stronger than human civilization, was quietly annihilated in the long river of history and was easily wiped out by one of the civilizations. If the reddish crystal civilization enters human civilization, can human civilization resist the invasion of such a civilization? Don't worry, this civilization won't be coming over anytime soon. The humanoid creature said in Su Ming's mind. Why? Su Ming was surprised. The humanoid life form sighed and then spoke. We've been sealed for so long that part of our bodies has actually been assimilated. Using our civilization's information flow technology, I can sense the direction of this crystal civilization. After hearing the humanoid's words, Su Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face. Then Su Ming said to the man, I can help you get out, but not now. I can only let you out when I can trust you. After hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature couldn't help but ask curiously, how can we make you trust us? Su Ming smiled and then spoke bluntly. First, strength. When I am stronger than you are now, I will trust you. Second, sincerity. I will consider trusting you after seeing how much help you can provide me during this process. Su Ming is not a fool. He would foolishly believe others just because they showed him a video. Although he believed that what the humanoid creature said was most likely true, there was no guarantee that this person was hiding some information. The most crucial point, even if the reddish crystal is the common enemy of both civilizations, who can guarantee that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? It's possible they're also my enemy. If Su Ming wanted to release this humanoid creature, it would be impossible for him to release them unless his cultivation level was high enough to give him the confidence to suppress these people again. Chapter 84, Tianlin's Attack. After hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, That's true, but we have been sealed in the crystal for so long, there is no need to rush. After saying this, the humanoid creature passed on some of the knowledge of their civilization into Su Ming's mind through the information flow between them. To show my sincerity, I will first pass on some knowledge of our civilization to you. This is a very wonderful process, as if a piece of knowledge has appeared out of thin air in Su Ming's mind. However, this knowledge cannot be used immediately. It is stored there like a file, which Su Ming needs to open, read, understand, and apply. After sensing this wonderful phenomenon, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. After all, higher organisms are higher organisms. The flow of information is too convenient and efficient for the transmission of knowledge, and this person directly transfers the knowledge into his own mind. Su Ming casually flipped through some of the knowledge, then asked curiously, This is the general knowledge of your civilization. What about the methods and knowledge that cracked the pale red crystal civilization? After hearing Su Ming's words, the man smiled and then said, The methods and knowledge to crack it need to be based on the basic knowledge of our civilization. It's useless for you to know it now, and he paused, then slowly said, I'm also waiting for the day you decide to unblock us, and then I'll tell you the knowledge of the crack. After all, I can't completely trust you either. Please forgive me. After hearing what this person said, Su Ming laughed instead. He likes to talk to people who are straightforward like this. It is normal to have doubts. It is normal for both parties to have distrust between each other since this is the first time they meet. If this person told Su Ming all the knowledge he wanted all at once, Su Ming would instead feel alert. Okay, I'll find a time later to move you out of the storage box. Otherwise, it's not a big deal to stay here all the time. Since the two sides had already reached an agreement, Su Ming also spoke with a smile. Moving these people out of the storage box was also part of his sincerity. The two parties smiled at each other tacitly, and then Su Ming cut off the information connection between them and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The humanoid creatures and crystal civilization in the storage box were forgotten by Su Ming after he left the house. There is no clue about this matter yet, so there is no need to rush. Let's do the things at hand first and worry about the future later. After getting the minerals that Su Rue was escorting, although Su Ming obtained a lot of minerals, there were still many follow-up things to do. After Su Ming got the things back from the robbery, He didn't have time to calm down and digest what happened before. Now that he has some free time, it's just the right time to do it. Su Ming walked into his studio, took out the Overlord Mecha, and placed his side. His Overlord Mecha had some minor internal damage during this battle. High-level mechas usually have internal nanorobots that can be used to repair damage and have extremely strong self-healing abilities. Therefore, high-level mechas rarely need to be repaired and debugged after every battle. However, low-level mechas have not yet been implanted with such advanced technology and can only suffer the consequences. They need to be repaired and maintained after each use, especially the Berserker Blade. When Su Ming was fighting with Henry, he chopped the blade madly without any mercy. At this moment, it had already been chopped into pieces. These are all things Su Ming needs to repair bit by bit. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately got down to work. Shortly after Su Ming got into work mode, something big happened in the Black Domain. At this moment, in the Black Domain, on a planet called Talon, a bright red mecha warrior was leading a team of powerful mercenary-like troops towards a certain location on Talon. Second in command, "Are you sure?" A man who looked like a mercenary couldn't help but ask. At this moment, a nonchalant voice came from the bright red mecha. "What's the big deal? This isn't the first time we've fought Sokka and the others. We're definitely going to wipe them out this time." This group of people is none other than Hu Bing and the other members of Tianlin. At this moment, they arrived at the planet Talon, preparing to raid a second-rate force called Sokka. Sokka is Tianlin's old rival. The two companies often have business conflicts, and even in the Black Domain, they often fight each other. Members of both sides often die at the hands of the other side, and the relationship has long been one of life and death. However, because their strength was relatively similar, although the two families fought many times, in the end neither could do anything to the other and could only end the matter hastily. But now, after becoming familiar with his Overlord Mecha, Amber Soldier's mind suddenly became active. He was ready to kill Sokka before Sokka even knew that he already had a mecha. "Don't worry. We'll be in charge of the second wave of penetration. The first wave of direct confrontation will be handled by the boss," Hu Bing said with a smile. Su Ming had never seen Tianlin's boss, but as the leader of a second-rate force, Tianlin's boss was a 10th-level lower-class genetic warrior with extremely powerful combat power. A level 10 genetic warrior is definitely the top level in the Black Domain. Sokka, who has the same power as Tianlin, also has a lower-level 10th-level genetic warrior in charge, and his layout is similar to Tianlin's. If it was before, Tianlin would definitely not be sure of being able to kill Sokka. But now, the Amber Soldier sat in the Overlord Mecha, with a divine light flashing in his eyes. Possessing a mecha might become the key factor in turning the tide of the battle. Boom! 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 As everyone got closer, they gradually felt the entire earth shaking, and a strong energy level reaction came from not far away. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes slightly solemn. Here we go. The boss has already brought a team of Tianlin members to fight against the enemy. Let's go. Go support the boss. Amber Soldier's expression changed, and then he moved, leading the Tianlin members beside him to rush towards the place where the energy level exploded. Chapter 85: Sokka and Tianlin. The war between Tianlin and Sokka broke out. The strength of both sides is between tens of thousands of people. Once the war breaks out, the entire earth will be shaken. When Hu Bing and the mercenaries behind him arrived at the place of battle, they saw their boss and Sokka's boss fighting each other. Both of them are level 10 genetic warriors, much stronger than the soldiers around them. The fights among the members around them seemed to have little to do with the two of them. They ignored the various explosions around them and fought madly on the battlefield. The energy level of a level 10 genetic warrior has exceeded 300,000. This is an extremely terrifying energy level range, which means that an attack with an energy level of more than 100,000 points can have an impact on or injure two people. However, on the battlefield, the number of level 8 genetic warriors with energy levels exceeding 100,000 points is estimated to be less than 300. Only by joining hands can these people compete with the level 10 genetic warriors. However, in fact, these level 8 genetic warriors are not in the same camp, and the fighting between the two sides is extremely fierce. At this moment, a level 10 mecha suddenly led a team of members and broke into the battlefield. Sokka's men were surprised when they saw the bright red mecha. Mecha warrior? When did they buy a mecha? One of Sokka's members muttered. What made him panic was not the mecha itself, but the intense energy level that erupted from the mecha driver in coordination with the mecha. Russ, come here and die. Huh? The Amber Soldier laughed arrogantly, and then rushed toward the 9th level genetic warrior. Tianlin has him as the second in command, and Sokka also has a similar role. The two sides have been fighting for a long time and are already familiar with each other's abilities and combat power. At this moment, as the Amber Soldier joined the battlefield, he rushed straight to attack a 9th level genetic warrior named Russ. This was his old rival, but there was no such nonsense as heroes admiring heroes between the two of them. Instead, there was only a deep hatred for each other. I don't know how many of my brothers have been killed by the other party. Now is the time for revenge. The Amber Soldier's eyes were cold, and he drove the mecha at a rapid speed towards Russ. Seeing that the Amber Soldier was actually driving this bright red mecha, and sensing the energy level fluctuations emanating from the mecha, Russ's expression changed drastically. Originally, his energy level was almost the same as Hu Bing's, basically between 20W and 25W. But now, the opponent has an additional mecha with an energy level of more than 10W, which is equivalent to the energy level of the Amber Soldier, which has been raised by 10W to 30W+. Is this even a joke? The energy level difference of 10W is not a small amount of thousands or tens of thousands. The energy level difference of 10W is enough to crush the opponent. Where did he get this mecha? This should be a D-class mecha, right? Russ fled in a panic, feeling extremely depressed. D-class mechas are extremely difficult to obtain and are almost controlled and monopolized by major cosmic countries. Mechanics who can assemble D-class mechas will never come to the black domain, nor will they bother to trade with black market merchants. Therefore, the D-class mecha is definitely a treasure in the black domain. Now that the Amber Soldier has an extra D-class mecha, how can I fight him? Run. However, the speed of the mecha is beyond the reach of Russ. In an instant, the Amber Soldier caught up with Russ. He raised the Berserker blade in his hand and slashed at Russ fiercely. I have to say that although both of them use the Overlord mecha, the power that Amber Soldier can exert using the Overlord mecha is much stronger than Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had only reached the threshold of usage, and driving the Overlord mecha still felt a bit strenuous, like wielding a heavy weapon. But for Amber Soldier, his current energy level is just right for him to use the Overlord mecha. In his hands, the Overlord mecha can unleash its full strength. Russ saw the Overlord mecha charging towards him so swiftly, and knew that if he simply ran away, he would eventually die at the hands of the mecha. It would be better for him to confront the enemy and find a way to escape during the fight. However, the combat power of the Overlord mecha is not something Russ can resist. The ability of the Berserker blade was activated instantly. With one slash, 50% of the attack would be gathered and transformed into a second attack. From the effect, it looked like the mecha was slashing crazily. Ding 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 ding. A series of metal collision sounds were heard. The Overlord mecha slashed crazily, and with every strike, Russ's palm became numb. After slashing for about 3 or 4 times, Russ felt a pain in his palm, and the sword in his hand flew out of his hand and flew backwards. Seeing this, the Amber Soldier was overjoyed. He swung the Berserker knife in his hand and instantly cut Russ into 2 pieces. I can't die anymore. After killing the powerful enemy, Amber Soldier felt extremely happy. He whistled and then drove the Overlord mecha toward Sokka's boss. At this moment, Sokka's boss is fighting fiercely with Tianlin's boss. Both of them were really angry. Sokka's boss was extremely furious. This time he felt a little weird. I always feel that the other party's attitude this time is unusually tough and resolute, as if he wants to use this opportunity to kill me. Boss Sokka sneered. Kill him? He knew Tianlin's abilities best. Now that Tianlin wanted to kill him, it was simply a foolish dream. But suddenly, his expression changed, and he sensed an extremely powerful energy coming towards him. Another level 10 Gene warrior? He felt extremely absurd. Tianlin was just a level 10 genetic warrior. So where did the second person come from? Turning around, he saw a bright red mecha rushing towards him. It's you? Amber Soldier. Boss Sokka's eyes widened as he stared at the mecha in front of him in disbelief. Sensing the energy level fluctuations coming from the mecha, Boss Sokka had a vague sense of foreboding. Court death. He roared angrily, then moved his body and swung the battle axe in his hand towards the Overlord mecha. After seeing this scene, a hint of ridicule appeared on the corner of the Amber Soldier's mouth. Then, A thin energy shield appeared on the Overlord Mecha, and he went forward to attack Boss Sokka without dodging. Seeing this, Boss Sokka was a little disapproving. It was normal for the Mecha to have an energy shield, but his own energy level burst was as high as 30W+. The normal Mecha shield would definitely be shattered by this blow, and then the Mecha would be knocked away. He had already thought of the plot, and his hands did not slow down at all, slashing at the Overlord Mecha frantically. However, the development of things soon exceeded his expectations. The energy shield was chopped into pieces. However, although a huge gash was cut in this Mecha, it was not chopped away by itself. Instead, it seemed as if it had completely absorbed the impact force and was still rushing towards itself very domineeringly. This wave of attack immediately disrupted Boss Sokka's offensive rhythm. The next moment, the Overlord Mecha, which had absorbed enough potential energy, released its most powerful killing move. Charge a powerful attack. Boom! Chapter 86, The Balance of Victory. There was a loud bang, and Boss Sokka and the Amber Soldier started fighting each other. Boss Sokka's eyes were full of mockery. Even though the Amber Soldier was driving a D-class mecha, its energy level was already comparable to that of a level 10 genetic warrior. But after all, it is just a competition. In fact, the level 10 genetic warrior also has the blessing of mechanical equipment. In terms of energy level, it is definitely stronger than the energy level of the Amber Soldier using the D-level mecha. The two of them fought against each other in an instant. But at this moment, Boss Sokka's eyes suddenly widened, because he felt a powerful energy level fluctuation coming from the opposite side, and then a huge force came at the same time. Boss Sokka was extremely shocked. He had also sensed the energy level of the D-class mecha driven by Hu Bing, and it was only about 330,000 at most. But now, the Amber Soldier actually burst out with an energy level of nearly 40W, which is 7W more than before. Where does this 7W energy level come from? Boss Sokka didn't realize that these energy levels were the kinetic energy stored by his own attack. At this moment, they were all accumulated by the Amber Soldiers and acted back on himself. Suddenly, the explosive force of this attack exceeded what Boss Sokka had expected, catching him off guard. The mechanical equipment in his hand was directly knocked away by this attack. Oops! Boss Sokka was extremely panicked. If he lost his mechanical equipment, how could he compete with Boss Tianlin behind him? He subconsciously wanted to take out a spare sword from the storage space. But this process always takes a certain amount of time. During this time, Boss Tianlin and Hu Bing looked at each other, and their auras connected into one. They released fierce attacks in an instant, one in front and one behind, wrapping Boss Sokka in it like dumplings. Boom! Another loud noise resounded throughout the planet of Talon. The energy fluctuations that erupted at this moment were much stronger than those erupted by the previous charged attack. Boss Sokka didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a pulp by the terrifying energy impact. With the death of their leader, Sokka was left leaderless, and all the members lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Hu Bing ordered the members of Tianlin to continue the pursuit, while he took off his mecha and looked at the battle situation in front of him with satisfaction. Originally, the Sokka and Tianlin families had the same power strength. However, because Hu Bing had an extra mecha, his energy level could be increased by about 10W, which immediately tilted the balance of victory towards Tianlin. Now that Sokka has been destroyed by Tianlin, some of Sokka's power and business can be taken over by Tianlin. This will make Tianlin even more powerful. The boss of Tianlin, named Canes, is a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Hu Bing with envy. If you were to reach the strength of a level 10 genetic warrior, the energy you could unleash would probably surpass mine. Mecha warriors are still the mainstream of interstellar society. Canes was extremely envious, but unfortunately he was not a developer of brain energy levels. He only had physical energy levels and could not use mechas. Otherwise, he might have to ask Master Su Ming for a mecha. Now I can only envy you. We have to build a good relationship with Master Su Ming in the future. The role of the mecha is really too great, and it will be a huge improvement for Tianlin. Hu Bing said with a smile. Cairns nodded in agreement, then asked curiously, is it possible to buy some mechas from Master Su Ming and equip them to our members who have already developed their brains? This would also help improve Tianlin's strength. Hu Bing pondered and said, of course it's possible. Since the rest of our team can't use D-class mechas, We could buy some E-Class mechas. Assembling an E-Class mecha isn't very difficult. I'll ask Master Su Ming about it. It depends on whether Master Su Ming is willing to do it. Kane smiled and nodded, but at this moment, the two of them suddenly changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. I saw a mecha warrior quietly floating in the sky. After being noticed by the two people, the man put away the mecha and then landed from the sky. After seeing this person, the two were surprised. Neil, what are you doing here? Kane's was a little wary. Neil is a level 10 master from a first-class force. He is very powerful, and even Kane's is not his opponent. Although Tianlin and the forces behind Neil had a good relationship, they had just finished a battle, and when they discovered Neil appeared here, Kane's became a little alert. When Neil saw Karen's, he immediately smiled and said, "Karen's my old friend. Don't be alert. I have no ill intentions." Kane's was surprised. "Then you are?" There is no such thing as a visit without a reason, especially when Tianlin had just defeated Sokka and was about to take over Sokka's forces. Kane's didn't think Neil was here to reminisce. After hearing what Kane said, Neil couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the Overlord Mecha next to him. He then smiled and said, "I came to see you too because I wanted to ask if you know any mechanics who can assemble a D-Class mecha." After hearing Neil's words, Amber Soldier and Kane's looked at each other, and the vigilance in their eyes faded slightly. Then Hu Bing said, "I remember that the power behind you also seems to have a mechanic who can assemble a D-Class mecha. Why don't you let him help you assemble it?" The force behind Neil is a first-level force, extremely powerful, and even has its own star-level mechanics. For a D-Class mecha, a stellar-level mechanic can easily handle the task. After hearing what Hu Bing said, Neil gave a bitter laugh and then said, "The mecha I want to assemble is a D-Class mecha, but it is very difficult to assemble. The mechanics in my base are not capable of assembling it. Seeing that your mecha is very powerful, it's obvious that the mechanic who assembled it is very skilled, so I want to give it a try." After hearing Neil's words, Hu Bing's face showed a look of enlightenment, and then he nodded and said, "I can introduce you. As for whether this mechanic is willing to assemble it for you, it depends on your ability." After hearing what Hu Bing said, Neil smiled and nodded, then said, "Don't worry, my faction has a lot of knowledge that mechanics are interested in. I believe this star-level mechanic will be tempted." Hu Bing nodded, then said to Karen's, "Boss, I'll withdraw first. I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. I also need to ask Master Su Ming to help repair some of my mechas." After that, Hu Bing and Neil flew back to Planet Abe in a spaceship. Chapter 87, Mother and Child Mecha. At this moment, on the Planet Abe, Wantung's base is constantly being built and developed. Wantung, which originally had only 3 buildings, has now added many more. Moreover, during this period of time, Wantung has expanded its membership significantly, and now the number of members has exceeded 100. Although almost all of them are level 4 or 5 genetic warriors, it is also an increase in power for Wantung. Locke and Warren were walking through Wantung's base. Has the anti-aircraft missile system that Su Ming mentioned been assembled? Locke has now become Wantung's butler and is asking curiously. Su Ming was too busy, so he handed over the construction of the base's military defense system to Warren. Fortunately, Warren is now an independent mechanic and can easily handle the military defense system in the base. "Don't worry, I've even added a few electromagnetic pulse weapons. Even if there's an attack from the sky, we can shoot it down," Warren said proudly. Locke nodded, then looked into one of the buildings. In this building, several scientific researchers in white coats are constantly moving around. These are exactly Wang Ku's team. At this moment, Wang Ku and his team resumed their previous research topic, super gene medicine. The super gene medicine previously developed by the Lothar Alliance could only be considered a semi-finished product. It did not possess a certain level of stability and safety and could not be considered a mature technology. But now, Su Ming took the initiative to let Wang Ku and others pick up this research topic again. After all, Su Ming had seen the effect of the super gene potion, which could instantly elevate cosmic creatures to a higher level. If this can be researched and used on a human body, it will definitely be a groundbreaking product and represent infinite value. Even the Empire and the Federation were jealous of the super gene potion. However, this research process required a lot of time and resource costs, and is almost a continuous waste of money. Currently, the most expensive department in the entire Wantung is the research department, which spends tens of millions of funds almost every day. Locke was secretly worried about this. Although, Wantong can now rely on the sale of mechanical parts and some minerals that Su Ming had obtained before to sustain for a long time. But this is always not enough to cover expenses, and the income section has become a shortcoming. We can't always live off our savings because one day they will run out. We need to find a way to make a profit as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Locke didn't hesitate and knocked on Su Ming's door directly. Today, Su Ming just finished repairing all the machines and had nothing to do for the time being. Locke, what's up? When Su Ming saw Locke walk in, he couldn't help but ask curiously. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke directly expressed his concerns. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "We must continue to research and develop the superpower gene. This is a product that will transcend time. Perhaps when it is developed in the future, it can change the course of the entire universe. In this way, Wantong can rise rapidly." But the issue you mentioned is indeed a key one. Su Ming muttered to himself. Locke nodded and then said, "I was thinking, why not find some channels to sell the genetic medicine? Now, Wantong has advanced genetic drug production equipment and technology, and the genetic drugs produced are no worse than the regular products on the market in the universe. Compared to small-scale genetic medicines with a failure rate of over 10, this kind of product is truly the best of the best. The kind that can sweep the entire market as soon as it is taken out." However, Su Ming thought about it and shook his head. Now is not the time. The quality of our genetic medicine is too good. Once we start selling it, the genetic medicines of small workshops will definitely not be able to compete with us. This will affect the interests of some people. I will think of a solution later. Wantong is still weak now. Once it affects the interests of others, Wantong will definitely face the targeting of a large number of black domain forces, which will not be worth the loss. Su Ming fell into deep thought, several different solutions constantly forming in his mind. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Leader, someone outside wants to see you." After hearing this voice, Su Ming and Locke showed surprise on their faces. Then Su Ming said to Locke, "You go down first. We'll talk about the revenue later." Locke nodded and left Su Ming's studio. After a while, Hu Bing brought Neil into Su Ming's studio. "Master Su Ming." Hu Bing's face was full of smiles. Su Ming's position in his heart was no different from that of his parents, who provided him with food and clothing. After seeing Su Ming, Hu Bing was unusually cordial. "Who is this?" Su Ming looked at Neil beside him curiously. Hu Bing quickly introduced, "This is Neil from Yaoyang." Neil heard about Master Su Ming's superb mechanical skills and wanted to come visit him. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard that Neil was from Yaoyang. Yaoyang is a first-class force in the Black Domain and can definitely be regarded as one of the forces with the most say in the Black Domain. Part of the rules of the Black Domain were formulated by the Yaoyang organization. The entire force has a wide range of businesses, including machinery manufacturing, sales of various materials, employment, and a series of other businesses. Hearing that Neil was actually from Yaoyang, Su Ming couldn't help but turn his gaze to Neil. Neil smiled and then said to Su Ming, "Master Su Ming is very skilled. I just wonder if I have the honor to invite him to help me assemble a D-class mecha?" "Of course. Master, please feel free to tell me the conditions or the price. As long as I can meet them, I will do my best to meet them." After hearing Neil's words, Su Ming did not rush to agree. Instead, he asked curiously, "You want to assemble a D-class mecha? What type of D-class mecha?" Neil glanced at Su Ming and chuckled. "I wonder if Master Su Ming is confident. The mecha I want to assemble is quite complicated. A mother and child mecha." "A mother and child model?" Su Ming was surprised. "Among D-class mechas, there are also mother and child models?" Neil nodded and then said, "Among D-class mechas, there are very few mother and child mechas, but Yaoyang recently spent a lot of money to purchase the knowledge and blueprints for this mecha. The mecha I'm driving now is also a D-class mecha, but in terms of power, it's definitely not as powerful as the mother and child mechas of the same level, so I want to find a young master to help assemble it." Chapter 88, Gene Pharmaceutical Business. What is a mother and child mecha? As the name suggests, in addition to the main body, it also has a sub-body. During combat, in addition to the main body's own combat power, the sub-body also possesses powerful power and can be regarded as a blessing or assistant to the main body. In this way, others only have one mecha, but the mother and child mecha is equivalent to having one more mecha, which can completely achieve a 2-on-1 combat mode. Compared with normal-style mechas, the combat power of the mother and child mechas is far greater than that of ordinary mechas. However, Usually the mother and child type mecha puts a huge test on the brain energy level. After all, this mecha requires the mecha warrior to multitask and perform multiple operations while driving it. Of course, thanks to the mecha's intelligence system, you don't have to operate it too much, but in this way, the sub-body will not be able to enjoy the blessing of the driver's brain energy level, and its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. So even though the mother and child mecha is very powerful, if it is operated by someone who is not good at it, it will only have the opposite effect. Su Ming was a little surprised that this man named Neil was so confident that he felt he could control the mother and child mecha. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I can give it a try, but there are 3 rules for me helping others assemble mechas. After hearing Su Ming's words, Neil's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked what rules. Su Ming smiled and said, First, give me the right to use and disseminate the mecha knowledge. Of course, I won't spread it to your enemies. Neil nodded. That's no problem. Second, I need some mechanical knowledge. Neil smiled and said, That's nothing. As long as Yao Yang can get it, it's fine. What kind of mechanical knowledge does the young master want? Su Ming nodded and then said, Energy-related. Energy-related mechanical knowledge, no matter what level, even the basics, is required. As for the value equivalence, you can judge it yourself. Science and technology knowledge is an extremely complicated subject. In addition to the mechanical assembly and construction knowledge that Su Ming is more familiar with, there is another mainstream subject, energy. Energy-related scientific and technological knowledge, as well as mechanical assembly, construction, repair, etc., are all considered mainstream scientific and technological knowledge. However, Su Ming's previous focus was on mechanical assembly knowledge, and now he wants to learn about energy-related knowledge for a very important reason: the knowledge of humanoid civilization and the threat of crystal civilization. Su Ming took a quick look at the knowledge taught by the humanoid creature and found that this civilization tended to focus on the study of energy in the field of science and technology. Su Ming took this opportunity to catch up on his knowledge of energy-related science and technology. On the one hand, he wanted to see what differences there were between the knowledge of the 2 civilizations. On the other hand, Su Ming also wanted to open up a new path from the knowledge system between the 2 civilizations. Of course, there's one main reason: crystal civilization. Crystal civilization is obviously a civilization of pure energy. It is estimated that crystal civilization has reached the pinnacle in the development and application of energy. Su Ming himself had simulated what the chances of human civilization winning would be if it encountered a crystal civilization today. The answer is infinitely close to 0. The energy erosion of the crystal civilization is so severe that even if an apocalypse-level strongman attacks the crystal civilization, his power will be swallowed up by the crystal civilization. If you want to crack the capabilities of crystal civilization, you must start with energy-related scientific and technological knowledge. After hearing Su Ming's request, a strange look flashed in Neil's eyes. Few mechanics would dabble in energy-related technological knowledge. After all, these are 2 different main areas of focus. Mechanics usually have limited energy, so they only need to study one field. If they study 2, they will be overwhelmed. However, some mechanics will study it as a secondary course, with the purpose of simply trying to improve their mechanical knowledge by analogy. Neil had no doubt about this. However, there is not much energy-related knowledge in Yaoyang, so he needs to take the trouble to find it. Neil nodded, then asked, What about the 3rd one? Su Ming smiled, and then moved a chair over. Sit down, let's talk slowly. Neil and Hu Bing looked at each other. Both of them were filled with confusion. Even Hu Bing felt somewhat confused. Su Ming's 3 conditions had also been told to him before, so Hu Bing probably knew what conditions Su Ming wanted. But now, Su Ming's expression made the 2 of them a little confused. Su Ming smiled and then whispered, I wonder if Tian Lin and Yaoyang are in the genetic medicine business? After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil nodded and asked doubtfully, This is a big business, of course we are all doing it. What if I tell you guys I want to become your genetic medicine supplier? Su Ming said with a smile. After hearing Su Ming's words, Neil and Hu Bing looked at each other and couldn't help but frown slightly. The genetic medicine business is a big piece of cake in the black domain, and everyone is keeping their eyes on this big piece of cake. Now Su Ming wanted to intervene, and the 2 of them didn't know how to respond to Su Ming for a moment. After seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Ming chuckled and said, Of course, I'm asking you 2 to change suppliers. If there's no benefit, you 2 will definitely not change. Why don't you listen to my conditions? My genetic medicine has a 99.5% success rate. It's a high-quality genetic medicine. Besides the black market, you too can even expand into some small universe countries where genetic medicine is scarce. Also, let me be frank with you too. One dose of my genetic medicine costs around 500 star coins. If you come to me to buy it, I'll only make 200 star coins. I can sell it to you for 700 star coins. After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil were surprised. A 99.5% success rate? Are you serious? That's comparable to the high-quality genetic drugs produced by the 5 major cosmic countries. Neil spoke in a tone full of doubt. Su Ming smiled, then took out a tube of genetic medicine produced by Wang Ku and others from a storage space, and handed it to the two of them along with the test report. You two often deal with the genetic medicine business, so you can naturally judge the quality of genetic medicines. You can check the quality of the genetic medicines we produce, and then make a decision. Chapter 89, Sharing the Cake. The two took the genetic medicine handed over by Su Ming and then injected it into their bodies little by little. Injecting only 1 or 2 milliliters is not a problem for genetic warriors, as they can excrete these genetic drugs through their bodies or digest them by themselves at any time. Direct injection is the best way to test the quality of genetic drugs. The two of them often deal with genetic drugs on a daily basis. They can feel the effect of a genetic drug instantly after injecting it directly into the body. Shortly after the two injected the genetic medicine into their bodies, their eyes lit up slightly. This genetic medicine is so pure. Not bad. It's a high-quality genetic medicine. They both sighed. Looking at the surprised expressions on the two people's faces, Su Ming smiled like a shrewd little fox. How about it? I don't want you to express your opinion right now. You could take a few more and give them to your boss to try, or give them to someone you know. Anyway, if you need them, you can always come to me for more. At least now, I can give you two this purchase price. After hearing Su Ming's words, Neil's eyes flashed, and then he immediately said, "No need. Make a decision now. Master Su Ming, the genetic medicine you produce will be supplied to Yaoyang from now on." Neil often does genetic medicine business. How could he not know the value of the genetic medicine produced by Su Ming base? Just as Su Ming said, such high-quality genetic medicine has fully met the standard indicators of mainstream society for genetic medicine. This means that the genetic drugs produced in the Su Ming base can even be sold as regular products. The genetic drugs originally produced by small workshops did not comply with regulations and could only be sold in gray areas such as the black market or the underworld. But once the standards for interstellar certification are met, that is to say, such a batch of goods can be supplied to the entire human society. So, there's no need to say more about what kind of market size this represents. And most importantly, of course, it's profit. The cost of the genetic medicine produced by the small workshop may be around 600 yuan per bottle, but when it is sold to Yaoyang, it is sold for 1,000 star coins per bottle. If Yaoyang were to sell it, he could only get about 4,000 star coins at most. The cost plus labor, transportation, time, and other costs is about 2,000 star coins. If it is sold for 4,000 star coins, the profit is 2,000 star coins per piece. However, Su Ming's genetic medicine not only has a lower cost, but also costs 800 star coins per bottle when sold to Yaoyang. It's 200 star coins cheaper than a small workshop. The most important thing is, if this quality of genetic medicine is resold, it can be sold for around 5,000 to 6,000. The profit is between 3,200 and 4,200, which is more than 50% higher than the profit of genetic drugs purchased from small workshops. Moreover, high-quality genetic drugs are easier to find big customers and can directly place a large order at one time, so that more money can be earned. Almost instantly, Neil realized that the profit was much greater than before. Hu Bing also realized this and expressed his attitude along with Neil. Su Ming looked at the two of them with a smile, feeling very good. In this way, his genetic medicine was sold. Very good. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. You two should go back and talk to your respective organizations. They will send someone over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to discuss details, such as the cooperation period and supply quantity. After that, we will sign the contract and become a family. But, Su Ming paused, then said, the price you two paid from me must be kept confidential. Wantong may supply other forces in the future, but the price may not be the same. After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. Su Ming said this. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the current market share and wanted to take up more market share. There are pros and cons to doing this. The advantage is that it can grow rapidly, but the disadvantage is the more market share you swallow, the more people's interests will be affected. By then, it won't just be the small workshops that will target Wantong. Su-Ming naturally knew this too. But this matter is a process of race. If Wantong develops fast enough, it will be able to cope with the targeting of these forces. Su-Ming smiled and nodded, then extended his hand to Hu Bing and Neil. Give it to me. The two were confused. Huh? What do you want? Su-Ming smiled helplessly and said, Brother Hu Bing, don't you want to repair the mecha? Mr. Neil, don't you want me to help you assemble the mother and child mecha? You have to give me the mecha and the knowledge drawings. Hu Bing and Nye immediately slapped their heads and said, Oh, you see, we were so focused on the genetic medicine that we even forgot the purpose of our visit. After finishing speaking, the two of them smiled bitterly and handed the storage space and a knowledge chip containing the mother and child mecha to Su-Ming. Okay, both of you go back first. I'll contact you when I'm done, Su-Ming said with a smile. Then the two nodded, opened the door, and walked out. Looking at the two people's disappearing backs, Su-Ming's eyes showed a hint of thought. The ones who really make money from genetic drugs are not the suppliers, but the distributors. Note, suppliers are manufacturers that produce and supply products. Wantong is a supplier. Channel merchants are merchants who sell products provided by suppliers through various channels. Yaoyang and Tianlin are both channel merchants. Wantong only earned 300 star coins by selling a bottle of genetic medicine. But Yaoyang and Tianlin can earn more than 3,000 star coins from it. The profit gap is 10 times. This made Su-Ming feel a little jealous. However, Su-Ming also knew very well that he must not touch this piece of cake before he grew up. Otherwise, Hu Bing and Neil, who were having a good time just a second ago, would definitely turn against each other in an instant and point the finger at Wantong. The current Wantong is not strong enough to fight against the Black Domain and take away the entire cake. But in the future when I grow up, I will definitely take this piece of cake back slowly. Su-Ming smiled and shook his head, then turned his attention to the mecha repair in front of him. Chapter 90, Difficult to Operate Mother and Child Mecha. While Su-Ming was helping Hu Bing repair his Overlord mecha, he also began to learn new knowledge about mechas. Yin-Yang XA 03D Class Mother and Child Mecha. Mecha Type, Mother and Child. Mecha Power Level 10-15-47. Main Body Mecha Ability. Yanyan Lock releases a nuclear energy blockade ring to block the enemy and continuously cause thermal damage. The energy level blessing is 5W. The Sunfire Lock is a separate piece of equipment and can only be used once. It needs to be recovered or remade the next time. Yanyan Shock set a space anchor point on the submech. Activating the space anchor point can pull the main mech to the submecha's location within 1 second, while causing thermal damage to enemies in the path. Yanyan Shield absorbs 30W energy level damage, and at the moment the shield shatters, it will convert the absorbed damage into heat energy and burst out to injure the enemy. Submecha abilities. In Concealment uses light transmitting technology to conceal itself from view and eliminates energy level fluctuations in the process, making it impossible for the enemy to detect the submecha's location. You cannot attack during the hiding period, otherwise it will cause energy level fluctuations and be detected by the opponent. In Breaking Hidden Strike builds up energy while hiding. The longer you hide, the stronger the attack becomes. The maximum buildup is 70,000 points. Note, if in autopilot mode, you cannot use the stealth attack. After seeing the introduction of the Mother and Child Mecha, Su-Ming finally understood why the Mother and Child Mecha was praised as being invincible to those at the same level who could operate it, and incompetent to those at the same level who could not operate it. There are many connection operations that can be performed on the sub-mecha and the main mecha, commonly known as combo. For example, you can use stealth to get behind the enemy, and at the same time as breaking the stealth, the main mecha immediately uses Yanyan Shock. Double teaming from the front and back can definitely catch the opponent off guard, but this requires very high operation. First, the operator needs to ensure that the enemy is on the same horizontal line as the mother and child machine. Otherwise, the Yanyan impact will not be able to attack the opponent at all, but will instead reveal a huge flaw to the opponent. After all, if Yanyan impact fails to hit the opponent during the traction process, its back will be completely exposed to the enemy. As long as the enemy reacts quickly, it is easy to blow up the main mecha from behind. Moreover, during the battle, the enemy will definitely keep moving. They may be on a parallel line at one moment, but they may jump out of the connection of the parallel lines the next moment. This requires the operator of the mother and child mecha to have a very high judgment ability in combat, and to be able to judge the opponent's movements in order to accurately display the level of the mother and child mecha. This includes the recovery of the Yang-Yin lock, and it can even be recovered by a sub-mecha, but the sub-mecha needs to have a good prediction of the position where the Yang-Yin lock will break free, otherwise it will not be able to recover the Yang-Yin lock at all, but will expose its own position and allow the enemy to find an opportunity to take advantage of it. Having to do so much and consider so many factors at the same time is an extremely difficult task for a normal person. Even Su Ming couldn't guarantee that he could unleash his skills 100%. However, if this combo can be successful, the energy level released by the mecha itself will be around 20W, which is equivalent to the energy level of a 9th level genetic warrior appearing out of thin air. If operated properly, this mecha will become the most terrifying killing weapon. Su Ming did not hesitate. After studying the assembly knowledge of mechas, he began to assemble his own mother and child mecha. As per the old rules, Su Ming would keep every mecha that was assembled for the first time for himself. After all, the first mecha would definitely have the effect of awakening the spirit, and its performance would be about 20% better than that of normally assembled mecha. Qi Ling's mecha must be kept for his own use. As for the one assembled for Neil, it should be the later ordinary version. Su Ming immediately took out a large number of mechanical parts from the storage ring Neil gave him. The most complicated part of this mecha is the control connection between the mother and child, as well as the space anchor points, light transmission technology, etc. These are all cluster-level mechanical technologies. Even Su Ming needs to study and research before he can assemble this part of the technology. Su Ming did not feel anxious at all. He continued to concentrate on assembling while frantically researching cluster-level mechanical technology in the studio. Just as Su Ming was constantly researching star cluster-level mechanical technology and assembling mother and child mechas, the news that Tianlin had killed Sokka also reached the ears of most forces in the Black Domain. Haven't these two families been fighting for a long time? They've always been evenly matched, so how come Sokka was suddenly destroyed? The strong men from these forces all looked puzzled at this moment. At this time, a video was posted on the Black Domain forum. The Black Domain has a forum, which is usually used to publish some employment information and information about contraband. Now, the video of the fight between Tianlin and Sokka was posted on the forum by an unknown person, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although in the Black Domain, it is common for one force to destroy another force, and this happens almost every week. But such things usually happen among 4th or 5th rank forces. Just like the previous annihilation of the York pirates, although because of the Star Destroyer cannon, many people turned their attention to this battle. But soon, after confirming that the Star Destroyer cannon had been modified and did not have such a large-scale lethality, everyone gradually forgot about the matter. The rise and fall of 4th and 5th rank forces is not worth worrying about for the Black Domain. But Tianlin and Sokka are both second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were already considered the overlords of the Black Domain. When one of them destroyed the other, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Immediately, people turned their attention to the video, curious to find out why Tianlin killed Sokka. It's a mecha, that bright red mecha. A strong man who watched the video almost instantly determined the key to victory or defeat. I heard that Hu Bing obtained the blueprints for a D-class mecha. He's been looking for a skilled mechanic in the Black Domain to help him assemble it. However, either the mechanic skills are too low, or they belong to other powerful forces, so he's worried. I didn't expect that he would find a mechanic who wasn't from a big power. This mecha, I remember it was called the Overlord Mecha. The mechanic skills are quite good. I feel that the performance of this Overlord Mecha is much higher than the Overlord Mechas I've seen elsewhere before. D-class mecha? Seeing the masters of the Overlord Mecha, they all fell into deep thought. Some masters are developers of brain energy levels themselves, and as a Black Domain force, they also have more or less mecha knowledge obtained through various channels. After seeing the Overlord Mecha on the Amber Soldier, these masters immediately became active. If this is a mechanic who can assemble a D-class mecha, can he help me assemble my mecha as well? Chapter 91 Senior Mechanics, PY Ability. Is Master Su Ming here? I'm from the G-Cone Mercenary Group, and our boss wants to pick a time to come visit you. Excuse me, Master Su Ming, Could you spare some time to assemble a mecha for my boss? The price is negotiable. At this moment, outside the 10,000 vine, a group of genetic warriors who looked like mercenaries were waiting at the door, stretching their necks to get into the 10,000 vine. Locke was looking at the mercenaries in front of him with a headache, and he looked at Warren with helplessness in his eyes. Obviously, the PY ability of high-level mechanics gradually emerged. As one of the few mechanics in the entire Black Domain who could assemble a D-class mecha, and whose performance was 20% higher than that of a normal D-class mecha, Su Ming soon attracted a large number of forces who came to him and wanted to ask Su Ming to help them assemble a D-class mecha. At that time, Su Ming was helping Hu Bing assemble a mecha in Tianlin. Many Tianlin members saw this scene, so the fact that Hu Bing's mecha came from the hands of Master Su Ming was no longer a secret to the Black Domain. Now all major forces have learned that a powerful mechanic has come to the Black Domain and has formed a force called Wantung. These big guys were not interested in the strength of the mechanics team, but they were extremely interested in Su Ming's mechanical skills. Those who could drive a D-class mecha are at least level 8 genetic warriors or higher. Even a level 10 genetic warrior is within the scope of a D-class mecha. Anyone who has reached this level is a powerful figure in the Black Domain. Now all of them have come to Wanting obediently, wanting to ask Su Ming for a mecha. Everyone, our leader has been busy these past 2 days, helping others assemble mechas in the workshop. How about coming back in a couple of days? Locke said with a wry smile. The people in front of him were all men sent by the boss. Locke could only persuade them with kind words and dared not show any disrespect. If Wantung angers these big guys, he might not be able to cope with it. Of course, we have to give young Master Su Ming face, but you have to remember, brother, it was us, the Shunwei mercenary group, who came to you first, so we have to be given priority in the queue. Bullshit. I was here first. You want to cut in line? This is so funny. I've been waiting here since morning. You're nothing. Soon, these genetic warriors had a fierce dispute here because of the issue of first come first served. Locke looked at the scene with a wry smile and then immediately spoke up to persuade them. Everyone, don't argue. I will ask the leader's opinion when the time comes. If it really doesn't work out, we can hold a bidding meeting together, and those with the highest conditions will be given priority. If these guys were allowed to continue making trouble here, I'm afraid the base that Wantung had worked so hard to build would be demolished by these genetic warriors. Don't mess with me. Locke couldn't help but feel helpless. After hearing Locke's words, these genetic warriors showed a thoughtful look on their faces and then nodded. Yes, my manhwa mercenary group has a lot of mechanical knowledge and star coins. When the time comes, we can just compete based on the conditions. The others also nodded and then left the names and contact information of their bosses and forces to Locke, and then dispersed. Locke breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, then turned around and walked back into the office building. He did not lie to these genetic warriors. Su Ming is now really in the studio, helping others assemble mechas. The assembled mecha was not any other mecha, but a mother and child mecha. After nearly 2 weeks, Su Ming had mastered the mechanical knowledge of the mother and child mecha, and then began to assemble his own Qi Ling mother and child mecha. After his own awakening mecha was completed, Su Ming began to assemble Neil's mecha. It has to be said that every time Su Ming assembles a new mecha and learns new knowledge, his energy level will be greatly improved. After each mecha was assembled by Su Ming for the first time, not only did the mecha have an awakening effect, but Su Ming himself could also gain great benefits from these awakenings. Spirit awakening is a mysterious thing, but after the third revolution in human society, it has become clearly known. Spirit awakening is real, and the same type of mecha will only have the spirit awakening effect after the mechanic completes the first assembly. This is a bit like a mechanic giving a soul to his first work. It is an extremely mysterious process, but it also has corresponding scientific basis. In addition to allowing the mecha to grow, awakening the spirit can also bring huge growth to the mechanic. During each awakening process, the awakened mecha will feed back a portion of its energy level and growth to the mechanic himself. Every time a spirit awakening mecha is assembled, Su Ming can gain significant growth and improvement from it. After this wave of sublimation of the awakened mecha, Su Ming's body energy level and brain energy level have increased from the original 2.1W and 2W to 2.4W and 2.5W respectively. Awakening his spirit directly brought him a 3,000-point improvement in his body and a 5,000-point improvement in his brain area. Of course, the improvement of 5,000 in brain area is not only due to Qi Ling, but also because Su Ming learned a lot of cluster-level mechanical knowledge in the process and began to gradually digest the knowledge of humanoid biological civilization. Only then could the brain area energy level be improved so much. At this moment, Su Ming was helping Neil assemble his mother and child mecha, and he had reached the final step. Click! In Su Ming's studio, there was soon a sound of a machine being fastened by a hidden button. This sound meant that the mother and child mecha had been successfully assembled by Su Ming. Su Ming put the two mother and child models together and then looked at them carefully. The Yin-Yang Mecha is a powerful mecha that uses 3 types of weapons. Overload Electron Ray Gun, Yan-Yang Luck, Scorching Sunblade. Each of these 3 weapons has its own special power. Among them, the Overload Electron Ray Gun uses a cluster-level technology, Overload Electronic Technology, which can generate huge electron vortexes in an instant and burst out powerful power. The Flame Sunlock is a chain-like weapon with a tracking and restraint system. When encountering an enemy, you can simply throw it out to restrain the enemy. Relatively speaking, the Yin-Yang Battle Blade is a bit mediocre. Su Ming considered whether he should replace the battle blade of his mecha with a more powerful one. These two mechas look like a hunchback person because they carry a sub-mecha on their backs. After entering combat status, the sub-mecha automatically falls off and becomes an independent individual. Looking at the 2 completed mechas, Su Ming could clearly feel that the aura emitted by the activated mecha was obviously more agile than the unactivated mecha, and the energy level fluctuations were more powerful. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, then called Warren, preparing to ask Warren to contact Neil to send the mecha out. Chapter 92 Mysterious Starfield. What surprised Su Ming was, after he called Warren, Locke followed Warren into his studio. After Su Ming handed the storage space containing the mother and child machine to Warren, he looked at Locke in surprise. "What is it, Mr. Locke?" Su Ming asked curiously. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke smiled bitterly and said, "Leader, you don't know that there's an explosion outside." Su Ming was surprised. "What's wrong?" Locke shook his head and then told Su Ming directly about the mercenaries outside. Su Ming was slightly surprised when he heard it. "I didn't expect that senior mechanics are so popular that even these big guys have to lower their status and come find them." After Su Ming pondered for a while, he said to Locke, "Mr. Locke, let's go crazy and call all the bosses behind these forces together. It's time to open up sales channels for genetic drugs." After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke was a little surprised. Locke understood the meaning of Su Ming's words. Su Ming plans to call the leaders of all the major forces in the Black Domain and initiate cooperation on genetic medicine. Given the quality of wanting gene medicine, the probability that these bosses are willing to cooperate with Su Ming is very high. If this happens, wouldn't all the small workshops in the entire Black Domain have no chance of survival? By then, Wantung will inevitably suffer crazy revenge from various small workshops. Locke was a little worried. Although he used the mocking name small workshops to refer to the manufacturers of these black gene drugs, it was just a mockery of the researchers who did not respond to these forces and had backward technology. In fact, apart from technology, the power possessed by these forces is definitely not weak. At least Locke knew that one of the small workshops was supported by a first-class force in the Black Domain, and although the other small workshops were not first-class forces, their capabilities were not low. If Su Ming directly approached the leaders of the major forces and wanted to monopolize the supply of genetic drugs, these small workshop forces would probably jump up and attack him together. Seeing Locke's hesitation, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, and then said, "Don't worry, I understand your concerns, but wealth and honor are achieved through risk. How can you know if you don't try?" Locke glanced at Su Ming and felt that he was increasingly unable to see through Su Ming. Sometimes Su Ming is terrifyingly calm, like an emotionless robot. But sometimes, Su Ming always shows his crazy side. In fact, it can be seen from the previous incident of the York Star Pirates that Su Ming actually wanted to use the Star Destroyer cannon to bombard the planet Abe. Fortunately, he braked in time, otherwise everyone would have been killed by the major forces in the Black Domain. And now, Su Ming wants to directly monopolize a major industry in the Black Domain. This is really crazy. Locke couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. What's going on? Isn't this an extremely calm mechanic? Why is it that sometimes when things get crazy, even I can't handle it? In fact, even Su Ming himself did not realize that he often had such contradictory characteristics. He was extremely calm, but also extremely crazy. This was actually caused by the huge difference in Su Ming's growth environment in his two lives, but Su Ming at the moment was not very aware of this. "That's it," Su Ming said with a smile. Locke swallowed and nodded numbly. "This leader is crazy. There's nothing I can do but go crazy with him." After Locke left Su Ming's office, he contacted the bosses of various major forces one by one. Just when Su Ming wanted to monopolize the genetic medicine in the Black Domain in the Empire. At this moment, the head of the Colon family, Colon Clarence, was looking at the young man in front of him with a gloomy face. This young man was none other than his eldest son, Kaluan Suri. At this moment, Colon Clarence was filled with anger. Because just now, Colon Clarence used all his connections in the Empire to save his son from the military court. For this, Colon Clarence owed a lot of favors. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What made Colon Clarence most angry was that his good son couldn't even complete this task that could be done almost by lying down. The good reputation that Colon Clarence originally hoped Su Rue could create has now been ruined. The entire Empire, everyone in all the military systems knew that he, a powerful apocalypse-level warrior of the Empire, actually had a son who couldn't even complete basic tasks. As for his eldest son, whom he had high hopes for, based on his performance this time and his reputation in the Empire, it is estimated that his future development will be difficult and he will have no chance of gaining any status in the Empire. Colon Clarence was furious. He was so unlucky. His eldest son looked outstanding, but in fact he was a fool. The second son, who was originally thought to be a good-for-nothing, turned out to be a young genius after some investigation. Now, the useless person who was once highly expected was left to fend for himself, and he performed at a level that even amazed him. For the time being, stay home and don't go out. There are reporters everywhere. Once this matter dies down, I'll find a way to arrange some work for you. Colon Clarence suppressed his inner anger and spoke to Su Rue indifferently. At this moment, Su Rue was frightened by the Empire and what had happened before. His originally confident and elegant face was now full of concerns and worries. Colon Clarence sighed inwardly. He felt bad seeing his son in this state. If his son can come out of this shadow in the future, he may be able to achieve something great, but if he becomes depressed, even if he is an apocalypse-level powerhouse, he will be powerless to remedy the situation. After Su Rue left his room, Colon Clarence stood up suddenly with a cold look in his eyes. "How dare you hijack my mineral box, Colon Clarence? I think you're tired of living." Colon Clarence spoke in a low voice, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He immediately stood up and walked onto a warship. Then, Colon Clarence said calmly to the battleship's autopilot system, "Go to the mysterious star region of the Eastern Dark Alliance." After hearing what Colon Clarence said, the autonomous driving system's intelligent robot couldn't help but speak. The mysterious star region is located on the edge of the Eastern Underworld Alliance of the 5 cosmic nations. It's extremely dangerous year-round. Are you sure you want to go to the mysterious star region? After hearing the intelligent robot's words, Colon Clarence nodded indifferently. To others, the mysterious star field was a dangerous place from which there was no return, but to him, it was nothing at all. Chapter 93, Oracle Owen. The Dongming Alliance, one of the 5 major cosmic countries, is a behemoth on the same level as the Empire. The process of forming the Dongming Alliance is different from that of the other 4 major cosmic countries. Other countries in the universe also first had civilization, then technology, and finally strong people. But the Dongming Alliance first had strong people, then technology, and finally civilization. It completely goes against the mainstream process of building an interstellar society. At the same time, the Dongming Alliance is also the youngest and shortest-standing cosmic nation among the 5 major cosmic nations. The Dongming Universe Nation was gradually established only after the other 4 major cosmic nations had almost taken shape. Although the history of the Dongming Universe Kingdom is much shorter than that of the other 4 universe kingdoms, and its social structure also feels strange. But no one would underestimate such a cosmic country that rose later, because the 3rd universe era began after the establishment of the Dongming Universe Kingdom. The predecessor of the Dongming Alliance was actually an organization composed of powerful people. All the members of the entire organization were invincible strongmen who had studied technology to the extreme. In order to delve into the ultimate of science and technology, these powerful people established the Dongming Alliance. After years of research and exploration, they discovered the end of science and technology Theology. This kind of theology is not the religious theology or the theology of some idealistic schools, but a theology that is truly visible and tangible and has a scientific basis. The epoch-making research and technologies such as brain energy levels, Mecha, Awakening, divine Mecha, multidimensional information state, dark matter tidal energy, and deification were all completed under the leadership of the Dongming Alliance. Such a contemporary cosmic country, although its political structure is completely different from that of other cosmic countries, still has extremely strong national strength. At this moment, a warship suddenly entered the mysterious star field of the Dongming Alliance. It was the battleship driven by Colin Clarence. Because of Colin Clarence's identity, he encountered some obstacles when entering the territory of the Eastern Ming Alliance. However, this was not the first time that Colin Clarence came to the Eastern Ming Alliance. After registering with the Eastern Ming Alliance, he rushed straight towards the mysterious star field. The mysterious star field is an inconspicuous small star field located in the Dongming Alliance. The environment of the entire star field is extremely harsh. Even in the void, there is often nuclear radiation from stellar explosions floating around. The entire star field is almost covered by nuclear radiation. Thermal energy and nuclear energy are raging wildly in this star field, like a dead zone. However, Colin Clarence knew very well that in this star field, there lived a deified, apocalypse-level, powerful being, Oracle Owen. Colin Clarence came to see Owen this time. Naturally, he had some questions for Owen. The battleship shuttled through the void, and the powerful heat energy erupting from the surroundings was all blocked outside by the battleship's energy shield. This battleship is not the one Su Rue is driving. As the vehicle of the Empire's Apocalypse-class powerhouses, the performance of this battleship is much higher than that of ordinary battleships. Even though the temperature reached a terrifying high of thousands of degrees Celsius, it was easily blocked by the battleship's protective shield and could not damage the battleship at all. The warship continued to move forward. At this time, Colin Clarence also stood up and began to scan the mysterious star field. Suddenly, his eyes turned to one of the inconspicuous white dwarfs. A white dwarf is a planet formed at the end of a star's evolution. It has extremely high temperature and gravity. Normal people cannot even get close to it and will be burned to ashes by the terrifying temperature on the white dwarf. But now, Colin Clarence sensed a familiar energy level fluctuation coming from this white dwarf. Colin Clarence smiled and then moved, leaving the space battleship and coming into the void of the universe alone. What is shocking is that Colin Clarence was not wearing any protective gear, not even a space combat suit, and was standing alone in the void. It was as if the terrible vacuum was like his own backyard, where he could come and go freely. Colin Clarence looked at the white dwarf, then moved and suddenly descended onto the white dwarf. The terrifying gravity and high temperature on the white dwarf only made Colin Clarence frown slightly, and then a wave of energy level fluctuations surged through his body, and he quickly adapted to the gravity and high temperature on the white dwarf. Sir Colin Clarence. On the white dwarf, an ordinary-looking bald man was sitting cross-legged on the white dwarf. He was not surprised to see Colin Clarence coming beside him. He opened his eyes and spoke to Colin Clarence with a smile. Colin Clarence nodded, then frowned and looked around. Brother Owen, you always like to practice in this kind of environment. I really don't understand what's so good about it. Although he can adapt to the environment of the white dwarf, it does not mean that he likes the environment here. He could still feel a very uncomfortable sensation on his body surface. It was estimated that in the entire universe, only an apocalypse-level strongman could adapt to the temperature here. This bald man is Owen, the apocalypse-level warrior of the Dongming Alliance, known as the Oracle. At this moment, Owen smiled and said, "Only by allowing will and pain to coexist can one see divinity in the brain." Colin Clarence patted the stone next to him, trying to shake off the dust, but suddenly remembered that this was a white dwarf, and the dust was not so easy to shake off. To shake off the dust, he almost had to use the force to break the stone. Colin Clarence shook his head, gave up the idea, and sat down on the stone. That's why I don't bother to practice the deification technique. It's too hard. Colin Clarence muttered. He is the great general of the Empire, an extremely majestic figure. He is usually an extremely serious person. Only in front of strong people of the same level does he show any emotions on the surface. Colin Clarence, is there anything you want me to help you with this time? Owen couldn't help but turn around and ask curiously. Aren't you the Oracle? The one who claims to know everything. Why do you still need to ask me? Colin Clarence shook his head and spoke. Owen laughed and said, I can't observe the thoughts of those at the same level. Otherwise, I would become an omniscient and omnipotent person. Colin Clarence laughed in silence, then slowly said, I came here this time to ask you to help me investigate who the person is who hijacked the Imperial minerals, and where they are. Chapter 94. Confused Colin Clarence. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, a strange light flashed in Owen's eyes, and then he closed his eyes as if sensing something. After a while, Owen opened his eyes and said in surprise, so that's how it is. The Empire's minerals have been hijacked. Owen just closed his eyes and understood the whole story. This is a deified apocalypse-level warrior. Although his combat power may not be much higher than that of an ordinary apocalypse-level warrior, he can possess many strange abilities. The ability of Oracle Owen that is ascribed to his deification is insight. He can fully see through some recent events, which is a very powerful ability to obtain information. Such a strong man is almost equivalent to an omniscient spy on the battlefield. Sitting in his own base, he can easily see the movements of the enemy. If the hostile civilization has no strong people to target, there will be almost no secrets. That's it. Please help me find out who hijacked the Imperial minerals. Colin Clarence's face showed no emotion, but his deep voice showed that he was very unhappy about this matter. Seeing Colin Clarence's expression, Owen couldn't help but chuckle, then said, In that case, Mr. Colin Clarence, you should know my rules. Ask me for help once, and you will also need to help me when I need you in the future. Of course, if it's beyond your ability, you can choose not to take action. Owen added. After hearing what Owen said, Colin Clarence nodded to show that he understood. Owen is very popular in the apocalypse-level circle. After all, everyone has things that need help from others, and Owen's rules are no longer a secret in the circle. After seeing Colin Clarence nod, Owen closed his eyes silently. Immediately, Colin Clarence sensed an extremely powerful brain energy fluctuation emanating from Owen's body. This brain energy fluctuation was extremely large, but it was somewhat different from the brain energy of ordinary apocalypse-level masters. There seems to be a sense of spirituality in Owen's brain energy level, as if he has his own thoughts, and his brain energy level also has thoughts. It feels like having two minds in one body. Colin Clarence knew in his heart that this was a method of cultivation called deification, which was similar to attaching divinity to a Mecha, except that the Mecha was replaced with the brain energy level. This is a very unique practice method of the Dongming Alliance. Colin Clarence was aware of this method of cultivation, and he also knew that after the energy level of the brain was deified, it could produce all kinds of incredible abilities. However, most apocalypse-level masters are not willing to practice in this way. After all, who wants to add a god consciousness into their own brain? Soon, this special spiritual power controlled Owen's brain energy level and entered the information flow of another dimension. In this universe, every substance is actually made up of various information. The migration between substances and the changes over time are actually phenomena formed after the information is constructed and arranged. So, some things that happen in this world can be observed through information from the secondary dimension, and this part of the information can be observed. Owen's divinity provides him with the ability to break through the stimulating dimension and search for dimensional information. After a while, an extremely strange look suddenly appeared on Owen's face. Then Owen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Colin Clarence with a very strange look. Colin Clarence. Why do I feel the way Owen looks at me is a little strange? Colin Clarence was puzzled and quickly asked, Sir Owen, what's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? It feels quite strange. Colin Clarence was a little confused. Could it be that the person who plundered had some special identity? Or is it someone you can't afford to offend? Not really? There weren't many people in the entire universe that he couldn't afford to offend. Would they bother attacking a junior who hadn't even broken through to level 10, just to snatch a bunch of minerals that weren't really considered treasures to them? Ahem. Sir Colin Clarence, do you really want to know? The expression on Owen's face became more and more strange, and he couldn't help but cough lightly to confirm repeatedly. Brother Owen, you're driving me crazy. Tell me now. Colin Clarence was helpless. Owen's expression successfully aroused his curiosity. Okay. Owen paused, then slowly said, Sir Colin Clarence, you must be mentally prepared. The person who hijacked your minerals is none other than your son. After hearing Owen's words, Colin Clarence's eyes widened. What did you say? Su Rue stole these minerals? That's impossible. The Colin family doesn't need this little money. There's no need to ruin their future for minerals. Colin Clarence subconsciously thought of Su Rue. After all, in this kind of situation, no one could possibly think that the second son robbed the eldest son. Owen quickly shook his head and said, Sir Colin Clarence, you misunderstood. What I meant was that your second son, Su Ming, hijacked the minerals transported by this warship. What? Su Ming? Colin Clarence raised his voice, his eyes flashing with disbelief. If Owen's ability had not been well known in the circle of Apocalypse-level strongmen, and Owen definitely did not know Su Ming before, nor did he know Su Ming's name. Otherwise, he almost thought Owen was teasing him. After hearing that it was Su Ming who stole these minerals, Colin Clarence was even more confused. He sat on the stone for a while, feeling his head buzzing. It took a long time before I gradually digested the news. My second son stole the minerals I gave to my eldest son, and then beat him up. Colin Clarence muttered to himself, and for a moment he felt that the world was a little crazy. Anyone who encountered the situation where his two sons caused such a good show would feel a little confused. Owen, who was standing aside, could no longer practice so hard. He opened his eyes and silently patted Colin Clarence on the shoulder. This matter was so absurd that even Owen himself felt a little bit amused and helpless. It is conceivable that Colin Clarence, as the person involved, must be feeling extremely complicated at this moment. Sir Owen, where is my second son now? Colin Clarence came back to his senses and slowly asked. Owen smiled and uttered 4 words. Black Domain, 10,000 vines. Chapter 95, Su Ming's Method. At this moment, among the 10,000 vine trees, Su Ming was sitting in the center of a huge conference room. At the round table in this conference room, a group of powerful genetic warriors were looking at Su Ming, who was sitting in the center with strange eyes. Master Su Ming means that he wants to reach a cooperation with all of us on the supply of genetic medicine. A middle-aged man with a powerful aura asked in an incredulous tone. After hearing the middle-aged man's question, Su Ming smiled and nodded, then said, Wantong, that's exactly what I meant. You've all seen the genetic medicine produced by Wantong. Let's be honest, after seeing such a medicine, and the fact that this quality of medicine can bring you greater profits and reputation, are you still willing to use those small workshop products? After hearing Su Ming's admission, everyone was shocked. Today, Su Ming used the matter of Mecha assembly to call a group of Black Domain bosses to Wantong to discuss the matter of genetic medicine. As soon as he came up, Su Ming made his attitude clear and told the bosses of the Black Domain about the genetic medicine. Just as Su Ming expected, the topic began to turn to genetic medicine, and after Su Ming distributed the genetic medicine produced by Wantong to these bosses one by one, the bosses automatically ignored the matter of Mecha. Compared with mechas, these bosses are more interested in genetic medicine. At this moment, just as Su Ming said, after seeing the quality of the Wantong gene medicine, these bosses all had some small ideas. Wantong's genetic medicine, whether in terms of quality, profit, or sales channels, is much higher than the genetic medicines of small workshops previously acquired by the bosses. If other bosses start selling such genetic drugs, then we will definitely not be able to compete with other forces. From this point of view, naturally no force is willing to let go of Wantong's genetic medicine. Almost everyone expressed their desire to cooperate with Wantong. But, Master Su Ming, my only concern is what you're doing is equivalent to a monopoly, which is risky for us. A level 10 genetic warrior sat on a chair and then spoke with a frown. Mr. Lunt, if you have any concerns, please speak up. Su Ming looked at this person, then asked with a smile. First, once you monopolize the market, you'll face attacks from other suppliers. How can you survive? If you're wiped out mid-sentence, it will have a huge impact on us. Secondly, monopoly means the right to speak. If Wantong survives and truly monopolizes the market, will they raise the price of these genetic drugs and sell them to us? Anyway, we can only buy them from you. Monopoly is a concern for both competitors and customers. Once a monopoly is established, it will be easy for the store to bully customers. At that time, it will not be easy for Wantong to raise prices. After hearing this person's words, Su Ming nodded silently, then stood up and said to everyone, So, I want everyone to come in and play together. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone was stunned and asked curiously, What do you mean? Su Ming smiled and then said, I can sign a contract with you. You all represent more than 90 forces. I can give each of you 0.5% of the shares within 3 years. This way, you will also be a part of Wantong. The profits will be distributed to you, and there will be no price increase. As for 3 years from now, if you still want to continue cooperating with Wantong, these shares will remain. From the day you stop cooperating with Wantong and stop purchasing genetic drugs, Wantong will take back the shares of the forces you belong to. What do you think? After Su Ming finished speaking, everyone present was stunned for a moment and then fell into deep thought. Su Ming looked at the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile, feeling confident. Su Ming will get 0.5% of the shares from each company. With more than 90 companies, that means more than 45% of the shares will be distributed. This is actually equivalent to giving up half of the profits, which is definitely unacceptable for a businessman. But Su Ming did not position himself as a businessman. The purpose of selling genetic drugs is just to help Wantong develop faster. If the same effect can be achieved through other methods, it would obviously be completely acceptable to Su Ming. By doing this, although Wantong will lose half of its profits, it can use this method to pull all the major forces in the black domain onto its chariot. The interests of all forces are affected by himself, so in this way, all major forces will do their best to ensure that Wantong continues to develop intact. Anyone who wants to touch Wantong is going against these major forces and wants to seize benefits from them. And for all major forces, this is completely acceptable. You get 0.5% of the shares out of thin air without taking any risks. You can withdraw if you want. Only a fool would not do that. After hearing Su Ming's words, all the bosses present had a gleam in their eyes and looked at Su Ming deeply. Su Ming's method has great ambitions. He wants to unite the forces of the entire black domain into a community of interests, and the core of this community of interests is Wantong. By then, Wantong will grow rapidly with the support of all major forces. After all, if Wantong grows stronger, it means that these forces will also gain huge benefits. Everyone looked at each other and nodded silently. Mr. Su Ming, this move is brilliant, but I have to say it's also very tempting. Count me in as an old MO, and I'm going to buy your shares. Someone soon expressed his attitude. Moreover, this person no longer addressed Su Ming as Master Su Ming, but instead addressed Su Ming as Mr. Obviously, Su Ming's move has won the respect of everyone present. As one person expressed his attitude, others soon stood up and expressed their attitudes. When Su Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. How do these people know their own ambitions? Su Ming's ambition is definitely not just the black domain, so he doesn't care about temporary gains and losses at all. In the future, Su Ming will definitely use various methods to take back the benefits he has given up. So everyone, after seeing these people express their attitudes, Su Ming slowly said, next, should we consider kicking the small workshop forces out of the black domain? Chapter 96, Energy Knowledge. Su Ming and the leaders of various forces quickly reached a consensus, and then Wantong, under the leadership of Wang Ku, began to frantically produce genetic drugs. After confirming the intention to cooperate with the leaders of various forces, Su Ming felt relieved and began to return to research. He looked at the workbench below with a hint of curiosity on his face. At this moment, a strange energy was brewing on the workbench. Energy absorption equipment has been installed around. It has been 2 days since the Wantong conference, and during these 2 days, Su Ming has been constantly studying various energy-related knowledge. He also studied the knowledge about humanoid civilization. This led to, in the past 2 days, the entire base has been emitting a huge roar from time to time. Then, Su Ming, covered in dust, hurriedly crawled out of the ruins, smiled bitterly, and told everyone that everything was fine. Everyone has gone from being at a loss at the beginning to being accustomed to it now. Everyone already knows, leader, that we are currently experimenting with the use of various new types of energy. These explosions were caused by something going wrong during the research of new energy sources, and the result was a direct explosion. In order to prevent further damage to the building, Su Ming had to install an energy absorber in a studio. Once the energy exploded, it would be absorbed by the absorber and would not cause too much damage. At this moment, Su Ming looked at the energy reaction on the workbench and carefully controlled the electron impact needle to hit the atoms lying in the energy vessel. Squeak, squeak. There was a crackling sound of electrons flowing in the energy vessel. After hearing this sound, Su Ming's eyes gradually showed a hint of nervousness. If there is any mistake, it may directly cause the energy vessel to explode. This is what studying energetics is like. It usually involves constantly exploring controllable and powerful energy factors and explosions. But soon, with the impact of electrons, the atoms originally in the energy vessel could be clearly seen through the scanner at this moment. Some of the electrons that originally existed on the atoms were replaced by electrons released from the electron impact needle at this moment, turning into a new and balanced new atomic form. These electrons have extremely strong energy, but they are in a state of balance on these atoms. As long as this balance is broken at will, these electrons will explode and turn into the most terrifying energy and emit it. After Su Ming saw the atom's new form, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his eyes. Success. The research on changing the energy structure of atoms was successful. Although this can only be considered an entry-level technique in energetics, the truly advanced ones can even change the properties of neutrons and protons, and even the energy within atoms. But this is already a big improvement for Su Ming. And after this level of progress, Su Ming will be able to apply the energy knowledge given to him by humanoid civilization. Among the knowledge given to him by the humanoid civilization, there's a form of energy that Su Ming can realize now. Mechanical toxin. Mechanical toxin. Primary paralysis type. Type. Energy. Effect. The attacking energy contains mechanical toxins. As long as the attack lands on the enemy's energy shield or machinery, the toxins will take effect. Note. Only for conventional energy shields, hindering the transfer of energy levels and destroying the internal patterns of the machinery. After 10 seconds, the enemy's machinery will completely lose its function and cannot be activated. Hidden function. When the enemy machine is completely corroded by the toxin, part of the control of the mecha will briefly fall into the hands of the toxin releaser. The releaser can control the mecha and make it self-destruct. The knowledge about energy completely opened the door to a new world for Su Ming. Originally, the energy style that Su Ming could control was actually very simple. In addition to nuclear energy, there is electromagnetic energy and thermal energy. Human society also mostly uses these types of energy. Although these types of energy have strong explosive power, their energy characteristics are relatively simple and can only be used for simple attacks. But now, I have to say that humanoid civilization's research on energetics is indeed stronger than that of human society. After learning about humanoid civilization, Su Ming developed a great interest in energetics. Various energies can play different roles in different scenarios. Some have even taken energy research to the extreme and are no weaker than mechas. Crystal civilization is the most typical example. Su Ming was slightly excited. If the mechas of human society were combined with the energetics of the other two civilizations, wouldn't it be able to produce extremely powerful effects? Su Ming vaguely saw a bright road appearing in front of him. Without saying a word, he took out his mother and child mecha and installed a mechanical toxin energy converter on it, especially the sub-mecha, which has mechanical toxins as a means of energy attack. After breaking the invisibility with a blow, it is very likely to kill the opponent directly. Just as Su Ming was working hard to modify the mecha, the phone suddenly rang. Su Ming was stunned, then frowned slightly. Usually when he is working, he will greet everyone in advance and tell them not to contact him unless it is something important. Now a phone call suddenly came in, which made Su Ming a little surprised. What's wrong? Warren. After answering the phone, Su Ming asked curiously. Warren's big face suddenly appeared on the screen. At this moment, Warren was panting and looked very anxious. Leader, this is bad. A batch of our genetic drug samples have been hijacked, and several of our brothers have been captured. They want to ransom us, but you, the leader, have to go there in person. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's face showed a strange color, and then he asked, Do you know which organization hijacked our samples? Warren nodded and then said, They said they are from the Shi-Suo family. The Hisoka family? After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming was not surprised but happy. The Hisoka family is a very famous genetic drug producer in the black domain. It is a first-class force in the form of a family. Logically speaking, Su Ming should have felt troubled after knowing that this was a first-rate force targeting him. But now, Su Ming showed a hint of secret joy on his face. The news that major forces were coming to wanting to purchase genetic medicines had been circulating for 2 days, but I didn't expect these talents to take action. Su Ming had been waiting for them for 2 days, just waiting for the other party to take the initiative to cause trouble. Now that this is the case, Su Ming didn't hesitate. After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed a few more numbers. Chapter 97 Space Traction Device. The Hisoka family is a first-class powerful family located on the planet Nawante in the Black Domain. The main business of the Shi-Suwa family is the genetic pharmaceutical business in the Black Domain. Moreover, as the first-class force in the Black Domain, the Shi-Suwa family's main business of genetic pharmaceuticals accounts for almost 50% of the entire Black Domain's genetic pharmaceutical supply. This means that half of the market is occupied by the Shi-Suwa family. However, the head of the Hisoka family had been in a very bad mood recently. At this moment, he was holding a genetic medicine in his hand, with the words "Wantong produced" clearly written on the label. What he had to admit was that the genetic medicine in his hand was indeed much better than the genetic medicine produced by the Hisoka family. Even with his eyes, he couldn't find any problems. But not being able to find any problems is the real problem. A deep coldness flashed in the eyes of the head of the Hisoka family. There are genetic medicines on the market that are far better than those produced by the Hisoka family, and they are cheaper. This means that it won't be long before the major forces in the black market will only be willing to go to Wantong to buy genetic drugs and will not come to the Hisoka family. This is what he doesn't want to see. And during these 2 days, he vaguely heard that some major forces had already had ideas about this genetic medicine and wanted to change the supplier and let Wantong supply the genetic medicine instead. How can this be? If these forces change their suppliers, then the Hisoka family will be in trouble. At this moment, a genetic warrior came to the side of the patriarch and whispered, "Patriarch, the leader of Wantong is here." After hearing the genetic warrior's words, the head of the family was stunned and asked in confusion, "He actually came? He didn't think we were here to invite him for tea, did he?" The head of the family ordered people to hijack Wantong's genetic medicine and capture the person as well. The reason why he didn't kill him was just to give Wantong a warning. He didn't think that the leader of Wantong would come to the territory of the Hisoka family for a few subordinates. Isn't this just walking into a trap and seeking death? How many people are there on the other side? The head of the family frowned, then asked curiously. 3 people, 2 level 6 gene warriors, and a leader of Wantong. Just 3 people? The head of the family was even more surprised, and even felt a little funny. Could it be that this Wantong leader really didn't understand the situation in the Black Territory? He actually thought I wanted to negotiate with him? It has touched upon fundamental interests, and in the Black Domain, it is a matter of life and death. How can it be resolved through negotiation? Destroying Wantong is a goal that the head of the Hisoka family will never change. At this moment, the patriarch stood up and said calmly, "Take me to see the leader of Wantong." "Yes, patriarch." After a while, the head of the Shi-Suwa family saw Su Ming standing in front of him. Sensing the energy level coming from Su Ming, the head of the family couldn't help but chuckle. Level 6 genetic warrior? Although I heard that he seems to be a very powerful mecha warrior, he can unleash the strength of an 8th level genetic warrior when wearing the mecha. But, so what if he's level 8? Within the Hisoka family, there are a lot of level 8 genetic warriors, even some who are above level 10. A small mecha warrior with only level 8 combat power was not taken seriously by the head of the Hisoka family. The head of the Hisoka family showed some disdain in his eyes, and then he said calmly, "The leader of Wantong, right? Now I give you 2 choices." He didn't even bother to lay the groundwork. Facing Wantong's strength, he had enough capital to speak directly from the perspective of a superior in an imperative tone. After hearing what Patriarch Shi-Suwa said, Su Ming showed a strange look on his face. Then he said with a half-smile, "Oh, which 2 choices are they?" When the head of the family saw the expression on Su Ming's face, he frowned slightly and looked a little unhappy. This half-smile expression offended his dignity and made him feel murderous towards Su Ming. However, compared to Su Ming, he is more interested in Wantong's technology. If he can get Wantong's technology, there is no need to worry about not being able to monopolize the genetic drug market in the Black Domain. This made him patient, and he slowly said, "First, you take your people out, but leave your skills behind. I can give you a way out. Secondly, if you don't agree, I will kill you directly and then forcibly abduct the researchers in Mantang and bring them to Hisoka. If you're willing to give it to me. If not, I will kill them all." The head of the Hisoka family spoke calmly. In his opinion, asking Wantang's people to get out of the Black Domain was the greatest kindness he could show to Wantang. Otherwise, considering Su Ming's current offensive look, he might have to slaughter all the vines. After hearing what Patriarch Shi Suo said, Su Ming burst into laughter as if he had heard a funny joke. "What are you laughing at?" The head of the Shi Suo family frowned. He had secretly made up his mind that even if Su Ming handed over his skills, he would kill Su Ming. After hearing the Patriarch's words, Su Ming stopped laughing and said loudly, "I choose the third one. There is no third one." The head of the Hisoka family frowned. He wondered if he was talking to a fool. Why was it so difficult to communicate? Su Ming paused, then his eyes gradually turned cold. He said calmly, "Third, the Shi Suo family will disappear from the Black Territory." After hearing Su Ming's words, the Shi Suo family head's eyes were filled with coldness. He then said in a cold voice, "It seems that you want to die? I will grant your wish." After he finished speaking, two powerful 9th-level genetic warriors suddenly appeared on both sides of the Patriarch. As soon as these two people appeared, they attacked Su Ming. After seeing these two people appear, Su Ming immediately shouted, "Everyone, take action!" After hearing Su Ming's words, the head of the Shi Suo family was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Su Ming instantly take out an inconspicuous device. A strong sense of spatial fluctuation emanates from this device. This device is a space traction device assembled by Su Ming. Space traction is a technology of the mother and child Mecha. Su Ming took this technology out separately and made a space traction device. The only function of the space traction device is to instantly pull the other part of the device to the vicinity of this device. Don't underestimate a mechanic. Su Ming chuckled and instantly activated the space traction device. Suddenly, several figures were pulled to Su Ming's side by the space traction device. The next moment, these figures suddenly jumped up and beat the two 9th-level gene warriors who were attacking Su Ming into a pulp. Chapter 98. All the experts come out. After seeing these figures rushing out, the head of the Hisoka family was suddenly shocked. Where are they from? He stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief, and then he quickly recognized the identities of these figures. These figures were none other than the top or second in command of some well-known forces in the Black Domain. At this moment, he actually appeared in the Hisoka family from the mechanical device of this Wantang leader. Originally, the Hisoka family had its own defense system. Even if these strong men wanted to join forces to attack, it would be impossible without sacrificing several lives. But now, this young man actually used a strange device to teleport masters from various forces in the Black Domain, which made the head of the Hisoka family difficult to accept. What do you mean? Do you want to start a war with Hisoka? The head of the family looked angrily at the figures rushing out. Su Ming chuckled, and the energy level in his body burst out again. Then he activated the space traction device again and pulled the two masters over. This was something he had planned long ago. If the Hisoka family did not bring him into the Hisoka family's territory, the masters of other forces would be reluctant to risk their lives to attack the Hisoka's defense system. So Su Ming had to try his best to get into the Shi Suo family. In this way, he can successfully lure the masters from various forces who are lying in ambush outside the Hisoka family here. Of course, this traction device still has certain limitations, such as it can only traction 3 people at a time, and it cannot traction people more than 10 kilometers away. This is completely useless at distances of hundreds of kilometers in the starry sky. It can only be effective on planets. Moreover, the traction device is not invincible. Some shields with space defense capabilities can also intercept it. Su Ming has seen similar functions in the protective energy shield of the Karen family. Some wealthy and aristocratic families in the 5 major cosmic countries also have corresponding energy shields. However, this is considered a relatively advanced and core technology. Su Ming does not think that a force in the Black Domain can set up its own protective shield as a protective shield that defends against space traction. Buzz! A series of soft sounds were heard, and then the space beside Su Ming began to fluctuate violently. Soon, figures tore through space and descended upon the Hisoka family. Today is the day when Su Ming joins forces with all the major forces in the Black Domain to kick the Shi Suo family out. The device in his hand has a teleportation function. Go and take it away. The head of the Hisoka family is a genetic warrior over level 10. Genetic warriors who have reached this level can survive in the void of the universe without space combat suits. so it is also called vacuum level. This means that you can maintain normal physiological functions and the ability to survive in a vacuum. The vacuum level surpasses the limitations of the 10 gene locks and is a terrifying realm that completely breaks through the life level and reaches a new level of life. After reaching this realm, one will possess all kinds of incredible abilities. However, he is at the vacuum level, and there are many masters in the black domain who are also at the vacuum level. The first people Su Ming teleported over were 2 vacuum-level black domain masters. As soon as these 2 masters were replaced, they beat the 2 level 9 gene warriors into meat paste in an instant, and then rushed straight to the head of the Hisoka family and fought with him. 1 against 2, although they had the home advantage, the head of the Hisoka family was still badly beaten. He could only barely deal with it, but could not escape to stop Su Ming from continuing to replace people. Helplessly, he could only shout orders loudly to other strong men in the family. Under his command, the Hisoka family seemed to have revived, and a large amount of energy erupted within the Hisoka family. After all, the Hisoka family is a first-class force and has been rooted in the black domain for many years and has a rich foundation. At this moment, a large number of masters rushed out from the Hisoka family, and even a large number of Mecha warriors flew out. Seeing this, Su Ming was not panicked at all. He retreated rapidly to distance himself from these rushing masters, and at the same time activated the space traction device to pull the masters here one by one. Every time a master was pulled out, he rushed forward without saying a word and confronted the masters from the Hisoka family. Su Ming's body kept moving, avoiding the attacks from one master after another. A 9th level gene warrior rushed towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming activated the space traction device again. Then space fluctuations came again, and a figure in a red mecha suddenly rushed out from the space fluctuations. It's the Amber Soldier. Go Pikachu. Su Ming's Chowteeth. Amber Soldier. Who's Pikachu? I'm Amber Soldier. Su Ming looked confused. Su Ming, ooh. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Su Ming scratched his head and accidentally shouted out lines from another dimension. His current state is really like throwing out Pokeballs to summon Pokemon to join the battle. Hu Bing glanced at Su Ming with a puzzled look on his face and saw a serious expression on Su Ming's face. Well, I have such a cool red mecha, and it was made by you, Su Ming, yourself. How could you make a mistake? It doesn't look like I recognize the wrong person. Who is Pikachu? Hu Bing shook his head and put aside the idea. He then rushed forward and chopped off the sword of the 9th level genetic warrior of the Shisuo family with one sword. Then he blasted out the 2nd sword and directly cut the 9th level genetic warrior into 2 pieces. Master Su Ming. Hu Bing shouted loudly, and now he changed his way of addressing Su Ming from Junior Master Su Ming to Master Su Ming. Then he turned around and shouted to Su Ming, "This time I'm fighting for Wantong. If my mecha is damaged in this battle, can you help repair for free?" Hu Bing felt distressed. Su Ming's repair quote was not cheap. It cost him more than 100,000 star coins last time. Hu Bing felt distressed every time the repair was done. After hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming chuckled and then said loudly, "Don't worry. This time everyone can fight with all their might. If any mechanical equipment is damaged, come to me to repair it. If it breaks down, I'll reimburse you. It's free." After hearing Su Ming's words, these masters all smiled. It's not that they lack this little money, but this time they are helping Su Ming clear the obstacles. Su Ming can show this attitude, which makes them feel more comfortable when they take action. One after another, masters were teleported to the Zaiso family by Su Ming. These masters are the top masters of all the major forces in the entire Black Domain. Now they gather together to target a first-rate force. How could a single first-rate force possibly resist this? Soon, Hisoka's genetic warriors were slain by the masters who descended. Chapter 99, Eliminating the Roots. You are all powerful and well-known figures. Why are you being controlled by this kid? I don't understand. Seeing his family members being killed one by the masters replaced by Su Ming, the head of the Shisuo family was furious and looked at these invading masters with strong resentment in his eyes. One of the vacuum-level masters who was besieging him sneered and said calmly, "Master Su Ming has already achieved deep cooperation with us. I can only say that you, Hisoka, have fallen behind. Falling behind means you are destined to be eliminated." Various battles were taking place everywhere in the Hisoka family. The slashing of mechanical swords and the bombardment of guns directly left the Hisoka family's territory in ruins. These masters had no hesitation at all when they attacked. Horrifying killing moves followed one after another, and energy cannons continued to explode in the Hisoka family. Everyone in the Shisuo family died at the hands of the masters summoned by Su Ming, and the head of the Shisuo family was chopped into several pieces by the master summoned by Su Ming with an extremely angry look on his face. He was deader than dead. The former behemoth of the Black Domain, a large-scale supplier of genetic drugs that occupied a market share of 50%, disappeared and collapsed in just a few hours. Su Ming stood in the territory of the Shisuo family, looking at the huge building that collapsed with a loud bang. He felt no sigh in his heart, only joy. Shisuo, the largest supplier of genetic drugs, has gone bankrupt. Now, in the entire Black Domain, there is no force that is qualified to threaten the Wan-Tung gene pharmaceutical industry. The ones left are just small fish and shrimps, things that are not presentable. Su Ming didn't take it seriously at all. Master Su Ming, now that Shisuo has fallen, we will go back first. An expert walked up to Su Ming and spoke to him with a smile. Su Ming nodded. These masters had signed a genetic medicine agreement with Wan-Tung. 0.5% of the shares would be distributed to each force, which would be huge profits. In the future, these masters will definitely continue to help Wan-Tung. At least, as long as the 10,000 vine trees remain standing, these masters will be able to make huge profits. Su Ming smiled and then said to these masters, "Thank you all for your help today. Afterwards, you can send your mechanical equipment to Wan-Tung, and I will help you repair them one by one." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone looked at each other, laughed, nodded, said goodbye to each other, and left. Warren, send some people to clean up the battlefield. Call some brothers. Let's go and clean up the rest of Hisoka's assets. Su Ming did not rest. After returning to Wan-Tung, he took Locke and other fighters and left Wan-Tung. Have you confirmed the location of Hisoka's factory? Su Ming asked calmly. At this moment, he was sitting on an advanced spaceship with Locke and others. He bought this spaceship through Walter. The internal space is very huge, and it can easily carry thousands of people. The purpose of Su Ming buying it was so that when one day he needed to lead his own forces out, he could load everyone into the spaceship. There are now more than 1,500 people sitting in the spaceship. These are the men Locke recruited frantically in the following period of time. There are more than 500 people left in the base, which adds up to more than 2,000 people. During this period of time, Locke continued to recruit enough subordinates for Wan-Tung. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke smiled and took a document and projected it onto the big screen. Suddenly, a three-dimensional star map appeared in front of Su Ming and others. Locke pointed at the red dots that appeared on the star map and said with a smile, "Let me investigate which genetic drug dealers and production bases there are." These red dots mark the small workshops of various forces, and these deep red ones are the locations of the Hisoka family's factories. During this period, Locke was not idle. Following Su Ming's instructions, he directly investigated the entire Black Domain to find out which forces were supplying inferior genetic drugs. Now all was clear in front of Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. He was very satisfied with Locke's abilities. Locke was like a steward of Wan-Tung. No matter what happened, he could arrange it in an orderly manner. "Where are we going first?" Locke asked curiously. Without a second thought, Su Ming stretched out his hand, pointed at the crimson dot, and said, "Let's go to Shisuo's factory first. Shisuo has collapsed, and I'm worried that these people will get the news and run away overnight." Su Ming wanted to kill them all this time, not only because the heads of these Shisuo's factories outside might have mastered some technology and would disrupt his monopoly if they came back later. The most important thing is, although Shisuo is not as good as Wan-Tung in technology, the equipment it produces is relatively advanced, including some raw materials, reagents, customer lists, and other things are all controlled by the factory. By destroying Hisoka's factory, we can obtain a large amount of equipment and raw materials to a large extent. Other forces don't need these, but for Su Ming, these are all real money, and they will become wealth if they are plundered. The spaceship sped away rapidly and instantly approached the location of a deep red that Su Ming pointed to. These factories are all located in the inner star regions of the Black Domain. After all, the star field outside the Black Domain is very dangerous and the land price is very expensive, but the inner star field is not that important. Setting up the factory in the inner star field can reduce a lot of costs and risks. Squeak, don't squeak. When the spacecraft jumped in space, it made some small area contact with the space-time storm. producing a hissing friction sound. Su Ming's face didn't show much expression. He stood in the command room at the front of the spacecraft, gazing at the distant planet. This time, they would use Wan Tang's own forces, without any experts from other forces in the Black Domain to help. However, Su Ming did not have too much psychological pressure. After all, Hisoka's real master had been killed by the forces in the Black Domain after the previous massacre. The people in the factory are at most normal genetic warriors who were sent to these remote planets for supervision and guarding. Real masters usually don't come to such a remote planet. Suddenly, there was a slight bump on the spaceship. Su Ming's expression changed, and he saw that the spaceship had returned to normal driving state from the space jump state. The planet that he had just locked onto was infinitely magnified in his eyes the moment it jumped out of the space channel. We're here at Hisoka's factory. Chapter 100 Late Night Raid. Su Ming did not hesitate and landed on the planet first. Everyone soon arrived at Hisoka's factory. Because the planet's land is very vast, there are many places where no forces have taken root or where no one lives. The factory that Hisoka built on this planet is very huge, covering dozens of square kilometers. After Su Ming and others arrived near the factory, Su Ming looked up at the factory and saw that the lights were on and people were still working overtime to produce genetic drugs. It seems that Shisua's family was destroyed too quickly. Just as it was destroyed, Su Ming came here, so the news of Shisua's destruction did not reach the factory. Su Ming used the system's perspective function to easily see the situation in the entire factory. Of course, there are more workers in the factory, most of whom are local natives or ordinary people without much fighting ability. Su Ming didn't care about these workers, nor did he plan to kill them all. They were all innocent people and should be driven away if possible. The people they really wanted to kill were some guards stationed in the factory and some managers sitting in the office. These people are the tribesmen sent by Hisoka to supervise the operation of the factory. However, these people are distributed rather scattered, as if there are several such guards in every place. 1,000. Su Ming muttered to himself, there are about 1,000 people with combat capabilities. For a force like Hisoka that has millions of people, 1,000 people is not a lot, but it is still difficult to kill them all. Mainly, it's too scattered. This factory covers a large area. If something happens here, there is always a chance to escape on the other side. However, this is not a big problem for Su Ming. Su Ming handed over several mechanical parts to the Wan Tung members who had opened up their brain energy levels. Go around this factory, activate these mechanical components, and release them into the factory. Remember, don't release them towards your own people. Su Ming spoke calmly. After hearing Su Ming's words, the Wan Tung members took the mechanical parts from Su Ming's hand and nodded. These mechanical parts are mechanical toxin energy converters made by Su Ming. Once activated, the mechanical toxins will invade the factory and paralyze the mechanical equipment of the factory's combat-capable genetic warriors. There is even the possibility of self-destruction. Without mechanical equipment, the combat effectiveness of any genetic warrior will be greatly reduced. Although Su Ming was extremely confident, he would take as few risks as possible. Otherwise, even if the enemy was killed, he would also lose hundreds of his brothers, which would not be good. Each of you should bring 100 people and station them all around the factory. If any combatants escape, kill them immediately. If they are ordinary workers and pose no threat, let them go. Su Ming then gave instructions to several other team leaders, and these team leaders followed the orders and led teams to the four sides of the factory and surrounded it. After seeing that his men had completed their arrangements, Su Ming nodded and whispered into the communication device, "Get started." After saying that, Su Ming rushed into the factory with Locke and more than 400 other people. Su Ming has equipped them with equipment to protect against mechanical toxins. So even if the surrounding Wan Tung members activate the mechanical toxins, Su Ming and others can perfectly resist the toxins. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky. It was nighttime on this planet, and many people were already resting. But he was abruptly awakened by the loud noise. Su Ming did not hide his figure. In a crushing situation, a frontal crush would naturally be the most effective. The overload electron ray gun that came with the mother and child Mecha instantly burst out with a powerful energy level. Su Ming was driving the Mecha, and at this moment he shot the entire factory gate to pieces with one shot. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After the factory gate was blown to pieces, chaos immediately broke out inside. The guards hurriedly picked up their mechanical equipment and went to meet Su Ming and the others. Although this planet is not a dangerous planet, it is still a planet in the Black Zone. In the Black Domain, there is no such thing as absolute safety. Who knows? One day they might be destroyed by other forces with mechanical weapons. For example, today. Although these Ahsoka-armed men were shocked by the enemy attack, they immediately entered combat mode and rushed towards the gate. They wanted to see who was so bold as to raid Hisoka's factory. However, what greeted them was another overloaded electron beam. A golden flash flashed by, and suddenly a huge hole was blown out inside the factory. Several of Hisoka's armed men were blown to ashes, deader than dead. Su Ming drove the mecha and rushed into Hisoka's factory. His eyes were cold, without any mercy at all. In the dark night, the mecha emitted a cold metallic light. It was roaming in the factory like the god of death. The genetic warriors in these factories are at most level 7 genetic warriors. In front of Su Ming, he had no ability to resist at all and was shot to death by Su Ming. In the darkness, there are constant flashes of light, and every flash will take the life of at least one genetic warrior. The enemy is at level 9. We are no match for them. Run! A security guard sensed Su Ming's energy level through the energy level sensing instrument in his hand. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. In a panic, he ran in the opposite direction of Su Ming. But at this moment, a ghostly shadow gradually emerged from the darkness. The guard's pupils suddenly contracted, and then he saw a flash of a knife. The next moment, his eyes went dark, and his body was cut into 2 pieces by the strange creature hidden in the darkness. I can't die anymore. Sub-Mecha-in. Su Ming controls 2 mechas. One is like a general charging head-on and invincible, while the other is more like an assassin hiding in the dark night. The 2 sides cooperated together, leaving the Hisoka members in front of Su Ming with no chance of escape, and they were directly slaughtered by Su Ming. However, after all, the factory covers a very large area, and many armed personnel immediately fled the factory after sensing the energy level. But what they didn't expect was that there was another encirclement outside the factory, ready to catch those fish that had escaped the net. All the armed personnel who wanted to resist only felt that their mechanical equipment became extremely sluggish, and some were even completely unusable. Originally, these armed men were capable of fighting, but the breakdown of their mechanical equipment made them no match for the Wantung members who were surrounding them outside. Those who have no fighting ability will be let go, and those who have fighting ability will be killed directly. Tonight is destined to be a bloody night for Hisoka. However, Su Ming, who was constantly killing Hisoka's members, didn't know at the moment. In the Dark Domain, a warship was speeding towards the planet where he was at a terrifying speed. Chapter 101, Figures in the Dark. As the night deepened, there were no moon-like satellites on this planet, and therefore no moonlight. At night, there is no other way to illuminate the world except by lights. Today, in addition to the lights, there is also the light emitted by various mechanical equipment when they explode. There was a fierce noise in the factory, and a large number of workers fled the factory in fear. What surprised them was that the strong men who came to destroy the factory ignored them and let them leave freely. After a while, all the workers in the factory dispersed, and the factory completely returned to peace amid the screams after the death of the last genetic warrior. Su Ming took off his mecha and put it into the storage space. Locke and others also moved closer to Su Ming. Leader, we've seized over 1,000 genetic production instruments and a total of... Locke spoke to Su Ming with a happy expression. These things are the purpose of everyone's trip. Now they're all confiscated. For Wantung is a big profit. These instruments alone are probably worth hundreds of millions of star coins. With these instruments, combined with Wantung's technology, it will be easy to expand production capacity and increase Wantung's genetic drug output. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Locke had already put all the instruments into the storage space, he immediately said, "Let's go back to the spaceship. There are other small workshops. We need to remove them one by one." A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. From the moment he entered the Black Domain, he understood that if he wanted to survive in the Black Domain, he had to be ruthless. Although others have not yet provoked him, Su Ming would rather kill them first than give them the chance to bully him. After saying that, Su Ming led the people behind him and walked towards a spaceship. Along the way, everyone was talking and laughing and seemed to be in a good mood. Everyone could clearly feel that Wantung's future would definitely be bright. I believe that my status and income will also rise as a result. At this moment, everyone was suddenly stunned because Su Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Su Ming in confusion, and then followed Su Ming's line of sight, and immediately saw a dark figure standing quietly not far away from them. It seemed as if this figure was waiting for someone to arrive. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Could this figure be the one that Hisoka had managed to escape? Seeing their leader like this, some members of Wantong wanted to step forward and shout at the figure. However, before he could make any move, Su Ming's voice suddenly came from the front. Go wait for me on the spaceship first. I have something to do. I'll come find you on the spaceship later. The emotion in Su Ming's voice seemed very calm, but people who were familiar with Su Ming could hear that Su Ming's tone seemed to be one they had never heard before. Locke looked at the figure in the distance with a puzzled look, then shook his head in surprise. He did not sense any energy level fluctuations from this figure, who looked just like an ordinary person. But it was this figure that gave him the feeling that no matter where this person stood, he was definitely the center of everything around him. Locke's heart trembled. This person is a master. He looked at Su Ming with some worry, but what he saw was Su Ming's comforting eyes. Locke sighed inwardly, and then without saying anything more, he said to the people behind him, Brother Wantong, come back to the spaceship with me first. The Wantong members in the rear were also confused after hearing Locke's words, but since the leader had already made such arrangements, they didn't say much. I could only follow Locke obediently and walk towards the spaceship. When passing by this figure, everyone subconsciously stayed away from it and walked around it. It was as if this figure was a synonym for some kind of horror. Locke turned his head to look at the figure, and then his pupils suddenly contracted, because the back of this figure is somewhat similar to the back of a person I often saw on TV when I was still in the Empire. Locke shook his head, getting rid of the thought in his mind. How is it possible? How could that person come here and wait for everyone? Su Ming gradually watched the backs of Locke and others disappear from his sight. Then he took a deep breath and walked towards the figure in front. The person in front was also watching Su Ming walking towards him. The darkness had almost no effect on his vision. He easily saw Su Ming walking towards him, and there were still a few faint bloodstains that had not dried yet. Su Ming was very dry because he killed people with mechas. However, after putting away the mecha, his feet inevitably stepped on the blood on the ground, leaving blood marks with every step he took. The figure saw the blood marks under Su Ming's feet, smelled the faint smell of blood in the air, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Finally, he saw Su Ming coming in front of him, looking straight at him without dodging. There seemed to be a slight sense of tension in the air. After a while, he finally spoke first. You hijacked the Empire's warship. There was no doubt in his tone, as if he was saying something that had already been confirmed. Su Ming paused, then nodded slowly. There was no need to hide anything in front of this person. Since he asked this, he must have already investigated it clearly. However, the only thing Su Ming was curious about was how this person knew that he was the one who hijacked the minerals. As if noticing the doubt in Su Ming's eyes, the man said calmly, Don't underestimate the Apocalypse class, and don't underestimate the Empire. If I hadn't investigated it in advance and canceled the Empire's investigation mission, the Empire would have 100 ways to find out that you were responsible. Su Ming was silent. He didn't think this person was lying to him. However, after hearing that it was this person who canceled the Empire's investigation mission, Su Ming felt a slight fluctuation in his heart. The two of them fell into silence again, as if they were not born to be talkative. Finally, the figure spoke again. He's your brother. Why did you attack him? It seemed that this figure was more concerned about the second question than the first one. In his opinion, the first question was irrelevant, but what he really wanted to know was the answer to the second question. Su Ming raised his eyes and looked at the man, and then a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I was bullied by him for a long time, and I just bullied him back. Ahem. I've seen many students asking about realms, so I'm here to help you sort out a bit. The cultivation levels are Gene Lock level 10, Vacuum level, Flying level, Astral level, and Astral level. The current cultivation levels are as follows. Apocalypse level is considered the late-stage Big Boss level, to be supplemented later. Then the levels of mechanical equipment are Surface level, Planetary level, Stellar level, Cluster level, Galaxy level, Cluster level, Supercluster level, and Universe level. The level classification of mechanical equipment is set as follows. The level of war that this weapon can participate in is the same as that of the other weapons. However, Everyone should pay attention to the fact that it can only participate in wars of this level, not that the weapon is of this level. For example, a cluster-level weapon cannot be compared to a cluster-level force. The two are not equal. It can only be said that a cluster-level weapon is one that can participate in the struggle of cluster-level forces. Then there are the levels of mechas, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Different levels have different energy levels and intensities. This will be explained in detail on each mecha, so I won't go into details here. Chapter 102 Father and Son Meet. After hearing Su Ming's words, the figure's aura seemed to fluctuate slightly. He seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect to get such an answer from Su Ming. He bullied you? His brows gradually furrowed, and he seemed to be in a complicated mood. Su Ming nodded slowly. Except for the 5 years when my mother didn't die, there was no pause for even a moment in the following 11 years. He was about to tell the man about the killer, but after thinking it over, he didn't say it out loud. It wasn't because he was worried, but because he felt that it was his own business and there was no need to tell the man about it, as if he was complaining. After hearing the words mother and death, the aura of the figure standing in front of Su Ming fluctuated violently. He involuntarily took a step back, as if wanting to avoid the question. At this moment, it seemed that this man was not an invincible strong man, but an old man who was exhausted both physically and mentally. But in the end, he saw the firm and clear look in Su Ming's eyes, and the waves in his heart gradually calmed down. For some reason, he smelled the faint smell of blood in the air, and after seeing the bloody footprints behind the young man, he gradually felt a sense of guilt in his heart. For so many years, he has been fighting outside, and he doesn't even know much about the situation at home. Only now does he vaguely know some things from Su Ming. His lips moved for a long time, as if he wanted to say something. But what a proud man he was. Even in front of his own son, he was unwilling to show any weakness, and finally did not continue to say the words in his mouth. Perhaps this was also the reason why he decided to expel Su Ming from the Karen family. Proud, iron-blooded, resolute, and strong. This is his strength, but also his weakness. Otherwise, he would not often do things that he would regret because of a momentary impulse. Perhaps this is a relationship between father and son. It must be said that Su Ming's personality in some aspects is very similar to his. They are both taciturn, proud, and resolute. A long silence fell between the two again. Follow me back to the Empire. The man spoke again, his tone no longer firm, but in a questioning tone. He couldn't say a word of pleading, as this kind of thing would make him feel very embarrassed. But in his heart, he really hoped that Su Ming could return to the Empire with him. Su Ming shook his head. I'm wanted by the Empire. I've canceled all your wanted notices. The plan to silence you, and the hijacking incident. The Black Territory is much more dangerous than you think. Come back to the Empire with me. This was the second time he said this, and, considering his status, it was simply unimaginable. Su Ming raised his head and looked at this person. After hearing that his wanted warrant had been revoked, Su Ming's feelings towards this person were a little complicated. But he still shook his head firmly. I am doing okay in the Black Territory. No, Su Ming, the danger in the Black Domain doesn't come from within, but from without. After hearing this person's words, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Do you know why the Black Domain has been able to exist? Clearly, an Apocalypse-class soldier with a team of fully armed soldiers could sweep through the Black Domain, yet the Black Domain still exists. Because Buffer. Su Ming was puzzled. The figure nodded, then slowly spoke. The Black Territory is located on the fringes of human society. If another civilization invades, the Black Territory will be the first to bear the brunt. And recently, the Void civilization has been stirring, seemingly about to make some move. Everyone is on high alert, and their attention has been directed towards the Black Domain. This is because the Black Domain is a buffer zone for the invasion of the Void civilization. The reason the Black Domain is allowed to exist is not because it is particularly powerful, but because it is the equivalent of cannon fodder for human society. After hearing his words, Su Ming was surprised, and then he felt a sudden realization in his heart. Because after he came to the Black Domain, he felt that although there were many weak people in the Black Domain, it was basically impossible to compete with the 5 major cosmic countries. Even ordinary cluster-level forces could easily sweep across the Black Domain. However, the Black Domain has always existed on the fringes of human society. This made Su Ming feel puzzled. Now, after hearing the explanation from his cheap father, Su Ming finally understood why the Black Domain had such a special status. It seems they're treating Black Domain as cannon fodder. After hearing this news, Su Ming was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, I will consider leaving the Black Domain later, but now, I want to stay in the Black Domain to train myself. This figure was none other than Colin Clarence, Su Ming's father. After hearing Su Ming's words, he glanced at Su Ming and saw a serious look in Su Ming's eyes. Only then did he realize that Su Ming might really want to gain experience outside. After realizing this, Colin Clarence felt both proud and regretful. He gave a bitter laugh and then said, if you want to train, that's fine, but the Black Domain isn't necessarily the best place for it. You could go to the East Ming Alliance and see for yourself. It's a paradise for the strong, a place where geniuses gather. If you want to meet the world's heroes, the East Ming Alliance is the best place. The political model of the Dongming Alliance is a covenant system of the strong, which is very different from the political model of the Empire and the Federation, where one party is in power. Under such a system, the atmosphere of fighting in the Dongming Alliance is very strong, and the atmosphere cultivation is also prevalent. The number of strong people and geniuses is much greater than that of the other four major cosmic countries. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, I understand. Colin Clarence saw the eagerness in Su Ming's eyes and nodded secretly. In any case, after this communication, although it is impossible for the father and son to become close all of a sudden, at least many misunderstandings and gaps have been resolved, and the relationship is not so stiff. Colin Clarence was very satisfied with the effect. A hint of smile finally appeared on his originally serious face. Then Colin Clarence said softly, in that case, I'll be leaving first. But Colin Clarence immediately added, you have to know that you still have a home in the Empire, and there's an Imperial Apocalypse class backing you up. If anyone messes with you in the future, even if they're Apocalypse class, just tell me, and I'll kill them. After hearing this, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously reached out and took a communicator. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me through this communicator. Colin Clarence didn't seem to be used to particularly emotional words. After he finished speaking, he walked back to his warship quickly and uncomfortably. Soon, the battleship started up, rose into the sky again, and disappeared. Su Ming raised his head and looked at the disappearing warship, a hint of smile flashing in his eyes. This old man doesn't seem as hateful as I thought. Ahem. Sorry, this is just the author's whisper. Well, this is a father-son love story. Demi knows that love stories are a minefield. If you're not careful, they will explode and cause everyone's disgust. However, Demi still wrote it anyway. Mainly because I feel that a good novel with only action and no emotion is quite dry. So I took the liberty of including some emotional scenes. I hope you don't mind. By the way, the scene of the father and son meeting has been rehearsed into Mi's mind for many days. He even thinks about it when he goes to bed at night. He tried his best. If it's awkward, just skip it and watch the rest. Chapter 103, The Rich Wonton. The spaceship took off into the air. Su Ming sat upright in the cockpit, and the people around him were looking at Su Ming curiously. What's wrong? Su Ming was stunned. Leader, that person just now. Everyone asked cautiously. The gossipy people had already discussed on the spaceship who the mysterious man was. Su Ming smiled and then said, you don't need to know this. We just need to be free and happy. Seeing Su Ming laughing, everyone around him immediately showed a look of disappointment. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, then shook his head. All right. Su Ming thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to Locke and said, the Empire has withdrawn its wanted notice for us. We must also be prepared. If anything happens in the Black Territory, we can retreat to the Empire. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke was surprised and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. He knew that if he wanted the Empire to cancel the wanted order, he would probably need very strong connections to have a chance of canceling the wanted order. I didn't expect Su Ming to handle this matter so easily. In that case, wouldn't I be free now? However, everyone has already established some power in the Black Domain. Even Locke has no intention of leaving Wonton in the Black Domain. He has vaguely guessed that Su Ming probably has tremendous power in the Empire. He could even be the son of some important figure. You must hold on tightly to such a capable and well-connected person. Su Ming ignored Lucas' thoughts. He pointed calmly at the planetary simulation map and said calmly, Now go to other places and pull up these small workshops one by one. In the next few days, Su Ming led everyone to cruise through various star fields in the Black Domain. With an extremely ruthless and cold attitude, Wan Ting wiped out all the small workshops producing genetic drugs in the Black Domain one by one. At this moment, Su Ming displayed an extremely cold and iron-blooded hand, not giving these small workshops in the Black Domain any chance at all. In just a few days, all the small workshops in the Black Domain were cleared out. The only remaining force that produces genetic medicines is Wan Tung. From this moment on, Wan Tung had a monopoly on the Black Domain genetic medicine. Su Ming sat in his studio, looking at the genetic medicine orders sent by Locke, and then nodded slowly. These are all orders delivered by major forces. It is estimated that the first batch will have billions of copies shipped. Billions of copies are nothing to the entire Black Domain. You have to know that there are probably tens of thousands of people on a planet who need to use genetic drugs every day, and there are thousands of habitable planets in the Black Domain. Moreover, considering the quality of the Wan Tung gene medicine, it would be a piece of cake to sell it outside the Black Domain. Now, all the major forces in the Black Domain have turned their attention to other cosmic countries outside the Black Domain. For example, some star-level cosmic countries may only own about 10 planets. Such cosmic countries usually do not have very advanced technology to produce genetic drugs and can only purchase them from outside. The major forces in the Black Domain can be sold to cosmic countries of this level. For the major forces, orders worth billions are really just a test of the waters. But for Wan Tung, at this moment, Su Ming was pacing in their de-building of genetic drugs. How is it? Wang Ku, is it possible? Su Ming said to Wang Ku with a wry smile. Billions of orders are an enormous order for Wan Tung's size. According to Wan Tung's existing equipment, even if the machines looted from major factories are added to the production, it is still difficult to handle. Wang Ku looked at Su Ming and said with a bitter face, My dear Su Ming, it's not that I don't want to rush the work. Who doesn't want to make money? Even debugging the equipment takes time. Less than half of these looted instruments are usable. This is already the fastest. The current speed at which Wan Tung produces genetic drugs is about 50 million doses per day at most. If there are any more, Wan Tung will not be able to produce them. After hearing what Wang Ku said, Su Ming sighed. This was an order worth billions. Even if Wan Tung only made 50% profit from each genetic medicine, which was 150 star coins, it was still a huge sum of money. Anyone who has money but doesn't make it is a fool. After Su Ming walked out of the genetic medicine laboratory, he let out a sigh and muttered to himself, Expand. We have to expand like crazy. The next moment, Su Ming directly dialed Walter's number. Hello, Broter Su Ming? What's wrong? Do you want to buy something again? Walter asked Su Ming with a smile. Today, Su Ming is Walter's big customer. Walter has lamented more than once that his sharp vision back then was the reason for Su Ming's large number of orders today. When Walter heard Su Ming's voice, he felt that it was even more intimate than his father's voice. Brother Walter, do you have any planets for sale? Bring one over here to play with. Su Ming's voice rang out on the phone. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter choked on a mouthful of water and then asked in disbelief, What? You want a planet? Seriously? Su Ming nodded seriously. It's okay as long as it's livable. I don't need a lot of resources. I'll use them to build a genetic medicine factory. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter nodded subconsciously. He is also a client of Wan Tung. Walter owns a large part of these billions of orders, so Walter is naturally aware of the difficulties Wan Tung is facing now. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Okay, I'll help you get a planet in the Black Domain and give you a quote then. But since you're wealthy, I'm not worried that you won't be able to pay. Are you kidding? Walter is very clear about how terrifying the profits from orders worth billions are. Although Wan Tung's combat power is average nowadays, he is really rich and wealthy. If you want to buy the next planet, as long as you don't have any special requirements, there's basically no big problem. Oh, by the way, you should also give me some genetic medicine equipment, research laboratories, and various energy blocks. Wan Tung needs to research these recently. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter nodded silently and wrote them down one by one. Then Walter smiled and said, Brother, are you really going to develop Wan Tung into a scientific research force? But let me nag you, fists are still the most important in the Black Domain. Brother, you have to work harder on Wan Tung's overall strength in the future. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming touched the communicator his father gave him, and then said with a smile, Don't worry, brother. Wanting doesn't cause trouble, but anyone who dares to provoke Wantung is just too proud of his own life. Chapter 104 Mechanical Items. Wantung bought a planet. This planet is located in a certain starry sky in the Black Domain, and its original name was Planet X-29. After Wantung moved in, the name of the planet was changed to Wantung Planet. Su Ming simply waved his hand and moved all the 10,000 vine trees to this planet. Now I need to expand like crazy. Recruit members, researchers, and workers. Expand our production capacity. After Su Ming said this to Locke, he and Warren went into Wantung's mechanical workshop. In order to establish cooperative relations with various forces, Su Mingka also took over orders for mechas from bigwigs from all sides and had to produce more than 90 mechas. Fortunately, although there are more than 90 mechas, many of them are of repeated styles. After all, low-level mechas have relatively simple styles and are almost all popular styles. What Su Ming really needs to learn is the knowledge about 10 or so new mechas. Of course, Su Ming's help to the various forces in the Black Domain to assemble mechas is not free. In addition to a large number of mechanical parts and star coins as expenses, various forces also gave all the mechanical knowledge they had acquired to Su Ming. More than 90 forces donated mechanical knowledge together, bringing the amount of mechanical knowledge stored by Su Ming to a terrifying level of more than 700 sub-items. What are the sub-items of mechanical knowledge? Mechanical knowledge is divided into several major categories, but within these major categories, each single knowledge is divided into small items. Each sub-item has different branches of knowledge, and when combined together, they form a large category. For example, the mechanical battle blade is divided into interpretation of the mechanical battle blade's energy level improvement, theory of enhancing the toughness of the mechanical battle blade's blade, mechanical battle blade's energy items, etc. These various small items constitute systematic knowledge. This is a huge fortune. Even if it is sold on the market, it can fetch a lot of star coins. But now all the major forces have stuffed them into Su Ming's hands. Looking at the mecha orders in front of him and the mechanical knowledge and information stored in the intelligence system, Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a huge project. Other mechanics are worried about not having enough knowledge to learn, but I am worried about not having enough time to learn this knowledge. At this moment, the Mecha Wu Zun system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly popped up a prompt sound again. Beep. Detected that the host has acquired over 500 items of mechanical knowledge, achieving the achievement. Pile up, activating the automatic learning function. Ding. The host can enter mechanical knowledge into the system. After the host enters the sleep state, the system will input the mechanical knowledge into the host's mind, thereby acquiring knowledge. The system's voice rang out from Su Ming's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was slightly startled at first, but then a feeling of ecstasy suddenly surged in his heart. System, I can understand this knowledge, even if I learn it in my sleep. It won't be like the energy knowledge given to me by the humanoid civilization, which requires my brain to read and understand it, right? Thing I promise to teach you until you learn it. The system's cold voice rang out in Su Ming's mind, as if despising Su Ming for questioning the system. After hearing the system's guarantee, Su Ming was overjoyed. Being able to learn knowledge, even in your sleep, is an ability that many people dream of. Especially for mechanics and students, having this ability can save them a lot of trouble. Su Ming no longer needs to spend a lot of time every day studying various mechanical knowledge. Thinking of this, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly entered all the mechanical knowledge stored in his intelligence system into the mechanical martial master system. Ding. Entering the 607th item. Ding. All has been successfully entered. The above mechanical knowledge has been detected to be at an acceptable level for the host. The learning progress is 5 items/hour of sleep. Execution will begin tonight. After hearing what the system said, Su Ming felt a little excited. The speed is much faster than my normal learning. Normally, it is considered good if I can learn 2 small items in an hour at most. However, the system can learn 5 small items in 1 hour, and the key is that this time does not take up your normal lifetime. Su Ming has already considered whether to collect some low-level knowledge items. After all, although Su Ming is already a cluster-level mechanic, there must be some low-level mechanical knowledge, such as surface level and planetary level, that Su Ming does not understand. After all, human society has experienced such a long period of progress and development. At every stage of knowledge, there will be countless extremely wise people who open up new sub-items. Even a master-level mechanic must have areas of knowledge that he has not learned in the lower-level knowledge. Why we need to fill in this knowledge? After all, at the star cluster level, planetary-level knowledge is almost useless. The main reason is that the broader a mechanic's knowledge is, the deeper his foundation will be. Often some inconspicuous knowledge can determine the upper limit of a mechanic. A mechanic's background almost determines the height of his future achievements. So if possible, Su Ming would naturally like to learn as much basic knowledge as possible. He quickly contacted Walt. "Brother Su Ming, is there something wrong with the planet?" Walter was puzzled as to why Su Ming came to find him right after he arrived at the new planet. "Is there something wrong with the planet? Brother Walter, you could get a lot of mechanical knowledge, right? Please help me learn some basic mechanical knowledge. As much as you can. The more diverse and comprehensive, the better," Su Ming said to Walter with a smile. Walter was confused, not quite understanding what Su Ming was trying to do. After all, as far as he knew, Su Ming was at least a cluster-level mechanic. How could he still care about these basic knowledge? However, he was not a mechanic, so he could not comment on mechanics. He could only nod and then said to Su Ming, "If I go looking for it, I might be able to find tens of thousands of small items of knowledge at once. Tens of thousands of small items of mechanical knowledge is okay." After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was immediately overjoyed. "Of course, the more the better. Just try your best to find it." After hanging up the phone, Su Ming couldn't help but feel excited. In the past, no mechanic had been able to learn more than 100,000 kinds of basic knowledge. After all, time is limited. If you can learn about 10,000 basic items of knowledge, you will definitely be an unparalleled master of mechanics. Your foundation will be extremely solid, and your mechanical attainments will definitely be extremely terrifying. However, if he could learn more than 100,000 or even more than 1,000,000 basic items of knowledge, even Su Ming himself was looking forward to how far he would grow in the future. Chapter 105. Reach Su Ming. Wantung entered a period of rapid development. In the Black Domain, Wantung was recognized as a representative of the wealthy. Almost every day, hundreds of millions of genetic drugs are produced from Wantung and then sold to major forces in the Black Domain. Under normal circumstances, an armed force like this is not up to standard, but a wealthy force is almost a thorn in the eyes of all forces in the Black Domain and will not survive long. But Wantung is different. When Wantung was rising, Su Ming decisively chose to distribute part of the profits to other forces, making Wantung a special existence in the Black Domain. During this period, not only were the people in Wantung happy every day, but even the major forces that occupied Wantung shares were in a very good mood. Wantung is like a cash cow, helping these forces make money. Under such circumstances, no one wants to see Wantung get into trouble, and no one will target Wantung at all. Besides, Su Ming is not too worried that Wantung will really be in danger now. After all, if it really doesn't work, you can always carry out a wave of apocalypse-level summons. "Warren, is the power arm equipped? Hand it over." After Su Ming assembled the fuselage in front of him, he spoke to Warren beside him. "Here it comes, the freshly baked power arm." Warren smiled and handed the newly assembled power arm to Su Ming. During this period of time, Warren has been helping Su Ming assemble some mecha parts. Although Warren does not yet have the ability to independently complete a D-class mecha. However, his mechanical skills also made great progress during this period. If Su Ming had not pressured him to learn more basic knowledge, Warren would probably be able to assemble star-level mechanical equipment. The progress is very obvious. Moreover, with Warren's mechanical technology, he couldn't handle D-class mecha, but E-class mecha was no problem. He even assembled an E-class mecha for himself. Su Ming now has so many orders on hand that it would take him forever to assemble them all by himself. So he might as well just call Warren over to help him assemble some of the scattered parts. The two worked together very well, and the workload that might have taken 2 months to complete was completed in less than a month. Looking at the mechas piled up in the studio, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. If these mechas were sold, they would probably fetch a sky-high price. However, these are all what Su Ming wants to use to compete with the bosses of the major forces in the Black Domain. It is estimated that part of Wantung's future interests will also be due to the maintenance of these mechas. Su Ming looked at the last mecha in front of him, and then installed the power arm that Warren had just handed over. Then the mecha made a beeping sound, and then a powerful energy level burst out from the mecha. Seeing this scene, Su Ming and Warren looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. This is the last one. For the past month, the two men were concentrating on the mecha, not caring about their appearance or worldly affairs. They were so busy assembling the mecha that they could hardly stop working. Now, after completing the last mecha, they finally felt a sense of relief. Go get someone to deliver these mechas to the Wantong bosses, and then have a good rest for 2 days, Su Ming said to Warren with a smile. Warren helped assemble the mecha, and Su Ming also paid Warren the corresponding fees. It was impossible for him to use Warren's labor for nothing. This is Su Ming's purpose. His own people should get more benefits, including in Wantong. Su Ming has now built a body activity pool in Wantong. The function of the body activity pool is to help genetic warriors improve body activity and maintain body condition. When practicing in the body's activity pool, the speed of improving the body's energy level will be greatly increased, and almost 1 hour can be equivalent to the amount of practice of others in 3 days. The reason why Su Ming built this pool was, on the one hand, that he also wanted to practice, and, on the other hand, that it was used as a reward and a benefit to attract talents to join for the members of Wantong. Each member has 3 hours of usage privileges per week. Of course, members who have made contributions will be rewarded with more time. Of course, this pool is not cheap. Putting aside the construction costs, the cost of daily operations, such as opening and replenishing the body's active fluid, is as high as 3 million star coins a day. But Su Ming doesn't care now. Su Ming thoroughly experienced the happiness of being rich. He even built a private body activity pool in his own residence. He would soak in it every day when he had nothing to do, and he didn't feel sorry at all. It's okay, we lack everything except money. However, with this pool, Wantong will enter a stage of rapid improvement in the future, and the cultivation speed of its members will be much faster than that of other forces. Over time, it is estimated that other forces in the Black Domain will be slowly surpassed by Wantong. Looking at Warren's departing back, Su Ming closed the door and then lay comfortably in the body activation pool. Ding! Please set the level and concentration of the body activation fluid. After hearing the intelligent voice prompt, Su Ming chuckled and said lightly, Level 7, concentration 100%. Beep. Calculating the cost of filling the body's activity pool. Damn. The cost this time is about 18 million star coins per day. Would you like to continue? Xiao Qian, keep going. Su Ming waved his hand and didn't care about the small amount of money at all. The concentration of Wantong's member pools is around 30%, and the average is level 4 liquid medicine, so the cost can be controlled at 3 million star coins a day. However, although Su Ming's pool is much smaller than the members' pools, its concentration has always been 100%, and it is a level 7 liquid medicine, so the cost directly soars to 18 million star coins a day. Higher concentration and level can bring better results and faster cultivation speed. Combined with the cultivation of starlight points exchanged by the system, Su Ming's cultivation results during this period are very good. After a month of training and spending money, Su Ming's physical energy level soared from the original 24,000 to 47,000, directly raising Su Ming's genetic level to the level of a 7th level genetic warrior. And his brain energy level has also made a qualitative leap in the process of assembling and learning new knowledge, from the original 2.5W to 4.9W. Now Su Ming's attribute panel is as follows. First, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 47,000. Brain energy level, 49,000. Gene lock unlocking level, level 7 lower. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 5. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 10,000. Star point, 3.7W. Mechanical knowledge, minor item 1100. Chapter 106 New Plans. Now Su Ming finally has time to review his progress in cultivation. He took a look at his panel attributes, and then his attention fell on the body refining level. The level of body refining is a very important thing for Su Ming. In the previous month, Su Ming did not deliberately improve his body refining level because he did not need to fight and was always assembling mechas. But now, Su Ming feels that his body refining level needs to be further improved. System, improve the body refining level. Beep. Increasing the level of body refining requires 10,000 star points. Do you want to continue? Yes. After Su Ming's confirmation, a strong star energy suddenly poured into his body. Then Su Ming hummed softly and felt that every inch of his skin and flesh seemed to be undergoing a huge transformation. The active ingredients contained in the active medicine in the body's active pool were madly absorbed into Su Ming's body at this moment. It can be seen with the naked eye that this pool of genetic activation agent gradually changed from milky white to transparent color under Su Ming's body training. Damn, the concentration of the active ingredient is decreasing. It's now 64%. Would you like to replenish it? The electronic sound of the body's activation pool began to sound. Replenish. Su Ming didn't say much. At this moment, he only felt that some deep power of life was being awakened, and a large amount of starlight energy and active ingredients of the body were greedily absorbed into his body. Make his body more tough and strong. Although his figure is well-proportioned and thin, no one would think that Su Ming is weak. They would only think that there's explosive power hidden in this body. Soon, with the crackling sound coming from his muscles, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his body training was complete. Now his physical strength had risen to another level. Ding! The body training has been completed. The current level is level 6. The starlight points required for the next level of body training are 50,000 points. Originally, Su Ming wanted to raise his body forging level to level 7 in one go, which would be the same level as his genetic level. However, I saw that the starlight points required for body training were as high as 5W, and then I looked at the 2.7W starlight points remaining in the system panel. Su Ming silently gave up and said goodbye. However, although the bodybuilding level did not rise to level 7, the huge transformation brought about by level 6 still allowed Su Ming's physical energy level to rise again by 3,000 points, reaching a terrifying amount of 50,000 points. Moreover, at this moment, the maximum starlight point limit that Su Ming's body can withstand is estimated to have increased from the original 1,000 points to 2,000 points. With the addition of the Mecha, Su Ming is now estimated to be able to unleash the energy level and combat power of a 9th level genetic warrior. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling unprecedented comfort. He then closed his eyes and gradually leaned into the body's activity pool and fell asleep. He often does this. After falling asleep, the body's active ingredients will be gradually absorbed by the body, so he often falls asleep directly in the body's active pool. Moreover, not only his physical body would be improved during the dream process, the knowledge of his mind was also gradually loaded into his mind by the system, allowing Su Ming to acquire many small items of knowledge even in his dreams. It could be said that you could become stronger even when lying down. The next morning, Su Ming woke up from his deep sleep, and as usual, his mind was filled with dozens of newly learned mechanical knowledge items. Moreover, this extra knowledge was magical and was directly imprinted in Su Ming's mind. It was even more profound than if Su Ming had spent time learning it himself. Su Ming showed a look of satisfaction. As he learned more and more knowledge, his mechanical theories became more and more perfect, and the mechanical equipment he could manufacture became more and more abundant. After taking a look at the communication equipment, I saw that I had received a lot of thank you messages from the big bosses in the Black Domain. The tone of the message was quite polite, making it hard to believe that these messages were actually sent by a group of bandits. This is the status of a mechanic. Now that Su Ming assembles mechas for these bosses, it feels like Su Ming has become the breadwinner of these bosses. If they don't have a good relationship with Su Ming, and Su Ming is unwilling to help these bosses with subsequent maintenance work, then the mecha will either be repaired by other mechanics, and its power will be greatly reduced, or will just gather dust. After experiencing the feeling of becoming powerful and seeing a higher vision, how could these bosses be willing to return to their original form? Everyone wanted to tie Su Ming to their side and adjust their mecha all the time. With this relationship, Wan Tung's position in the Black Domain has become increasingly stable. Now everything is on the right track, and Wan Tung has begun to develop rapidly. Su Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Wan Tung is now very stable. There are not many dangers and risks, and continuous development step by step is possible. It seems that there is no need for me to stay among the 10,000 vines. A strange look flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Have you ever considered going to see the scenery outside of Wan Tung? Of course, he didn't mean to leave Wan Tung for a long time, but just wanted to go out for a walk for a while. After all, he always stayed in one place, and he'd almost dug out all of Wan Tung's mechanical knowledge. It's better to go out for a walk and experience a different feeling, which may be of great help to you. As for where to go, After communicating with his father before, Su Ming had a vague idea of a place in his mind. Su Ming stood up and did not make a decision in a hurry. Instead, he went to the dark room where the mineral box was placed. As soon as he entered the dark room, the humanoid creature sleeping in the mineral box opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming. "What's up?" the humanoid creature asked slowly. Su Ming smiled, moved a chair over, and sat in front of the mineral box. He did not open the mineral box. Anyway, the two of them could see each other and communicate normally, so there was no need to meet face to face. "Man, I'm ready to leave here," Su Ming said with a smile. During this period, Su Ming came to see this person more than once. After this person confirmed that Su Ming had digested the knowledge of their civilization, he gave Su Ming more knowledge of humanoid civilization each time. The two of them got to know each other better after a few interactions. After hearing Su Ming's words, this person seemed a little surprised. "You're leaving? What should I do then?" Su Ming chuckled, then slowly said, "Don't panic. I will fulfill my promise, but I'm leaving now and may not be back for long." "Can you?" Su Ming paused, then made a request that even he felt was shameless. "Give me most of your civilization's knowledge in advance." Chapter 107, Acquiring Energy Knowledge. The humanoid creature sat in the light red crystal and looked at Su Ming seriously. Then he found that the expression on Su Ming's face was very serious, and he obviously did not seem to be joking. After a long silence, the humanoid creature suddenly asked a question. "Are all creatures in your civilization as shameless as you?" Su Ming: "Well, although this request is a bit excessive, but think about it. If I leave here, I won't be able to see you for a long time. Anyway, you have to give me all the knowledge of your civilization. It doesn't matter if you give it to me sooner or later. Maybe by then I will have learned enough and let you out earlier." Su Ming's old face rarely turned red, and he spoke a little embarrassedly. The humanoid creature in the crystal fell silent, then raised its head and looked at Su Ming, thinking. There was a moment of awkwardness in the air. After a long while, the humanoid creature finally nodded, sighed, and said, "Okay, I can give it all to you, but can you give me a deadline to let me out?" After hearing the humanoid's words, Su Ming thought for a moment and then said, 2 years. Once the 2-year deadline is up, I'll let you out." 2 years, the humanoid muttered to himself. The way human society calculates time is slightly different from when Su Ming lived on Earth before. In human society, a day is calculated as 25 hours. And 2 years is 365 hours longer than the Earth's computing time. This is the benefit of information flow communication. When Su Ming said it was 2 years, there was no need to specifically explain how long 2 years was. His concept of time was also included in the process of information flow communication. So the humanoid creatures instantly understood how 2 years was actually calculated. After thinking for a moment, the humanoid creature finally nodded. "Okay, 2 years isn't too long. I can accept it." After hearing the words of the humanoid creature, Su Ming was overjoyed, and then he sensed a huge flow of information flowing into his own mind along the humanoid creature's thoughts. This information is some energy-related knowledge in the humanoid society. It is very complex and so much that Su Ming feels a slight pain in his head, as if he is running out of memory. Fortunately, Su Ming is more or less a brain developer, and his brain has been developed to a certain extent. So even though this information is extremely complex, if he just wants his brain to store it, Su Ming can still do it. While receiving the information from the humanoid creatures, Su Ming synchronized this information into the Mecha Wuzun system. Ding! Getting the information uploaded by the host. The information content is category, energy information level, low-level minor item. Drop. After Su Ming confirmed that the upload of this part of the information was complete, he controlled the energy level of his brain and excluded this part of the information from his mind. It's like giving your brain a delete function. Anyway, since there is a systematic learning function, there is no need to keep this information in his brain and take up memory. Otherwise, there will always be a bloating feeling in his head, which makes Su Ming very uncomfortable. If someone was next to Su Ming at this time, they would be shocked to find. Su Ming seemed to be in a daze, staring straight ahead with dull eyes, looking empty-headed. He maintained this state for more than half an hour. Even with information flow communication, it took the two of them half an hour to convey such complicated information. Half an hour later, the humanoid creature in the crystal finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a look of deep fatigue flashed in its eyes. So tired. It is really tiring to convey such complicated information. Even with the abilities of a humanoid creature, half an hour of nonstop information flow made him feel exhausted. He opened his eyes and saw that Su Ming was still in a daze, as if he had not yet come out of this state. He immediately understood that this young man must have imported all his information and knowledge into their civilization's way of storing information. But he shook his head, even though he had passed on a lot of information about their civilization to the young man opposite him. However, the truly top-notch knowledge, which truly relates to the essence of civilization, was hidden by him and not transmitted to the young man. Although the two are already very familiar with each other, it is better to keep some things in mind when it comes to the inheritance and core of civilization. Su Ming naturally felt vaguely that this humanoid creature seemed to be holding back. But even if he had some reservations, the knowledge and information conveyed to him had already made Su Ming excited and happy. This knowledge and information is about 100 years more advanced than human society's energy knowledge. I'm already content with being able to obtain this energy-related knowledge. As for the truly core knowledge and inheritance of other humanoid civilizations, it is understandable that this humanoid creature did not tell me. Ding! The host has uploaded a total of 43,000 items of energy-related knowledge, of which 30,000 items are low-level knowledge, 10,000 items are medium-level knowledge, 3,000 items are high-level knowledge, and 2 items are divine knowledge. Ding! The knowledge that the host can currently understand is low-level knowledge, very little medium-level knowledge. Ding! The current amount of knowledge that can be learned is 31,000 items. The remaining 12,000 items of knowledge are temporarily stored and can be learned after the host comprehension ability improves. The system's voice sounded at this time. When Su Ming heard this, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Why do I feel like my ability to understand is being looked down upon by the system? However, Su Ming is indeed unable to understand some advanced knowledge now. After all, learning advanced knowledge requires not only a good foundation, but also countless practical processes. Only after fully understanding and applying it can you gradually understand advanced knowledge. For Su Ming, there is no rush. Anyway, he has a system. It is not too late to learn advanced knowledge after learning the basic knowledge first. System, prioritize learning energy-related knowledge for now, and put other knowledge on hold. Su Ming thought about it, then spoke to the system. He bought nearly 30,000 items of mechanical knowledge from Walter and stored all this knowledge in the system. Currently, the system has only learned 800 items for him, plus the 300 items he has learned before, a total of 1,100 items. There's still a lot of knowledge that has not been learned yet. But now Su Ming wants to learn some energy-related knowledge. After all, energy-related knowledge can greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Chapter 1:08 Preparing to Leave. Just when Su Ming found the people of the humanoid civilization and asked for knowledge about energy, in a starry sky far beyond the Black Domain, a spaceship sped through the starry sky. This spaceship is the one that Walter is on. At this moment, Walter was sitting in the spaceship, humming a little tune, and seemed to be in a very good mood. We found a buyer. Walter was secretly happy. The minerals he had previously hijacked had been handed over to a friend in the black market to help sell. Today, this friend sent me a message that the previously hijacked mine has been successfully sold, and he has made a lot of star coins. With these star coins, Walt will definitely have a smooth future. Whether he's investing or continuing to expand his business, it will be easy. Brother, who is the buyer this time? What a big spender. Walter was shocked when he saw the extra amount in his account. Who on earth could be willing to pay so much money at once and buy all these minerals? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled and then whispered, Mr. Walter, the rules of the black market are that you can't ask about customers casually. After hearing what the person on the phone said, Walter laughed dryly and then said apologetically, Sorry, brother, I was excited for a moment and blurted out. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Walter could ask such a civilized question. As a businessman himself, he certainly knows that prying in a client's privacy is a big taboo. But this time I was too curious, so I asked without thinking. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Walter was about to change the subject. But at this moment, the person on the phone suddenly lowered his voice and said in a low voice, But, Mr. Walter, you and I are not strangers anymore, so I will tell you who bought it. After hearing this person's words, Walter's spirits lifted, and he immediately asked curiously, Who is it? It's not a person. I see some of their behavior habits are very similar to the people from Donglin Universe I met before. I guess they must be from Donglin Universe. Universe Country? No wonder. After Walter heard what this person said, a look of realization appeared on his face. The Donlin Universe Kingdom is a galaxy-level universe kingdom connected to the Mongolia Empire. Although its national strength is not as strong as that of the giant universe kingdoms in the entire human society, it is much stronger than the star-level and star cluster-level forces. If all the forces in the Black Domain were added together, there would just be a weaker star cluster-level force. The Donlin Universe Kingdom is a galaxy-level universe kingdom, one level higher than the star cluster level. If it were not adjacent to the Mongolia Empire and suppressed by some of the Empire's military actions, the power of the Donlin Universe Kingdom would probably be much stronger. After hanging up the phone, Walter had a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that the Donlin Universe Kingdom has always had great ambitions. Although it was done in secret, it has swallowed up the minerals that originally belonged to the Empire. It is obvious that the Donlin Universe Kingdom wants to quickly improve its national strength and expand itself in the near future. But Walter shook his head. These things had nothing to do with him. He was just a businessman. As long as the money was in place, everything would be easy to talk about. What Walt didn't know was that, among the other half of the mineral he received, there was a light red radioactive crystal, which was also buried in the space of the mineral box. He is just a businessman. When he has nothing to do, he obviously won't open the mineral box to study the minerals. He only needs to know what minerals are in the mineral box and how much they are worth. These minerals have strong radiation, and Walt is unwilling to be contaminated by them. So, Walt just used the mineral tester to check what specific minerals were in the mineral box. The pale red crystal was not identified and therefore not noticed by Walter. He had no idea that there was a light red crystal in his mineral box. And not only Walter didn't know, Su Ming didn't know either. Because the humanoid creature once told Su Ming that the light red crystal Su Ming held was the crystal that sealed all the remaining people in their civilization. In the light red crystals held by Su Ming, there are all the survivors of the humanoid civilization. Even the humanoid creature didn't realize that there was a piece of light red crystal that was cut out by the mineral splitting instrument that Walt brought earlier and divided into the mineral box held by Walt. After hearing the words of the humanoid creature, Su Ming subconsciously thought that Walter did not have the light red crystal, so he did not deliberately confirm with Walter. As a result now, Walter sold it directly to Donlin Universe, the Black Domain among the 10,000 vines. At this moment, all the leaders of Wan Tung gathered together. They all looked at Su Ming, who was sitting among them, with a look of deep surprise in their eyes. "Are you planning to leave the Black Territory?" Everyone exclaimed. Su Ming smiled and then said, "It's not that I don't want Wan Tung anymore. I'm just going out to gain some experience for a while. I'll be back soon. This is still my base camp." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. Now is the time when Wan Tung is developing at full speed, but Su Ming is preparing to leave. Although it was temporary, it made Locke and others feel a sense of unease as if they were leaderless. "What are your plans?" "Actually, Wan Tung's current situation is very stable. Don't worry, everyone. I will always pay attention to Wan Tung's situation. Moreover, all major forces are also helping Wan Tung develop. It's very stable, don't worry." Su Ming asked with a smile. The people in front of him were all veterans of Wan Tung and the real core figures of Wan Tung. If they wanted to go out and gain experience like Su Ming would not stop them. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Wan Tung cannot be without a manager. If you leave, I will be responsible for managing Wan Tung. Stay in Wan Tung and help Wan Tung develop." After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming nodded. Locke has always played the role of a butler. In addition to his combat ability, Locke's other abilities are also very strong. The fact that Wan Tung is so well organized has a lot to do with Locke's abilities. Hearing that Locke was going to stay in the Black Domain, Su Ming still felt quite relieved. "Me too. I'm just a tech geek. Wan Tung has the conditions and funding to allow me to do research, so of course I'll stay in the Black Domain." Wan Ko also spoke with a smile. During this period, Wan Tung's factory was back on track, and researchers like Wan Ku could have some free time. Su Ming directly gave them a large amount of research funds, allowing them to continue researching super gene drugs. Wan Ku and others were very satisfied with this. The fees Su Ming gave them were far more than the research funds they had in the Lothar Alliance, so now Wan Ku and others were unwilling to leave the Black Domain at all costs. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Warren. Warren hesitated to speak, then noticed Su Ming looking at him. Then he slowly said, Su Ming, I'm planning to go out and gain some experience. Chapter 109 Warren's Choice. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming and others were a little surprised. Warren is usually introverted and a bit of a homebody. He likes to stay in his studio and study mechanical knowledge. Now Wantong has enough mechanical knowledge reserves, and he can obtain this mechanical knowledge as long as Warren is willing. Of course, the prerequisite is that Warren also provides Wantong with corresponding mechanical repair orders and performance in exchange for mechanical knowledge. However, staying in Wantong will eventually make Warren's mechanical level more mature. Su Ming also thought that Warren would stay in Wantong and continue to study mechanical technology. But unexpectedly, Warren actually proposed the idea of leaving Wantong and going out to gain experience. This surprised Su Ming a little. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, Warren quickly said, although there's a lot of mechanical knowledge in Wantong, there are not many powerful mechanics in Wantong. Now that Su Ming is gone, there's an even greater lack of powerful mechanics. Although I can learn mechanical knowledge, it is always behind closed doors, and I can't truly witness the abilities of powerful mechanics. That's why I want to try to leave the Black Domain and go to the Linming Mechanical Association to see what a truly top-notch mechanic is like. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's face suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. At the same time, I felt a little relieved. The relationship between Su Ming and Warren is that of both teacher and friend. Su Ming taught Warren a lot, and Warren also helped Su Ming assemble mechanical equipment without expecting anything in return. Now seeing that Warren actually had such a clear goal to pursue, Su Ming couldn't help but nodded slightly. Mechanics know mechanics best. This is one of the reasons why Su Ming wants to leave the Black Domain. The Black Domain has always been a paradise for criminals. Truly skilled mechanics, even if they have committed minor crimes, will be tolerated as much as possible by human society. Therefore, it is difficult to find highly skilled mechanics in the Black Domain. This is not very helpful for improving the level of mechanics. Knowledge is one aspect, and vision is another aspect. Just like an art painting, the painting technique is one aspect, and the corresponding aesthetic is another aspect. The two are complementary to each other. Vision is the cornerstone of a mechanic's wild and imaginative ideas. Without vision, he will eventually become like everyone else and become a rigid mechanic working on an assembly line. Only by meeting more powerful mechanics and seeing their ideas and creativity in mechanics can you have a broad enough vision. Only in the future will we be able to assemble extraordinary mechas. Besides, the place Warren wanted to go was called Linming Machinery Association. It is called an association, but in fact, it is a universe country. A cosmic country that is absolutely neutral in human society. It has an extremely vast territory, as vast as 5 galaxies. This is also a holy place for mechanics from all over the world, gathering countless powerful and top mechanics. Even some of the top mechanics from the 5 major cosmic countries are members of the Linming Mechanical Association. Linming is the first mechanical researcher in human society to propose the concept of mechanic, and the person who led human society into the second universe era. Although due to the limitations of early medical and genetic technology, lifespan quickly came to an end and disappeared into history. However, in order to commemorate Linming, human society specially established a neutral mechanics association called the Linming Mechanical Association. This is a purely research-oriented cosmic country and a holy place for all mechanics. Even later, when Su Ming becomes strong enough, he will go to the Linming Machinery Association to communicate with the major mechanics. Now that Warren has chosen to go to the Linming Mechanics Association, he will definitely be able to meet many amazing mechanics. And Warren paused and looked at Su Ming. This time he was speaking specifically to Su Ming. Su Ming, I've thought about it, and I think I might not be suited to fighting. Although I have the energy level, my personality makes me nervous and my performance will not be normal when I participate in a battle. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming was stunned, and then he vaguely guessed what Warren would say next. Sure enough, Warren quickly continued, so I plan to become a non-combat mechanic and concentrate on studying mechanical technology. Otherwise, I will never be able to catch up with you in any aspect in my lifetime. Warren had long regarded Su Ming as his goal, fantasizing that one day in the future he would be able to catch up with Su Ming in some aspect. However, what made him desperate and unbelievable was Although Su Ming spent most of his time either fighting or practicing and did not focus on mechanical knowledge, Su Ming's rich mechanical knowledge still amazed him. Warren had never imagined that there really was someone in the world who had such rapid and impeccable growth in all aspects. This made Warren feel extremely overwhelmed. Not only did he fail to catch up with Su Ming, but he was now getting further and further away from Su Ming. Su Ming's knowledge of mechanics is far ahead of his. Soon, Warren thought clearly about his future plan. He had to be good at both combat and machinery and specialize in one. Otherwise, given his talent, he might not be able to do well on either side and become a mediocre person. Su Ming glanced at Warren, then nodded slowly. Warren is indeed not suitable for combat, and being a non-combat pure mechanic may not be a wrong path for Warren. Moreover, becoming a pure mechanic does not mean that the energy level of the brain will not be improved. If the energy level of the brain is improved in the future, there is still a possibility of becoming an apocalypse. An imperial apocalypse that Su Ming knew was a non-combat apocalypse-level powerhouse. Although he is a non-combat type, this apocalypse-class mechanic helped almost 60% of the apocalypse-class powerhouses in the Empire to assemble their own mechas and set up a defense system in the Empire. This defense system once faced the joint attack of more than 10 apocalypse-level powerhouses, but it was not broken. 2 of the apocalypse-level powerhouses were even killed by the defense system. It was in this battle that this non-combat apocalypse-class mechanic became completely famous and was called the armor of the Empire by the apocalypse-class powerhouses. There is no need to expect Warren to reach this level in the future. As long as he can make some breakthroughs in mechanical technology, he can be responsible for Wan Tang's future defense system and other mechanical assembly. Su Ming nodded, then stood up and said with a smile, "Then it's settled. Warren will go to the Lin Ming Machinery Association, and I'm going to—" Su Ming paused, then looked up at the sky. Eastern Ming Alliance. Chapter 1, 10 Departure. In the void of the universe, a spaceship suddenly tore open the space channel and penetrated into this star field. The spacecraft is extremely fast, and its surface is extremely luxurious. Obviously, the owner of the spaceship is not short of money. At this moment, in the spaceship, Su Ming was closing his eyes, quietly soaking in the body-activating medicine liquid. This spaceship was specially customized for Walter. Inside the spaceship, there are not only workbenches, gravity training rooms, and private body activation pools, but also many entertainment facilities. Although Su Ming had no idea about the entertainment facilities, Walter was a smart man and had integrated all of them into the spacecraft. This makes the spaceship look unusually luxurious. But it is true that this spaceship is not cheap to buy. They all felt sorry for the wealthy Su Ming. I gritted my teeth and bought it thinking about the long journey. Beep. We're about to pass through the Imperial Star region. Should we stop there to rest? A crisp electronic sound soon rang out in the spacecraft. Su Ming's expression changed after hearing the electronic prompt. He then asked, "How much energy does the spacecraft have left? Is it enough to make it to the next supply planet?" Ding! The spacecraft still has 43% energy left. We can continue flying for 2 days. The next resupply planet is located in the Donglin universe, 43 light-years away. We estimate that reaching the next resupply planet will require 30% of our energy consumption. After hearing the prompt sound of the spacecraft, Su Ming's expression changed. The Donglin universe is a galaxy-level universe country next to the Empire. However, for this kind of universe country, there are many logistic supply planets, and the spacecraft can dock in the Donglin universe country for resupply. Keep flying, don't go to the Empire's supply station. Su Ming spoke calmly. The Empire's supply station. I guess there are a lot of forms to fill out, which is quite troublesome. It will be better to let the spacecraft fly for a while and resupply it after the energy is almost consumed. Su Ming left the Black Domain and has been flying in the starry sky for 3 days. The Black Domain is still a certain distance away from the Dongming Alliance, and the spacecraft needs to make multiple jumps. Before, even though his father was driving the Empire's top warship, it still took him a full day and a half to fly from the East Ming Alliance to the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's spaceship is luxurious, it is certainly not comparable to his father's battleship in terms of space technology. If Su Ming wants to fly from the Black Domain to the East Ming Alliance, it will probably take about 2 weeks. However, for Su Ming now, 2 weeks is nothing. He can learn energy-related knowledge in the spaceship while trying different forms of mechanical assembly. His father once said that the Dongming Alliance was full of geniuses. Although Su Ming was not afraid, he still took it seriously. He took advantage of the time on the road to cram on his energy knowledge and practice, and strive to join the Dongming Alliance so that his combat power and knowledge system could be taken to a higher level. The spaceship suddenly rushed forward, and after a while, it turned on the space jump function again, directly drilled into the space channel, and disappeared. However, what Su Ming didn't know was that at this moment in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, where he was about to go, a big event was happening. The capital planet of the Donglin Universe is called Terran Planet. At this moment on the planet Trin, two genetic warriors came to a factory with two huge boxes in their hands. You bought it. This factory is an official factory under the Donglin Universe country, and is specialized in producing some military machinery and equipment. After placing the box on the ground, the two genetic warriors smiled and said, "It's all here. I bought this mineral on the black market. It cost a lot of money, but with this batch of minerals, I think we can create a lot of mechanical equipment." Another genetic warrior took a look at the two mineral boxes and whispered, "These two boxes contain so many minerals, it's obvious that they were not obtained through normal means. I guess it might be the Emperor." Before they could utter the word empire, a powerful man standing in front of them suddenly shouted, "Silence." This strong man is a vacuum-level strong man, and the aura on his body is extremely powerful. The two genetic warriors were startled by the shout from this strong man, and then they immediately realized something, and cold sweat broke out on their necks. The two reacted. Fortunately, I was stopped in time. Otherwise, after saying the word empire, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the factory alive. The Donglin Universe Kingdom would never let the Empire know that it had swallowed up this batch of mineral from the black market. Once it is known, I am afraid that the Donglin Universe Kingdom will face strong pressure from the Empire. You two, watch what you say. Don't say anything that will cause trouble, or I won't be able to protect you. After hearing the words of this vacuum-level expert, the two genetic warriors broke out in sweat and quickly said yes. Okay, you guys step back. After the strong man finished speaking, he transported the two boxes of minerals to the factory. Just a few hours after the two boxes of minerals were delivered to the factory, the mechanics in the factory began to count the minerals. Look, there's an unknown mineral in this box that hasn't been scanned, a mechanic said in surprise. After hearing what this person said, the surrounding mechanics couldn't help but gather around and looked at the screen in front of them curiously. A light red crystal appeared on the scanner, and the energy contained in this crystal was far greater than that of other minerals around it. It's not even on the same level. What's going on? The mechanics looked at each other in bewilderment. Human society had developed to this point now, and all kinds of minerals have been seen. Any mineral could definitely be detected by scanning. Unexpectedly, this mineral has not been identified, and its energy reaction is so special. Could it be a new type of mineral? With such a powerful energy reaction, perhaps we can explore many different possibilities from this mineral, a mechanic said excitedly. After hearing this person's words, the surrounding mechanics also seemed to become interested in this pale red crystal. How about we take out this pale red crystal and study it? Chapter 111, Unknown Crystal. Following this person's suggestion, the other mechanics suddenly became very interested in this crystal. After all, with the current progress of human exploration, it is already very difficult to discover an unknown mineral. Almost all the elements and minerals that can be formed under normal conditions in the universe have been discovered by human society. Every time a mineral that has never been seen before is discovered, it definitely means that a new change is about to come for human society. Whether it is for daily use, military use, or medical use, every mineral can certainly find its appropriate use and can also represent huge benefits. The energy index of this crystal is so high that these mechanics instantly realize that this crystal could be developed for a variety of different uses, which would definitely be quite rich. Once developed, the mechanics who discover the crystals may be recorded in human history books in the future. Someone discovered XX crystal in a certain year, which brought about XXX changes in human society. These mechanics were excited at the thought of being recorded in history and gaining fame and fortune. A mechanic spoke uneasily. Should we report this to our superiors? Unknown minerals present new possibilities, but they can also be dangerous. There was once an incident where the arc energy within a mineral exploded, wiping out an entire planet. After hearing this person's words, the surrounding mechanics all flashed a sneer in their eyes. Wang Dong, if you are afraid, you can just leave here and report to your superiors. Our contribution is not completely lost. Even if it is recorded in history in the future, it will definitely not be just us. That's right. Of course, this kind of thing has to be done secretly. We should first thoroughly study the crystal, and then publish the research paper on the crystal in the Mechanics Academic Forum. Once it's finalized, we can report it to our superiors. The effect will definitely be different. All the mechanics were blinded by the huge temptation of the newly discovered crystal, even if one or two of them felt something was wrong. But these mechanics were already too excited and wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. The mechanic named Wang Dong showed a look of hesitation on his face, but then his eyes revealed a determined look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's do as you say. We'll study it first and report it later." After hearing Wang Dong's words, the other mechanics immediately looked at him with approval. Not bad. This Wang Dong is quite sensible. Having made up their minds, the mechanics used the radiation isolation equipment to take the pale red crystal out of the mineral box. Then everyone looked at each other, put on anti-radiation clothing, and entered the radiation isolation area. What beautiful crystals! A mechanic looked at the crystal in front of him with an obsessed look, as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. For mechanics, unknown crystals are much more attractive than so-called peerless beauties. A mechanic reached out and touched the crystal through his anti-radiation suit, causing ripples on the surface of the crystal. This ripple brought about a slight energy fluctuation, which made these mechanics very excited. However, these excited mechanics didn't notice. Amidst the energy fluctuations, there is a subtle fluctuation in energy levels. It represents that this crystal is not a dead object. If Su Ming were here, he would definitely try his best to stop these mechanics' actions, because it is not scary to have humanoid creatures in the pale red crystal. The scary thing is, this pale red crystal is filled with pale red crystal matter. It looks crystal clear, but there is no humanoid creature inside. Under this circumstance, energy levels are still generated in this crystal. This indicates this pale red crystal contains the consciousness of a certain crystal civilization. However, how could Su Ming possibly know what was happening in this factory? He was still flying through the void of the universe towards the Donglin Universe Kingdom and had no idea what was happening here. The mechanics looked excited, and they kept touching the crystal with their hands, sensing the energy ripples coming from the crystal, which made them inexplicably excited. This crystal has a very intense energy reaction, but its energy fluctuations are very stable. Materials like this can be used to create powerful weapons on the battlefield. It has great military value. A mechanic began to analyze in a calm voice. After hearing his analysis, the other mechanics looked at each other and then nodded. This is what everyone feels. The crystal in front of them has a strange property, possesses powerful energy, and its energy reaction is extremely active. However, the crystal structure is extremely stable. A material that is energetic and powerful, yet also highly stable. It's easy to understand that if this is applied to firearms and some power systems, it will definitely play a huge role. The mechanics became more and more excited. Minerals are suitable for military industry, which means huge wealth. After all, compared with civilian and medical sectors, the profits of the military industry are obvious. Hey, look, I've discovered another property of this crystal. At this moment, a mechanic exclaimed. After hearing his voice, the expressions of the others changed, and they immediately turned their eyes over. The mechanic kept his hand on the crystal, and as time went by, his hand gradually sank into the crystal. This crystal, like a non-Newtonian fluid, maintains a hard shape on normal days, but if you press it gently, it will gradually sink into the crystal. After seeing this man's appearance, the other mechanics showed a hint of curiosity on their faces, and then followed suit and placed their hands on the crystal. Sure enough, after they placed their hands on the crystal for a while, they found that their hands and the anti-radiation suits were gradually sinking into the crystal. Suddenly, everyone shouted in surprise, as if they had discovered some incredible toy. All right, stop playing around. Let's use the instruments to test the energy index and stability level of this crystal first. We can test other properties later, a mechanic said with a smile, and then prepared to pull his hand out of the crystal. But suddenly, his pupils suddenly contracted because he felt his arm that was immersed in the crystal had lost consciousness at this moment. How is that possible? The man was shocked. Everyone was clearly touching the crystal through anti-radiation suits, so how could their arms become numb? He felt something was wrong and used his arms to try to pull his hand out of the crystal. However, no matter how hard he tried, his palm showed no sign of being pulled out. Instead, it gradually stretched into the crystal without his control. Chapter 1:12 Crystal Creatures. What's going on? Help me. The mechanic's face became extremely terrified. He opened his mouth and roared hoarsely. After hearing his voice, the mechanic next to him couldn't help but look over and subconsciously wanted to pull his hand out of the crystal. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not pull their hands out of the crystal. These mechanics are not good at fighting. Their physical energy levels are not as strong as their brain energy levels. At most, they're only at the level of 4th or 5th level genetic warriors. This level of energy is nothing for crystals. At this moment, the crystal gradually revived and began to devour everyone. These mechanics soon realized their situation and struggled frantically with looks of terror on their faces. A mechanic looked at the alarm button beside him in despair. However, his hands were engulfed by the crystals, and he had no way of reaching out to reach the alarm button next to him. What should we do? Think of a solution. A mechanic was very anxious. He could feel the pain in his body spreading, and in the blink of an eye it had spread to his shoulder. If no action is taken, the next step will be to injure the head or the heart, which will be fatal. By then, even gods will be unable to save you. My hand. It turned into red crystal. A mechanic's eyes widened as he looked at the pale red crystal in front of him, especially at the position of his hand. The light red crystal is translucent, so people can see what is inside directly through the crystal. The mechanic was horrified to find that part of his arm had disappeared and merged into the pale red crystal in front of him. As the crystal devoured his arm, it seemed as if the crystal's vitality was slightly replenished. Suddenly, the crystal had more power, and the speed of devouring the mechanic became faster and faster. These mechanics were struggling frantically the moment before, but the next moment, their bodies suddenly twitched, their eyes began to gradually dim and dull, and their consciousness and thinking were gradually dissipating from them. Obviously, the erosion of the crystals has begun to invade their brains, causing these mechanics to gradually lose their ability to think. Soon, the mechanics who had lost their lives were dragged into the crystal one by one and became part of the crystal. After devouring these mechanics, the crystal seemed to have regained some strength. Soon, the crystal turned into liquid form and then took the shape of a human. However, this human was covered in light red crystals all over his body and looked like a sculpture carved by an artist. If there were still mechanics alive, they would definitely find that the person transformed from the crystal looked exactly like a previous mechanic. He suddenly opened his eyes, and then his eyes revealed the thought and doubt that an intelligent creature possessed. Then he suddenly uttered a few words from the common language of human society. Donglin, universe, unknown, civilization, human, machinery, 5 major universe nations. He's like a robot that has just been started up, trying hard to learn some knowledge about human society. This is really incredible. The thoughts and cognition in the minds of those mechanics were actually absorbed by him bit by bit and turned into his own cognition. Soon, the crystal creature seemed to be familiar with a new cognition. Its eyes were no longer confused, and its speech became smoother. After sleeping for so long, I never expected to discover a human civilization. He said to himself, my civilization has absorbed human civilization and can become even more powerful. Now, I want to tell this news to my civilization. After a pause, a trace of thought flashed through his eyes, and then a very human look of regret appeared on his face. It's a pity. I can only absorb the superficial knowledge of these people, but not the deep knowledge. How powerful the machinery, Mecha, is, I still don't know. After thinking about it, the crystal creature made a decision and then split another part of the crystal from his body. After this part of the crystal was split, it turned into the appearance of another mechanic, the same mechanic named Wang Dong. After separating, the aura of this crystal creature dropped significantly, but it didn't care much. Then it looked at the other crystal creature and said, go back and bring civilization here. I stay here to test the strength of human civilization. After hearing the words of the main crystal, the differentiated crystal nodded woodenly. Then its body liquefied again, swallowed a big hole in the isolation shield in front, and quickly left this place. After the crystal creature confirmed that its clone had left, an extremely powerful force suddenly burst out from its body. The next moment, its body began to expand continuously, and anything that touched its body was dragged into the crystal and then turned into part of the crystal. As it continued to expand, More and more matter was absorbed into its body, and the aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. The energy changes generated here were naturally quickly detected by the Donglin Universe Kingdom. What is this? A powerful man with a strong aura stared at the light red crystals that appeared in the surveillance video with wide eyes, and couldn't help feeling extremely surprised. The crystal in front of him had expanded to a diameter of several kilometers, and as it continued to devour matter, its diameter was getting larger and larger. We can't allow it to continue expanding, otherwise the entire planet will be swallowed up by it. Another master from the Donglin Universe country spoke in a cold voice. Danger level, level 1. Classify this as an unknown cosmic crisis. Confidentiality level, level 1. Investigate the cause of the crystals, examine their properties, and try to collect crystal samples for research. If that doesn't work, evacuate the people, send mechas to attack the crystal, and use the annihilation cannon to directly smash this crystalline substance into nothingness. When the high-ranking officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom saw this crystal devouring the surrounding matter so unscrupulously, a solemn look flashed in their eyes. This is the planet Turlin, one of the capital planets of the Donglin Universe. If the planet Turlin suffers severe damage, it will be an immeasurable loss for the Donglin Universe. Therefore, the Donglin Universe Kingdom did not have any luck at all and directly took tough countermeasures. Chapter 113 Static Energy Element. In the void, Su Ming's spaceship continued to fly forward. At this moment, Su Ming still didn't know what happened in the Donglin Universe. Even if he knew, there was probably no way he could dock the spacecraft in the Donglin Universe, because the energy stored in his spaceship is almost exhausted. Without supplies, the spaceship has no way of flying too far. No matter what, his spaceship must dock in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. At this moment, Su Ming was looking at the energy conversion device on the workbench with a nervous expression. Suddenly, a powerful energy reaction erupted from the energy conversion device. After Su Ming sensed this energy reaction, he suddenly became nervous. Success or failure depends on this one move. If it fails, the replacement device is likely to explode, and all previous efforts will be wasted and have to be reassembled. Su Ming remembered that he had failed more than 10 times in a row and didn't know if he could succeed this time. Soon, this energy reaction stopped at the moment it was about to explode. This is an incredible thing, just like making a flying bullet stop instantly in mid-air. Why does the energy that is ready to explode stagnate at the moment of explosion? Su Ming looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly his eyes burst into ecstasy. Static energy element, success. Static energy element is a special energy factor that directly affects the changes in particles caused by the explosion of energy, allowing the particles to return to their original form at the moment they are about to explode. Simply put, it means to put the attacks launched by others into a static state and prevent them from erupting. This technology is an energy technology given to him by humanoid creatures. With this technology, if someone attacks him remotely in the future, Su Ming can use static energy elements to lock the energy burst of the opponent's attack, preventing the attack from breaking out. A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Ming's eyes. After several days of study, Su Ming finally realized the charm of energy-related knowledge. This is a knowledge system that is in no way inferior to the mechanical type. If you study it in depth, you will be on par with the Apocalypse-class Mecha warriors. It is only the biological attributes of human society that determine that the mainstream research objects of human society must be machinery and technology. When it comes to knowledge and application of energy, human society is far behind humanoid civilization. Now Su Ming has come into contact with a lot of energy knowledge given to him by humanoid creatures, part of which has already exceeded the scope of human research and is full of incredible feeling. A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. With the combination of mecha and energy technology, I might be able to create a whole new mecha school in the future. But at this moment, the energy in front that was fixed by the static energy element suddenly broke free from the restraints of the static energy element and exploded violently. Su Ming widened his eyes, then quickly picked up the energy conversion device in front of him and protected it in his body. The next moment, the energy that erupted directly blasted Su Ming away. Su Ming stood up covered in dust and scratched his head. How could I have forgotten that static energy has a time limit? With Su Ming's current ability, he can only restrain the explosive energy for tens of seconds at most. The more powerful the energy body is, the shorter the restraint time. After all, although static energy elements are powerful, it is impossible to stop the movement and changes of particles indefinitely. Otherwise, it would not be called static energy element, but should be renamed as time-still device. At this moment, an electronic sound suddenly rang out from a spacecraft. Ding! Only 3,000 kilometers away from Donglin Universe. Estimated arrival time, 10 minutes. Please be prepared. At this moment, on the capital of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, on the planet Turlin, one can observe with the naked eye from space that Turlin seems to have a pale red tumor growing on it, which is strange and abnormal. Being able to be visible to the naked eye in space means that the volume of this pale red crystal is more than 100 kilometers, which is why it can be seen with the naked eye in space. Originally, this pale red crystal was only a few kilometers in size, but who would have thought that various weapons were completely useless against this pale red crystal, and instead were constantly absorbed by this pale red crystal. Instead, it made the pale red crystal expand even more. And the more it expands, the more energy the pale red crystal uses to devour matter. The entire planet of Turlin and other planets in the Donglin universe outside Turlin were all in a state of confusion because of this pale red crystal. They could not find any effective way to curb the expansion of the pale red crystal. Under such circumstances, the staff of Trinstar had no time to take care of their workstations. A spaceship was inexplicably missing, and most of the energy in the workstation's energy storage system was lost. You should know that the energy in the energy storage system of a spacecraft supply station is extremely exaggerated. The amount of energy stored in it can almost provide millions of spacecraft with the energy to sail continuously for dozens of days. But now, most of them have been lost. What kind of spacecraft can withstand such a huge amount of energy? At this moment, an inconspicuous spaceship quietly left the Donglin Universe Kingdom, while the Donglin Universe Kingdom was in a desperate situation. An expressionless man was standing in the spaceship. Ding! Dear Mechanic Wang Dong, the goal of this voyage is the unexplored space zone. The estimated voyage time is 3 years. The spacecraft's energy cannot sustain this voyage. Please consider carefully. Inside the spacecraft, an electronic prompt sound was heard. This expressionless man exuded an enchanting bright red light all over his body, and his entire body was made up of deep red crystals. This person is none other than the split crystal creature that had previously split from the crystal creature. He transformed himself into Wang Dong's mechanic and easily gained access to the spacecraft and flew away from the Donglin Universe Kingdom. At this moment, the light red crystals on Wang Dong's body, which were originally somewhat transparent, have turned into dark red crystals that are no longer transparent. The energy fluctuations emanating from his body were more than 100 times stronger than before. Obviously, most of the energy in the spacecraft supply station was absorbed into the body of this crystal clone. At this moment, after Wang Dong heard the prompt sound of the spacecraft, there was not much emotion on his face. He just stretched out a finger, and then the finger turned into a power plug, which was suddenly inserted into the energy storage system of the spacecraft. Beep! The spacecraft is being powered. The current energy is enough to fly for 7,023 years. Chapter 114 Independent Item Knowledge. Boom! The terrifying attack immediately fell on the pale red crystal on the planet Trin. However, these attacks only caused a burst of inconspicuous light on this pale red crystal and were then absorbed into the crystal. The politicians of Trinstar looked at the pale red crystal on the screen with solemn expressions, and a deep sense of helplessness flashed in their eyes. Damn it, what is this thing? Why doesn't it cause any damage when I attack it? Instead, it absorbs it. A deep sense of powerlessness flashed across the eyes of a politician. The Donglin universe has tried various methods to destroy this pale red crystal. However, the final result would only make the pale red crystal expand even more. Based on the rate at which this crystal expands, it will probably take less than a week for the entire planet Trin to be swallowed up by it. The politician felt a chill all over his body and began to feel vaguely worried. Should we seek help from the 5 major cosmic nations? They have been developing for so long. They must have a way to destroy such strange cosmic dangers. Another politician at the side couldn't help but speak with a serious expression. After hearing this person's words, everyone around couldn't help but shook their heads. Unless necessary, No country is willing to seek the protection of the 5 major cosmic countries. After all, this is not only about the civilization of the country's image, but also about state secrets. Allowing the opponent's strong men to come and go freely on their capital planet means that there is almost no secret for a small cosmic country. A political officer looked at the researchers nearby and said in a stern voice, "What's going on? What exactly are the properties of this crystal? Find out." After hearing the officer's question, the researcher couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "We haven't tested it yet, but ordinary energy has no effect on this crystal. We suspect it's some kind of strange cosmic energy body. If we want to damage this energy body, I'm afraid only special energy can do it. Then go research. Research the energy that can deal with this energy body." The political officer spoke with some impatience. "There's not much time left now. Why do these researchers look like they don't want to move at all?" However, the researchers could only smile bitterly in their hearts at this moment. Research? How easy is that? Human society has been studying energy for more than a year or two, and most of the knowledge about energy that should be studied has been completed. Now it is equivalent to that the entire human society is stuck at a bottleneck in terms of energy knowledge, and it is difficult to research new things. Now, it is easy for this politician to say that it is a fantasy and impossible to make a breakthrough in this energy technology within a week. This is too much to ask. The researcher kept shaking his head and said, "We could try to study it, but the final effect may not meet the expected standards. I suggest we try other solutions first and make several more plans for backup." After hearing the researcher's words, the politicians looked at each other and then nodded slowly. No matter what happens, it is impossible to put all hopes on an unknown hope. You must definitely make several more plans. What do you think? Do you have any good suggestions? A politician asked with a frown. "I suggest that we pay an apocalypse class to come and help. Isn't there a lone apocalypse class in the universe who can be invited to help solve this problem?" After this person finished speaking, everyone showed a thoughtful look on their faces and then slowly nodded and said, "If the apocalypse class can come, then this matter can definitely be easily resolved. However, the cost will definitely be outrageous." "It's outrageous, but there's nothing we can do. We can't just watch as Trin Planet is completely devoured. If we're any later, we'll probably lose several kilometers of land." The congressman thought about it and then agreed to the decision. "I have another suggestion." At this moment, a politician couldn't help but speak. After hearing this person's words, everyone turned their attention to him and asked curiously, "What's the proposal?" "Reward. Reward." Everyone was stunned, and then vaguely guessed what this person wanted to say. Apocalypse-class soldiers are too expensive, but there are certainly many talented individuals among the common people. They usually possess some special skills. If we can offer a reward to these talented individuals to solve this problem, the cost will definitely not be as expensive as inviting an apocalypse-class soldier. After hearing this person's words, everyone looked at each other and nodded. "That makes sense. What kind of reward should we offer? If it's less, no one will be willing to help. I propose that you could reward me with knowledge of the individual items in the inventory." Independent knowledge? Everyone was surprised when they heard this person's proposal. Independent knowledge is knowledge that is not calculated in terms of level. It is knowledge that can be learned and is helpful at any level. This kind of knowledge, because of its non-differential nature, is often very precious and is 100 times more precious than ordinary knowledge. The Donglin universe has dozens of independent items of knowledge of this kind, covering different fields such as medicine, construction, machinery, space, etc. For the Donglin universe, these pieces of knowledge are the core of the core and are definitely the foundation of the country. Unexpectedly, this congressman suddenly proposed to use independent knowledge as prizes, which completely exceeded the expectations of other congressmen. I disagree. This independent knowledge is extremely important to the Donglin nation. I don't recommend spreading it outside. I don't agree either. A member of parliament shook his head subconsciously. After seeing the expressions of these counselors, the counselor who had proposed the idea earlier couldn't help but sigh slowly, then said, "Everyone, independent knowledge is indeed important to the Donglin universe, but it is not important to Tron Star. The extraordinary people in the universe are usually not interested in external things like money, but only in knowledge. If we use money and other things, we may not be able to attract truly extraordinary people. On the contrary, independent knowledge is extremely attractive to all the extraordinary people in the universe. If we can solve it, We only need to back up the knowledge and sign a confidentiality agreement. We don't even need to pay. After hearing this person's words, the congressmen looked at each other, and then a hint of intention flashed in their eyes. It seems that makes some sense. Using knowledge doesn't require spending money. At this moment, the leader stood up and said, "Everyone, there's no time to lose. This matter can't be delayed any longer. So, let's move forward together. On the one hand, we try to invite the independent apocalypse class here, and on the other hand, we try to issue a bounty to see if there are any extraordinary people willing to come to Turlin Planet to obtain this crystal." Chapter 115, Entering the Planet Trend. Su Ming looked relaxed as he landed the spacecraft on a supply planet in the Donglin universe. This kind of supply planet is a bit like the NOP planet where Su Ming worked before. It can not only provide repair services for traveling machinery and spacecraft, but also provide energy supply services. However, the planet in front of him is much higher in level than the planet NOP, where Su Ming had worked before. The spacecraft slowly landed on the planet. Su Ming did not choose a planet that was closer to the core of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, but just chose a planet on the edge. Anyway, he would set sail directly after the supplies were completed. Su Ming was too lazy to have any intersection with the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Ding! It's been detected that the Donglin Universe has issued a bounty for all of humanity. Would you like to check it? At this moment, the prompt sound of the spacecraft's intelligence system suddenly sounded in the spacecraft. After hearing the prompt tone, Su Ming showed a look of surprise on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Get the bounty information." Ding, retrieving. Ding, acquisition successful. As the voice of the spacecraft's intelligence system sounded, Su Ming suddenly saw a video screen appear in front of him. Su Ming didn't care about the bounty at first, but he wanted to take a look out of curiosity, out of boredom. But when he saw the video for the first time, Su Ming suddenly stood up, his eyes widened, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "How is that possible?" Su Ming exclaimed. The reason is unknown. The content played in the video now is a picture of a light red crystal hovering above the planet Trin. Looking at the light red crystals in the picture, Su Ming felt a sense of absurdity. Obviously, the crystal civilization is not approaching the superhuman civilization. Why did Su Ming see the shadow of crystal civilization in human society? Although compared to the entire crystal civilization world, this crystal is as small as a grain of sand compared to the ocean. However, Su Ming, who had witnessed the abnormalities of crystal civilization, how could he not know that even such a tiny crystal, if not controlled, would probably be enough to grow to the size of an entire planet or even an entire galaxy? The crystal's ability to assimilate and absorb allows this pale red crystal to easily convert any substance into energy and turn it into part of the crystal's energy. Of course, Su Ming didn't think that such a small crystal could destroy the entire human civilization. This was impossible. Although the crystal civilization is powerful, it is only terrifying when the entire civilization descends together. At that time, endless crystals will suddenly crush down, and even an apocalypse-level powerhouse will find it difficult to have room to play. But now, this crystal can only be regarded as a small individual in the crystal civilization. It is a bit exaggerated to say that a small individual of the crystal civilization can destroy the entire human civilization. There must be something in human civilization that can easily erase this crystal. But I'm afraid there will be a price to pay. Whether it is an apocalypse-level move or the intervention of cutting-edge technology from the 5 major cosmic nations, it will require a huge amount of cost, and the crystal will definitely be erased in the end. But you have to know, this is just an individual crystal, and when facing an individual, you have to take an all-out attitude. If human civilization faces the entire crystal civilization, it is estimated that it will not last longer than humanoid biological civilization. If you're confident that you can disintegrate this crystal, please come and try. The Donglin universe promises that if you succeed in disintegrating the crystal, you will be rewarded with an independent knowledge. Please sign up. In the video, the politician of Donglin Universe Country spoke with a serious expression. Su Ming could see a trace of bloodshot in the eyes of this politician, which were filled with deep fatigue and anxiety. It can be seen that in the past few days, all the politicians in the Donglin universe have been troubled by this crystal. However, after hearing the reward mentioned by the politician, Su Ming's expression changed, and he seemed to be tempted. Independent knowledge is more valuable, 100 times more valuable than normal knowledge. Su Ming has not acquired any independent knowledge so far. It would be a great thing for Su Ming if he could acquire an independent piece of knowledge. Besides, Su Ming was also quite curious about the crystal civilization. He had never faced a life form of the crystal civilization head-on, and he didn't know what abilities the life forms of the crystal civilization possessed. This is a very good opportunity for Su Ming to come into contact with the crystal civilization in advance. In this way, if he really encounters the crystal civilization in the future, Su Ming will not be flustered by the crystal civilization. Let's replenish our energy first. Su Ming muttered to himself, and then replenished the energy of his spacecraft on this planet. After confirming that the spacecraft's energy had been replenished, Su Ming started the spacecraft and left the planet. Send an entry request to Planet Trin and inform Planet Trin that I have accepted the bounty. Su Ming spoke calmly. Then the intelligence system on the spacecraft began to make a beeping sound. Ding! Your application is successful. You are allowed in. You will be arranged accordingly after entering. After hearing the voice of the spacecraft's intelligence system, Su Ming nodded slowly. The next moment, the spaceship carrying Su Ming landed on the planet Turlin in front of them. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Su Ming saw a sergeant in military uniform standing on the airport waiting for him. After seeing Su Ming landing, the soldier's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately came forward to meet him. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Ming? I'd like to confirm with you. Have you accepted the bounty? The sergeant looked at Su Ming with a smile and then spoke. Su Ming nodded to confirm. Okay, Mr. Su Ming, please follow me. After Su Ming put the spacecraft into the space storage system, he followed the sergeant to a room that looked like a preparation room. After entering the room, Su Ming's expression changed, and he immediately saw genetic warriors with different auras sitting in the preparation room. After seeing these genetic warriors, Su Ming's first reaction was indeed extraordinary people, because the genetic auras of these genetic warriors are different. Even the aura of some genetic warriors is completely different from that of normal people. They are obviously genetic warriors who have undergone genetic modification. There is no shortage of such genetic warriors in the universe. Every cosmic country has corresponding topics on genetic modification, and some cosmic countries' genetic modification technologies are relatively mature and safe. Su Ming even saw a cyborg whose only human head was left, and whose lower body was made up of machinery and biochemical muscles. There were also strange people whose whole bodies were soaked in some strange liquid, with only their arms exposed. In comparison, Su Ming himself can be said to be as normal as can be. Chapter 116, Extraordinary Talents. After everyone entered the preparation room, they sat down next to each other without communicating with each other. They just looked at each other quietly, with a strange look in their eyes. They are all extraordinary genetic warriors, each with their own strengths and abilities. Therefore, everyone was proud and conceited, and they looked down on each other, so they didn't speak. Su Ming had some free time, so he found a corner and sat down. Afterwards, several genetic warriors with different abilities came in one after another. About half an hour later, a politician from Turlin Star finally came in. After the politician walked into the room, he saw all the monsters in the room, and a strange look flashed across his face. But he quickly suppressed the strange look in his eyes, showing his extremely high professionalism. He smiled as he looked at everyone in the room, then said, "Thank you all for coming to support Donglin Universe during its crisis. For this, Donglin will also show you enough goodwill. Once the matter is resolved, you can choose any of the independent knowledge items." After hearing what the politician said, everyone in the room smiled and was determined to acquire the knowledge of independent items. But the clerk squatted for a moment, then smiled and said, "This crystal has a special ability. Once it encounters an attack, it will absorb the attack's energy and become even more expanded. Before you all take action, could you please tell us your abilities? Otherwise, if they're not appropriate, it might have the opposite effect and cause the crystal to expand even more." The politician always had a friendly smile on his face and looked at the people in the field with a calm gaze. After hearing the politician's words, everyone looked at each other. Then, a strange man with various tumors all over his body stood up and said hoarsely, "My ability is to cultivate poisons. The tumors in my body contain various toxins. There are more than 100 different kinds of toxins. They will definitely be able to completely corrode this crystal." After hearing this person's words, everyone nodded. Using corrosive toxins might not be impossible to corrode the crystals. Besides, this person has over 100 different toxins in his body, so he should be able to find a toxin that can control them. Even Su Ming looked at this person with interest, with a hint of interest flashing his eyes. Even Su Ming couldn't say for sure whether the toxin was useful. However, as long as there are different methods, you can try them. Crystal civilization does not necessarily have only one way to restrain it. It would be a good thing if we could find other ways. At this time, another man wrapped in iron armor stood up. His armor was covered with a transparent material only in the area around his eyes, allowing him to see the surrounding environment clearly. The rest of the body was covered by the armor. Another weirdo, Su Ming thought to himself. After the Iron Man stood up, a low electronic voice suddenly rang out from the armor. I am a modified experimental subject in a certain laboratory. I mutated during the genetic modification process and developed a powerful freezing ability. Even energy can be frozen. I can freeze it and then shatter it. Su Ming sat in the corner, watching these weirdos introduce themselves to each other one by one. It felt like he was visiting a strange ability exhibition. Everyone's abilities broadened Su Ming's horizons and filled him with admiration. There was actually a very interesting feeling. They were introduced one by one, and soon it was Su Ming's turn. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said to everyone with a smile, compared to you all, my abilities are very ordinary. I am good at energy-related mechanical knowledge and am a mechanic. When Su Ming said this, he indicated that he had finished his introduction and sat down directly. After seeing Su Ming actually sit down directly, the political officer seemed a little surprised. That's it? Su Ming nodded. It is true that he is gone. He is not a modified human or a genetic experiment subject. He is just a normal person. There are no special abilities to mention. After seeing Su Ming nod, a hint of disappointment flashed in the political officer's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He still smiled and said to Su Ming, it doesn't matter. Knowledge of energy-related machinery is also a good specialty. He vaguely remembered that researchers from the Donglin universe once said that this crystal could be obtained by using energy-based attacks. So even though Su Ming did not have many special abilities, he did not show any obvious concern. After hearing the conversation between the two, a hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the weirdos around when they looked at Su Ming. Energy machinery knowledge. In human society, the research on energy is not particularly profound. If it is the divine mechanics in the Dongming Alliance, it will be a surprise for them. But if it's an energy-type mechanic, it's not even as useful as an ordinary mechanic. Everyone quickly shifted their attention from Su Ming to the next extraordinary person. Soon, these extraordinary people introduced their abilities one by one, and a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the political officials. They have already sent people to look for lone apocalypse-level masters, but the price asked by the apocalypse-level masters they encountered was too high, which was slightly beyond what they could afford. If these talented people can solve the problem of the crystals, it will really save the Donglin universe a huge amount of money. Everyone's abilities are outstanding. The rest of the matter is now left to you, the politician said with a smile. After hearing the clerk's words, a strange man stood up and said calmly, Sir, I'm not used to fighting with others. Why don't you let me fight alone first? After hearing this person's words, the political officer frowned slightly, and then asked in a strange voice, Sir, why do you want to act alone? Wouldn't it be more effective if we acted together? After hearing what the politician said, the other strange people also spoke up, Sir, we also want to act alone. It's not just a matter of habit, but also a matter of ability conflict. For example, if this guy who uses poison attacks together with the ice guy, the poison won't take effect before he's frozen. It's completely useless. After hearing this person's words, the man with tumors all over his body had a cold look in his eyes and said rudely, You mean my poison is not as good as his freezing ability? After hearing the poisonous man's words, the person who had just spoken shook his head and did not comment, but the questioning look in his eyes was obvious. Seeing that this group of people with conflicting tempers were about to quarrel, the political officer quickly said, Okay, then everyone should take action one by one. Let's not start a quarrel too early. Chapter 1, 17 Properties of Crystals. The weirdo covered with tumors had the most explosive temper. After being provoked by others, he immediately stood up and walked outside. Seeing the strong, murderous aura emanating from this person, everyone in the preparation room showed different expressions on their faces. Some people sneered, some showed contempt, and some showed interest. In short, everyone who can appear here is a rebellious person at heart, and does not care about the evil spirit emanating from the poisonous person. Su Ming didn't show much emotion on his face. His main purpose of coming here was not to save face or to show off. He was more concerned about the abilities and characteristics of the crystal creatures and whether he could obtain independent knowledge. It was a good thing for Su Ming that this poisonous man took the initiative to attack at this moment. He also wanted to use the different abilities of these extraordinary people to see if there was really any ability that could restrain the crystal creatures. In his eyes, these people were just like conducting a large-scale crystal biology experiment. The poison man left the room and then flew over the crystal in a flying vehicle. Everyone also saw the situation of the poisonous man and the crystal through the surveillance monitor. The room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the poison man and the crystal on the monitor with interest, wanting to see whether the poison man's ability was effective on the crystal. I saw the poisonous man floating in the air using a flight suit. Below is a crystal that emits powerful radiation. Even with the ability to poison people, they cannot get close to the crystal below, otherwise they will not only be in danger of being burned by radiation, but also in danger of being assimilated by the crystal. He was suspended in midair, looking at the crystal below, and then a look of confidence appeared on his face. At this moment, a tumor on the poisoned person's body suddenly began to wriggle, and it was visible to the naked eye that the tumor was actually moving up along the poisoned person's neck towards his mouth. The picture was very disgusting, but Su Ming stared at the picture on the monitor intently. Su Ming was more concerned than anyone else present about whether the toxin could corrode the crystal. The poisonous man's mouth suddenly bulged. The next moment he let out a wow, and suddenly spat out a stream of thick green liquid from his mouth. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the stench of the thick green liquid. Such liquid can actually be spit out from the mouth, which makes people admire the poisonous person's ability to endure nausea. After the liquid was vomited out of the poisonous man's mouth, it was half spit and half sprayed directly onto the crystal. Suddenly, a hissing sound was heard from the light red crystal, and then everyone saw the poison spit out by the poisoned man, which gradually corroded the light red crystal and emitted white smoke. Wherever the poison came into contact, the crystals began to dissolve, turning from solid to liquid, appearing to be corroded and melted. This sudden change immediately surprised everyone in the preparation room, including Su Ming. No one expected that the reddish crystal that had caused the Donglin Universe Kingdom such a headache would be successfully used by the first person using a deadly poison. Everyone had a strange look on their face. What's going on? Don't I have to take action? Does this mean that independent knowledge has nothing to do with me, and I am just here to play a supporting role? The quick success made these talented people feel unhappy. Before I had the chance to show my ability, the problem was solved. It felt like I was holding back my energy and hitting cotton. Now everyone hopes that the crystal can hold on a little longer and not be dissolved so quickly. The politicians of Donglin Universe also had intense surprise in their eyes at this moment. If you ask who most wants the crystal to be disintegrated, it is undoubtedly the politicians of Donglin Universe. At this moment, they looked at the crystals on the screen that were gradually dissolved by the poison, and suddenly there was a strong sense of joy on their faces. If they were not concerned about their face, they would probably jump up and cheer. But Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, because from his perspective, the poison is useful, but the rate of corrosion is slowing down. As soon as it came into contact with the crystal, a huge hole was corroded. But now, when the poison drips onto the crystal, it only produces some white smoke, and it is difficult to even corrode it. Su Ming's heart trembled. The effect of the poison is weakening, or rather, the crystal is adapting to the poison. As expected, as time went on, the poison released by the poison man no longer produced a violent reaction when it landed on the crystal again. Even a white smoke rarely emerged. One could vaguely see the poison he exhaled being gradually absorbed by the crystal. This crystal possesses a strong ability to adapt, or rather, the ability to learn. It allows one to quickly adapt to a certain force or energy in a very short period of time. Once adapted, this force or energy may no longer be effective on him. Su Ming's heart trembled. This discovery made Su Ming feel a chill. What a perverted ability. This ability can be said to prevent the same type of attack from happening again after being attacked. In that case, Su Ming made an idea in his mind. Is it possible that this is the solution finally discovered by humanoid civilization and is also being continuously adapted in crystal civilization? The cracking method that the humanoid creature he knew was proud of could have restrained the crystal civilization in those days. But now, it may not be effective against crystal civilization. After realizing this, Su Ming took a deep breath. The method that you originally thought was safe may no longer be a permanent solution, and it may even become a trap. If I were really stupid enough to only prepare a way to crack the humanoid civilization, I would probably have no place to cry when the time comes. Su Ming shook his head and continued to look at the screen. The crystal was immune to its own poison, and the poison man realized this at the first moment. His expression changed, but he didn't panic. After all, in addition to the poison just now, he has more than 100 other poisons on his body, and many of them are hidden poisons that are even 100 times more toxic than the one just now. The poison man didn't hesitate. The multiple tumors in his body immediately moved toward his mouth. These tumors gathered in his mouth and then turned into an even more terrifying poison, which violently poured towards the crystal below. Chapter 118, The Danger Level Rises. Wow, a poison 10 times more disgusting and 10 times more concentrated than before suddenly fell onto the crystal. The effect this time is much stronger than before. Almost instantly, a huge hole was eroded into the crystal, and the eroded area continued to expand, spreading towards the surrounding areas of the crystal. Everyone in the preparation room stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The toxin this time was indeed powerful. In a blink of an eye, the area eroded had reached an area of several kilometers in radius. Almost instantly, about 1% of the crystal was eroded. But Su Ming secretly shook his head. If the poison in front of him were 100 times more powerful, or if the crystal area were 100 times smaller, it is really possible that the toxin will completely corrode the crystal in front of it. But the crystal grew too fast during the previous swallowing process. Although these toxins are overbearing, based on the crystal's terrifying adaptability, it is unlikely that it will completely corrode the crystal in front of it. Sure enough, the toxin's erosion is getting slower and slower. Later on, the crystals were no longer eroded. Instead, they regarded the toxins as their own nutrients and gradually absorbed them into the crystals. The crystal also became stronger and stronger because of this. When the poison man saw this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. The previous poison was already his trump card. If this couldn't disintegrate the crystal, then he probably had no better way. However, he had already boasted in the preparation room before, and if he admitted his mistake now, he would lose all face. The poisonous man gritted his teeth, then gathered all the tumors on his body together on his back, making him look like a deformed hunchback. 10,000 poisons gushing out. The poison man shouted loudly, and then the big bag on his back suddenly burst open. A large amount of poison gushed out along the tumor and sprinkled on the crystal. But what made him despair was, at this moment, the crystal has developed an extremely strong resistance to toxins. Even though these toxins are more powerful, their effects are not as effective as the first time they eroded the crystals. After seeing this scene, the poisonous man realized that he could not do anything to the crystal in front of him. Then he began to retreat and prepare to drive the aircraft away from here. However, how could the crystal creature let him leave like this? Dozens of light red crystal tentacles suddenly stretched out from the crystal creature and wrapped him up. The poisonous man struggled frantically, releasing horrible toxins from his entire body. However, these toxins can only become nutrients for the tentacles, being absorbed into the tentacles and making them stronger. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous man was wrapped up by the crystal tentacles, and when it was opened again, it was empty. It has obviously been assimilated by the crystal creature. After seeing this scene, there was a burst of exclamations in the preparation room. It has consciousness. The politicians of the Donglin universe could not help but exclaimed. Before, the crystals did not show any signs of active attack. They were just passively swallowing and expanding. In addition, the crystal's unique appearance made the politicians of Donglin universe think that it was just a dangerous cosmic wonder, without independent consciousness, and was a dead object. But now, this crystal actually stretched out several tentacles and swallowed the poisonous manhole. Clearly, the crystal possesses consciousness. It is a living being. In that case, the politicians looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. This dangerous object is a conscious life form. The danger level has been increased by 1 level. A politician muttered to himself. The other politicians nodded, and then a hint of determination flashed in their eyes. This already falls into the realm of unknown cosmic life, potentially involving different civilizations. It's no longer just our business. We need to inform the entire human society about this, and let humanity face this external risk together. The politician stood up and spoke directly. No one objected to his words. The current danger level has been raised by one level, and it is no longer something that Donglin Universe can handle and face on its own. When it comes to living beings, especially those at the level of directly devouring the entire planet, the level of this living being must definitely rise to a level that requires the common vigilance of the entire human society. If the Donglin Universe Kingdom continues to conceal this matter, then if something goes wrong, not only will it suffer, but it will also likely bring disaster to the rest of human society. Contact the 5 major cosmic nations and send all the records of the crystals so far, as well as all the information about the crystal, to the Human Cosmic Nation Joint Network, so that all cosmic nations in human society can see this crystal creature. The staff members acted quickly and soon connected with the politicians of the 5 major cosmic countries and uploaded the videos of the crystals, including the videos of the poisonous people fighting against the crystal creatures, to the joint network. The Monkley Empire has received this and is reporting it. Please wait. The Busa Free Federation received this message. Please reply when we can hold a joint meeting. The Dongming Alliance received. Beast God Civilization received. The Kingdom of Dai's received. The 5 major cosmic countries responded immediately. The next moment, the projections of the politicians of Donglin Universe appeared directly in the virtual conference hall. The projections of the other 5 major cosmic politicians also descended on the conference hall one after another. After preliminary assessment, the risk level is A, which is extremely high. We have already dispatched the Apocalypse class, and they are expected to arrive in 3 hours. The threat posed by this crystal creature isn't great, but the civilization or biological community it represents poses a significant threat to human society. We must thoroughly investigate the origin of this crystal creature. The politicians of the 5 major cosmic countries quickly reached a conclusion on the matter and then immediately communicated with the politicians of the Donglin Universe country about the arrangements one by one. Excuse me, everyone. The crystal is still expanding, and some people and important buildings have no time to evacuate. I would like to send out extraordinary people to stop the expansion. Is this feasible? The politician of Donglin Universe could not help but speak solemnly. 3 hours. By the time the Apocalypse-class ships arrive, it's estimated that 1/10 of the planet will be swallowed up. Although these extraordinary people may not be able to disintegrate the crystal, they can at least prevent the crystal from expanding. The man who was poisoned died at the hands of crystal. However, when he released the toxin, he still eroded part of the crystal. Overall, the volume was also reduced due to the erosion of the toxin. Poisoning people is not completely useless. After hearing what Donglin Universe said, the politicians from the 5 major cosmic nations were silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. It's feasible. It's necessary to limit the growth of crystals. Chapter 119, Utilization and Live Broadcast. Everyone quickly reached a consensus that the extraordinary people would be responsible for limiting the growth of the crystals and waiting for the arrival of the Apocalypse class. When the Apocalypse arrives, even if the crystal has swallowed an entire planet, it will have to remain obedient in front of the Apocalypse. After the politicians hung up the phone, they turned their gazes towards these extraordinary people. The content of the conversation just now was not heard by these extraordinary people. Otherwise, with the tempers of these extraordinary people, they would probably go berserk on the spot. After all, judging from performance just now, the crystal is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you may be directly assimilated by the crystal. However, the result of the discussion among the politicians was to let these extraordinary people continue to take action to prevent the growth of the crystals. It doesn't sound like there's any problem. But in fact, the idea of these politicians is to stop the growth of crystals, even at the cost of the lives of these extraordinary people. When facing a national crisis, politicians can definitely turn into the coldest executioners, killing people without anyone noticing. They don't care about the lives of talented people at all. What they care about is the survival of Donglin Kingdom. In a sense, the decision made by these politicians was not wrong. By sacrificing the lives of a small number of people, they saved nearly 1/3 of the lives on the entire planet. Great deal. However, is a bit unfair to those with extraordinary abilities. There were friendly smiles in the eyes of the politicians, just like the scene when they just met these extraordinary people. But no one knows that their mentality has completely changed. Now, the politicians of Donglin Kingdom no longer need the abilities of these extraordinary people to disintegrate the crystals. 3 hours later, the Apocalypse class came to take over everything, and the Donglin Kingdom no longer needed to rely on these extraordinary people to solve its problems. However, the surface work still needs to be done well. This is a common occurrence for politicians. Acting skills, a compulsory course for politicians, are fully demonstrated at this moment. These politicians acted as if nothing had happened, still looking at the extraordinary people in front of them with respectful and friendly smiles on their faces. We are deeply unfortunate about what happened to Mr. Cotton, but the crystal is still there. We may need your help to resolve this issue and save the Donglin Kingdom. Please be careful when you take action next time. Mr. Cotton, that is the name of the poisoner. Now, after the politicians finished saying this, they turned their gaze towards the people present, with expectant expressions in their eyes that were beyond words. But only they themselves know how much is true and how much is false. At this time, another member of the political team couldn't help but smile and said, "In order to show off your strength, we have decided to conduct a live broadcast for you. This live broadcast will be broadcast to the entire human society, allowing your heroic figures to appear in every corner of human society. This live broadcast is actually just for the major cosmic countries to continue observing other properties of the crystal. However, the politicians of Donglin State used some tricks to make this incident a live broadcast to the entire human society. What do these extraordinary people pursue? Besides their own strength, it is fame and fortune. Now that they knew that this battle would be broadcast live to the entire human society, many talented people could no longer sit still and wanted to show themselves in the live broadcast. If you can become famous through this battle, fame and fortune will follow in the future. Very good. I should broadcast it live to the entire human society and let everyone see my powerful abilities." The Iceman stood up with a smile, and then said to the officials of the Donglin universe, "You must broadcast it live for me and show the entire human society my heroic performance of disintegrating the crystal." After saying that, the Iceman opened the door and walked out. When the other talented people who were eager to try saw that the Iceman had taken the lead, a trace of regret flashed in their eyes, and they only regretted that they got up too late. After seeing this scene, the politicians of Donglin Universe looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. As expected, if you tempt them with fame and fortune, these so-called extraordinary talents will rush forward for the sake of fame and fortune. However, these politicians were not wrong in promising to broadcast live to the entire human society. After discussions among politicians for various countries, this matter can indeed be broadcast live on the public network of human society. It mainly serves the research on crystals in various countries, but this incident can also reflect the good atmosphere of support from all sides when one side is in trouble among various countries in the universe in human society, which is a positive interstellar energy. This is very helpful for the harmony and stability of the people. Soon, under the arrangement of the staff, Donglin Universe uploaded a live broadcast post in the Universe Forum. Following Donglin's notification, other universes also used their official accounts to forward Donglin Universe's live broadcast post. Suddenly, a large number of users flocked into the live broadcast room and watched the live broadcast of Donglin Universe versus Crystal Creatures in front of them. Netizen, "Hey, brothers, what's going on?" Our Tianheng Universe's official media reposted this news. "I came to take a look. Is there anyone here early? Can you explain where we are now?" Netizen B, "This live broadcast just started. I just came in too. Look, this weirdo wrapped in armor is about to fight this crystal creature. They should be fighting soon." Netizen C, "What is this crystal creature? I saw in the description of this post that it is a dangerous creature from an unknown universe. How can a creature look like this?" Netizens began to discuss it crazily. In the interstellar society, there are actually only a few genetic warriors with combat capabilities. Although almost everyone Su Ming meets is a genetic warrior, it is because the environment Su Ming is in is a war environment, so they're all genetic warriors. But in fact, the ratio of genetic warriors in the entire human society is only 100 to 1. Among 100 people, only one has the opportunity to become a genetic warrior. Most interstellar citizens are ordinary people with no combat capabilities. To them, powerful genetic warriors are no different from celebrities. The battles among the genetic warriors are similar to reality shows on TV. However, the battles between genetic warriors are much more exciting than reality shows. After all, many battles are often accompanied by the death of genetic warriors. For ordinary people, the scene before their eyes is an extremely exciting battle show. So in an instant, hundreds of millions of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Chapter 120: Iceman versus Crystal Creature. The audience in the live broadcast room was noisy, but Iceman couldn't see it at all. At this moment, the Iceman moved towards the crystal, standing on the aircraft and launching a sharp attack on the crystal creature. He took off his steel armor and crawled out of it wrapped only in a piece of old cloth. This is an ugly, extremely thin and deformed man. As soon as he emerged from the iron armor, some small ice crystals appeared around him. The terrifying chill could be felt even through the screen. His purpose of wearing steel armor was not to enhance his combat power. On the contrary, the armor restrained the coldness in his body, allowing him to walk normally among the crowd and communicate with others. Otherwise, with the coldness emanating from him, anyone who dared to approach him would be frozen into ice. This is the research result of a research institute in a certain universe country. The research institutes of the universe country often spend a lot of money to find some extremely poor people, and as long as they are willing to be experimental volunteers, they can give them a large sum of money. Many poor families send their children to volunteer when they have no other choice. Although this kind of thing has been expressly banned by human society, there are still some laboratories doing it secretly. Once the research is successful and the data and results are recorded, these laboratories will release the volunteers. The Iceman in front of him was a product of such a laboratory. He had no expression on his face, and it seemed that he was so cold that even the muscles on his face were frozen. The Iceman is unable to move. While the genetic mutation has given him terrifying freezing abilities, it has also frozen his muscles and caused them to lose most of their activity. He can only rely on the automatic walking function of his steel armor to walk and on nutrient solution to maintain normal life functions. After all, any food would be frozen into ice before it even entered his mouth. The price of genetic mutation is to remain in this state for a lifetime. This is also the reason why many extraordinary people have strange personalities. In this state, it is difficult for them to have a normal and healthy mentality. The Iceman's face, like a dead person's, gradually looked towards the crystal below, and then a deep mockery flashed in his eyes. Without the iron armor, he couldn't speak at all, as his vocal cords had long lost their vitality due to being frozen. But this does not prevent him from exerting his corresponding abilities. I saw a deep chill emanating from his body, so much so that it could be seen with the naked eye as a deep blue color in the air. This is a special crystallization phenomenon that only occurs when the temperature reaches the extreme, representing the temperature of this area, which is extremely cold. Under the control of the Iceman, this cold wave suddenly rushed towards the crystal creatures below, covering them in an instant. This cool fighting scene is comparable to any blockbuster movie, and the most important thing is, once people know that this is a real scene, the excitement will be 10 times greater. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Many programs nowadays are about mecha battles or two-person fights. It's very rare to see a monster like this using the freezing effect to attack. This immediately caused the popularity of the live broadcast room to soar. This move is so cool. With one move, it freezes 100 miles. This guy is so strong. I wonder if a normal mecha warrior is a match for this guy. Even a mecha would be frozen, right? This is considered a supernatural power. It's amazing. A heated discussion began in the live broadcast room. Do you think this move can kill this crystal creature? I think it's feasible. Look at this crystal. Its pale red surface has turned silvery white. It's obviously frozen. Really? At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the picture on the screen. There is no doubt about the Iceman's ability. With his powerful freezing ability, he easily froze about half of the crystal creature's body. Moreover, the Iceman learned from the Poison Man's lesson and immediately released his trump card to attack, without giving the crystal a chance to adapt gradually. After the Iceman released the freezing attack, most of the crystal was directly frozen. Great! Keep freezing. Even the politicians saw this, and their faces showed surprise. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that Iceman's ability is really possible. This huge crystal was soon frozen in half by the Iceman. Half is not easy. You have to know that the area of this crystal is as large as hundreds of kilometers, which means that the Iceman's move has a direct range of hundreds of kilometers, which is really scary. When the Iceman saw that his attack was effective, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his only eye that could move. The next moment, the Iceman controlled his ice power and began to break part of the crystal. I saw that the part of the frozen crystal, under the control of the Iceman's ability, actually began to crack along with the ice. The broken part of the crystal, separated from the main crystal, became a pile of dead matter and no longer possessed the activity of the crystal itself. After seeing this scene, Su Ming's expression changed. It actually works. These broken ice crystals also broke the frozen part of the crystal and easily froze the broken part to lose its activity. This is equivalent to the part that has been frozen and cracked and is no longer a crystal organism. Even if the crystal creature is recovered, it cannot be restored to its peak state. But unfortunately, a trace of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. If the Iceman's ability were 10 times stronger, he might be able to easily freeze and shatter the crystal in front of him and completely destroy it. But the Iceman's freezing speed obviously cannot keep up with the crystal creature's adaptation speed. Soon the crystal gradually adapted to the ice ability, and the frozen part gradually returned to its original appearance. No matter how the Iceman controlled his ice power to attack the crystal creature would become immune to the ice. Even as the ice attacks increased, the crystal creature's body gradually began to assimilate the power of ice. Ice is also a kind of power and will also be assimilated by the crystal. The ice released by the Iceman, after being assimilated, will instead make the crystal creature continue to grow stronger, and the crystal creature will immediately resume its state of continued expansion. And the crystal creature seemed to be tired of the confrontation with the Iceman and directly extended 2 tentacles and attacked the Iceman. The Iceman was shocked, but due to a genetic defect, he was unable to move quickly. He could only watch as 2 tentacles wrapped around him. The next moment, the tentacles retracted and the Iceman's breath disappeared. Iceman died at the hands of Crystal. After seeing this scene, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly went crazy and boiling. Everyone was discussing the scene before them frantically. However, Su Ming, who was sitting in the preparation room, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Chapter 121 Su Ming Take's acción. At this moment, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Iceman, Poison Man, their abilities are actually effective against crystals. Crystals are not really that abnormal. In fact, it is still possible to find a way to crack a single crystal. But the real power of crystals lies in their scale. If the crystal is only a few hundred square meters, either the Iceman or the Poison Man can easily destroy the crystal. But now the crystal has expanded to hundreds of kilometers, and its magnitude has increased by more than 1,000 times. Then the abilities of the Iceman and the Poison Man are not such a big threat to the crystal. Instead, it can use its powerful learning ability to adapt to the abilities of the two, and then kill them. The strength of crystal civilization lies in its scale. The crystal is hundreds of millions of light years in size. It is so huge that even if an apocalypse-level strongman attacks frantically, it will take who knows how many years to destroy it. During this process, the crystal civilization can fully adapt to the attacks of the apocalypse-level strongman and devour this apocalypse-level strongman. A crystal civilization that is hundreds of millions of light years in size cannot be destroyed in a short period of time. As long as it does not destroy and adapts to the corresponding attacks, it can no longer be harmed by such attacks. This is where the real power of the crystal civilization lies. Quantity. Using the terrifying magnitude to give oneself plenty of time to adapt and thus become immune to all attacks is the power of crystal civilization. It's a bit confusing. Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you want to defeat the crystal civilization, you must have superpowers in every member, and each person's abilities are different. At the same time, they must use different abilities to attack the crystals, and only if trillions of people attack together will there be a glimmer of hope. Soon after the Iceman died, several powerful men with different special powers walked out of the room to fight with the crystal creatures. However, without exception, they were all killed after the crystal creatures adapted their abilities. Flame adapted counterattack. Vibration ability, once adapted, can also counterattack. Scenes of extraordinary people attacking the crystal creatures in various ways, but being killed in return, were transmitted to the preparation room through video and also to the live broadcast. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room has gradually changed from watching the show to feeling a little panic and fear. Are you sure this crystal can solve the problem? Why do I feel like there's no solution? It's too strong. It can adapt to different attacks. After that, these attacks will be ineffective and anyone who attacks it will be killed. This ability is too abnormal. And look, this crystal is constantly expanding. It has already expanded for several kilometers. If it continues like this, human society will be completely devoured by it. When it does not concern them, people can look at the crystal issue as a show. But now everyone discovered that the crystal could continue to expand, which immediately caused the audience to panic slightly. Even in the preparation room, the atmosphere became slightly solemn. These extraordinary people have bad tempers and are arrogant. But they're not fools. This one was killed in the counterattack. Maybe it was because he lacked the ability or had not practiced enough. But they were killed one after another. It was no longer a question of ability. Anyone could see that the crystal in front of them was not simple. Everyone, is there anyone else willing to take action? The politicians frowned and couldn't help but ask. There is still an hour and a half left before the apocalypse-level masters arrive. They don't want the crystal to continue swallowing and expanding during this hour and a half. Oh, give it a try. A strange man with a strong aura stood up. He was a genetic mutant known for his speed. Facing the crystal tentacles that others were worried about, he was barely confident that he could protect himself. Since no one else was making a move, he wanted to try his luck. Who knows? Maybe he could get rid of the crystal. But at this moment, a voice came from the corner of the preparation room. Don't go, let me do it. A figure stood up and spoke lightly. After hearing this voice, everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned their gaze towards the figure with a strange look in their eyes. The person who just spoke was the one who claimed to be an energy mechanic. He is also the only person in the entire preparation room who looks normal. I think his name is Su Ming. When everyone saw Su Ming stand up, a hint of disapproval flashed in their eyes. Stop joking. Even those people with powerful abilities never come back. Why would an ordinary energy mechanic want to show off now? Su Ming ignored the questioning looks from those around him. He stood up and walked outside. Originally, he didn't want to act so quickly. But after witnessing the scenes of the crystals continuously killing people with special abilities, Su Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. This crystal creature clearly has the power to kill these ability users in one encounter, but it chooses to wait until these ability users have released their abilities and the crystal has gradually adapted before killing them. It looks like the crystal deliberately gives these people with special abilities the opportunity to release their abilities. The purpose is obvious. The crystal in front of us wants to adapt to as many abilities as possible that humans possess. As for why we need to adapt to more human abilities, Su Ming had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that, as long as the crystal creatures merge together, this adaptability will also be passed on to other crystals? This crystal creature wants to collect as many different ability samples as possible and finally pass them on to the main body of the crystal civilization. In this way, it will become easier and faster for crystal civilization to devour human civilization. The crystal cannot be allowed to continue. Otherwise, it will adapt all its abilities and pass these adaptive abilities onto the crystal civilization. If humans still want to fight in the future, they might as well just surrender. Su Ming walked out of the preparation room, then moved his body, sat in the aircraft, and instantly rushed towards the direction of the crystal. In the moment Su Ming left the preparation room, the live camera also turned to Su Ming. This guy's a normal person. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel surprised. Let's be honest. Normal people are normal, okay? Those who just came out are not normal people. Another person spoke up. After hearing what this person said, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Yes, I had just been watching some strange-looking people attacking the crystal, and subconsciously I felt that this war was a monster versus monster war. Seeing a normal person now makes the audience in the live broadcast room feel strange. However, soon, the audience in the live broadcast room began a heated discussion again. This guy is so skinny, he's probably no match for Crystal. The others were so strong, but were killed by the Crystal. I don't think this guy has much hope. In addition to the audience in the live broadcast room, senior officials from major cosmic countries were also watching this live broadcast. At this moment, in a military conference room of the Empire, several figures were sitting in the conference room, watching the battle between the Donglin Universe Kingdom and Crystal. Column Clarence was sitting among them. When Su Ming walked out of the preparation room and the camera turned to Su Ming, Colin Clarence stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and exclaimed, "Damn it! Why is that little bastard Su Ming here? Chapitre 122 colonne, Clarence son." Seeing Colin Clarence stand up and exclaim, the people around him couldn't help but look at Colin Clarence in surprise. "What's going on? Sir Colin Clarence, why are you so surprised?" Those sitting next to him were all-important figures in the Empire. At this moment, everyone looked at Colin Clarence in surprise, with a look of confusion in their eyes. Colin Clarence's expression grew solemn, and he slowly sat down. He frowned and said, "This is my second son. I don't know why he's here." Everyone present was surprised to hear that it was Colin Clarence's second son. Colin Clarence's second son, didn't I hear? Someone couldn't help but speak, but stopped talking halfway through. He couldn't say in front of Colin Clarence that his son was a fool, otherwise he would offend Colin Clarence. "Sir Colin Clarence, if the person in the picture is really your second son, then your son is in some danger." An imperial official saw Su Ming rushing towards the crystal and spoke with a worried look on his face. Indeed, according to everyone's previous observations of the crystals, ordinary genetic warriors are definitely no match for the crystals. It's not that the crystal's combat power is so strong, but it's mainly because of the crystal's strange ability that people with insufficient energy level can easily die at the hands of the crystal. Seeing that Su Ming was actually preparing to go to where the crystal was and target it, Colin Clarence couldn't help but feel worried. He couldn't understand why Su Ming appeared in the Donglin universe and wanted to take action against the crystal creatures. Didn't Su Ming see the power of the crystal creatures? Colin Clarence did not hesitate and immediately called the politicians of the Donglin universe. "Mr. Colin Clarence? Why did you call us?" When the politicians of Donglin universe saw that it was Colin Clarence, they were obviously stunned for a moment, as if they had not expected that Colin Clarence would call them. Colin Clarence cut to the chase and said, "Su Ming, who's about to attack, is my son. You must stop him and don't let him come into contact with the crystal creatures. If anything goes wrong, I'll go crazy. Do you understand me?" Colin Clarence was very anxious, so he didn't bother to be polite with the people from Donglin universe. He spoke directly and firmly. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, the politicians of Donglin universe were all shocked, and then they looked at Su Ming in the surveillance video. At this moment, Su Ming had already flown a distance and was very close to the crystal creature. After seeing this scene, the politicians of Donglin universe could not help but break out in a cold sweat. They also feel aggrieved and depressed. As a descendant of Apocalypse, why don't you stay at home and join in the fun in Donglin universe kingdom? Want independent knowledge? Don't be ridiculous. Would the descendants of Apocalypse lack independent knowledge? The politicians of Donglin universe were extremely puzzled, but now was not the time to be confused. They had to stop Su Ming quickly. Otherwise, if Su Ming really encountered any danger, the wrath of an Apocalypse-level strongman would not be so easy to bear. The political officers quickly connected to Su Ming's communicator and said anxiously, "Mr. Su Ming, please come back. An Apocalypse class will be here in an hour, so you won't be needed." Su Ming was in the aircraft at this moment, flying towards the crystal creature. After hearing what the politicians said, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "It's okay. I'll give it a try. I've never fought a crystal creature before. I'll see if my idea is correct," Su Ming said casually without caring, then hung up the communicator and focused on the crystal creature not far ahead. After the call was hung up, the politicians were very anxious and quickly called the Ministry of National Defense of Donglin Universe. "The young man who attacked now is the son of Sir Colin Clarence. You must protect him and don't let him be harmed by the crystal creatures." Immediately, the entire Donglin universe was mobilized. Some of Donglin universe's own troops had been stationed around the crystal creatures. After receiving orders from the politicians, they immediately entered a state of emergency alert, ready to rescue Su Ming at any time. In the Imperial meeting, Colin Clarence frowned as he watched this scene, his eyes full of worry. "Sir Colin Clarence, it seems your son is a bit overconfident and wants to try to disintegrate the crystal creature." A hostile politician of Colin Clarence couldn't help but chuckle and looked at Su Ming in the video. The other people present also looked at the live video with different expressions on their faces. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived above the crystal creature, and it was too late to stop it. Everyone was curious about what kind of abilities Su Ming had that made him think he could deal with the crystal creature. In the picture, Su Ming looked at the crystal creature below and then, without hesitation, he summoned his mecha. A mecha about 13 meters high instantly wrapped Su Ming in it. This mecha is the more powerful yin-yang mecha among the D-class mechas. The crystal below did not have much energy level reaction at this moment, and seemed to still be trying to obtain Su Ming's abilities and adapt to them. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Without hesitation, he controlled the sub-mecha and appeared next to the crystal in an instant. Then the sub-mech attacked instantly, breaking the invisibility with a blow and directly cut a huge hole in the crystal. The next moment, the sub-mech drew its sword again and cut off a part of the crystal body along the huge hole. After seeing this scene, everyone watching the live broadcast, including politicians from various countries, showed a hint of doubt on their faces. What does Su Ming want to do? Even if a piece of a crystal creature is cut off, it can still recover quickly. The cut part will not lose its activity, but will turn into another independent individual, either growing on its own or finding an opportunity to return to the mother body. The crystal creature does not care about this kind of physical damage, as it has no impact or loss on it. Column Clarence's son. Wouldn't he even know this basic common sense? A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the politicians in the Imperial Conference Room. They thought that Colin Clarence's son was extraordinary, but they didn't expect him to use such a method. After the crystal is cut, the cut crystal is still active and is ready to be rebonded to the main crystal. But at this moment, Su Ming chuckled, and then an ordinary bullet was released from the mecha, accurately hitting the cut crystal. It was just an ordinary bullet, but something happened that shocked everyone. The small part of the crystal that was cut off was hit by the bullet and suddenly froze in place, losing any ability to move. Chapter 123, A Sudden Change. What's going on? Is there some secret hidden in this bullet? How can I directly disable this cut crystal? This is the confusion in the viewer's mind. Obviously, it looks like an ordinary bullet to everyone, but it has such a strange ability. Su Ming was unaware of the viewer's confusion. Without hesitation, he controlled the sub-mech to grab the fixed crystal cut part and then brought it to his side. The bullet, just now, was indeed an ordinary bullet. However, Su Ming added static energy elements into it. The function of static energy element is to return particles to their original starting point. Crystalline organisms are composed of a variety of complex energy particles. It is itself an energy-type creature, a static energy element, which can stop the movement of energy particles inside the crystal, which is equivalent to putting the crystal into a temporarily suspended state. And the most useful thing about static energy elements for crystals is static energy elements are not adapted by crystals. After all, after being hit by the static energy element, the crystal is in a static state, the particles inside have stopped moving, and there is no way to react to new things. This is something that Su Ming knows of that can completely restrain crystals. However, static energy elements have a time limit. If the crystal is not resolved within the time limit, the sealed part of the crystal will be restored. The submech brought the cut part of the crystal to Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming did not hesitate and prepared to smash the cut part in front of him. But at this moment, the voice of the mechanical Marshal Master system suddenly rang in Su Ming's mind. Ding! I've detected some forbidden stellar energy. Would you like to absorb it? After hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and then asked in his mind, what's going on? Is the stellar energy factor the crystal fragment in front of me? System. Ding, yes. Su Ming was extremely surprised by the system's words. This was something Su Ming had never expected. Su Ming just wanted to completely smash the crystal fragment in front of him and make it lose its activity. But the system actually told me. The system can absorb the split body in front of it? System, can you absorb the body of this crystal? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. Ding! No, I can only absorb the blocked stellar energy factor. The dynamic stellar energy factor cannot be absorbed. After hearing what the system said, Su Ming felt a little disappointed, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he seemed to be asking for too much. If the system can absorb complete crystals, then the crystal civilization will be destroyed single-handedly. System absorb. Su Ming did not hesitate. The time for the static energy element was almost up, so he decisively chose to let the system absorb it. Ding! Absorbing the star's energy factors. The system's voice sounded, and then Su Ming was surprised to see that the crystal fragment in the mecha's hand, which was about several cubic meters in size, was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a balloon with a hole in it, and it began to shrink in an instant. Astral energy factor. Su Ming muttered to himself. From the system's name for the crystal, Su Ming still managed to grasp some information. Star. Could it be that the crystal civilization is actually a celestial body in some sense? It is just a celestial body that could devour all matter, has its own thinking and consciousness, and can even evolve life. It's a bit like a black hole. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. When thinking of a celestial body that could devour all matter, Su Ming immediately thought of a black hole. But this crystal is light red in color, so it is obviously not a black hole. We can only understand it as the universe is so vast that nothing is strange. Ding! Absorption completed, transformed into starlight points. The number of points is 372. In such a short while, the system has completely absorbed the crystal fragments in front of it. The so-called stellar energy factors of these crystals have been transformed into 372 starlight points under the action of the system. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Ming was stunned, and then his gaze turned to the crystal creature's body hundreds of kilometers below. Just a cut body can provide him with 372 star points. If this entire crystal creature is absorbed, it will be able to provide itself with hundreds of thousands of starlight points. Bodybuilding attack, training, which does not require spending star points. I didn't expect that I could get supplements from crystal creatures. Su Ming's heart started beating wildly. It's sent. In addition to the crystal creature in front of him, there is also the main body of the crystal civilization that can be devoured. You should know that the magnitude of the crystal civilization itself is measured in light years. With such a huge size, I wonder how many star points it will bring to me. Su Ming couldn't help but feel strange. So, the crystal civilization that gave him a headache suddenly became his own RBQ? If I don't have enough starlight points, I can just go find crystal creatures. Wouldn't that mean there are endless starlight points? The change in identities between the two parties at this moment greatly reduced Su Ming's fear of the crystal civilization. However, Su Ming was not so naive as to think that the entire crystal civilization would just stand there stupidly waiting to be absorbed by him. You should know that the system can only absorb crystals that are in a sealed state, which can also be understood as crystals that have been broken into pieces. If you want to absorb the crystals, you must first destroy the crystal civilization. However, once it reaches that point, once the system absorbs it, the crystal civilization's invincible recovery ability will disappear in front of him. No matter what, Su Ming felt a little relieved. After absorbing the crystal fragment, Su Ming turned his attention to the crystal creature below. He followed the same method and drove the submech directly to hide next to the crystal creature, then suddenly rushed out and cut off a part of the crystal creature's body. Then, the bullets carrying static energy elements suddenly fell on the cut-off part. The next moment, the submecha appeared next to Su Ming's main mecha. Ding! Absorbing the star's energy factors. Ding! Absorption completed. This time, a total of 612 starlight points were obtained. Chapter 124: The Real Battle. What Su Ming didn't know was that his 2 consecutive operations had stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. From the perspective of the live broadcast room, a remote-controlled submech suddenly appeared and cut off a part of the crystal. Then, the cut part of the crystal was brought back to the side of the mother mech by the submech, like a good baby. The next moment, the crystal-cutting body in the mother mecha's hand gradually shrank until it disappeared in the mother mecha's hand. What's going on? Was it absorbed? Absorb? How is that possible, brother? It must have been dissolved by something. Wasn't it possible for people with special abilities to be dissolved before? Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start discussion. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to increase, and Su Ming's fighting style gave these netizens hope of destroying the crystal body. Come on, bro. What's this guy's name? He's quite handsome, you know what? Even the politicians from various countries turned their attention to Su Ming. So far, Su Ming has only used physical attacks, which cannot be absorbed by the crystal because there is not much energy transferred. I just don't know why the crystals became fixed and why they disappeared afterwards. If we can obtain this method, then we won't have to fear crystal civilization, right? Ordinary audiences watch whether the fighting process is exciting. But what politicians look at is the situation and interests. At this moment, a thoughtful look flashed across the eyes of some politicians from the universe country, and then their gazes continued to watch the changes in the situation on the screen. In the video, Su Ming kept using the same trick to dig holes all over the surface of the crystal creature. These crystals that have been dug out have no chance of returning to their original bodies and being restored. All of them turned into Su Ming's star points. In just a short while, Su Ming's star points soared by more than 8,000 points, reaching 40,000 plus and almost reaching 50,000. At this moment, Su Ming became interested in the crystal creature and began to want to continuously absorb the body of the crystal creature. However, at this moment, the body of the crystal creature suddenly began to wriggle wildly. Then, the crystal creature that covered an area of hundreds of kilometers suddenly shrank rapidly at this moment. This shrinkage is not the shrinkage that occurs after the system absorbs the crystal biological energy. Instead, they began to gather strength. The originally scattered forces began to gradually converge towards the center. The crystal creatures also gradually changed from light red to deep red. It is converging, concentrating, and integrating strength. After seeing this scene, Su Ming's expression became slightly serious. Here we come. The crystal creature just wanted to adapt to its own abilities, so it didn't attack it. But now, this crystal creature obviously realized that if it continued like this, it would only continue to wear away parts of its body. Not only did he fail to adapt to his own abilities, he also lost part of his body. After realizing this, the crystal creature would definitely not allow itself to continue, but would prepare to attack itself and kill itself. This is the moment when danger comes. The crystal creatures gradually gathered together, and then, under everyone's gaze, they gradually transformed into a human with deep red skin. Or rather, the appearance of a human. When the Donglin state officials saw this man's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mechanic Wang Dong?" That's right, the person transformed by the crystal creature looked exactly like the mechanic named Wang Dong. At this moment, after Wang Dong was condensed, he looked at Su Ming. It seemed that he had not yet adapted to the appearance of a human being, so Wang Dong now looked a little dazed. "How did you cut off my clone?" Wang Dong asked haltingly. At the same time, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He really couldn't understand why his clone seemed to have lost its mind at that moment. Although he could still sense its existence, he couldn't communicate with it at all. It was not until it was destroyed that he completely lost the perception of the clone. This made him feel incredible, and he gradually developed a sense of fear towards this newly discovered human civilization. Su Ming didn't say anything, but the energy in his brain quietly surged out and poured into the mecha. The mecha began to revive gradually, emitting a dangerous aura. Level 10. He had already sensed that the crystal creature in front of him, which had condensed power, had now increased its strength to level 10. This is already terrifying. You have to know that this crystal creature had just woken up and had almost no strength, but it took less than a day for it to reach level 10 combat power. If it were allowed to devour a little more, its combat power would even surge again, and it might even be directly upgraded to the vacuum level. Level 10. It is still difficult for Su Ming to face a level 10 expert. After all, the energy level range of level 10 is between 30W and 60W. Su Ming's energy level, plus the mecha's energy level of about 15W, will explode to about 25W. With the blessing of starlight energy, it may be increased to about 30W. I can vaguely touch the 30W level, but it's very difficult. Su Ming took a deep breath, but he didn't feel much fear. Although the combat power of this crystal creature should be within the category of level 10, it is not completely level 10. The combat power structure of the crystal creature is very peculiar, and part of the combat power comes from the energy inside the crystal. In other words, as long as the fighting continues, the energy in the crystal organism will be consumed and its combat power will gradually decrease. As long as it does not absorb new energy sources or substances, its strength will continue to decline. After all, it is impossible to have a completely unsolvable ability. The price of a rapid increase in combat power is that the combat power will become extremely unstable, coming quickly and going quickly. Now, as long as Su Ming can withstand the first round of attacks from the crystal creatures, the subsequent battles will become easier and easier. Your abilities are a threat to my civilization and should be killed. At this time, Wang Dong raised his head and looked at Su Ming's mecha floating in the air and spoke unclearly. After he finished speaking, a powerful energy reaction suddenly erupted from Wang Dong's body. Then Wang Dong moved and attacked Su Ming in an instant. A terrifying crimson phantom streaked across the sky, about to chop the mecha into pieces. Su Ming's eyes were cold as he stared intently at the red phantom that was attacking him. He knew in his heart that his battle with the crystal creatures had only just begun. Chapter 125. The battle begins. Everyone saw through the live broadcast room that the crystal creatures often showed postures that were completely different from before, which immediately caused an uproar. Is this the second stage? Why does this look so much like a dungeon boss fight? It's divided into stages. Anyway, just looking at the combat power at this stage, it's much higher than the previous crystal state. Brother is in danger. The audience in the live broadcast room were all amazed, and the politicians from various countries sitting behind the video also had their eyes fixed on the screen. Sir Colum Clarence, you are indeed your son. Excellent. You have managed to make this crystal creature take on a different form. An Imperial general looked at the changes on the screen and spoke in surprise. The crystal creatures transformed into a new form, which no one had ever seen on crystal creatures before. This is very helpful for studying crystal creatures. Colin Clarence glanced at the Imperial general with a bad look on his face. What a bullshit. How could Colin Clarence not see that after this crystal creature showed this state, its combat power soared wildly? Judging from its speed, explosive power, etc., it should have the combat power of a level 10 genetic warrior. I have only seen my son before. Although he is very powerful, he has reached the middle level of level 6 combat power at such a young age. However, a medium level, 6th level combat force, even with a D-level mecha, can never be a match for a level 10 creature. My son is in danger. Colin Clarence was getting a little restless. If it weren't for the fact that it would take more than an hour to get to Donglin Universe from here, even at his speed, it would be worse than the Apocalypse class that was heading towards Donglin Universe. I'm afraid he wants to get up and go to Donglin Universe Kingdom to rescue Su Ming right now. Everyone from Donglin Country, I am Colin Clarence. Let me remind you again, Su Ming is my son. There can be no mistakes. Colin Clarence didn't know at this moment that since the last time he saw Su Ming's cultivation level has long been beyond the middle level of level 6. Instead, it was upgraded to the lower level of level 7. A level 6 intermediate creature naturally cannot be a match for a level 10 creature. But at the lower level of level 7, combined with the D-class mecha and starlight energy, Su Ming has every chance of fighting against a level 10 creature. At this moment, the politicians of Donglin State could not help but break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. An Imperial Apocalypse class was constantly watching nearby. This young Mr. Su Ming must be saved. However, at this moment, Su Ming was already fighting with the crystal creature. A deep red streak of light instantly attacked Su Ming, and the terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. Su Ming did not feel any panic in his heart. Once he entered the combat state, he was like assembling a machine. Calm, rational, decisive, and bold. Seeing the crystal creature rushing towards him, Su Ming did not hesitate and advanced instead of retreating. Scorching Sun Impact. A space anchor point is set on the sub-mecha. Once the space anchor point is activated, the mother mecha can be towed to the location of the sub-mecha within 1 second. During the process, once hit, it will cause extremely terrifying potential energy and thermal energy damage. Call out. Su Ming's mecha also turned into a bright red shadow and instantly collided with the crystal creature's figure. Boom! Both sides suffered severe impact damage. But because the Yanyan impact of the mother and child mecha was also accompanied by spatial gravity, it was slightly better than the crystal creature in terms of strength and speed. The crystal creature was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into scattered crystal blocks floating in the sky. All the damage to Su Ming's mother mecha was blocked by the Flame Sun Shield, protective shield on the mecha. Flame Sun Shield absorbs 30W energy damage, and at the moment the shield shatters, the absorbed damage is converted into heat energy and explodes to injure the enemy. The 300,000 energy damage of the Flame Sun Shield has been completely absorbed, and the Flame Sun Shield is about to break. But Su Ming did not choose to let the Flame Sun Shield generate heat energy. Ordinary energy attacks are useless against crystal creatures. Instead, they will make them even more powerful. Breaking the Flame Sun Shield by oneself will only make the crystal creature become more powerful. Su Ming turned around and saw that the crystal creature had reassembled at this moment and returned to its intact state. It was just because of the energy consumption caused by the impact just now that the breath dropped slightly. Even so, the crystal creature's combat power is still much stronger than Su Ming. The breath of the crystal creature locked onto Su Ming firmly, and then a laser was suddenly released from his finger and bombarded toward Su Ming. Su Ming's expression changed, but he did not panic. Instead, he stared at the crystal creature's fingers. The moment the laser was released, his body moved slightly. It was this slight movement that allowed Su Ming to break free from the lock of the crystal creature's aura. The laser shot out, but Su Ming had already escaped the lock, and the laser immediately brushed past Su Ming's mecha and hit the ground. Suddenly, a huge crater was blasted out in the ground, and countless pieces of rubble melted under the attack of this scorching laser. After seeing this scene, Su Ming's heart trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew into space. If they continue to fight on Turlin, the aftermath of the battle between the two may destroy the ecological environment of Turlin and cause great suffering to the people. This is being broadcast live now. If this scene were seen by the entire human society, he would definitely be condemned and infamous. And the place where mechas are truly suitable for fighting is the starry sky. Staying on the surface of the planet will only tie your hands and feet. When the crystal creature saw Su Ming soaring into the sky, it did not hesitate and soared into the sky with Su Ming. The two sides intertwined in midair, and the mother and child mecha without the flame sun shield took on a silver-white color. A deep red shadow was madly intertwining with a silver-white shadow, and collisions broke out again and again in the air. Camera system, keep up and capture space images. Send a flying level expert to follow, and take action if things go wrong. The politicians of Donglin Universe immediately spoke loudly. After hearing the words of the politicians, several figures suddenly soared into the sky and rushed into the void of the universe. These figures are none other than the masters of the flying level. The Donglin Universe Kingdom not only has vacuum-level powerhouses, but also many flying-level masters. However, although these flying-level masters are stronger than the crystal creatures, they dare not act rashly and can only watch from the side. Otherwise, if their actions allowed the crystal creature to replenish a large amount of energy and its combat power surpassed Su Ming, it would be a loss. Chapter 126, Other People's Children. Both sides rushed into the starry sky. Once in the starry sky, the effect of gravity became much smaller, and the speed increased by another order of magnitude. The live broadcast images of the Donglin Universe Kingdom also shifted to the starry sky, and everyone turned their eyes to the starry sky. Can he defeat this crystal creature? I don't know, but even if we lose, we should be safe. Look, all the masters from the East Spirit Universe Kingdom have been dispatched. I can't quite see the movements of these two people now. Can you guys see clearly? It's hard to see, so let's slow down the video later when it comes out. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystal creature came to the void of the universe. Without gravity and air resistance, their speed suddenly increased to an abnormal level. As ordinary people watching the live broadcast, how could they clearly see what was happening between the two people at this moment? All that could be seen were two streaks of light, one red and one silver, running madly in the void of the universe. A large number of satellites were directly smashed into pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two. The Donglin Universe Kingdom hurriedly controlled the satellites to move away from the area where the two sides were fighting. Although ordinary viewers could not see the two people's movements clearly, the politicians and generals of the military departments of the major cosmic countries could see the scene of the two people fighting clearly. As expected, like father, like son, your son's performance has truly exceeded our expectations. In the Empire, a general looked at the screen in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. After hearing the general's sigh, the other generals nodded in agreement. They are all veterans with countless combat experiences. It can naturally be seen that Su Ming's positioning, prediction, and use of energy levels in this process have all been perfect. Every operation is smooth, and there is no unnecessary movement at all, which looks pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because of this that Su Ming could fight back and forth with the level 10 crystal creature while unleashing his level 9 peak energy without feeling at a disadvantage at all. Your son's original energy level should be around the lower level of level 7. I didn't expect that he could fully unleash the combat power of a D-class mecha at this level. So, it seems that this D-class mecha must have been assembled by Su Ming himself. If I remember correctly, Su Ming's gene lock was only unlocked 10 months ago, right? In 10 months, he actually grew directly to a 7th level, lower level gene warrior. An imperial official who had participated in Su Ming's unlocking ceremony at that time suddenly looked at Su Ming's battle scene and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. He was still at the scene at that time and vaguely remembered Su Ming's 2 energy levels. It seemed that one of them was negative. Why was it that in just 10 months, Su Ming's cultivation level had risen to the terrifying lower level of level 7? What did you say? The officials sitting around couldn't help but look at Su Ming on the screen in shock. Level 7, lower level, 10 months? Are you kidding me? This is already tied with the fastest record in the Empire, even slightly surpassing the fastest record in the Empire. Everyone looked at the screen with strange expressions. Could it be that I witnessed the Imperial record being broken again? And everyone, Su Ming has not only reached the highest realm, but his combat power, experience, and even mechanical skills are all at the top level in this level. Another politician swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. After hearing the politician's reminder, everyone's eyes widened and they suddenly realized this. Yes, Su Ming did not just improve his realm without caring about anything else. He also improved his combat power, experience, judgment of the situation, operation, etc., and even added mechanical technology. After all, with a cultivation level of lower than level 7, one could drive a D-class mecha and unleash the full power of the mecha. Obviously, this can only happen if the person assembles the mecha himself and makes it fit him 100%. You know, the fastest record in the Empire is achieved by a person who does not participate in battles, practice fighting skills, or learn mechanical knowledge. If this is the case, Su Ming's improvement speed is far ahead of that person. Everyone couldn't help but look at Colin Clarence sitting on the chair, with a strange look in their eyes. Colin Clarence naturally heard everyone's discussions and surprise. At this moment, seeing everyone looking at him with complex, envious, and surprised expressions in their eyes, a hint of pride suddenly appeared on his face. Ahem, just average. Sigh, this brat is pretty good, isn't he? He looks a bit like me back then. Oh, by the way, this guy seems to have formed a force in the Black Territory. I don't know when he will be able to unify the Black Territory. Colin Clarence was so happy that he felt like he was on the moon. This kid Su Ming really made him proud. But he still had a calm expression on his face and spoke in a very Versailles-like calmness. It seemed that Su Ming's excellence was a very normal thing in his eyes. The other imperial generals and politicians present had veins bulging on their foreheads at this moment, and they quickly turned their heads away, no longer looking at Colin Clarence. Damn, this is so infuriating. This guy is definitely taking advantage of others. But there's nothing I can do. I was just fooled by him. So angry. Everyone was secretly wondering if they had spoiled their little brats too much. From now on, they would have to hold their little brats to Su Ming standards. Look, this is what we call other people's children. Although Colin Clarence was secretly happy, his eyes were still focused on the surveillance footage in front of him. He stared at Su Ming's figure, and a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystal creature were fighting madly. A layer of sweat appeared on Su Ming's forehead. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest as he stared closely at the crystal creature in front of him. Even though he and the crystal creature were almost tied, he had already exerted his mental strength to the extreme, and his brain energy level exploded wildly. In this way, they were able to barely fight the crystal creatures to a draw. However, Su Ming did not feel lazy because of this. He knew in his heart that the power of the crystal creatures would decline after a period of time. At that time, it is time to turn from defense to offense. Su Ming did not hesitate and quietly released his sub-mecha. After being released, the figure of the sub-mecha instantly merged into the void of the universe and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 127, The Nemesis of Crystal Creatures. Time passed minute by minute, and the two sides were still fighting fiercely in the void. The terrifying energy level reaction suddenly exploded in the starry sky. The crystal creature had no expression on its face and seemed a little dull. But his movements were not slow at all, and he attacked Su Ming with deadly moves. A deep red, giant sword emitting a scorching light extended from the arm of the crystal creature, and then collided violently with a long sword in the mecha's hand, erupting with a terrifying energy wave. Suddenly, both sides were beaten back by the force of the fight. At this moment, Su Ming's expression changed, and he felt a little happy in his heart. Become weaker. The combat power of this crystal creature began to decline from the level 10 range to the energy level reaction below level 10. Obviously, the fight just now was also quite exhausting for the crystal creatures. A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and then he instantly seized the opportunity, and the energy level of his brain exploded. A phantom in a void suddenly emerged from the deep starry sky. It's the sub-mecha. At this moment, when both sides were fighting and retreating, the sub-mecha happened to appear behind the crystal creature, and the sharp blade in its hand stabbed towards the crystal creature fiercely. Break the invisibility with a strike. This attack was extremely stunning, cutting through the void as if it was going to split the galaxy. System, exchange for 1,000 star points. Su Ming shouted softly, and then a large amount of star energy poured into his body. Crystal creatures are not afraid of physical attacks because they can recover at any time. They are also not afraid of energy attacks because once they adapt, energy attacks will become their replenishment. Starlight energy is an energy-type attack. Logically, once adapted to by crystal creatures, it will be absorbed by them and become part of their power. Su Ming's move is simply taking a risk. But Su Ming's eyes were extremely calm and had a bold guess in his mind. Crystal creatures are called stellar energy factors by the system, and starlight points are the concentrated form of stellar energy. Su Ming always felt that there was some special relationship and connection between the two parties. So at this moment, he wanted to test whether the starlight energy could harm the crystal creatures and whether it would not adapt to them. Because Su Ming had a vague feeling that although the composition of starlight energy was similar to that of crystal creatures to some extent, the level of starlight energy should be higher than that of crystal creatures. Crystalline creatures can adapt to different types of energy, but it should be difficult for them to adapt to the same type of energy but of a higher level. After the starlight energy poured into Su Ming's body, it was instantly transferred to the sub-mecha by Su Ming. At this moment, an extremely bright starlight burst out from the blade of the mecha, and it pierced the crystal creature like a silver wing that cut through the void. After seeing this scene, a hint of mockery flashed across the crystal creature's dull eyes. Physical attack plus energy attack. Although his combat power has weakened due to energy consumption, this enemy of human civilization actually wants to attack him with physical attacks plus energy attacks. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head in his heart. These two attacks were useless to him, and they could also help him replenish his energy and improve his combat power. He was not at all panicked, and even calmly allowed this extremely terrifying attack to hit him. But just as the attack was about to fall on him, his body seemed to sense something, and the crystal creature suddenly widened its eyes. What was going on? Why did my body feel a higher, unrecognizable type of energy from this attack? Crystal creatures are powerful, but their power has its limits. They can fully adapt to and digest the same level of energy. But the energy level is so high that even crystal creatures cannot recognize it. Before he could react, the attack landed accurately on him. Suddenly, the crystal creature was pierced into pieces by the thorn, and crystal pieces flew everywhere. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the crystal blocks that were flying around with great care. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up and his gaze fell on one of the crystal blocks. This piece of crystal has lost its activity. Moreover, there is no visible corrosion or damage on the surface, as if it had been completely cut open and naturally lost its activity. This is almost impossible for crystal creatures, because even if an extremely fine cutting machine is used to cut the crystal organism into hundreds of millions of pieces, the crystal organism will not lose its activity. Instead, it will recover quickly after cutting. But now, after the quilt mecha's attack, some parts of the crystal creature were broken and lost their activity. The reason for the loss of activity cannot be the physical damage caused by the invisibility breaking attack. Then the answer is obvious. It's star energy. Under the influence of starlight energy, a small part of the broken parts of the crystal creature directly lost its activity and became dead. Starlight energy can restrain crystal creatures and even make them inactive. Su Ming looked at the other parts that had not lost their vitality. There is still some starlight energy remaining on a part of it. Su Ming carefully observed this part of the crystal block that still had activity, and gradually a smile appeared on his face. Even active crystal blocks cannot assimilate starlight energy. In other words, crystalline creatures are unable to adapt to starlight energy, nor can they assimilate starlight energy. Su Ming took a deep breath. Okay, since starlight energy is the nemesis of crystal creatures, then from now on, I will be the father of crystal civilization. When my combat power is strong enough, I will go find the crystal civilization and I will definitely be able to defeat them and make them call me daddy. However, these are all matters for the future. For Su Ming right now, it is better to destroy the crystal creature in front of him first. After the crystal creature was beaten to pieces, it took a long time for it to recover and gradually start to regain its strength. The crystal creature that had recovered no longer had a dull look in its eyes, nor did it have a condescending aura. Instead, it looked at Su Ming with a terrified look. Ew, what kind of power is this? The crystal creature asked word by word, although he has recovered and reorganized at this moment. But the red color of the reconstructed crystal creature this time was much lighter. Moreover, there are many crystals that have lost their activity floating in the void, which cannot be reabsorbed into the body by the crystal creatures. This blow directly caused the crystal creature to lose 1/5 of its strength. Su Ming did not answer, but controlled the sub-mech to collect the crystal blocks that had lost their activity and were floating in the void. Then it was sent to the mother mecha. Su Ming controlled the mecha and stretched out his hand. Drip! Absorbing star energy factor. Starlight points plus 721. Ding! Absorbing star energy factor. Starlight points plus 912. Chapter 128. Chase. In just a short while, more than 6,000 star points appeared in Su Ming's system, which perfectly made up for Su Ming's previous consumption. These starlight spots were obtained by Su Ming after he destroyed the activity of the crystal creatures and absorbed the inactive crystals. Su Ming was secretly happy. When fighting with others, star points were always consumables. However, when fighting against crystal creatures, the starlight points actually turned into energy that could be earned. Su Ming did not hesitate and turned his gaze to the crystal creature again. At this moment, the crystal creature was shocked and angry. His civilization had always been an invader, and its survival mode was to invade and devour other civilizations to gain growth and corresponding knowledge. This is the way of survival for crystal civilization. But now, the crystal creatures have encountered a form of energy that they cannot even read, which poses a huge threat to both the crystal creatures and the crystal civilization. Unable to recognize or adapt, the body will lose its vitality after being attacked. This is simply the nemesis of crystal creatures. The crystal creature looked at Su Ming deeply, as if it wanted to imprint Su Ming's appearance deeply in its mind. He didn't know whether this energy was unique to the person in front of him or whether it was possessed by a part of the entire human society. However, after he devoured various mechanics and weirdos and read their memories, he could vaguely judge that this kind of energy was probably a form of energy unique to the person in front of him. In this case, if the crystal civilization wants to invade human civilization in the future, its first target will definitely be the human being in front of us. Otherwise, if it invades without solving this problem, it will definitely suffer huge losses. Almost instantly, the crystal creature suddenly jumped up and chose to flee directly into the starry sky. He has lost some of his strength now. He used to be able to fight Su Ming on a 55-64 basis, but now he is no match for Su Ming at all. If he doesn't run, he will definitely be beaten to death by the human in front of him. However, how could Su Ming let it escape? The moment the crystal creature escaped, Su Ming keenly judged what the crystal creature was thinking. The nuclear propulsion device started instantly, and with the support of the brain energy level, it burst out with powerful propulsion force. Su Ming's mecha also chased forward madly. The originally evenly matched fight has now turned into a chase. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but cheer. This guy is so strong. I just watched a slow-motion replay of his performance. His operation is simply amazing. I've seen it too, and I feel like if he comes to play Mech World, there'll be no place for professional gamers. Mech World is a national game produced by StarCraft Games. After all, in the entire human society, less than 10% of people are able to practice cultivation, and among those who can practice cultivation, less than 10% can become mecha warriors. This shows how rare mecha warriors are in human society. Mecha World is a holographic simulation game produced by Interstellar Games that allows ordinary people to satisfy their mecha addiction. I heard that because the simulation degree is close to 100%, the military of some cosmic countries will use the game Mech World to train mecha warriors. This caused the status of this game to soar rapidly. It was no longer just an ordinary national game, but even its certain military value. Many players in the mecha world today may be powerful mecha warriors in the outside world. Therefore, some of Su Ming's actions can still be understood by some netizens after being slowed down. Nowadays, many self-media bloggers who provide commentary have begun to analyze Su Ming's operations in judgment of the battle situation. With the blogger's analysis, Su Ming suddenly became very popular in a short period of time. After the various techniques were analyzed, netizens were amazed and downloaded Su Ming's videos one after another, hoping to find an opportunity to learn from him in the future. Although, according to the analysis bloggers, normal people generally cannot learn Su Ming's operations. Only mecha warriors who have trained for a long time can learn them. Everyone, I feel like Su Ming won't be able to catch this crystal creature before the apocalypse arrives. After seeing this scene, an analysis blogger couldn't help but speak with regret. His ID is Manhwa Banquet. He is a retired mecha warrior who started working as a video analyzer after retirement. Because of his past experience, very accurate judgment, and very professional analysis, he still attracted a lot of fans. Now, the number of shares on social media is as high as 2 billion. 2 billion fans, although it is nothing compared to the entire human society. But for a video blogger, it is definitely not a small amount. At this moment, he saw the scene of Su Ming chasing the crystal creature, and he couldn't help but shake his head slightly and spoke in his live broadcast room. What's going on? Menhen NLICT. Immediately, a fan in the live broadcast room asked. Manhan Quanshi nodded and said, although the speed of this crystal creature is a little slower than this mecha, it is impossible for this guy to attack the crystal creature from such a long distance. It is too difficult to lock on. If you want to attack the crystal creature, the distance must be shortened to within 10 kilometers. Given the current speed difference between the two sides, once the mecha launches an attack, the distance will be greatly increased. It will not be easy to catch up. He has experience in space warfare. As long as the speed difference between the two parties is not big, it is actually very difficult for the latter to catch up with the former. After all, there is not only one direction in the starry sky. There are countless angles. As long as the crystal creature is willing, it can constantly change direction and create distance from the mecha behind it. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with Manhan Quanxi's judgment. Su Ming was madly chasing the crystal creature. However, the crystal creature kept changing direction during this process, interfering with Su Ming's progress. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, there will be a certain reaction time. Although this time can be infinitely shortened, it can never be zero. As long as there is reaction time, the crystal creature can create a distance difference by changing direction in an instant. However, Su Ming was not anxious about this. He slowly took out a sniper rifle from his mecha. ¿Cómo estaría este sniper rifle? No. This is a sniper rifle designed and manufactured entirely by Su Ming himself. The reason why it is named Komodo is because Komodo is a giant lizard that can secrete paralyzing toxin. That's right, Su Ming had attached mechanical toxins to this sniper rifle. Once hit, the enemy will be paralyzed. Although crystal creatures are not machines, the mechanical toxins actually target energy bodies. Once hit, even a moment of paralysis would be enough for Su Ming to kill him directly. Chapter 129, Terrifying Gunmanship. After seeing Su Ming take out the sniper rifle, both the Manchu and Han Banquet and the politicians from various countries couldn't help but shake their heads. Impossible, it's almost impossible to lock onto it at this distance. In the eyes of everyone, Su Ming's behavior of taking out the sniper rifle at this time seemed like he was trying his luck with all his might. But the other party is not a fool. It is almost impossible to try his luck in the starry sky. After all, the angles in the starry sky are almost endless. Even if there's a person standing still several kilometers away, the probability of hitting that person with a random shot without aiming is infinitely close to zero. Su Ming probably didn't have any better solution for doing this. Sure enough, at this moment, everyone saw from the surveillance video that after Su Ming took out the sniper rifle, he seemed to casually fire a shot at the crystal creature. It was obvious from this shot that Su Ming did not lock on the target in advance, but just fired it casually as if trying his luck. The accuracy of this shot was out of this world. How could it possibly hit the crystal creature? The crystal creature naturally noticed the shot. After sensing the direction of the attack, it couldn't help but laugh in disdain in its heart. This shot would not have hit me even if I didn't dodge. Could it be that this human behind me couldn't do anything to me? Actually using such a brainless attack. But just as this thought came to his mind, a powerful energy level reaction suddenly erupted in an inconspicuous corner in the deep void. The crystal creature felt itself being locked almost instantly. Oops! The crystal creature was shocked and moved frantically, trying to break free from the lock of this breath. However, the lock of this breath was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, firmly locked on the body of the crystal creature. The next moment, the energy level exploded, and a terrifying attack directly bombarded the crystal creature. A small silver-white mecha also appeared from the void. It was the sub-mecha of the Yin-Yang mother and child mecha. The attack just now was released from the sniper rifle on the arm of the sub-mecha. The crystal creature whose breath was locked suddenly became very anxious. Without thinking, it changed direction in an instant, trying to avoid the attack by changing direction. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides is far enough. At such a long distance in the starry sky, even if they're locked, there's a certain probability of avoiding the attack of the sniper rifle. The crystal creature changed direction in an instant and actually avoided the sniper shot. However, before the crystal creature could show any joy on its face, it was suddenly attacked on the back and hit hard. Boom! The crystal creature was directly beaten into pieces, and part of its body lost its vitality due to the attack of starlight energy. After seeing this scene, both the Manchu and Han banquet guests and politicians from various countries stood up in shock. How was that possible? The crystal creature just dodged the attack of the sub-mecha, but the trajectory of his dodging was exactly the trajectory of the first bullet fired by Su Ming. It looked like the crystal creature had forced its way to the location of Su Ming's first shot and was hit by it. But the people present were not ordinary people, so they could naturally see that it was not a crystal creature that was trying to get close to Su Ming's first shot. But Su Ming operated the sub-mech and fired a shot, forcing the crystal creature to move onto the trajectory of the first shot. Because the first shot did not lock onto the crystal creature at all, the crystal creature did not feel any sense of crisis at that moment. As a result, he was hit by the first shot. Man, what's going on? Why are the crystal creatures attacking this guy? The people in the live broadcast room had no idea what had just happened. They only saw a mecha suddenly appear, then fire a blank shot. The next step was that the crystal creature inexplicably jumped to the side and went straight to the first shot of the mother mecha. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room looked confused and bewildered. Manhan Quan, she paused for 2 seconds, then said solemnly, "This mecha warrior is absolutely qualified to become a mecha instructor-level figure in a large space country. This operation is too strong." Now, Manhan will explain the operation of this mecha warrior to everyone. You all saw the sub-mech, right? This mech warrior actually quietly hid the sub-mech during the pursuit, and then used it to determine the crystal creature's position. Although the crystal creature kept changing directions to escape, it was actually falling into the encirclement of the mother and sub-mech step by step, but it didn't notice. Then, the mother mecha fired a shot. At the same time, the daughter mecha locked onto the crystal creature and also fired a shot. Because of the distance, the daughter mecha's attack arrived later, forcing the crystal creature to move towards the attack released by the mother mecha. This operation not only tests the mecha warrior's shooting accuracy, but also requires prediction, calculation, and multi-maneuvering. Every single one of these operations can be used as a textbook in the Mecha Academy of the Great Universe Country. At this moment, Manhan Banquet was really scared by Su Ming's performance. He even doubted whether the person sitting in the mother and child mecha was really a human. Is this something a human can do? Su Ming's attack once again shattered part of the crystal creature's body. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly absorbed the inactive part into the system, and nearly 9,000 star points were credited to his account. The crystal creature merged and recovered again. As soon as he recovered, he fled away for his life. He was really scared. The person behind him was operating like a ghost, with no trace left and his imagination running wild. I don't know when I will be infected. It's so scary. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Su Ming at all, and fled away for his life. However, how could Su Ming let him escape? At this moment, after being severely hit twice by Su Ming, the crystal creature's strength was only about 60% of its peak. Not to mention that he is no match for Su Ming. He can't even escape from Su Ming's attack range. Su Ming's mother mecha, together with its sub-mecha, were like two shadow hunters in the void. Every attack exuded terrifying accuracy and coldness. One shot after another, Each one is amazing. Fire flickered continuously in the void, and then the crystal creature was smashed into pieces. Chapter 130, The Empire's Attention. At this moment, in the Empire's conference room, everyone was watching Su Ming's operation on the screen, and their eyes couldn't help but flash with deep surprise. Even if an apocalypse-level person saw Su Ming's operation, he would not be able to find any faults. Even an apocalypse-level person himself might not be able to perform the same operation as Su Ming. It's pleasing to the eye, imaginative, just like art. This is how everyone feels about Su Ming's marksmanship. Colin Clarence sat calmly in his chair, trying his best to appear expressionless. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Not bad. This little brat of mine has pretty good marksmanship. He's only a little bit better than that apocalypse-class sniper from our empire. Oh, that Dark Knight Saint sniper when he was young. Well, sigh, this brat is too disrespectful. If this continues, once he becomes an apocalypse level, this Dark Knight Saint sniper will be embarrassed. Colin Clarence crossed his legs and spoke with a smile on his face. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, the eyes of everyone present couldn't help but twitch slightly. The Dark Knight Holy Sniper is a very powerful apocalypse-class sniper in the Empire. His marksmanship is unpredictable, and he is extremely powerful. But, looking at Su Ming now, his marksmanship is indeed a level higher than that of the Knight Saint sniper in the same level. Everyone was secretly thinking at this moment, if Su Ming really became an apocalypse level, with his current marksmanship, he would probably become an extremely terrifying assassin in the future. It's terrifying to think about. At this moment, an Imperial general stood up and looked at Colin Clarence. Sir Colin Clarence, when will your son return to the Empire? With his skills, he's well suited to become an instructor in both mecha and gunmanship. The Empire needs talent like this right now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked thoughtful and then nodded. Indeed, Su Ming is the son of Colin Clarence, and Colin Clarence is one of the 99 apocalypses of the Empire. He can be regarded as a legitimate son of the Empire. This is much better than the eldest son named Su Rue. If Su Ming returns to the Empire in the future, it will be easy for him to become an instructor with his abilities. And now that everyone has witnessed Su Ming's abilities, they have indeed developed a love for talent. Such a genius can definitely be called the pride of the Empire. If I return to the Empire in the future, I guess I will get a green light wherever I want to develop. The Empire must pay attention to such a genius. Now everyone's thoughts are consistent with the generals. Su Ming, when will you come back? Will you come back? What position do you plan to take in the Empire? Everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Colin Clarence. As a father, he must know exactly when his son will come back. When everyone looked at him, Colin Clarence immediately showed a calm expression. Don't be impatient. This brat is arrogant and wants to venture out into the world. It's just as well. Being too well protected by the Empire won't be of much help to his future growth. It's better to let him struggle out there. Colin Clarence spoke without blushing or beating his heart. But in fact, when will Su Ming come back, and whether he will come back? Even Colin Clarence has no idea. It was because I was busy with the Empire's military affairs and didn't have much time to go home, so this kid is not close to me now. However, the father and son had just reconciled their past grudges, and their relationship had become much closer. But this matter cannot be rushed. The relationship must be cultivated bit by bit. And Colin Clarence could vaguely guess in his heart the reason why Su Ming didn't want to return to the Empire now. It has nothing to do with the Corrin family, only with his mother's death has something to do with. After thinking about this, a hint of sadness flashed in Colin Clarence's eyes, and he looked at the screen. There are some things that even someone as powerful as Qianqi cannot do anything about. Su Ming is so independent at the moment. I don't know if this is a good thing for Su Ming. However, in the starry sky of the Donglin universe, Su Ming directly smashed the crystal creature into countless pieces. Most of the crystal fragments have lost their activity and became a pile of dead objects floating in the void. Only a few very small crystals still have some activity and are trying to merge together again. Su Ming looked at these active crystals and didn't care. This crystal is almost becoming transparent. The energy in it is pitifully small, and it may not even be able to condense into a human form again. Crystal creatures of this level pose no threat at all. Even an ordinary person may not be able to devour them. Extremely weak, Su Ming casually absorbed the shattered crystal blocks around him into the system. In the blink of an eye, the system soared from the initial 37,000 starlight points to 84,000 starlight points. It's more than double. A look of regret appeared on Su Ming's face. If the entire crystal creature is absorbed, it will probably increase about 100,000 starlight points. But the crystal creatures produced a lot of energy loss in the process of fighting, decomposing, and refusion. So now Su Ming only obtained more than 40,000 star points from it. However, more than 40,000 yuan is enough to make Su Ming satisfied. Su Ming did not hesitate and stretched out his hand, ready to grab the crystal creature in front of him that still had a little bit of life in his hand. The crystal creature in front of him was only about 1 cubic meter in size and looked extremely pitiful. Mr. Su Ming, please stop. Don't kill this crystal creature. The major cosmic nations need to study it. Mr. Su Ming, the knowledge for the independent items is ready. Please give us the crystal creatures, Mr. Su Ming. When the politicians of Donglin Universe saw Su Ming's actions, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. They thought that Su Ming was going to dissolve the crystal creature in front of them, just like he dissolved other parts of the crystal. If the crystal creatures were really killed completely by Su Ming, then the Donglin Universe Kingdom would probably be condemned by the entire human society. What a joke. You asked the entire human society to help you, but you killed the crystal creature while we were still on the way? Aren't you kidding us? At this moment, the Donglin Universe Kingdom did not have much intention of keeping the crystal creatures for research. It only wanted to capture the crystal creatures alive and then hand them over to the apocalypse-level strongmen who arrived and hand them over to human society for research. After hearing the anxious words of the political officer, Su Ming chuckled. He had not originally intended to kill the crystal creatures. The crystal creatures in front of him did have great research value. If he handed them over to the major cosmic countries for their own research, then when the crystal civilization really attacked in the future, Su Ming would not have to worry about it alone. Chapter 131, Acquiring Independent Item Knowledge. In the distant interstellar void, a spaceship is speeding towards the distance. Inside the spaceship, a crystal man dressed in deep red was sitting in the spaceship with a dull expression, staring at the starry sky in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, the crystal man's eyes gradually changed from dull to lively, as if he had suddenly become another person at this moment. The consciousness transfer was successful. The crystal man let out a light breath and then muttered to himself. If Su Ming was in front of this person, he would be surprised to find that this person's eyes were exactly the same as the eyes of the crystal creature he had dealt with before. Logically speaking, the crystal creatures that were fighting against Su Ming had been beaten into a relatively primitive state by Su Ming, with only basic normal activity remaining. But before launching the attack, the crystal creature secretly split into a clone, took a spaceship, and prepared to return to the crystal civilization. At this moment, the crystal creature displayed an ability that Su Ming and others had never seen before, transferring consciousness. His main consciousness was originally in the body that was fighting with Su Ming. However, as Su Ming's body was disintegrated bit by bit, the crystal creature could only immediately transfer its consciousness to its clone. The body that remains in human civilization now is just an active crystal without any consciousness. In terms of human cognition, it is equivalent to a vegetative existence. After the crystal creature's consciousness was replaced, the aura on its body began to change dramatically. These changes are new mutations that occurred after the crystal creature adapted to the attack methods of the monsters that attacked it before. In other words, the ability to transfer consciousness can not only transfer the consciousness of the crystal, but also the adaptability of the crystal. At this moment, the crystal creature sitting on the spaceship has already adapted to the abilities of Poison Man, Ice Man, and others. It will return to its own crystal civilization with these adapted abilities. Human has very special abilities that cannot be read or adapted. The crystal creature muttered to itself, and then a solemn look flashed in its eyes. Can absorb my body. This human is a huge threat. Our civilization is preparing to invade. First, we must kill him. The crystal creature muttered to itself, and then a hint of murderous intent flashed in its eyes. After returning to their own civilization, the crystal creatures will immediately inform their own civilization of the information about human society, and they will let their own civilization kill Su Ming first, and then invade human civilization. After making up its mind, the crystal creature immediately drove the spaceship and rushed towards the extremely distant place where the crystal civilization was located. The crystal creatures had already transferred their consciousness, but no one was aware of it. After all, we are not gods, and it is impossible for us to know that the crystal creature has this trick. Normal people will subconsciously think that the crystal creature has just been beaten into an unconscious state, and when this little crystal recovers, its consciousness will also recover accordingly. As for whether it is possible to discover, it is estimated that they will have to wait until Donglin Universe Country retrieves the spacecraft usage records before they can vaguely realize that something is wrong. But this is not what can be expected at the moment. Su Ming placed the small crystal creature that he had beaten into its original state into a box containing static energy elements. The energy of this small crystal creature is very weak. Therefore, static energy elements can maintain it in a fixed state for several years without any problems. With the fixation of static energy elements, the small crystals lose the ability to devour other substances and become stronger again. Su Ming then handed the box containing the small crystal creatures to the politicians of the Donglin universe. A politician who looked very shrewd took the box from Su Ming with a smile on his face. Then he said to Su Ming, "Mr. Su Ming, Donglin universe has promised to reward independent knowledge once the crystal creature issue is resolved. What kind of independent knowledge would you like?" After hearing what the politician said, Su Ming pondered for a while, then said directly, "Is there any independent knowledge of mechanics?" After hearing Su Ming's request, Zheng Yuan was not surprised at all. He had guessed that Su Ming must want mechanical knowledge. Then, with a hint of a smile on his face, he slowly spoke. In the Donglin universe, there are 3 independent items of mechanical knowledge: brain splitting, mechanical softening, and recycling. Mr. Su Ming, what kind of independent knowledge would you like to choose as a reward? The political officer asked with a smile. After hearing what the politician said, Su Ming just felt a little envious. The 3 independent items of mechanical knowledge are separate knowledge systems that can be learned by mechanics at any time, and each one can have different effects. Su Ming opened the introduction of 3 independent mechanical knowledge items and read them carefully. Split brain. Knowledge segmentation. 3 segments. Effect after learning the first section. Split the brain energy level of the same magnitude and be able to remotely pilot an additional mecha. Effect after learning the second section. Split the brain energy into 2 equal levels and be able to remotely pilot 2 more mechas. Effect after learning the third section. Split the brain energy into 3 parts of equal magnitude and be able to remotely pilot 3 more mechas. Knowledge deficiency. As the energy level consumption of the brain increases, the corresponding splitting multiples will increase the corresponding energy level consumption. Mechanical softening. Knowledge segmentation. 2 segments. Effect after learning the first section. Softens the joints of the mecha and increases the flexibility of the mecha by about 15%. Effect after learning the second part. Softens the joints of the mecha and increases the flexibility of the mecha by about 30%. Knowledge gap. Soften joint defense and flexibility ratio corresponding to decreased hardness, 15% per 30%. Reuse. Knowledge segmentation. 2 segments. The effect of learning the first paragraph is, you can use nano-repair technology to repair scrap machinery on damaged mechanical equipment or mecha, and the repair time is 5 minutes. The effect of learning the second section is, scrap machinery can be repaired by using nano-repair technology on damaged mechanical equipment or mecha, and the repair time is 3 minutes. Knowledge deficiency. The effects and power levels of repaired mechanical equipment are only half of their original levels. After seeing these 3 independent pieces of mechanical knowledge, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Chapter 132 Brain Split. These 3 independent items of knowledge are independent of orthodox mechanical knowledge and will not affect each other. Even the weakest mechanic can learn these 3 pieces of mechanical knowledge. And as the mechanic's abilities improve, the power that these 3 pieces of knowledge can exert becomes increasingly powerful. Looking at these 3 independent items of mechanical knowledge, Su Ming thought about it and chose the first one. Brain split. These 3 independent items of mechanical knowledge all have their corresponding value. Softening can improve the flexibility of the mecha, which can bring about huge qualitative changes for mecha warriors who operate in close combat. For Su Ming, it is also of great value and help. But Su Ming thought about it and gave up the idea. Because strictly speaking, Su Ming's strongest point is not close combat, but long-range sniping and the overall grasp and judgment of the battle situation. Su Ming's strength lies in rhythm and overall awareness. In close combat, although Su Ming is not weak, there is still a certain distance compared with the top operators. This independent piece of mechanical knowledge did not bring such a huge improvement to Su Ming. On the contrary, due to lack of knowledge, once this independent item of mechanical knowledge is used, the joints of the mecha can be easily damaged during the battle. Su Ming imagined the scenario of himself using martial arts. If both sides were evenly matched, the load on the mecha caused by using Kaitian or Dialang would likely cause damage to the joints, ultimately affecting his own operation. So Su Ming gave up on choosing the independent knowledge of mechanical softening. As for reuse, Su Ming shook his head. This independent knowledge was only suitable for mecha warriors who did not have the ability to assemble their own mechas, but needed to adapt to frequent battles on the battlefield. For Su Ming, it is useful, but also useless. If any of Su Ming's equipment is damaged, Su Ming can just take out spare equipment or mecha. Why would he spend so much time and effort to make a mecha self-repair? Moreover, after the repair, the effect will be reduced. For Su Ming, it was really useless. Instead, Su Ming looked at the independent skill, brain split, and a look of deep satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This skill, as the name suggests, is the ability to split the brain into independent brain energy levels, allowing one to multitask, not only by piloting one's own mecha, but also by piloting extra mechas. And after learning the knowledge of the third stage, you can even pilot 3 more mechas. Once Su Ming learns this knowledge, he will be able to split the energy levels of his brain and drive 4 mechas by himself, plus the one driven by his main body. At that time, his combat power will be increased, although it is not as exaggerated as quadrupling. But there is really no problem in increasing it 2 or 3 times. Although, for others, this independent piece of mechanical knowledge may be a bit useless. After all, after reaching the third stage of learning, the energy consumption of the brain is 4 times higher than that of others. 4 times. With such high energy consumption, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for even 10 minutes before I'm completely exhausted. After all, a normal person only consumes normal brain energy levels, and his brain energy level will also go through a replenishment process during the consumption process. There is not much difference between consumption and replenishment, so it is possible to maintain the combat effectiveness of the mecha warrior for several hours. However, once the consumption is far greater than the replenishment, not long after the battle begins, you will feel that your body has been drained and there is no time to recover at all, and the fighting time will drop sharply. Even though it's only 4 times the consumption, overall, the combat endurance will drop by dozens of times. This independent item of knowledge is useless to ordinary people. However, Su Ming is definitely not an ordinary person. You know, Su Ming has a system, and his energy consumption can be replenished through star points. For other people, the terrifying consumption that they could not bear was just the consumption of star points for Su Ming. Consuming star points and increasing combat power is a very cost-effective thing for Su Ming. This independent piece of mechanical knowledge was tailor-made for Su Ming. Sir, I choose brain split. Thank you. Su Ming smiled and spoke to the politician. After hearing Su Ming's words, the political officer was obviously surprised. Because based on his observation of Su Ming, he felt that Su Ming might be more inclined to technical mechanical softening, but he did not expect that Su Ming would choose an independent mechanical knowledge that uses consumption to improve combat power. Mr. Su Ming, don't you want to reconsider it? If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to persuade them and would just let them choose whatever they wanted. But Su Ming is different. He has already known the news. Su Ming is the second son of His Excellency Clarence, the Imperial Apocalypse, and has an incredibly prominent background. As a politician of the Donglin universe, he does have some sensitivity, so he came here with the purpose of establishing a good relationship with Su Ming. Now hearing that Su Ming had chosen an independent item of mechanical knowledge that he had accumulated relatively well, he couldn't help but start to persuade him. If Clarence knew that his son had chosen such a useless mechanical knowledge, he would definitely think that he had fooled Su Ming. He doesn't want to take the blame for this. The final effect of this knowledge may not be as great as you think. The politician organized his words and wanted to tell Su Ming the disadvantages of energy consumption. However, Su Ming's mechanical attainments were far superior to his. How could he not be aware of the drawbacks of this independent piece of mechanical knowledge? Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. I'll choose this mechanical knowledge. After hearing Su Ming's words, the political officer sighed lightly and then smiled bitterly in his heart. Okay, since Mr. Su Ming has already made his choice, I won't say much. This is the chip containing the mechanical knowledge, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Su Ming. The politician smiled and handed a chip to Su Ming. After Su Ming took over the chip, he quickly imported the mechanical knowledge in the chip into the Mecha Wuzun system. Beep. Loading independent mechanical knowledge. Brain splitting. Beep. This knowledge is a special type and requires the host to practice it on their own. Currently, the progress of the first stage of training is 0/40 hours. Another 40 hours of uninterrupted training are required to advance to the second stage. After hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was slightly stunned, then gave a wry smile. It seems that my idea of being lazy is not going to work. The knowledge of independent items is not just knowledge. It is also a kind of training method. There is no shortcut. I can only train the brain energy level split step by step. Chapter 133, Su Ming's Technology. Su Ming solved the crystal creatures, which caused a huge wave in the cosmic network. People initially paid attention to this matter because of the threat posed by the crystal creatures. Later, people began to pay attention to this matter because of some of Su Ming's actions. Su Ming's operation was truly amazing. Not only the final decisive predictive sniper, but also the other attacks coordinated by the mother and child mechas are enough to be written into the textbooks as textbook material. Now various videos analyzing Su Ming are constantly being uploaded to the internet, and major bloggers are analyzing Su Ming's operations with relish. For those who really know the business and have actually operated mechas, Su Ming's operations and the skills and judgments behind them are extremely valuable. Many people watch and learn from Su Ming's videos over and over again. For ordinary people, this is a bit like the visual experience of a professional master showing off his skills. Although there's not much to see, it does not prevent ordinary people from being amazed by this battle. We found out. This person's name is Su Ming, and he's from the Empire. That's not all. I have a relative working in the archives department. This young man, named Su Ming, seems to be the son of some powerful figure in the Empire. His family background is top-notch. No wonder. I was wondering where this unknown master would appear. He must be a talented young man, specially trained by a big family in the Empire. Brothers, don't say anything. My cousin works in the political affairs of the Donglin universe. This guy named Su Ming is quite powerful. He is the second son of His Excellency Clarence, the Imperial Apocalypse. Soon, all kinds of information about Su Ming were dug out by netizens. In this era of such advanced data and information, it is very easy to query a person's information, especially for someone like Su Ming who doesn't have much to hide and is the descendant of a big shot. It would be too easy for tens of millions of bored netizens to find out his identity. Even Su Ming didn't know that he already had some fans in the cosmic network. Even a large part of them are female fans. Elegant movements, handsome looks, youthful potential, and prominent background. Such a young man is simply the ideal partner for many women. If Su Ming did not have a social media account, the number of people who would follow him would probably exceed hundreds of billions. The stars of the interstellar society are like this. Young mecha warriors are the real stars of this era. The news that Su Ming was the son of Colin Clarence soon reached the ears of politicians from all major universes. Ordinary people watch the fun, but politicians from various countries in the universe are looking at the benefits. During Su Ming's battle with the crystal creature, the means of confinement and ablation he demonstrated, as well as the special energy means that ultimately shattered the crystal creature, were all marked in the video. These things are beyond human society, at least not developed openly. Regarding this, the major cosmic countries immediately coveted some of the technologies on Su Ming's body. If they could obtain these technologies, they would not have to worry too much if they encountered crystal creatures in the future if they really had civilization. But now that they knew that Su Ming was the son of Colin Clarence, these covetous eyes immediately retreated one by one. What a joke! Isn't it normal for the son of Empire Apocalypse to know some black technology unknown to human society? In all likelihood, it was a technology that the Empire had already developed, but Lord Colin Clarence simply taught it to his son. If the Empire finds out that they dare to covet the Empire's technology, it will probably make these cosmic countries feel the gap in civilization. But if other countries in the universe don't know about the Empire's affairs, doesn't the Empire itself know about its own affairs? What has the Empire researched? What hidden techniques and technologies does it have that the politicians and generals in the Empire's conference room don't know? They're all top figures in the Empire. How could any movement in the Empire be hidden from the eyes of everyone present? At this moment, everyone was looking at Colin Clarence with a strange look, making Colin Clarence feel puzzled. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Colin Clarence said unhappily. Everyone exchanged glances, and then a political officer spoke up tentatively. Sir Colin Clarence, could it be that you have established a research institute of your own to develop these emerging technologies and teach them to your son? After hearing what the politician said, Colin Clarence was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Do you think I developed these technologies privately?" Everyone nodded in unison. After seeing this scene, Colin Clarence was speechless. "I don't have the time to research these technologies. My son learned them all on his own." After hearing what Colin Clarence said, a trace of contempt flashed in everyone's eyes. Who are you trying to fool? These technologies have not been developed even at the current technological level of human society. How could you, a teenager who is not even 20 years old, develop this technology? You, Colin Clarence, are so bad, and you still want to quibble. However, someone who was familiar with Colin Clarence had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Those who are familiar with Colin Clarence know that although Colin Clarence is also a mechanic, his mechanical level is just barely passing. Otherwise, Colin Clarence would not still be driving the mecha assembled for him by others. What's really powerful about Colin Clarence is his physical fitness level and his close combat ability. Even the improvement that the mecha can bring to him is very limited. To put it bluntly, Colin Clarence is just a rough guy. When he has nothing to do, he usually thinks about how to be more durable and how to burst out his strength reasonably. Do you want Colin Clarence to set up a research institute and study some energy-related technologies? This is not something Colin Clarence would do. Then, if it wasn't Colin Clarence who figured it out? Everyone looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. At this moment, a politician shook his head and stopped dwelling on the matter. Anyway, Su Ming is from the Empire. He has mastered this technology. This means that the Empire has more technology than other countries. This is a good thing. The politician smiled and spoke. He then turned his gaze to Colin Clarence and asked, "Respected Sir Colin Clarence, despite saying this, I still want to ask through you whether Su Ming has any thoughts on selling his technology. If so, the Empire will not let him down and will give him a good price." After hearing the words of the politician, Colin Clarence was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. "I can ask Su Ming, but whether he's willing or not depends on him. Ahem, I had something to do during the day today, so the update is a bit late. Sorry for the long wait." Chapter 134, Divine Mechanical Knowledge. The matter of Donglin Universe Kingdom has ended, and Su Ming's spaceship has been fully charged. He is unwilling to stay in Donglin Universe Kingdom for any longer and is ready to head towards Dongming Alliance. Sitting in the spaceship, Su Ming directly read out the independent knowledge, Brain Split. Soon the content of this independent item of knowledge appeared in Su Ming's mind. Independent item knowledge is different from ordinary mechanical knowledge. With the help of a system, common mechanical knowledge can be learned even in sleep. However, the knowledge of independent items must be practiced before it can be mastered. Brain splitting requires special methods to stimulate the brain's energy levels and then continuously training the brain's energy levels so that the brain's energy levels can be split through subjective operations during the explosion process. To start the first stage, you need to meditate for 40 hours to master the independent knowledge of the first stage. Su Ming did not hesitate and prepared to enter the meditation state directly. At this moment, Su Ming's expression changed and he suddenly received a call. "It's my own father." Su Ming was surprised, and then he answered the phone and saw Colin Clarence's big face appear on the screen. "Ahem, I've heard about what's happening in the Donglin universe recently, and I've also watched the video." Colin Clarence seemed a little uncomfortable when he saw Su Ming. Although the relationship between father and son had been broken, due to the long-term lack of communication, they felt a little awkward and at a loss when they met and talked. So Colin Clarence went straight to the point and started talking. "Well, the Empire would like to ask you if you can sell your energy freezing technology, special light energy technology, and crystal ablation technology." Colin Clarence couldn't help but ask. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming was stunned, and then he suddenly realized. Colin Clarence was probably asking about static energy, starlight energy, and the system's absorption capacity. These three abilities were the most noticeable when he used them to attack crystal creatures, and they must have been captured in the live broadcast video of Donglin Universe. Now, the major cosmic countries must be very jealous of these three technologies. However, due to the Empire's reasons, they probably don't dare to ask me for it. However, on the Empire side, because of his father, he let Colin Clarence take the initiative to talk to him, so that it would not be so abrupt. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming pondered for a while. Of these three technologies, those related to the system are definitely out of the question. Even if Su Ming wanted to give it, he couldn't, but the energy knowledge about humanoid civilization could be sold to the Empire. After all, strictly speaking, Su Ming knew very well that Colin Clarence was a general loyal to the Empire, and the prosperity of the Empire was definitely one of the things that Colin Clarence cared about most. If the technology could be sold to the Empire, it would mean that the Empire would have mastered an additional technology that no other country in the universe had, which would definitely make Colin Clarence feel extremely gratified. Although this cheap old man was not very reliable before, he still helped me a lot behind the scenes. Su Ming thought about it and was about to speak. However, Colin Clarence saw Su Ming pondering for a long time and thought that Su Ming was worried about something. So he quickly added, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. No matter what, I will make the Empire bleed." After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming became curious. What price can the Empire offer to buy my technology? Colin Clarence pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. If I remember correctly, there's a piece of divine mechanical knowledge in the Empire that you can learn at this stage. With my status, I should be able to obtain it for you. After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Is this true or false? Can my father obtain divine mechanical knowledge by himself? What is divine mechanical knowledge? It refers to mechanical knowledge from the Third Universe era. Once learned and applied, divine mechanical knowledge can grant mechanics some supernatural mechanical abilities. Divine mechanical knowledge is much more precious than energy-related knowledge. For example, static energy elements, even if there are 10 of the same level of this kind of knowledge, may not be as precious as one piece of divine mechanical knowledge. Is there such a good thing? Even Su Ming had a vague feeling. Was it possible that his father was paying for his treatment secretly? Otherwise, how could the Empire do such a loss-making business? Dad, did you secretly pay me money? Su Ming couldn't help but look at Colin Clarence suspiciously. Seeing the doubt on Su Ming's face, Colin Clarence burst into laughter. Don't worry, although it's divine mechanical knowledge, it's at a relatively elementary level. Its value isn't high in the realm of divine mechanical knowledge. And, if I'm not mistaken, your various energy applications should have led to a breakthrough in the energy field, right? After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming nodded slowly. Su Ming would not reveal his true identity to others easily, but since Colin Clarence was his father and would not harm him, he could admit it generously. This energy-related knowledge you possess is probably beyond your capabilities. Perhaps you've acquired the knowledge systems of other civilizations, right? Colin Clarence looked at Su Ming and made a bold guess. After hearing Colin Clarence's guess, Su Ming was a little surprised. How do you know? Colin Clarence chuckled and said, "Boy, you underestimate the type of knowledge you possess, or rather, its place in human civilization. Due to certain established thinking patterns and physiological structures, human civilization is not sensitive to energy types. The use of external tools is our strength. So there have been no significant breakthroughs in energy-related knowledge to this day. The true value of your technology lies not in the technology itself, but in the thinking and reference value behind it. To put it simply, the Empire isn't buying your technology, but rather a direction for energy-related research. With this knowledge, the Empire can continue to make breakthroughs in the field of energy." After hearing what Colin Clarence said, Su Ming's face showed a look of realization. Chapter 135, External Skeleton. No wonder he said that this technology is definitely not as valuable as the divine mechanical knowledge. It turns out that the Empire is not interested in this technology, but in the extension behind the technology. The politicians of the universe country are not fools and have very sharp eyes. It is estimated that after they come to their senses, it will not be difficult for them to see that Su Ming should have mastered the technology of other civilizations. Although this kind of situation is rare in the universe, it has never occurred. The universe is so vast that people often find relics of other civilizations or creatures within that civilization in certain places, and thereby obtain corresponding knowledge of that civilization. This kind of knowledge is usually collected by major cosmic countries at high prices. But your knowledge of civilization belongs to civilized creatures or civilized relics? Clarence asked in a low voice. Every time another civilization's technology emerges, there is always a problem. The problem of civilization invasion. It is not a big deal if we encounter a civilization weaker than human civilization, but if the technology comes from a civilization more powerful than human civilization, then we will definitely face the problem of civilization invasion. That's why Clarence asked this question out of concern. After hearing Clarence's question, Su Ming thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, my knowledge comes from a destroyed civilization. There's nothing wrong with it." After hearing Su Ming's words, Clarence nodded in relief and then instructed, "To the outside world, just say that this knowledge came from the Empire's exploration of other cosmic civilizations. Don't say you obtained it yourself, otherwise you will get into a lot of trouble." Su Ming nodded, feeling warm in his heart, knowing that Clarence was covering for his son. "Okay, what have you thought about? Do you want to sell this technology?" Clarence couldn't help but ask. After hearing what Clarence said, Su Ming smiled and said, "Sell it, but only the energy stasis technology. The other two items involve some of my privacy issues, so I can't sell them." Clarence nodded. "This technology is enough. You will pass it on to me later. After I confirm it with the Empire will pass on the divine mechanical knowledge to you." Su Ming nodded, and then transmitted the knowledge of static energy elements to Clarence's communicator. Then both parties hung up the call. After a while, Su Ming's expression changed as he saw that there was an additional piece of mechanical knowledge in his storage space. After seeing this mechanical knowledge, Su Ming opened it with some anticipation. Exoskeleton.mecha. Knowledge attribute. Divine knowledge / primary. Knowledge effect. Endows the mecha with divinity. After entering combat mode, the mecha will transform into an external skeleton of the driver and connect with the driver. Divine reaction ability plus 50%. Mecha touch plus 60%. Power conduction plus 20%. Special ability attached. Regeneration of broken limbs. If the mecha is damaged, it can be repaired by consuming the body's energy level. The repaired mecha has 100% of its original capacity. Note, this state only occurs when the external skeleton is attached. The mecha does not have independent repair capabilities without the driver. After seeing this introduction, Su Ming took a breath. Divine mechanical knowledge is worthy of its name. The effect of this mechanical knowledge alone has exceeded the scope that normal mechanical knowledge can achieve. The most abnormal thing about this ability is that it allows the mecha to establish a tactile connection with oneself. Normally, a mecha warrior operates a mecha. It can only judge the status and damage of the mecha through the self-inspection system inside the mecha. There is no specific perception of the mecha as a whole. However, this divine mechanical knowledge can allow the driver to have the sense of touch of the mecha. That is to say, no matter whether the mecha is damaged, attacking, charging, etc., the mecha warrior as the driver can perceive the corresponding degree through touch. This is definitely a qualitative improvement for mecha warriors, and their combat power can even be said to have jumped by nearly half at once. After all, there is a huge difference in efficiency and flexibility between operating something through thick gloves and operating it directly with your fingers. Divine mechanical knowledge is to transform decay into deity, breaking through the constraints of ordinary mechanical thinking and allowing machines to produce some strange and extended capabilities. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly imported the divine mechanical knowledge into the Mecha Martial Master System. And then, he dove into the body's active fluid, put on a breathing system, and then fell into a deep sleep. With divine mechanical knowledge available, who would still want to cultivate independent mechanical knowledge? Of course, you should sleep first. Let the system input the divine mechanical knowledge into your mind, and then learn the independent mechanical knowledge. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, the spaceship driven by Su Ming had sailed for several days. Human society is very vast, and the location of the Dongming Alliance is extremely far away from the Black Domain, so it takes a long journey on the road. However, Su Ming had a lot of things to do on the spaceship, so he didn't find the journey boring. He disregarded it as a retreat in the starry sky. At this moment, Su Ming stood up from the body's active fluid. His body exuded an extremely fierce and refined aura at this moment, just like a body of steel that had been tempered 1,000 times, full of explosive power. Level 7 bodybuilding. Complete. Level 7 body forging requires a full 50,000 star points. Before, Su Ming did not have so many star points to upgrade. But now, after absorbing the crystal creatures and obtaining tens of thousands of star points, Su Ming decisively raised the level of his body forging to the 7th level. After his body training reached level 7, Su Ming clearly felt a sense of transformation in his body. It seems, level 7 body forging is a hurdle. Once you reach level 7, your body will undergo a major transformation. Su Ming thought about it, tried to leave the spaceship, and came into the starry sky. Then a hint of surprise appeared on Su Ming's face. It's okay. At this moment, the body is actually resisting the pressure brought by the vacuum pressure difference. In other words, although Su Ming is only a level 7 genetic warrior now, he has the ability to survive in a vacuum. Of course, compared to the true vacuum level, it lacks the ability to survive without oxygen. But at least, Su Ming can move in a vacuum and will not be crushed by the vacuum pressure difference. In other words, Su Ming's current body strength is comparable to that of a vacuum-level master. Chapter 136, Entering Dongming. In addition to the improvement in his body forging level, Su Ming's improvement was enormous in the past few days because he had learned divine knowledge and independent knowledge. Now his independent knowledge has been upgraded to the 1st stage, which means that in addition to his own mecha, Su Ming can now drive another mecha to fight. Moreover, the mecha being driven by another person is not like a mother and child mecha. The power of the child mecha is obviously not as strong as that of the main mecha. In addition, the energy level burst and combat power of the mecha being driven are consistent with the energy level burst and combat power of the mecha driven by Su Ming himself. Apart from the inability to use the external skeleton of divine knowledge, there is basically no difference. For Su Ming, this was a surge in combat power. After mastering the knowledge of divine machinery and independent items, he could now beat 2.5 of his former self. The combat power has increased by 2.5 times. Now Su Ming's panel is as follows. First, Su Ming. Body energy level, 6W. Brain energy level, 6.1W. Gene lock unlocking level, level 7, medium. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 7. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 10W. Body defense ability, 15W level. Attacks below 15W energy level cannot cause any damage to the body. The maximum starlight energy that the body can withstand is 5,000. Star point, 4.8W. Mechanical knowledge, sub-item 3100. Independent knowledge, brain split, LV1. Divine knowledge, exoskeleton, Mecha. Compared with the previous Su Ming, the current panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Su Ming secretly sighed in his heart. It turned out that going out for a walk really helped improve his cultivation. He had been in the black domain for so long before, but there was not much improvement. Everything had to be improved step by step. But after leaving the black domain, he encountered crystal creatures, divine knowledge, and independent knowledge, each of which could help Su Ming improve. In a short period of time, Su Ming's cultivation level has been raised to the intermediate level of level 7. Moreover, once you put on the mecha, the power you can unleash is many times stronger than the power your body can unleash. Before, Su Ming had a hard time facing the level 10 genetic warrior and could only flee and passively take the beating. But now, Su Ming can face off against a medium-level 10th level genetic warrior head-on without any fear. In just a few days, Su Ming's improvement was too great. At this moment, the electronic sound in the spacecraft suddenly rang out. Beep! The spacecraft is about to enter the territory of the Dongming Alliance. Do you want to enter? After hearing the prompt sound of the spaceship, Su Ming's expression changed, and he immediately walked to the window of the spaceship and cast his eyes on the star field in front of the spaceship. Dongming Alliance. I didn't expect that we would reach the territory of Dongming Alliance so quickly. Su Ming didn't hesitate and said directly, "Come in." Following Su Ming's order, the spacecraft immediately entered the space jump state. About a few minutes later, Su Ming felt a slight vibration coming from the spacecraft. When he regained his sight, he had already entered the territory of the Dongming Alliance. Ding! The spacecraft model has been identified. The spacecraft's access permit has been identified. The Dongming Alliance welcomes you. A low electronic male voice was heard from the spaceship. This was the Dongming Alliance's warning system, used to determine the identity and pass of the spaceship. Su Ming had already asked someone to help him apply for a pass when he was in the Black Domain. Now, the spaceship was detected as soon as it entered the Dongming Alliance. Soon, some invisible obstacles and energy levels in the surrounding starry sky gradually disappeared. Su Ming did not hesitate and drove the spaceship directly into the star field of the Dongming Alliance. Shortly after Su Ming's pass was detected in the Dongming Alliance, a man in military uniform looked at his display screen. On the display screen, the red words "important person" in the camera were clearly written. Human society's technology is so advanced that we have a very accurate grasp of data. It was impossible for Su Ming to be labeled as an important person. However, Su Ming had become completely famous after the battle in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. His emerging technologies, operations, family background, etc., combined together were enough for the Dongming Alliance to label Su Ming as an important person. Seeing an important person appear in the camera, the man in military uniform's expression changed, and he immediately opened the important person's information. Suddenly, Su Ming's identity information appeared on the screen. After seeing that it was Su Ming, the man in military uniform was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, "It's actually him?" Su Ming's fame has soared recently. The sergeant had naturally heard of Su Ming's name, and he had even seen the video of Su Ming fighting with the crystal creatures. Naturally, he was deeply impressed by Su Ming. Even he had to admit that among the Mecha warriors of the same level, Su Ming was top-notch in terms of operation, awareness, and technology. The sergeant thought about it and then made a phone call. What's up?" There was a deep male voice on the phone. Su Ming, who previously fought against crystal creatures in the Donglin universe, has come to Dongming. The sergeant spoke in a low voice. "Oh, so Min? The kid from the Column Clarence family? Very good. Column Clarence was very arrogant before and beat up some of our Dongming Tianchi. Many people remember him. Now that Colin Clarence is hiding in the Empire, many people have nowhere to use their strength. It just so happens that his little bastards have come to the East Ming Alliance. So let the East Ming little bastards vent their anger." After hearing the man's words, the sergeant couldn't help but chuckle, as if thinking of the little guys in Dongming, but he still said in a low voice, "Be careful. Su Ming's combat power is not weak. He is at the top level in the same level. There may not be many who can beat him." After hearing the sergeant's words, the man on the phone laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? A competitive spirit prevails in our Dongming. The younger generation is now at a stage of arrogance and vigor. It's time for them to see the strength of the top talents of other universes. My only worry is that this little Su Ming guy is too weak. If he loses too soon, I guess those little brats from Dongming will start to run wild and cause trouble again." The sergeant chuckled and then said softly, "Okay, that's it for now. I'll go back and tell the famous talents of the younger generation about Su Ming's appearance in the film, and let them try out Su Ming's skills." Chapter 137, Mysterious Youth. Su Ming boarded the spaceship and prepared to head towards the Tianxing Star region of the Dongming Alliance. I once heard from my chief dad that the trial ground for the geniuses of the Dongming Alliance is the Tianxing Star Domain. In the Tianxing Star Domain, a large number of geniuses of the Dongming Alliance gather. The Dongming Alliance's 3 heavenly saint lists, which are well known throughout human society, are also located in the Heavenly Saint Star Domain. The 3 Heavenly Saint lists are lists established by the Dongming Alliance to encourage the growth of geniuses. One list is called the Mecha list. One list is called the Combat Power list. One list is called the Machinery list. The Mecha ranking is a competition where the young generation must use mechas to defeat their opponents in order to be recognized on the list. The Combat Power list, in contrast to the Mecha list, requires the younger generation to defeat their opponents with pure physical strength without the use of mechas and mechanical equipment in order to move up the list. The mechanical list is the only non-combat list among the 3 lists. The mechanical list tests the mechanic's ability to assemble machinery, and mechanics usually occupy this list. The 3 lists are all lists of the entire civilization. Although they are hosted by the Dongming Alliance, under the promotion of a certain culture, they have gradually become lists of the entire civilization. If you look at it from the perspective of Su Ming's previous life, it is actually a bit like the Olympic Games. Although it is hosted by one party, It is actually a competition between countries around the world. It's not just the Dongming Alliance. Now several other powerful cosmic countries will provide some sponsorship to the 3 heavenly saint lists, such as some mechanical knowledge, special potions, precious mechanical equipment, fighting skills and power methods, etc. These are all vital things for the younger generation. The special nature of the Dongming Alliance's governance has filled Dongming with a competitive atmosphere. In this special competitive atmosphere, various countries have sent their own young generations to gain experience, and have also provided various rewards for the growth of the younger generation. The reason why Su Ming went straight to the Heavenly Saint 3 list was all because of the challenges of the Heavenly Saint 3 lists. As the ranking improved, there would be various mechanical knowledge rewards. Even those who ranked higher could obtain divine knowledge rewards provided by various countries. At this moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he looked through the window of the spaceship into the void of the universe. In the void of the universe, the shadow of a spaceship appeared silently opposite Su Ming's spaceship. However, Su Ming was certain that this spaceship was not coming towards him, but was trying to leave the Tianxing star region. Su Ming was preparing to enter the Tianxing star region, but this spaceship was preparing to leave the Tianxing star region. The two sides went in and out and soon passed each other. But Su Ming frowned slightly and looked at the spaceship. This spaceship is so domineering. According to the normal driving route, although the two sides will approach each other and pass each other, the energy fluctuations caused by the spacecraft will still affect each other. At this time, both sides usually have to lower the power system of the spacecraft to avoid pushing the other side away, affecting the other side's route, and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. This is a kind of sailing etiquette. It is an unspoken rule of flying. However, the spaceship in front of him had no intention of reducing its power system, and was still speeding towards the outside of the Tianxing star region at full power. Under the stimulation of the spacecraft's power system, Su Ming's spacecraft swung slightly to the side, and the original navigation route was affected. Although there was no big problem, the attitude conveyed by the pilot of the spaceship made Su Ming feel unhappy. Su Ming went straight to the window of the spaceship and looked at it. I saw a young man about 21 or 22 years old standing in front of the window of the opposite spaceship, and his eyes were now cast on the spaceship where Su Ming was. At this moment, the two sides' eyes met. Almost instantly, two powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the spacecraft of both sides. Su Ming's gaze collided with the gaze of the young man opposite him, and the energy levels of both parties also collided in the void in the spaceship at this moment. A strong energy level reaction suddenly occurred in the void. If anyone was at the point where the two people's eyes met at this moment, he would probably be torn apart in an instant by the strong energy level collision. But, fortunately, there is no one between the two of them now. The energy levels of the two people exploded in the void, just like the waves erupting under the deep sea. Nothing can be seen from the outside, but in fact in the depths, a crazy undercurrent has been surging. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes, as if he was a little surprised by Su Ming's ability level. The confrontation between the two sides is still going on. It was originally just a simple collision, but after this collision, both the young man and Su Ming gradually began to pay attention to each other. The young man's hand subconsciously reached for a black sword at his waist, tightly gripping the hilt. Su Ming also placed his right hand on his storage space, and his brain energy level was constantly communicating with the storage space. In the storage space, a Star Destroyer sniper rifle was lying quietly inside. Su Ming's brain energy level floated around it, wrapping up the sniper rifle. Under such circumstances, Su Ming can take out the sniper rifle from the storage space at any time and unleash terrifying power. But Su Ming did not take out the sniper rifle, and the young man did not pull out the sword with his hand holding the handle. The movements of both parties seemed to stop at this moment. They are looking for each other's weaknesses at this moment. The two men's breath continued to leak out, their eyes fixed on each other's figures, trying to find even the slightest flaw in each other's figures. As long as you find a flaw, the opponent will inevitably be met with a crazy and sharp attack in the next moment. However, the two spaceships sped away in opposite directions, and soon they separated and distanced themselves from each other. Even during the entire process from the two spaceships intersecting to their departure, Su Ming and the young man did not take any action. It was not until the spaceships separated from each other and the distance was far beyond the attack range that Su Ming and the young man suddenly relaxed. The two of them simultaneously cast their gazes towards the spaceship that was moving farther and farther away in the distance, and both of them had a thought in their minds. This person is so strong. Chapter 138, Arrival at Tiansheng. Help me check this person's identity information. After Su Ming recovered from a shock, he spoke to the intelligence system on the spacecraft. The intelligence system on the spacecraft has just captured the other party's appearance. Such a powerful young master must be very famous in the entire human society. As long as the intelligence system compares the data based on the other party's appearance, the identity of the young man can be found out quickly. Ding! Identity information has been retrieved. Chen Hui, nicknamed Bloodblade Demon King, 21 years old, cultivation, 9th level lower gene warrior, specialized mecha. Long Blade Demon King Vizi, 0-3, assault mecha. Mecha ranking, 817th, combat power ranking, 782nd, machinery ranking, 10,032nd. After hearing the identity information from the system, Su Ming was surprised. Such a powerful young man is only ranked 817th on the mecha list? How powerful are the top 800 players on the mecha ranking? Just now, Su Ming confronted this young man, and he felt that the other party's aura was extremely condensed and his foundation was extremely solid. And Chun Hui's locking and anti-locking abilities are very strong. This is the person with the strongest locking ability Su Ming has ever met, except for those above the vacuum level. Just now, when the two sides were confronting each other, Su Ming exerted his full strength to avoid being locked onto by this young man, and was able to stand up to him. If Chun Hui was stronger, Su Ming would probably reveal his flaws in front of him. Level 9, lower level. Su Ming muttered to himself that at this moment, he had truly gained a preliminary understanding of the universe's top geniuses. Even though Su Ming had always faced masters of level 9 or 10 before, there were even some masters of the vacuum level in the black domain. But all of these people are in their 40s, and each of them is a genetic warrior who has been in the industry for a long time. Being able to reach the lower level of the 9th level at the age of 21 means that there may be a chance to be promoted to the vacuum level around the age of 23. Among his peers, Chun Hui's cultivation is definitely among the best. A 21-year-old, 9th level lower class person is too strong. Su Ming muttered to himself. However, if Chen Hui heard what Su Ming said, he would probably vomit blood. Although Chen Hui was now so shocked that he almost vomited blood, Su Ming checked Chun Hui's personal information, and Chen Hui also checked Su Ming's information. He could sense that Su Ming's cultivation might not be as good as his own, but there was an extremely strong tenacity in Su Ming's energy level, which allowed Su Ming to not be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Of course, it's just a simple long-range energy level battle, and it can't completely prove anything. But what Chen Hui cares about most is Su Ming's locking ability. Su Ming was shocked by Chun Hui's ability, and Chen Hui was also shocked by Su Ming's ability. When the two sides were confronting each other, Chen Hui felt that the other party's breath was locking him, as if he was going to be locked from all directions. It was extremely powerful. If the confrontation lasted a little longer, he would probably be unable to resist taking the initiative under this powerful pressure and reveal his flaws. He is Su Ming, and he's only 17 years old. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Chen Hui muttered to himself, with a look of deep shock in his eyes. Of course, he knew Su Ming, who had fought against crystal creatures in the Donglin universe before. He had also seen Su Ming's video and thought that Su Ming was just like that. He didn't expect that actually meeting Su Ming would be so stressful. What he found most difficult to accept was Su Ming, 17 years old, with a cultivation level of the middle 7th level. When I was 17, I was probably still studying hard in the academy, and I think I only had the 5th level upper cultivation level. If they were in the same age group, Su Ming would have completely defeated him. This was a huge blow to the extremely confident Chen Hui. It's ridiculous. Those frogs in the well are actually rubbing their hands in preparation to use Su Ming as a stepping stone. I bet they won't even know how to cry when they face Su Ming. Chen Hui said to himself. Recently, the news that Su Ming came to the Dongming Alliance has been widely circulated among the younger generation. Which young person doesn't want to be famous? When the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance saw that Su Ming was so popular, they naturally felt unbalanced. Now everyone wants to step on Su Ming and graft Su Ming's fame onto themselves. But Watching it in the video feels completely different from facing it in reality. In the video, from a god's perspective, everyone looks like a loser. But in reality, if they really had to face Su Ming, the pressure alone would probably be enough to crush some people. What a pity! I was about to go to the Life Tribunal. Otherwise, it would be nice to stay in the Celestial Saint Star region and meet you. When I come back from the Life Tribunal and my life level is improved, I will come and fight you again. Chun Hui muttered to himself, then cast his gaze towards the distant star field, a hint of excitement in his eyes. It seemed as if in the distant star field, something exciting was waiting for Chun Hui. However, Su Ming's encounter with Chun Hui was just a small episode on the road. Su Ming quickly put Chun Hui's matter behind him and rushed towards the Tianxing Star region at a high speed. Because of its special interstellar status, the Tianxing Star region has undergone extensive transformations by the Dongming Alliance. In the original normal star fields, the main living system was planetary. However, in the center of the Tianxing Star region, all the planets were cleared out by the Dongming Alliance, and a flat arena with an area of trillions of square kilometers was built on the empty void. On this arena, there is a normal gravity system and normal living facilities, as well as air, water, ranking system, etc. If the entire arena wasn't flat, it would be no different from a normal habitable planet. The geniuses fight and live with each other on this huge flat arena. At this moment, Su Ming was driving the spaceship and landing directly on the Tianxing plain. Is this the spaceship? I heard that Su Ming is heading towards the Tianxing Star region. I guess it's the spaceship, right? At this moment, several young men were gathering on the Tianxing plain. After seeing Su Ming's spaceship descending, one of the young men's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke with a smile. These young men are all around 20 years old. Each of them has a strong aura, and the weakest one has the level of a 7th level lower level genetic warrior. At this moment, when these young people saw the spaceship landing and a young man walked out of the spaceship, they couldn't help but show an expression of extreme surprise on their faces. They all recognized that the young man who had just gotten off the spaceship was Su Ming. Chapter 139, Fighting Rules. Very good. Lao Ma, help me turn on the live broadcast. It's time to become famous. I didn't expect Su Ming to actually come. It's time to let Su Ming see the difference between the universe's top geniuses and ordinary geniuses. The atmosphere of competition in the Dongming Alliance is intense. The combat power of people of the same level in other cosmic countries is vastly different. I think Su Ming is just a frog in the well. It's almost time for him to realize his own limitations. A young man with a strong and solid aura walked to the bottom of Su Ming's spaceship with a smile, waiting for Su Ming to come down. The young man in the lead was a little less pretentious. He looked at his companions, then shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate Su Ming. I've seen his operation. Apart from some shortcomings in cultivation, his operation is impeccable. He's very strong." This young man, named Wang Quan, is the strongest among these people, with a cultivation level of lower level 8. Many of the others had a sense of superiority about the Dongming Alliance, and looked at Su Ming as if he were a frog in a well. But Wang Quan knew clearly that some of his companions around him didn't even understand Su Ming's operation, so they thought Su Ming's operation was very ordinary. In fact, even Wang Quan did not dare to underestimate Su Ming's operations. Of course, it was just an operation. As a low-level, 8th-level genetic warrior, Wang Quan still felt a little dissatisfied with Su Ming's cultivation level of only 7th level. It is undeniable that Wang Quan also wants a wave of popularity, which will bring him many benefits and resources. After exchanging the wealth for various knowledge and supplements, it is entirely possible for him to go further. So even though there was a suspicion of bullying the weak, Wang Quan still shamelessly wanted to have a fight with Su Ming. After Su Ming got off the spaceship, his eyes fell on the crowd in front of him. He was not surprised. He naturally heard what these people said outside. After walking down, his face did not show the slightest panic. "Su Ming, right? I'm Li Kinuo from Hema Planet. I've seen your video from Donglin Universe. It's pretty good. Come and fight me." A young man stepped forward impatiently and spoke to Su Ming. He was secretly pleased with himself that he had seized the opportunity and challenged Su Ming to a duel before anyone else. The live broadcast is now on. Fight with Su Ming and break the myth. The young man posted a striking title on the forum, which attracted the attention of many netizens. Su Ming went to the Dongming Alliance? It seems to be true. Su Ming is right in front of him. This man wants to challenge Su Ming. Su Ming's popularity was still there, and soon some people followed the title and entered the live broadcast room. After seeing the live broadcast images, they decisively stayed in the live broadcast room. This young man, named Lee Qinyuo, is quite famous. As a person who has been promoted to the upper level of level 7 at the age of 22, he is also considered a young talent. Compared with ordinary people, Lee Qinyuo's identity and cultivation are simply dazzling. Many people knew Lee Qinyuo, and therefore discovered that Su Ming had come to the Dongming Alliance. Lee Qinyuo was delighted when he saw so many people flocking to his live broadcast room. It turned out that it was possible to ride on the popularity. He looked at Su Ming with satisfaction, adjusting his state to prepare for a battle with Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the man, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you have a ranking on the Heavenly Saint list?" After hearing Su Ming's words, Lee Qinyuo was stunned for a moment, then said with a hint of embarrassment, "My challenge to you. What does it have to do with the ranking?" After hearing Lee Qinyuo's words, Su Ming immediately understood that this person, probably not on the list. Although the Heavenly Saint list is a list established by the Dongming Alliance, not everyone can enter it. There are 3 lists, and each list only admits 20,000 people. No one beyond 20,000 will be admitted. Don't think 20,000 is a lot. But this is a list of all young talents in the entire human society who are under 25 years old. Most of the young talents in the entire human society gather here, numbering trillions. Among trillions of young talents, only the top 20,000, or one in hundreds of millions, are selected. From this, we can see how demanding the ability requirements are in order to enter the 3 Heavenly Saint lists. However, Su Ming came to the Tianxing Star region this time to compete for the ranking and acquire mechanical knowledge. He was not interested in those who were not on the list. Su Ming shook his head and then said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in those who are not on the list." After saying that, Su Ming walked straight past Lee Qinyuo. Lee Qinyuo was stunned, and then his face turned red. This is also why Su Ming is not clear about the cultural atmosphere of the Dongming Alliance. In the fiercely competitive Dongming Alliance, few people would refuse a challenge. If they refused a challenge, it could almost be considered that the other party was not worthy of fighting with them. This is a great insult to the people of the Dongming Alliance. It was extremely embarrassing for Lee Qinyuo to be rejected during the live broadcast. In an extremely angry mood, Lee Qinyuo was ready to attack Su Ming by force. But at this moment, a hand stopped Lee Qinyuo. Lee Qinyuo was stunned, and then he saw that the person who stopped him was Wang Quan. At this moment, Wang Quan shook his head at Lee Qinyuo, and then said to Su Ming, "Don't you want to challenge someone with a ranking? I have a ranking too. Why don't you fight me?" After hearing this person's words, Su Ming turned around and asked, "Do you have a ranking?" Wang Quan nodded and said, "Battle Power Ranking, 19,200th. After hearing Wang Quan's ranking, Su Ming was stunned and subconsciously prepared to refuse. Ranked 19,200th, it was almost the same as having no ranking at all. There was no need for me to fight him. Seeing the look on Su Ming's face, Wang Quan seemed to guess what Su Ming was thinking and could not help but say in a calm voice, "I know this is your first time in the Dongming Alliance, and you don't seem to know the rules of the Dongming Alliance." After hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming stopped. A look of great interest appeared on his face, and he said seriously, "I'd like to hear more about it." Wang Quan slowly said, "The Dongming Alliance is full of fighting spirit, and therefore there are some unwritten rules. Any challenge-type invitation fight requires both parties to set a stake." "But," Su Ming asked in surprise. Wang Quan nodded. "Usually, it's about the knowledge involved in the fighting event. The loser needs to pass on a piece of knowledge to the winner. Otherwise, the fight between the two sides won't bring any benefits other than combat experience. Naturally, some gimmicks are needed to maintain this fighting atmosphere that everyone is willing to participate in." After hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming's face showed a look of realization. "So, if you're willing to accept my challenge, I'm willing to offer an independent piece of knowledge as a bet." Chapter 140, Riding on the Heat. After hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming took it without hesitation. If you have independent knowledge that comes to you, don't miss it. But what surprised Su Ming was that Wang Quan raised the stakes to such a high level as independent knowledge in order to duel with him. After all, according to normal duel invitations, ordinary knowledge above the intermediate level is sufficient. Independent mechanical knowledge is more than 10 times more valuable than ordinary mechanical knowledge. In that case, I'll also put up an independent piece of knowledge as a bet. Since it is a bet, both parties must put up something of equal value as a bet. Fortunately, Su Ming had acquired an independent item of knowledge in the previous Donglin Universe Kingdom. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Brother Quan is betting so big. I remember that Brother Quan only has 2 independent knowledge items. This time he's going all out. Wang Quan's companion, next to him, showed a look of surprise on his face. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I think there's no problem. It's a sure win. Brother Quan is already an 8th level genetic warrior, while Su Ming is only a 7th level one. Although Su Ming's combat power is considered very strong among his peers, so is Brother Quan. With this wave of realm suppression, Su Ming is bound to lose. Although the people around him had some bad habits of aristocratic families with an inexplicable sense of superiority, they had good vision and could see where Wang Quan's confidence came from. At this moment, they were all optimistic about Wang Quan. After all, being able to enter the 3 Heavenly Saints list is almost one in hundreds of millions. Although Wang Quan ranks low on the 3 Heavenly Saints list, he is also a figure standing at the top of the pyramid of the younger generation. Open the live broadcast and focus. Record all the battle scenes. Wang Quan's companions have not forgotten their original intention of challenging Su Ming. Traffic. Popularity. Wang Quan is actually quite well known, but most of his fame is only within the circle of genetic warriors. Among ordinary people, his fame is not that big, or even non-existent. This battle now is the best opportunity for Wang Quan to gain popularity in human society. Once it becomes popular in human society, it will be possible to obtain support from various resources, which is definitely an excellent opportunity for Wang Quan. Everyone, don't miss the live broadcast of Wang Quan versus Su Ming if you're passing by. You can guess who will be the winner. A young man knew exactly what Wang Quan wanted and immediately spoke to the netizens in the live broadcast room in high spirits. Suddenly, comments started flying in the live broadcast room. I only know Su Ming, and I feel that Su Ming will win. Su Ming will definitely win. I've already seen Su Ming's technical analysis at manhwa. Su Ming is very strong, that's for sure. Su Ming, supports Su Ming. Seeing the comments all supporting Su Ming, the young man couldn't help but smile. He then said, "You may not be familiar with the classification of gene warriors. I will post their classification information in the live broadcast room right now." After finishing speaking, the young man immediately posted the information about Wang Quan and Su Ming, as well as the rankings of the 3 Heavenly Saints list in the live broadcast room. And this person was careful and did not write down the ages of the 2 people. If the ages of the 2 were written down, Wang Quan was a 20-year-old level 8 lower-class gene warrior, and Su Ming was less than 17 years old and a level 7 medium-class gene warrior. Not only did it feel like Wang Quan was bullying the weak, but it also felt like Wang Quan was no match for Su Ming among warriors of the same age. Although it's true, but it is normal to conceal some information for the sake of traffic. These were the little tricks of Wang Quan's companions, but they did cause some confusion to the audience in the live broadcast room. Most of the audience in the live broadcast room are ordinary people. Their understanding of genetic warriors is that level 8 genetic warriors are more powerful than level 7 genetic warriors. However, they have not considered that there are many other factors in the battle between genetic warriors that will affect the final outcome. After seeing that Wang Quan was already an 8th level genetic warrior, and Su Ming was only at the 7th level intermediate level, netizens were suddenly shocked. Who is this Wang Quan? He's so amazing. He doesn't look that old, but he's already a level 8 genetic warrior. Someone like him will become a general in the future. What young talent. I thought Su Ming was already amazing, but Wang Quan never expected that he would be so capable despite being relatively unknown. After seeing the level information of the 2 people, the comments in the barrage all started discussing Wang Quan. In the cultural atmosphere of the interstellar society, because civilization is always facing invasion by foreign enemies, the promotion of personal force and heroism has reached its extreme. The people of the interstellar society have unconditional worship for the strong. It's true that Su Ming is very strong, and that's why he has attracted a group of fans. But now Wang Quan has appeared, whose rank is higher than Su Ming, and netizens' opinions have begun to change immediately. The number of people watching this live broadcast gradually increased. Even this live broadcast was gradually seen by the young people of the Empire, and many people in the Empire began to pay attention to this live broadcast. Su Ming, the son of Lord Column Clarence, is now heading to the East Ming Alliance to challenge the younger generation of the East Ming Alliance. The son of the Imperial Apocalypse must be very strong. If Su Ming defeats these people from the Dongming Alliance, wouldn't it bring honor to the Empire? I have to go and see. Suddenly, a large number of Empire netizens poured into the live broadcast room. Where is Su Ming? We are here to watch Su Ming fight the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. Su Ming can do it. He is a young and powerful man of our empire. It's time to sweep across the Dongming Alliance. Seeing some Imperial barges being so arrogant in the live broadcast room, some people of the Dongming Alliance couldn't sit still. Suddenly, comments from the Dongming Alliance jumped up. You must be joking. My Dongming Alliance is known as the top universe country with the most powerful people and geniuses. Your empire is okay in the field of science and technology, but when it comes to geniuses and powerful people, I advise you to keep a low profile. Seriously hilarious. You probably don't even realize how powerful the geniuses on the Heavenly Saint third ranking are. The people from the Empire will get swollen in the face soon. Netizens are so bored that there is even a hint of tension on the internet. Empire Su Ming attacks the Eastern Mingtian Holy Star region. This topic quickly jumped to number 21 on the hot search list. At this moment, Colin Clarence was sitting in the battleship, on his way to the front line, when suddenly the intelligent electronic sound in the battleship began to prompt. Ding! We've detected news that the respected Mr. Colin Clarence might be interested in. Would you like to check it out? A look of surprise suddenly crossed Colin Clarence's face, and then he slowly nodded and said, Open it and check it out. Chapter 141, Wang Quan's Challenge. Su Ming has actually already gone to the Dongming Alliance. That's interesting. Colin Clarence showed a puzzled look on his face, as if he had thought of something. Turn on the live broadcast. I want to see Su Ming's situation. Colin Clarence spoke calmly. Then a huge screen appeared in front of Colin Clarence. Su Ming arrived at the Tianqing Star region and was ready to start the challenge. This news soon reached the ears of some people in the Dongming Alliance. Very good, Colin Clarence's son, right? Beat this brat to death. Colin Clarence is such a despicable guy. His son must be beaten black and blue in the East Ming Alliance. An apocalypse-level expert from the Dongming Alliance chuckled, seeming quite satisfied with the result, and then spoke lightly. However, Su Ming didn't know all this. He saw someone starting his own live broadcast, but Su Ming didn't care. Want to ride on your own popularity? Sure, but if you don't have the ability and can't get the popularity, you can't blame yourself. My ranking is based on the combat power ranking. I can also pile a mecha, but it's not as strong as pure physical combat power. I know your mecha capabilities are very strong, but if we were to compare mechas, even if you beat me, you wouldn't be able to make the rankings. Wang Quan looked at Su Ming and spoke. After hearing this, Su Ming smiled and said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. If your pure muscle combat power is strong, then we are better than pure muscle combat power. Pure physical combat power refers to fighting with the physical body without the use of mecha. You can use weapons, but you cannot unleash the energy level of your brain. This is a fighting method that purely tests the energy level of your body. This way of fighting has its reasons. After all, under many extreme conditions, the mecha may not be able to be used. In this case, the combat power of the body becomes very important. Wang Quan's brain power level is not very good. Although the combat power of the mecha is not weak, it is not his strong point. His real strength lies in the explosiveness of his physical energy levels. Hearing that Su Ming actually wanted to compete with him in physical fitness level, Wang Quan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Very good. Su Ming's mecha level is very high, which can be seen in the video, but now Su Ming has given up the advantage of the mecha and wants to compare his physical fitness level with himself, which is a bit inflated. Originally, Wang Quan was not very confident, but now when he heard that Su Ming wanted to compete with him in physical fitness level, he suddenly felt that it was a sure thing. Very good, let's get on the stage. Wang Quan jumped onto the stage and looked down at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't hesitate and jumped onto the stage as well. When the two of them stood on the ring at the same time, the protective shield around them instantly rose up. And at this moment, on the ring, the aura of the two people was undergoing tremendous changes. The two of them were no longer as calm as they were when they were chatting before. Instead, they gradually released their energy and began to entangle and collide with each other in the ring. The atmosphere in the ring gradually became tense, and the two men gradually adjusted their state to a fighting state. Wang Quan had an unknown spear in his hand. It was a spear forged from an unknown metal. It was not a mechanical equipment, but a normal cold weapon. However, Su Ming could clearly sense that the spear was emitting a cold aura. Once it exploded, it would be enough to transform into the most terrifying killing weapon, easily poking a big hole in the enemy. Wang Quan looked at Su Ming and saw that Su Ming's hands were empty, and a strange look appeared on his face. Su Ming is actually a genetic warrior who uses fists. This is very rare among genetic warriors. But the look of surprise only lasted for a moment before Wang Quan forgot about it. He looked at Su Ming carefully and found that Su Ming's position and aura were very casual, as if he had not entered the combat state at all. What a great opportunity! Wang Quan was delighted and prepared to raise his gun and stab Su Ming in front of his door. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he subconsciously rejected it. Because according to his judgment, once his spear stabbed towards Su Ming's face, it would give Su Ming a chance to dodge, and Su Ming could dodge it, thus exposing himself to a flaw and falling into a passive position. He couldn't stab from the front, as this would give Su Ming the opportunity to see through the gun shadow. So, from the left? Wang Quan tightened his grip on the gun and was ready to attack the next moment. But at this moment, he abruptly stopped his thoughts and did not dare to hand over the gun in his hand rashly, because he had already seen that with Su Ming's casual stance, he could easily dodge a shot by just taking a step to the side, and then his back would be exposed to Su Ming. If I can't stab from the left, then what about stabbing from the right? Wang Quan felt an extremely absurd feeling in his heart, and then his hand holding the spear tightened and gradually began to tremble. The same goes for the right side. As long as he stabs Su Ming's right side, Su Ming will dodge it, and he will face the fate of exposing his flaws. Wang Quan stood there blankly, sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. How could it be possible? There was a flash of panic in his eyes. Su Ming's stance and posture, although loose, seemed very casual. But it is this casual standing position that makes him seem to have flaws everywhere. But when you look closely, there are no flaws at all. No matter where he attacked Su Ming would easily dodge it and hit him back. Is there no flaw in him? Wang Quan felt extremely absurd and stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Attack? No, it would be dodged, putting him in a passive position. But not attacking is not an option because the chi of both sides have been entangled with each other and are colliding with each other at this moment. Now is the time when your momentum is the strongest. If you don't take action, your momentum will continue to dissipate in the process. After all the energy was drained out, even without Su Ming's help, he didn't have the courage to fight back and just gave in. How can we fight this? Su Ming looked at Wang Quan calmly and couldn't help shaking his head slightly in his heart. This Wang Quan is okay, but he is far inferior to the top talents like Chen Hui. There are flaws in myself, but Wang Quan's combat awareness is far inferior to his own. Even if he just stands there casually, he can force Wang Quan to not dare to attack. Su Ming was too lazy to waste time, so he gently released a little of his aura. Under the influence of the chi, even though Wang Quan couldn't find Su Ming's weakness at the moment, he was still forced to raise his spear and stab Su Ming. Chapte 142 liaran. Wang Quan stretched out the gun in his hand and stabbed directly at Su Ming. Just as Wang Quan had expected, Su Ming dodged the shot easily, and his breath was unable to lock onto Su Ming's steps. But Wang Quan was still one of the top 3 heavenly saints. Just when he was about to fall into a passive position, Wang Quan suddenly swung his spear to the side, just in time to block Su Ming's attack. The two sides attacked each other at this moment, and then separated from each other after one blow. Su Ming looked at Wang Quan, feeling a little surprised. He had not expected this shot. Although Wang Quan was somewhat lacking in the aspect of locking the chi, it must be said that his marksmanship and ability to respond on the spot were still very good. Although Su Ming had a slight advantage in this attack, Wang Quan was able to resolve this advantage by relying on his energy level advantage. Once their chi was activated, both sides stopped fighting and launched fierce attacks on each other in an instant. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, and then he released a thunderous spear towards Su Ming. The spear pierced through the airflow and whistled towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he bravely faced Wang Quan's spear. While the two were fighting, neither Su Ming nor Wang Quan noticed that a figure had quietly appeared under the ring. This is a carefree young man with a cynical and dandy look. At this moment, he was approaching the ring with a reluctant look on his face. Then he yawned and looked at the ring. Other people around saw the young man and were immediately shocked. Lieran, why is he here? A young man looked at this person in disbelief, with shock in his eyes. The Mecha genius ranked 1,490th on the Mecha list, Lieran. At this moment, Lieran also discovered that the people around him recognized him, and he couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression on his face. Socially anxious guys, stop staring at me. Lieran muttered to himself, then secretly found an empty corner and sat down. My old man is such a jerk. He can't beat the guy from the Empire, but he insists on asking me to beat up his son. Isn't that embarrassing? Don't accuse me of bullying. I don't want to. Lieran muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the ring. At this moment, Lieran suddenly let out a light exclamation, then widened his eyes and looked at the ring. Using his body to confront his spear? This guy is quite fierce. At this moment, on the ring, Su Ming rushed towards Wang Quan like a little tyrannosaurus. When Wang Quan saw Su Ming rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth, then stretched out his spear and stabbed Su Ming fiercely. But at this moment, Su Ming stretched out his hand and actually shook the spearhead with his hand. He directly grabbed the tip of the spear with his hand, then shouted softly and broke the spear in front of him. After seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Su Ming in disbelief. It's like looking at some kind of alien creature. Although the tip of a spear is certainly not as penetrating as the point of a gun, the tip of this spear has been sharpened, and in terms of sharpness, it is not much worse than an ordinary machete. However, the gun tip only left a light red mark on Su Ming's arm before Su Ming broke it off with his own hands. Is Su Ming's body made of steel? It's actually this hard. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also felt unbelievable after seeing this scene. However, there was no fluctuation in Su Ming's eyes. Although the spear is sharp, it is a little insufficient for Su Ming, who has already trained his body 7 times. Don't look at Su Ming's current physical fitness level, which is only at the medium level of level 7. However, his body had long been forged to be extremely hard and terrifying. If you really want to hurt Su Ming, it is impossible without the upper level of level 8. His actual combat capability, due to the effects of body training, cannot be judged based on the 7th level medium energy level. Even an 8th level genetic warrior might not be able to gain an advantage in front of Su Ming. Wang Quan lost his spear, and it was too late to take out a spare one from the storage space. In desperation, Wang Quan could only face Su Ming with his bare hands. A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and then he rushed to Wang Quan. Open the sky. Although Kai Tian is a sword technique, as long as you master its essence, you can use it with any weapon, including boxing. An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Su Ming's body, and he rushed towards Wang Quan like an ancient giant. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Su Ming anymore. Originally, everyone thought that Su Ming's real strength lay in his mecha operation. But now it seems that Su Ming's physical strength is just as strong. When he charged forward, he felt unstoppable. Wang Quan shouted loudly, and the energy level in his body exploded completely. Then he faced Su Ming and released terrifying power. Boom! The two sides collided instantly, shaking the entire arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid of missing any details. After the two figures collided with each other, Wang Quan's figure was obviously knocked backwards, then hit the energy shield and fell heavily to the ground. He was covered in blood and had cracked wounds all over his body from being hit. He looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, Su Ming only had a slight crack on his shoulder, and other parts of his body were not seriously injured. The winner has been decided, and it is clear who wins and who loses. Wang Quan's companions were suddenly in an uproar. They had thought it was a sure win, but who would have thought that Wang Quan would be defeated by Su Ming? This made everyone feel incredible. Only Lieran, who was below the ring, was staring at Su Ming's shoulder. He saw that Su Ming's shoulder healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye after the fight. Lieran's eyes lit up immediately, and he muttered himself, super strong vitality, tough body. This Su Ming is a treasure. Great. I was just wondering how I could get to the life court, but I didn't expect to meet someone with such a strong vitality. Sorry, old man, you can call someone else to beat Su Ming up. I won't do that anyway. If I beat Su Ming, who will accompany me to the life court? Lieran muttered to himself. Then he took a step forward and walked towards Su Ming's position. Chapter 143 Life Court. Wang Quan was covered in blood, but he recovered quickly after being treated by the healing robot. He walked to Su Ming with a somewhat depressed look on his face, then handed a crystal to Su Ming with a wry smile on his face. I admit defeat. I have indeed lost this battle head-on. I now hand over this independent knowledge to you. After finishing speaking, Wang Quan sighed helplessly. He had originally planned to gain some publicity by defeating Su Ming, but he didn't expect that instead of gaining any publicity, he was beaten by Su Ming until he was covered in blood. Now all of this was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, which was extremely embarrassing. He could only hurriedly close the live broadcast room, and then left the place in shame with several of his companions. Su Ming held this independent piece of knowledge in his hand and read it directly using the system. Focus on Qi. Knowledge type, body/fighting. Knowledge effect. Concentration brings power. The more focused the knowledge holder is, the stronger the power he can unleash. First level effect. As the master's attention is focused, the power of the next attack is increased by 20% to 50%. The power coefficient is related to attention. Second level effect. As the master concentrates, the power of the next attack will increase by 20% to 100%. Negative effect. Once you focus on attacking, you cannot focus on other places, such as defense, blocking, etc. While increasing strength, it will inevitably lead to a decline in other aspects. After seeing this knowledge, Su Ming thought about it, and then entered this knowledge into the Mecha Wuzun system. Although it was not mechanical knowledge, which made Su Ming feel a little regretful, it was an independent item of knowledge after all, and was many times more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Better than nothing, to start learning. Just after Su Ming entered this independent piece of knowledge into the system, he suddenly felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. He subconsciously looked to the side and felt that a strong man was attacking him. Su Ming didn't even think twice before punching the attacker with a powerful force. I'll go. Li Heron, who was walking towards Su Ming, was startled. Then his body suddenly jumped up like a frightened cat, barely avoiding Su Ming's punch. No, brother, I mean no harm, don't attack. Li Heron spoke with an innocent look on his face, then looked at Su Ming awkwardly. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Heron and asked, "Who are you?" He felt a slight chill in his heart, as he had just sensed someone approaching him, and at that moment he instantly threw a punch. Although it was just an ordinary punch, the aura had completely locked the person's aura, and under normal circumstances it would be difficult for him to dodge his punch. But this person actually broke free from his breath lock in an instant, and then dodged his punch. Not many people can do this. What's more, they are people of the same age. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Li Heron smiled, then scratched his head and said, "My name is Li Heron. Can we chat if it's convenient?" Li Heron. Su Ming's expression changed, and then the intelligence system in his headset suddenly reminded him. Ding! Li Heron. Mecha Hunking no 1490. Su Ming was surprised after hearing the prompt from the intelligence system. Ranked 1490th on the Mecha rankings? This was already considered a very advanced talent. So, why did they choose me? Su Ming looked at Li Heron with suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that a genius ranked 1490 would not come to challenge him. Seeing the suspicion in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron scratched his head, smiled, and then said, "What are you doing staying in the Tianxing Star region?" Although this is known as the Star region ranked by the Tianxing 3 lists, most of the geniuses at the top of the list don't move around in the Tianxing Star region. It's hard to meet top-ranked geniuses here. Li Heron smiled and said, "Otherwise, come with me to a place. I promise it will be fun." After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise on his face. "Where?" "Life Tribunal." Li Heron spoke in a low voice. "Life Court? What is this place?" Su Ming frowned and asked curiously. This time, it was Li Heron's turn to be confused. "You don't know about the Living Tribunal?" Li Heron asked in surprise with a strange look on his face. "Yeah, don't you know the Living Tribunal is weird?" Su Ming spoke as a matter of course. Strictly speaking, he actually became conscious after he turned 16, which was only a year away from now. It can be said that he has only truly understood this world for about a year, so naturally he does not have a deep understanding of some of the strange things in this world. Li Heron looked at Su Ming in surprise. Seeing that the seriousness on Su Ming's face did not seem fake, he believed that Su Ming was not joking with him, and that he really did not know about the Life Court. The living tribunal is actually a relic of another civilization. Li Heron spoke in a low voice. Remains? Su Ming was surprised, then frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, anything inside the ruins after being discovered will usually be divided up by the cosmic nations of human society and digested by human society in a very short period of time. Few remains of other civilizations have been discovered. If this living tribunal is truly the remains of another civilization, then it would surely be completely consumed by human civilization in a very short period of time. How could it possibly give anyone else the opportunity to enter? Seeing the surprise on Su Ming's face, Li Heron smiled and said, because this relic is not in the physical form we normally understand, and the location of the relic is not in the normal universe. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's expression changed. You mean parallel time and space? Liaran nudda. It's similar to a parallel space-time, but not as exaggerated. It's like a space-time that has grown out of the normal space-time. It has the same origin as the main space-time, so it can be considered a different space-time. Su Ming nodded, showing his understanding. Then what about the abnormal material form you mentioned? Li Heron shook his head. Even the 5 major cosmic nations haven't figured this out, so how would I know? However, the life tribunal has a characteristic: no material can be taken out of it. Only living beings can enter this space and then gain a certain level of life from the life tribunal. Chapter 144, Heading to the Life Tribunal. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face, but he was still a little confused. For example, why do you want to drag me into the living tribunal? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. This is the most important thing. After all, Li Heron and I have no relationship at all. He invited me into the life court for nothing. This is just like he has nothing to do after eating too much. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron smiled and said, although the life tribunal is still in the exploration stage, some areas have already been explored. If you want to gain benefits from the life tribunal, there is only one condition. The stronger your vitality, the further you can travel, and the wider the area you can explore. Li Heron said this and looked at Su Ming, constantly looking at Su Ming's body, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, as if he was looking at a... Su Ming felt a chill, then silently took 2 steps back, moving away from Li Heron. He looked at Li Heron speechlessly. How can I trust you? Su Ming was still a little wary. Seeing the vigilance in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron laughed dumbly, and then said, well, with your identity and authority, you should be able to find the information of the life tribunal. As for why you trust me, Li Heron paused, then smiled and said, it's very simple. Although my father is often beaten by your father, we have a pretty good relationship. Su Ming was stunned. Who is your father? Dimensional spirit, Dongming Tiankilike. What? Su Ming looked at Li Heron in surprise. He didn't expect that this was the son of the dimensional god. Li Ku is an apocalypse-level master of the Dongming Alliance, and also a divine apocalypse. His nickname is Dimensional God, and he is proficient in superdimensional divinity. He has been a good friend and rival of his father for many years. However, although the dimensional spirit is very powerful, he is often beaten by his father. After all, someone like his father is almost invincible in frontal combat, specializing in dealing with fancy and weird superdimensional divine abilities, but his frontal abilities are too weak, and he is completely restrained by his father. Hearing that Li Heron was actually Li Ku's son, Su Ming's vigilance gradually subsided. To some extent, he is the son of his father's comrade in arms. He shouldn't have too many bad intentions. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron, and combined with the information about the life court that the intelligence system had just found on the internet, Su Ming thought about it, then slowly nodded. When Li Heron saw Su Ming agreed, he was overjoyed. He then drove the spaceship with Su Ming to leave the Tianxing star region. About a few hours later, 2 figures left the spaceship and appeared in the void. The entrance to the Life Tribunal is right here. This is a very magical space. Once you enter the Life Tribunal, only divine items will be revealed. Other items, while still on you, will not be visible. Li Heron looked at the void in front of him and spoke to Su Ming. Divine item? Su Ming was surprised. Li Heron chuckled and then looked at Su Ming. You should have a mecha that you assembled yourself. A mecha that has been divinely inspired, even if it is a divine item, can be used in it. But if it is a mecha made by someone else for you, then it cannot be used in it. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming showed a look of realization on his face. I own the mechas that have been inspired by God. Every mecha that is completed for the first time is a mecha that has been inspired by God. After careful calculation, he had more than 10 D-class Chishin mechas, so he didn't have to worry about not having any mechas to use after entering the Life Tribunal. Li Heron saw the relaxed expression on Su Ming's face, and then he had an idea in his mind. So he said to Su Ming, let's go in. After saying that, Li Heron took the lead and dived into the chaotic space turbulence in front. Su Ming glanced at the space turbulence in front of him and hesitated for a moment, but thought that since Li Heron had already gone in, there should be no problem, so he followed Li Heron and went into the space turbulence. If it is an unknown space turbulence, then it is possible that the direction in which the turbulence will lead is an unknown space. It is even possible that one will be trapped in the space turbulence forever until the energy is exhausted and one dies. However, some spatial turbulence has a certain directionality, and the direction of the spatial turbulence can be clearly determined. Such space turbulence is safe, and you can enter another space and time through it. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly took out a rather heavy-looking mecha from the storage space and wrapped himself in it. Shield Mountain Heavy Mecha. This is a heavy mecha that focuses on defensive capabilities. The outside of the mecha is covered with a thick layer of alloy. There are 3 layers of energy shields alone. Together, the total energy level that can be resisted reaches a terrifying 1 million points. Even for a master of the vacuum level, it would take a full 5 minutes to break through the Shield Mountain Master's shield. The Shield Mountain Man is extremely huge, more than 30 meters tall, and his whole body is shining with a thick black metallic luster. His left arm holds a huge shield that is also more than 30 meters high. Once unfolded, it can easily block the Shield Mountain Man behind him, and his right arm holds a sniper rifle that exudes a cold aura. Dark Jungle Junior D-Class Sniper Rifle. This is a giant sniper rifle, a type of heavy weapon. Once activated, it can unleash extremely terrifying power. Its power is more than twice that of a sniper rifle of the same level. Of course, behind such powerful power comes the price of a longer charging time. However, this price is completely acceptable for the Shield Mountain Mecha. The correct way to use the Shield Mountain Mech is to use its powerful defensive capabilities to resist enemy attacks, and at the same time, use long-charged, high-powered weapons to attack from behind a shield. Although it is bulky, once it is hit by Shield Mountain, even if it is a C-class mecha, it will be in trouble. Su Ming is an operational mecha warrior, and a mecha with strong operability can play a better role in his hands. The reason why we gave up the highly operational mother and child mecha and switched to the Shield Mountain mecha was also for safety considerations. After all, in a place like this where only God knows where danger might come from, it is definitely not safe to rely on reaction and awareness. It is safer to squat in a heavy mecha. The surrounding space-time turbulence is constantly flowing, and light and normal matter are constantly deformed in this space-time turbulence, as if they are pulled into various different shapes, which look extremely bizarre. However, Su Ming knew clearly that these deformations were more visual, and the actual materials and light did not change much. After floating in the turbulent flow of time and space for a while, Su Ming felt the space around him quiet down, and then his vision gradually returned to normal. Chapter 145 Strange Space. The Life Tribunal is a different dimension outside of the main space and time. Everything around it is stained with a pale yellow substance, making it look like a pale yellow filter has been added to this different dimension. Su Ming's vision returned to normal. He raised his hand and saw that his arm had turned light yellow. After seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at it. He estimated that the spectrum of this different dimension was different from the spectrum frequency of the main universe, so it created this appearance. At this moment, Li Heron had also sat in a light yellow mecha. Su Ming estimated that the original appearance of this mecha should be silver-white, but in this world, it appeared to be light yellow. Brother Hiran, what do you say? Su Ming spoke to Li Heron through the intercom. What was now unfolding before the two of them was an endless void filled with strong radioactive light that looked extremely dazzling. A strange look appeared on Su Ming's face. This piece of void really did not contain even a trace of matter. There is only endless void and violent radiation. For ordinary people, the moment they step into the life court, they will be torn into pieces by the violent energy. Let's go in. This space is a bit strange. You'll know once you get in. Li Heron spoke to Su Ming. Then the two of them did not hesitate and drove the mecha directly into the void in front of them. As soon as he entered the void, Su Ming's expression changed. The surrounding environment has undergone tremendous changes. The originally empty void was transformed into a huge corridor under the formation of energy, enveloping the entire world. Su Ming and Li Heron were flying in this corridor at this moment. Su Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself in surprise. This is a form of energy created by the civilization within the Life Tribunal. This civilization is truly remarkable. Through various combinations of energy, they can create a form that resembles both energy and matter. Normal human civilizations can only use equipment that has undergone divine transformation. The scene before my eyes was like the greatest work of art. Every time the two people move, the surrounding energy will be reorganized, and the picture presented in front of them will become a completely different picture. The surrounding scenery also changes greatly with the different energy structures. What kind of civilization is this? Can a knowledge of civilization be found? Su Ming was extremely curious about the civilization that could construct such a great energy painting. Li Heron's voice came from the communication device. We haven't yet discovered the main body of the civilization of the Life Tribunal, but many people have seen the life forms of this civilization. Life forms? This civilization still exists? Then, this is considered an invasion. Su Ming was shocked. Not really. This civilization has already vanished into the dust of history. As for the so-called life forms, if you encounter civilized life in the future, you will understand. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming nodded slowly, and then without hesitation, he continued to fly forward with Li Heron. But as the two went deeper, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a strange feeling coming from his body. What's going on? My body's activity is decreasing. Because of the mechanical martial master system, Su Ming's observation of body activity is very intuitive. Originally, his body activity was still maintained at 100%, but the deeper he went, the surrounding energy substances seemed to absorb his body energy level, causing his body activity to gradually decline. 97%, 95%. In the blink of an eye, it has dropped by 10% to 90%. This is the origin of the name of the Living Tribunal. The surrounding energy will plunder your body's energy levels, but once you can withstand the plundering of the surrounding energy, the Living Tribunal will give corresponding rewards back to your body. Li Heron's voice came from the communication device. His voice was low, as if he was also enduring the plundering of lives in the life court. After hearing this, Su Ming nodded, but he didn't care. His body activity could be replenished by starlight points. As long as there are enough starlight points, the loss of body activity is not a serious problem. Just as the two continued to fly forward, a huge bell suddenly rang. After hearing the bell ringing, Su Ming and Li Heron were both surprised. Bang! The sound of the bell was like announcing a judgment on something. When it rang, the surrounding energy suddenly changed and began to isolate this place into an independent space and time. What's going on? Su Ming shouted into the communication device. The Living Tribunal has begun its trial. Trial? Su Ming didn't have time to ask any more questions before he saw 5 shadows appear in front of him and Li Heron. Fortunately, with 5 life forms, it's not a big problem. What the hell? Su Ming was confused by what he heard, but he could clearly sense that the 5 phantoms that had just appeared were very hostile towards him and Li Heron. The next moment, the 5 shadows did not stop, but suddenly grew in size and attacked Su Ming and Li Heron. You come to output. Seeing this, Su Ming spoke loudly without hesitation. Then he rushed to the front first, and a shield in his hand suddenly stood up. Under the explosion of the energy level in his brain, the shield instantly burst out with a strong golden light, and then extended to both sides. In a blink of an eye, the huge shield in Shield Mountain's hand wrapped Shield Mountain's mecha and Li Heron's mecha behind him. This shield instantly turned into the most powerful defense, easily blocking the attacks of the 5 figures. Su Ming took this opportunity to cast his gaze towards the 5 shadows. These phantoms were just like the ghosts created by human society, wrapped in a layer of dark yellow energy shield. They held big swords in their hands and exuded powerful strength. Su Ming's eyes moved when he sensed the aura emanating from each phantom. Each of these phantoms almost possesses the energy level fluctuations of a 9th level genetic warrior. Combined together, They directly caused an energy level pressure of about 40 W points on the giant shield. However, the energy resistance effect of a Shield Mountain Warrior reached 1 million points. Although the attacks of these phantoms were powerful and terrifying, they were still blocked by the Shield Mountain Warrior driven by Su Ming. Good job! Li Heron couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he saw that Su Ming's mecha actually had such terrifying defensive capabilities. Then he raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at one of the shadows. Chapter 146. The cannon is set up. Boom! A terrifying flame suddenly flashed out from behind the Shield Mountain mech and hit one of the shadows. The attack just now came from the sniper rifle in Li Heron's hand. At this moment, it burst out with extremely terrifying power, directly smashing the phantom into pieces. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but nodded secretly. I have to say that Li Heron is worthy of being at the top of the Heavenly Saint 3 list. Both the accuracy and power of this shot are perfect. But at this moment, the phantom that was shot to pieces by Li Heron suddenly shrank and reappeared in front of the two of them. Su Ming's expression changed. Can't be killed? No, you can kill him, but it will take a lot of shooting. Li Heron spoke in a low voice. Just as he said, although the phantom was reassembled, in fact, part of the phantom's aura dropped during this process. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, unlike the crystal creatures, their aura did not decrease after being attacked. Instead, they absorbed energy and became even stronger. If they could absorb attacks like the crystal creatures, then these 5 phantoms would probably keep the 2 of them busy for a while. Hold on, I'm ready for my second shot, Li Heron said shamelessly. Having a Shield Mountain mech standing in front of you is simply a very enjoyable thing. You don't need to worry about defense at all. You just need to think about how to attack. Li Heron calmly took out his sniper rifle, and then his brain energy level quietly started up, ready to aim at the phantom that attacked him before and fire the second shot. But at this moment, Li Heron was suddenly stunned to find that the Shield Mountain Warrior in front of him put his shield forward and then took out a huge sniper. Cannon from his arms? It's called a sniper rifle, but looking at the thick barrel and the anti-recoil base, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a cannon. What are you doing? Put up your shield. They're coming. Li Heron was dumbfounded, not quite understanding why Su Ming took out the sniper rifle. Su Ming turned his head to look at Li Heron, then said calmly, "You're too slow. It will take forever. Let me do it." Li Heron was stunned for a moment, and then he felt an extremely powerful and explosive energy level fluctuation coming from the front. The next moment, before Li Heron could react, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the recoil was so strong that it seemed as if the surrounding void was shaking. Li Heron was so frightened that he jumped up and almost raised his gun and shot at the Shield Mountain Warrior. The energy level fluctuation was so huge that Li Heron felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. The next moment, something happened that made Li Heron open his mouth wide. The sniper rifle next to Su Ming's hand actually stood up at this moment, turning into a vertical cannon, and then terrifying energy level fluctuations burst out from the barrel. Dark Jungle Junior D-Class Sniper Rifle. Sniper Mode. Handheld increases flexibility by 100%. Energy level burst is 15W, 20W, will briefly lock onto the enemy after hitting. Second hit rate, plus 30%. Turret form, gun mount flexibility, minus 100%. Energy level burst is 20W, 25W, removes the locking effect, increases the attack frequency by 40%. Frontal hit, energy level damage, plus 30%. At this moment, Su Ming adjusted the Dark Jungle Sniper Rifle into a turret form and placed the sniper rifle directly behind him. Boom! 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 Loud noises rang out one after another, and Li Heron saw these shells accurately falling on the shadows that were attacking the Shield Mountain shields. The sky was filled with artillery fire, and the attack frequency was so fast that Li Heron felt as if 10 people were firing at the same time. Every time the 5 phantoms were dispersed and reunited, before they could reunite, they were greeted by another wave of cannon attacks and were directly dispersed again. After repeating this many times, the shadows in front of him were destroyed one by the Shield Mountain Master's terrifying cannon. Looking at the shadow that was completely destroyed in front of him, Li Heron still felt a lingering fear. The bombardment of these huge cannons is really exciting. It is simple and crude, but powerful. If Li Heron were to face the bombardment of these shells alone, he would probably have no choice but to escape and temporarily avoid the attack. It's so violent, but I like it. Li Heron came to the side of Shield Mountain Warrior with excitement. At this moment, Su Ming was putting the giant shield and sniper rifle into the storage space. Hey bro, do you have a blueprint for this sniper rifle? Sell me a copy. They're so damn cool. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and then shook his head. I assembled it myself. I won't sell it. After hearing this, Li Heron curled his lips and said, how stingy. However, despite what he said, Li Heron knew very well in his heart that every mechanic had his own unique engraving patterns and methods, especially in modified mechanical equipment. The mechanic's unique patterns were very obvious. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a mechanic to sell his modification drawings. This is equivalent to telling others where the flaws in your machine are. Feeling a little regretful, Li Heron simply loved the modification of this giant cannon. At this moment, Su Ming and Li Heron suddenly felt a strange life energy flowing into their bodies. Su Ming sensed this life energy with a strange look on his face. Under the influence of this life energy, it seemed that his genes began to change. This life energy is more active than the normal body. It flows into the body. At this moment, part of the gene chain in the body begins to absorb this life energy and gradually begins to emit a light golden light. This is... Su Ming muttered to himself. After hearing Su Ming's voice, Li Heron smiled and said, this is the charm of the Life Tribunal. Although a lot of body activity has been lost before, you will undergo a trial in the Life Tribunal. The trial is to send out living beings to fight. If you win, the higher level of life energy will be gifted to you by the Life Tribunal. As for failure, Li Heron paused, then spoke meaningfully. The lost body's vitality will be given to newly emerged life forms, allowing these life forms to gain life energy. Chapter 147, Lord of the Void. To the living beings in this space. Su Ming's face showed a hint of surprise, and he couldn't help but ask, then, after these life forms in the Life Tribunal acquire these body activities, can they become stronger or come back to life? He had already discovered it when he attacked the Phantom before. These phantoms are not real living beings and do not have the characteristics of living beings. Rather than a living being, it is more like an illusion constructed from 5 energies and is not a real living being. If this so-called Life Tribunal is filled with these so-called life forms, then in a sense there are indeed no truly living civilized creatures. Li Heron shook his head. This is what the 5 major cosmic nations are currently researching. The Living Tribunal seems to contain an ability to resurrect living beings. Although no clear life form has been found to have been truly resurrected, based on some of the properties displayed by the Living Tribunal, it is indeed moving towards the goal of resurrection. Resurrection? Is it really possible? Su Ming showed a strange look on his face and muttered to himself. Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, normal living things are composed of matter and information. As long as you can collect all the information you originally possessed and restore the original activity of your body, it should be possible. But Li Heron paused, then slowly spoke. This only exists in theory. After all, the Dongming Alliance has actually discovered that the human body contains not only the information state, but also material activity, as well as elements beyond the body, such as spirit and divinity. If you restore the information state and body without restoring these elements, at best you'll just be a clone, not the real you being resurrected. Su Ming nodded slowly. This was similar to what he knew. It is not that easy to resurrect a person. There are many aspects involved, and it is not something that can be resurrected simply by reactivating the body and injecting information. So, the Living Tribunal is attempting to resurrect the life forms of the civilization behind it. Su Ming vaguely guessed the significance of the existence of the Life Court. The so-called trial seemed to have a certain purpose. Li Heron nodded. The current mainstream inference is this. Su Ming looked into the depths of the Life Court. At this moment, he became extremely interested in the Living Tribunal and couldn't wait to see what existed in the depths of the Living Tribunal. If this ability of resurrection can be used for one's own benefit, even if it's only for once, I would also enter the depths of the Life Tribunal without hesitation. After all, he has someone he wants to resurrect. Must be resurrected. Let's go deeper. Su Ming didn't say much. He just spoke lightly, then moved and flew towards the depths of the Life Court. Li Heron, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment before muttering, Why are you so enthusiastic now? You really love life energy. Su Ming ignored him and flew towards the depths without stopping. Hey, wait for me. Li Heron was speechless, and then quickly drove his mecha and disappeared here with Su Ming. As soon as the two left, the energy structure here underwent tremendous changes. 5 phantoms gradually emerged from the void, and then a huge amount of life energy poured into the bodies of the 5 phantoms, allowing the aura of the 5 phantoms to return to the original intensity when Su Ming had just encountered them. It seemed as if these 5 phantoms were waiting here for the next wave of people to enter the life court. But when Su Ming and Li Heron were flying towards the depths of the life court, in a vast star field in the universe, teams of strange-looking alien soldiers are currently floating. These people have strange appearances, with dark blue skin, slender arms but thick fingers, and blue tendrils growing all over their bodies. The strangest thing is, these people have no noses, and the top of their heads is split in the middle all the way to their eyes, which looks extremely weird. This alien race is the Void Clan that fights against the human race. The Void Clan is completely different from the human race. The human race needs to rely on a life planet to reproduce and survive normally. However, the Void Clan is born to be able to survive in the void of the universe, and can even travel through the void with ease. At this moment, these Void Clan members are communicating with each other in their own language. The attack of human civilization is very fierce. Human apocalypse is too powerful. It is difficult for us to gain an advantage over apocalypse. I heard that Lord Void has a mission for us this time. Members of the Void Clan were standing together and communicating with each other. At this moment, violent void fluctuations suddenly occurred in the void. A member of the Void Clan with an extremely powerful aura gradually emerged from the void. This member of the Void Clan was wrapped in the void, as if he was connected to the void, and looked extremely unfathomable. After seeing this person, all the Void Clan soldiers looked stern. Lord of the Void, this is a terrifying existence on the same level as the human apocalypse. Although the human apocalypse has the enhancement of a mecha, in terms of actual combat power, it is almost more than twice that of the Void Lord. Usually, it takes 3 Void Lords to fight against 1 human apocalypse. But, at least the Lord of the Void is already in existence of this level. All the members of the Void civilization who saw the Void Lord couldn't help but show awe and admiration on their faces, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The Void Lord opened his eyes, scanned the Void Clan soldiers present, and then slowly spoke. Human civilization's strengths lie in technology and mechas, but our Void civilization also has its strengths, and our trump cards have yet to be discovered by human civilization. After hearing the words of Lord Void, the soldiers below seemed to have guessed something, and each of them showed a look of surprise on their faces. You guessed right. The Lord of the Void chuckled after seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, and then said lightly, "The Void civilization is not only close to the Void and can travel freely in the Void, but can also open up Void channels and teleport over ultra-long distances. Now, we're trying to open up channels from the Void civilization to human civilization. There are more than 20 channels underway, directly targeting important areas of human civilization. Now, one of them has made a discovery. Beyond the secondary dimension of the spatial coordinates of human civilization, there exists a special extra-dimensional entity, suspected to be the remains of another civilization. If we follow this passage, we may be able to enter the territory of human civilization. However, for now, we need to send a team of soldiers to explore the safety and stability of this secondary dimension. Are you willing to enter the secondary dimension? Chapter 148, Deep in the Life Court. One after another, figures cut through the void and followed a passage into a strange space. The owners of these figures possess strange abilities in their bodies that allow them to blend into the void more easily and survive normally in a vacuum environment. They are the members of the Void civilization. At this moment, after these people entered the strange space, they immediately divided into dozens of teams and flew in different directions. But after flying for a while, these people from the Void civilization suddenly frowned, feeling that there seemed to be a strange energy around them that was plundering the vitality in their bodies. The weaker members of the Void clan already felt a very uncomfortable feeling in their bodies at this moment. The vitality of the weak Void clan members is definitely not as good as that of the strong Void clan members. At this moment, these weak Void people have lost some of their body's activity, which gradually affects their normal physiological functions. An expression of pain suddenly appeared on the faces of some Void clan members. They opened their mouths and wanted to shout like people drowning in the sea, but the lack of muscle activity caused their bodies to begin to spasm. They could only stop moving forward and roll on the spot. Perhaps neither Su Ming nor Li Heron could have imagined that for weak people to enter the life court would be a disaster for them. These people cannot even hold on until the arrival of the life tribunal's judgment. Their body activity will be drained by the life tribunal, and they will directly lose their normal physiological abilities. At this moment, the Void people in front quickly discovered that the body activity of many people in their team had dropped to an extremely dangerous level. If it continued to decline, they would probably not be able to maintain normal physiological abilities and would die in this area. Several powerful Void clan members frowned. This little bit of active plundering was no problem for them. Their body's self-recovery ability and huge vitality were enough to support them to go a long way. But these weak Void people are not able to do that. You guys go back first. The Void clan members have a unique way of communication. Then the powerful Void clan member slowly spoke to his companions behind him. The weaker members of the Void clan behind him had already reached their limit. If it weren't for military orders, they would have left here long ago. At this moment, after hearing the leader in front give the order to leave to them, everyone retreated to the rear without even a second's delay, as if they had been pardoned. However, these weak Void people still underestimated the Life Tribunal's deprivation of body activity. Before they could completely withdraw from the Life Tribunal, their body activity decreased to a level that could no longer support normal physiological functions. They suddenly fainted one after another and floated unconsciously in the court of life. However, the body stripping in the Life Tribunal will not show leniency to those who have fainted. The stripping of the body's activity continues. The Life Tribunal quickly stripped away all the flesh of these Void clan members who had fainted. Suddenly, the bodies of the Void clan members collapsed in the Life Tribunal, turning into clumps of lifeless flesh and blood, floating in the Life Tribunal. It was quickly assimilated by the energy of the living tribunal, and even the last part of its body disappeared without a trace. Just after the Life Tribunal stripped away the vitality of hundreds of Void clan members, the life energy that was stripped away quickly flowed along a certain channel of the Life Tribunal into an area within the deepest layer of the Life Tribunal. At this moment, in this deep area, there are about 100 people lying quietly. These people exuded a strong breath of life and looked like they were asleep. No one would regard them as dead. But if a human apocalypse came here at this time, he would be able to sense it keenly. These people are indeed dead. Although the body's activity and some information states are maintained intact, they're almost indistinguishable from living people. However, the divinity in these people's bodies has been completely stripped away. Divinity represents the imprint of a person's spirit and life. It is the fundamental factor that distinguishes you are you and not a clone. So even though these people possess all the characteristics to function as normal living beings, the living tribunal still did not awaken them. Otherwise, once awakened, what are awakened are just some clones, and the real body is not resurrected. But at this moment, the life energy of some Void clan members after their death entered this space along the energy channels in the life court. As soon as they entered this space, the energy form in this space underwent tremendous changes. Then a strange substance was integrated into these life energies, causing these life energies to mutate. The mutated life energy becomes something between matter and non-matter. Then the energy in the life court changed and controlled these mutated life energies, pouring into another existence in this space. In this space, in addition to hundreds of civilized creatures who are sleeping and have lost their divinity, above the heads of these civilized creatures, there are spheres shining with silver light hanging. These spheres are not matter in the normal sense, but more like a strange existence constructed by thinking and imagination. If the divine revelation of the Dongming Alliance came here at this time, he would definitely exclaim that it was impossible, because the fluctuations emitted by these silver spheres are exactly the same as the divine perceptions of these divine revelations. These silver spheres are actually the condensation of divinity. These divine condensations are large and small. The large ones look more complete and rich, while the small ones look much more dull and immature. After the life energy of a Void clan was plundered and transformed into strange existences, it was controlled by invisible forces and flowed into these divine condensations. It was as if there was an invisible hand, knitting a sweater, transforming these life energies into something and adding it to the divine condensation bit by bit according to a special rule. The condensation of divinity is not something that can be simply shaped. Some of the imprints and marks must also be carved out in order to restore the original appearance. At this moment, among these divine condensations, some of the more mature ones have gradually shown signs of being about to be completed. It is estimated that with a little more plundered body activity, these divine condensations can be truly completed and become the key factor in reviving these lying civilized lives. Chapter 149, 3 More Mechas. In the life court, 2 figures traveled through the void. The surrounding energy changes continuously stripped away the body activity of the mecha driver. However, Su Ming and Li Heron, who were driving the mecha, were not ordinary people. Although the surrounding pulling force became stronger and stronger, their expressions remained calm, and they did not look too anxious. From time to time, a silver-white light flashed on Su Ming's body, and then his lost body activity was restored. This is the effect of starlight energy. Su Ming can use starlight energy to replenish his body activity every time. As long as there are enough starlight points, he can maintain his body activity at more than 90%. Li Heron also has corresponding countermeasures. I saw his body gradually becoming translucent. Sometimes it felt like he was still in this space and time, and sometimes it felt like Li Heron's body was trapped in another space and time. How could the son of a dimensional god be simple? Li Heron used this strange method to obtain a large amount of replenishment and rest from another place, so as to avoid having his body activity constantly consumed by the life tribunal. At this moment, the 2 men's expressions suddenly changed. When they looked forward, they suddenly discovered that there were 3 mechas in front of them being judged. At this moment, dozens of phantoms were surrounding the 3 mechas and attacking them frantically. The deeper the shadows go, the stronger they are. These shadows are already comparable to the strength of 9th-level superior genetic warriors. When the 10 shadows are combined, their combat power is extremely strong. What surprised Su Ming and Li Heron was, despite facing such a sharp attack, the 3 figures never showed any signs of weakness. Instead, they were good at both offense and defense and coordinated well. The 3 mechas were fighting against each other, and terrifying energy levels burst out from the 3 mechas, easily tearing the phantoms into pieces. Let's go up and take a look. These 3 mechas look familiar. They must be people we know. Let's see if we can help them deal with the phantom. Lieran Spuka. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Although the drivers of these 3 mechas are not necessarily from the Empire, they're most likely from the Dongming Alliance and are competitors of Su Ming to some extent. However, as human civilization, when facing any external civilization, all people in human civilization are a whole, and there is no longer competition between different cosmic countries. This is the main reason why human beings have developed from a surface civilization to today's cosmic civilization. If it were not for this terrifying cohesion, human civilization would have long ago encountered other civilizations and perished in the process of development. Su Ming and Li Heron did not hesitate and drove the mecha directly into the battle between the 3 mechas in front. Boom! At this moment, Shield Mountain Man burst out with an extremely terrifying speed, accelerated suddenly, and then placed a shield in front of the mecha. Suddenly, a huge red light appeared in front of the Shield Mountain Man, and a strong energy level fluctuation suddenly erupted from the shield. This is the special attack method of the Shield Mountain Warrior. It starts to accelerate from a very far distance, bursting out with powerful speed and bringing up terrifying kinetic energy. Finally, the shield became a sharp shape with a convex middle and retracted sides, and it rushed forward suddenly. Shield strike. Fairy from the sky. A huge black mecha, which was more than 30 meters high, rushed towards the phantoms that were besieging the 3 mechas like a huge meteorite falling from the sky. Su Ming's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The 3 human mechas were startled for a moment, but they were relieved only after they saw that it was a mecha. Then everyone saw that the speed that Shield Mountain Master burst out was extremely fast. With an unstoppable posture, he instantly smashed several phantoms into pieces with one shield. This attack was a charged attack, and its power was extremely strong. These phantoms had no ability to resist at all. Even if they condensed again, they would be much weaker. The other people were all masters with extremely quick reactions. The moment they saw Su Ming kill several phantoms, they suddenly jumped up and attacked again, directly dispersing the phantoms that had just condensed. Once you gain the advantage, it is easy to snowball. Continue to expand the advantages. None of these scattered shadows could recover, and were immediately blown away again. In a short while, these phantoms were all dispersed by the crowd. A mysterious energy wave suddenly surged into the bodies of Su Ming and others. It is the higher level of life energy. After these life energies flowed into the bodies of several people, they began to be improved from the deep level of their genes. No one spoke immediately, but quietly absorbed the transformation brought about by this wave of life energy. The drivers of these three mechas would not think that Su Ming and Li Heron were stealing energy because the life energy returned by the judgment of the life court is equal. The addition of Su Ming and Li Heron will not divide the energy of the three people, but will instead obtain 2 more life energies from the life tribunal. After the 5 people gradually absorbed the life energy into their bodies, they looked at each other. Huh, it's you. Su Ming was surprised after seeing the appearance of one of them clearly. This person was none other than Chun Hui, who had crossed paths with Su Ming before and was one of the top 1,000 people on the Heavenly Saint list. Unexpectedly, I met Chun Hui this time. As for the other 2, one was a strong man with a sturdy body, and the other was a pretty girl. At this moment, when Chun Hui saw Su Ming, he also recognized Su Ming. It's you. You've also come to the living tribunal. Chun Hui looked at Su Ming in surprise. Chun Hui was deeply impressed by Su Ming and was originally planning to have a duel with Su Ming, but he happened to accept the invitation of 2 good friends and went to the life court together. That's why I miss Su Ming. Originally, Chun Hui was planning to challenge Su Ming after leaving the life court. But what was unexpected was Su Ming also entered the life court. However, this is not the best place to fight. Although Chun Hui is itching to fight, he still knows what is important. Oh my, it's you guys. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Li Heron grinned and said, Li Heron is a socially anxious chatterbox who loves to nag, and because of this, he is very popular in the Dongming Alliance. At this moment, Li Heron looked at the 3 people with a smile, and then said to Su Ming, Come, brother Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is Du Bing, who specializes in close combat with mechas and ranks 1071st on the Heavenly Saint list. This girl is called Qi Xuan, and she ranks 812th on the Heavenly Saint list. As for this girl, by the way, did you and Chun Hui know each other before? Li Heron couldn't help but look at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming shook his head and was about to speak. But at this moment, the 5 of them suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction of the life court. From that direction, a strong void wave was heard, and then figures gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 150 Position Coordination. After seeing these figures coming from a distance, the 5 people gradually saw who they were and were suddenly startled. The Void Clan? Why are there people from the Void Clan here? The creatures of the Void civilization can be found in the major cosmic countries of human civilization. After seeing the appearance of these people, the 5 people recognized them instantly. Those people flying towards this side are none other than the Void Clan. And there are quite a few. The 5 people looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. According to preliminary estimates, there should be no less than 100 people. Although I don't know his combat power, anyone who can advance so far in the life court and reach this place must have combat power that is not too low. Just when the 5 people saw the Void Clan members, the Void Clan members naturally also discovered that the 5 people were there. Just as the 5 people instantly recognized the Void Clan members, these Void Clan members instantly realized the identities of the 5 people after seeing the unique mecha appearance of human civilization. Excellent. This road is accessible. It's confirmed to lead to human civilization. Now that we've discovered creatures that resemble human civilization, it means we're not far from human civilization. Send 2 people to notify the other exploration teams to move in this direction. We will launch an attack first and capture these creatures of human civilization alive to obtain clues about human civilization. The Void Clan members quickly made corresponding arrangements based on the current situation of both sides. Several members of the Void clan with strong auras disappeared silently from the rear of this army. They must have gone to notify other troops to move towards this side. The remaining hundreds of Void clan members rushed towards Su Ming and the other 5 people at an extremely fast speed. What's going on, brothers? We've encountered the Void clan. Li Heron saw the Void clan's troops approaching this side and couldn't help but look at the other 4 people and spoke. It's not right that the Void clan members are here. After all, the Life Tribunal is connected to the main universe of the Eastern Ming Alliance. If the Void clan members find the path to the Eastern Ming Alliance, it won't be good. How about capture some of them alive? The Eastern Underworld Alliance has a divine apocalypse who can read the minds of living beings. Bring them back and let that apocalypse see what these Void tribe members are up to. The burly young man, named Du Bing, narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, and then looked at the Void clan members flying towards him with an unfriendly expression. I think it's fine. Sumin Chakith. Although he was not a member of the Dongming Alliance, even if the Void clan found the passage, they would not enter the Empire first. But when facing foreigners as part of human civilization, we naturally have to unite. 100 Void clan members are not easy to deal with. Everyone, please tell us your positions. Otherwise, it will be difficult to coordinate later. The only female Mecha warrior suddenly spoke at this moment, and then turned her gaze to the other 4. I'm fine with anything. Whatever you want. I can do that too, you guys decide. Everyone spoke as a matter of course. War is not a personal war. Individual battles can be won entirely by relying on one's own comprehensive abilities, but once teamwork is involved, it is no longer a matter of everyone playing for themselves. Defense, output, interference, advance, etc. A team with cooperation in different positions will definitely be much stronger than a team with only a single position under the same strength. That's why Qixuan asked this question. However, everyone present, except Su Ming, are talented people with names on the Heavenly Saint list and are the top figures of the same age in the entire human civilization. At this level, anyone can play any position. Okay then, let's determine the positions based on the mechas we're currently using. Chen Hui said calmly. My Flying Tiger D-Class mecha has great speed and high burst damage. I'll be the one to charge. Shield Mountain, I'll be the one doing the defense. Tingsha 2.0 mecha, let me handle the damage. Everyone quickly told each other about their mechas and their performance through the communication equipment. Su Ming is responsible for defense. Du Bing and Chun Hui are responsible for output. Li Heron is responsible for interference. And Qixuan is responsible for rushing in and killing. After confirming the position, several people instantly formed their battle formation, waiting for the arrival of the Void clan members. Su Ming's Shield Mountain was more than 30 meters tall. Standing in front, he was like a mountain, blocking Du Bing, Chun Hui, and Li Heron behind him. Qixuan was floating aside in a mecha, isolated from the team. The charge and kill position is actually the most dangerous position in a team, but also the one with the greatest benefits. Usually, only mechas with strong burst and terrifying speed are suitable for this position. However, this type of mecha is often very fragile, and the energy shield will be shattered and damaged as soon as it is hit by concentrated fire. Therefore, the mecha in this position requires the driver to have extremely strong operating capabilities and a broad perspective, and to be able to accurately judge when he can advance and when he should not rush forward. 5 mechas were floating in the void, and each of them emitted a strong energy fluctuation. Seeing this, the Void clan's expression changed slightly, and then they shouted softly, "Form a formation, attack." After the Void clan members finished saying this, their shapes immediately began to change, forming a special formation. The energy levels of both sides were released unscrupulously in the life court, causing a fierce collision in the void. Under the influence of the chi, both sides attacked at the same time. A large number of Void clan members stretched out their hands without hesitation, and a strong energy fluctuation emanated from their hands. This is one of the ways the Void clan attacks. They use their bodies to cause the void to react, thus forming special energy fluctuations to attack. The Void clan members in the back row spat out crystals from their mouths, and then the power in their bodies poured into the crystals, causing the crystals to produce terrifying energy rays, which attacked Su Ming and the other 5 people. The first target of the Void clan must be Su Ming's Shield Mountain. There was no way. Shield Mountain's body was so huge that it perfectly covered the 3 mechas behind him. If Shield Mountain Master is not defeated, the attack will never be able to hit the 3 mechas behind Shield Mountain Master. Here I come. Su Ming's eyes were calm, without any sign of panic. His shield was held up at this moment, and was making small adjustments based on the incoming attacks. Chapter 151 Team Battle breaks out. Although it is passive defense, there's also a lot of room for operation. The mecha occupying the defensive position does not stupidly use its own defense to take the enemy's attack. If this is true, the hundreds of Void Clan members on the enemy side would probably be able to destroy Shield Mountain's shield with just one round of concentrated fire. If you want to truly withstand a large number of attacks on the battlefield without your shield being destroyed, you need very strong skills. Attacks came from all directions. In Su Ming's eyes, these attacks from the Void Clan were quickly drawn into an attack route map. In Su Ming's mind, every attack has its own special attack route. Angle, speed, time of arrival, power. All these factors seem to have transformed into intuitive data, constantly emerging in Su Ming's mind. For a truly powerful defender, the difficulty of operating is even higher than that of advancing. These attacks, of varying strengths and speeds, attacked Su Ming densely. Su Ming's mental strength was working to the extreme, and he swung his shield slightly as the waves of attacks came. A wave of rays shot onto the shield. Su Ming shook his arm slightly, and at this moment, a moderate energy level burst out, just enough to take on the first wave of rays. At the same time, he used his wrist to adjust the angle of the shield to the side. Suddenly, the shield turned into a mirror. The attack hit the shield and was quickly swung to the back by Su Ming's operation and exploded behind the Shield Mountain man. Faced with these attacks, Su Ming did not take them head-on. Instead, he used the angle of the shield and the changes in the energy levels on the shield to adjust the frequency of the shield's energy and deflect these attacks one by one. In this way, the actual damage caused by these attacks to the shield is probably only 5 to 15% of the original attack. Most of the power was deflected aside by the shield using the technique of using a little force to move a large object. An expert can tell whether it is good or not with just one look. Su Ming's shield control technique demonstrated his comprehensive ability in timing, energy level, shield strength, and judgment. The others saw it and couldn't help but shout, "Beautiful!" Even if someone behind him were to do this, he would not be confident that he could achieve the same level as Su Ming. The total energy level burst in this round of attack is probably in the millions, but the energy levels that actually act on the shield are less than 300,000. It can definitely be called a perfect defense. This level of damage is simply not enough for a mecha like the Shield Mountain that has the ability to automatically recover from its shield. Even if there are a few more rounds, he can handle it thanks to the automatic recovery ability of Shield Mountain's shield. Seeing that their teammates in charge of defense were so reliable, everyone felt relieved and shifted their attention to the Void Clan's army formation. They began to attack madly and boldly. There are people in the front to block the enemy's attacks, and the people in the back are responsible for output. You don't have to worry about defense and positioning at all. You just need to concentrate on output. This is a very exciting thing for every mecha warrior. Tungsha Mecha and Zeus Thunder Mecha. Tungsha Mecha is a sniper-type mecha. It fires sniper rifles one shot after another, madly shooting at the Void people. Chun Hui's strength is not weak. Even when he met Su Ming before, he was not at a disadvantage in the ability of locking and anti-locking. At this moment, his sniper rifle was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Once bitten, the victim would be killed. Every gunshot would take away a Void Clan soldier. Dubing's mecha is the Zeus Thunder Mecha. The attack of this mecha, whether it is a group attack or a single burst, is very powerful. Zeus's Thunder Mecha was releasing lightning bolts crazily. The terrifying electric current suddenly hit the Void people, causing them considerable trouble. We've encountered elite mecha warriors from human civilization. These 5 mecha warriors have high status in human civilization. We must either capture them alive or kill them outright. We can't let them escape. At this moment, both sides had the same idea. Either capture them alive or kill them. However, what the final outcome will be still depends on the outcome of the battle between the two sides. Su Ming released his energy level, and the arms of the Shield Mountain mecha tightly grasped the shield without letting go. Although Shield Mountain also has attack capabilities, the most important thing in team battles is to do his own job well. Since Su Ming is responsible for the defense position, he must carry out the defense to the end and not allow the 3 mechas behind him to be attacked. Only in this way can the strength of the team be maximized. At this moment, Li Heron, who had been motionless on the side, suddenly seized the opportunity. When a second wave of attack from the Void Clan was still being resisted by Su Ming, he took action. Suddenly, a special cannonball was released by him and hit the blank position of the Void Clan's army formation directly. It seemed that it did not hit any member of the Void Clan, but when the shell entered the gap in the Void Clan's army formation, it suddenly exploded, turning into a high-frequency noise and releasing it directly in a small area. This high-frequency noise directly caused the ears of the surrounding Void Clan members to bleed. They immediately covered their ears, with expressions of extreme pain on their faces, and temporarily lost the ability to attack. Li Heron's position is called the interference position. The so-called interference position is actually a troublemaker in team battles. They will do whatever they can to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm and make the enemy lose its attack capability. Often listed as the most dangerous profession on the battlefield. The reason is simple. He is in such a lowly position that anyone who sees him will be unhappy and will definitely try every means to kill him first. However, Li Heron was despicable enough and never took his mecha out of the defense range of Shield Mountain Builder. He only launched attacks within the defense range of Shield Mountain Builder. When Li Heron saw that the noise bomb had worked, a sly smile appeared on his face, and then he set up another gun mount. Boom! A cannon shot rang out, and this cannonball was once again shot into the Void Clan's army formation, exploding in the Void Clan's army formation. When this shell exploded, it seemed to have no effect, but the expressions on the faces of these Void Clan members changed one after another. Because at this moment, these Void Clan members felt that their confident, Void-friendly physique had lost its effect. The original feeling of being in perfect harmony with the Void, as if one with it, gradually disappeared. It was as if the surrounding void was solidified by the special material of this shell. Without the ability to be close to the void, the speed of these void people dropped rapidly. At this moment, Li Heron shouted, "Go, Sister Qi Xuan!" Chapter 152 Qi Xuan's Crisis. With Li Heron's loud shout, a small but explosive mecha suddenly flew out from the side of the mecha formation. Flying Tiger D-Class Burst Mecha. The characteristics of this mecha are its extremely fast speed and high burst. Although it is relatively fragile, it is very maneuverable. As long as the operator can unleash powerful operating capabilities, this mecha will become a very terrifying harvesting weapon on the battlefield. Advanced position. The person driving this mecha is Qi Xuan, the only girl in the team, who is responsible for the advanced position. At this moment, after Li Heron used the Void Solidification Bomb, the resistance of the Void Clan members increased greatly, and they could no longer travel through the Void without any hindrance. After losing the ability to travel through the Void Clan's mobility and immunity to energy have been greatly reduced, and most of their abilities have been almost wasted. Now is the time for the Assault-type mecha to reap the rewards. I saw that the small mecha driven by Qi Xuan had two black swords as hands, and then terrifying and abnormal energy level fluctuations burst out from the swords. Drink! Qi Xuan let out a light cry, his eyes flashing with light, which was a sign that the energy level of his brain had exploded to the extreme. Although she was confident at this moment, she also exerted her mental strength to the utmost. Because this mecha is very fragile. It is equivalent to having only one layer of mecha material blocking in front of you. If you're not careful, you may be killed instantly by concentrated fire. She stretched out a big sword in her hand, and then the blade turned bright red. This is the state where heat energy explodes. The mecha quickly crossed the void, and before the Void Clan members had any time to dodge, 7 or 8 of them died in this charge in an instant. Damn it, it's the human civilization's assault mecha. Use the void to bind it and reduce its movement space. When the Void Clan's leading general saw the flying tiger mecha kill his own army by surprise, his expression suddenly changed, and he spoke loudly. Having fought against human civilization countless times, he naturally knew how to restrain the offensive mecha. No matter how impressive an assault-type mecha is or how agile its operation is, as long as its movement space is restricted to a certain range, it will not have much room for operation and will soon be killed instantly by concentrated fire. It has to be said that the rich battlefield experience enabled this Void Clan general to make an extremely correct judgment at the first moment. Dozens of Void Clan members suddenly inserted their arms into the Void, and then a Void cage appeared faintly in the Void Civilization Legion. Li Heron assists Qi Xuan in breaking out. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly gave orders on the communication channel. At this moment, part of the Void Clan's firepower had been attracted by the flying tiger mecha. The pressure on Su Ming's side was much less, and the Shield Mountain Man also took the opportunity to replenish his shield energy. After Su Ming's pressure was relieved, he immediately had a better judgment of the entire situation. Good. Without saying a word, Li Heron prepared to set up the cannon and release the neurotoxin to allow Qi Xuan to break free. At this moment, Qi Xuan's extremely calm voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. No need, just increase the output of the output position. I can leave the battlefield on my own. After hearing Qi Xuan's words, everyone was stunned, but since Qi Xuan had already said so, Du Bing and Chun Hui did not hesitate. They directly burst their energy levels to the extreme, and then released a terrifying attack, hitting the Void Clan's army formation madly. The two of them instantly killed several members of the Void Clan and disrupted the Void Clan's layout. The Void Clan's army fell into a brief chaos due to the successive losses in combat power. Upon seeing this, Qi Xuan moved instantly and stabbed out with the long sword in his hand wildly, killing all the Void Clan members who were blocking the void around him one by one. The scorching energy that erupted from the long sword infected the entire void, making the flying tiger mecha look like it was standing in the turbulent void. Several more members of the Void Clan died directly at the hands of Qi Xuan. Altogether, there were about 15 or 16 members of the Void Clan. Upon seeing this, the masters of the Void Clan became furious, merged their bodies into the void, and attacked Qi Xuan. Each of these Void Clan masters who came to attack had the combat power of a level 10 genetic warrior. If they joined forces, even Qi Xuan would be killed in the void. After seeing this scene, Su Ming and others couldn't help but feel nervous. But at this moment, Qi Xuan did something that no one expected. She was seen driving the mecha straight up into the sky above the battlefield, and the mecha directly avoided the encirclement of the Void Clan masters. After seeing this scene, the expressions of Su Ming and the other four people changed. Qin Xuan, are you crazy? Li Heron shouted loudly in the communication channel. Although Qi Xuan avoided the ambush of the Void Clan masters with this move, because the distance he sprinted upwards was too far, Qi Xuan was now completely out of the maximum distance that Su Ming and others could rescue him. In other words, Qi Xuan is now out of the team's care. In war, this kind of operation is undoubtedly very dangerous. It goes beyond the limits of the team's reach and almost means death. Originally, if Qi Xuan had forced his way out of the encirclement of the Void Clan masters, with the cooperation of everyone, Qi Xuan would have had a chance to break out with only minor injuries. But now, even if everyone wanted to help Qi Xuan, they were powerless and could only worry from below. But Qi Xuan seemed to have other plans. Although Li Heron was extremely anxious in the communication channel, Qi Xuan still did not respond. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan masters looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they seized the opportunity and rushed towards Qi Xuan's position. In their opinion, Qi Xuan, who had left the team, was doomed to die. But at this moment, the pupils of Void Clan expert suddenly contracted, and a black shadow suddenly shot out from the sky. It's a long sword. The long sword held by the flying tiger mecha. At this moment, Qi Xuan directly threw the long sword in his hand and shot towards the two Void Clan members at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the two Void Clan members did not panic. They directly hid their bodies in the void and merged into one with the void. This is the unique, innate ability of the Void Clan, disappearing into the void. Although it will lose most of its attack capabilities, it will also be immune to 95% of kinetic attacks, commonly known as physical attack. The two long swords passed through the bodies of the two Void Clan members as if they were projections, without causing any damage at all. The two Void Clan members showed a hint of mockery on their faces and were about to continue rushing upwards. At this moment, the two long swords suddenly exploded in the bodies of the two Void Clan members. Chapter 153, The Operation of Top Genius. The flying tiger mecha driven by Qi Xuan was actually modified by her. Qi Xuan actually added a self-destruct function to the inside of the two long swords. When passing through the bodies of the two Void Clan masters, the self-destruct function was activated, and then the two long swords exploded, turning into two dazzling balls of fire, directly blowing the two Void Clan masters to pieces. The racial ability of the Void Clan is that they can merge into the void and become immune to most attacks. But two super powerful bombs exploded in the bodies of two Void Clan masters. No matter how immune one is, not many people can survive an explosion that almost overlaps with their body. The aftermath of the explosion blew several Void Clan masters nearby to the ground. No one had expected that the long sword had a self-destruct function. Originally, no one would have died, but due to Chishuan's sudden weapon explosion, two Void Clan masters were killed, which made the remaining Void Clan masters extremely shocked and angry. Court death. These Void Clan masters rushed towards the flying tiger Mecha frantically. The Void Clan's unique void-friendly physique allowed them to be faster than the flying tiger Mecha. Soon, these Void Clan masters caught up with the flying tiger mech, and then joined forces to launch a terrifying attack on the flying tiger mech at the same time. If it was hit by this wave of attacks, the flying tiger mech would probably be directly scrapped, and Chishu inside would be in great danger. Qinshuan dodged quickly. Li Heron looked anxious. For some unknown reason, facing the attack of several Void Clan masters, the flying tiger mech did not make any other moves, but continued to fly on its own with its head down. Seeing this scene, the Void Clan masters immediately showed a hint of joy on their faces and saw that the attack was about to fall on the flying tiger mecha. But at this moment, an unusual energy level fluctuation suddenly came from the flying tiger mecha. After sensing this energy level fluctuation, the Void Clan masters immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Oh no, she's going to self-destruct. Even the people below were shocked when they sensed this energy level fluctuation. Chishuan, is he going to self-destruct? Before anyone could think about it, a terrifying energy level fluctuation erupted from the flying tiger mech. A terrifying energy gushed out from the inside of the flying tiger, first engulfing the flying tiger mech, and in the next moment, it also enveloped the Void Clan masters who were chasing the flying tiger mech. In an instant, several Void Clan masters died in the self-explosion. The Void Clan's experts are once again losing numbers. Logically speaking, Su Ming and others should be happy. But now, Su Ming and others all showed extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Self-destructed? Chishuan just blew himself up like that? This girl is too strong-willed. She actually exploded herself just because of a disagreement? For some reason, Su Ming couldn't help but recall a classic line from an anime character from his previous life. Explosion is art. Su Ming felt an extremely absurd feeling in his heart. No, this girl, why? Isn't that so? But at this moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and then let out a light exclamation. Because he used the system's perspective function, he saw from the fire of the explosion that above the explosion site, there was a small black dot floating in the void. The flames gradually disappeared, and then Su Ming saw this small black dot rushing downwards at an extremely fast speed. Call out. The extremely rapid speed brought about a strong sonic boom, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that Chishuan had unexpectedly left the mecha at some point and went alone to the position above the flying tiger mecha. Chishuan, not dead, and at this moment, she attacked downwards at extremely fast speed. A mechanical weapon appeared in her hand at some point. With extremely terrifying kinetic energy, she slashed at the Void Clan member who had survived the mecha self-explosion, but was also injured. What's going on? Li Heron's face was filled with astonishment, as if he couldn't understand why Chishuan survived the self-explosion. Su Ming took a look and then whispered into the communication channel. Cover up. The explosions from Chishuan's two swords were just a trick. When the flames burst, Chishuan broke away from the flying tiger mecha and flew into the sky, hiding. But the Void Clan members still thought Chishuan was still inside the mecha. At this time, if the mecha self-destructs again, it will definitely catch the Void Clan off guard. Not only can it kill some of the Void Clan members, but Chishuan can also reap the lives of the injured. Awesome. Su Ming admired from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Su Ming only felt that the value of the Heavenly Saint list was indeed not low. As a member of the list of the top geniuses in the entire human civilization, Chishuan was able to rank 800th among the trillions of young people. Whether in terms of scheming, operation, judgment, or decisiveness, he is absolutely top-notch. At this moment, Chishuan performed a textbook operation and design of the breakthrough position, which was linked together to carry out the harvest to the end. Even if Su Ming went up, he might not be able to do better than Chishuan. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, Lee Heron opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself, "Is this something a human could come up with? This girl is too strong." At this moment, Qixuan's voice suddenly rang out from the communication channel. "Stop chatting. Get ready for the response." After hearing Qixuan's words, Su Ming immediately looked up at Qixuan, and then his brain energy level quietly started to activate. Qixuan sprinted down at an extremely fast speed and then used the momentum to rush towards the two Void Clan Masters. Before these two Void Clan Masters could react, Qixuan chopped off their heads and blue blood splattered everywhere in the void. Qixuan, who had killed two Void Clan Masters, no longer hesitated and rushed madly towards the location of Su Ming and others below. At this moment, Qixuan was truly at his wit's end. Although the style of fighting killed dozens of Void Clan Masters, it was too radical. At this moment, Qixuan had no time to put on the mecha, and his entire body was exposed in the void. Since the defensive capabilities of the physical body are far inferior to those of the mecha, it would probably only take the concentrated fire of 5 ordinary Void Clan soldiers to kill Qixuan. Su Ming and others are clear about this, and so are the Void Clan soldiers. These Void Clan soldiers didn't hesitate at all and directly released terrifying void rays towards Qixuan. Without the support of a mecha to change direction, Qixuan's ability to change direction is almost zero, and he can only fall straight down. Under such circumstances, any well-trained soldier could easily hit Qixuan. At this moment, the shield mountain mech, which had been standing still, suddenly soared into the sky. Then Su Ming raised the sniper rifle in his hand and shot at Qixuan. Ahem, that's right, I shot at an Akamian. Chapter 154 Rescue. The bullet shot towards Qixuan at an extremely fast speed. After seeing this scene, the 3 people behind Su Ming were shocked. "Su Ming, are you crazy?" Lee Heron shouted frantically in the communication channel. But Su Ming's mood remained unchanged. He whispered to Qixuan through the communication device, "Use your mechanical warrior to chop this bullet into pieces. Quick!" Even Qixuan was startled when he saw the bullet coming towards him. After the previous wave of battle, she now has little defensive ability. If this bullet hits me, I will be seriously injured. But after hearing Su Ming's firm tone in the communication equipment, Qixuan gritted his teeth, then made up his mind, raised the mechanical sword in his hand, and chopped towards the bullet. Squeak! Contrary to her expectations, when the mechanical sword hit the bullet, what occurred was not a terrible explosion, but the bullet broke apart, and a large amount of unknown substance poured out of the bullet. In the blink of an eye, she was wrapped in it. Qixuan was shocked and subconsciously prepared to burst out his body energy level to resist the envelopment of these substances. But what she didn't expect was the explosive energy level of his body was solidified the moment it touched these substances, as if these substances could hinder the transfer of energy. Su Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the bullet explode after being chopped. Static energy element. This bullet is not equipped with any damaging functions. It is only filled with a large amount of static energy elements. With the speed of the mecha, it is definitely not enough to resist the attack of the Void Clan on Qixuan at this moment. But bullets can. Qixuan was falling downwards at this moment, and the bullet was shot from bottom to top. The relative speed of the two sides, running in opposite directions, must be faster than the speed of the Void Clan's attack. At this moment, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly released the bullet. Of course, when Su Ming fired this bullet, he did not release any energy level, so the bullet only had simple kinetic energy. If the energy level exploded, even if Qixuan split the bullet, the shrapnel of the bullet would cause great damage to Qixuan. After confirming that the static energy element had enveloped Qixuan, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly activated the space jump function of the mecha, instantly predicting the space anchor point to the area that Qixuan was about to pass through. At this moment, Qixuan was surrounded by static energy elements, and even Qixuan himself could not use any energy. But she was moving forward due to inertia. Even without bursting out any physical energy, Qixuan was still rushing down at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the attacks of the Void Clan came one after another. The terrifying attacks instantly descended in front of Qixuan and continued to expand in front of Qixuan. It's over. This was the only thought in Qixuan and the other 3 members' minds. But at this moment, these attacks towards Qixuan strangely stopped in front of Qixuan for 2 seconds. It was like someone pressed the pause button and couldn't move at all. Energy completely static. The energy became static, but Qixuan, as a material body, was not affected by the static energy element and continued to fall down. 2 seconds later, the Void Clan that had originally attacked Qixuan resumed its movement and continued to bombard forward. However, the target of these energy attacks had already fallen a long way down within 2 seconds, causing the energy to fall directly into the air. When Qixuan saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Pretty sure, Su Ming, this is awesome. The team members naturally saw this scene and exclaimed in admiration loudly on the communication channel. However, Su Ming did not receive the admiration of the members at this moment, because Shield Mountain had already activated the space jump function. At this moment, Su Ming was traveling in the folded space, blocking the signal in the main space. When Su Ming emerged from the folded space, he was already in an area 2 kilometers away, and coincidentally, Qixuan appeared at this location. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly released the anti-static energy element to neutralize all the static energy elements that enveloped Qixuan. Otherwise, the Shield Mountain Warrior would also be killed by the static energy elements. The next moment, Shield Mountain Master caught Qixuan steadily. Then Su Ming did not hesitate and directly placed the giant shield in front of Shield Mountain Master, and then drove the mecha down rapidly. The second round of attack came quickly. However, how could the Void Clan team, which had already lost most of its masters, break through the Shield Mountain Master's giant shield in one round of attack? Su Ming casually deflected all the attacks, minimizing the damage sustained by the giant shield. Seeing this, several members of the Void Clan were unwilling to let go of this hard-earned opportunity. This is their last chance. Now about 60% of these Void Clan teams have been wiped out, and the remaining 40% are Void Clan members with low combat power. In order to rescue Qixuan, Shield Mountain used his space jumping ability and has now separated from the other 3 mechas. Now is the best time to annihilate Shield Mountain. When Shield Mountain returns to the location of the other 3 mechas, the Void Army will have no chance and will only fail. Suddenly, a large number of Void Clan members surrounded him, and some of them even flowed directly behind Shield Mountain Master through the fluctuations of the Void, trying to bypass the giant shield and deal a fatal blow to Shield Mountain Master from behind. Su Ming, who was driving the Shield Mountain, saw the actions of the Void Clan clearly, and then a silver light flashed in his eyes. This is a signal that the brain's energy level has been released to the extreme. In an instant, the huge shield in Shield Mountain's hand split into 4 pieces. Then the 4 split shields began to rotate around Shield Mountain Man, just enough to block all the attacks from all sides of Shield Mountain Man. Li Heron and others below looked at each other in surprise when they saw this. Normal Shield Mountain users don't have this ability. Obviously, Su Ming's Shield Mountain has also undergone extensive modifications by Su Ming, and the shield has developed such comprehensive capabilities. However, the shield rotating around Shield Mountain Man underwent new changes at this moment. I saw that extremely sharp blades extended from the edges of the 4 shields. Then 4 shields shot out in an instant, spinning and cutting the bodies of the Void members apart. Suddenly, several blue blood mists exploded in the sky. At this moment, Shield Mountain turned from defense to offense, transformed into a meat grinder, madly harvesting the lives of the surrounding Void people. Chapter 155, Kill Them All. The heavy shield can also be transformed into a sharp and terrifying attack weapon. Considering the weight of the heavy shield, even if it is divided into 4 parts, it still has a very terrifying mass. If you touch it, you will get hurt. If you touch it, you will die. One after another, the Void Clan members died under the attack of the heavy shield. At this moment, after several rounds of attacks by Su Ming and others, the number of Void Clan members has gradually shrunk from more than 100 to only 20 or 30 people. Su Ming's giant shield directly killed nearly 50 ordinary soldiers of the Void Clan. The combat power of these ordinary soldiers is only about that of a level 7 genetic warrior. Although Su Ming is also level 7, with the help of various factors such as Mecha, Starlight Points, bodybuilding strength, etc., he can fully reach the energy level of a level 10 genetic warrior. The heavy shield, a heavy weapon, was used to hit the enemy head-on and turned into a range-type killing weapon, instantly taking away so many lives. There are only 20 or 30 members of the Void Clan, which can't be considered an army at all. At most, they're just a combat team. A battle of this magnitude can hardly be considered a team battle. Li Heron and others below had already driven their mechas into the sky. Now that most of the Void Clan have been killed, They no longer pose much of a threat to Su Ming and his 4 companions, so there is no need to maintain the previous lineup. Now everyone can fully perform their duties and give full play to their respective abilities. Each of these 5 people is extraordinary. Those who can reach around 1,000 on the Heavenly Saint list are all peerless geniuses selected from thousands of people. Everyone has his or her own strong fighting power. It is not limited to the location of output and interference. Su Ming, leave some for me. Li Heron laughed loudly, then soared into the sky, and a mechanical battle axe appeared in his hand without him noticing. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted from the battle axe and slashed fiercely at the Void Clan members. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan members all changed color and prepared to escape into the void. However, Li Heron shouted softly, and suddenly a mysterious force burst out from the Mecha, instantly imprisoning all the surrounding void. Divine mechanical knowledge. Sensing a divine power coming from Li Heron, Su Ming's expression changed slightly, and then he muttered to himself. Su Ming has a deep understanding of how valuable divine mechanical knowledge is. At this moment, he sensed the divine mechanical knowledge on Li Heron. It should be the divine mechanical knowledge of the dimensional void type, which could actually allow Li Heron to imprison the void in a short period of time. This move is simply the nemesis of the Void Clan. Any member of the Void Clan will be unable to move an inch in the confined void. Soon, these void people who lost their advantage in the void were instantly killed by 4 mechas. The void quickly returned to calm. The 4 mechas slowly floated in the void, taking advantage of the gap after the war to restore their energy levels. Qishuan patted Shield Mountain's big head, then smiled and jumped up into Shield Mountain's mecha, his figure floating in the void. Then she took out another silver-white mecha and put it on herself. The 5 people present are not only genetic warriors, but also capable mechanics. The mechanical equipment they wear are all made by themselves, otherwise they would not be able to activate the divine power and use it in the Life Tribunal. The Feihu has been scrapped, but Qishuan still has other mechas, so he naturally replaced them with other mechas at this moment. The 5 people did not speak at the same time. Instead, they closed their eyes and digested the gains and losses of the battle just now. 4 genetic warriors, especially those who have unlocked their brain energy levels. Every battle for life will bring a certain improvement to the genetic warriors. After recovering, the brain energy levels of the 5 people showed slight growth to varying degrees. However, the process was very quick. The 5 people did not stay here for too long. They moved and left the area directly. He ran. The person we just saved is with you, right? Su Ming was flying, then turned around and asked curiously. Li Heron grinned, then opened the palm of his mecha and saw 2 Void Clan members with their hands and feet cut off, tied together unconsciously. These 2 Void Clan soldiers were the only 2 survivors. There is something strange about the Void Clan entering the Life Tribunal, so naturally everyone has to leave 2 people alive. After returning to human society, Apocalypse, who is proficient in mind control, can directly read the minds of the 2 people to find out why the Void Clan can enter the Life Tribunal. Don't worry, my old man knows Tianxi, who is proficient in mind control. Just throw these 2 people to my old man and let him deal with it. Li Heron said with a smile. He then put the 2 Void Clan members into a life capsule, and then shrunk it down and stored it in his own storage space. Friends, what do you say? Go or stay? Du Bing suddenly spoke in the communication channel at this moment. After hearing Du Bing's words, several people were stunned, and then thought for 2 or 3 seconds. After all, the Life Tribunal has a special mechanism. Once you leave the Life Tribunal will no longer welcome you. If they want to get in later, it would probably be impossible given the strength of just a few of us. For geniuses, the Life Court is definitely an excellent opportunity to improve their life level and significantly enhance their body energy level. Who would be willing to leave the Life Tribunal if they had not gained enough benefits and could no longer elevate their life level? But, alas, the affairs of human civilization are more important. The news that the Void Clan can enter the Life Tribunal must be reported to the 5 major cosmic nations as soon as possible. They will then determine the level of danger. Besides, who can guarantee that this is the only Void civilization team to enter the Living Tribunal? Normally, when a civilization first enters an unknown area, it will definitely send out many exploration teams. Perhaps there are other Void Clan exploration teams within the Living Tribunal. Shen Yui spoke slowly. The others looked at each other and nodded. Although they were unwilling, everyone knew what the correct decision was in this matter. Several people moved and prepared to leave from where they came from. However, they didn't notice that just after they left the area, the bodies of the void people killed by the 5 people all turned into balls of life energy and were absorbed by the life tribunal. The life court, having tasted the sweetness of the food, seemed to have its own independent consciousness and began to gradually change some of the arrangements within the life court. The path they had left turned into a path leading deeper into the depths. Continuing along this path, the 5 people would not only be unable to leave this place, but would be getting closer and closer to one of the Void Clan reconnaissance teams. The living tribunal seemed to want to see both sides fighting each other and wanted to swallow the remaining corpses and energy on the battlefield into the deepest level of the living tribunal. Chapter 156, The Insidious Life Court. 5 mechas were flying in the life court at an extremely fast speed. They were Su Ming and the other 5 people. The 5 people sped all the way, and on the road, they encountered another wave of phantoms. With the 5 people working together, the phantom naturally could not pose much threat to them and was directly killed by them. Then the life levels of the 5 people were greatly improved. Su Ming's own physical energy level also received a corresponding improvement in the process of his life level improvement, directly increasing from a physical energy level of 6W to 6.5W. The improvement of life level is particularly significant in improving body energy level, which is much faster than exercise. However, the improvement of life level can only be to a certain extent in a stage. If you want to improve it further, you still have to honestly improve the body's energy level through practice so that the life level can be improved. The 5 people continued to fly forward. The stripping of body activity by the life tribunal did not pose much of a threat to them. At this level, they could basically find ways to resist the extraction by the life tribunal. At this moment, the 5 people's expressions suddenly changed, and then they let out a light exclamation. Did you feel it? Qishuan's slightly solemn voice came from the communication device. After hearing Qishuan's voice, everyone nodded slowly. In the direction we are flying, a large amount of energy level fluctuations are coming. It's the Void Clan, Li Heron said with certainty. Su Ming nodded, then frowned and muttered to himself. This is the direction we're heading back. How do we run into the Void Clan? Logically, the Void Clan should be behind us. There was a flash of confusion in everyone's eyes. According to normal logic, the Void Clan must be chasing them from behind. How could they come from the front? If they come from the front, it means that the Void Clan has entered human civilization and is coming from the human civilization to snipe everyone. This is obviously impossible. Once the Void Clan enters human civilization, a large-scale war will probably break out. How could they have the time to send out troops to kill everyone? Something's wrong. Something's strange. Let's go in another direction, first to avoid the Void Clan army ahead. Shen Yui spoke solemnly. The 5 of them were not without confidence in their ability to annihilate an army of the Void Clan. But it was obvious that something was wrong with the current situation, and everyone didn't want to waste too much time on this Void army. No one else had any objection to Chen Hui's suggestion. They then drove their mechas and changed direction, avoiding the attack from another direction. However, about 10 minutes later, Su Ming and the others' faces changed color again. Because, according to their perception, in front of them, there's an army of the Void Clan coming towards them. Both sides are moving in opposite directions, and they will probably meet head-on soon. This time, the 5 people were determined. Something is really wrong. Something's going on. Why do I keep running into the Void Clan's army, no matter which direction I go? The Void Clan can't possibly have surrounded this place. Li Heron said in a cold voice. But everyone is in the Void. Void, what is the concept? Not only can you move left, right, front, and back, but you can also move up and down diagonally. The directions you can move in are almost endless. But no matter which direction they go, they will encounter the Void Clan. There are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the Void Clan has sent troops to surround the entire space. When Du Bing said this, he couldn't help laughing. What a joke. To surround this place, even if we send tens of billions of troops, it would be impossible to form the entire Void into a sphere. After all, the Life Tribunal is extremely vast and can be compared to the size of a star field at the level of a galaxy cluster. It is simply impossible to surround a space of this size. The second, Du Bing slowly suppressed the smile on his face and then said calmly, I'm afraid that some kind of existence deliberately placed the Void Clan's army in front of us, waiting for us to encounter the Void Clan's army. After hearing Du Bing's words, the other four people had no expression on their faces. They had all guessed the second possibility. There's something that deliberately puts the Void Clan in front of everyone. The Living Tribunal. Su Ming murmured to himself. In the Life Tribunal, if there's a being that can wantonly control the direction of the entire space, then it is undoubtedly the Life Tribunal itself. Everyone has always believed that the Living Tribunal is a dead object or a rule body with its own unique rules. But unexpectedly, the Life Tribunal seemed to have its own independent consciousness and could adjust some of its internal structures at will. What does the Life Court want to do by doing this? Qixuan was puzzled. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and then slowly spoke. I don't know the details, but I feel it has something to do with life energy. It feels that draining our vitality is no longer enough and wants more life energy. And what could be a quicker way than to simply extract all the life energy from a complete person? After Su Ming said this, he stopped talking and looked ahead with a hint of thought in his eyes. Damn it, how insidious. In that case, the life energy fed back to us is actually like the honey on the pitcher plant, just a sweet treat to attract others to join the Life Tribunal. Li Heron said with some dissatisfaction. What should we do now? Is there any way to break through the spatial chaos of the Life Tribunal and escape from it? Qixuan sighed, then looked at everyone. At this moment, a hint of blue gradually emerged in Su Ming's eyes, and then his sight passed through the various strange energy structures in the Life Court and saw the deeper space in the Life Court. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I have a way to enter the deeper levels of the Life Tribunal, but I might encounter dangers deep within the Life Tribunal. Do you want to go deeper into the Life Tribunal with me? After hearing Su Ming's words, the four of them looked at each other. Du Bing then grinned, his eyes filled with coldness. All right, everyone has a temper. The Life Tribunal is messing with us like this. So let's go into the depths of the Life Tribunal together and see what the Life Tribunal is up to. Maybe we'll even cause a big fuss and make the Life Tribunal pay the price. The others nodded to each other, their thoughts sharing the same view as Du Bing's. Su Ming chuckled and then slowly said, Okay, but it will take some time. Let's first wipe out this Void Clan army. Chapter 157 Energy Level Splitting. After hearing Su Ming's words, they didn't hesitate and directly raised their energy levels and rushed towards the Void Clan team. Anyway, when they move around in the Life Tribunal, they will always be controlled by the Life Tribunal and encounter the Void Clan team. It is better to kill this team head-on to avoid being chased by the Void Clan team, like rats crossing the street. Each of the 5 people has a temper and is arrogant. Who can bear this humiliation? Just kill this Void Clan team head-on. In this way, even if the next Void Clan army is controlled by the Life Tribunal, it will take a certain amount of time, allowing everyone to have some free time. After all, what Su Ming needs now is time. Quick victory. Su Ming took the lead and rushed out first. Halfway through, Chun Hui and others were suddenly surprised to see that Su Ming actually released 3 more D-class mechas. Including the Shield Mountain, there are a total of 4 mechas. Su Ming, what are you doing? Li Heron looked at Su Ming in confusion and then asked in surprise. Su Ming did not reply, but jumped out of a Shield Mountain warrior directly, and then got into a mecha called Spirit Fox ZL-003 Assault Mecha. The Spirit Fox mecha was the first time Su Ming used it, but he liked it very much as soon as he assembled it. This mecha is very suitable for offensive. Not only is it compact and extremely fast, it also has a series of features such as interference, concealment, and burst. If the operating ability is strong, it can definitely unleash extremely terrifying power. After Su Ming entered the Spirit Fox mecha, the other 3 mechas, including the Shield Mountain mecha, did not stop, but were also controlled by Su Ming and moved forward. After seeing this scene, Li Heron and others were shocked. Fuck more? Su Ming, can you bear the energy consumption? Li Heron couldn't help but speak worriedly. They all come from wealthy families, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be included in the Heavenly Saint list at such a young age. Naturally, their homes also have independent mechanical knowledge about multi-operation, but none of the 4 practiced. The reason is the problem of consumption. The consumption caused by multiple operations is several times that of single operation. The energy level may be exhausted before the battle reaches its end, and even the mecha can no longer be driven. So when everyone saw Su Ming actually doing it again, they couldn't help but feel worried. Su Ming shook his head without further explanation. As the energy levels of several people exploded, the Void Clan team naturally sensed the breath of Su Ming and others at this moment, and instantly the Void Clan team attacked Su Ming and others. Su Ming and the others looked at each other, and then changed directions frantically during the flight, recreating the previous formation. The difference is, this time there are 3 more mechas of Su Ming. In addition to the Shield Mountain and the Spirit Fox, the other 2 mechas that Su Ming drives are 1 output position and 1 defense position respectively. Although under normal circumstances, Su Ming can resist for a long time by driving a Shield Mountain mecha, or even 1 Shield Mountain mecha is enough. However, when it comes to the details of the drone, Su Ming is definitely not as flexible as flying it himself. Just in case, Su Ming directly set up 2 defensive mechas. Quick victory. Su Ming spoke calmly on the communication channel. The 2 sides also fought together at this moment. The Void Clan launched their first wave of attacks, madly attacking Su Ming and the other 4. However, the team with 2 defensive mechas was able to withstand all the damage from the first wave of attacks. The 3 output mechas behind him were safe and sound. Attack. Su Ming didn't say much and directly controlled the output type mecha to shoot madly towards the Void Clan's army formation. Each round of ammunition accurately hit a Void Clan soldier. It took about 3 shots to kill a Void Clan soldier. At this moment, Su Ming felt that the energy level in his brain was divided into 3 streams, which madly poured into the 3 mechas, maintaining their normal operation. This consumption of energy levels was extremely huge, and soon Su Ming felt that the energy level in his brain was consumed by more than half. Su Ming was shocked, and now he had an intuitive understanding of the energy consumption of multiple operations. Too fast, too scary. The consumption of multiple operations, especially for someone like Su Ming who is extremely delicate in operation, has reached a very terrifying level of brain energy consumption. At this rate of consumption, Su Ming would probably completely lose his combat capability in about 10 minutes. No wonder multitasking skills have always been regarded as useless. However, it is useless to others, but for Su Ming, this consumption is barely acceptable. System, exchange for starlight points to replenish my energy consumption at any time. Su Ming sat in a mecha and spoke in a calm voice. As Su Ming finished speaking, a large amount of starlight energy poured into Su Ming's body, instantly sweeping away the feeling of fatigue in Su Ming's mind. Then Su Ming once again madly poured all his brain energy into the other 3 mechas regardless of the cost. The defensive mecha is deflecting each attack with extremely precise operations. The output mecha was behind the defense mecha, madly attacking the Void team. Despite the consumption of a large amount of energy levels and star points, the results are remarkable. One by one, the masters of the Void Clan were smashed to pieces by the crazy output and died on the spot. Even before, when Su Ming did not put in more effort, a small team of the Void Clan was no match for Su Ming and his 5 companions. What's more, now that Su Ming is putting in more effort, there are 3 more mechas of high levels in the team. This battle is easier than the previous ones. At this moment, Su Ming saw that some defensive gaps began to appear in the opponent's camp. The continuous loss of personnel prevented the Void Clan team from filling these defensive gaps in the first time, leaving the Void Clan team with a flaw. Horan, lock the Void, Qixuan, prepare to charge with me. Su Ming gave calm commands on the communication channel. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron did not hesitate and directly used the mecha to release the Void locking ability he had just used, instantly suppressing the Void closeness ability of the Void Clan to the lowest level. Under such circumstances, the Void Clan is temporarily unable to integrate into the Void and cannot avoid kinetic attacks. After seeing this scene, Su Ming did not hesitate and shouted directly to Qixuan next to him in a low voice. Qixuan, charge. After saying this, Su Ming, driving the Spirit Fox mecha, instantly burst out with terrifying speed, violently tearing through the Void Clan's defense network and rushing into the Void Clan's army formation. Chapter 158, Kaitian reappears. Su Ming's speed was extremely fast. The Spirit Fox mech flickered in and out as it moved, as if it was teleporting in sections. But this is actually the reflective technology used by the Spirit Fox mecha, which can easily hide in the void, making it difficult for the enemy to figure it out. Seeing that Su Ming had already attacked, Qixuan was not willing to be outdone and followed Su Ming to attack the Void Clan. The two men, one in front and one behind, were both driving offensive mechas, and at this moment they burst out with terrifying speed. Two slender blades appeared in the hands of the Spirit Fox Mecha at some point. They were sharp and shining with silver metallic light, looking like the claws of the Spirit Fox. The Void Clan members had already noticed this small mecha, and one of their experts immediately shouted coldly, "This is a human civilization's offensive mecha with extremely powerful destructive power. Stop it, kill it." Following the order from the Void Clan master, dozens of Void Clan soldiers moved instantly and rushed towards the Spirit Fox Mecha. These Void soldiers connected together, which is one of the most effective methods to deal with offensive mechas. After all, although the Assault-type mecha has extremely high burst damage, it is not suitable for being trapped in an encirclement. The Void soldiers in front of him were connected into a group. Even if a few of them were killed, the remaining Void soldiers would quickly surround the Assault mecha and then concentrate their fire on it. These Void Clan soldiers are all experienced soldiers on the battlefield, and they immediately demonstrated extremely high military qualities. But a silver light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he was not frightened by the formation of the Void Clan soldiers. His figure did not stop for a moment, and he continued to rush towards the iron wall formed by the Void soldiers. Seeing Su Ming being so fierce, the three people below were all stunned again. Why do I feel like the two offensive mechas in our team are so powerful? Aren't offensive mechas supposed to be sneaky and then find a good opportunity to cut in? This Su Ming is a little not treating the opponent as a human being. Li Heron muttered to himself. Let me correct you, the person on the other side wasn't a human. Chun Hui glanced at Li Heron, then continued to output madly while speaking lightly. Li Heron. That makes perfect sense. I can't argue with it. At this moment, a dazzling starlight suddenly burst out from the Spirit Fox mech, and a powerful energy level instantly erupted on the battlefield. Everyone's expression changed, and then their eyes turned to the Spirit Fox mech. At this moment, an extremely strong starlight burst out from the long blade held by the Spirit Fox mech, and an unstoppable momentum gradually erupted from the Spirit Fox mech. Open the sky. At this moment, Su Ming directly exchanged 5,000 star points at one time. This is the maximum value of starlight points he can withstand after reaching the 7th level of body forging. This was the first time Su Ming had exchanged so much starlight energy. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swept through every corner of Su Ming's body, directly exploding the energy level of the Spirit Fox Mecha to its strongest state. The Spirit Fox Mecha, which had already burst out with powerful energy, now burst out with an energy level that is more than twice as strong as before. Such a terrifying force, with the blessing of Kaitian martial arts, produced an unstoppable and terrifying momentum. Boom! The dazzling starlight directly submerged the Void Clan team that was intercepting Su Ming. The entire void seemed to be illuminated by the dazzling starlight, and they could not see normally for a long time. When everyone regained their sight, they immediately saw that where the Spirit Fox Mecha exploded, there was nothingness, and there was no trace of any Void Clan members. More than 30 Void Clan soldiers were turned into ashes by this attack. The three people below gasped when they saw this. Chen Hui and Du Bing looked at the Spirit Fox Mecha floating in the air with serious expressions. Both of them could feel that Su Ming's own energy level fluctuations were probably around the middle level of level 7. With the addition of the mecha, he can barely exert the combat power of a level 10 genetic warrior. This is already incredible. After all, level 7 spans 10 levels, which is a very large dimension. But just now, the power that Su Ming burst out actually had a faint vacuum-level energy fluctuation. The two men asked themselves if this attack was directed at them. Even if they could resist it, the mecha would probably be scrapped. Is this kind of attack really something that a level 7 genetic warrior can launch? Everyone looked at Su Ming in disbelief. The other masters of the Void Clan were so frightened by this attack that they broke out in cold sweats. This human mecha master was so powerful? He could unleash such devastating power? Why even fight? There was no need to fight at all. 2 more attacks like that would wipe out the entire team. However, despite this, the powerful members of the Void Clan did not lose their morale. They all had sharp eyes and could naturally see that this attack had completely exceeded the normal burst range of this mecha warrior, and would probably cause a huge burden to this Mecha warrior. This Mecha warrior will definitely not be able to continue releasing attacks of this intensity in a short period of time. Go. Send more people to kill him directly. Don't let him recover. If he unleashes a second attack, we will have no chance of winning. The leader of the Void Clan team looked at the Spirit Fox mech and then spoke to the Void Clan masters around him. Suddenly, dozens of Void Clan masters burst out and attacked directly towards the Spirit Fox mecha. The ones who came this time were masters from the Void Clan team, who were not comparable to the previous soldiers. The average strength of this wave of masters was 1 or 2 levels higher than that of the soldiers, and they were not at the same level of combat power at all. The Void Clan's general's judgment was absolutely correct. Such an attack was indeed beyond the maximum range that Su Ming's body could withstand. Such a huge force poured into Su Ming's body at once. Even though Su Ming had already become very strong through physical training, his body still felt a little uncomfortable. Su Ming secretly estimated that such an attack could be released once every half an hour at most. If it was released continuously within half an hour, his body would definitely crack directly because it could not withstand such a high-intensity explosion. So at this moment, Su Ming only dared to exchange some starlight energy that was normally used for combat and did not dare to use so much energy at once. However, although he can no longer use a starlight point burst, Su Ming's normal combat power is not weak at all. At this moment, a mysterious feeling suddenly appeared on the body of the Spirit Fox mecha. Logically speaking, such mysterious elements cannot be sensed on a rational and rigorous mecha. But it just happened. This is a divine force that represents the end of all technology. Divine power. At this moment, the Spirit Fox mech seemed to have undergone some slight changes. A faint colorful light was seen flowing out of the cockpit of the Spirit Fox mech, connecting Su Ming and the mech together. Divine mechanical knowledge. Exoskeleton. Open. Chapter 159. Kill again. In an instant, Su Ming felt that he and the mecha had become one. There is a mysterious substance between Su Ming and the mecha, which gives the mecha special neural sensory abilities, thereby sharing these senses with Su Ming. Normal mecha warriors, no matter how sharp or powerful their operations were always separated by a layer of mecha, and it was difficult to feel some subtle changes in the mecha with actual physical perception. As far as operations are concerned, there is a certain blank area in the middle. However, after possessing the ability of external skeleton, the perception of the mecha can be transmitted to the mecha warrior. This is equivalent to taking off gloves and doing things directly with your hands. Both the sensitivity and operability are greatly improved. The most important thing for an assault-type mecha is the operating ability. At this moment, dozens of Void Clan masters attacked Su Ming. There wasn't much clear fluctuation in Su Ming's eyes. He was still terrifyingly calm. At this moment, he had a clear view of the movement, trajectories, and angles of these Void Clan masters. It seemed as if these Void Clan masters and the Spirit Fox mecha in front of him formed a picture scroll. This picture scroll kept emerging in Su Ming's mind. In this short moment, Su Ming quickly deduced many different possibilities in his mind. Then he moved and instantly disappeared from the spot while driving the Spirit Fox mecha. The next moment, Su Ming appeared in the encirclement of the Void Clan masters. Then, 2 long swords kept flying, and the sword light flashed wildly, not only blocking the attacks of the 2 Void Clan masters. At the same time, he killed 2 Void Clan masters with his sword. Blue blood spurted everywhere. The other masters of the Void Clan did not care about the death of their companions. Their eyes were full of coldness. They used the time their companions had bought for themselves with their lives, and then condensed long void blades on their arms and slashed towards the Spirit Fox mecha. At this moment, Su Ming's old strength was exhausted and his new strength was coming to an end. After killing 2 Void Clan masters, it was difficult for Su Ming to return to defense in an instant and resist the attacks of other Void Clan masters. However, there wasn't much panic in Su Ming's eyes, because he is not the only assault-type mecha. A terrifying blade light cut through the sky. After all the Void Clan masters were attracted to Su Ming, they attacked him instantly. These Void Clan masters had just been attracted by the Spirit Fox mecha's earth-shattering attack, and now their target was all Su Ming. But they missed another mecha. Qixuan. Putting aside the blessing of the star points, Qixuan's combat power is even stronger than Su Ming's. At this moment, Qixuan seized the opportunity perfectly drew his sword in an instant, and directly killed 3 ninth-level Void Clan Masters with one sword. Su Ming Zhao had taken Qi Xuan into account when he made his move. Qi Xuan's previous actions and abilities gave Su Ming enough confidence in her. At this moment, the two of them played a wonderful cooperation. Su Ming also took advantage of Qi Xuan's sudden attack to quickly adjust his state, and then swung the long sword in his hand, fiercely blocking the void attack coming toward him. Bite! A crisp sound of metal collision was heard in the void. The void blade condensed by the Void Clan Masters is created by continuously compressing the void and finally shaping a long sword that is sharp and tough enough to attack the enemy. These void blades are not much weaker than mechanical swords, and when they collide with each other, they still burst out with powerful force. Su Ming frowned slightly, then retreated violently. Although this strike blocked the attack of the Void Clan Master, the long sword in his hand was also scrapped. The inside of the mecha also suffered some damage. What surprised Su Ming was that even this tiny damage was transmitted to his body through the power of the external skeleton. When Su Ming clearly felt the damage to the mecha, he felt a pain in his body. It wasn't that his body was actually in pain, but rather an illusion given to Su Ming by the sensory nerves of the exoskeleton. However, it was this slight feeling of pain that allowed Su Ming to accurately judge the specific situation of the mecha at the moment. Soon, Su Ming directly cut off the pain nerve connection, and the pain in his body disappeared. Fortunately, it is estimated that only some small parts were damaged and deformed, and there are no major problems in other places, which does not affect the operation. This is how the assault-type mecha is determined. In order to pursue the ultimate burst and speed, the mecha case directly abandons the power buffer layer, making the mecha extremely small and swift. Without a buffer layer, any attack would cause damage to the mecha. If it is a heavy mecha like the Shield Mountain Warrior, the mecha's shell has many layers of force buffering layers. Even if it is hit head-on by a large number of attacks, it may not cause much damage to the mecha. However, as long as it does not affect the operation, this damage is nothing to Su Ming, a mechanic. He quickly took out a spare mechanical sword from the storage space and replaced it with the original scrapped mechanical sword. The next moment, Su Ming, driving the Spirit Fox mecha, suddenly jumped up, used the light sensing system to hide his body, constantly changed directions, and shuttled among the Void Clan Masters. At this moment, the Spirit Fox mecha seemed to have transformed into an extremely sharp assassin, with a mysterious and secretive figure, exuding a suffocating aura, appearing and disappearing. The long sword flashed past, and in an instant, the head of Void Clan expert was chopped off, and he died instantly in the void. At this time, Qi Xuan transformed himself into a frontline warrior, constantly dealing with the Void Clan Masters. Although the killing speed was not as fast as the Spirit Fox mecha, it was precisely because of Qi Xuan's direct interference that Su Ming was able to kill more smoothly while hiding. Team battle is always a game of cooperation. At this moment, Su Ming and Qi Xuan formed a cooperation, and the other 3 mechas controlled by Su Ming Duo formed a cooperation with the other 3 members. Su Ming is like a link in the team, tightly connecting the 4 people together. The output below continued to kill the Void Soldiers. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Qi Xuan above continued to kill the Masters of the Void Clan. After a while, this Void Clan team was directly annihilated by Su Ming and 5 others. A large number of corpses floated in the void, and blue blood was spilled everywhere. This time, the 5 men did not leave anyone alive and killed them all. Su Ming drove the Spirit Fox mecha down from the sky, then moved his body and directly put the other 3 mechas into the storage space. The next moment, scorching flames suddenly spurted out from the arms of the Spirit Fox mecha, burning all the bodies of the dead Void Clan Masters to ashes. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Use us as the knife and reap the benefits? Dream on. So mean is native. As long as these corpses in front of us are burned, the so-called life energy will be a joke, and in the end we can only obtain carbonized substances. At this moment, a surge of anger seemed to be coming from the depths of the life cord. Then, the 5 of them sensed that the energy around them had undergone a slight change. Chapter 160. In Death. The surrounding life energy suddenly exploded at this moment. After the 5 people sensed the surge of this power, their expressions suddenly changed. At this moment, the Life Tribunal's plunder of everyone's body activity is 5 times more than before. A large amount of body activity was directly plundered by the Life Tribunal. At this rate, A person without any means of resistance would likely die of exhaustion after being stuck in the life tribunal for only 10 minutes at most. The living tribunal truly possesses its own consciousness. It's now clear that it's seeking revenge for us burning the bodies of all the Void Clan soldiers. Su Ming said calmly. At this moment, his body was covered by a layer of faint starlight. Whenever his body activity decreased, the starlight would flow into his body, replenishing his body activity to a good range. At the same time, a hint of light blue flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his gaze kept watching the energy changes in front of him. From this perspective, I estimate that a large number of Void Clan teams will be moved to our side by the Living Tribunal to encircle and suppress us. Shunhui spoke with a cold expression. The Void civilization and human civilization are mortal enemies. The Void team that came in did not understand the rules of the Life Tribunal at all, and they were being used as guns by the Life Tribunal without even knowing it. I guess all the Void Clan teams who meet these 5 people will simply think it is a coincidence. But in fact, the Life Court is behind the scenes controlling everything. Through energy reconstruction, the Life Tribunal can continuously restructure the spatial sequence within the Life Tribunal, easily achieving the goal of controlling the direction of the team. Do we have to annihilate all the Void Clan teams that come in? Li Heron frowned and spoke. I estimate there are at least dozens of Void Clan teams coming in. If they were all controlled by the Living Tribunal and approached us, we would probably be overwhelmed by the numbers. A Void Clan team is nothing to 5 people. 2, 3, 4. If there are more, the 5 people will not be able to withstand it. At that time, even if each Void soldier launches an ordinary attack, they can easily wipe out the 5 people. Don't panic, follow me. At this moment, Su Ming's voice rang out in the communication channel. Then Su Ming moved and headed forward. At this moment, the blue halo in Su Ming's eyes kept flowing. This is the perspective function of the system. The original system's perspective function may not be able to clearly see the energy changes of the Life Tribunal. It takes a certain amount of observation time to find the energy changes. But just now, the Life Tribunal seemed to be furious and produced a drastic change in energy, allowing Su Ming to easily see the changes in energy in the Life Tribunal through the system's perspective function. Su Ming quickly found the path leading to the depths of the Life Tribunal. Without hesitation, he moved and drove straight forward. Seeing this, the 4 people next to him flew forward with Su Ming without hesitation. But halfway through the flight, the 4 of them were suddenly stunned, and then they saw Su Ming change direction again and fly directly to the back. The 4 of them looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes, but Su Ming must have his reasons for doing this. No one here would joke about their own life. With no other choice, everyone decisively flew back with Su Ming for a while. Then Su Ming changed direction again. Turn left and fly for 3 minutes. Fly backwards for 1 minute. Forward, flew for 10 minutes. To the right, flew for 4 minutes. There was no pattern in Su Ming's changes of direction at all, as if he was leading everyone in circles. The 4 of them became more and more confused, and then Qixuan finally couldn't help but ask, Su Ming, why do you keep changing directions? After hearing Qixuan's words, Su Ming's gaze looking forward did not change. He still looked forward intently, and then he slowly explained. The spatial structure of the Living Tribunal is created by the energy changes of the Living Tribunal. In other words, the Living Tribunal can reconstruct space through energy changes. Although we change direction from time to time, from the perspective of the Living Tribunal, we are always heading towards the depths of the Living Tribunal. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, the 4 of them showed a look of realization on their faces, and then looked at Su Ming and the surrounding space with strange expressions. They can sense the changes in the surrounding energy, but they simply cannot perceive the changes in space through changes in energy. But Su Ming seemed to be able to capture the changes in space easily. It even seemed that Su Ming had never made any mistakes, and he found the correct direction accurately every time. This made the 4 of them feel surprised. What kind of ability does Su Ming have that he can see through the changes in space? The 5 people kept changing directions, making irregular movements as if they were drunk. However, as the 5 people kept changing directions as if it was a child's play, the surrounding space soon began to change slightly. The 5 of them were not ordinary people, and they immediately sensed the changes in the surrounding space. This method is correct. I can already feel the life energy becoming increasingly rich. If we go in further, I feel we can even use the surrounding life energy to cleanse our bodies and allow our life levels to evolve. Lee Heron said excitedly. No one had ever entered the depths of the life tribunal before. Originally, everyone thought that the bodies of these pioneers were not active enough to support them in entering the depths of the life tribunal. It now seems that the life tribunal itself is causing those who enter the life tribunal to keep going around in circles through energy changes, making it impossible for them to enter the depths of the life tribunal. At this moment, everyone can enter the depths of the life tribunal and will definitely be able to touch the core secrets of the life tribunal. This is a secret of civilization level, which will definitely bring huge benefits to everyone. At this moment, the life tribunal seemed to sense the threat posed by the 5 people, and suddenly the energy of the entire life tribunal began to boil. A large number of phantoms condensed from around the 5 people and attacked them. All the Void Clan teams wandering in the life tribunal, under the guidance of the life tribunal, moved forward in the direction of the 5 people in a daze. In order to prevent the 5 people from entering the depths of the life tribunal, the life tribunal directly opened up a series of space channels that could lead directly to where the 5 people were, allowing the Void Clan team to move forward. At this moment, not only the Phantom, but also the Void Clan team were approaching the direction of the 5 people. Chapter 161 Divine Power Eruption. This time, the Void Clan's team is not just a team of 100 people. All the Void Clan teams that entered the Living Tribunal have been drawn here. There are dozens of teams, with a total of thousands of Void Clan soldiers and masters. Once such a large number of troops are combined, they will produce an extremely terrifying combat power. Once the 5 people meet, they will not be able to match the Void Clan army at all. And in the direction in front of the 5 people. At this moment, shadows quickly condensed in the void. These are strange beings created by the Life Tribunal using life energy, which are between living beings and energy bodies. From a certain perspective, it is somewhat similar to Su Ming's situation. However, Su Ming is a clear living being, but most of his body has been transformed into an energy body. However, these created phantoms have no life fluctuations at all. They're merely the product of the accumulation of rich life energy. It has no thoughts, consciousness, or senses, and simply mechanically follows the will of the Life Tribunal. A large number of phantoms were constructed and immediately attacked the 5 people. It's anxious. Seeing this, Lee Heron was not surprised, but happy. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack towards these phantoms. The 5 of them worked together again. Su Ming also released 2 mechas for defense. Su Ming's mecha, through Su Ming's perspective, constantly explores the direction of progress and leads everyone forward. Although everyone had entered a combat state, they were still able to fight and travel at the same time. Sharp attacks were continuously released from everyone's mechas, instantly tearing the shadows into pieces. However, Su Ming's mecha did not attack, but led the way in front. He looked back, and then his vision passed through the perspective function, and he clearly saw that a large number of Void soldiers were heading towards this place. Once these Void soldiers caught up with the crowd, what awaited them would be either a mad escape or death. With thousands of Void Clan soldiers, the chances of winning are almost zero. But fortunately, at this moment Su Ming led everyone towards the depths of the life court. Although the space was constantly changing, strictly speaking, everyone was still rushing forward. No matter how much convenience the Life Tribunal gives to the Void Army, it will eventually chase them from behind. Moreover, the Void Clan army had no idea what was happening ahead and was still in the exploration state, so their speed was not as fast as it could be. As long as everyone doesn't get dragged down by the Phantom and keeps moving forward, it will be difficult for them to be caught up by the Void Clan's army. Don't let too many Phantoms form. Attack them with all your might. There are thousands of Void Clan soldiers chasing us. Don't let them hold you back. Su Ming took a look at the speed at which the Phantom was produced, which seemed to exceed the speed at which it was destroyed by his own side. He couldn't help feeling anxious and spoke loudly. After hearing Su Ming's words, the 4 of them were all shocked, and only then did they realize the situation they were in at the moment. All of a sudden, the 4 of them stopped hiding their abilities, and strong energy fluctuations erupted from their bodies. Su Ming's eyes jumped, and he immediately sensed the 4 people behind him. A mysterious aura burst out from each of them. Su Ming was very familiar with this aura. The breath of divine knowledge. The 4 people behind him all used divine power at this moment. Divine knowledge, Zeus's wrath of thunder. Divine knowledge, dimensional cage. Divine knowledge, God-destroying slash. Divine knowledge, super-splitting missile. Waves of terrifying power suddenly erupted behind Su Ming, which scared Su Ming. The four people behind him all came from excellent families. They were either descendants of the apocalypse or sons of high-ranking officials. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to occupy the heavenly saint list. Poor people can produce strong people, but without resources, it is impossible for them to reach the top level. This is inevitable. It is impossible to say that talent represents everything. Sometimes resources are the most critical. Anyone on the heavenly saint list who does not have the resources to support them will never be able to make it onto the list. So, for the four people behind him, divine knowledge, although precious, is not an unattainable resource. The families behind each of them can help them obtain this divine knowledge. Now, the four of them simultaneously burst out with the divine power they possessed, instantly enveloping the entire void. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly swept across the entire void. It was like four people using their ultimate power at the same time, and the explosive power reached an extremely terrifying level. Almost instantly, all the phantoms floating in the void were wiped out by the power of the four people. There was not even any room for recovery. He was beaten into nothingness. Even the life energy in the life court was pushed away from the five people for a moment by the power of the four people. Great job. Let's speed up. Seeing that the shadows in front of him had been cleared away, Su Ming's face suddenly showed joy. It takes time for the life tribunal to give birth to a phantom. Now the front has been cleared, and no new phantoms will be born in a short time. This time can give everyone the opportunity to distance themselves from the Void Soldiers. Su Ming did not hesitate. The mecha accelerated again and began to move quickly in the life court. Seeing this, the four people behind him recovered the strength they had just consumed while quickly driving the mecha and rushed forward with Su Ming. Quick, 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 faster. Several people cherished the time difference that they had created with great difficulty. At this moment, they burst out in extremely fast speed and rushed quickly towards the depths of the life court. As everyone continued to rush forward, the five people's expressions soon changed. At this moment, they sensed a threat, anger, and warning coming from the life court. After sensing this thought and emotion, Su Ming and the others looked at each other, and then a smile of disapproval appeared on their faces. It's so funny. It's anxious, really anxious. It has no other choice but to threaten us. Li Heron said with a strange smile. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? What were you doing before? Are you anxious now? It's too late. Everyone is not a fool. Threats, anger, warnings. This kind of emotion is seen by everyone as being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If the Life Tribunal really had a way to kill several people, would it express such emotions? Wouldn't it be better to just kill them directly? Is there any need for warnings? Amusing the kids? Su Ming chuckled, but soon his eyes fixed. Through the system's perspective function, Su Ming clearly saw that there was something that looked like a gate appearing not far ahead. Chapter 162, The End of the Living Court. After seeing the door appear in front of everyone, Su Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he led the four people into the door. Boom! The door was pushed open with a bang, and everyone rushed in their mechas. As soon as they entered the gate, everyone felt a sense of gravity, and then their feet felt solid. This is actually a real space, Li Heron said in surprise. In the Life Tribunal, the spatial structures everywhere are constructed by energy between reality and illusion. Only the space is the real space, and this space is no longer empty, but the ground with gravity. With gravity, you have direction. Everyone looked at each other, and then walked forward without hesitation. What appeared before everyone was an extremely vast corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were strange murals with various text annotations. After seeing these murals and texts, Su Ming showed an interested look on his face. He then used a translator to take pictures of all the texts in the murals and prepared to translate them into human language. Beep. The translation logic is being adjusted. Please take as many photos of different text types as possible. The system is trying to translate the text based on the text arrangement logic. A voice soon sounded in the translation system. After hearing this voice, Su Ming did not hesitate to take pictures of all the contents on the murals along the way and transfer them to the translator. These murals contain a lot of content. The corridor alone is hundreds of kilometers long. There are murals and texts on all four sides. If all of them were recorded, the content would be hundreds of kilometers long. The five people moved forward, recording the contents of the surrounding murals along the way. At this moment, the warning from the life court became stronger and stronger, and shadows gradually began to appear around it. After sensing this, Lee Heron quickly shouted, "Behave yourself! If you keep making trouble, I'll destroy this corridor, and all your murals and writings as well." After saying that, Lee Heron raised his gun and aimed at the mural on the side. After hearing Lee Heron's voice, the life court seemed to have some reservations. The shadow gradually disappeared, and the warning mood gradually dissipated. Lee Heron's face showed a strange expression. Oh? The Life Tribunal is quite concerned about this mural. It seems that this mural contains some special content. After hearing Lee Heron's words, Su Ming's expression changed, and then he glanced at the translation progress bar. 20%. The translation progress bar was stuck at 20% and didn't move for a long time. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. With the current level of technology, even if the text is unfamiliar, as long as the textiles are complete and the text is arranged according to the corresponding logic, it can be easily translated. But now the translation progress is stuck at 20%, and there are only two reasons for this. One is that there is no logic in the arrangement of these words. The second is that the arrangement logic of these words is completely different from the thinking logic of normal human society. Su Ming prefers the second option. The first one is unlikely. After all, murals and texts are definitely used for recording. The life court has nothing better to do than write these illogical words. Isn't this just sheer boredom? What do you think these murals record? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. After hearing Su Ming's words, the four of them exchanged glances, and then Qi Xuan said thoughtfully, "It should be knowledge. The knowledge of this civilization." After hearing Qi Xuan's words, everyone nodded. These murals do not follow any pattern and do not seem to be describing anything. It's more like a record of some knowledge. Record it first. When we get to front, we should have the answer. Su Ming spoke in a low voice. After the five people entered the corridor, each of them took pictures of the surrounding murals. These things might contain special value. If they were brought to human society, someone might be able to decipher the content of these murals. With the speed of everyone's mechas and their full speed, they could reach a distance of hundreds of kilometers in just over 10 minutes. At this moment, Su Ming and the others were looking at the end of the corridor with strange expressions. At the end of the corridor, there is a huge light shield that separates the corridor from another space. Looking through the corridor, I saw that there was a space similar to a cabin inside. Su Ming looked over and through the cabin. He could clearly see a number of strange-looking creatures with their eyes closed, sleeping in the cabin as if they were asleep. However, these creatures don't seem to be sleeping, but he is already dead. Su Ming could not sense any sense of life from them. Look! At this moment, Du Bing pointed above the cabin and spoke in surprise. After hearing Du Bing's words, everyone quickly turned their eyes to the top of the cabin. I saw energy clusters about the size of a human head condensing above the cabin. These energy aggregates exude a mysterious aura. Everyone is familiar with this aura. It is the breath of divine power. These energy aggregates are actually the condensation of divine power. Is this the reason why the living tribunal absorbs the body's vitality? To forge divine power. Lee Heron said in surprise. Divine power is the key factor that uniquely characterizes life forms. A life form without divine power is no different from a clone. Could it be that the living tribunal really has mastered the technology of resurrection? The more they spoke, the more shocked their faces became. Resurrection technology is theoretically feasible, but now the entire human society is stuck in the concentration of divine power. After all, everyone's divinity is unique and cannot be copied. Even if the body is resurrected, it will be useless if the divinity is not restored. At this moment, as if sensing the arrival of everyone, the largest figure among them condensed its strength and quickly swallowed up the two balls of divine power next to it. Then a feeling of maturity and transformation condensed from this divine power. After devouring the two balls of divine power, this ball of divine power directly transformed from a semi-finished product into a mature divine condensation. Everyone's expression changed, and then they saw this body of power quickly pour into one of the sleeping creatures. Suddenly, this life form exuded all the aura of a normal life form. In other words, This life form was resurrected. Chapter 163, Resurrection of Life. This life form that absorbed the condensed divinity quickly opened its eyes, and then a powerful energy level fluctuation emerged from its body. He cast his gaze towards Su Ming and the other 5 people, and a deep anger flashed in his eyes. You killed 2 of my people. He actually spoke the language of human civilization. It should be because the Life Tribunal had learned from all the people who had entered the Life Tribunal before that the life forms in the Life Tribunal were able to master the language of human civilization. After hearing the words of this life form, everyone showed strange expressions on their faces. It was you who were anxious to resurrect that ate up the divinity of the 2 people next to you, and now you blame us? However, this also made the 5 people realize that the life form deep in the Life Tribunal is an enemy, not a friend. Intrudus D. The resurrected creature was extremely angry. He stretched out his hand, and a large amount of life energy poured into his hand. At this moment, the life energy transformed into extremely dangerous, strange energy and attacked the 5 people. After sensing the energy level fluctuations of this energy, Su Ming and the other 5 people's expressions suddenly changed. So strong. The power of this unknown life form is so strong. How could this be? He's just been resurrected. How can he be so powerful? After Chun Hui sensed this power, his scalp suddenly tingled and he spoke. The power released by this life form is comparable to that of the flying level. What is the concept of Fating class? After the 10th level genetic warrior, there is the vacuum level, and after the vacuum level, there is the flying level. Once you reach the flying level, you can break free from the constraints of gravity and fly freely in the sky without relying on the propulsion of the air. This is an extremely powerful realm. The point is, much stronger than 5 people. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they are definitely no match for the flying level master. Run! Li Heron shouted loudly, and then without thinking, he fled in the direction where everyone came from. Su Ming and the others did not hesitate. Facing such a powerful energy attack, staying where they were would be seeking death. Boom! The terrifying energy attack suddenly landed on the place where everyone was standing before. The fluctuation of energy levels made everyone feel as if the god of death was chasing them from behind. All 5 of them exerted all their strength, and their energy levels exploded to the extreme. The thrusters behind the mecha were fully activated, and they escaped from the area of the energy explosion at an extremely terrifying speed. After running for about a minute, Su Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, he didn't catch up. Su Ming spoke in a low voice on the communication channel. After hearing Su Ming's words, the 4 people next to him stopped immediately, turned their heads, and looked at the cabin behind them. The resurrected life form was floating in the cabin, looking at the 5 people with hatred, but the strange thing was, he didn't even step out of the cabin. He can't leave the cabin. Almost instantly, the 5 people realized the problem. If this person could leave the cabin, given the power he just unleashed, the 5 people would have no chance of escape at all. But now, he stopped and was not ready to leave the cabin. Look, the life energy in the cabin is constantly flowing into him and out of his body. Qixuan took a look at the cabin and immediately caught this information keenly. Perhaps all of his strength comes from this cabin. After all, it's a bit absurd that he can immediately unleash such powerful strength after just being resurrected. He must be borrowing the power of this cabin to unleash such a terrifying attack. Everyone soon realized the trick. What should we do now? There are Void Clan soldiers coming up behind us. The cabin in front of us has an energy shield that we can't break through. We can't get in at all. A trace of anxiety appeared on the Heron's face. Now there are wolves in front and tigers behind, and the 5 people are in a dilemma. Is there any way to cut off this person's connection to the energy in the cabin? Su Ming's calm voice rang out in the communication channel. Chunhui glanced at Su Ming and then shook his head. If you want to cut off the energy connection, you either have to break it down violently or master the knowledge of the life tribunal civilization and control the energy. Otherwise, there is no other way. Breaking the door violently was not an option. Just the burst of life energy behind them would make it impossible for everyone to escape and reach the cabin door. Do you have the knowledge? Su Ming muttered to himself, then took out the mural and translation that had been carved on the corridor, squatted down, and looked at them carefully. Everyone gathered together, trying to find a way to control the life court from these murals. But after watching for a while, Everyone felt dizzy. The reason is simple. One is the problem of translation. Up to now, the translation progress is only 40%. Based on this translation progress, it is impossible to fully deduce the content of the murals. Another thing is that a lot of the knowledge recorded in these murals is completely different from human thinking patterns. Even if the complete translation was placed before everyone, they would not be able to understand the content of the murals because it was extremely obscure. No wonder this strange civilization dared to carve knowledge on the murals so generously. It is estimated that except for the creatures of this civilization, other civilizations could not understand the thinking mode of this civilization at all. Mind lock. By taking advantage of the special thinking patterns, you make it impossible for others to understand the knowledge, which is equivalent to putting an invisible mental lock on the knowledge. I can't understand it. There's a difference in thinking. No one in human civilization should be able to understand the content of these murals. Li Heron shook his head and spoke dejectedly. But at this moment, Su Ming's voice rang out in the communication channel. Maybe there's a way. I could try to learn this knowledge. Please wait for me. Give me some time. Everyone was stunned, and then their eyes turned to Su Ming's mecha. Su Ming actually closed his eyes in the mecha, looking like he was about to fall asleep. What's going on? Li Heron was a little confused. Isn't he going to fall asleep? Everyone stared at each other in amazement. But since Su Ming had just said that, no matter how confused they felt, they were too embarrassed to disturb Su Ming. Everyone guessed correctly. Su Ming was indeed asleep at this moment. However, before he fell asleep, Su Ming transferred all the images of this knowledge into the Wu Zun mecha system. Ding! Obtaining knowledge of the civilization of life. Ding! After scanning, there are a total of 7,210 minor items, 2,108 medium items, and 149 major items. Would you like to set it to automatic learning? Automatic learning, priority learning. Su Ming did not hesitate. After giving some instructions, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 164 de Ping Su Ming. The Spirit Fox Mecha was suspended in the void, with the automatic suspension and fixation function activated. But in fact, the driver inside is no longer driving. The four people around were looking at Su Ming with strange eyes. Su Ming was actually in this situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Fell asleep? No matter who you are, you'll be confused if you see your companion falling asleep at a critical moment. Now the four of them looked at Su Ming in confusion. Su Ming was asleep, and according to the four people, he was sleeping very soundly. Li Heron's forehead veins popped slightly. If Su Ming hadn't been so reliable and capable during this period, and if divine technology hadn't become widespread, there really was a certain apocalypse with the ability to change things in his sleep. With the apocalypse as a reference, although everyone thought it was a bit ridiculous for Su Ming to sleep before the battle, they could also understand that this might be some kind of divine ability of Su Ming. What to do, wait? Du Bing looked at Su Ming, who had fallen asleep, and said with a wry smile, "Now it's a gamble, betting on the degree of trust people have in Su Ming. After all, the Void Clan's army is already heading this way, and it's estimated that they'll reach where everyone is in less than half an hour. There is not much time left for everyone. Su Ming is still sleeping now, and he only spent half an hour. It is equivalent to everyone having to decide whether to choose to believe Su Ming's seemingly unreliable method." Li Heron gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, I'm willing to trust Su Ming." Qixun on the side didn't say much and directly turned on the automatic suspension function. Her attitude was very obvious. Wait. Seeing that the two chose to believe Su Ming, Chen Hui and Du Bing looked at each other, and without saying anything, they could only choose to believe Su Ming. Then, a strange picture appeared in the void. In the core position of the life court, not far away, a special life form was looking at the five people floating in the void with hatred. And in the distance, an army was marching towards this place under the guidance of the Life Tribunal. The five people who were originally attacked from all sides looked very relaxed, floating in the void. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been asleep for about 20 minutes. At this moment, a hint of worry flashed in everyone's eyes. Li Heron and Chen Hui kept looking in the direction where the Void Clan was moving, fearing that they would see the Void Clan's army appear in the void in that direction the next moment. Another 5 minutes passed, and this time Qixun and Du Bing were getting a little impatient. They adjusted their mechas to combat mode, and then spoke on the communication channel. "Should we wake him up? If we don't, the Void Clan army will be here." Du Bing spoke in a serious tone. The other three looked at each other, then nodded slowly. But at this moment, Su Ming's voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. "No need to wake me up. I'm already awake." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone's faces suddenly showed surprise and relief. "What's going on? Su Ming, have you found a way to crack it?" Li Heron asked excitedly. Su Ming nodded and then said, "The time was too short. I only learned two key things. One is how to shut down the energy shield, and the other is how to suspend the energy supply. However, the knowledge of civilization possessed by this living tribunal being is certainly greater and more profound than mine. Once he reacts, I believe he will be able to regain control. We need to take him by surprise and rush directly into the energy shield before he can react. Remember, the energy shield will only be closed for a moment, and the energy supply will only be suspended for a moment. We need to hurry." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone couldn't help but show an expression of ecstasy on their faces. "Well done. Even a moment is enough. Qixuan and Chun Hui will be responsible for directly capturing the awakened life forms. Li Heron and I will hijack the life forms in the cabin that have not yet revived. This way, even if that life form regains control of its energy, it will still not dare to act rashly." Du Bing quickly assigned the team members their respective tasks, and then everyone rushed directly to the core cabin of the Life Tribunal without stopping. The five of them burst out at their fastest speed. If they were a little slower, the Void Clan army would probably have arrived here. "Be sure to act quickly." Su Ming rushed to the front, and during the sprint, he continuously used some energy frequencies emitted by the Mecha to connect with some energy frequencies in the Life Tribunal. While he was sleeping, the system selected two pieces of civilization knowledge that were most suitable for his use at the moment. Although it is only basic knowledge, there will be no problem in controlling the cabin for a short period of time. The five figures rushed forward and continued to rush towards the cabin. The stagnant life forms in the cabin naturally saw the actions of the five people. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then a large amount of energy from the Life Tribunal poured into his body. In the Court of Life, he is the master. He is the master of the Court of Life. Even though he had just been resurrected and did not have much fighting ability, all the energy in the Life Tribunal could be used by him. The life form of this life civilization is now controlling the energy of the Life Tribunal, preparing to release a fatal blow at the five people. But he was not in a hurry. He was well aware of his own flaw, his inability to leave the cabin. So he had to wait until the five people got closer before launching an attack. Otherwise, the attack release would most likely be like before, with the five people fleeing away without causing much damage to them. The poor life civilization creature could never have imagined that among the five people, one of them had mastered a small part of the knowledge of life civilization in just 20 minutes. Although it is not much, this small amount of civilized knowledge is enough to reverse the situation. Seeing the five people driving the Mecha getting closer and closer, the life form couldn't help but feel a little mocking in his heart. Very well, foolish intruder, prepare to face the wrath of the living tribunal. At this moment, this life form directly activated the riot of the Life Tribunal's energy, preparing to release a fierce attack. At this moment, Su Ming, who had been observing the living creature through the system's perspective function, suddenly had a silver light flash in his eyes. The energy level of the brain area exploded directly and poured into the control logic layer of the life court in an instant. In this brief moment, Su Ming temporarily took control of the cabin into his own hands. "Now charge!" Su Ming shouted loudly and increased his speed. Under his control, the energy flowing into the living body suddenly dissipated and disappeared without a trace, and the energy shield in the cabin was also directly closed at this moment. Chapter 165, Threats and Peace. How was that possible? Whether it was the sudden dissipation of energy or the closing of the cabin's energy shield, the living creatures inside were extremely shocked. How is that possible? The control of the Life Tribunal requires knowledge of life civilization. But just now, he actually lost control of the Life Tribunal. In fact, this life form's mastery of civilized knowledge far exceeds Su Ming's. As long as he never lets up, Su Ming will have no chance at all in front of him, let alone seize control. But any normal person wouldn't be wary of this kind of thing. Who would have thought that the very place where he was most confident would be taken away by someone for a short time? The life form suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Almost instantly, he used his knowledge of civilization, which was far more profound than Su Ming's, to take back control of the cabin. However, seizing and restarting will take time. In this short moment, Su Ming and 4 others rushed directly into the cabin. The moment this life form seized control, 3 mechanical swords were already placed on his neck. I know you can speak civilized human language, but from now on, behave yourself. Su Ming's voice came through the mecha, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed into the cabin. I saw 2 mechas pointing their gun barrels at the nutrition compartment in the cabin. At this moment, there are hundreds of living beings lying in the nutrient capsule, who seem to be in deep sleep. However, these are those who have not yet been resurrected. They only have vitality, but no divinity. If the artillery fires, these unconscious individuals will have no ability to resist at all and will definitely be crushed to ashes by the artillery fire. These life forms that have not yet been resurrected represent the last spark of life civilization and are an important factor in the restoration of life civilization. If it were destroyed by such a shot, even if the life tribunal killed all 5 people, it would be an unacceptable and fatal blow to the life civilization. After seeing this scene, the only resurrected life form couldn't help but show a nervous look on his face, and then he shouted loudly, "Don't mess around. I will listen to you and won't resist. Give me back control of the cabin." Su Ming said in a cold voice. After hearing Su Ming's words, the resurrected life form had no choice but to release his control over the cabin. Control returned to Su Ming's hands, and Su Ming felt a little relieved. As long as the control of the cabin is in his hands, this resurrected life form will not be able to cause any waves at all. After all, his own strength is probably only that of a 2nd or 3rd level genetic warrior. Anyone present could easily kill him, control the life tribunal, and lead away the invading void civilization army. Then, Su Ming spoke again in a cold voice. Although Su Ming had control of the cabin, it was just the cabin. The knowledge of life civilization that Su Ming possessed was not enough for him to control the entire life court. The control of the life tribunal is still in the hands of this living being. The man smiled bitterly and had no choice but to control the energy structure in the life court and change the direction of space. In this way, although the Void Army was still moving forward, it was getting farther and farther away from everyone. After doing all this, the man opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming helplessly. "Sir of human civilization, I simply wish to restore my civilization. Please spare our civilization. I am willing to exchange the knowledge of divine civilization for it." This creature of life civilization couldn't help but smile bitterly and spoke. After hearing the words of this life form, Su Ming and others couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the intention in each other's eyes. Divine knowledge is different from the knowledge recorded on murals. Divine knowledge cannot be recorded on murals, but can only be recorded on objects with divine characteristics or in the divinity of living beings. So even though Su Ming had memorized all the knowledge about the murals outside, the divine knowledge outside the murals was still in the hands of living beings. "How can I be sure that your civilization won't retaliate against us after we let you go?" Su Ming spoke calmly. After hearing Su Ming's words, the life form couldn't help but laugh bitterly, then said, "Life civilization has long been destroyed by invasions from other civilizations. The remaining life tribunals and the unresurrected people are only a small part of the complete life civilization. Even if we were all resurrected, the civilization's knowledge and resources have been lost by nearly 90%. How could it possibly pose any threat to human civilization?" After hearing the words of this life form, Su Ming and others looked at each other and nodded slightly. Life civilization may have been very strong in the past, but the current life civilization, to put it bluntly, is just a new life civilization with a civilizational fault. Not only has the knowledge been lost, but even the resources and energy have all returned to zero. Such a civilization, even if it develops for tens of thousands of years, is probably no match for human civilization. Several people are not worried at all that the life civilization will have the idea of retaliating against human civilization. Su Ming thought about it, then nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to agree to a few conditions, and then I can let the life civilization go. If you do well, human civilization can even help the life civilization recover." The composition of human society is not just pure human civilization. There are also some weak civilizations that depend on human civilization. These weak civilizations do not pose much threat, So they are regarded by human civilization as a kind of cultural diversity and placed on the margins of human society. Life civilization is likely to become a similar civilization in the future. However, this is not only harmless to the current life civilization, but a great thing. A behemoth like human civilization can not only provide shelter for life civilization, but also provide life civilization with some resources for development. Su Ming's words were equivalent to an imperial edict of amnesty. This life civilization had been secretly observing its development before, hoping for luck. But now that the amnesty has arrived, it has to accept it happily. Otherwise, how could human civilization allow such a civilization to exist around human civilization? If apocalypse of human civilization had not been so busy, the Life Tribunal would have been destroyed by apocalypse long ago. After hearing Su Ming's words, the life form thought about it and then nodded. The heroes of Liangshan were all heroes, but when faced with the imperial edict of amnesty, they still happily agreed. How can it be better to work alone than to follow Big Brother? Very good. It's good that you have such awareness. Su Ming chuckled, and the atmosphere immediately eased a lot. Then Su Ming said calmly, "Before that, you need to do a few things. First, open the life court and allow human civilization to enter and exit the life court freely. Second, hand over all the knowledge of life civilization, including divine knowledge, to us. Of course, only means handing it over to us, which does not mean handing it over to human civilization. Third, find out the path the void civilization uses to enter the living tribunal, and then provide a marching path for human civilization to reach the void civilization." Chapter 166, 5 Items of Divine Knowledge. After hearing Su Ming's words, the life form of the Life Tribunal couldn't help but show an embarrassment on his face. The third point is fine, but if we're going to open up the living tribunal, can we only open up a small part of it? This person from the life civilization couldn't help but speak with a difficult expression. After hearing his words, Su Ming's eyes gradually turned cold, and then a subtle energy fluctuation slowly emerged from his body. After sensing this energy level fluctuation, the people of the life civilization couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Because he could easily sense that although Su Ming's brain energy level was not particularly strong at this moment, but it just happened to control the energy in the cabin. As long as Su Ming has a thought, the entire cabin will explode. The last spark of life civilization is here. Once it explodes, there will be nothing left of life civilization. This person from a life civilization instantly understood what Su Ming meant at this moment. If you cooperate, you will be a partner and can be appeased. If you don't cooperate, you will be imprisoned and civilization will be destroyed, not to mention the life tribunal and the knowledge of civilization. The man's expression changed several times before he finally sighed, helplessly, and nodded slowly. "Okay, I promise. But human civilization must ensure the development and survival of future life civilizations." After hearing that this person was willing to cooperate, the 5 people immediately showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Su Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry. Human civilization has always been very friendly to its allies. You are welcome to join the Civilization Alliance of Human Civilization." Although he said so, Su Ming did not let this person go immediately. Are you kidding? Verbal promises are the least reliable. If we let this person go and change his attitude immediately and take back control of the life court in an instant, those 5 people will have no place to cry. Let me first give you the divine knowledge of life civilization. The living being of this life civilization spoke slowly, and then the energy of the surrounding life tribunal gathered in his hands and condensed into a special information crystal. It is estimated that all the knowledge about the body shape of life civilization is contained in this information crystal. This person knew very well in his mind that what Su Ming had just said to him was only to give knowledge to them, not to human civilization. It was obvious that this was out of personal will and would not be counted as part of the gains of human civilization. This is not surprising. Although we are all human civilizations, it is understandable to seek personal gain as long as it does not harm civilization. Soon, the crystal was delivered to Su Ming. Su Ming took a look at the crystal and then directly used the Wu Zun Mecha system to read the information in the crystal. Ting, reading completed. A total of 5 pieces of divine knowledge obtained. Soon, a prompt sound came from the system. After hearing this prompt tone, Su Ming's face showed a strange color. Your civilization only has 5 items of divine knowledge. Su Ming's eyes flashed with suspicion. What a joke. A great civilization only mastered 5 divine knowledges? Are you kidding me? After hearing Su Ming's doubts, the person from the life civilization couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "We can only be considered the remnants of civilization. Most of the knowledge of civilization has been lost. This is the last of the divine knowledge." After hearing the words of the person from the life civilization, Su Ming nodded slowly. There are only a few hundred people at the moment, and it is estimated that they do not have much knowledge of civilization. What this person said is reasonable. After the divine knowledge was stored in the system, Su Ming handed the crystal in his hand to the other 4 people. This operation was carried out by 5 people together. Therefore, the divine knowledge obtained is naturally shared by the 5 people. After handing over the crystal, Su Ming immersed part of his mind into the system and checked the divine knowledge he had obtained this time. What disappointed Su Ming was that, among all this body knowledge, there wasn't even any mechanical knowledge. Divine knowledge has many categories of knowledge in different fields, not just mechanical divine knowledge. Moreover, as a life civilization, it has developed along a different path, so it is understandable that it does not have mechanical knowledge. These divine knowledge are divine condensation, knowledge category, divinity, energy growth, knowledge effect. Weaving divine information can transform life energy into divine condensation, which can also contain divine information. Divine condensate can be used to 1. Revive individuals who have lost their divine information. 2. Replenish divine energy. 3. Devour and increase divine power. The side effect is that the divine power will gradually become more complex, so it is recommended not to use this option. Knowledge level, high. Space cube, energy construction principle. Knowledge category, space/energy. Knowledge effect. Use energy changes to construct a special space to achieve the purpose of manipulating space to produce changes. Knowledge level, high. God, tree of life. Knowledge category, life/energy. Knowledge effect. Release life energy and construct a special life tree. Under the effect of a life tree, it can always provide the user with life energy and restore body damage. Knowledge level, medium. Field, life deprivation. Knowledge category, life/field. Knowledge effect. Use life energy to construct a field. All life in the field, except the releaser, will have their body activity affected by the field and continuously stripped away. Peeling ratio, 0.5% per s. Additional effect. The life energy stripped away can be reused by the releaser, e.g. strengthening the life tree, restoring body activity, increasing the strength of the space cube, etc. Knowledge level, medium. Life sublimation. Knowledge type, life/growth. Knowledge effect. Consumes a large amount of life energy, permanently improves the target's life level, and sublimates the target's life level. Number of times a single individual can be sublimated, 5. Note, sublimation can be done at most once a year. Knowledge level, medium. After seeing these 5 pieces of divine knowledge, a hint of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Although these 5 items of divine knowledge are basically divine knowledge of life, but the effects are quite impressive. Divine condensation. This is the knowledge that the life tribunal can use to resurrect individual lives. Clusters of divine condensation are constructed from this divine knowledge. This is the key to resurrection and one of the technologies that human civilization has not been able to master so far. As long as you have this technology, you can say that you have the possibility of resurrecting anyone. This is the most advanced divine knowledge in Su Ming's opinion at the moment. As long as you have this one item, you have actually made a lot of money. Su Ming was also not unfamiliar with the 3 divine knowledges. Domain. Life deprivation, life sublimation, and space cube. Energy construction principle. The 5 people had already witnessed the terrifying nature of these 3 divine knowledge in the life tribunal. Su Ming focused his attention on the knowledge of life sublimation, with a thoughtful look on his face. This knowledge does not say that it can only be used by those who possess the knowledge, but uses the word goal. Explain that in addition to the person who possesses the knowledge, other people can also obtain the function of this knowledge. In this way, Su Ming can fully utilize this knowledge to gain many benefits. Chapter 167 Leaving. After reading the introduction of these 5 items of divine knowledge, Su Ming had a general understanding of the 5 items of divine knowledge in his mind, and the effects that the 5 items of divine knowledge could produce were also ranked accordingly in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming entered these 5 pieces of divine knowledge into the system, and prepared to let the system instill them into his mind when he went to sleep. However, at present, I estimate that I can only learn intermediate-level divine knowledge. For high-level knowledge, I still need to accumulate some experience before I can understand it. But it's just a matter of time. As long as you have the knowledge, you will be able to learn it sooner or later. Su Ming simply stopped caring about these 5 items of divine knowledge. He would just leave it to the system to arrange later. His mind gradually returned to the cabin, and then he looked at his 4 companions. What surprised him was, after reading these 5 pieces of divine knowledge, Li Heron and the other 4 had a hint of confusion in their eyes, and then expressions of regret and disappointment appeared on their faces. After seeing this expression, Su Ming was stunned. Subconsciously, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this knowledge?" After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron said with a sad face, "Brother Su Ming, you are asking questions even though you already know the answer. There is definitely no problem with the knowledge, but the problem is with the person. Is there something wrong with the person?" Su Ming was stunned, and then he immediately realized it. "I'm afraid these 5 items of divine knowledge are just like the contents on the previous murals, although they have been translated accurately. However, their thinking patterns were completely different, making it difficult for the 4 of them to understand the contents of these 5 items of divine knowledge. In the eyes of the 4, these 5 items of divine knowledge were so obscure and difficult to understand that they seemed to make them sleepy. It was impossible for them to read them normally, let alone understand them. At this moment, Chun Hui opened his eyes and looked at the resurrected person from the life civilization. He frowned and asked, "Are these 5 divine knowledge items only usable by the life forms of your civilization? Human life forms are incapable of using these divine knowledge items. In the universe, not every civilization's knowledge can be mastered by all civilizations. For example, some non-carbon-based life forms are simply unable to understand and use all the divine knowledge of human civilization. The differences in the composition of living organisms determine the differences in their understanding of the knowledge system. Divine knowledge like these 5 is almost impossible to use with normal human life." The being from this civilization hesitated for a moment before speaking awkwardly. The threshold for using these 5 pieces of divine knowledge is that they require creatures that are half living, half energy. Humans are primarily carbon-based, so they probably can't use them. A hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He was worried that after they knew that it could not be used, they would turn against him. However, this is also a little trick of this life form. He knew in his heart that carbon-based creatures could hardly use such half-life, half-energy divine knowledge, so he was so generous in handing over all the knowledge of his civilization to the 5 people, because he was certain that the 5 people would not be able to use it, even if they obtained these 5 pieces of knowledge. However, he did not notice that among the 5 people, a handsome young man had an inexplicable smile in his eyes, which was quickly suppressed by him. This young man is none other than Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming's heart was filled with joy. Half living body, half energy body. Others are not, but I am. Moreover, normal human thinking cannot understand this knowledge, but once it is entered into the system and taught to oneself by the system, one can easily understand the content of this knowledge. These 5 pieces of divine knowledge seem to be tailor-made for Su Ming. In this way, although the other 4 people possess the same divine knowledge as Su Ming does not have to worry about things like knowledge duplication and knowledge restraint. Chun Hui and the other 4 exchanged glances, noticing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then Chun Hui sighed and slowly said, "Forget it, it's not your fault. The differences in life forms do create some knowledge barriers, but this knowledge may not be useless for human civilization. In the future, perhaps we can draw on some of the ideas above to construct other divine knowledge." After hearing Chun Hui's words, the life form of this life civilization nodded repeatedly and said yes honestly. But in fact, he felt relieved. Fortunately, these humans did not cause trouble because of this, and I finally managed to wipe off a cold sweat. Since the 5 people have already acquired the corresponding knowledge, there is no point in staying here. Su Ming stood up and said to the man, "Now, manipulate the energy structure of the life tribunal and open a way out for us. As for the other Void Clan soldiers still staying in the Life Tribunal, it's up to you. You can kill them or rely on them to find the passage they came from. Anyway, when the human civilization enters the Life Tribunal, you will need to provide us with the direction and corresponding passage for the Void Clan to leave. This was something that the few of them had already agreed upon before. After hearing Su Ming's words, the life form of this life civilization did not say much. He used his life energy to construct a passage out of the living tribunal directly in front of them. He then smiled and said to them, "Don't worry, everyone. I have everything under control in the living tribunal. I will definitely find out the passage these Void Clan soldiers took to leave." Su Ming and others nodded, then started the Mecha and went directly into the passage. The 5 people were not worried at all that this person from the Life Civilization would go back on his word and deliberately harm human civilization. Because considering the size of the Life Tribunal, even if it defected to the Void Civilization, it is not worthy of harming human civilization. If they really go back on their word, when the army arrives, the entire Life Tribunal will probably be wiped out and won't be able to make any waves at all. The 5 people left the Life Tribunal along the space channel. Soon, in a certain star field of the Dongming Alliance, 5 figures flew out from the void. Chapter 168 Transaction. After Su Ming and others left the Life Court, they left each other with their contact information and went their separate ways. However, for the 5 people, they can be said to be very satisfied with this cooperation. Each teammate played a very important role. In the future, they may continue to form a team and fight. However, for now, the matter of the Life Tribunal still needs to be reported to their respective cosmic countries. After a few people left, Su Ming directly called his father and told him about the Life Tribunal and the Void Civilization. Cole and Clarence seemed to be busy at first, and after the call was connected, the other end was extremely noisy. But after hearing Su Ming talk about the Void Civilization, Cole and Clarence's expression grew a little more serious. He then came to a quiet place and said, "You mean the Void Civilization has found a passage?" Su Ming nodded and then said, "This passage is the Life Tribunal. However, the core of the Life Tribunal was breached by me and a few people from Dongming. The Life Tribunal has turned to us. We can use the Life Tribunal as a route to attack the Void Civilization." After hearing Su Ming's words, Cole and Clarence's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. "Great. We will discuss the details of this matter later. Now, according to you, can we use the Living Tribunal to launch a sneak attack on the Void Civilization?" Su Ming nodded. The Void Civilization probably hasn't discovered the secret of the Living Tribunal yet, but it's hard to say with so much time. Clarence nodded. Void Civilization is very powerful. It's not that simple. Although the Void Lord and the Void Civilization cannot compete with the Apocalypse class equipped with mechas, some of his strange abilities make it difficult for Apocalypse to kill the Void Lord. Cole and Clarence pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "I understand this matter. The final decision must be made jointly by the 5 major cosmic nations. However, since you were able to provide this information, it counts as a merit. I will credit it to the Empire, and you can later exchange this merit for a piece of divine knowledge from the Empire." After hearing what Cole and Clarence said, Su Ming nodded and did not refuse. Who can refuse a piece of divine knowledge? However, Su Ming did not have time to return to the Empire to exchange it now. He planned to find a place to digest the large amount of knowledge he had acquired before. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'll need to discuss this matter with other universe nations later." Cole and Clarence spoke slowly. "Etc." Su Ming suddenly spoke. What's wrong?" Su Ming pondered for a moment, then said, "I have mastered a technology that can evolve life levels, and I want to make a deal with the Empire." After hearing Su Ming's words, a smile appeared on Cole and Clarence's face. "Are you planning to sell this technology to the Empire?" But to Cole and Clarence's surprise, Su Ming shook his head and said, "This technology has biological barriers. Normal humans cannot master it. What I want to sell to the Empire is a quota for life-level evolution." A hint of surprise flashed across Cole and Clarence's face. Life barrier? Normal humans can't master it. So how did his son master it? But Cole and Clarence is Apocalypse after all, and he is knowledgeable. Although this matter is a bit strange, it is not impossible. For him, it is a good thing that Su Ming has some secrets. "Okay, I'll discuss this with the Empire, but the Empire will definitely need to determine in advance how much your technology can improve life levels. If it's too low, then the value probably won't be that great. Originally, Colin Clarence was not in charge of this area. But after all, it was his own son who wanted to be traded, so Colin Clarence was naturally willing to help if he could. However, what Colin Clarence didn't know was Su Ming's life level improvement was very likely a life level improvement that human civilization could not grasp. If the Empire reaches a cooperation with Su Ming, it is very likely that the party that will be happier will be the Empire, not Su Ming. The two chatted casually for a while, and then Colin Clarence was the first to hang up the phone. Now Colin Clarence probably had a lot of things to deal with and was too busy to handle it. So, after a quick chat for a while, he went back to his own business. Su Ming didn't care. He just came to a planet of the Dongming Alliance, rented a mechanical workshop, and moved in. This time I went to the Life Tribunal. I gained a lot of knowledge, and the Mecha also suffered varying degrees of damage. These all take time to fix and learn. Su Ming simply prepared to ease the situation for a while. Anyway, during this period of time, the 5 major cosmic countries would probably have to hold meetings and make decisions continuously. It would probably take some time before they could arrange a war against the Void civilization. Whether it is cultivation or study, one needs to alternate between relaxation and tension. Su Ming also gave himself a short vacation. Su Ming returned to his familiar workbench and took out all the mechas that were damaged in the Life Tribunal this time. Shield Mountain and Spirit Fox are the 2 mechas that have suffered the most damage. The other mechas have hardly ever confronted the Void Clan soldiers head-on, so they don't need to be repaired. Su Ming calmed down and looked at the mecha in front of him seriously. At this moment, Su Ming didn't even need to use the system's perspective function. He could easily sense the problems in the mecha with just his divine knowledge and external skeleton. He easily determined the problem with the mecha, reached out, and quickly disassembled the mecha. After several battles, these 2 mechas have some hidden damage in their bodies, although it does not affect the overall performance of the mechas. However, as long as there is damage, there will always be certain obstacles to the transfer of energy levels. The more hidden damage there is, the easier it is for the transfer of energy levels to be lost. In a sense, the more damage it suffers, the more its power decreases. But as long as it is repaired, it is not a big problem. The Empire said it would give me divine knowledge. While Su Ming was repairing it, his eyes narrowed slightly. I heard that the Empire possesses divine knowledge that allows mechas to repair themselves without any side effects. Afterwards, he asked his cheap dad to inquire about it, and used this opportunity to ask the Empire for knowledge of a self-repairing divine machine. Chapter 169 Life, Sublimation, and Enhancement. In the next few days, Su Ming gradually settled down on this planet. However, it is not a place to settle down, but a temporary way to digest some of the knowledge acquired before. On the other hand, it is also waiting for the arrangements of the 5 major cosmic countries regarding the affairs of the Void civilization. During this period, Su Ming's life became unusually regular. Assembling various mechanical parts during the day is a way to experiment with new knowledge and earn star points. At night, the system transferred all kinds of knowledge, including the divine knowledge obtained in the Life Tribunal, into Su Ming's mind so that Su Ming could master it. However, among the 5 divine knowledge of the Life Tribunal, 2 are advanced divine knowledge. With Su Ming's current knowledge reserves, it is difficult to understand the content of the advanced divine knowledge. Therefore, during these few days, what Su Ming truly mastered were only 3 items of divine knowledge of the Life Tribunal: God, Tree of Life, Domain, Life Deprivation, and Life Sublimation. After Su Ming mastered these 3 pieces of mechanical knowledge, the first thing he did was to go directly to the Black Domain merchant Walter to buy 3 bottles of Advanced Life Essence Potion. These 3 high-level life essence potions are not cheap. They are extracted using special technology. 1 life essence potion costs 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins is enough for an average family to spend for several decades, and now it can only buy 1. It is conceivable how precious these advanced life essence potions are. Su Ming purchased these 3 life essence potions for a very clear purpose: to sublimate his life. Before, when he was in the Life Tribunal, the life sublimation in the Life Tribunal did not cause a complete transformation of Su Ming's body. Only a small part was improved. Now that he has left the Life Tribunal, Su Ming, who has mastered the divine knowledge of life sublimation, can resume the life sublimation that was originally halfway completed. The higher life essence potion was originally a special potion used for medical purposes. It is used by people with extremely strong physical energy levels when they are injured or their physical energy levels decrease. It is a standard supply medicine used by masters above the Fakian level. Since we have left the life tribunal and no longer have rich life energy, using higher life potions to replace life energy will have the same effect. Su Ming poured 3 doses of life potion into the injection device in front of him. Then 2 syringes were extended from the injection device and connected to Su Ming's body. Su Ming took a look and for some reason felt as if it was being used for biochemical experiments. However, the machine in front of him was just a machine that supplied him with life-saving medicine at the critical moment. Su Ming did not hesitate. He connected his brain energy level directly to the instrument in front of him and then injected the life potion into his body bit by bit. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a strong life energy flowing into every part of his body, causing him to feel swollen. After all, it is a high-level life essence potion that can only be used by the flying level. It was a bit of a stretch for Su Ming to use it with only the physical strength of a 7th-level genetic warrior. However, Su Ming himself did not intend to use it for normal functions such as body recovery and cell repair. He used the life potion only to replace the life energy. The rich life potion dissolved in Su Ming's body and spread to every corner of his body. This was the result of Su Ming controlling the injection device and injecting only a small amount. If all of it was injected, even if Su Ming had a strong physique, he might still get sick. Su Ming did not hesitate, and then a faint starlight appeared on his body. The advantage of a half-life, half-energy body is that the control over the body is more delicate. Su Ming can completely control some changes in his body by controlling the starlight energy. At this moment, these starlight energies showed special energy changes, which is the arrangement form of divine knowledge in life civilization. Under the influence of divine knowledge, Su Ming's body gradually began to absorb the life potion. A large amount of life potion was transformed into life energy and absorbed deep into Su Ming's body. Soon, Su Ming's body energy level began to skyrocket wildly. His skin was constantly shedding, and a large amount of old dandruff fell directly from Su Ming's body. At this moment, Su Ming was like a crab that had shed its shell. He shed his original body, and a brand new body was born at this moment. The dandruff kept falling off, and the remaining skin was white enough to make even women jealous. At this moment, Su Ming felt that his life level, starting from the deepest level of his body, was evolving. The evolution process lasted for more than an hour. After waiting for an hour, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. He released a little bit of his muscle energy, creating a wave of energy that directly pushed out all the dandruff that had not yet completely fallen off his body. Su Ming took a look at the instrument containing the life potion, which showed that 2.5 portions of the life potion had been used up, with half remaining and unused. After seeing this scene, Su Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that for a normal individual to achieve a life-level sublimation, the amount of life potion consumed should be about 3 parts. The reason why he left half a portion was because he had already made some small improvements in the life tribunal before, which was almost half a portion. This improvement in life level brought Su Ming many different feelings. Understanding ability, body recovery ability, learning ability, perception and sensory ability, etc. The improvement of life level is naturally an all-round improvement. After that, as long as you keep improving and your comprehension ability is enhanced, you can learn some advanced knowledge. Of course, in addition to these improvements, the energy levels of the body and brain have also been greatly improved. The body's energy level directly increased by 2W at one time, while the brain's energy level increased by about 1W. Now Su Ming's system panel is First, Su Ming. Body energy level, 8.5W. Brain energy level, 7.1W. Gene lock unlocking level, level 7, upper. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 7. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 10W. Body defense ability, 15W level. Attacks below 15W energy level cannot cause any damage to the body. Star point, 3.8W. Mechanical knowledge, minor item, 5200. Independent knowledge, brain split LV3. Divine knowledge, exoskeleton. Mecha god, tree of life, domain. Life deprivation, life sublimation. The maximum starlight energy that the body can withstand is 6,000. After looking at the various attributes on the panel, Su Ming showed a look of satisfaction. The improvement brought by life sublimation is very huge, directly raising him from the middle level of level 7 to the upper level of level 7 at one time. In this way, it is estimated that it will not take long for him to be promoted to the level of a level 8 genetic warrior. However, each year, the body can only withstand one life sublimation at most. Although life sublimation is very fragrant, the next upgrade will probably have to wait until next year. Chapter 170, Arrangement and Discussion. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and the 5 major cosmic countries still seemed to have not made any major moves. However, Su Ming felt that the smaller the waves, the more turbulent the undercurrent behind them. It seems that the 5 major cosmic countries are preparing for a big wave this time. That day, Su Ming had just come down from the workbench and took a look at the huge object in the storage space. If this behemoth were released, it would look like an enormous tree. However, this is not a tree in the ordinary sense, but a mechanical tree full of mechanical feeling. That's right, this enormous mechanical tree was created by Su Ming after he learned the divine knowledge, Tree of Life, and combined it with the mechanical industry of human civilization. The original divine knowledge was a product created using energy and life energy, but did not seem suitable for humans. After all, carbon-based organisms could not directly absorb life energy to gain improvement and recovery. However, after Su Ming mastered the knowledge, he did not stick to the form of an ordinary tree of life, but modified it into a mechanical sacred tree. As for the power and effect, just when Su Ming was preparing to conduct an experiment, he suddenly received a phone call. The 5 major cosmic nations are ready to act. Clarence's voice came through the phone. After hearing what Clarence said, Su Ming's face showed a hint of surprise. He then asked curiously, will all human civilization act together, or will the 5 major cosmic countries send troops on their own? Both, Clarence said with a smile. The main force must be the 5 major cosmic nations. We're not going to test them this time, just attack directly. Su Ming's expression changed. Have you checked with the Life Tribunal? Clarence nodded. It's confirmed. The life forms of the life civilization have no choice but to cooperate with us. The 5 major cosmic nations have also obtained all the knowledge of the life civilization. After hearing what Clarence said, Su Ming showed a strange look on his face. The creatures of this life civilization are too miserable. Not only were they fleeced by the 5 of us, but they were also caught and continue to be fleeced by the 5 major cosmic countries. All the skin is peeled off. But I guess he's used to it, since his family assets are limited anyway. However, since the 5 major cosmic countries have already gone to the Life Tribunal for confirmation, it means that the 5 major cosmic countries still attach great importance to this operation. Obviously, the scale of this war will exceed everyone's expectations. This attack is for all of human civilization. The 5 major cosmic nations will issue corresponding conscription orders later. In addition to the 5 major cosmic nations acting as the main attackers, small-scale armies are also encouraged to launch dispersed attacks. Clarence spoke slowly. After hearing what Clarence said, Su Ming immediately realized that he was probably telling him this specifically. Su Ming immediately asked seriously, small-scale attack? Tell me about it. We hope that during the frontal attack, various forces can be used to distract the attack. This will distract the Void Clan army, making them exhausted from providing support and slowly wearing down their strength. These small forces, in addition to the weaker universe countries, can also include some other forces. For example, the Black Domain. Clarence chuckled and then spoke. All he had to do was hold Su Ming's head down and force Su Ming to lead the Black Domain in an attack. After hearing such an obvious hint from his father, Su Ming realized that there might be some benefits in it. He couldn't help but ask curiously, is the reward very generous? Clarence chuckled and then slowly said, very big. Destroy a star cluster-level force, and you'll gain divine knowledge. Besides that, there are various benefits and rewards. The more you destroy, the bigger the force, and the more rewards you'll get. This is the consensus reached by all the cosmic nations of human civilization. The rewards will naturally be borne by the major cosmic nations. Clarence spoke. After hearing what Clarence said, Su Ming nodded. At this moment, Clarence suddenly asked, by the way, the Empire is quite interested in the life sublimation you mentioned earlier, but the Empire wants to ask you for the data on life sublimation first. Data? Su Ming nodded. and then directly sent the data records of his life sublimation to his father. When Su Ming was upgrading his life, he recorded his data, and now he just happened to pass it to Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence quickly received Su Ming's data. Originally, he didn't care much about what the data looked like. However, when he saw that it was Su Ming's own data, he still took a careful look at it. When he saw that the body energy level had increased by 2W and the brain energy level had increased by 1W, Colin Clarence was immediately surprised. So much. Naturally, there are some technologies for genetic enhancement and life-level improvement in human society, but they are not mature and are quite costly. The key point is that the effects do not match the costs. Even in Colin Clarence's opinion, being able to increase the energy level by 2W at one time may not be possible even in the most advanced laboratories of human civilization. What is the concept of 2W energy level? The effect on Su Ming is not that terrifying, but if it is applied to an ordinary person, it is equivalent to forcibly upgrading an ordinary person to the level of a 6th-level genetic warrior. Of course, in reality, ordinary people definitely can't afford it. However, it can also be seen from this aspect that the life sublimation that increases the energy level by 2W at one time is definitely a very effective technology. After seeing the numbers above, Colin Clarence pondered for a moment, then asked, "What's your approximate cost per person for this technology?" 3 doses of high-level life essence potion. Su Ming did not hide it from his father. The target of his business was the empire, not his father. Telling the cost as truthfully as possible would allow Colin Clarence to gain more benefits for him. What? So little? This time, Colin Clarence was really surprised, although he is not interested in data and experiments. However, having been in a high position for many years, he has been exposed to such matters to some extent and is naturally very clear about the costs involved. Moreover, this technique can be improved 5 times per person in their lifetime. Su Ming paused, then slowly added. Colin Clarence couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Okay, I get it. I'll do my best to help you gain more benefits with the Empire. However, when facing the Empire, just tell them that you can only upgrade it 3 times. If it's 5 times, this technology is a bit incredible. It's so incredible. It might even change the fundamental military logic of human civilization. If the decision-makers of human civilization knew about this technology, they would definitely not allow a single person to possess it privately. Chapter 171 New Design. After hanging up the phone, a thoughtful look flashed across Su Ming's face. Only at this moment did he have a general understanding of human civilization's life-enhancing technology. Since my father said that 3 upgrades are relatively safe, then the top technology of human civilization may have the same effect as 3 upgrades. The cost is even much higher than one's own life sublimation technology. Now Colin Clarence has told Su Ming about the arrangements of the 5 major cosmic countries. Given Su Ming's personality, he naturally does not want to miss such a major event as attacking the Void civilization. Anyway, this military operation is mainly based on the military forces of the 5 major cosmic countries. Other forces are just following along to gain military merits, and the main risks are borne by the 5 major cosmic countries. With such a good opportunity, Su Ming naturally wanted to go. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly contacted Locke and others who were stranded in the Black Domain. He ordered Locke to lead the members of Wan Tung to the Dongming Alliance to meet up with him, maintain an army for 1,000 days, and employ it for a moment. During this period of time, the number of Wan Tung members has increased from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. There's no way Wan Tung is too rich. Spending money like crazy and being able to directly use the body's active liquid by joining Wan Tung is a very attractive condition for people in the Black Domain. Under the influence of crazy spending, the number of people skyrocketed. However, these numbers are nothing to Su Ming and Wan Tung. With Wan Tang's current genetic medicine business, it can fully afford to have so many members join. This is also what makes Su Ming happy. Wan Tung has finally begun to grow stronger due to his efforts and can be used by him at this critical moment. This time, Su Ming directly dispatched 400,000 elite Wan Tung members to the Dongming Alliance to join him. 400,000 elite soldiers, whose average combat power is within the range of level 4 to 6 genetic warriors, neither strong nor weak. Leader, can we destroy a star cluster level force? Locke said in the video with a worried look on his face. The previous chapter was typed wrongly, It was galaxy level. It should be star cluster level. It has been corrected. His worries were not without reason. A star cluster level force was actually equivalent to 1/10 of the Black Domain's power. Even though Wantung is doing very well in the Black Domain now, it is only in business. As for its real actual strength, let alone 1/10 of it, even any second-rate force in the Black Domain can destroy Wantung. Although 400,000 people are a lot, in an interstellar war, more people are of little use. The combination of equipment, combat power, technology, and defense system is the key factor in measuring the strength of a team. A battleship can kill hundreds of millions of soldiers armed with pistols within 10 seconds. No matter how high the military literacy of these soldiers is, it is useless. In the face of absolute technological and equipment strength, the number of people and literacy are a joke. A star cluster level force, no matter how strong it is just a force that has hundreds of habitable planets and more than 10 stars. In the scope of the universe, such forces are nothing at all. However, it would be really funny to talk about attacking with 400,000 warriors with an average combat power of level 4 to 6. Su Ming chuckled, then said calmly, "You can just bring the Wantung members here. I will have my own way when we get to the Dongming Alliance." After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke showed an extremely puzzled look on his face, but since Su Ming had already said so, he didn't ask too much. He nodded and hung up the video call. Su Ming also hung up the call, and then he went directly to his workbench. At this moment, a large number of mechanical research drawings are placed on the workbench. Each drawing is marked with extremely obscure and complex formulas, calculations, and design drawings. There are hundreds of them, so densely packed that just looking at them can make people dizzy. These drawings are the mechanical design drawings that Su Ming has been constantly calculating, designing, and conceiving during this period of time. Each drawing contains a variety of complex knowledge systems. If it were sold, it would definitely fetch a high price. This drawing is the first time that Su Ming has designed a mechanical device from scratch, relying on his understanding of mechanical knowledge. This mechanical device, designed by Su Ming, has only one function: life sublimation. As long as the target enters the mechanical cabin and is then injected with life essence potion, the process of life sublimation can be completed in the mechanical cabin. Su Ming was able to complete the sublimation of life without relying on mechanical equipment, because Su Ming's body itself was a half-living body and half-energy body, and he was familiar with this divine knowledge and could perfectly control the life essence in his body to sublimate his life. But for other people, there is no way to complete the transformation purely by relying on the body, without relying on mechanical intervention. That's why Su Ming designed this life sublimation device. This device contains not only the mechanical knowledge of human civilization, but also the divine knowledge of life civilization. It can be said to be a fusion of the knowledge crystallization of the two civilizations. Even for the 5 major cosmic countries, the design drawings of this mechanical equipment are of terrifying value. It can be said that whoever masters the manufacturing method of this mechanical equipment can continuously give birth to a group of warriors with extremely high life levels for his own forces. Moreover, this kind of improvement is not like genetic experiments that have side effects. The improvement of life level has no side effects at all. However, a gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Because of the particularity of the knowledge of life civilization, I am afraid that anyone who gets the blueprint will not be able to carve out the mechanical patterns unique to life civilization. Unless the life forms of life civilization and human civilization cooperate to produce it at the same time, no one except Su Ming can make this mechanical device. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly started his workbench. Then he placed a storage ring filled with various mechanical parts on the workbench. As long as he needed any mechanical parts, he could take out the corresponding mechanical parts from the ring. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to be back in the factory on the planet NOP, making mechanical equipment. He couldn't help but immerse his mind in the work in his hands and began the steady and delicate mechanical assembly. Soon, a mechanical device that looked like a game console was gradually produced in Su Ming's hands. Chapter 172, Wantung arrives. It would take Wantang's team nearly 2 weeks to get here from the Black Territory. During this period of time, Su Ming was like a madman, frantically making life sublimation equipment in his studio. However, for Su Ming, mechanical equipment like this, which has been made once, is already familiar, and it is much more efficient to copy it. It only takes a few hours to make one. Su Ming did not dare to slack off. All his confidence in this action came from the life sublimation instrument. If one wants to compete with star cluster level forces, 400,000 level 4 to 6 genetic warriors are definitely not enough. However, if everyone can undergo a life sublimation and increase their energy level by about 10,000-1.5W, the combat effectiveness of these 400,000 people can almost be increased to the level of 5 to 7 level genetic warriors. If it had not been upgraded, it would have been almost impossible to take down a star cluster level force. However, if the average energy level of 400,000 people increases by more than 1W, this will form an extremely terrifying force. Therefore, Su Ming frantically made life sublimation equipment during this period, preparing to help everyone's life sublime after all the Wan Tongue members arrived. However, the number of people is very large, and many life sublimation instruments are needed to meet the team's speed. Otherwise, even if one person can only work for half an hour, relying on just one instrument is like increasing the number of people by 400,000, and it is unknown when this number will be increased. Click. A crisp clicking sound came from the mechanical device in Su Ming's hand. This was the sound made by the mechanical parts just locking together. For Su Ming, the sound of these machines being locked into each other was truly intoxicating. Su Ming shook the mechanical equipment in his hand with satisfaction, and then put it into his storage space. At this moment, in Su Ming's storage space, there was a 50 life sublimation device lying quietly. This was the life sublimation device that Su Ming had been working on for a long time. In addition to these 50 life sublimation devices, there are 3 huge monsters wrapped in shadows lying quietly in Su Ming's storage space. It looks like 3 huge trees. At this moment, Su Ming's expression changed, and news came. It's Locke. It seems that Locke has brought the members of Wan Tongue to the planet where Su Ming is temporarily staying. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly put all the surrounding mechanical parts into the storage space. Then he stood up and left the studio, rushing towards the location of the warship. That's right, a battleship. Although it is a relatively low-level D-class battleship, its energy level burst can still reach a maximum of 30 W points. Of course, they are not as flexible as mechas, but when fighting in interstellar wars, battleships can still produce extremely terrifying lethality. After Wan Tongue had money, he directly bought 100 warships. The frontal attack capabilities of these warships are even stronger than those of level 10 genetic warriors, making them the best weapon for conquering civilizations. This time, when preparing to attack the Void Clan, Su Ming asked Locke to bring all the warships in Wan Tongue. Warships emitting a strong smell of steel are now docked in the void of the universe outside the planet. Warships from countries other than this universe are not allowed to enter the planet at any time. This is part of the peace agreement of human civilization. So at this moment, Locke and others can only dock the warship in the void and do not approach the planet where Su Ming is. But it doesn't matter. Su Ming drove the mecha directly to the front of the battleship. Looking at the 2 big words Wantong written above the leading command battleship, Su Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then he moved and flew directly into the open hatch of the battleship. Leader. After entering the warship, one by one, the Wan Tongue members nodded to Su Ming. The current Wanting can only be regarded as a civil organization or a civil force and cannot be called an army. However, as its power continues to grow, it will definitely be formalized in the future. Leader, long time no see. Locke came towards him and then spoke to Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming nodded, and without any further ado, he took out 50 life sublimation devices and placed them in the battleship. Leader, what is this? Locke couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Ming smiled, and then took out a large amount of life essence potion from the storage space and transferred it to the life sublimation device in front. This is the life sublimation device. From now on, let our people line up to enter it. Its effect is similar to that of a genetic medicine, but it is much stronger than a genetic medicine. Su Ming didn't say much. He reached out and grabbed 2 Wan Tongue members who were passing by and stuffed them directly into the life sublimation instrument. Everyone looked at each other, some of them confused about the effect of this instrument, but since Su Ming had guaranteed it, they looked at the life sublimation instrument with doubt. About half an hour later, the 2 people who were first stuffed into the instrument suddenly walked out of the instrument with a look of surprise on their faces. After these 2 people came out, the expressions of the people around them suddenly changed. Have you sensed their energy levels? A Wan Tongue member exclaimed in surprise. When these 2 people went in, They were obviously only at the level of a 5th level lower grade genetic warrior, but after coming out of the life sublimation instrument, their energy levels suddenly increased by 1.3W and 1.5W, directly soaring to the level of 6th level medium grade genetic warrior. After seeing this scene, everyone's heart couldn't help but pound. This instrument can improve strength? Can it elevate your life level? What is most important to genetic warriors? Apart from life, the next thing is combat power. Who would want a chance to improve their combat power? At this moment, an opportunity presented itself to everyone, and immediately, everyone's face revealed an expression of ecstasy. Everyone has one chance. Arrange it and line up to use it, Su Ming said calmly. After hearing Su Ming's words, the people around him cheered immediately, and they couldn't wait to enter the life sublimation instrument. Seeing this, Locke quickly arranged for staff to organize the order of the Wan Tongue members. After running around for about 10 minutes, Locke came to Su Ming with sweat on his face, and a look of deep surprise flashed in his eyes. Leader, when did you master this technology? I feel like if everyone improves, we might be able to compete with star cluster-level forces. Su Ming smiled and then said, improvement also has costs. These life essences are not cheap, but this time, just treat it as an investment. After we take down the star cluster-level forces, the returns will all come back. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke came back to his senses from his previous excited state. After coming to his senses, Locke resumed his role as steward. He couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation on his face as he asked, Leader, are there any risks in giving the Wan Tongue members the life sublimation device without any reward? If we spoil them too much, they might not be loyal. After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming nodded slowly. The problem you mentioned is indeed possible, but I have many ways to cultivate the loyalty of members in the future. Who says that life can only be sublimated once? A confident smile appeared on Su Ming's face. After experiencing the elevation of one's life level, who could refuse a second time? If these members knew that they had a second chance, they would probably not be able to be driven away. Chapter 173, The War Begins. 2 weeks have passed since the joint agreement of the 5 major cosmic countries. During these 2 weeks, military forces dispatched by major cosmic countries and various forces of human civilization also arrived in the Dongming Alliance. At this moment, the Dongming Alliance has gathered a large number of military forces, all of whom are elites sent by human civilization. There are more than 20 apocalypse-level powerhouses sent by the 5 major cosmic countries alone. But unfortunately, Su Ming's father was not here. It seemed that Colin Clarence was busy with some trivial matters and could not get away for the time being. However, even if Colin Clarence came to the battlefield, he probably wouldn't care about Su Ming and wouldn't give Su Ming too much care. At this moment, armies from all over the place have gathered. With the ringing of a huge vacuum particle wave bell, the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries entered the life court in a mighty force. This time, the 5 major cosmic countries have taken a serious attitude. They have dispatched more than 100 A-class fleets, including as many as 5 S-class fleets. This battle alone shows how much importance the 5 major cosmic countries attach to this battle. The huge space channel instantly swallowed all the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries into its mouth and disappeared. In addition to the main armies of the 5 major cosmic countries, there are also a large number of scattered troops stationed outside the passage of the Life Tribunal. Su Ming's Wan Tongue team is one of them. However, Su Ming was not prepared to enter the battlefield immediately. Just kidding. As soon as they come into contact, the most intense raids and resistance wars will definitely break out between the two sides. This is truly a war at the civilized level, a battle in which both sides fight each other to death. In a war of this level and intensity, Su Ming bringing Wan Tongue in at this moment is no different from committing suicide. It is estimated that before they even touch the Void Clan members, the unknown AoE, group attack, on the battlefield alone can directly wipe out Wan Tongue. Su Ming waited for the 5 major cosmic countries to launch a surprise attack, and then entered from other locations after the most intense war broke out between the two sides and entered a period of easing and confrontation. This is the only way to avoid those Void Clan forces that cannot be provoked and enter the heartland of the Void Clan. But it just so happens that Su Ming is short of time now, so he can take advantage of these 2 days to upgrade the members of Wan Tongue. It is estimated that it is impossible to upgrade all of them. The members of the assault team and the mecha team have very high requirements for strength, So, Su Ming naturally arranges the members of these two teams to upgrade first. The upgrades for other members who are responsible for driving, logistics, command, etc. will be carried out later. Brother Su Ming, are you planning to attack the Void Civilization this time as well? In Su Ming's room, the images of Li Heron and others appeared on the screen. Li Heron spoke to Su Ming with a grin on his face. This time, not only Su Ming was preparing to go to the Void Civilization, but Li Heron, Du Bing, Chen Hui, Qi Xuan, and other 4 people were also preparing to conquer the Void Civilization together. Of course, many geniuses on the Heavenly Saint list are also forming their own teams and preparing to attack the Void Civilization. Each of these geniuses comes from a wealthy family, so it is easy for them to form their own team. Troubled times are coming, and heroes are rising up. The rise of every great cosmic nation is inseparable from the baptism of troubled times. Is there anything more intense than a war between 2 civilizations fighting for their lives? Not only Su Ming, but also other talented geniuses are arrogant and ready to seize opportunities in troubled times to achieve hegemony. Who is the hero and who is the bear will be fully revealed in the war with the Void Civilization. Since you're all planning to go, there might be opportunities for us to work together in the future, Su Ming said with a smile. That's what I wanted to say. Entering the Void Civilization is full of dangers. If you're not careful, you'll be shattered. We can form an offensive and defensive alliance and support each other. Chen Hui doesn't talk much on weekdays, but here he showed a very proactive attitude, which is rare. Obviously, Chen Hui also attaches great importance to this operation. After hearing what the two said, the other 3 couldn't help but nod quickly. That's exactly what should be done. After we enter the Void Civilization, we should keep in touch with each other. This is our advantage. The few of them had previously collaborated in the Life Court and had a certain understanding with each other. This tacit understanding allows them to trust each other even on an extremely dangerous battlefield. Others may not have the same sense of trust, and this is indeed the advantage that distinguishes a few people from others. After finding the corresponding allies, Su Ming felt more at ease. After all, it is a war, and no one can be completely sure. One more ally means one more guarantee. Time passed day by day, and during these few days, battle reports from the front line were delivered back almost every day. Originally, these battle reports were only available to the 5 major cosmic countries. However, this battle was special. The 5 major cosmic countries deliberately leaked the battle reports and delivered them to the commanders of the scattered armies, so that these commanders of the scattered armies who had not yet entered the Void Civilization in the first place could have a general judgment of the situation in advance. On the first day, the armies of the 5 major cosmic nations crossed the Life Tribunal and descended from the sky, catching the Void Civilization off guard, tearing open the Void Civilization's defense circle and invading the heart of the Void Civilization. 4 Void Lords were killed, and no one from the human apocalypse was killed. On the second day, the Void Civilization organized a strong resistance force. With the advantage of home field, it forcibly resisted the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries and forced the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries to withdraw from the heartland of the Void Civilization. But because of this, the Void Civilization paid a far greater price than the 5 major cosmic countries. 7 Void Lords were killed, and 1 human apocalypse was killed. The 4 A-level armies of the Void Civilization were all wiped out, and human civilization also paid the price of the complete demise of 1 A-level army. On the third day, the war entered a white-hot stage again. The Void Civilization, which had reacted, showed extremely terrifying resilience. It began to organize the Void Army in an orderly manner and began to frantically attack the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries. 6 Void Lords were killed, and 2 human apocalypses were killed. An S-class fleet of human civilization was directly destroyed, but the Void Civilization also paid the price of the fall of an S-class army and 2 A-class armies. On the fourth day, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Human civilization began to build a military fortress. The terrifying mechanical dragons spanned the entire void and resisted the Void Civilization. The intensity of the war between the two sides eased on this day. Under the influence of the military fortress, the armies of the 5 major cosmic countries completely established their foothold in the territory of the Void Civilization. It was like a sharp barb that pierced into the heart of the Void Civilization, making the Void Civilization unable to sleep or eat. After the battle report on the fourth day was delivered to Su Ming read it, stood up, and said to Locke, "Get ready. We can set off tomorrow. Chapter 174, Strategic Deployment. In the battleship strategic room, Su Ming and Locke were looking at a huge star map in front of them, with a thoughtful look on their faces. This is the star map sent over by the 5 major cosmic nations on the front line. After the first round of war, the 5 major cosmic nations have already detected nearly 20% of the territory of the Void civilization. Don't underestimate 20%. This is 20% of the territory at the level of cosmic civilization. In human civilization, it is far larger than the territories of the 5 major cosmic countries. If it weren't for the beast god civilization among the 5 major cosmic countries, which possess the extremely powerful cosmic beast shared vision technology, it would probably not be able to detect such a vast star field. I didn't expect that the layout of the Void civilization is quite similar to that of human civilization. Locke was looking at the star map in front of him with surprise. In the star map, the layout of the Void civilization had been marked out. Except for the most central war zone, all forces similar to the cosmic country in other areas of the Void civilization have been marked out one by one. In addition, divine masters of the Dongming Alliance have deduced the corresponding strength of each force in this star field based on the energy level reaction. The level of each Void civilization universe country has been marked according to the level strength of human civilization. Cluster level 12004. Galaxy level 587. Galaxy cluster level 21. Supercluster level 1. The so-called supercluster level is actually a behemoth composed of many galaxy cluster levels. The 5 major cosmic countries are 5 supercluster level terrifying forces. This time, Wantung's target is the star cluster level Void civilization force. The large battlefield is left to the 5 major cosmic countries, and Wantung only needs to do his own thing. Even if he annihilates a cluster level force, it will be helpful to the battlefield. Which star cluster level cosmic nation do you think should be our first target? Su Ming slowly scanned the crowd and asked in a serious tone. In the strategy room, in addition to Su Ming and Locke, there were several young men standing there. These young men are the more capable young generation selected by Locke during this period. Each of them possesses extremely strong combat power and strategic talents. War requires soldiers, equipment, and more importantly, talented generals. These young people in front of us are the backbone of Wantung. After hearing Su Ming's question, one of the handsome young men stood up with a smile and said to Su Ming, "Leader, it's obvious. The main battlefield has tied up the main forces of the Void civilization. The Void civilization forces in other star fields are very weak. We can definitely choose this area." As he spoke, the young man stretched out his hand and pointed to the 2 star fields on both wings of the main battlefield. These 2 star fields are located right on the edge of the Void civilization, and the cosmic countries within them are indeed not very powerful forces. After hearing what the young man said, everyone nodded. This is indeed a very reasonable choice. Under normal circumstances, if the front battlefield is dragged down, the surrounding edge universe countries will probably not have much defensive power. I second that. It's indeed a good choice. I guess the other scattered forces of human civilization will make the same choice. If we attack this area, we can also form an offensive and defensive situation with other human forces. Everyone was smiling, and this was a consensus. However, there was not much satisfaction on Su Ming's face. His eyes were still looking at the star map, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, a young man who looked somewhat quiet suddenly stood up from the crowd and said with a smile, "I have a different opinion." After this person stood up and spoke, everyone couldn't help but look at him with surprise. When the strategy had almost reached a consensus, this person stood up and said this. What exactly did he mean? There was no trace of surprise on Su Ming's face. When he heard someone standing up, he couldn't help but look up and look at the young man who had just stood up. "Chenghua, what do you think?" The young man's name was written Chenghua. He had no presence before, so Su Ming had never noticed him. But at this moment, Su Ming became very interested in the young man's thoughts. Chenghua stood up and said to Su Ming with a smile, "Leader, I think we can attack the universe kingdom this time, as it seems easier to conquer." "Oh, what do you mean?" Su Ming asked calmly. Chenghua smiled confidently and then stretched out his hand to point to the edge of the star map. Although the Void civilization's primary military strength is undoubtedly concentrated on the main battlefield, whenever a war breaks out, regardless of how the military is deployed, they will ultimately strengthen their defenses on the periphery. After all, the Void civilization holds the home field advantage, So no matter how much their forces are held back, they will undoubtedly have extra troops to support the cluster-level civilizations in the peripheral star fields. On the contrary, the star cluster-level civilizations on the edge are far more difficult to capture than usual. As long as the Void civilization is not foolish, they will not allow these edge star cluster-level universe countries to be captured. Otherwise, human civilization will definitely be able to erode them. After hearing Cheng Hua's words, Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. He then leaned forward slightly and asked seriously, "So what do you think we should do?" Cheng Hua gradually put away his smile, then stretched out his hand and pointed to one of the cosmic countries that was surrounded by turbulent void and natural dangers of meteorites. "I think that at this time, we should do the opposite and attack those cosmic countries that are easy to defend but difficult to attack." Everyone couldn't help but follow Cheng Hua's finger and look at the universe country numbered SX0311. After seeing the natural dangers surrounding the SX0311 universe country, such as meteorites and void storms, Locke and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "Not right." The young man who had spoken at the beginning immediately stood up and said to Su Ming, "Leader, no, this place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Our forces are already at a disadvantage compared to a complete star cluster-level force. We're going to attack a universe country that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is impossible to capture it. I admit that what Brother Chenhua said makes sense, but if we do the opposite, we will only be dragged to death in the void storm." Wan Tong's military strength is 40W, although he has a life sublimation device as a means to increase his military strength. However, it can only barely compete with some ordinary star cluster-level cosmic countries. As star cluster-level cosmic countries, there are also differences in strength and difficulty in attacking and defeating. If the difficulty coefficient of other star cluster-level cosmic countries is 2 stars, then the difficulty coefficient of this cosmic country, called SX0311, is definitely 5 stars. The void storm outside the universe is a nightmare for attackers. Just surviving the void storm is a difficult problem. Not to mention that as long as the enemy sets an ambush inside the void storm, Wantong will definitely be wiped out in the void storm. Void storms and meteor showers are the natural protective umbrellas of the SX0311 universe country. At this moment, Su Ming couldn't help but look at Cheng Hua, only to see that there was no panic in Cheng Hua's eyes, which were still firm and clear. Su Ming couldn't help but smile, and then asked, "Cheng Hua, what do you think?" Chapter 175, Arriving at the Void Civilization. Cheng Hua stood up, glanced at the young man who had just spoken, and then slowly said, "I think we have 3 advantages in attacking the SX0311 universe country." Su Ming couldn't help but look at Cheng Hua curiously. "First," Cheng Hua said in a clear voice, "no one would have thought that we would not choose the universe country that seems easy to capture, but choose to attack the universe country that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The surprise attack means that the Void civilization realizes that it will take longer to send reinforcements. This is a slight advantage. Secondly, if the cluster-level universe nation in the peripheral star field is attacked by our scattered troops, we will definitely have to divert corresponding forces to defend it. A powerful military force has already been deployed to support the main battlefield, but where will these supporting forces come from? It's very simple. These troops must have come from the surrounding universes that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Because no one believes that these universes will be attacked, they dare to boldly transfer troops to support those universes that are easy to attack. At this time, the SX0311 universe country must be a deserted city. After Cheng Hua said this, everyone in the room was shocked, and then everyone around looked at Cheng Hua with surprise. This idea is very bold, but it is really possible. Once the war breaks out, who would have thought that a team of human civilization would ignore the easily attacked universe country and go through numerous dangers, cross the void storm and meteorite zone, and risk the loss of troops to go to the SX0311 universe country? At this moment, no one present dared to underestimate this young man who looked ordinary and even had no sense of existence. Cheng Hua's military strategy is to use unconventional tactics. What about the third one? The gleam in Su Ming's eyes became more and more intense. He stared at Cheng Hua closely and couldn't help feeling a sense of surprise in his heart. Such a talented person is actually being used by me. In fact, the first 2 points are enough for Su Ming to make a choice. However, Su Ming still wanted to hear Cheng Hua's thoughts. Third, Hua paused, then smiled and said, "Third, once we conquer this cosmic nation, the offense and defense will be reversed. Being easy to defend and difficult to attack will no longer be the advantage of the Void Civilization, but will become our advantage. After that, even if the Void Civilization wants to send troops to attack, we can easily defend this universe country and become a poisonous fang, biting the Void Civilization's throat tightly. It will be difficult for the Void Civilization to intervene or ignore us, and it will disgust them to death." Hua showed a hint of evil smile on his face, which was completely different from his previous image. "Moreover, we occupy this position and cooperate with the main force of human civilization. Our importance to human civilization is far greater than that of other scattered armies. This will also increase our value. If you all want to succeed and establish your own career, this is your opportunity." After hearing Hua's words, everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath and then looked at Hua with an expression of disbelief. This person has great talent in his heart. Su Ming smiled, then waved his hand and said decisively, "Our target this time is the SX-30 11 Universe country. Appoint Hua as the commander-in-chief of the Central Army, commanding 150,000 troops and 40 warships. Appoint Locke as the commander of the Left-Wing Vanguard, commanding 100,000 troops and 20 warships. Appoint Shimu as the Right-Wing Vanguard commander, commanding 100,000 troops and 20 warships." Shimu was the young man who had previously proposed the idea of attacking the Edge Star field. Although his proposal was not adopted, Su Ming had heard of Shimu's reputation before. This person was not simple, and his military talent was also very impressive. Moreover, although his previous proposal was slightly inferior to Hua's, it could not be said to be a bad idea. It could only be said that it was not as good as that. Su Ming knew very well that when fighting alone, it was a test of actual combat power. But when it comes to war, what counts is technology, military strength, and the talents of generals. When it comes to appointments, Su Ming never hesitates to trust talented people. Since the corresponding strategy had been formulated, Tung's fleet took off directly that day and sailed into the Life Tribunal together with other scattered troops. At this moment, the Life Court has completely become the back garden of human civilization. People can enter and exit as they please. Even the life form of the Life Tribunal couldn't do anything about it. What should I do if my arm cannot twist my thigh? We can only lie down quietly and let human civilization come in and out. Tung's warship instantly sailed into the Life Tribunal. At this moment, the Life Tribunal had automatically opened up a passage leading to the heart of the Void Civilization. At this moment, the warship continued to move forward, and soon followed this passage and arrived at the area where the Void Civilization was located. Boom! The space channel in front suddenly opened, and suddenly an extremely vast cosmic void appeared in front of everyone. In this void, the human civilization side was filled with extremely cold steel heavy weapons, floating quietly in the void, emitting extremely terrifying energy level fluctuations, pointing directly to the star field where the Void Civilization was located. Each of these heavy steel weapons is an extremely terrifying weapon of war. Even a master at the level of the Void Lord will be instantly blown to pieces if he enters the attack range of the heavy steel weapon. On the other hand, in the camp where the Void Civilization is located, at this moment, streams of void light are constantly flowing in the star field of the Void Civilization, and the surrounding time and space seem to be controlled by a terrifying force. It looks like a terrifying void abyss. Anyone who steps into it will fall into the void abyss and die. At this moment, both sides in the war use their strongest forces to confront each other in the void. Shocking, awe-inspiring, and vast. Once this war breaks out, the stars and the void will probably be shattered. A war at the level of cosmic civilization is simply not something that a single person can contend with. Tung's warships emerged from behind human civilization. Su Ming stood in the command room of the leading command ship, gazing at the void, a sense of heroism suddenly rising in his heart. Sooner or later, Tung will grow into a behemoth comparable to his supercluster level force. Leader, shall we go directly to the SX-30 11 Universe country? At this moment, Locke on the side couldn't help but ask. Su Ming shook his head and said, "Avoid the frontal battlefield and wait until the two sides start fighting and have no time to care about us before moving forward. For now, let's temporarily stop behind the protective circle of human civilization." Chapter 176, The Clash of Civilizations. Wantung's warships gradually docked in the starry sky. Although there is the terrifying military barrier of the Void civilization ahead, the strongest steel dragon of human civilization is also ahead. As long as the Iron Dragon is still there, everyone behind it will feel a strong sense of security. Su Ming was not in a hurry to send out his troops. Now is not the best time. He should wait until the war broke out on the main battlefield between human civilization and Void civilization, and then use the cover of the war to advance secretly so as not to be noticed by Void civilization. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere on the main battlefield gradually became tense. It was as if the passing meteorites had become quiet and cautious because of the solemn atmosphere on the battlefield. Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the Void fortress of the Void civilization opposite. He saw layers of ripples appearing on the Void fortress, which looked extremely gorgeous. However, all warriors of human civilization cannot appreciate the splendor of this moment, because the war has begun. Almost instantly, above the Void fortress opposite, several Void clan members with powerful auras emerged from the Void, and then their energy levels exploded. Lord of the Void. The Void Lord of the Void clan's military camp took the lead in attacking. Terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly gushed out from the Void fortress, distorting the surrounding Void and bombarding the steel dragon of human civilization. Faced with the attack of the Void fortress, the military force of human civilization was not to be outdone. Pillars of light, almost as thick as the cross-sectional area of a small celestial body, were instantly released from the giant mechanical soldiers of human civilization and instantly bombarded the military formation of the Void civilization. Boom! In an instant, two terrifying cosmic forces collided with each other. From this moment on, everyone around felt a blankness in front of their eyes. The force of the collision between the two sides temporarily shattered the concept of time and space in this star field. Buzz! In a moment, it seemed like the end of the world, and yet it also seemed like the rebirth of the world, with destruction and reorganization constantly occurring at the point of collision. During this process, except for the apocalypse-level strongmen, no one on the battlefield could have normal thinking ability at this moment. It was unknown how long it took, but time and space were slowly rebuilt, and the soldiers on both sides' perception of the outside world returned to normal. Su Ming's eyes were filled with horror. The collision at the civilization level actually destroyed the concepts of time and space. During this process, the so-called skills, operations, and overall view have become a joke. Except for the apocalypse-level strongmen, no one can maintain normal action and thinking ability during this process. No wonder. Even a powerful power like the Apocalypse class has to keep its composure in front of the 5 major cosmic nations. In the face of the power of the cosmic civilization level, no one dares to talk about competing. But this is not the time to be shocked. At this moment, the battlefield has attracted all attention. For Wantung, it is a good opportunity. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately gathered his thoughts and shouted loudly, "Wantung fleet, move out." After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke, Chung Hua, and others who had been waiting in the fleet for a long time were startled. They quickly calmed down and withdrew their thoughts from the shock they had just experienced. Then, without hesitation, they ordered their respective teams to start immediately. At this moment, various mechanical equipment and Void warriors were fighting each other on the main battlefield, and extremely terrifying energy level fluctuations broke out. Some scattered troops also took this opportunity to move to both sides. Except for Wantung, the other scattered troops almost all chose to attack some marginalized and easier-to-attack universe countries. Only Wantung's fleets quietly disappeared in the chaos and sneaked towards the SX-3011 space country, which was very remote, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, and no one was willing to attack it. At this moment, the front line of human civilization began to extend continuously. In addition to the central battlefield, the scattered forces of human civilization began to encroach on the surrounding cosmic countries. The strategies of the 5 major cosmic countries began to be implemented at this moment, but the final effect is unknown at this moment. However, it must be said that this strategy did cause considerable trouble to the Void civilization. At this moment, in a huge Void fortress of the Void civilization, several powerful Void clan masters were looking coldly at the battlefield below, their eyes full of murderous intent. Each of these Void clan masters is a master at the level of Void Lord. At this moment, they're sitting in the rear of the Void fortress, intimidating the apocalypse-level powerhouses of human civilization. At this moment, a figure appeared silently in this void fortress. After seeing this person appear, the Void Clan experts in the fortress couldn't help but ask in the Void Clan language, "What's the situation?" The man who had just appeared looked a little unhappy. He said coldly, "Have the reinforcements move faster." In addition to the main battlefield, human civilization has also sent troops to attack our marginal universe country. We don't have enough troops now. A hint of annoyance flashed in the eyes of this Void Clan expert, as if this move of human civilization had caused him a lot of trouble. What? Attacking the Edge Universe country? These cosmic nations are at most galaxy level. How could they possibly withstand the attack of human civilization? After hearing this person's words, the Void Clan masters who were originally standing in the Void Fortress couldn't help but speak in a serious voice, with surprise showing on their faces. It's not that bad. The human army attacking the Edge Universe Kingdom is not strong. Just some reptiles, but these reptiles aren't a big threat, but they're annoying. If they open a gap, the main force of human civilization might follow immediately, putting us on the defensive. The man frowned and spoke. After hearing this person's words, the other Void Clan masters around couldn't help but look thoughtful. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Is there any other force that can target these insects of human civilization?" The pressure on the main battlefield is enormous. If we divert our forces to target these scattered troops, I'm afraid human civilization will find an opportunity to suppress us head-on. After hearing this, the other person shook his head and said, "No, the military forces in the main battlefield cannot be moved. We need to find a way to draw some forces from the nearby star fields to support the Edge Universe nation." After hearing this person's words, the people around couldn't help but look at each other and then slowly nodded. Some of the surrounding star regions are easy to defend, but difficult to attack. I don't think any of the human civilization's armies would attack these star regions, so we can draw forces from these star regions to defend them. I think it's feasible. Chapter 177 Invasion of SX-3011. In a star field of the Void civilization, the Void storm raged, and broken meteor belts were everywhere. If an ordinary spacecraft wants to pass through this star field, it will probably hit a meteorite and crash after flying only 1/10 of the way. Even a warship has the possibility of crashing if one is not careful. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to pass through this star field. But at this moment, in this star field, there's a fleet quietly shuttling through this star field. This fleet is the Wan-Tung fleet that is preparing to raid the SX-3011 universe country. Su Ming stood in the command ship, looking at the extremely harsh environment around him, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Although the strategy is good, the environment in this star field is really harsh. After sailing in this star field for 3 days, 3 warships have been directly annihilated in the Void Storm. The 10,000 Wan-Tung members on board were torn into pieces before they could even react, and were killed beyond death. Before even encountering the SX-3011 space country, they had already lost 3 warships and 10,000 genetic warriors. This was a big blow to Wan-Tung's team. Easy to defend and difficult to attack is no joke. Fortunately, we are about to reach the SX-3011 universe country. The surrounding void storms and meteorite belts have become less, and the environment has become suitable for living. This piece of heaven and earth is just like a paradise. It looks extremely dangerous from the outside, but it is actually peaceful inside. It can even be called a beautiful environment. But the only thing that gave Su Ming a sense of comfort was this star field is already so horrific and chaotic that the cosmic countries within it would never have imagined that a fleet would actually launch an attack towards it at this moment. Chung Hua's guess is correct. The SX-3011 universe country did indeed send a fleet to support the Edge universe country 2 days ago. Their internal defense is now very weak. Locke, who was standing by, looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but speak. The Edge universe country is also currently at war with the scattered armies of human civilization, and the scattered armies naturally share every piece of intelligence. It is not difficult to find traces of the SX-3011 space country fleet. Very good. How many soldiers have used the life sublimation device to improve their quality of life? 25,000 people. Their average combat strength has increased to that of a 7th-level genetic warrior. Locke spoke immediately. 25,000 people. Compared with 400,000 people, 25,000 people are a little too few, but the war is ongoing and the improvement is also ongoing. Su Ming is not too anxious about this. All right, put these 25,000 men into the assault battalion as the main assault force. Since we've gained something for nothing, we should contribute our share. Su Ming said calmly. Then his gaze passed through the battleship's command cabin and looked at the stars in the distance, which were extremely brilliant. Who would have thought that behind the void storm, there was such a star field hidden? However, at this moment, Su Ming is about to attack this star field as an invader. Su Ming took a deep breath and then shouted in a concentrated voice, "The fleet is preparing for a collective space jump. We will directly leap into the territory of the SX-3011 universe country and launch an attack." As soon as the words "launch an attack" were uttered, Locke, Chunghua, and Shimu on the side suddenly became stern, received the military order, and left the command room. Following a command, Wanteng's fleet began to collectively enter a space jump state. At this moment, in the territory of the universe country SX-3011 marked by human civilization, the members of the Void Clan are still living and entertaining as usual. It's similar to human civilization. The proportion of people in the Void civilization who are truly capable of fighting is relatively small. Most of them are people who do not have much combat power, but they support the prosperity of these cosmic countries. The SX-3011 universe country is a label given by human civilization. In fact, the name of this universe country is called the Ascending Universe Country in the Void civilization. Unlike other universes, at this moment, neither the people nor the administrative agencies of the Ascending Universe showed any signs of being particularly worried. In their view, unless the main battlefield is defeated and the main army of human civilization crushes here, the Ascending Universe Kingdom cannot be attacked by the scattered armies of human civilization. The void storm and meteorite belt outside will become a nightmare for the scattered armies of human civilization. The troops we sent out seem to have performed quite well, making great contributions to our country. I guess the civilization will allocate a lot of supplies to our country this time. A Void Clan expert smiled and spoke to the people around him. After hearing what this person said, the people around him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Our country's unique star field environment has spared us from the effects of war. We can definitely gain many benefits and opportunities from this clash of civilizations. This might even be a good opportunity for our country to achieve a leap forward in national strength. What is a crisis for others may be an opportunity for us. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that this war was a very beneficial thing for them. As for the possibility that the Void civilization will lose, please, this is not a question they should be thinking about. But just when everyone was lost in their vision of the future, a cold electronic sound rang out, completely bringing everyone back to reality. Beep! The Ascending Universe has detected an unidentified fleet invading. Attention! After hearing this cold electronic sound, everyone present immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet reacted. What? Could this alarm system be wrong? How could the enemy invade our country? You're kidding. It would take at least 3 days to get through the void storm and the asteroid belt. How could a human army possibly reach here now? Just as everyone was stunned, the cold electronic sound continued to ring. Ding! Jupiter has fallen and is controlled by invaders. It is now in a state of anarchy, and we can no longer maintain normal communication with Jupiter. After hearing this electronic sound, everyone stood up suddenly, and then a serious look flashed in their eyes. At this moment, these politicians have realized that the electronic sound is not a malfunction, and that human troops are really invading the Ascending Universe Kingdom. Damn it, where did these invaders come from? How could a civilized human army choose our country as its target? A politician's eyes flashed with deep anger. At this moment, the electronic sound continued to sound. Beep! Tianwan planet has fallen. Beiyuan planet has fallen. The news of the fall broke out suddenly, which made everyone present feel their scalps tingling. The opponent was like a swift beast, frantically occupying its own planets at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 178, The Two Armies Fight. Damn it! Gather the troops, raise the danger level to the highest level, and activate the Ascending Universe's defense system. A politician yelled directly into the phone. Following the instructions of the politicians, the Ascending Universe Kingdom quickly began to wake up. Countless armies began to assemble, and the planets that had not been conquered quickly activated their defense systems. The entire Ascending Universe Kingdom quickly took emergency measures in a very short period of time. However, the politicians of the Ascending Universe were surprised to find that, after occupying 5 habitable planets, the other side did not rush to launch another attack, but instead defended the 5 planets and immediately began to deploy a defense system. This posture clearly shows that the invaders are actually planning to engage in a long-term war with the Ascending Universe Kingdom. At this moment, Su Ming was standing in the administrative office building of a planet called Jupiter. All the void people in the administrative system of this planet were killed by Wan Tong on the first day, and now the administrative office building is full of Wan Tong's people. Just as Changhua expected, the vigilance of the universe country, numbered SX-3011, was indeed very low. Wan Tong's fleet launched a direct surprise attack on the first day. The universe country SX-3011 did not even have time to react, and 5 planets were directly occupied by Wan Tong. However, Su Ming could see that these 5 planets were not the core planets of the SX-3011 universe country, and the military forces on them were very weak. Even the strongest person on Jupiter was just a 9th-level Void Clan expert. Such a person could not withstand Wan Tong's attack at all and was killed by Su Ming himself. Soon, the army on Jupiter was completely wiped out by Wan Tong's fleet, leaving no one alive. There is no way. The equipment difference between the two sides is too big. In front of warships with energy levels reaching hundreds of thousands, the army on Jupiter is not worth mentioning at all. Without losing a single soldier, they quickly occupied 5 planets. But next, the real war begins. Next, the SX-3011 Universe Nation will definitely organize a strong counterattack. We must be prepared and directly engage them in battle with the 5 satellites. Su Ming looked at the star map and spoke to the people next to him. To occupy the 5 planets first was a plan that Su Ming and others had made long before the attack. Now that everyone has occupied these 5 planets, if the SX-3011 Universe country wants to attack Wan Tong, it will definitely be cautious and will not dare to use large-scale weapons to directly bombard Wan Tong. After all, now only the administrative power of the 5 planets has been destroyed by Wan Tong, but the people have not been massacred by Wan Tong. Once the SX-3011 Universe country attacks Wan Tong, it will definitely have to consider the problems of its own people. It is impossible to directly fire artillery to destroy the 5 planets. If it really does so, it is estimated that tens of billions of people of the Void Clan will die. This is Wan Tong's army for the SX-3011 Universe General. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A Wan Tong member looked at everyone, then looked at Su Ming and said, "Leader, the front line has detected a large amount of energy level fluctuations. The army of the SX-3011 Universe country has begun to assemble and seems to be preparing to attack us." This person is a member of the Wanning team who is responsible for reconnaissance on the front line. His name is Zhuolin, and he possesses a special ability, which is the ability to perceive energy levels. His perception of energy levels was extremely sharp, so Su Ming placed Zhuolin in front for detection. After hearing Zhuolin's words, Su Ming and others looked at each other without much panic on their faces. The SX-3011 Universe country was gathering its army to prepare for an attack, which was already expected by everyone. This is also normal. Anyone who sees his country being invaded will definitely have the first reaction to assemble an army to destroy the invaders. Now we are ready to start a head-on attack. However, Wan Tong has 2 advantages. One is that Wan Tong now has tens of billions of citizens of the SX-3011 Universe Kingdom as hostages, and the SX-3011 Universe Kingdom does not dare to really use high-powered attack weapons. The second advantage is the core strength of the SX-3011 Universe country, part of which has been sent out for support. And according to Chenghua's inference, the number of troops sent out seem to be quite large. With these 2 advantages, even if Wan Tong's team has not fully evolved its life form, it still has the power to fight against the SX-3011 Universe Kingdom. Let's attack head-on. There's no point in playing games in this kind of battle. Su Ming stood up and spoke to the 3 capable men beside him. At this moment, Wan Tong's army also began to assemble rapidly, and at this moment, dozens of warships took off into the air. Inside the battleship, countless genetic warriors put on their space combat uniforms, ready to face the upcoming war. Buzz! Wan Tong's warship took off into the air and rushed into the void in an instant. At this moment, in the star field of the Ascending Universe Kingdom, the figures of the Void Clan appeared and disappeared, galloping continuously in the void. In addition to the Void people themselves, these Void tribes also have many war weapons created by the Void civilization. These weapons are not necessarily made of metal and are very different from the war weapons of human civilization. But it is undeniable that the war weapons of the Void civilization are not much worse than those of human civilization. Human civilization has warships, and Void civilization has Void ships. Human civilization has steel dragons, and Void civilization has Void fortresses. At this moment, the figure of the Void giant ship can be vaguely seen in the army of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. A large number of Void clan members are entering the Void giant ship, bringing huge power and drive to the Void giant ship. At this moment, warships of human civilization appeared silently opposite these Void civilizations. Before the Void civilization army could react, terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from these warships. Hundreds of flames instantly gushed out from the warships, directly illuminating the dark void. Here they come. The army of human civilization is coming. The army of the Void civilization had no time to react and was immediately hit by the attack released by the warship. Under the attack of artillery fire, the huge Void ships were directly smashed to pieces along with the Void people inside. This wave of attacks directly destroyed more than 10 giant Void ships. With the help of the strong first move, Wantung's army seized the corresponding initiative. By the time the Void civilization's army reacted and opened a protective shield, Wantung's army had already deployed its battle formation. Then, one by one, powerful genetic warriors appeared above the starry sky and launched an attack on the Void civilization. Chapter 179 Terror Sniper. Endless flames were suddenly released from the hands of the genetic warriors and attacked the soldiers of the Void civilization. In this war, the difference in numbers between the two sides is huge. The number of soldiers of the Void civilization is probably hundreds of times that of Wantung. However, in the Starry Sky Age, numbers have no meaning at all in war. Technology, combat power, weapons, and equipment are the key to war. A genetic warrior with just a mechanical weapon can easily massacre hundreds of millions of indigenous people in the era of thermal weapons. Therefore, although the number of Wantung's troops is far less than that of the Ascending Universe Kingdom's troops. However, in terms of combat power, the two sides are very close. The true elite of the Ascending Universe Kingdom have already been dispatched, and those remaining within the territory are not the strongest military forces. Su Ming looked over and gradually felt relaxed. The military force left in this cosmic country is indeed not elite. Its average combat power is at most that of a level 3 to 4 genetic warrior. On our side, the average strength is around level 5 to 7, which is much stronger than the opponent. Such a huge difference in combat power can easily result in a 1 to 100 number confrontation. As Su Ming had expected, there was a serious numerical difference between the two sides. However, when Wantung's genetic warriors rushed into the army of the Void civilization, they were like wolves among a flock of sheep and instantly killed a large number of Void people. A Wantung gene warrior holding a battle axe, with eyes full of fierce murderous intent, raised the battle axe in his hand and killed 3 soldiers of the Void civilization with one axe. Excellent. These scum of the Void civilization are so weak. This battlefield is simply our slaughterhouse. Brothers, put in some effort, and it's time to earn military merit. This person is one of the few 8th level genetic warriors among Wantung, named Xueming. Originally, Xueming was just a level 7 upper class genetic warrior, but after being upgraded by the life sublimation instrument, he was directly promoted to a level 8 lower class genetic warrior. He was directly appointed by Su Ming as the charge general of the Central Army, and personally led the troops to charge. Xueming was extremely brave. Although the Void civilization soldiers around him were attacking him frantically and all kinds of terrible energy attacks were directed at Xueming. As soon as the energy level of Xueming's body exploded, he was able to block all these attacks outside his body. It didn't cause him any harm at all. An 8th level genetic warrior was surrounded by a group of 3rd and 4th level Void sergeants, but he turned into a blood cry and kept killing the surrounding Void sergeants one by one. The Void talents of the 3rd and 4th level Void sergeants are not strong, and they have no way to withstand the attacks of Xueming. Xueming was invincible and brave. He could cut down many Void soldiers with one axe, and made them throw away their weapons and armor. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of Void soldiers died at the hands of Xueming. This scene was extremely conspicuous on the battlefield. After seeing that the human civilization had such a brave and invincible general, the commander of the Ascending Universe Kingdom could no longer sit still. Amon, Go and kill this human general. You can't let him keep killing people like this. A general of the Void civilization looked at Xue Ming, standing in the Void, and couldn't help but speak lightly to a general beside him. This general of the Void civilization, named Amon, was a powerful Void clan warrior of level 9 strength. After hearing the general's military order, he could no longer hold back and directly merged his body into the Void, rushing towards Xue Ming. The higher the level, the greater the gap. Although Xue Ming can easily kill a 3rd or 4th level Void Sergeant, if a 9th level Void warrior launches a sneak attack on Xue Ming, he will probably be seriously injured in one encounter. However, there are also masters among the 10,000 vines. And this master is the leader of Wan Tung, Su Ming. Su Ming has been keeping an eye on the movements of the masters from the ascending universe. Amon's figure was naturally exposed to Su Ming's eyes. With the system's ability to see through everything, no expert on the opposite side can escape detection. After seeing Amon's actions, Su Ming sneered and instantly appeared in front of the command ship wearing a mecha. He stood in the Void like a statue. His body was not affected by the energy fluctuations in the Void, and he was incredibly steady. Su Ming took out a cluster-level sniper rifle directly from his storage space. Stargazer Enhanced Sniper Rifle. What is stargazing? Standing still, looking up at the starry sky, and seeing the stars is stargazing. Being named after the star-watching rifle, it is obvious that this sniper rifle has an ultra-long range. After Su Ming took out the sniper rifle, his aura changed completely. His mecha began to burst out with corresponding energy levels, amplifying Su Ming's shot. Su Ming held the gun, and strong starlight burst out from his body, instantly locking onto the Void Clan expert named Amon. At this moment, Amon, who was rushing towards Xue Ming, suddenly changed his expression. He sensed a breath of death locking onto him. Amon had no chance to react at all and could only barely merge himself into the Void. The next moment, a terrifying attack directly crossed the starry sky for tens of thousands of kilometers and hit Amon at an unavoidable angle. Amon only felt the terrifying force that hit him instantly and directly knocked him out of the Void state. Amon's heart sank. Although he used the Void state to offset nearly 60% of the power of this attack, the remaining power still caused great damage to his body. And the opponent's sniper is obviously an expert. The energy from this shot caused the surrounding Void to become extremely unstable. Under such circumstances, Amon had no chance to activate the Void Clan's Void talent again. The human army has powerful snipers. Amon fled like crazy, his body changing directions wildly in the process, trying to prevent the opponent's sniper from locking on him. But what made him despair was, no matter how I change direction, the enemy sniper can easily lock onto me. Then, a terrifying energy level fluctuation once again erupted in a void tens of thousands of kilometers away. This Void Clan master, named Amon, was hit by the second bullet in the midst of endless despair and fear. This shot, he no longer had the protection of the Void, and his fragile body was directly torn apart by the sniper rifle's attack. It's worse than dead. Chapter 180 Mechanical Sacred Tree. Su Ming stood in front of the command ship, wearing a mecha, like a killing god in the starry sky. Every shot he fired could take the life of a master of the Void civilization. After killing the Void Clan master, named Amon, Su Ming did not stop, but continued to shoot, madly shooting the Void Clan masters on the battlefield. Any Void Clan expert whose energy level is greater than or equal to level 7 is Su Ming's target. For a star cluster level cosmic nation, masters above level 7 are absolutely rare, and almost every one of them is in a high position, either a general or a team leader. The death of a master of this level will still greatly interfere with the direction of the battlefield. The death of one Void Clan master after another left the other Void Clan soldiers leaderless and in disarray, and they were quickly killed by Wan Tung's soldiers. After seeing this scene, the Void Clan commander naturally would not sit idly by. There's a powerful sniper in the human army. The lives of our generals are threatened. If this continues, all our generals will be killed. How can we continue this war? We can't let this sniper keep pace like this, otherwise the human army will be too comfortable. We have to use some heavy weapons to disrupt the rhythm of the war. An officer from the Void civilization stood up and spoke coldly. Heavy weapons, if not handled with care, could result in the destruction of stars. The top leaders of the Ascending Universe Kingdom have always been reluctant to use it because they are afraid of causing harm to the 5 planets controlled by Wan Tung. But now, Su Ming's sniping skills have completely disrupted their rhythm. If Su Ming continues to snipe like this, all the masters of the Ascending Universe country will be killed, and the war will be defeated soon. As a last resort, the Ascending Universe Kingdom had to activate heavy war weapons. At this moment, the warships and giant void ships of both sides were bombarding each other, and the soldiers of both sides were also fighting fiercely in the starry sky. Following an order from the top leaders of the Ascending Universe, 5 giant void cannons soon appeared behind the Ascending Universe army. These 5 giant void cannons, each covering an area of several kilometers, are definitely large-scale war weapons. After seeing these 5 giant void cannons appear, Cheng Hua's face changed. He was not worried that these 5 void cannons would kill his own genetic warriors. After all, the void cannons took a long time to charge, and during this process the genetic warriors had every opportunity to avoid the trajectory of the void cannons. But our own warships may not be able to avoid the attack of the void cannon. This reflects the restraint between different types of troops on the battlefield. The battleship has a powerful attack burst, amazing defense capabilities, and extremely fast straight-line movement speed. However, it has a fatal flaw, which is that its flexibility in turning around is too poor, making it easy to become a target of attack by heavy weapons such as cannons. On the contrary, the genetic warriors are not afraid of the attack of the cannon. However, battleships are the foundation of Wantung. An important part of the reason why Wantung can contend against star cluster-level forces is the battleships. The effect of the simultaneous firing of nearly 100 warships was astonishing. Dozens of the giant ships of the Ascending Universe Kingdom had been destroyed, and countless soldiers of the Ascending Universe Kingdom died under the attack of the Wantung warships. It can be said to be the core strategic weapon of Wantung. However, once attacked by the giant cannon, Wantung's advantage would be shattered. Cheng Hua was very anxious and subconsciously contacted Su Ming, who was standing in front of the command ship. "Leader, the enemy is using their massive cannons. Should we temporarily withdraw our forces back to Jupiter?" The other side dared to bombard them, but would never dare to attack Jupiter. Otherwise, the national prestige of this cosmic country would be greatly affected, and billions of citizens would die directly under the bombardment of the giant cannons. This is why Wanting quickly occupied several planets before. After hearing Cheng Hua's words, Su Ming couldn't help but shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. No need to withdraw. Leave these cannons to me." Cheng Hua was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The leader actually wanted to challenge the cannon with his own strength? Was he crazy? You must know that the giant cannon is set up behind the enemy's camp. If you want to destroy the giant cannon, you must pass through the enemy's formation and rush directly into the enemy's camp. But how is this possible? The soldiers of the Void Civilization are not fools. They would never give Su Ming such an opportunity to rush into the enemy camp. But at this moment, Cheng Hua's eyes suddenly widened. Because at this moment, Cheng Hua suddenly saw Su Ming driving his mecha and soaring into the sky, and then 3 extremely huge phantoms were released directly from the storage space by Su Ming. After seeing the appearance of the 3 shadows clearly, Cheng Hua couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Giant steel tree. These are actually 3 giant steel trees constructed from countless machines. After looking at the 3 giant steel trees that were suddenly released, Cheng Hua couldn't help but have an extremely absurd idea in his mind. Aren't these also 3 weapons of war? At this moment, Su Ming, who was driving the Spirit Fox Mecha, had a burst of silver light in his eyes. This is a sign of the simultaneous explosion of brain energy levels and astral energy. Brain split. Su Ming's brain energy level completely exploded at this moment. The independent mechanical knowledge he mastered began to split his brain energy level into 3 more parts. Each portion flowed into a mechanical sacred tree. With the flow of starlight energy, the 3 mechanical sacred trees were immediately activated by Su Ming. Buzz! The void was originally silent, but the strong fluctuations of void energy still produced a fluctuating sound in the space combat suit, allowing everyone to hear the roar of the mechanical sacred tree. Is this our Wantung's weapon of war? Where did Wantung get weapons of war? How come I didn't know anything about it? This appears to be a war weapon piloted by the leader himself. Could it be one of the leader's hidden treasures? What abilities does this giant mechanical tree have? Each of the Wantung members looked at the 3 mechanical sacred trees that appeared above the Wantung camp with a stern look and excitement appeared on their faces. Weapons of war. Any army that possesses weapons of war will feel a strong sense of security. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong light burst out from the mechanical god tree. Chapter 181 Energy Catalyst. Countless rays of light suddenly poured out from the mechanical sacred tree and instantly rushed towards the area where the void cannon was located. After seeing this scene, the top leaders of the Ascending Universe were shocked. Stop the opponent's attack. Big cannon bombard. The commander of the Ascending Universe Kingdom suddenly shouted loudly. After hearing the voice of the commander of the Ascending Universe Kingdom, the soldiers of the Void Civilization immediately gathered together, forming a powerful void vortex, ready to block out the brilliance released by the mechanical divine tree. At the same time, the void cannon was suddenly activated, and terrifying energy gathered in an instant. With a terrifying and abnormal energy level fluctuation, a devastating void cannon gushed out from the barrel of the void cannon and bombarded towards Wantong. If hit by this shell, Wantong's warships would probably lose dozens of them. Not good. Cheng Hua and Shi Mu's faces suddenly changed after seeing this scene, and they immediately prepared to command the Wantong soldiers to find a way to intercept the attack of the cannon. But at this moment, Cheng Hua and Shi Mu were suddenly stunned, because they saw that at this moment, all the armies of the Ascending Universe, after touching the brilliance released from the mechanical god tree, were as if paused and became still. It can be clearly seen that the defensive formation formed by these Void Civilization soldiers stopped rotating the moment they touched the light. What's even more bizarre is that the terrifying attack released from the opposite side's void cannon actually stopped in the void at this moment. What's going on? Is the space imprisoned? Cheng Hua and Shi Mu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, Su Ming's voice came from the communication channel. It's not space, it's energy. The energy is just suspended. After hearing Su Ming's words, Cheng Hua and Shi Mu's eyes flashed with deep confusion. Human civilization has not made very good achievements in the knowledge of energy, so the concept of suspending energy movement is still a relatively difficult concept for the two to understand. However, the two people's lack of understanding did not affect Su Ming's next move. After Su Ming created the mechanical god tree, he made major modifications to it, not only increasing its attack, defense, and recovery capabilities, but also adding static energy elements into it. Moreover, as Su Ming's study of energy-related knowledge deepened, the static energy element at this moment became very different from the original one after Su Ming's improvement. The original static energy element can only be used to force the energy to stop moving. Once the static energy element passes, the energy will return to its original state of movement. It can only serve to delay time. But now, after some improvements, Su Ming has added an energy catalyst to the static energy element. The function of this energy catalyst is to change the original energy state at the moment the effect of the static energy element disappears, making the movement of energy 10 times faster. What does it mean to accelerate energy movement tenfold? It is very likely that the accelerated energy factor under the rapid state will collide with atoms and ultimately release even more terrifying energy. In other words, with the help of the catalyst, the static energy may begin to explode on the spot, and the energy level of the explosion may even be much greater than before. At this moment, the attack of the cannon was being stopped in the army formation of the Void Civilization. Hasn't flown out of the army yet. After being confined by the static energy element, the attack of the giant cannon remained in the military formation of the Void Civilization. When the static energy element was replaced by the catalyst, the energy of the giant cannon suddenly lost control and completely exploded on the spot. It broke out on the spot. That is, it broke out in the army of the Void Civilization. At this moment, the commander of the Ascending Universe Kingdom could never have imagined that the attack of the giant cannon would actually break out directly in his own camp. 5 terrifying flames suddenly illuminated the entire void with extraordinary brilliance. 5 huge fireballs suddenly exploded in the army formation of the Void Civilization. The terrifying energy instantly swept across the entire army formation of the Void Civilization. At this moment, the Ascending Universe Nation suffered the consequences of its own actions. The attack released by the giant cannon actually exploded in its own camp. Countless soldiers of the Void Civilization were killed in this wave of explosion, and their bodies were wiped out in an instant by the terrifying energy. Fuck, what's going on? Cheng Hua and Shi Mu were completely stunned. The attack released by this mechanical sacred tree was so powerful that even though they were used to seeing recordings of various military battles, they had never seen such a capability in all the wars of human civilization. He was actually able to control the opponent's attack, pause, and burst out. If we had more of these weapons of war, wouldn't we be invincible? In the future, whoever uses weapons of war can directly use the power of the mechanical divine tree to make the opponent's attack explode in one's own camp. This will not only destroy the opponent's weapons of war, but the opponent's weapons of war will also become the object of one's own use. The two of them couldn't help but look at the figure floating in the void and felt a chill on their backs. Fortunately, this is their own leader and their own weapon of war, otherwise it would probably become their own nightmare. In fact, the two of them still overestimated the ability of the mechanical divine tree. Only Su Ming knew that this ability actually had many drawbacks. For example, it cannot restrain attacks that are much stronger than the mechanical god tree. The static energy element can only be used by Su Ming himself. No one else can. It is only effective against energy attacks, etc. What's more coincidental is that the soldiers of the Void civilization have just merged into the Void and formed a military formation, which is a state that is biased towards the direction of energy. Otherwise, the static energy element would not be able to restrain the soldiers of the Void civilization. It can be said that the three factors of time, place, and people were all present, which ultimately resulted in such an unexpected result. However, it must be said, this wave of attacks from the mechanical sacred tree was indeed extremely effective, causing a huge turning point in the war between the two sides. Seeing millions of ascending universe soldiers being devoured by the 5 terrifying attacks, Su Ming didn't hesitate and shouted at Cheng Hua and the others. "What are you standing there for? Lead the troops and charge." After hearing Su Ming's words, Cheng Hua, Shimoluo, and the other two woke up as if from a dream. They immediately lifted their spirits and led their troops to attack the army of the ascending universe nation. Chapter 182, Rolling Forward. At this moment, the war became one-sided. This wave of cannon explosions directly stunned the soldiers of the Void civilization. No one could have imagined that their own cannon attack would actually explode in their own camp. The explosion not only took the lives of a large number of Void soldiers, but also completely disrupted the Void civilization's army. For a while, the Void civilization's army was in chaos, and the Void soldiers seemed extremely confused at this moment. Cheng Hua and Shimu are both extremely outstanding military geniuses. How could they fail to seize this excellent opportunity? Without hesitation, the two men led their troops boldly and charged into the army of the Void civilization in an instant. Cheng Hua and Shimu, both wearing mechas and holding mechanical swords, rushed to the front of the army at this moment, bravely killing the lives of the Void sergeants. Locke, on the other hand, led his soldiers steadily, constantly killing some scattered Void soldiers on the battlefield, and did not rashly rush into the army of the Void civilization. Su Ming naturally saw this scene, and he gradually had a general understanding of the styles of the three people. Cheng Hua and Shimu are definitely radical generals. Once they seize the opportunity, they will definitely pursue the enemy relentlessly. The difference is that Cheng Hua's way of using troops is more strange, with too many wild ideas and plans. Shimu's military style tends to be fierce. He is good at leading his troops to advance straight down and attack in frontal battles. Compared with the other two, Locke tends to be a steady and cautious type. He may be a capable defender, but he is definitely not an offensive general. The three people have different styles. For Su Ming, there is no good or bad. It can only be said that they can produce different effects when used in different places in the future. But no matter what, this war gradually changed from a battle of equal strength to a one-sided crushing endgame. The Ascending Universe Kingdom could never have imagined that it would be defeated by the war weapons it was proud of and be directly pushed into the abyss by the opponent using the war weapons. It has to be said that the more unexpected the opponent's cards are during the game, the more likely it is that the outcome of the game can be directly changed at the critical moment. 3 huge mechanical sacred trees now stood above the Wan Tong army. A large number of vine-like tubes hung down from them and pierced into the bodies of the Wan Tong soldiers. At first, Sergeant Wan Tong was frightened by the pipes of the mechanical sacred tree. But soon these soldiers discovered that a strong life energy was actually being transported into their bodies through these tubes, allowing their injured bodies to recover instantly, and suddenly everyone's face showed ecstasy. How could a product produced by Su Ming only have the function of a single static energy element? The mechanical sacred tree showed its second ability at this moment, healing. How could it be possible that a weapon of war that was originally created based on the divine knowledge of the Tree of Life lacks even the most basic functions of the Tree of Life? Life restored. If any soldier is injured on the battlefield, the body activity detector in the mechanical sacred tree can accurately detect the soldier with reduced body activity and then extend a mechanical pipe directly into the back of the injured soldier to supply him with life energy. Under the effect of the mechanical sacred tree, Wantang soldiers can almost maintain full body activity as long as they are not killed instantly. Good. Very good. Brothers, with the supplies from the mechanical god tree, there's no need to worry about getting hurt. Follow me. Shimu simply loves the mechanical god tree as a war weapon. He is good at frontal attacks, and the healing function of the mechanical god tree solves all his worries. He was so excited about killing that the mechanical sword in his hand had been smoking because it had been in a hot state for a long time. But Shimu seemed not to see it, and madly killed the surrounding Void soldiers without any regret. Under his leadership, the right-wing legion became more and more brave, slaughtering the Void soldiers in a murderous manner. Even some of the Wantang soldiers were too lazy to defend themselves at this moment. They just let the attacks of the Void soldiers hit them. They spat out blood, but soon shouted, "It feels so good," and killed the Void soldiers like beasts. The vines of the mechanical sacred tree behind these soldiers kept penetrating into their bodies, providing them with a large amount of life energy. Faced with such a group of desperate criminals who were not afraid of death and dared to exchange their lives for injuries, the Void Clan soldiers immediately became timid. The army's morale had already been broken by the explosion, and now it was beaten to pieces and in a very miserable state. Retreat! Retreat! Return to defend Tianxing Star. Wait for our elite troops to return. The commanders of the Ascending Universe were confused when they saw this scene, but they knew that they were definitely lost. Now withdraw troops to barely stop the losses, and quickly order the Void soldiers to withdraw. After hearing the military order, the Void soldiers, who had already been frightened by the killing, dared not stay any longer and fled in disarray. Seeing this, Su Ming shouted, "Advance forward and continue to occupy other planets," condensing the last of the SX-3011 universe nation's strength within 3 planets. Receive. After hearing Su Ming's command, the 3 main legions reunited and, together with the warships, crushed towards the path of the Ascending Universe Kingdom's defeat. If you encounter a slow-running Void soldier, crush him to death. If you encounter a giant Void ship, blow it up. Keep moving forward, invincible. Suddenly, Wantang's army turned into a torrent, continuously crushing towards the core planet of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. All habitable planets passed by along the way will be directly attacked, and the administrative units will be directly destroyed to occupy the planet. Then he left 10,000 members of the Wantang on the planet, controlling the planet's network and communications, and taking the people of the Void civilization on the entire planet as prisoners of war. Wantang continued to advance, and in the blink of an eye, they occupied 13 planets, directly killing the military forces of the Ascending Universe Kingdom and forcing them to flee all the way back to their lair. However, after the army of the Ascending Universe returned to the last 3 core planets, Su Ming ordered to stop the attack, besiege the 3 core planets, and rest and reorganize. These 3 core planets have a strict defense system, whose power is no less than that of a Void cannon. A forced attack is possible, but it will result in a lot of loss of manpower. Moreover, Wantang has now occupied 19 planets, and a number of soldiers must be left on each planet for control and garrison. Invisibly, part of Wantang's military force was separated. So Su Ming did not rush to attack, but surrounded the 3 planets and slowly wore down the defense systems on these 3 planets. Chapter 183 Negotiation. A comprehensive victory naturally brought Su Ming great advantages. Not only did he occupy 19 planets, but he also compressed the last resistance force of the Ascending Universe Kingdom into 3 core planets. But victory brings advantages, but also a bunch of problems. For example, there are not enough troops. If you want to completely control a planet, the required force must not be less than 10,000 people. Otherwise, the local Void people will riot. This is not a war between civilizations, so victory or defeat will not have much impact on the people. This is a war between two different civilizations. Human civilization has occupied a planet and will never be able to gain the loyalty of the local people. As soon as they get the chance, these people of the Void civilization will cause unrest. So we had to allocate troops to suppress it. Su Ming naturally also thought about directly massacring the planet, but then he thought again that these Void people could serve as hostages to Wantong. 19 planets means that Wantong's 190,000 troops will be divided up. Adding the 40,000 casualties from the previous crossing of the Void Storm and the war, the actual number of troops left for Su Ming to allocate was only 150,000. 15,000 troops are definitely enough to besiege the remaining resistance forces of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. However, once other military forces of the Void civilization come to support, Wantong will be in an embarrassing situation. Of course, it wasn't that bad. We won after all. But it's always a good idea to plan ahead. Su Ming was sitting alone in the strategy room at this moment. Cheng Hua and Shi Mu and others were leading their troops to besiege the Ascending Universe Kingdom. It can't be taken in a short time, but it can be consumed continuously. So now Su Ming is the only one who can think about this matter. After thinking about it, Su Ming made a phone call directly. He was not his father, but an officer sent by the Empire. He was the person in charge of the scattered troops and was responsible for coordinating and contacting them. Soon, the image of a spirited young officer appeared on the screen. This person's name is Zhao Hua, and he is an accompanying staff member of the Imperial Research and Strategy Department. After he answered the phone, he smiled and greeted Su Ming. Sir Su Ming, may I ask what can I do for you? If I remember correctly, the army you lead should be called Wantong. Su Ming nodded, and then went straight to the point. We need support. After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Hua smiled and said without changing his expression, Is Wantong in trouble? As he spoke, Zhao Hua couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. These scattered troops are really troublesome. Recently, there's scattered troops asking him for support every day. If the 5 major cosmic countries really have so many troops, what are they doing with these scattered troops? Logically speaking, he was too lazy to pay attention to Su Ming, but when he heard that Su Ming seemed to be the son of a certain apocalypse in the Empire, he couldn't help but pay attention to him. Su Ming tapped the table lightly with his fingers, then slowly said, We have one. We have occupied the SX-3011 space country, but we don't have enough troops to defend it, so we need to seek support. Zhao Hua thought he had misheard. He then looked at Su Ming seriously and asked in a serious tone, Excuse me, Mr. Su Ming, let me confirm again. Is it Wantong who has occupied the SX-3011 universe country? Su Ming nodded. Strictly speaking, it is 70% of the territory, and a part of the territory is slowly being worn away. After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Hua's expression suddenly became much more serious. As a staff member of the Research Strategy Department, Zhao Hua knew very well the universe country corresponding to each universe country number and almost instantly matched the universe country SX-3011 with the image he had in his mind. Then he felt a strong sense of surprise in his heart. The SX-3011 universe country is easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, it is located in a deeper territory and is usually very difficult to capture. But once captured, this star field will be of great strategic significance. How could Zhao Hua not know the value of this? After realizing this, Zhao Hua immediately raised the importance of this matter to several levels. His face showed a serious expression, and he immediately said to Su Ming, Sir Su Ming, the strategic significance of the SX-3011 star field is extraordinary. I can tell you clearly that the Empire is definitely willing to support it. However, the specific level of support and strategy require us to hold a meeting to decide. Is your situation urgent? If not, could you wait for me for a few hours? Zhao Hua spoke to Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head. The situation is not that urgent yet, but this time I want to ask the Empire for help with something. Zhao Hua leaned forward slightly. What's going on? Register the army of Wantong as an empire, recognize Wantong's legitimacy, and allow Wantong to legally recruit soldiers throughout the territory of human civilization. Su Ming said calmly. After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Hua narrowed his eyes, then revealed a thoughtful look. He slowly nodded and said, I can make the decision on this. No problem. However, joining the Empire is just a nominal position. The Empire is not responsible for paying salaries or providing resources to the soldiers recruited by Wantong. Su Ming smiled and said, Of course. Wantong has occupied the SX-3011 star field. We are not short of resources now. Don't worry. After hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Huan nodded and said, the Empire will soon send people to SX-3011 Universe Country to set up a teleportation array. Don't worry. Remember to keep in touch at any time. Su Ming nodded and immediately closed the video. Su Ming was quite satisfied with this conversation with the Imperial staff. Wantong used his own strength to prove his value in this war. For the Empire, the value of Wantong has naturally continued to rise, and now it is naturally willing to recognize the legitimacy of Wantong. From this moment on, Wantong also transformed from a gray army in the Black Domain into a regular army recognized by human civilization. This is not just a matter of reputation. It also involves recruiting sergeants. Before, Wantong could only recruit soldiers from the Black Domain. The Black Domain is so small. How can it be possible to recruit enough soldiers? But now the scope has been expanded directly to the entire human civilization, and the base number is extremely terrifying. It can be said that as long as Wantong has enough money, he can recruit as many soldiers as he wants. After talking to Zhao Hua, Su Ming did not hesitate and called Locke directly. What's wrong, leader? Locke's voice soon came from the communication device. After hearing Locke's voice, Su Ming chuckled and said, send people to the human civilization territory to post a recruitment notice. Once the teleportation array is completed, directly teleport the recruited soldiers over. Chapter 184, The Returning Army. The people of the Empire soon arrived at the SX-3011 star field, but now this star field has been renamed the Wantong star field by Su Ming. From the perspective of the Empire, there is naturally no objection to the name change of the star field. On the contrary, the name change will help to distinguish the star fields that have been conquered. However, the people from the Empire who entered the Wantong star region at this moment were only mechanics responsible for building the space teleportation array. Su Ming also has some experience with space teleportation arrays, but everyone has their own expertise. Su Ming is a mechanic who is more inclined towards military industry and war weapons. His research on space teleportation arrays is not as in-depth as those mechanics who have changed their professions to build space teleportation arrays. Time passed day by day, and the space teleportation array was estimated to take 1 or 2 weeks to build. Su Ming was not particularly anxious. At this moment, Wantong soldiers also took advantage of this time to line up to enter the life sublimation instrument. For Wantong, although there were no more military activities during this period, the strength of the army was constantly improving. A sergeant's life boost is not of much help in war. However, the life of 400,000 soldiers is increased by an average of about 10,000 energy levels, which is a terrible improvement for the war. Leader, I sense an army lingering outside the Void Storm, and it seems they are preparing to come in. One day, when the space teleportation array began to be built, Su Ming suddenly received a call from Zuolin. Zuolin, as I mentioned before, is a genetic warrior with special perception abilities, very suitable for frontline exploration and scouting. After Su Ming forced the Ascending Universe into a corner, he anticipated that the elite troops previously sent out by the Ascending Universe would definitely rush towards the Ascending Universe in a short time. You don't even have your own country, yet you still go out to provide support? Of course, I will return to help immediately. From the perspective of this army and the Ascending Universe, there is certainly no problem with the decision made by this army to retreat and defend. However, if we look at it from the perspective of war and the two civilizations, the defensive action taken by this army at this moment is simply pushing the Ascending Universe Kingdom to complete destruction. Great, I've been waiting for them for a long time. After hearing Zuolin's words, Su Ming stood up with a smile and said, continue to detect the position of this army. Once they enter the Void Storm, we will attack and destroy them directly in the Void Storm. It would be fine if this army didn't come back. Once it did, it would be destroyed by the 10,000 vines in the Void Storm. At this moment, the positions of both parties have completely changed. The one that is easy to defend and difficult to attack is no longer the Ascending Universe Kingdom, but Wantong. The elite troops that the Ascending Universe had previously sent out to support other universes must pass through the Void Storm Belt when they return to support the Ascending Universe from outside. Su Ming prepared to set up an ambush in the Void Storm Belt and directly destroy this army in the Void Storm Belt. This army is the last hope of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. Once this army is destroyed in the Void Storm, Su Ming can use all his military forces to attack the 3 core planets of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. If he doesn't come back, the Ascending Universe Kingdom still has a chance to turn the tables. But once he chooses to defend, the Ascending Universe Kingdom will be destroyed. Su Ming stood up, left the strategy room, and walked into the Jupiter airport. Sir Su Ming, where are you going? He met a few plain-looking mechanics. When they saw Su Ming, they smiled and asked. These mechanics are all high-ranking mechanics in the Empire, and they master the technology of space teleportation arrays. Even the Empire respects these mechanics very much. If it were any other army lord, they wouldn't bother to pay attention to these mechanics, given their status. However, after these mechanics arrived in the Wan Tung Star region and witnessed the technology of the mechanical divine tree, they were all shocked and naturally did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the mechanics, then smiled and said, I'll be away for a while. I'll come back after I conquer this star field. After hearing Su Ming's words, the mechanics looked at each other and then nodded woodenly. They didn't worry about the war at all. They only knew that if Wan Tung took over this place, human civilization would have a certain advantage. They didn't know much about other things. However, one of the mechanics, who looked quite experienced, couldn't help but glance at Su Ming, and then asked without giving up, Sir Su Ming, the technology of the mechanical god tree that I mentioned to you before, are you really not interested in selling it? After hearing this person's words, Su Ming chuckled and said, Everyone, Wan Tung is not short of money, but what we lack is technology. I still say that technology is exchange for technology. If you want my mechanical god tree technology, that's fine, but you have to exchange it for space teleportation technology. Don't underestimate the space teleportation technology mastered by these mechanics. Although Su Ming also has certain space teleportation technology, compared with these mechanics, he is really dwarfed. These mechanics possess space teleportation technology at the level of cosmic civilization and divinity. They are truly cutting-edge non-combat mechanics. They were envious of Su Ming's mechanical sacred tree technology, and Su Ming was also envious of these people's space teleportation technology. However, the technologies of these people are separate, and each person masters one part. The true technology of the cosmic civilization level can only be achieved when the technologies of several people are combined. This was also set up by the Empire to prevent the leakage of space technology and its control by other forces. What Su Ming wanted was naturally completeness. Since none of them can master the complete technology, it is of little value to Su Ming, so there is naturally no need to talk about exchange. After Su Ming greeted a few people with a smile, he boarded a space battleship and rushed into the sky. Several non-combat mechanics of the Empire looked at the battleship flying into the sky, and they couldn't help but look at each other, with deep regret flashing in their eyes. Even from their perspective, the technology of the mechanical sacred tree is definitely a technology with huge development potential. Some of the technologies are even not mastered by the 5 major cosmic countries. Once mastered, they may be able to promote the progress of human civilization. However, they also knew in their hearts that there were so many technologies that could advance the progress of human civilization, and it was impossible to ask others to give out every technology without asking for anything in return. They were mechanics and were very clear about this aspect. What do you think if I go to the Empire and ask for the complete knowledge of space teleportation in exchange for the technology of the mechanical god tree? The more senior mechanic muttered to himself at this time. After hearing this person's words, the people around him couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Are you crazy? Space teleportation technology is considered the core technology of the Empire. How can it be leaked? The mechanic spoke meaningfully. If it were before, the Empire might not have leaked it, but recently, not only have they opened up new resource star regions, but they've also gone to war with other civilizations. It's a time of turmoil, so the Empire might be willing to adopt a new war technology. Chapter 185, Zhuo Lin's Ability. Su Ming naturally had no idea about the conversation between the mechanics. But even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. This is a matter of chance. Su Ming does not expect that his mechanical sacred tree technology can be exchanged for the Empire's strategic level technology. After all, although the mechanical sacred tree technology is powerful, the Empire still has many war weapon technologies of the same level. It's just that different technologies are applicable to different scenarios. The Empire is naturally willing to master more technology. This incident was just an episode, and Su Ming didn't care much about the outcome. Now Su Ming is fully focused on the war. This is a war between 2 civilizations. Even though Wan Tung is doing well now, The situation in a war of this level is changing rapidly, and no one knows what will happen next. Therefore, Su Ming must devote 100% of his energy to this war. The war is not over yet. It has just begun. If we are careless, we may be wiped out at any time. Su Ming boarded the warship and then looked at Cheng Hua, who had been waiting in the warship. In this battle, Su Ming did not bring too many troops. Almost most of the Wan Tung army was left in the Wan Tung Star Field, and he only took away an army of 10,000 people. One reason for bringing such a small army is the fear of alerting the enemy. After all, the Ascending Universe Kingdom is still under siege by the Wan Tung. If the besieging army is suddenly reduced by half, as long as the commander of the Ascending Universe Kingdom is not a fool, he will realize that the Wan Tung army is sending troops to ambush the reinforcements. Another reason is the Void Storm. The Void Storm is not only a nightmare for the reinforcements, but even the 10,000 Vine who are already inside the Void Storm will feel a headache when facing the Void Storm. So Su Ming took away the most elite troops. At least this elite force had strong enough self-protection capabilities when passing through the Void Storm and would not be directly crushed by the Void Storm. 10,000 people are all members of Wan Tung whose life level has been elevated. The average combat power is as high as the terrifying level of a 7th level genetic warrior. Such an elite force has strong enough mobility and combat power. Even an ordinary army of 1,000,000 people may not be a match for this elite army. The battleship suddenly leaped into the void, and then with a direct space jump, it disappeared into the starry sky of the Wan Tung Star region. At this moment, in the Void Storm Belt, an army of Void civilization is rapidly traveling through the Void Storm Belt. The army of this Void civilization has a total combat force of 300,000 level 5 Void warriors. Such an army is already considered an elite army for a cluster level force. At this moment, these members of the Void clan were sitting on a giant Void ship, heading towards the Wan Tung Star region. The Void Storm raged, but for the army of the Void civilization, the impact of the Void Storm on them was far less terrifying. As long as a level 5 Void Sergeant was careful, he could shuttle through the Void Storm normally. This is also the reason why the commander of this army, knowing that there is a high possibility that his army will be ambushed in the Void Storm Belt, still resolutely led the army of the Void civilization to return for support. However, you have to know that in the Void Storm Belt, in addition to the Void Storms, there are also countless meteorites floating around. On the contrary, these meteorites have now become the most troublesome obstacle for this Void civilization army. Hypomorphic, we're going too fast. 2 giant ships have already been hit by meteorites and shattered. It will be better to slow down a bit, which would greatly reduce the risk. A member of the Void Clan looked at the Void Clan commander, standing beside him with a worried look on his face. In the Void civilization, the commander is called Mian, so this person directly calls the commander Xuanyan. At this moment, the void-faced figure looked coldly at the meteorite belt ahead, then gritted his teeth and said, "Speed up. Not only can we not slow down, we have to speed up and rush back." After hearing the man's words, his men beside him panicked. "No, our army is already elite, and every loss is a huge loss. If we don't conserve our forces this time, how can we defeat the invaders?" Su Mian gave him a cold look, feeling secretly annoyed, wondering why his men were so stupid at the critical moment. The invaders have most likely heard of our return. If we don't speed up now, will they have to wait for us while they're deployed? What's the big deal about losing a few men? If we slow down and get ambushed by the Void Storm, we might be completely wiped out. Now is the time to take advantage of the enemy's inability to react. We must charge in quickly and recapture 1 or 2 planets. Combined with a breakout from within the main planet, we still have a chance to turn the tables. If we're slow, there's no chance. The virtual face spoke unhappily. It has to be said that this virtual man has a unique grasp of the battle situation. If he had encountered a normal army, his tactics would have been effective, and he would have really used the combined efforts of inside and outside forces to drag Wan Tung to death. But what he didn't realize at this moment was, somewhere in the Void Storm, there was a Wan Tung sergeant driving a small warship, following behind this army. This sergeant was Zwolin, who was good at perception. At this moment, he was cautiously keeping a distance from the army of the Void civilization, and at the same time, he turned off all signal detection functions on the warship to prevent being detected by the army of the Void civilization. The army of the Void civilization probably never imagined that their marching route would be so easily exposed to the eyes of the Wan Tung soldiers. Even sophisticated equipment might not be able to sense the army at such a long distance. But Zhuo Lin had special abilities and was able to easily sense the army. And there was another reason why Su Ming was so confident in sending Zhuo Lin out. Zhuo Lin can not only sense the movements of the Void Civilization army, he can also sense the direction of the Void Storm. During the following process, in addition to reporting the location, Zhuo Lin also had an important task, which was to set up an excellent ambush point for the 10,000-strong army led by Su Ming based on the energy direction of the Void Storm and the direction of the meteorite belt. So even though Zhuo Lin's brain energy level has reached the level of an 8th-level genetic warrior, he still feels very tired. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes were still sharply fixed on the changing situations in front of him. About half an hour later, Zhuo Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately picked up the communication device and dialed Su Ming's channel directly. Leader, there's a void storm erupting near the coordinates X3101.Y41211Z 41278. During this void storm's eruption, a large number of meteorites will fly. We can ambush at these coordinates. Chapter 186, Ascension's Last Reinforcements. On the outskirts of the Wan Tong Star region, in the void at the coordinates X3101.Y41211.Z 41278, a Void Clan army is passing through this void at this moment. It was the army coming back to support from the Ascending Universe. When this army arrived at this coordinate point, an extremely terrifying storm happened to erupt in the void. This storm is extremely strong. Even the Void Clan members are at risk of being swallowed by the void storm. Shumian stood in front of the giant void ship, with a deep solemnity flashing in his eyes. Even though I've lived here for so long, I still rarely see such a strong void storm. Does this portend something? Shumian muttered to himself, but soon his eyes became firm. The rise of any great nation is inseparable from pain and hardship. Perhaps this is a test for us from the Void God. At this moment, the void storm intensified again, carrying a large number of meteorites towards the Legion. Driven by the storm, even a small meteorite, due to its terrifying speed, may directly sink a huge ship. Hypothesis: the storm is getting stronger. 3 giant ships have already been shattered by meteorites, and the death toll has exceeded 20,000 soldiers. Should we slow down? The Void Clan officer on the side couldn't help but speak worriedly. After hearing about so many losses, even Su Mian had a flash of pain in his eyes. He pondered for a while, and then succumbed to the terrifying power of the natural disaster. Slow down, try to avoid the meteorite, and take it away. Su Mian spoke Ganli. After hearing what Su Mian said, the officer beside him breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to move at the same speed as before, half of the army would probably be lost in the void storm before reaching the Ascending Universe Kingdom. But just as the order was given, a terrifying light suddenly appeared from the periphery of the void storm. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly swept over, carrying a strong breath of death, and poured into the hearts of every Void Clan soldier. Oh no, enemy attack! After Shumian sensed the energy level fluctuation, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he exclaimed loudly. Just then, the attack came. It's an attack by weapons of war. The mechanical sacred tree also possesses the ability to launch large-scale attacks like war weapons. Although its power is slightly weaker than that of a normal cannon, when used in a skirmish, especially in this kind of environment, it is like a sickle that sends the Void Legion on its way. The terrifying attack instantly landed on the 2 giant Void ships. The Void Clan soldiers on the giant ship didn't even have time to react before they were directly swept in a meteorite belt by the Void Storm after the giant ship shattered. They instantly turned into bloody mist and were deader than dead. This is the advantage of occupying terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the battle is fought in a normal starry sky, even if the giant ship is blown to pieces, the Void soldiers inside will still have a chance to escape from the giant ship, and the casualty rate cannot reach 100. However, in the Void Storm, without the cover of the giant ship, any Void soldier exposed to the Void Storm would have no chance of survival except for a few Void generals of around level 7 or 8. Su Ming was wearing the Spirit Fox mech at this moment, looking at the Void Clan's army from afar. He did not enter the Void Storm, but only surrounded the Void Clan army on the outskirts of the Void Storm. He is not in a hurry. He now has an absolute advantage. As long as he gives this war enough patience, even if he does not take the initiative to attack the Void Clan army, The Void Clan army in the Void Storm will gradually perish in the storm. So the ones who are anxious now are the Void Clan's army. If they don't break through the Void Storm belt in a short period of time, the entire army will be destroyed in the Void Storm. Damn it. Obviously, Sumion also realized this, and he couldn't help but feel shocked and angry at the other general's sophistication and insidiousness. But now, there's not much time left for him to think, and there are only two paths before him. One, charge. If we break out of the Void Storm, we will still have a chance to launch a counterattack. Another one, retreat. Exit the Void Storm and wait for it to pass before advancing again. However, Sumion glanced behind him and saw that their army had already traveled nearly 2/3 of the distance. There is only 1/3 of the distance left to break out of the Void Storm belt. If they retreat at this time, they will have to march 2/3 of the distance. If the enemy is bolder at this time and is not afraid of casualties, and directly rushes into the Storm belt to hunt them down despite the risk of the Void Storm, it is estimated that this army will be wiped out. In this position, I can neither move forward nor backward. It's extremely uncomfortable. Obviously, the enemy had already grasped their embarrassing situation at the moment and launched an attack when they were 2/3 of the way there. Very good. Since you forced me to break out, then I will do as you wish and break out. I want to see what kind of army my opponent is. At this moment, Sumion made a quick decision. Break through. If they don't break out, the besieged military forces of the Ascending Universe Kingdom will not be able to hold out for long. If they don't speed up their advance, once they are breached by the invaders, their rescue will be meaningless. By then, the country will be humiliated and the family will be destroyed. How can we talk about war? There's still a chance to break through. If we retreat, both the Ascending Universe Kingdom and our own army that has come to support will be destroyed. Break through, speed up, and charge forward. The hollow face shouted loudly. With his order, the army suddenly burst out with unprecedented speed at this moment. This Void face saw the panic and fear in the eyes of every Void Clan soldier. Without hesitation, he left the Void ship and faced the Void Storm with his physical body. He stood at the forefront of the army and shouted loudly to the troops behind him, "If we have lost our country, what's the point of keeping our lives? Although there are endless storms and dangers ahead, it is also our home. Defend our home and eliminate the invaders. Defend my home with my life." This virtual face was in the front, facing the Void Storm with his physical body, like a lighthouse standing in the storm. His words and voice were transmitted to the ears of every Void soldier through the Void Civilization's special sound transmission method. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the worry and fear in the eyes of the Void soldiers disappeared completely. A strong determination and a willingness to die flashed in the eyes of every Void Clan soldier. Defend my home with my life. Defend my home with my life. Every Void Clan soldier chanted slogans loudly, and at this moment the army erupted with an extremely strong spirit of death. The Void Storm roared in, bringing with it countless meteorites, sinking several giant ships, and thousands of Void soldiers were torn to pieces by the Void Storm. But the remaining Void Clan soldiers still held on to their unwavering willpower and charged forward madly. Chapter 187 Heroic. Suming looked through the Mecha and saw that this Void Clan army had actually burst out with an unusually tenacious military spirit at this moment, and he couldn't help but stand in awe. However, both sides are enemies, and the more tenacious the other side appears at this time, the worse it will be for Wan Tong. Su Ming's position requires him to completely destroy this army in the Void Storm. Otherwise, Wan Tong will lose more soldiers and more lives. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly controlled the mechanical sacred tree, launching a fierce attack towards the army. His body was already enveloped in the boundless white starlight, and the vast starlight energy flowed directly into the mechanical sacred tree along the energy level of his brain. Suddenly, the mechanical divine tree erupted with extremely terrifying energy level fluctuations at this moment. The entire trunk was covered in silver-white starlight. Countless vines spread out from the sacred tree, twisted into a ball at this moment, and aimed at the Void army that was rushing towards this side. The next moment, a white light lit up, and the attack of the mechanical god tree was released, instantly falling on the Void Clan army, causing thousands of Void Clan soldiers to die again in the Void Storm. Battleships attack. Chunghua was not idle in the command room either. He gave orders directly to the warship. Suddenly, 10 warships broke through the void and appeared near Wan Tong's army. These 10 warships followed Su Ming, and others quietly in a stealth state all the way and were not discovered by the citizens of the ascending universe. Now is the time to attack. He suddenly emerged from the void, and terrifying energy waves gushed out of the gun barrel, instantly bombarding the Void Army. The situation of the Void Clan's army, which was originally in the Void Storm, was already very serious. Now facing the attack of the Wantung army, the defense shield of the Void Giant ship was broken almost every moment, and the next moment countless Void Clan soldiers died directly in the void. But even so, this Void Clan army did not show any intention of retreating at this moment. Every Void Clan soldier exuded a tragic emotion of risking their lives to survive. In this strange atmosphere, many Void Clan soldiers even experienced a subtle breakthrough in their aura. After seeing this scene, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Not good. Su Ming knew very well that if these Void Clan soldiers were allowed to break through, they might actually be able to withstand the attacks of 10,000 Vine and break out of the range of the Void Storm. This army cannot be allowed to come out. Otherwise, given the current state of this army, it would definitely be able to unleash extremely tenacious and terrifying combat power. Under this situation, many of Wantang's soldiers will be killed or injured. Su Ming acted decisively and unleashed the third ability of the mechanical sacred tree at this moment: life deprivation. The three mechanical sacred trees formed a special triangular formation at this moment, and then a strange wave suddenly surged out from the mechanical sacred trees. Divine knowledge. Life deprivation. This is the terrifying power that the Life Tribunal once unleashed on Su Ming and others. Although Su Ming and the others seemed to be unconcerned at the time, on the one hand, they were not ordinary genetic warriors. On the other hand, their life levels had reached the 8th or 9th level of genetic warriors. In a sense, they were immune to some of the life deprivations of the Life Tribunal that were not in their prime. But the general combat power of these Void Clan soldiers in front of him is only at the level of 5th or 6th level genetic warriors, which is several levels lower than that of Su Ming and others before, and they don't have any special abilities. Faced with the life fluctuations of the mechanical divine tree, it is definitely not that easy for these Void Clan soldiers to resolve it. Most importantly, a gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When the body is not active enough, no one can achieve a breakthrough, no matter who it is. Deprivation of life not only deprives life, but also deprives the Void Clan soldiers of the possibility of promotion at this moment. The Void Clan soldiers, who had originally begun to make breakthroughs with a mentality of living for death, suddenly changed their expressions at this moment. They felt a strange force acting on themselves, and their muscles, which had been extremely active, gradually began to become dry and depressed. Even some weaker Void Clan soldiers felt their body activity begin to decline rapidly at this moment, as if the life force in their bodies was deprived by an invisible force field. Shimeon naturally also sensed this power, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. This force field fundamentally eliminated the army's strong spirit of fighting to the death. If they stayed in this force field for a long time, let alone breaking through or fighting, it would be difficult to even maintain normal physiological activity. Even he might be beaten to death. Speed up, speed up, speed up for me. Blue tears of blood flowed from Shimeon's eyes. At this moment, no one was more confused and desperate than him. But he cannot be confused or despair. There is a home ahead and soldiers behind. Everything is carried on his shoulders alone. Others may fall, but he must not fall. At this moment, a terrible sense of confrontation formed between the two sides. Wantung's army attacked the Void Clan's army frantically, while the Void Clan's army advanced forward frantically. All of Wantung's soldiers were also infected by the heroic feeling generated in the bodies of the Void Clan soldiers, and at this moment, they also burst out with extraordinary fighting power. We can't let them break through the Void Storm. We can't be destroyed by them in the Void Storm. The two sides were blocking and advancing, and everyone was like crazy, fully immersed in the war environment. Finally, perhaps it was God's last favor to those who fought desperately. After the Void soldiers' crazy breakout, and countless soldiers died in artillery fire and deprivation of their lives. The Void Clan army finally broke through the Void Storm and stood in front of Wantang's 10,000 soldiers. At this moment, the Void Clan army, which originally had a strength of 300,000, was reduced to only 30,000 people. A true life-or-death situation. Such a poor army, which was crippled, with many people disabled and beaten to skin and bones by the mechanical god tree, stood in front of the Wan-Tung army in an extremely tragic posture. It seemed to be announcing that this tug-of-war between the two sides ended with the victory of the Void Clan soldiers. Although each of Wan-Tung's 10,000 soldiers is stronger than the Void Clan soldiers, each of them is healthier, more energetic, and more capable than the Void Clan soldiers. However, there was no contempt or disdain in the eyes of Wan-Tung soldiers. At this moment, this Void Clan army won the respect of the Wan-Tung soldiers, including Su Ming and Changhua, with their spirit of facing death with indifference. Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the Void Clan general who was leading the group and had a 9th-level combat power. It was Su Mian. Then Su Ming said in a heavy tone on the communication channel, "Wan-Tung attack." Chapter 188, Wan-Tung's victory. War broke out, although it was just a war between 10,000 people and 30,000 people. However, this war represents the final decisive battle between the Ascending Universe Kingdom and Wan-Tung. After the war, whether this star field is owned by human civilization or void civilization will be revealed after this war. The average combat capability of Wan-Tung soldiers is at the level of a 7th-level genetic warrior. 10,000 people. The average combat power of the Void Clan soldiers is even lower than that of a level 5 genetic warrior. 30,000 people. From the confrontation of absolute strength, it is obvious that Wan-Tung's 10,000 men can easily defeat 30,000 Void Clan soldiers. However, in this war, the soldiers of the Void Clan showed the most crazy and life-threatening attitude and fought with Wan-Tung with an extremely tenacious attitude. This army, which had been ravaged by the Void Storm, burst out with powerful fighting power at this moment and madly vented all the suffering and despair it had suffered in the Void Storm on Wan-Tung's soldiers. The two sides fought to the death in this starry sky for a whole day. In the end, with the Wan-Tung casualties far higher than expected, the Void Clan army was wiped out by the Wan-Tung in this starry sky. There is no way. Wan-Tung has more powerful genetic warriors, more complete warships, and 3 war weapons they're constantly depriving and restoring lives. This has completely formed a crushing force of absolute power. No matter how brave and fearless one is, the crushing force of absolute power cannot be reversed. Under such circumstances, the Wan-Tung soldiers lost 1,000 men before they managed to wipe out this army. Su Ming chopped off the head of this 9th-level Void Clan member with one blow, and the last member of the Void Clan finally died. Looking at the corpses of the Void Clan in front of them, Su Ming and Wan-Tung did not feel the joy of victory. At this moment, everyone looked at the destroyed army with sighs on their faces. The lavish burial of the Void civilization is to be buried in the Void and returned to the embrace of the Void. Changhua, give the corpses of this Void Clan army a proper burial. A hint of fatigue flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he sighed and spoke. This army deserves respect. But, at this moment, both sides are enemies, and destroying them is what Su Ming must do. Wan-Tung soldiers quickly cleaned up the battlefield and then sent the corpses, which had been beaten beyond recognition, back into the Void. Strangely enough, after these corpses were sent into the Void of the universe, they gradually merged into the Void, as if they were really going back to where they came from. After doing all this, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. In this war, Wan-Tung, with the help of the Void Storm, killed 300,000 enemies. Although the casualties on their side reached 1,000, far exceeding Su Ming's expectations, this war was of great significance to Wan-Tung. This also means the matter of the Ascending Universe Kingdom is a foregone conclusion. The Ascending Universe, having lost the support of its elite troops, has no ability to compete with Wan-Tung. After finishing all this, Su Ming did not hesitate and led his army directly back to Jupiter. After returning to Jupiter, Su Ming gave the army that went to destroy the Void Clan and the reinforcements 3 days off to adjust the soldiers' mood. Su Ming, on the other hand, was not idle and directly devoted himself to Wan-Tung's career. The news of the reinforcements' demise was quickly passed on to the Ascending Universe through Wan-Tung. The head of the virtual face cut off by Su Ming was also sent to the Ascending Universe Kingdom. This is a plot by the invaders. Please ignore it. Our troops are definitely on the way. But the head of the Hollow... Shut up. An officer of the Void Clan widened his eyes, then took out a Void Blade and instantly killed the Void Clan member who had a worried look on his face. There's no such thing as a fake head. They're doing this just to undermine our morale. Pass the order down, reinforce our defenses, and wait for rescue. The general shouted angrily. This Void Clan officer was indeed a character, but it was an indisputable fact that the reinforcements were destroyed. Su Ming didn't need to worry at all. He could recruit soldiers in the territory of human civilization while watching the changes in the Ascending Universe from afar. Sure enough, the people of the Ascending Universe Kingdom didn't think there was anything wrong even though the reinforcements didn't arrive for a whole day. The soldiers were also in high spirits and were not affected by this. After all, it's only one day, and it's possible that we got delayed in the Void Storm Zone. But the second day, the third day, the fourth day, a week had passed, and there was still no news of reinforcements from the Ascending Universe Kingdom, and even communication was impossible. Although the officer had already known the situation, he could no longer hide it from the public and soldiers a week later. A week had passed, and it still hadn't arrived. Moreover, the official information given by the Ascending Universe was ambiguous. Suddenly, countless rumors that the reinforcements had been destroyed began to spread gradually in the Ascending Universe. At this moment, the internal situation of the Ascending Universe Kingdom began to gradually waver. This was extreme despair. There were no reinforcements or rescues. 70 to 80% of the country's territory was in the hands of the invaders. The army could only hide on the three main stars, surrounded by thousands of vines and unable to get out. This is a huge psychological pressure. When they realized that the reinforcements had been destroyed, the first to collapse were the people of the Ascending Universe. Even a soldier has relatives and friends. When all his relatives and friends collapsed, the morale of the soldiers of the Ascending Universe Kingdom also almost collapsed. Changhua had a sharp eye. He clearly realized that once a week passed, the Ascending Universe would begin to collapse mentally. Sure enough, there seems to be a loophole in the defense circle at this moment. However, Changhua was not in a hurry. He had enough patience in this matter and just wanted to minimize the casualties. Another week passed, and Changhua suddenly smiled and pointed at the three main stars of the Ascending Universe Kingdom and said, 2 days. 2 days will be enough to defeat the enemy. After finishing speaking, Changhua asked Su Ming for instructions and then led 200 million Vine soldiers to attack. At this moment, the morale of the Ascending Universe Kingdom has long been broken and is not worth mentioning at all. The originally solid defense shield is almost indistinguishable from paper after nearly a month of attack. It breaks when torn. The destruction of the protective shield became the last straw that broke the camel's back. This is different from the despair of the reinforcements. After all, besides the despair of the reinforcements, there is still a trace of hope and faith supporting them. The despair of the soldiers of the Ascending Universe is almost complete despair, a despair that makes them afraid to become enemies. Changhua encountered almost no obstacles and directly led his troops into the capitals of the three main stars. A day later, the military flag representing Wantung was directly planted on the three main stars. This also means that the Ascending Universe Kingdom has been completely destroyed by Wantung. And Wantung also won the war. Chapter 189 Change and Improvement. In the cold void, huge void conveyor belts run through the starry sky. Almost every moment, a large amount of supplies are transported in and out of these void conveyor belts. At the same time, spaceships and warships were constantly speeding through the void conveyor belt. These huge void conveyor belts lead to the Wantung star region at one end and a huge space teleportation array at the other end. The spatial anchor point of this teleportation array was set within the territory of the Empire. This is a spatial anchor of great strategic significance, because through this space anchor point, the Empire can send troops directly from the Empire to the territory of the Void Civilization without having to go through the life cord of the Eastern Nether Alliance. And, most importantly, the star field that this anchor point leads to, the Wantung star field, can be said to be like a fishbone stuck in the interior of the Void Civilization. It is unknown when it will choke the Void Civilization to death. Therefore, the Empire naturally attaches great importance to the Wantung star region. The mechanics sent by the Empire worked day and night and finally constructed a space channel in just 1.5 months. It has to be said that the Empire's space technology is absolutely an invincible technology at the level of cosmic civilization. As the master of this star field, Wantung, the Empire naturally gave Wantung enough preferential treatment. At this moment, whether it is Su Ming or Changhua and others, they have all realized the mission and significance that this star field will bear in the future. Several of them are busy and prepared for danger in times of peace, constantly discussing and optimizing all affairs of the wanting star field. After all, if Wantung is content with the status quo, when the Void Civilization really turns its attention to this star field in the future, Wantung may not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. At this moment, the door of Su Ming's studio was pushed open by Locke. Have all the original Void Clan members in this star region been escorted back to the Empire? When Su Ming saw Locke enter the office, he couldn't help but look up and ask. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke nodded. Yesterday was the last batch, and now they have all been shipped to the Empire. The Void Clan members mentioned by the two were the original citizens of the Ascending Universe Kingdom. Wantung did not massacre these citizens, but directly handed them over to the Empire, and a hostage game was carried out between the Empire and the Void Civilization. As for Wantung, just focus on your development. If it comes to gambling, you are not qualified enough to compete with the Void Civilization at the level of Cosmic Civilization. During this period, Wantung and the Empire entered a honeymoon period. The relationship between the two sides was extremely good. Su Ming received a lot of greeting calls from Imperial officials every day. However, it is precisely because of the Empire's preferential treatment that Wantung is now developing at such a speed that even Su Ming is somewhat shocked. How many sergeants have been recruited since the recruitment began? Su Ming looked at the information in front of him and asked casually. Locke chuckled and plopped down on the chair in front of Su Ming. He then spoke excitedly. You might be shocked to learn this, but we've recruited over 4 million soldiers. Most of them are level 3 or 4 genetic warriors. There are some experts, but not many. There are fewer than 70,000 who are above level 7 genetic warriors. After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming immediately put down the information in his hand and looked up in surprise. So many? Locke nodded. Most of them come here for life-level advancement and money, but since they've signed a military contract, I'm not worried about their loyalty. After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming nodded. Military contracts are protected by the entire human society. Anyone who seriously violates the military contract will not be punished by Wantung, but by the entire human society. Therefore, the issue of loyalty is not a problem. Su Ming smiled and said, That's great. It's worthy of being a recruitment campaign targeting the entire human society. The base number is large enough that they've already recruited so many people in such a short time. Of course, the regular army of the Empire looks down on level 3 and 4 gene warriors, but for Wantung, as long as he has the life sublimation instrument, these level 3 and 4 gene warriors can be upgraded to at least level 6 gene warriors in a blink of an eye. This level is definitely considered elite. Wantung is now really rich. The genetic medicine business in the Black Domain was profitable before, but no matter how much it made, it could never be more profitable than plundering the resources of a star field. Now Wantung owns a star field with almost endless resources. He is rich and powerful and can recruit soldiers at will. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke also showed a smile on his face. But soon, Locke thought about it and then said, Leader, I'm wondering, should the qualification to use this life sublimation instrument be so easily given to someone who has just joined the army? Doesn't it require military merit to be considered? Su Ming shook his head. It doesn't matter. Let's expand the scope. Wantung's situation is very delicate right now. They might be wiped out by the Void Civilization's army at any moment. It's better to increase our strength as soon as possible. Besides, the real improvement of a life sublimation instrument comes after the second or third time. The first time is nothing at all. To the outside world, Su Mingdu claimed that the life sublimation instrument could only be upgraded 3 times, which was also what his father had warned him before. Su Ming is very careful in this regard. Locke nodded, then discussed the corresponding star field arrangements with Su Ming, then pushed the door open and left to take care of various things. Seeing Locke leave, Su Ming stood up and looked out the window. Teams of troops and warships were constantly patrolling in and out of the planet. It has to be said that at this moment, Su Ming still has the feeling of a big warlord. However, Su Ming did not slack off at all. He knew very well that strength was the root of everything. Only by constantly improving his strength could he deal with various problems that might arise. During the 2 months that he led his army to the Void Civilization, Su Ming never slacked off for a moment. Not only did he not fall behind in his cultivation, he also never slacked off in learning mechanical knowledge. After 2 months of continuous practice and learning, Su Ming's energy level was directly increased from the original 8W, body, and 6.6W, brain, to 15W, body, and 14W, brain. The bodybuilding level was also directly upgraded from the original level 7 to level 8. At this moment, Su Ming's panel attributes are: First, Su Ming. Body energy level, 15W. Brain energy level, 14W. Gene lock unlocking level, level 8, medium. Body activity, 100%. Bodybuilding level, level 8. Starlight points required for the next level of bodybuilding, 20W. Body defense ability, 20W level. Attacks below 15W energy level cannot cause any damage to the body. Star point, 17.8W. Mechanical knowledge, minor, 2.7W. Independent knowledge, brain split LV3. Divine knowledge, exoskeleton. Mecha god, tree of life, domain. Life deprivation, life sublimation. The maximum starlight energy that the body can withstand is 1W. At this moment, with the demise of the ascending universe kingdom, Wan Tong began to enter a stage of rest and development. The demise of the ascending universe kingdom naturally attracted the attention of the Void Civilization. But at this moment, the main energy of the Void Civilization is all focused on the battlefield fighting against the 5 major cosmic countries of mankind. If the Void Civilization wants to conquer the star field where the ascending universe kingdom is located, it will have to dispatch a force more than 5 times that of Wan Tong in order to completely conquer the star field where the ascending universe kingdom is located. After all, Wan Tong had previously demonstrated with actual actions in the Void Storm that being easy to defend and difficult to attack was not just talk. As long as Wan Tong guards outside the Void Storm and uses the natural ruggedness of the Void Storm to launch an attack, he can definitely destroy the enemy easily. This is a tough nut to crack. The top leaders of the Void Civilization quickly reached a consensus. The Wan Tong Star region cannot be taken care of at the moment. If we want to conquer this star region, we must win on a main battlefield or expel the army of human civilization so that we can concentrate our forces to conquer this star region. However, I have to say that the appearance of Wan Tong really made the Void Civilization very uncomfortable as eating shit. This thorn is stuck in the inner territory of the Void Civilization, but it is difficult to pull out. Once you want to move the 10,000 vines, you will be restrained by the 10,000 vines and become passive. For Su Ming, the more difficult the Void Civilization was, the happier he was. At this moment, Wan Tong is still growing stronger, and even the Empire may not realize that with the technology of Life Sublimation Instrument, Wan Tong can completely upgrade some soldiers who cannot enter the threshold of the Imperial Army from the level of level 3 or 4 genetic warriors to the level of level 6 or 7 genetic warriors. Level 3 and 4 genetic warriors are considered the main force in small cosmic countries, but at the level of the Empire, they cannot even meet the threshold to join the army. Therefore, within the territory of the Empire, a large number of level 3 and 4 genetic warriors remained. These level 3 and 4 genetic warriors became Wan Tong's own. Wan Tong recruits these genetic warriors, not only at a low price, but most of the level 3 and 4 genetic warriors come for the Life Sublimation Instrument. For Wan Tong, it is definitely possible to cultivate a large number of level 6 and 7 genetic warriors at a low cost. By then, there will be more than 4 million level 7 genetic warriors, which will be comparable to the strength of the Empire's 4th third-class legions. Just when Wan Tong entered its long growth period, Su Ming suddenly received a call from Li Heron. Su Ming, are you interested in doing something big? Li Heron spoke excitedly on the phone with a beaming expression. What's the big deal? Su Ming showed a puzzled look on his face. A few days ago, I conquered a star cluster-level cosmic nation of the Void Civilization. From the information left by this cosmic nation, I learned that the Void Civilization has a secret research laboratory in a nearby star field. This laboratory has a very high level of confidentiality. Even some galaxy-level cosmic nations may not know about it. The cosmic nation I conquered knew about the existence of this laboratory because it was close to it and provided it with supplies. This laboratory is definitely a very important laboratory for the Void Civilization. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming was surprised. What do you want? A laboratory with such a high level of confidentiality must have strong armed forces. Su Ming spoke with a serious expression. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron nodded. It is dangerous, but some time ago, my army's detectors detected a large number of Void Clan members passing through the starfield near me, heading to support the main battlefield. I estimate that this army is the garrison of the laboratory. Now that the troops stationed at the laboratory have left, this is our chance, Li Heron said excitedly. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face. You would call me if something so good happened? Su Ming showed a suspicious look on his face. Li Heron smiled and said without any embarrassment, I need to use one of your abilities. What ability? Re? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Then a look of realization appeared on his face. It is probably referring to the system's automatic learning function. Previously in a life court, Li Heron and others had already witnessed Su Ming's automatic learning ability. The totems and knowledge of life civilization that were so obscure were all read by Su Ming. Although the knowledge of void civilization is not as obscure as that of life civilization, the technological directions of the two sides are different. Relying on the technology of human civilization, especially the technology that Li Heron can access, it is normally difficult to decipher the knowledge content of void civilization. That's why Li Heron invited Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. Okay, when do we take action? It will take you 3 days to get here. Let's meet in my star region in 5 days. Ugh. Su Ming nodded and hung up the phone. Without hesitation, he called Locke, Chung Hua, and Shi Mu and explained the relevant matters to them. Then he drove a spaceship and left the Wanting Star region alone. Obviously, Li Heron did not mean to lead the army to attack the Research Institute. If he led the army, the target would be too big and the Research Institute would probably discover it quickly. Given the importance of the Institute to the Void Civilization, as long as the Void Civilization discovers that an army wants to attack the Institute, it will probably immediately become alert and quickly dispatch troops to kill the invaders. In this case, it is equivalent to elevating the originally simple matter to a higher level of battle, which is naturally not what Li Heron and Su Ming want to see. This time, the two of them didn't bring any army. They raided the Research Institute alone. The spaceship kept shuttling through the void, and there was a void storm belt ahead. However, Su Ming's spaceship had been specially modified, and coupled with Su Ming's ability of perspective, as long as he avoided the huge void storm, it was still very easy to safely pass through the void storm belt. There are still 3 days left from the Wanting Star region to the star region occupied by Li Heron. During these 3 days, Su Ming does not plan to be idle. He casts his gaze towards his workbench, and then a thoughtful look appears on his face. After a period of precipitation, I have accumulated a lot of knowledge both in mechanics and energy. Can I try to research some new technology? Chapter 191, Piety, Pain, and Tenacity. Su Ming stood in front of the workbench, writing something quickly on a piece of electronic paper. As he wrote, the simulator on the workbench continued to simulate the theory according to what Su Ming wrote. The shapes of various atoms were magnified hundreds of millions of times by the simulator and presented in front of Su Ming. As Su Ming continued to calculate and improve, the states of these atoms also changed greatly. Su Ming's forehead was slightly sweaty. After the trial of this war, Su Ming's understanding of mechanical weapons has undergone some subtle changes. Su Ming originally thought that mechanical weapons were used to improve himself, and basically every time he made improvements from the personal combat level, like static energy elements, mechanical sacred trees, life sublimation devices, etc. Without Su Ming, no one else can make or use these things. But during this war, Su Ming's horizons broadened. He was no longer limited to the technology used by himself, but wanted to try to develop technology that everyone could use. Su Ming himself did not realize that in the process of leading the Wanting War, he had gradually acquired the thinking and temperament that a leader should have. The technology that Su Ming is going to try this time is more of a fusion than an innovation. Integrate the knowledge between energy civilization and human civilization. This is destined to be a lonely road. Although there are many people in this world who are constantly trying to integrate different knowledge. However, the knowledge that each person possesses is different, and everyone who embarks on this path must be the only one walking on this path alone. Energy, machinery. The two have many points of connection, and human civilization has already partially integrated the two. But that's not enough. If true energy is used to the extreme, it can create things. Even at the level of crystal civilization, all weapons can be created out of thin air with the energy in one's body. Whatever weapons you want, you can have them. Whatever attack capabilities you want, you can have them. Of course, Su Ming certainly couldn't do that at the moment. But he's been trying to graft energy knowledge onto mechanical knowledge. What if we set up a particle impact system in the gun in advance, so that the released energy can be adjusted and released in the energy form we need? Su Ming muttered to himself, his hands calculating frantically on the electronic paper. The simulator in front was also running frantically. The integration of civilization knowledge is not that simple. It is no less difficult than innovating a new logical method. There are more and more red bloodshot in Su Ming's eyes. Logically speaking, for a genetic warrior of his level, with his active body, it is impossible for him to have red bloodshot. But at this moment, Su Ming's mental strength was almost always kept beyond the limit. The spirit affected the body, and even the body's functions also caused a certain overdraft. The spacecraft's automatic system detected the instability of Su Ming's body and immediately inserted a syringe filled with high-level life essence potion into Su Ming's back, providing Su Ming with a steady supply of life essence potion. Su Ming ignored the actions of the spacecraft system. At this moment, he had devoted himself to the research in front of him. In front of him, the simulator kept working. It seemed that the only sounds inside the entire spacecraft were the sounds of crazy calculations and the constantly changing light and shadow of the simulator. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed quietly. During these 3 days, Su Ming did not eat, drink, or sleep, and his mind was completely devoted to the research at hand. The energy level of his brain had long been exhausted. What supported him at this moment was his strong willpower and the life potion behind him that continued to maintain his life stability. The life potions in the life potion barrels were being consumed rapidly. Even if the amount of life potions consumed by thousands of one-tongue people at the same time was not as much as the amount consumed by Su Ming alone. Under normal circumstances, the energy consumed by the human brain accounts for about 20% of the entire body. But at this moment, Su Ming exploded the energy level of his brain to the extreme and used his mental strength to the extreme. His brain's energy consumption was as high as 90%. That's why the life potion was consumed so crazily. But despite this, Su Ming remained focused and fanatical. He was like a crazy research maniac, constantly adjusting the instruments in front of him. That's right. After 3 days of crazy research, Su Ming's theory has been established, and now it has reached the stage of actual production. With Su Ming's production ability, there will hardly be any major problems as long as it reaches the practical production stage. He kept adjusting the equipment in front of him. Although his body was tired, the light in his eyes was stronger than ever before. I've got it. Could future mechas be made of energy? As long as the energy is continuous, the mecha won't break down. I want to build a factory in the future. Any matter that enters the factory will be broken down and turned into its most primitive energy state. Then it will be reassembled through molds and turned back into matter. This will directly save production and installation time. A mecha can be made in 1 second. It seems that soil can also become the hardest substance, creating an invincible planetary defense system. Could even the dark matter in the universe become a part of the energy that can be absorbed? Su Ming's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and thoughts, knowledge, and imagination were constantly colliding in his mind. He is like a most devout believer, constantly worshiping and approaching the temple of knowledge and thinking. At this moment, Su Ming himself didn't notice it. In his almost dry mind, a strange thing like a sapling suddenly sprouted. This small sapling broke out of the dry earth and immediately emitted a brilliant light, illuminating every corner of Su Ming's mind. A hidden divinity gradually emerged within Su Ming's brain energy levels, like a newly awakened baby, tender but full of infinite vitality. Under the influence of this divinity, Su Ming's originally dry and cracked mind actually began to become moist and warm. The divinity of the brain comes from piety, from pain, and from tenacity. This is what Oracle Owen, a powerful divine, apocalypse-level figure from the Eastern Dark Universe, who was familiar with Colin Clarence, once said to Colin Clarence. Now, Colin Clarence, who didn't care about this theory of divinity at all, could never have imagined it. His own son had unconsciously followed the ascetic's path of divinity and had developed a divine nature in his mind. Faith and knowledge is piety. Unknown, confused, lonely, this is painful. Not eating, drinking, or sleeping, almost dry, but still struggling forward, this is tenacity. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, a bright and deep light like starlight burst out from his eyes. Anyone who sees this light will be intoxicated and awed by it. Chapter 192. See you again. The birth of this divinity quickly attracted Su Ming's attention. With his ability to control the energy levels of his brain, he should have been able to sense the birth of divinity from the very beginning. However, after 3 consecutive nights, Su Ming's condition had deteriorated significantly, and he did not notice it at the first time. But now, Su Ming clearly sensed the divinity contained in the energy levels of his brain. This feeling is very wonderful, as if a new and strange power has been born in my brain, which I have bred myself. Su Ming could clearly sense that this power was still very weak at the moment, but once it grew to maturity, it would definitely be able to unleash extremely terrifying power. And now, Su Ming sensed it slightly. At this moment, the true power of this divine force has not yet been nurtured. It only has an amplifying effect. The increase is about 10%, 1% of the brain's energy level. In other words, although divinity is only a seedling at the moment, once Su Ming uses the energy level of his brain with the blessing of divinity, the coefficient will be 1.1 times the original. Although the increase may not seem significant in the early stages, you must know that it is based on the base energy level of the brain. Once Su Ming raises the energy level of his brain, the increase brought by this divinity will be extremely terrifying. Both my brain and body energy levels have actually improved. Su Ming showed surprise on his face, and then looked at his panel. The original brain energy level and body energy level were 14W and 15W respectively. But now, the brain energy level has directly increased by 30,000 points, while the body energy level has increased by 10,000 points. At this moment, his brain energy level and body energy level have increased to 17W and 16W respectively. The energy level of the brain once again exceeded the energy level of the body and was elevated. Combined with the amplification of divinity, the energy level of the brain area can now increase by another 1.7W. Su Ming showed a smile on his face. He felt that he had gained a lot this time and had also found a new path for him. This path is more of a path of knowledge integration than a path of asceticism. Although it is difficult, every time I think about the heights that could be achieved by integrating the knowledge of all the major civilizations in the universe, I wonder what kind of heights can be achieved. Just thinking about it made Su Ming's whole body tremble with excitement. Of course, that's for later. For Su Ming right now, the most important thing is sleep. God have mercy on him. Su Ming hasn't slept for 3 consecutive days. Anyway, there's still more than a day before the appointment with Li Heron, so Su Ming might as well just sleep until he reaches Li Heron's star field and wake up. A day and a half later, Li Heron looked at the spaceship flying towards the planet he occupied with a smile. Beside him stood 3 familiar figures to Su Ming. They were Qixuan, Chun Hui, and Du Bing. At this moment, the 4 of them looked high-spirited. Obviously, in this war, the 4 of them had achieved satisfactory results and had conquered the star fields they attacked. However, among the 5 people, only Su Ming relied on the power he built from scratch, while the other 4 probably had the support of their respective families behind them to be able to conquer the star fields of these void civilizations. Here he comes. Brother Su Ming is here. Su Ming's spaceship docked at the airport, and Li Heron immediately spoke with excitement on his face. The hatch of the spaceship opened quickly, and the 4 people looked towards the hatch, waiting for Su Ming to get off the spaceship. But after waiting for a while, the hatch of the spacecraft was still open, but no one came down. Li Heron and the other 4 looked at each other. Li Heron couldn't help but mutter to himself in confusion. What's going on? Why hasn't my brother Su Ming come out for so long? Chun Hui's face twitched for a moment, and then he said, Everyone, did you feel? Su Ming's breathing has become somewhat stable. Everyone sensed it carefully, and then a strange look appeared on their faces. Du Bing muttered to himself, It's really stable, so stable, a bit like sleeping, damn it. Li Heron's forehead veins bulged slightly. What's going on? Our brothers are waiting here, and you're still sleeping here? Li Heron did not hesitate and stepped directly into the spaceship. Under normal circumstances, the spacecraft's defense function would definitely attack anyone entering the spacecraft, but the system had already recognized Li Heron's identity. After all, Li Heron had teamed up with Su Ming many times and had many phone calls with him, so he was automatically identified as one of their own in the system. So when Li Heron stepped into the spaceship at this moment, the spaceship did not attack him, but directly opened a path for him to enter. Until Li Heron walked to the door of Su Ming's bedroom and saw through the window that Su Ming was sleeping soundly inside. He couldn't help but reveal a speechless expression. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ming woke up suddenly and then saw Li Heron standing outside the door with a look of despair, knocking on it. Su Ming immediately got up from the bed and stretched. It was such a comfortable sleep. Brother, can you sleep like this? Li Heron was distressed. Why did he feel that his brother Su Ming was not paying much attention to this operation? It was already so late, and he was still sleeping here. Su Ming smiled, scratched his head, and then said, I'm just getting enough sleep to adjust my condition for the next action. This shows that I take it seriously. Li Heron glanced at Su Ming sideways. Good heavens, this brother Su Ming has become a bad person and can even fool people. He patted Su Ming's shoulder and said, Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and act. At this time, Su Ming sensed the presence of Chun Hui and the others, and asked in surprise, Chun Hui and the others are here too? Liaran Nudda. Chun Hui possesses powerful anti-detection technology. We're relying on him this time. Since we've already invited you and Chun Hui, we might as well invite the other two as well. That way, we'll have a better chance. Su Ming nodded and had no objection. The few of them have worked together many times and are familiar with each other's fighting styles. When they work together, they can exert strong combat power. It is indeed much safer to act together. Su Ming walked out of the spaceship and met with several people one by one. They chatted with each other about the recent results of the battle with the Void Civilization. Then everyone boarded Li Heron's spaceship and flew towards the coordinates that Li Heron had detected. Chapter 193, Attacking the Research Institute. In a star field of the Void Civilization. At this moment, the star field is surrounded by starlight belts, which look hazy. Even advanced imaging detectors cannot penetrate the starlight belts and detect the situation inside. In addition, the very messy special magnetic field basically blocks the detection of most detectors, making this star field an excellent hidden star field. At this moment, the Research Institute of the Void Civilization is located on an inconspicuous planet in this star field. This is an absolute secret for the Void Civilization. Marginal enough, secretive enough, inconspicuous enough. But what the Void Civilization never expected was that the coordinates of this Research Institute had already been discovered by Li Heron. At this moment, Li Heron was driving the spaceship and approaching this star field quietly. Chun Hui sat next to Li Heron, and a mysterious wave emanated from his body. It is the fluctuation of divinity. Chun Hui possesses a special divine ability, which is the ability to hide his own breath, making it difficult for the enemy to detect his breath. Su Ming had previously had a test encounter with Chun Hui. Both sides tried to lock each other with their aura, but both ended in failure. Su Ming's success came from more than 10 years of training, while Chun Hui's success came from this divine ability. At this moment, Chun Hui released this divine power, spreading throughout the entire spacecraft. The aura of the spacecraft was soon obscured, and even the Research Institute's detection system found it difficult to detect the movement of the spacecraft. Brothers, get ready. Li Heron cast his gaze towards one of the planets. After comparing the coordinate axes, Li Heron confirmed that the Research Institute was on this planet. Then he turned around and spoke to everyone. The spacecraft gradually docked in an inconspicuous void above the planet. Su Ming and the others looked at each other, then moved, put on their mechas, and flew out of the spaceship. The spaceship was too large, and if they got any closer, they would be at risk of being discovered. At this moment, everyone changed into mechas, and each person concealed their own breath, making it impossible for the detector to detect everyone's breath. At this moment, Su Ming was wearing an assault-type mecha called Hunter Wolf Mecha. This mecha is somewhat different from humanoid mechas. It is very small, and the operator lies in the control cabin of the mecha, running on all fours like a wolf. Moreover, this mecha is a pure melee mecha. Su Ming very rarely removed his best long-range shooting ability and retained the melee ability of this mecha very purely. Of course, since Su Ming can voluntarily give up his long-range attack capability, this mecha is absolutely terrifying in close combat. In addition, this raid was on the interior of the planet, and long-range shooting capabilities were not suitable for landmark-level wars. On the contrary, this small, flexible, and highly lethal mecha was more suitable for surface-level wars. After putting on their mechas, they didn't hesitate and rushed toward the planet in front of them at an extremely terrifying speed. Call out! Call out! Call out! Soon, after passing through the atmosphere, the surrounding sounds returned to normal again. This way, Lee Heron figured out the direction, then pointed to an inconspicuous mountain and began to speak. Without hesitation, they rushed directly towards the mountain. The closer they got, the stronger their perception of the energy levels inside the mountain became. Although this mountain range blocks most of the energy fluctuations, these people are all extraordinary people, and the perception dimension of divine power is different from normal energy perception. The energy level fluctuations generated in this research institute cannot be hidden from everyone. Great, it's right inside. Several people looked at each other, and then an extremely strong energy level fluctuation burst out from Du Bing's body. The next moment, an extremely terrifying attack was instantly released from Du Bing's mecha. Boom! A huge noise instantly resounded throughout the entire planet, and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Then the hill in front of everyone was hit and rolled up, revealing the Research Institute inside. The Research Institute of the Void Civilization is somewhat similar in structure to that of the Research Institute of Human Civilization. Researchers move around inside, but they don't have much combat power. However, outside the Institute, there are a large number of guards and a powerful defense system. Qixuan, Du Bing, you are responsible for destroying the defense system. Du Bing, Lee Heron, you follow me and charge in. Sumin spoke loudly. At this moment, a huge alarm sounded throughout the planet. Ding! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone alert! Everyone alert! Ding! Danger level! Highest! Beep! Activating the defense system. A series of alarms sounded, and then the entire Research Institute seemed to come alive. Various defense systems were constantly reviving, and void weapons were being activated one by one. But, after all, it was Su Ming and others who seized the initiative, and the surprise attack at this moment caught the Research Institute off guard. The next moment, Qixuan and Du Bing acted separately, and their energy levels exploded instantly. Qixuan moved swiftly and rushed to a row of automatic aiming guns at an extremely fast speed. Then the mechanical sword in the hand of the mecha suddenly burst out with a strong light and slashed directly at the automatic aiming gun. Boom! A loud noise resounded through the sky, and the next moment, this row of automatic aiming cannons, before they were even activated, were chopped into pieces by Qixuan's sword. On the other side, Du Bing aimed the gun barrel in his hand at the thermal warning system and the giant shield defense system. One terrifying attack after another was released from Du Bing's gun barrel in an instant. Du Bing's divine ability is inclined towards thunder and lightning. However, in the surface-level war, Du Bing's lightning was obviously not very effective, and he could only resort to cannon bombardment. Despite this, the attack, supported by Du Bing's powerful energy level, still produced good results. These defense systems were completely destroyed by Du Bing before they could even start working. After seeing this scene, Su Ming and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These are all key defense systems. If they are activated, it will be a very difficult task for everyone to cooperate with the Void Clan guards of the Institute. The difficulty must be increased at least 10 times. But now it's good. The key defense system has been destroyed, allowing Su Ming and others to attack the interior of the Institute with confidence. Rush! Su Ming shouted loudly, and then the wolf-shaped mecha rushed on all fours, rushing into the Research Institute at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 194, 3 versus 3000. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Naturally, there are also experts and troops guarding the interior of the Institute. Soon, a series of extremely powerful figures appeared in front of Su Ming and the other two. Su Ming and the other two stopped and looked at the military force of the Institute with serious expressions. This is even more powerful than I imagined. Although this army has only about 3,000 people, almost every one of them is a level 7 or even level 8 genetic warrior. The 3 leading generals are at the vacuum level and 2 level 10 levels respectively. Such a terrifying army, even if it only has 3,000 people, is completely comparable to the army of hundreds of thousands of people in the previous Ascending Universe Kingdom. Brothers, during this period, should your cultivation have improved? Lee Heron swallowed and then spoke with a dry throat. According to his original estimation, Most of the troops in this research institute should have been temporarily transferred to the front line for support. But reality often exceeds one's expectations. The strength of the army in front of him was completely beyond Lee Heron's estimation and was much stronger than he had expected. It seems that the importance of this research institute is much more important than we imagined. Chun Hui muttered to himself. If the few people who had just entered the life tribunal were faced with such an army, they would have absolutely no way out and could only escape. But now, whether it is Su Ming, Chun Hui, or Lee Heron, after several months of fighting and training, their energy levels have grown. After all, war is the best way to train a person. Chun Hui was originally a 9th level upper class genetic warrior, but now he has been directly promoted to the 10th level lower class. Wearing a mecha and bursting out divine power, he can completely compete with the masters of the vacuum level. Lee Heron's cultivation is slightly lower, currently at the upper level of level 9, but Lee Heron also has a lot of trump cards, and when he explodes, his combat power is equivalent to that of a person hovering between level 10 and vacuum level. Of course, what both of them didn't know was that, although Su Ming's level was only upper level 8, however, Su Ming has already awakened the divinity in his brain, and with the support of various technologies, his combat power may not be weaker than the other two. In the final analysis, all three of them had made progress. Even when facing such a terrifying-looking army, they were all eager to attack. Our advantage lies in the fact that the enemy army will not dare to launch a concentrated attack until the very last moment. Otherwise, the planet will definitely be destroyed, and the research results will be burned. As long as the enemy army doesn't concentrate their fire, there's a chance. Brothers, it's time to show off your skills. Lee Heron shouted loudly in the communication channel, officially announcing the start of the war. 3 people, or maybe 5 people, against 3,000 people. This is a difficult battle for everyone. Almost instantly, extremely terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from Su Ming's body, and a divine power quietly descended upon the battlefield. Divine knowledge, tree of life. Divine knowledge, field, life deprivation. These were 2 pieces of divine knowledge obtained from the life tribunal. Su Ming did not hide them at all at this moment and released them directly with all his strength. In this situation, the 3 of them are absolutely not allowed to conserve their strength. If they don't unleash all their strength at once, they may not be able to withstand the attack of the opposing army. At this time, Chun Hui also burst out with a strong energy level, and a divine wave came instantly. This divine fluctuation is even stronger and deeper than the divine fluctuation that Chun Hui used to help the spacecraft conceal its aura. Under the influence of this divine fluctuation, even Su Ming and Lee Heron's auras became erratic and difficult to lock onto. Divine knowledge and perception are disordered. You too can rest assured. As long as the divine fluctuations are there, it will be difficult for the opponent to lock onto you two in the field. Chun Hui spoke lightly, and then Su Ming sensed another burst of divine power from Chun Hui's body. Compared with the perceptual disorder, this newly emerged divine power is more offensive and should belong to Chun Hui's own offensive divine knowledge. I'm also using my special skill, brothers. Divine knowledge, the mirror dimension. 30% of the opponent's attack will be diverted to the mirror dimension, not only reducing the opponent's attack, but also reacting to the opponent's body with this 30%. Following Lee Heron's roar, Su Ming and Chun Hui only felt that the time and space around them seemed to be slightly disordered, and another dimension began to intervene in this time and space. The 2 of them were startled. Lee Heron's father was indeed an apocalypse-level strongman with dimensional ability. The divine knowledge that Lee Heron was using at this moment was, in terms of its profoundness, slightly superior to the divine knowledge of the 2 of them. Very good. My divine knowledge can continuously deprive the opponent of their vitality. The longer they fight, the more their combat power will decrease. Not only that, the Tree of Life can also provide you with life energy, so you don't have to worry about getting hurt. Su Ming smiled faintly, then his expression became slightly serious. At this moment, under the pull of the chi, both sides exploded at the same time. At the commander's command, the Institute's army immediately set out and launched a fierce attack on Su Ming and the other 2. Su Ming and the other 2 also launched a powerful attack in an instant. Chun Hui and Lee Heron released extremely terrifying energy cannons from their mechas and bombarded the Institute's army. Su Ming's figure suddenly turned into a light blue stream of light and rushed towards the opposing army at an extremely fast speed. The wolf-shaped mecha's flexibility and speed on the surface are far beyond the reach of humanoid mechas. Su Ming's speed at this moment scared the Void Clan soldiers in the research institute. Hundreds of soldiers immediately attacked Su Ming. At this moment, 100 auras instantly locked onto Su Ming. However, under the influence of Chun Hui's special divine power, nearly 90% of these auras could not successfully lock onto Su Ming, and the remaining 10% could hardly pose any threat to Su Ming. Su Ming moved quickly among the 100 soldiers. Some of them were long-range Void Clan soldiers. When the wolf-type mecha approached them in an instant, they actually showed a trace of panic. Su Ming keenly found the flaw, and the wolf-shaped mecha's sharp claws instantly swept across, directly tearing several soldiers into pieces. But at this moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that there were nearly 500 more people, their auras locked upon him. Under the lock of so many auras, even with Chun Hui's divine ability, at this moment some soldiers still successfully locked onto Su Ming's aura. In an instant, overwhelming attacks rushed towards Su Ming from all directions, attacking every corner where Su Ming could hide. Su Ming froneth. At this moment, he truly felt the suffocating pressure brought to him by the opposing army. Chapter 195 Research Results. Boom! 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 A large number of attacks immediately fell on Su Ming's mecha. At this moment, Su Ming's mecha was completely engulfed in flames. Although the level of each attack is only at the level of a 7th level genetic warrior. However, the extremely large number of them makes the attacks of the Void soldiers extremely destructive. The protective shield of the assault-type mecha will probably be broken in an instant. After seeing this scene, Li Heron became very anxious and prepared to rescue Su Ming. But before he could make a move, hundreds of attacks came towards him, forcing Li Heron to retreat continuously, leaving him unable to free up his hands to rescue Su Ming. This battle was destined to be an extremely difficult one from the very beginning. Su Ming was like this, and Li Heron and Chun Hui also faced the attack of hundreds of Void Clan soldiers. Boom! Boom! The attack of the Void soldiers finally landed on the body of the wolf-shaped mecha, and the flames instantly engulfed Su Ming. Su Ming. Li Heron was shocked when he saw this and quickly exclaimed in the communication channel. But before he could come to his senses, he saw a mecha wrapped in green light suddenly rushing out from the wave of attacks released by the Void soldiers. The terrifying flames were still exploding on the wolf-shaped mecha. However, these flames only caused a slight fluctuation in the green light, but were unable to break through the protection of the green light and penetrate into the mecha inside. The assault-type mecha has such strong defensive capabilities? Li Heron was shocked after seeing this scene. To put it bluntly, the assault-type mecha is actually an assassin-type mecha, which focuses on burst and speed, but because of this, its defense is not satisfactory. But at this moment, the wolf-type mecha driven by Su Ming showed a terrifying defensive capability comparable to that of a defensive mecha. It was that layer of green light that blocked the attack towards Su Ming. Chun Hui keenly realized the key to why Su Ming's mecha had such powerful defensive capabilities. What is this? New technology? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Heron's eyes. As the young generation of cutting-edge mecha warriors, the two are also powerful mechanics. The two were not unfamiliar with mechanical technology, and they had some idea of what kind of effects this level of mechanical technology could achieve. However, at this moment, powerful defense can be achieved on the assault-type mecha. If this technology can be promoted, it can definitely change the combat logic of the assault-type mecha. The two guessed correctly. This green light is the new technology that Su Ming created by integrating it during those 3 days. Energy Conversion Armor. This technology is a mecha technology developed by Su Ming after integrating energy knowledge and mechanical knowledge. This technology can convert different types of energy into the mecha's protective shield energy. The attacks of the Void Clan soldiers on Su Ming, as well as the life energy absorbed from Su Ming's life deprivation, all turned into armor and appeared on the body of the wolf-shaped mecha. At this moment, the wolf-type mecha's defense was greatly enhanced under the effect of the energy conversion armor. The next moment, the wolf-shaped mecha suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying speed and rushed into the formation of the Void soldiers in front. The wolf-shaped mecha's intactness surprised some Void Clan soldiers. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly accelerated, causing some of the Void Clan soldiers to be torn into pieces by the wolf-shaped Mecha's sharp claws before they could react. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the Void Clan army ahead. Void transformation only has melee capabilities. Let's see how he can handle the innate abilities of our clan. The human race has mechas, and the Void race has the Void race's innate ability, Voidization. Voidization is the ability of the Void Clan to integrate into the Void, and it is also the core capital that enables the Void civilization to compete with human civilization. Seeing Su Ming charging into the army formation, the Void Clan commander instantly identified the flaws in the wolf-shaped mecha. With only melee capabilities, it is difficult for it to exert its full strength when facing the Void. After all, melee combat mainly relies on the momentum of kinetic energy and the sharpness of claws, which is relatively speaking a physical attack. Once encountering the Void, most of the attacks will be resolved by the Void. However, there was not much panic in Su Ming's eyes at this moment. A trace of light blue energy quietly appeared on the sharp claws of the wolf-shaped mecha. The energy level fluctuation of this energy is not very strong, perhaps only a few thousand energy levels. This energy level fluctuation is not worth mentioning at all compared to the level of a 7th level warrior. This energy fluctuation was naturally sensed by the Void Clan soldiers, but these soldiers did not take it too seriously. Although the Void Clan was very afraid of energy attacks, but this little energy was not worth mentioning even for the Void Clan soldiers who had been voided. The wolf claws instantly slashed across the bodies of the Void soldiers, and one could vaguely see the light blue energy on the wolf claws being delivered into the bodies of the Void soldiers. However, after the wolf claws passed by, the body of the Void soldier remained void and intact, and was not disturbed at all by this weak energy. The Void Clan soldiers all had mocking expressions on their faces at this moment, as if they were mocking Su Ming's arrogance. Soon, these Void Clan soldiers gathered their strength again and prepared to launch a fierce attack on Su Ming. However, when these Void Clan soldiers gathered their strength, a rich blue light suddenly shone from inside their bodies, and then their entire Void bodies were completely dyed dark blue. The next moment, under the extremely terrified gaze of the Void Clan soldiers, these soldiers whose bodies were dyed dark blue suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying energy level fluctuation from inside their bodies. Boom! 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 At this moment, these soldiers suddenly exploded one by one. The energy of the explosion was extremely huge, directly killing and injuring the surrounding soldiers. What's going on? There's something wrong with the light blue energy contained in his claws just now. The Void Clan commander widened his eyes and stared at Su Ming, who had already moved away from the suicide soldiers. At this moment, he seemed to realize something, and then suddenly shouted in the language of the Void Clan, "Those who were just touched by him, do not release your power. Withdraw from a void state." But he was too late after all. Just before he could give the reminder, several more members of the Void Clan were ready to release the power in their bodies to attack Su Ming. However, these Void soldiers who had not yet launched their attacks were exactly the same as the soldiers who had self-destructed before. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from within their bodies. The next moment it exploded. The blue bomb seemed to cast a blue filter over the battlefield, making it look unreal. Chapter 196, Energy Cancer. Su Ming looked at the bombs in front of him with a sneer. Void? If you like Void, then die one by one. Based on the last wave of explosions, a conservative estimate is that at least hundreds of Void Clan soldiers died in their own self-detonations. This is another result of Su Ming's research. Cancer of energy. This time, Su Ming developed a total of 3 technologies: energy conversion armor, energy cancer, and energy adhesive. The light blue energy, just now, is the cancer of energy. Su Ming named this technology according to its capabilities. Cancer, when in the human body, is a malignant cell that can not only divide indefinitely, but is also extremely aggressive and unstable. Often, even a small amount of cancer cells will eventually spread to various organs. The energy cancer just now had this effect. The light blue energy is like an inducer, inducing the energy inside the energy body to mutate. Once infected with energy cancer, it will be fine if you don't release energy. Once you release energy, it will accelerate the spread and division of the energy cancer, and soon the energy body will be completely infected by energy cancer. At that time, there's basically no hope. The uncontrolled energy will explode in an instant. directly causing the effect of self-destruction. Of course, any technology has flaws or ways to overcome them. The same is true for energy cancer. Being infected with energy cancer is not unsolvable. You just need to cut off the infected part or return to the physical body to eliminate the energy cancer. However, voidification is the ability of the Void Clan to transform themselves into energy and merge their bodies into the void. If the infected part is cut off, it is equivalent to cutting off one's own arm. Even if the infected part is the heart, head, etc., there is no way to treat it. Once the Void Clan members return to their physical bodies, it is equivalent to giving up their most powerful ability. It has to be said that the cancer of energy has completely suppressed the Void Clan. The Void Clan's commander also realized this. Although he did not know the main ability of energy cancer, based on his observation and judgment of the Void Soldiers just now, he could vaguely feel that this ability tended to be infectious. And the opportunity for self-destruction may be the time to release power. Shrink his evasive space, increase the distance, and try not to give him the chance to get close. Focus fire from distance. His energy shield will definitely be exhausted, and then he will die. It has to be said that this Void Clan warrior's judgment of the situation was very correct, as he was able to become a commander and his combat power could be increased to the level of a nearly 10th level genetic warrior. At this moment, he made a quick decision, which seemed to be a very correct and decisive choice from his point of view. Soon, the Void Clan soldiers dispersed, gave up the advantage of their collective cohesion, and began to compress Su Ming's movement space from all directions. The biggest fear of an offensive mecha is definitely losing its operating space. At this moment, the suppression of Su Ming by these Void Clan soldiers really made Su Ming very uncomfortable. This war was an extremely difficult war from the very beginning. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and Chunhui. At this moment, the two had already been crushed by the Void Clan army and were running everywhere. Their mechas were covered with scars. Although, like Su Ming, they had killed many Void Clan soldiers. But with such a huge power gap, he still looked a little embarrassed. If Qixuan and Du Bing had not arrived in time to destroy the defense system, they would have been defeated by the Void Clan army. Seeing the four people's embarrassed appearance, Su Ming shook his head. At this moment, the five people have been separated, and it is difficult for them to regroup in this war. Neither of them can rely on the other and can only rely on themselves. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately fired a shot towards the sky above himself. This shot contained a large amount of energy cancer, which exploded in the sky and scattered downwards. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan commander's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, exit the void, quickly! As long as you enter the void, your body will be transformed into an energy body. If you are infected with the cancer of energy, you will almost certainly die." After hearing the commander's order at this moment, all the Void soldiers' bodies twisted suddenly, and then returned from the void state to the physical state. However, some Void soldiers did not have time to transform back and directly turned into blue bombs and exploded. Due to previous experience, the Void soldiers were standing far apart at this moment and not standing together, so the explosion only killed dozens of Void soldiers. For the Void Clan army, it is not a big problem, but for Su Ming, it was acceptable. His purpose was simply to make the Void Clan army that the five of them were facing lose its ability to become void. As long as they lose the ability to transform into the void, the pressure on the five people will be much less, and they will be able to kill more Void soldiers. This is a team battle in which everyone fights for themselves, but the ultimate goal of the five people and any actions they take to develop and kill the enemy are closely related to each other. The other four people can kill more Void soldiers and also reduce Su Ming's pressure. Awesome. Brother Su Ming, what kind of ability is this? To block the opponent's void transformation. Great. This will make it easier for me to kill the enemy. The voices of four people were soon heard in the communication channel. Although the four were fighting separately, they were also observing the entire battlefield at all times and could see each other's situation. At this moment, after the four people saw Su Ming release the light blue energy, these Void Clan soldiers directly retreated from the void, and immediately everyone showed joy on their faces. Remember, after releasing an energy attack, remember to cut off the tail. Don't let the released energy connect with the energy inside the mecha, otherwise your mecha will explode. Su Ming was not overwhelmed by his teammates' flattery. He remained calm and spoke in a low voice on the communication channel. After hearing Su Ming's words, the four of them were slightly startled, and then they vaguely realized the purpose of this light blue energy. At this moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed because he felt a strong aura suddenly attacking him. The commander of the Void Clan. At this moment, after all the Void Clan members lost their ability to become virtual, the commander of the Void Clan could no longer sit still. He rushed forward and released an extremely fierce killing move towards Su Ming. This human possesses the ability to restrain our race. Fortunately, he seems to be the only one with this ability. Otherwise, human civilization would have used this ability against our race on the front lines long ago. He actually came to my door on his own. This time, I can spare the others, but this human must die. At this moment, a large number of Void Clan soldiers abandoned the other four and attacked Su Ming. Chapter 197 Full Fire. The commander of the Void Clan did not know what Su Ming's ability was. However, these Void Clan members were keenly aware of the threat that this mecha posed to their clan. Once this ability is fully mastered by human civilization, it will probably be a huge blow to the Void civilization. We can't let this human leave here alive. This is the consensus of all the Void Clan members present. Suddenly, some of the Void Clan soldiers held back Li Heron and the other four, while another part of the Void Clan soldiers attacked Su Ming. Su Ming, Danya, be careful. Our commander is coming towards you. Li Heron shouted anxiously in the communication channel, but at this moment he had been held up by the Void Clan army and had no way to support Su Ming. The same was true for the other three. However, for the four of them, the good news that was not so good news was because the Void Clan soldiers ran to focus their fire on Su Ming, the pressure on the four of them suddenly decreased. Not only could they breathe a sigh of relief, they even had the opportunity to continue killing the Void Clan soldiers. However, this would put too much pressure on Su Ming. There were probably as many as 1,000 Void Clan soldiers attacking Su Ming at this moment, and there were also 2 commanders at the level of 10th level genetic warriors. This kind of force already accounts for 1/3 of the entire army. 1/3 of the army attacked Su Ming. Although the ability of these Void Clan soldiers to transform in a void had been temporarily blocked by Su Ming, their frontal combat power was not weak at all. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying attack came directly towards Su Ming, forcing Su Ming to retreat backwards to avoid the attack. A figure soon appeared in front of Su Ming. This was a powerful and strong Void Clan warrior. The distance between Su Ming and him was so close that Su Ming could even see the lines of the man's muscles clearly. This person's eyes were cold and filled with strong hatred. In an instant, a sharp blade in the void condensed from his hand and slashed directly towards Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he wanted to stretch out his claws to fight with this man. But helplessly, at this moment, thousands of Void Clan auras were enveloping him, trying to lock him and kill him when the Void Clan strongmen were holding him back. Faced with the lock of thousands of soldiers, Su Ming weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decisively gave up the idea of waving his claws at the Void Clan expert in front of him. He pulled back and avoided the man's attack. But because of this, Su Ming's figure looked a little embarrassed. If it were not for his strong control that supported the movement of the mecha, he would probably have been hit by the attacks of hundreds of Void Clan soldiers. The hairs on Su Ming's back stood up. He had already pushed his condition to the extreme, and his nerves were suddenly tense. In the face of tremendous pressure, Su Ming's condition was also stimulated to the peak. At this moment, Su Ming's mental strength has been fully raised to the extreme. The energy level of his brain exploded crazily, and the divine light in his eyes continued to flow. At this moment, facing the joint attack of thousands of Void Clan soldiers and the joint attack of 2 level 10 Void Clan commanders, Su Ming seemed to have returned to a few years ago when he was still locked in the system space by the system and experiencing the hellish training brought to him by the system. Memories flooded in like a tide, making Su Ming even more absolutely rational. Without hesitation, he released 3 mechas in an instant. Shield Mountain, Spirit Fox, and a long-range output mecha, Tianqing No. 1, including the wolf-shaped mecha that Su Ming is currently driving. There are a total of 4 mechas. The 4 companions have been divided into 2 groups on the battlefield by the Void Clan, making it impossible to rescue them. Well, in that case, Su Ming will become his own team. One person makes a team. Boom! Shield Mountain shield was raised instantly, and the next moment, Tianqing No. 1 inside raised his sniper rifle and fired at the Void Clan army one shot after another. The Fox mech, together with the wolf mech, transformed into two shadows and engaged in a fierce battle with the two level 10 Void Clan commanders. The brain energy level and star energy were infinitely released at this moment. The energy seemed to be released from Su Ming's body endlessly and poured into every mecha. The situation was urgent at the moment. Although Su Ming was multitasking, his main focus was definitely on the wolf-shaped mecha he was driving. In terms of the operation of other mechas, it is definitely not as good as the main mecha. Fortunately, there were enough Void Clan soldiers, and they seemed to want to form a strong suppressive force, so most of the Void Clan soldiers did not move or change direction too much at this moment, making it much easier to lock the Tianqing No. 1 mecha. Almost every shot could hit a Void soldier, directly turning the Void soldier into a bloody mist. The divine light in Su Ming's eyes almost overflowed from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he no longer thought about whether he could defeat these soldiers. He only knew that if he did not use all his strength, facing the attack of so many soldiers, he would most likely die here. This was not a fair battle to begin with. Even the other four were going through an extremely difficult battle at this moment. All five of them were trying their best to become the ultimate winner of this battle. No one knows the outcome, but what makes the strong truly powerful is the belief in their hearts. Even when the last moment comes, the five people will never waver in their belief in victory. Boom! 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 Su Ming's mecha turned directly into a phantom, and his sharp claws slashed across wildly, each claw carrying a breathtaking sharpness and ferocity. Now, at least for now, the other forces of the Void Clan have been held back by several mechas controlled by Su Ming. Now in front of Su Ming's original mecha is just a level 10 Void Clan commander. Su Ming must kill him in a short time to have a slim chance of winning. So Su Ming did not slow down the pace of his attack. He didn't look like a person at a disadvantage at all. Facing a level 10 Void Clan expert, Su Ming showed extremely strong aggressiveness. He kept rushing forward, using the speed advantage of the wolf-shaped mecha to constantly force the opponent to fight with him. With his top-level, 8th-level cultivation and the nearly 200,000 energy levels of the D-class mecha, Su Ming at this moment has no problem fighting against a 10th-level Void Clan expert. I'm in great shape right now, why not dance with me? Su Ming's blood boiled for a rare time, and he felt an extremely crazy desire to attack. He stretched out his sharp claws like a bloodthirsty wolf, and attacked the Void Clan commander through the flaw he exposed. Only by having fought against Su Ming can one understand the terrifying pressure that Su Ming brings. This is the case with the Void Clan commander at the moment. He has felt that no matter how he changes his moves, he can be easily seen through by the opponent. At this moment, the opponent's claws attacking him are instead attacking the place where he has no way to defend. He blocked left and right, but he has become very embarrassed. Finally, the embarrassed Void Clan commander revealed his flaw at this moment. When masters fight, a single flaw can mean the difference between life and death. Su Ming's eyes and claws did not miss this flaw, and his claws quietly passed through the gap in an instant. The next moment, the Void Clan commander's body suddenly shattered into pieces. Chapter 198, A Difficult Battle. The Void Clan army was surrounded by thousands of people and attacked by 2 level 10 Void Clan members, but was killed by the enemy who killed one of their level 10 masters. After seeing this scene, another commander couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly. What's going on? In terms of hard power, these 5 humans are not really that strong. In terms of civilization level, even at the vacuum level, they are all weak. But these 5 people in this energy level range can exert extremely terrifying power. I am afraid that other people with the same strength as these 5 people will be defeated by them if they meet them. Are these 5 people humans of relatively good bloodlines? The commander thought to himself, there's no such thing as geniuses or mediocre people in the Void Clan. The key difference between the strong and the weak in the Void Clan, apart from acquired training, is their bloodline talent. In the eyes of this commander, these 5 people are all humans with excellent bloodlines. At this moment, the pressure came to the Void Clan. The Void Clan commander saw that the performance of the 5 people was almost impeccable, and they were constantly turning disadvantages into advantages. Suddenly, the commander of the Void Clan felt for the first time that the situation was out of his control. These 5 people are strong, but not strong either. Their weakness lies in their hard power. Compared with the Void Clan's army, there is still a certain gap. From the perspective of hard power, the Void Clan's army can easily crush the 5 people. However, The pressure these 5 people brought to the Void Clan commander did not come from hard power, but from a certain resilience of these 5 people, and a certain terrible ability to judge the situation and seize opportunities. When facing these 5 people, you must maintain extremely strong concentration and careful judgment almost every moment, because these 5 people have almost perfect grasp of timing and opportunity. If there is a slight mistake, these 5 people can instantly seize the mistake, directly reverse the situation, and turn disadvantages into advantages. At this moment, a commander has been killed by the human with multi-control abilities. You must be careful enough and not give this person any chance to take advantage. Almost instantly, the commander had the clearest assessment of the battlefield. Now, the combat power of the level 10 Void Clan is no longer the most critical factor. The commanders who took action before also wanted to use the help of the army to directly kill several people. But now, this judgment obviously has certain problems. After all, the commander has taken the field personally. So if the other side kills the commander first, the army will be leaderless and become much weaker. The key now is that he must not die, and then return to the cover of the army, and use the army to forcibly crush these 5 people to death. The moment he made this judgment, the commander retreated violently, and with the cover of the army's attack, he broke away from Su Ming's Fox Mecha and returned to the army. Just as he returned to the army, a scream suddenly came from not far away. The Void Clan commander quickly looked over and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The Institute's military configuration originally consisted of 1 chief commander and 2 deputy commanders. The main commander has the strength of vacuum level, while the deputy commander has the strength of level 10. The ones who just besieged Su Ming were 2 deputy commanders, both of whom were at level 10. The main commander, being both skilled and courageous, acted alone, hoping to kill the other 4 with the help of the army. But now, this vacuum-level commander was actually killed on the battlefield by the combined forces of 4 opponents. At this moment, he was the only one of the 3 commanders still alive. After seeing this scene, the commander felt both scared and relieved. Fortunately, I made a correct judgment. If I were killed by the enemy, I would be left without a commander. At that time, with the cooperation of the enemy, my entire team might be wiped out. Not bad, not bad. Fortunately, he was not dead, so he could reorganize the army to attack again and use the absolute military strength to crush these 5 people. I won't go out again no matter what. Line up, attack. Under the commander's command, the Void Clan's army immediately began to regroup and then crush towards the 5 people. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh slightly. What a pity. The enemy commander was not a fool. After he killed one of the commanders, he immediately became alert. Although Li Heron and the other 4 killed the main commander in a tacit manner, they still forced the commander to retreat into the military formation. In this case, it would be almost impossible to kill him unless the entire army was wiped out by 5 people. However, although the Void Clan's army had lost 300 to 400 people, the combined strength was still enough to crush the 5 of them. After all, these 300 to 400 people were killed only after everyone had unleashed all their strength to the extreme. Not to mention the consumption. The burden on the mecha alone is not enough to withstand another round of killing by 5 people. Boom! 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 Countless void energies instantly attacked the 5 people. At this moment, the Void Clan army still divided the battlefield of the 5 people. One group attacked the 4 people, and the other group attacked Su Ming frantically. Thousands of attacks instantly covered Su Ming. Shield Mountain! Shield Mountain player instantly raised his shield. At this moment, Su Ming focused his attention on Shield Mountain player, controlling him to continuously resist the opponent's attacks. At the same time, Su Ming put away the Wolf-type mecha and the Fox-type mecha and replaced them with 2 output-type mechas. Su Ming raised his sniper rifle, hid behind the Shield Mountain Man, and used the Shield Mountain Man's cover to attack the Void Clan frantically. His attacks kept falling into the Void Clan soldiers' formation, but under the Void Shield unique to the Void Clan formation, it was difficult to kill the Void Clan soldiers. It takes almost 2 shots to kill a Void Clan soldier. Killing like this is too slow. A hint of anxiety flashed across Su Ming's eyes. Shield Mountain, you're almost done. Although the abilities of Shield Mountain Shield and Mecha give him extremely strong defensive capabilities, but he couldn't withstand the opponent's round after round of attacks. This was the attack of more than 1,000 level 7 warriors, all acting on the shield of Shield Mountain Master. Even though some of the attacks have been resolved by Su Ming's operation, such a terrifying combined attack still made Shield Mountain Master unable to withstand it. During the 5th round of attack, the shield of the Shield Mountain Master was shattered. At this moment, Su Ming's other 3 output-type mechas were exposed to the enemy's attack. Chapter 199, The Last Cross. The Shield Mountain mech was scrapped and completely smashed into pieces by the Void Clan's army, which made Su Ming feel distressed. After all, this Shield Mountain is a divinely inspired Shield Mountain with unparalleled performance. Even if it is repaired later, its divinity will probably be damaged and its overall attributes will be severely reduced. But there is no choice. This is war. And in war, one has to accept one's own losses. The way to win a war is simply to inflict greater losses on the enemy at the cost of less losses. The Shield Mountain has been scrapped, but the war is still going on. Su Ming gritted his teeth and took out another defensive mecha. Because Su Ming himself is used to using mechas, he rarely uses defensive mechas, so there are only 2 defensive mechas left in Su Ming's storage space at this moment. If one more is released at this moment, there will only be 1 left for Su Ming. But it must be released. At this moment, Su Ming had no other choice. If he did not have a defensive mecha facing the attack of the enemy army, his output mecha would have little defensive ability and would be quickly defeated by the enemy. Boom! The attacks came one after another instantly, and a khaki mecha suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming. Guardian of the Earth. Humanoid mecha. The khaki mecha in front instantly erected a huge dark yellow energy shield, instantly blocking all the void attacks directed at Su Ming. Su Ming also took this opportunity to attack crazily behind the Guardian of the Earth. The starlight in his eyes was so rich that it was almost overflowing. The starlight points were being consumed madly at this moment. For just now, nearly more than 10,000 starlight points had been consumed. But Su Ming didn't care about the pain. His will was very strong. He must win this war. Attacks from the 3 output positions gushed out from the mecha's equipment one after another, directly bombarding the Void Clan army. The 2 sides fought back and forth in a crazy confrontation. Boom! Once again, the Earth Guardian was shattered by the Void army, but the Void army also paid the price of the lives of 200 soldiers. Su Ming took a deep breath and continued to release the last defensive mecha. Heaven and Earth Big Bear Mecha. An extremely huge mecha suddenly rose from the ground, and then once again blocked all the attacks of the Void Clan army. Of course, in the end, this mecha still couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. However, Su Ming also took this opportunity to take the lives of more than 200 Void Clan soldiers. Su Ming looked at the other 4 companions and found that they were not idle either. They used this time to kill nearly 1,000 Void Clan soldiers. Of course, the aura of these companions also dropped rapidly. There were already a lot of mecha wreckage placed beside him. Obviously, several of the mechas on these companions had already been scrapped, and they had no idea how many mechas they were wearing at the moment. Su Ming was delighted with the battle results of his companions. From the beginning to now, Su Ming's side had wiped out nearly 800 soldiers, while his 4 companions had wiped out more than 1,200 Void Clan soldiers. The results of the battle were remarkable. Relying on their own will, several people defeated 2/3 of the enemy's army. But at this moment, for the 5 people, this is the most difficult moment in this war. After all, the other 4 people are not like Su Ming. As long as the starlight points continue to flow, the power in their bodies is almost endless. From the beginning of the battle to now, the strength in the bodies of the 4 of them has been almost exhausted. At this moment, their attack capabilities have declined significantly. At best, they can only barely protect themselves, and it is difficult for them to kill more void enemies. As for Su Ming, his strength did not decline. However, all of his defensive mechas have been scrapped. At this moment, there are only some output-type and offensive-type mechas in the storage space. Facing the attacks of these Void Clan armies, these mechas would be smashed to pieces almost instantly if they were taken out. This is the critical moment of the war. There are only a few enemies left, and Su Ming and others are already at the end of their strength. Attack. They don't have much combat power left, but we still have 1,000 strong fighters. Victory belongs to us. The commander of the Void Clan was standing behind the Void Clan army at this moment, looking at Su Ming and others in front of him. He was frightened in his heart, but at the same time he was determined to kill them. Under his command, powerful strength suddenly burst out from the bodies of the Void Clan soldiers, and they released fierce attacks towards Su Ming and others. Especially Su Ming, who was being targeted by nearly 800 soldiers of the enemy. Chun Hui's dodging ability had already been retracted by Chun Hui at this moment, and his strength was no longer able to support the blessing of this ability. So at this moment, these Void Clan soldiers can better lock onto Su Ming's breath. The attacks hitting Su Ming became more and more frequent. Hold on, the opponent's body activity has begun to decline significantly. If we hold on, we can completely make him lose his combat capability. Another of Su Ming's output-type mechas was scrapped once again, but Su Ming also keenly realized that the opponent's attack had decreased a lot compared to the initial attack. If the attack had been launched at the same intensity as at the beginning, at least 2 of Su Ming's mechas would have been scrapped. But now, only 1 mecha was scrapped. The opponent's vitality is rapidly decreasing in his own life deprivation field. At this moment, the combat effectiveness of these Void Clan soldiers has dropped from the initial average level of 7 to the current level of 6. Persistence. Persistence is victory. Su Ming attacked the Void Clan soldiers madly, and the Void Clan soldiers also attacked Su Ming madly. Seeing this, the commander of the Void Clan could no longer hold back and attacked Su Ming from a long distance. At this moment, both sides are already at the end of their strength, but the commander of the Void Clan is still at the peak level 10 in combat power. At this moment, as soon as he made a move, he immediately destroyed Su Ming's other mecha. Su Ming's eyes turned slightly cold, and he couldn't help but look at the Void Clan commander. At this moment, this commander had become the most uncertain factor on the battlefield. His combat power is now the best on the battlefield. If he is not killed, even if Su Ming annihilates all the troops, his mecha will be scrapped in the end, and he will not be able to compete with this commander at all. So, if you want to kill, do it sooner rather than later. At this moment, Su Ming made a crazy decision. Chapter 200, already invincible. At this moment, Su Ming had only one thought. That is to forcibly snipe and kill this level 10 Void Clan commander among thousands of troops. His figure quickly stopped moving. You know, in such a chaotic army, if you don't move, you will almost be a sitting duck, and the attacks you will endure will be several times the original amount. However, Su Ming had already made up his mind to kill this level 10 sniper in the military formation. So even if he faced the attack of hundreds of Void Clan soldiers, it was a pressure that Su Ming had to bear. At this moment, an extremely powerful force suddenly emerged from Su Ming's body. It is astral energy. This time, Su Ming directly exchanged for 10,000 points of starlight energy. Although Su Ming's body training had reached the 8th level, such a huge amount of starlight energy instantly pushed Su Ming's body to an extreme state. After all, although theoretically he had reached the 8th level of body forging, his physical limit could indeed withstand the impact of 10,000 points of starlight energy. However, theory is only theory after all. In reality, we also have to consider Su Ming's condition and the starlight energy consumed when practicing more. At the same time, the starlight energy in his body has definitely exceeded the scope of 10,000 points. Almost instantly, the surface of Su Ming's body began to crack, and trickles of blood gradually seeped out. Su Ming only felt a sharp pain all over his body, but he did not let this pain affect his condition and judgment. The tree of life above the mecha burst out with dazzling light at this moment. A large amount of life energy was transferred directly to Su Ming's body along the tree of life, repairing Su Ming's injured body. Su Ming's body was constantly tossing back and forth on the edge of injury and repair. But at this moment, Su Ming no longer thought about the burden on his body. His eyes were fixed on the Void Clan commander in the distance. A sniper rifle instantly appeared in the hand of Su Ming's mecha. Su Ming gradually calmed his mind, released his aura, and locked onto the Void Clan commander. The Void Clan commander's expression changed. At this moment, he felt an extremely dangerous aura locking onto him. He had a premonition that once he was locked by this aura, he would be beaten into pieces in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the hairs on his back stood up, and he felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. Under the threat of death, the commander burst out with extremely strong potential. Cover me and attack him with all your might. Destroy his mecha. The commander was extremely anxious. He shouted loudly and rushed into the crowd frantically, trying to use the crowd's breath to cover his own breath. However, what made him despair was Su Ming's lock was like a leech on the tarsal bone, locking onto him quickly. As long as he showed the slightest flaw, he would be locked onto by Su Ming. Suddenly, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly shuttled through the crowd, while carefully observing the battlefield. Attack, attack. He's completely focused on me right now, so he definitely won't be able to move or dodge. Attack him quickly and destroy his mecha. Su Ming's attack was very bold, but it almost completely exposed his front to the Void Clan soldiers. The Void Clan soldiers did not hesitate, and all focused their fire on Su Ming. At this moment, two mechas suddenly blocked Su Ming's way. They were the two output-type mechas controlled by Su Ming. Although the energy shield of the output-type mecha was very weak, the two mechas still helped Su Ming withstand this wave of attacks at the cost of being scrapped. Su Ming also took advantage of the extremely short time bought by these two mechas to directly lock onto the breath of the Void Clan commander. The next moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly emerged from Su Ming's body. Then, an extremely dazzling light was released from the sniper rifle in the mecha's hand. Boom! An extremely loud noise resounded throughout the entire planet. At this moment, everyone on the planet only felt an extremely strong vibration coming from the earth. Then a dazzling light covered the entire world. About 3 minutes later, everyone's vision returned to normal. At this moment, the Void Clan soldiers suddenly discovered. His commander, along with about 300 Void Clan soldiers, were instantly evaporated under this wave of attacks. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground where they had originally stood. Everyone's eyes turned to a young man in the distance. At this moment, the mecha on Su Ming's body has completely collapsed under the influence of 10,000 points of starlight energy. The energy level range that a D-class mecha can withstand does not exceed 400,000 points at most. However, the power that just erupted obviously exceeded 400,000 points, directly causing the entire mecha to collapse. Su Ming's body was exposed at this moment, and he stood there looking lonely. After the initial panic and confusion, the Void Clan soldiers quickly realized something. He doesn't have a mecha anymore. Human bodies aren't strong. Without a mecha, his combat effectiveness will drop by at least 2 levels. Let's concentrate our fire and kill him. The final victory will still belong to us. Although the commander was dead, there were still officers such as squad leaders and lieutenants on the field. These tall men among the short ones quickly realized that Su Ming no longer had a mecha and his combat effectiveness had dropped significantly. The point is, the physical body is simply unable to withstand the attack of so many soldiers. As long as the army regains confidence and kills this man in one go, the other 4 will be at the end of their strength and will not be able to make any waves at all. The final victory still belongs to the Void Army. There are nearly 500 Void Clan soldiers left. God had mercy on them. From the beginning, an extremely powerful army of 3,000 people was reduced to 500 people. However, this research institute is very important to the Void Clan, and these soldiers are all elite, and at this moment, they also have the belief of guarding the research institute in their hearts. At this moment, the remaining 500 soldiers regained their confidence and launched an attack on Su Ming. After seeing this scene, Li Heron and others were furious. Su Ming, run! Li Heron shotaludli. Without the mecha, Su Ming's combat power dropped by 2 levels. How could he possibly be a match for 500 level 7 Void Tribe members? At this moment, Li Heron and others were in a state of panic. They could almost see the scene of Su Ming being killed by the concentrated fire of 500 Void Clan members. At the same time, they also felt a sense of despair in their hearts. Li Heron blamed himself extremely. He had not done his homework in advance and had not anticipated this war. He did not expect that Su Ming would die in this war because of this. Boom! 500 terrifying attacks instantly bombarded the place where Su Ming was standing, and the thick flames directly submerged Su Ming. The attack lasted for several minutes. Li Heron and others were angry, but the strength in their bodies had been exhausted. A strong feeling of powerlessness surrounded the 4 of them. How could the body of an 8th-level genetic warrior possibly withstand such a round of attacks? Even a vacuum-level genetic warrior would probably be beaten into pieces. At this moment, Su Ming was definitely going to be killed by the Void Clan's concentrated fire. But just as the 4 of them looked pale, the flames gradually dissipated, and a figure stood on the ruins, looking particularly desolate and arrogant. After seeing this figure, both Li Heron and his 3 companions, as well as the Void Clan soldiers, were shocked and could not help but doubt their own eyes. Because, at this moment, Su Ming was standing in front of the Void Clan army intact. His skin was shining with a metallic light. The attack of the Void Clan soldiers only caused an explosion when it landed on Su Ming, but it could not shake Su Ming's body at all. Level 8 Body Forging, able to withstand attacks below 20W energy level and ignore attacks below 15W energy level. The energy level range of the 7th level Void Clan is 4W, 10W. In other words, Su Ming is now invincible